Ding. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an initial power level of 100 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Luya accidentally transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball. Right from the start, he obtained a Super Saiyan system, rewarded with an initial power level of 100 million points. He could even transform directly into a Super Saiyan. Who would have thought that right at the beginning? He'd run into Frieza descending on the scene? How was he supposed to fight that? In the Dragon Ball Super world, where power levels had completely gone off the rails, Luya relied on his bug system to soar all the way up, defeating all kinds of powerful opponents, reaching one Saiyan limit after another, becoming the strongest Saiyan. The story begins. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball. Activating Saiyan system. Ding. Newbie gift pack is now being distributed. A mechanical voice rang out in his mind, leaving the half-asleep Luya completely bewildered. The world of Dragon Ball? Saiyan system? Holy crap, he transmigrated? And into the world of Dragon Ball at that? And he even awakened a system? Good lord, did it have to be this sudden? Even though he wanted to transmigrate, he hadn't prepared for it at all. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a pitch-black cosmic starry sky. Was he drifting through outer space? Then he suddenly noticed something, and Luya cried out in shock. No way, this spaceship looks way too familiar. Isn't this the space pod the Saiyans specifically use? He pinched his face hard. Feeling the very real pain, Luya finally believed it completely. He wasn't dreaming. He had really transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball. But why was he inside the space pod? After a moment of confusion, Luya looked around him, then even checked himself. In the end, his expression turned a little strange, because right now he was wearing the Saiyan's signature battle armor. And on top of that, he had a tail on his butt. He was a Saiyan. Damn it. Not only had he transmigrated, he had actually become a Saiyan too. Ding. Notice. The newbie gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice suddenly prompted him. Hearing that, Luya immediately nodded. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an initial power level of 100 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining one great ape transformation. The moment the system finished speaking, a terrifying power instantly erupted from Luya's body. In the next moment, the entire space pod began to shake violently, with cracks continuously appearing all over it. Seeing that, Luya hurriedly reined in his ki. Damn, getting a power level of 100 million right at the start, this was straight-up rich player treatment. It was so generous that he was almost embarrassed. System, am I currently in age 737, where the Saiyans are? Luya asked curiously. No, host. The environment you are currently in is already the Dragon Ball Super stage, the system said flatly. Hearing that, Luya's face froze, then his eyes widened. No way. You're not kidding, right? System, I am not joking. Although the host's power level is as high as 100 million, you still cannot be considered the strongest. Many people are stronger than you, such as Son Goku, such as Vegeta, such as Luya. System, host, the destination of the space pod you are currently riding in is Earth. Hearing that, Luya let out a sigh of relief. That was good. Otherwise, if he'd been sent to some unknown planet, wouldn't that just be pointlessly miserable? Suddenly thinking of something, Luya asked, since this is already the Dragon Ball Super timeline, has the martial arts tournament started yet? No, it has only just begun. Right now, Son Goku and Vegeta are both no longer on Earth. They have already gone to train with Beerus, the god of destruction. Hearing that, Luya frowned, and then his eyelid twitched. Doesn't that mean this is the Frieza revival arc? System. Yes. Frieza will be revived in 3 hours, and he will invade Earth 4 months later. Then based on the timeline, Frieza's army has already gone to steal the Dragon Balls now. I don't have time to rush to Earth and stop them either. Thinking of that, Luya asked, is there any way to increase my power level? To be honest, while a power level of 100 million was indeed strong, it was only around the level of Super Saiyan first stage at best. Of course, that was according to the Dragon Ball story's power scaling. As things stood now, even Son Goku in base form could already reach several billion in power level. Not to mention that he could already transform into Super Saiyan Blue. And Frieza could also transform into Golden Frieza, whose power level was even above Super Saiyan Blue. System. Yes. As long as the host completes the tasks assigned by this system, the host can obtain rewards. In addition, the host possesses the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Would you like to use it? Hearing that, Luya shook his head. I don't want to die here. If he activated the Super Saiyan bloodline, then this space pod definitely wouldn't be able to withstand his power. He wasn't Frieza. He couldn't survive in outer space. Head to Earth first. 3 hours later, above Earth, a spacecraft was suddenly engulfed in flames, pierced through Earth's atmosphere, and crashed downward. West City. Boom! As a huge roar rang out, a giant crater appeared in a certain valley in West City, with a diameter of a full 100 meters. At the center of the crater, a space pod was embedded in the soil, surrounded by scorching steam rising into the air. Crack, crack, crack. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Luya's face. Luya stepped out of the pod and swept his gaze over the surrounding environment. So this is Earth in the world of Dragon Ball? It really is different from the Earth I lived on. In his previous life, Luya had been a student on Earth. His grades were average, and his hobby was watching Japanese adult videos under the covers. But when he happened to scroll across a story about Android 18 and Cell, he had somehow transmigrated into this world. He was baffled too. He'd seen all kinds of transmigration stories before, but transmigrating because of watching Japanese adult videos, he was probably the founding ancestor of that one. Just as Luya was about to find a place to settle down, he suddenly sensed two powerful key signatures approaching him. Somewhat puzzled, Luya looked over. Who could it be? The next second, two figures flashed into the air above him. A young man and a middle-aged man. The young man was dressed like a scholar, wore glasses, and looked every bit like a model student. The middle-aged man wore a white cape, black pants, black pointed shoes, a white turban, and had green skin. Son Gohan and Piccolo. The ones who had arrived were Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo looked at Luya. The moment he saw Luya's outfit and his tail, his expression immediately turned serious. A Saiyan? What? A Saiyan? Gohan looked at Luya in shock. Luya looked at the two of them and raised a hand in greeting. Hi, hello there. Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at Luya, their expressions a little strange. Gohan leaned closer to Piccolo and whispered, Uncle Piccolo, could we be mistaken? It looks like this guy just landed on Earth. The muscles on Piccolo's face twitched slightly, and then he said in a deep voice, but just now, I really did sense someone summoning Shinron over here. Strange. What exactly is going on? He suddenly looked at Luya. Who are you? Luya swished his tail, then grinned.
Ieme Saiyan, Luya.
Nice to meet you, Gohan.
Piccolo.
Gohan?
Piccolo.
The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. The other party knew them? What was going on here? How do you know us? Gohan asked in confusion.
Luya smiled faintly.
Of course I know. I learned that your Earth has Saiyans, so I investigated you guys. Then I came here. Piccolo looked at Luya. His sharp eyes swept over him as he said in a low voice, Your ki is very powerful. That was absolutely not something an ordinary Saiyan could possess. And weren't the Saiyans all wiped out by Frieza? Logically speaking, Earth should be the only place left in the entire universe where Saiyans still existed. So how did you survive? Luya thought for a moment, then smiled. I'm not a Saiyan from your universe. Not from our universe? You mean you're a Saiyan from another universe? Piccolo stared at Luya in shock. Luya smiled and nodded. That's right. A few drops of cold sweat slid down Piccolo and Gohan's cheeks. Another universe. Besides their own universe. There were actually other universes. It had to be said, the two of them were extremely shocked. After all, up to this point, the highest level beings they had come into contact with were only gods of destruction, and gods of destruction were already the ceiling of this universe. Ding! System mission triggered. Mission content. Spar with Son Gohan. Hearing that, Luya froze for a second. Then a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. Perfect. He also wanted to see what level his own strength was at. Thinking that, Luya looked at Son Gohan and said, You're a Saiyan too. Could you spar with me? Hearing that, Son Gohan was stunned for a moment. Then he pointed at himself, a little confused. You want to spar with me? Piccolo looked at Luya, not knowing what he was thinking. Luya nodded. Yes. Is that okay? Gohan glanced at Luya, then looked at Piccolo, seeking his opinion. Piccolo was silent for a while, then nodded. If that's the case, then Gohan, you can have a match with him. Gohan nodded.
Okay, Uncle Piccolo.
A moment later, Luya and Gohan stood on the ground, less than 20 meters apart. Luya smiled faintly. Let us begin. Gohan's expression turned serious. He took off his glasses, then assumed a fighting stance. The two stared tightly at each other, but neither made the first move. Ha! Very quickly, Gohan shot forward. Luya's expression changed, and he rushed out as well. Boom! The moment they clashed, the fight instantly became evenly matched. Their speed and power were both on par. In the air, Piccolo watched the battle below with a calm expression. After dozens of exchanges, Gohan suddenly grabbed Luya's arm, then swept out with a kick. Luya could only hastily block with his forearm. With a heavy impact, he was sent flying on the spot. Boom! Luya's body crashed into a small hill, blowing it apart instantly. Dust and smoke billowed, burying him within it. Gohan landed from the air and said a little awkwardly, Did I use too much force? Piccolo said flatly, Actually, his ki isn't weaker than yours. It's just that something seems to be wrong with him. He can't control that ki properly, so you'd better be careful. Hearing that, Gohan put away his relaxed expression and looked seriously in Luya's direction. After the dust settled, Luya suddenly stood up. He patted the dust off his body, his expression unchanged. Gohan narrowed his eyes, looking a little more serious. Luya was feeling a bit emotional right now. Although his current battle power was 100 million, he still hadn't adapted to such intense ki. Through the system, Luya knew that Son Gohan's battle power had reached 130 million. Much stronger than his own. Actually, with Gohan's potential, his battle power should have been far higher than this. It was just because he had neglected training over the years, and then Chi-Chi had insisted he focus on studying and become a scholar. If they were talking purely about battle power before turning Super Saiyan, even Piccolo's ki was stronger than Gohan's. Luya looked at Gohan, then smiled. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Gohan didn't waste words and disappeared as well. The two began battling fiercely once more. In the sky, only the shockwaves from their collisions could be seen. Their movements were so fast that no one could make them out clearly. After fighting Gohan, Luya's control over ki gradually started improving as well. But he was still being suppressed by Gohan. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Gohan leaped into the air, then continuously fired ki blasts at Luya. Not to be outdone, Luya also fired countless ki blasts in response. The two directly engaged in a beam clash. The space between them erupted in explosions. Incredibly intense. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gohan's figure vanished, and in the next second he appeared behind Luya. He brought his elbow down and smashed Luya straight to the ground, kicking up another wave of dust and smoke. Gohan stood in midair and brought both hands to his waist. In the next moment he began gathering ki. Kamehameha! Ha! Gohan suddenly unleashed the Kamehameha, and the huge blast shot straight at the ground where Luya had fallen. Boom! In an instant, the entire valley was flattened. In the air, Piccolo looked a little helpless. This kid, when told to hold back, he held back too much, but when told to get serious, he overdid it again. After taking a Kamehameha like that, even if Luya didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured. Gohan stood above the thick smoke, looking downward with a serious, stern gaze. He didn't feel like he had one. On the contrary, a trace of unease had already risen in his heart. Soon, the smoke began to disperse. A blurry figure stood within it, and at last Luya's form was revealed. How is this possible? When Gohan saw Luya's appearance, his eyes went wide in shock. Piccolo also couldn't stay calm anymore. He stared at Luya's form, unable to hide the horror on his face.
Super Saiyan.
At this moment, Luya's whole body was wrapped in golden ki. His hair had stood up and turned gold as well. His entire aura was countless times stronger than before. Ding! Host has activated the Super Saiyan bloodline and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Battle power has reached 5 billion. By using the Super Saiyan bloodline, Luya successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his battle power exploded from the original 100 million to 5 billion. A 50-fold increase. Ha! With a roar, Luya erupted with power. His terrifying aura swept outward, sending sand flying and stones scattering. The scene was spectacular. I didn't expect that, besides the Saiyans on Earth, there would be other Saiyans who could transform into Super Saiyans as well.
Son Gohan suddenly smiled.
And intense fighting spirit began to appear in his eyes. The stronger the opponent, the more a Saiyan's pride and fighting spirit would be stirred. Ha! With a roar, Gohan also erupted with power, and his hair instantly turned gold. Super Saiyan. Whoosh! 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 Wrapped in a powerful golden aura, Gohan curled the corner of his mouth and said, "Let me see the Super Saiyan of another universe." Luya looked at Gohan. Although Gohan's potential had not yet been fully awakened, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power had also reached an astonishing 6.5 billion. So strong. Even stronger than him. Luya's expression turned somewhat grave. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't beat Son Gohan. Don't be fooled by the gap of only 1.5 billion. The difference between them was still enormous. With that thought, Luya suddenly stopped powering up and reverted to his original form. Seeing this, both Piccolo and Gohan were stunned, confused and puzzled. Luya smiled. "I can't beat you anymore." Hearing that, Gohan hesitated for a moment, then also stopped powering up and returned to his original form. As expected, the warriors of Earth Haven disappointed me. Luya laughed. Gohan smiled too. "You're also very strong. Being able to fight me to this point is already impressive." Luya smiled and nodded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Mission reward, 100 million battle power points. Reward, Turtle Destruction Wave Battle Technique. Reward, Instant Transmission Battle Technique. The mechanical prompt sounded in his mind, and Luya was instantly overjoyed. Putting battle power aside for the moment, The turtle destruction wave and instant transmission were absolute treasures in the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, Luya felt like he could completely take Goku's place as the protagonist. But that was only wishful thinking. Even though he was very strong now, there was still a huge gap between him and Goku's group. Pulling himself together, Luya suddenly looked at Piccolo and Gohan and asked, "You came here to investigate who used the Dragon Balls, right?" Piccolo's expression stiffened. "How do you know?" Luya smiled faintly. "Because I know who it was." "Who?" Luya gave a mysterious smile, then briefly explained what had happened. A long while later, Frieza had actually been revived. Gohan and Piccolo both wore grave expressions, with a trace of wariness on their faces. Without a doubt, the Emperor of the Universe had left an extremely deep impression on them. Dad beat him again and again. I didn't expect his life to be this tough. He actually came back to life this fast, Gohan said through gritted teeth. Piccolo's expression was just as heavy. Back then, he had been killed by Frieza himself. Although they had not fought again afterward, Piccolo still held a great deal of fear toward him. Piccolo looked at Luya and asked, "How do you know? Didn't you just arrive on Earth? Could this kid be like Trunks too, someone from the future?" Luya answered with a teasing mystery, "Of course I have my own channels." In short, Frieza has already been revived, and he's become unbelievably powerful. He's training right now. In at most 4 months he'll attack Earth. When that time comes, Earth will fall into a crisis. Gohan's face turned solemn. "Frieza. Has he really become that strong?" Luya nodded. "Very strong." He did not say it outright. In his normal state alone, Frieza would be enough to instantly kill Gohan even after he turned Super Saiyan. If he said that, things would stop being fun. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged a glance. Then Piccolo said, "Whether it's true or not, we should still go back and discuss countermeasures properly." Gohan nodded. Then he looked at Luya and invited him with a smile. Luya, right? If you don't mind, would you like to stay with us?" As soon as he said that, Piccolo's brow twitched, but he did not say anything. Luya froze for a moment, thinking that he really had nowhere to go. He nodded. "All right, then I'll stay with you for a few days." A short while later, the group left the place. However, they first went to Bulma's house and gave her the space pod for research. When they saw Luya, a Saiyan, Bulma and the others were quite surprised. But since her husband Vegeta was also a Saiyan, Bulma was fairly warm toward Luya. After saying goodbye to Bulma, the three of them left directly, and so, over the next few days Luya stayed at Gohan's house, and he also had Gohan teach him some techniques, including the Kamehameha. Krillin and the other little warrior buddies had also heard about Luya's existence and were surprised for a while. But when they learned that Frieza had been revived, they all found it hard to believe, and so they began training one after another. A few days later, Bulma spread shocking news. According to the Galactic Patrolman according to Jocko, Frieza really had been revived, and he would arrive on Earth very soon. As soon as this news came out, everyone became even more certain, and so they all threw themselves into bitter training. Even Krillin temporarily put aside his police work and started training. 2 months later, Luya had basically become familiar with the powerful strength of his body, and his battle power had reached a shocking 210 million. His training talent had already fully matched Saiyan blood. "Gohan, I want to go train in the hyperbolic time chamber." On this day, Luya made that request. When Gohan heard this, he quickly discussed it with Piccolo. In the end, Piccolo agreed. Right now, both Goku and Vegeta were absent. The Frieza they had to face was an extremely terrifying figure, so they still needed powerful allies. The reason Luya wanted to train in the hyperbolic time chamber was because the system had temporarily issued a mission. But even if the system had not issued one, he still would have gone there to train. After all, anyone who had watched Dragon Ball knew that, for now, it was the fastest training ground for increasing strength. Very soon, Gohan brought Luya to the lookout. "Long time no see, Gohan." Dend ran over with a pleasantly surprised expression and gave Gohan a hug. Ever since Piccolo had fused with the previous Guardian, Dend had taken over as Earth's new Guardian. Now, Dend was already a young man. After Gohan caught up with Dend, he began introducing Luya to him. Dend said that he had always been paying attention to Earth's situation, and he also knew that Luya bore no ill will toward Earth, so he politely greeted him as well. "Hello, Luya. My name is Dend." Luya smiled slightly. "Hello, Dend." As expected of the most talented Namekian after Piccolo. "Being Earth's Guardian suits you perfectly, Dend?" He was a little surprised. Was this guy really that familiar with him? Thinking of that, Dend looked at Gohan. Gohan shrugged. He was a little confused himself. It seemed like he had never mentioned Dend to Luya before, had he? Luya did not think much of it. After exchanging a few polite words, he requested to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Dend nodded. "Mr. Popo will take you there." At this time, Popo stepped forward and said to Luya, "Please follow me." Luya nodded to Gohan, then followed Popo. Where they stood, Gohan watched Luya's back as he left, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Gohan, don't you think his background is a little mysterious? Den suddenly asked. Gohan froze for a moment, then said, I don't think it's a big deal. He said he is a Saiyan from another universe. Den was a little speechless. You believe him just because he said so? Gohan laughed. It's fine. The main thing is that he doesn't have any ill intent toward Earth. And even if he does, I'll personally deal with him. Den sighed, then said, Alright then, I'll leave it to you. But Frieza really has been revived. Still no way to contact Goku and the others? Gohan shook his head. Dad and Uncle Vegeta are training with Beerus, the god of destruction. We can't contact them. Den's expression turned serious. Frieza's power is extremely great. I'm afraid even all of you may not be able to match him. Gohan also said seriously, there's no other way now. We can only train as hard as we can. Den suddenly said, Gohan, can't you still enter the hyperbolic time chamber for one more day? You could go in and train. With your potential, you would definitely become even stronger. Gohan shook his head and laughed. No need. I kind of don't want to train right now. Den. On the other side, Luya followed Popo to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Popo explained, in the hyperbolic time chamber, each person can only stay inside for 2 days. 1 day outside is equal to 1 year inside. The gravity inside has been increased from the original 10 times to 50 times, so its effects have also been greatly enhanced. Be mindful of the time. If you exceed the limit, then the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber will disappear. Luya pretended to understand and nodded. Got it. Popo nodded, then pulled open the door to the chamber and said to Luya, then go on in. Luya nodded and walked inside. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Reward, 100 million battle power points. Reward, strongest Saiyan talent. Reward, Kaioken with no upper limit. After closing the door, a smile appeared on Luya's face. He had to admit this damn system really was insanely good. The missions were simple, the rewards were generous, and with it, wouldn't he surpassing Goku and the others be a matter of minutes for him? No. That mindset was too short-sighted. He, Luya, should first set himself a small goal. Surpass the gods first. Walking further into the room, Luya looked outside. It was a vast, boundless world of white light, endless as far as the eye could see. And the gravity here was extremely strong too, as expected of 50 times the gravity outside. In that case, let us start training. Luya rubbed his hands together, then activated the Saiyan training talent. Ding! Super Saiyan talent activated. Host now possesses the strongest Saiyan talent.
Loi Grenade.
System, how does this talent compare to Gohan's? System, of course it's stronger. Host, your talent stands shoulder to shoulder with the strongest Saiyan. Broly. Hearing that name, Lua turned a little serious. Broly truly could be considered the strongest Saiyan. His talent was also terrifyingly monstrous. If he went through proper, systematic training, then probably no one in the entire universe would be his opponent. Of course, now still wasn't the time for him to appear. 1 year inside the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day outside. Time passed in a rush. In the starry expanse of the universe, a gigantic battleship sped forward. Inside the battleship, a group of soldiers in battle armor trembled as they knelt facing the same direction. There, seated, was an alien wearing something like a helmet. Frieza. It was none other than the resurrected Frieza. At this moment, the hatch opened, and several aliens walked in. Leading them was Sorbet. Lord Frieza, we're almost at Earth. Sorbet said respectfully. Very good. I didn't expect it would be you who revived me this time. How thoughtful of you. Frieza gave an evil smile. Sorbet respectfully said, being able to serve Lord Frieza is our honor.
Ho ho ho.
Save those words. You're all still a bunch of trash. While I was gone, you nearly ran my army into the ground. Frieza sneered. Cold sweat poured down Sorbet and the others' backs. They didn't want that either. If not for all kinds of powerful fighters appearing throughout the universe and causing them to lose 60% of their forces, then they would still be the #1 army in the universe. Enough. Cut the nonsense. This time, when we go to Earth, I will definitely settle accounts with those Saiyans. Frieza's face turned cold as he spoke indifferently. He still vividly remembered those 2 times he had been defeated by Super Saiyans. Losing to those filthy monkeys was an incomparable humiliation to him. Sorbet didn't dare say a word, because when Lord Frieza had first been revived, someone had also tried to persuade him not to provoke the Saiyans. The result was that he had been thrown straight out of the spaceship, dying without a burial place. Now that Lord Frieza had trained, his power had already become terrifyingly great. Pass down the order. Full speed ahead. Reach Earth as soon as possible. I can barely restrain myself any longer. I want to go find those Saiyans already. Yes, sir. Who knew how much time passed, but on Earth, the Supreme Kai and Kami both suddenly stopped what they were doing. They raised their heads to look toward the vast sky, their eyes filled with unusual gravity. It's here. That day, A powerful ki enveloped the entire earth. How can it be this fast? Piccolo, who was in the middle of training, looked north in disbelief. Whoosh! At that moment, Gohan's figure appeared beside Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, there's a powerful ki over by North City. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face as he said gravely, "It's Frieza's ki. Let's go." Sensing the suddenly appearing ki, Earth's Z fighters all rushed toward its source. At the same time, on an island in North City. Rumble. A gigantic spaceship slowly descended and came to a stop beside a cliff. The hatch at the top of the ship opened, and in an instant, densely packed soldiers flew out from the ship. At the same time, a floating chair slowly rose up, with Frieza seated on it.
Ho ho ho.
Earth, I, Frieza, have returned once again. Frieza let out his distinctive laugh. Hey, you people over there, move aside. Suddenly, Frieza spoke to the soldiers hovering in front of him. Those soldiers immediately moved aside and opened a path. Let me give these Earthlings a little present to greet them with. Frieza stretched out one finger toward the distant city, and a streak of red light gathered at his fingertip. Whoosh! The next moment, a red beam shot straight out from Frieza's fingertip. The beam grew larger and larger, finally turning into a wave of light that sank into the city. Silence for an instant. Boom! Under the heaven-shaking explosion, the entire North City was destroyed.
Ho ho ho.
This pleasure of destruction. I really have missed it. Frieza was in an excellent mood, but suddenly his gaze turned toward another direction.
Top? Top?
Two figures flew over at extreme speed and finally stopped on a cliff. They were Gohan and Piccolo, looking at North City, now reduced to ashes. The two of them were instantly stunned. We're too late. Why, you bastard? You, actually. Gohan gritted his teeth as he looked at Frieza, his fists clenched and veins bulging. Ho ho ho, so it's you two. You must be that Namekian from planet Namek back then, right? And as for you, your appearance is a bit like Son Goku's. If my guess is right, you should be Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. I didn't expect that little brat from back then to have grown this much already. Frieza looked over the two of them with some surprise. Humph, Frieza, you really never change. Piccolo stared coldly at Frieza. How dare you, ignorant earthling? How dare you be so disrespectful to Lord Frieza? Sorbet shouted coldly. Gohan gave him a cold glance and was just about to speak when another figure flew over. It was Tien Shinhan.
Uncle Tien.
When Gohan saw him, his expression eased and he greeted him with a smile. Tien nodded, then glanced at Frieza. I didn't bring Kaiatsu and the others. In this kind of battle, even if he came, it'd be useless. Gohan nodded. After that, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others also arrived one after another. Even Bulma came to the scene aboard Jaco's spaceship. Bulma, why are you here? Krillin and the others were immediately surprised. Bulma said calmly, Vegeta isn't here, so I came instead. Oh right, Trunks is still little, so I didn't let him know about this. Krillin nodded in understanding, then said, still can't get in touch with Goku and the others? Bulma shook her head. I tried contacting Whis, but he still hasn't replied to me. Hearing that, everyone felt a headache coming on. To be honest, without Goku around, they didn't feel secure at all. Right, and this is? Krillin looked at Jaco, who was hiding inside the ship. Bulma smiled faintly. Alright, let me introduce him to you. This is my friend. He's a galactic patrolman named Jaco. Hearing that, Krillin and the others all nodded in greeting. They were already used to Bulma making all kinds of strange friends. Hey, you people, aren't you ignoring me a little too much? At this moment, Frieza spoke expressionlessly. Hearing that, Bulma looked at Frieza with some curiosity. So this guy is Frieza? He's so ugly. Frieza. Hey, watch your mouth. That's Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Jaco suddenly said in exasperation. Damn it. Why was this woman's mouth always so venomous? As her friend, he was panicking like crazy right now. Bulma glanced at Jaco and said dismissively, what's the big deal? Frieza may be strong, but our Gohan is even stronger now. Taking care of him definitely won't be a problem, right, Gohan? Gohan looked at Frieza with a grave expression, but he shook his head. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma. Frieza's ki right now is terrifyingly powerful. Even I probably can't beat him. Huh? How can that be? The ease on Bulma's face vanished, and she looked at Frieza in disbelief. Frieza was already getting a little impatient. Looking at Son Gohan, he asked, where is your father? Son Goku? Gohan said in a low voice, Dad is still training hard right now. If you want to find him, then you can wait. Bulma quickly added, yeah. Goku and the others will be back soon, so please wait a little longer. Ho ho ho. Is that so? Frieza suddenly laughed. Fine then. I've already waited this long, so I don't mind waiting this one moment more. Then I'll wait 10 seconds for you. 10. 10 seconds? Everyone choked on their own saliva, feeling a little weird about it. Hey, aren't you being way too stingy? Bulma said unhappily. Then, time us up. Let the game begin. A vicious look appeared on Frieza's face. Sorbet then waved his hand grandly. Kill them. In an instant, more than 1,000 soldiers charged down like a tidal wave. Gohan and the others gritted their teeth at the sight. The next moment, they all powered up. More than 1,000 soldiers. On average, that means each of us has to take down more than 170 of them, right everyone? Master Roshi said in a deep voice. The next moment, Gohan and the others all rushed out. At the same time, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Luya was still training. At this moment, his ki had already reached an extremely terrifying level. He had already cultivated in here for 1 year and 3 months, which was equal to 1 day and 6 hours in the outside world. And his current battle power was as high as 6.5 billion. That's right. 6.5 billion in pure Saiyan form alone. It had to be said that with this training environment plus Luya's strongest Saiyan talent, his strength had increased by dozens of times. He was even stronger than when he had first transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Luya landed on the ground, panting heavily. He had gone through extremely difficult training during this period, and he was quite satisfied with the results. 6.5 billion still probably isn't enough to deal with Frieza. Luya thought deeply. He knew that Frieza's battle power in his normal state should now be somewhere between 7 billion and 8 billion. It's been more than a year. It's about time to go out, Luya said slowly, although he might still not be Frieza's opponent right now. Even he was starting to struggle under such high-intensity training. And if the people outside found out that he had reached such a terrifying level after training directly for 1 or 2 years, they would probably treat him like a monster. Thinking of this, Luya walked toward the exit of the time chamber. At this moment, Dend and Popo were sensing the battle below. Their expressions were extremely grave, because Frieza was just too powerful right now. So powerful that even they couldn't gauge the depth of his strength at all. After training for 3 months, his strength actually increased by this much. Dend said with a bitter smile. Gohan and the others probably can't beat Frieza, Popo also said. Dend smiled bitterly. Probably can't beat him? The gap was more like heaven and earth. Goku and the others. When exactly are they coming back? Dend said worriedly. Now that Goku and Vegeta, Earth's 2 strongest warriors, had both vanished without a trace, who was left to save Earth from this crisis? Did something happen? Why do you two look so worried? Just as the two were brooding in worry, a puzzled voice came from behind them. Dend and Popo were both stunned for a moment, then turned around in surprise. They saw Luya strolling over with an easy smile on his face. Mr. Luya, have you finished your training? Dend looked at Luya in surprise and asked. Luya smiled faintly, then said, yeah. I felt that training for too long puts too much burden on the body, so I came out early. Hearing this, Dend and Popo exchanged glances. Their expressions turned a little strange. They somehow felt like they had heard that line somewhere before. By the way, what were you two talking about just now? Why do your expressions look so bad? Luya asked. Hearing this, Dend immediately snapped out of it and said gravely, Frieza. He has already arrived on Earth. What? That fast? Luya was a little shocked. It seemed like it hadn't even been 4 months yet, so why had he already come? But after sensing for a moment, Luya really did discover Frieza's ki. That guy really did come early, Dend said. I don't know either. Logically speaking, he should come 4 months later. But now he is already here, and Gohan and the others are fighting them. Hearing this, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a bit serious. Without a doubt, Frieza coming this early was unexpected. But thinking about it the other way around, since the other side had trained for less than 3 months, then was his battle power really 8 billion? Thinking of this, Luya suddenly said inwardly, System, can you detect Frieza's battle power? System. Sorry, unable to detect. The target is too far away from the host, so detection is impossible. Luya nodded, then said, alright then, I'll go meet him. Ding. System mission triggered. Mission content. Defeat Frieza and save Earth. When the system's mechanical voice fell, Luya's face stiffened. Damn it. Defeat Frieza? How was that possible? Right now, he still couldn't even estimate whether he was a match for Frieza. Asking him to defeat Frieza was way too hard. And wasn't he that Son Goku's job? Just as Luya was spacing out, Den suddenly bowed to him and said, Mr. Luya, may I ask you to join the battle? Help Gohan and the others defeat Frieza? Of course, I know that may be a little unrealistic, but please help anyway. Hearing this, Luya looked at Dend, then smiled faintly. Alright, you're Earth's guardian, so you don't need to be so polite with me. And I also used your hyperbolic time chamber, so Frieza, I'll defeat him with my own hands. As those words fell, Luya raised 2 fingers to his forehead and sensed Frieza's ki. Take this is. Dend and Popo were instantly shocked when they saw Luya's gesture, as if they had thought of something unbelievable. Luya suddenly said in delight, Found him. He waved at Dend and Popo. Then see you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished directly from where he stood. The shock still hadn't faded from Dend and Popo's faces. That just now was. Instant transmission. Kamehameha.
Destructu disc.
Special beam cannon.
Tribeam.
Boom. 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 Amid wave after wave of explosions, countless soldiers were blasted into scraps. Although their numbers were 100 times greater than Gohan and the others, their quality was truly lacking. Every single person present was an expert capable of taking on 100 alone. But even so, those soldiers seemed impossible to kill, and they gradually wore down the Z-fighter's stamina. Seeing that his companions were starting to have trouble holding out, how could Gohan keep enduring it? He directly powered up and transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his aura surged explosively. Gohan's face was cold as he stretched out his palm toward those soldiers. A ki blast fired out, and in an instant, a huge swath of them was killed or wounded. Meanwhile, Piccolo was currently fighting that bull-headed soldier to a standstill. Gohan didn't hesitate at all. With a flash, he had already appeared in front of the opponent. He didn't make a move. He just stared at him closely. "You brat! D!" The bull-headed soldier roared furiously, then threw a fierce punch at Gohan. Whoosh! But the bull-headed soldier missed completely. Gohan directly appeared behind him, then struck with a knife hand. Instantly, the bull-headed soldier suffered a heavy blow. His whole body went stiff with shock, and he lost consciousness before crashing heavily onto the ground. After taking care of him, Gohan nodded at Piccolo, then vanished again in the blink of an eye. One thing worth mentioning was that Gohan did not kill them. Kind-hearted as he was, he only knocked those soldiers unconscious. On the other side, watching this scene, veins bulged on Frieza's forehead as he ground his teeth and stared at Son Gohan, who was fighting bravely. What is this guy? Sorbea's face was covered in cold sweat. Watching his soldiers fall one after another, his heart was bleeding. This is a Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, Goku's son knows this trick too. But I have to say, he's just as kind as his father. So kind it makes me want to puke. Although Frieza was stronger than Gohan, having been killed by Saiyans twice had already left a psychological scar on him. At this moment, when he saw Son Gohan transform, his expression turned extremely ugly. The next instant, Frieza suddenly flashed in front of Gohan. Sensing the danger, Gohan immediately let out an angry shout and threw a punch at Frieza. Frieza's face was cold. He effortlessly caught Gohan's fist, then closed indirectly and slammed a solid punch into Gohan's stomach. Ugh! How could Gohan withstand that impact? He was beaten so hard that even bile came out. However, with his fist caught, his body didn't go flying. Instead, he went limp, his golden hair returned to black, and his ki rapidly weakened. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were instantly horrified when they saw Gohan get KO'd just like that. Frieza looked at Son Gohan. Then a slight curve appeared on his lips. The next moment, he violently grabbed Gohan's arm and directly kicked him. Erg! Gohan let out a miserable scream and was sent flying, crashing into a broken cliff wall. The cliff instantly collapsed. Go save him! Krillin's face changed as he hurriedly shouted. Piccolo gritted his teeth, then powered up and shot straight toward Gohan's position. Whoosh! Suddenly, Frieza blocked his path. Looking at Piccolo, he revealed an evil smile, spread out his palm toward him, and a red ki blast directly blew Piccolo into the seawater. Piccolo! Krillin and the others instantly fell into despair. Even Piccolo wasn't his opponent, so how were they supposed to fight this? Frieza glanced at Krillin and the others, revealing a meaningful smile. Just that one look from Frieza made Krillin and the others too terrified to move. He was simply too horrifying. They had no chance of winning at all. Ho ho ho! It seems I'm just too powerful. This is practically bullying, isn't it? Frieza did not attack again. He no longer had the desire to make a move. He had originally thought these people could at least help him loosen up a little, but they were simply too weak to be worth mentioning. Frieza withdrew his gaze and prepared to return to his throne, but right at that moment, his eyes widened. Then he suddenly turned and looked in one direction. There, at some unknown point, a young man had appeared, and he even had a tail. Why you? Who are you? Frieza looked at the young man in shock. The young man gave him a slight smile. Frieza, I finally met you. HM? You know me? Frieza asked in confusion. The young man nodded. Of course I know you. Luya, why are you here? No, wait. You finally came. Bulma suddenly cried out in delight. Luya gave her a slight nod. Sorry to keep you waiting. What? So he's that Saiyan Luya? He looks really strong. Krillin and Master Roshi both looked at Luya in surprise, full of curiosity. But very quickly, their expressions turned grave, because they realized they couldn't tell how strong his ki was at all. How was that possible? Luya smiled faintly, then looked at Krillin. Mr. Krillin, you should have senzu beans on you, right? Hurry and go save Piccolo and Gohan. Hearing that, Krillin froze for a moment. Do you know me? Luya paused, then smiled. I do, but now's not the time for that. Save them first. Hearing that, Krillin nodded in understanding. Then, with lingering fear, He glanced at Frieza before flying toward the seaside. But Frieza obviously wasn't going to let him have his way. The next moment, he appeared in front of Krillin and blocked his path. Krillin's expression instantly changed. He gritted his teeth at Frieza, preparing himself for a desperate final fight. Whoosh! At that moment, Luya suddenly appeared in front of him. Facing Frieza, he said, "Your opponent is me." Perfect timing too. I want to see just how powerful Emperor of the Universe Frieza really is. Hearing that, the corners of Frieza's mouth curved upward.
Ho ho ho.
Is that so? Very well. Then I'll gladly accept. Luya's lips curled upward. Seeing this, Krillin immediately flew off to rescue the others. Luya and Frieza stared at each other in midair, neither making the first move. Just now, he had already seen Frieza's battle power clearly. Since Frieza had not come after 4 months of training this time, his battle power was only 7 billion. And when Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power had risen to 6.8 billion. It was that gap of 200 million in battle power, plus Frieza's perfect sneak attack, that caused Gohan to be instantly one-shot. TSK. Luya felt a little regretful. If Gohan had never given up on training, then right now, he probably wouldn't be weaker than Frieza at all. But that also meant Luya wasn't afraid now, because his battle power was 6.5 billion. Although there was a bit of a gap, it wasn't enough for him to get completely defeated. Luya suddenly extended his palm toward Frieza. Frieza was taken aback for a moment, then smiled faintly without making any extra movement. The next moment, Luya suddenly fired a ki blast straight at Frieza. Frieza's smile did not change. He casually tilted his head, and the ki blast flew right past his ear without hitting him. Frieza looked at Luya and smiled. "Did you come here to be funny?" Luya gave a mysterious smile. "Oh, really?" Frieza froze, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. He abruptly remembered something and immediately turned his head to look back. He saw that the ki blast Luya had fired had suddenly curved and blasted toward Sorbet. And no! Lord Frieza! Save me! Save me, aha! Boom! Sorbet was directly blasted to pieces by the ki blast. No one had expected Luya's target to be Sorbet, but they were all confused, because Sorbet was only a small fry. Why attack him first? Frieza's face twisted a little. He turned his head and stared fixedly at Luya. "You seem to be getting a little too arrogant." Luya smiled faintly and said, "I just felt that for a fair fight between the two of us, we should remove any outside interference. What do you think?" Hearing that, Frieza's face sank. Did this guy know something? In truth, to make this trip to Earth completely foolproof, he had specially prepared a trump card. But what he had never expected was that this unknown brat had ruined it. That made him somewhat furious. But soon after, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on Frieza's face. "Ho ho ho, since you've put it that way, then I'll help remove your interference too." The moment his words fell, Frieza suddenly pointed in Tien Shinhan's direction. With a whoosh, a red ray shot out directly. Luya's eyes sharpened, and the next instant, he suddenly appeared in front of Tien Shinhan and directly knocked Frieza's attack away. Frieza's expression remained calm, but there was a trace of chill in it. Luya said flatly, "Leave Frieza to me. You all retreat to somewhere safe." Hearing that, Tien Shinhan immediately nodded. "We're counting on you." After saying that, he exchanged a glance with Master Roshi, then flew toward Bulma's direction. Looking at Frieza, Luya smiled. "Now we can finally fight." Frieza slowly descended, then looked at Luya and said, "Who exactly are you? Why is your ki so powerful?" Luya bared his teeth in a grin, then raised the tail wrapped around his waist. When he saw that tail, Frieza's expression suddenly changed. "A tail? You're a Saiyan." Luya smiled. "That's right." Surprised, Frieza was a little incredulous.
Impossible.
Other than the Saiyans on Earth, all the other Saiyans were destroyed by me together with planet Vegeta. Luya shook his head and said, "Don't bother thinking about that stuff. Let us fight." Frieza put away his shock, then smiled. "You're that confident you can defeat me?" Luya suddenly smiled, then let out a fierce roar. In an instant, a terrifying ki erupted from his body. Ugh! 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 Frieza stared at Luya, who had suddenly powered up and was instantly stunned.
Impossible?
Why is your power this strong? Wrapped all over in pure white ki, Luya wore a confident smile on his face. "I originally thought you'd come 4 months later. I didn't expect a guy like you to show up early. That was a bit of a surprise. Hurry up and show me your real strength." Frieza looked at Luya, his expression turning ugly. The way things were developing had already gone beyond his expectations. He hadn't expected that aside from Son Goku and Vegeta, there would be another Saiyan this powerful. Damn it! Boom! The next moment, Frieza suddenly began powering up as well. Purple ki wrapped around his body, and the intensity of that ki was actually not much weaker than Luya's. Luya looked at Frieza and smiled faintly. Every single cell in his body was trembling with excitement. On the other side, Krillin helped Piccolo and Gohan up and fed them senzu beans. As expected of the miracle cure senzu beans that could heal all injuries. Just after the two swallowed them, they woke up the very next second. Krillin, are you guys okay? Where's Frieza? Gohan sat up and asked in confusion. Krillin smiled slightly and said, Gohan, I'm fine. That Saiyan friend you brought back is so strong. Saiyan? Gohan was completely confused. But then Piccolo suddenly said in shock, That's that Saiyan? Luya? Hearing that, Gohan quickly looked toward the battlefield. At once, even Gohan was stunned. Teach, this is Luya? How did his ki become like this? It's so powerful. Gohan exclaimed with his mouth wide open, finding it hard to believe. After all, he had been able to suppress Luya before, but now he could only feel how small he was in comparison. Piccolo's expression also turned serious. I didn't expect his talent to be this monstrous. In just a little over 1 day in the hyperbolic time chamber, he already raised his strength to this level. I'm afraid even Goku and the others might not compare. Hearing that, everyone's expressions turned solemn. In the eyes of the others, no one could surpass Goku. Even if there was, then Vegeta was undoubtedly the one with the best chance. But now Luya had appeared. How could they not be shocked? Looks like Vegeta, the eternal number 2, was about to lose his spot. In the battlefield, Luya and Frieza stared at each other. Suddenly, Luya's ki surged again. Grinding his teeth, Frieza also refused to back down. Ha! Luya suddenly shouted and charged straight forward. TCH. Frieza snorted coldly and burst forward as well. Boom! Their fists collided directly. In an instant, a shockwave exploded outward. Their fists stayed locked together. Neither of them took a single step back. They kept raising their ki, deadlocked against each other. Suddenly, a curve appeared on Frieza's lips. In the next instant, he grabbed Luya's hand, yanked hard, and at the same time drove a kick forward. Luya had already guessed this move. He used his other hand to press down on Frieza's knee, turned the tables, and directly threw him out. Frieza's body fell toward the ground like a shot put. Luya didn't pause at all and directly threw an energy blast down after him. Boom! The energy blast exploded immediately, kicking up smoke and dust everywhere. Luya looked into the cloud of dust, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to Dragon Ball law, the bigger the smoke, the more it proved the other side was perfectly fine. Sure enough, after the dust cleared, Frieza's figure was revealed. He was now standing on the ground, wearing a faint smile as he looked at Luya.
Ho ho ho.
You really didn't disappoint me. Aside from Son Goku, you're the only opponent worthy of my attention. Luya smiled slightly and said, Alright, cut the crap and transform. Right now, you're only in your first form, aren't you? Frieza looked a little surprised, but quickly smiled. Interesting, although I don't know why you know me so well since that's the case. Then before my decisive battle with Son Goku, I'll play with you first. The moment he finished speaking, Frieza suddenly let out a howl. In an instant, the ground around his feet cracked apart. Rubble floated up against gravity, and then a powerful purple ki erupted from Frieza's body. Ayahawk. Frieza's body suddenly began to swell, then grew to more than 3 times its original size, but it still didn't stop. His body changed again, turning into something duck-like. Finally, his form started shrinking again, directly becoming something similar to his original appearance. Only the helmet he had before was gone, replaced by a smooth bald head. Violent purple ki raged in all directions. Frieza relaxed his body and looked at Luya. This is my final form. So strong. So Frieza had never used his full power. Krillin's face was covered in cold sweat, and fear was already appearing on his face. How exactly did he train? How could he reach this level? Master Roshi also said in disbelief. Gohan and Piccolo said nothing, their faces grave as they watched the two of them. At this moment, they could no longer interfere in the battle at all, because the power Frieza had displayed had already far surpassed them. The final form is kinda insane. Luya looked at Frieza, also a little stunned. This guy really didn't hold back. He directly used his final form to fight him, catching him a bit off guard. And after transforming twice, Frieza's battle power had already reached a shocking 1,500,000,000,000. Looks like I can't hold back either. I'll have to use my full strength to return the favor. Luya smiled slightly, and then the ki around his body suddenly became violent and restless. Ah! With a loud shout, Luya's ki began rising exponentially. His hair also turned golden in an instant. The same went for his ki, which also became golden. Super Saiyan. Luya had transformed into a Super Saiyan. His battle power directly skyrocketed from 6,500,000,000 to 325 billion. Frieza's expression changed. Super Saiyan. I didn't expect that you could transform too. Are you really a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? Luya smiled slightly and said, Sorry, I'm a Super Saiyan from another universe. Hearing that, Frieza's face stiffened. Then he frowned. Another universe? On the other side, the others were also extremely shocked. Krillin, Are Saiyans from other universes really this strong? Gohan said gravely, I think Mr. Luya's strength has already surpassed Dad's. How is that possible? He surpassed Goku? That's impossible. Tien was a little startled and was the first to object. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face as he said, Luya really might be even stronger than Goku, and his talent is also slightly above Goku and Vegeta's. Before this, Luya wasn't even Gohan's opponent. But now, after 1 year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he's already reached this level. That's enough to show he's already surpassed us. The others all stared at the battlefield in disbelief, their emotions complicated. They had never imagined that aside from Beerus, the god of destruction, there would be someone else who had surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Even more shocking was that the other party was also a Saiyan. At this moment, Luya looked at Frieza, then let out a low laugh. Still can't beat you? In that case. Ha! Luya powered up again, and a golden aura shot straight into the sky. Everything around him was flattened at this moment. Thin arcs of lightning suddenly appeared all around Luya's body. Frieza looked at Luya's rapidly rising ki, and his expression changed instantly. He said in disbelief, impossible. That's impossible. That's Super Saiyan 2. Gohan transformed into that back then too. He can do it as well? Krillin and the others cried out in shock again. Gohan's eyes widened. Super Saiyan 2, this was the form he had taken when he defeated Cell back then. Mr. Luya could use it too? As Luya's roar fell, the ki around his body suddenly exploded. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet gave out and a huge crater appeared. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Crackle. Crackle crackle. Golden ki wrapped around arcs of electricity, and Luya's hair had grown much longer now. Like a hedgehog's spikes. It looked even cooler than when he was in Super Saiyan 1. Ding. Host has used the Super Saiyan 2 transformation skill and transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 2. Battle power has reached 1,650,000,000,000. Frieza was speechless. The other side had evolved again, and his power was actually above his own now. Luya looked at him with mockery in his eyes, then said, let us continue the fight. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Luya's figure flashed and vanished. Frieza gritted his teeth, unleashed his aura, and then vanished as well. Bang bang bang! The moment the battle resumed, the two clashed at high speed. Countless ripples appeared in the air, showing just how intense the fight was. Below them, the Z fighters all stared tightly at the scene. Too fast. I can't catch their movements at all, Tien said through gritted teeth. All three of his eyes kept moving, but he still couldn't keep up with Luya and Frieza's actions. Gohan was frowning too. Even he was struggling to follow the pace. Only Piccolo kept his eyes fixed on the sky the whole time. His unique physiology allowed him to see their movements. Bang! Ugh! Suddenly, a figure came crashing down at extreme speed. It was actually Frieza. Whoosh! And in the very next second, Luya appeared behind him and shouted as he threw a punch. Frieza's expression changed, and he immediately used his tail to wrap around Luya's arm. Luya sneered, then grabbed the other side's tail with both hands and started swinging him around wildly with himself as the center. Ah! Frieza cried out in alarm, his expression changing drastically. Ha! With one burst of force, Luya hurled Frieza straight into the ground. Frieza's body smashed hard into the earth and bounced back up again, leaving a massive crater behind. Take this! A ball of ki light condensed in Luya's hand, and then he violently threw the ki blast out. Frieza's face turned vicious. He stabilized himself and fired a ki blast of his own as well. Boom! The two streams of ki collided and exploded. Ha! Wrapped in golden ki, Luya shot through the smoke toward Frieza. The latter suddenly flared his aura, then continuously fired ki blasts at Luya. Caught a little off guard, Luya crossed his arms in front of himself and blocked the attack on the spot. Seeing this, Frieza immediately went mad and started releasing ki blasts like crazy. Luya struggled to defend himself, and the ki around his body kept weakening. This is bad. We have to help him. Krillin's expression changed drastically, and he was about to rush forward. No, even if we go help now, it'll be useless. We can't interfere in a battle like this. Gohan stopped Krillin and said gravely. Krillin said, then what do we do? Just watch Luya lose? If that happens, Earth is finished. Gohan fell silent. Piccolo suddenly looked at Bulma. Bulma, still no word from Goku and the others? Bulma shook her head helplessly. No, I don't have a way to contact them. I can only talk to them when Whis contacts me first. TCH. Piccolo snorted impatiently and stopped asking. On the battlefield, Frieza had already revealed a smug smile. He thought that if he kept suppressing his opponent like this, then victory was already guaranteed. But just as Frieza was feeling pleased with himself, a figure appeared behind him and slammed a vicious punch into him. You wah! Ugh, bleg. Frieza was completely dumbfounded. He turned back in disbelief, only to see Luya looking at him with a cold sneer. How is that possible? That was instant transmission. I sent that my data's technique. When Gohan saw this, he couldn't help shouting in shock. The moment Luya used instant transmission, everyone was dumbstruck. Why did Luya know instant transmission? Wasn't that Goku's technique? Could it be that he had gone to that planet too? Gohan was a little confused. If Luya could use the Kamehameha, he could still accept that since he had taught Luya before. But instant transmission, even he didn't know that one. On the battlefield, after landing a critical blow on Frieza, Luya kicked him flying. At the same time, his figure vanished again, and in the next instant he appeared in front of Frieza and struck him with another heavy hit. Frieza was like a punching bag, getting beaten around by Luya non-stop. Bang! Ugh! Luya clasped both fists together and smashed Frieza into the ground with one blow, cracking the earth apart. Standing in the air, Luya looked downward, then brought both hands together at his waist. It was a familiar stance. Everyone recognized it at a glance. It was the stance for the Kamehameha. Cold sweat on his face, Krillin asked, Gohan, did you teach him the Kamehameha? Gohan nodded. That's right. I taught it to him. Actually, it wasn't really taught by him. Luya had the system so he could learn it directly, but Gohan didn't know that. Kamehameha. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a powerful mass of ki gathered in Luya's hands, radiating brilliant light. Ha! Luya thrust his hands forward, and at once, a massive wave of ki blasted out like a fountain and plunged straight into the ground. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion instantly erupted, and the entire island began to tremble. Get out of here now. Gohan's expression changed. His figure flashed and he appeared beside Bulma, taking her with him as they flew into the distance. Seeing this, everyone else's expressions changed drastically, and they all flew far away as well. Rumble. Luya's Kamehameha directly flattened the entire island. The island collapsed and the waves surged everywhere. Whoosh 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 wrapped in golden ki from head to toe. Luya looked down below with an expressionless face. He didn't think Frieza had been killed by that attack. That guy still hadn't used his true power yet. Thinking of this, Luya suddenly became alert. On the other side, everyone else had arrived at another island and watched that direction with solemn expressions. Do you think Luya can really defeat Frieza? Krillin asked uncertainly. Gohan shook his head. I don't know. Since Frieza came to Earth this time, he must have made full preparations. Even though he's already transformed into his final form, he's still giving me a really bad feeling. I feel the same way, Tien said gravely. But the fact that Luya can fight Frieza to this extent is already incredible. At the very least, he can buy us time. Time for Goku and the others to come back, Piccolo said in a deep voice. Hearing that, everyone felt helpless. There was still no news from Goku and the others, and Whis wasn't taking the initiative to contact Bulma either. In that case, there was no way for them to find Goku and the others. So now, all they could do was wait. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a slight tremor spread through the area, and everyone's nerves tightened. Luoya, still hovering in midair, turned serious as he stared into the seawater, as if something was about to burst out from below. Boom! The next second, a massive pillar of water shot into the sky. Inside that column of water, a blurry figure rose up. But Luoya didn't even need to guess to know who it was. It was Frieza. This guy really was fine, but that also made him a little excited. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. Frieza slowly rose into the air. He wasn't seriously injured right now, but the scrapes on his body still left him looking a bit battered. Frieza stared at Luoya expressionlessly, as if thinking about something. Looking at him, Luoya gave a faint smile and said, Interesting. You're actually fine. His battle power was 100 billion higher than Frieza's, yet up until now, he had only managed to gain a tiny bit of the upper hand. That alone showed that the other side's combat experience was even stronger than his own. Frieza looked at Luoya with some gravity, then said, Your current strength truly confuses me. Why are you this powerful? Are you really a Saiyan from another universe? Luoya raised a brow and said, If not, then what? Frieza's expression instantly turned cold. I never thought Saiyans from another universe could be this strong. Then could it be that over there's also a Frieza race? Luoya was a little surprised. How did he know that? Although he wasn't actually a Saiyan from another universe, he did know that there was a universe with warriors similar to those in their current Universe 7. That was Universe 6. Over there were Saiyans. And there was also a sinister little bastard similar to Frieza. Seeing Luoya's expression, Frieza understood at once. Looks like I guessed right. Luoya shook his head and said, Enough. Cut the crap and fight again. I'm here to beat you, not to stand around bragging with you. Bragging? What does that mean? Frieza asked in confusion. Luoya froze for a moment, then his expression turned a little strange. Only then did he remember that the language style from his world was a bit different from this place, so he said flatly just what it sounds like. Bragging bullshit. Get it? Are you a foreigner? Frieza frowned. Luo Ye's eyes widened. Damn it, you even know what a foreigner is? Frieza frowned, then coldly said, You think you can defeat me? That's impossible. In the past, he had always been defeated by Saiyans. How could he possibly tolerate that kind of humiliation happening again? Luo Ye curled his lips into a smile and said, I know you still haven't used your real power. So now. Transform. What? Frieza's expression stiffened. Then he said in disbelief, how do you know I can still transform? The fact that he could transform again into Golden Frieza was his secret. His most powerful technique. How did this guy know? Luo Ye smiled faintly. Because I know this plot like the back of my hand. Frieza. Come on. Let me see just how powerful Golden Frieza is. Otherwise, right now, you're not even my opponent. Luo Ye said with a teasing grin. Frieza's face darkened. Deep down, he was already on guard. Not only did this guy know he hadn't transformed yet, he even knew the name Golden Frieza that he had come up with. Just what kind of background did he have? It made Frieza extremely wary. But at this point, he had no way out. If he didn't transform again, then he wouldn't be a match for this Saiyan. And if that happened, then his plan this time would be a complete failure. I originally prepared this for Son Goku, but since you insist on provoking me like this, then I'll gladly oblige. Frieza suddenly sneered. Right after that, his ki started to turn violent. Aya! Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Frieza powered up, the sky immediately darkened. Within the heavy layers of clouds, bolts of lightning flashed one after another, as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, within several miles, across the entire earth, Frieza's ki spread everywhere. That ki was shocking and powerful. Krillin and the others all stared at this scene with their mouths hanging open. No matter what, they had never imagined that Frieza's ki could still surge to this level. Just what kind of training had this guy gone through during all the years he was dead? Piccolo stared at the scene with cold sweat all over his face, unable to believe it. Originally, they had thought that after so many years, their power had already risen beyond the Frieza of the past. But they had never expected that Frieza had also become this much stronger. This guy really was a monstrous genius. Gohan stared at Frieza's figure, his eyes unusually solemn. With the other side's power, even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 again, he probably still wouldn't be a match. Boom boom boom. It wasn't just them who were shocked. Luo Ye was just as stunned. Unlike everyone else, he could clearly feel exactly how far Frieza's ki had risen. 1.5 trillion. 1.6 trillion. 1.7 trillion. The other side's ki was rising in a way that was seriously abnormal. It was already close to increasing exponentially. Luo Ye felt a little awkward. Damn it. If this kept up, then he was nowhere near this guy's match. What was he supposed to do? Run? He couldn't run. If he ran, then who was going to stop Frieza? Wouldn't Earth be finished then? But if he didn't run, then the one who might die would be him. System, can you issue the mission reward in advance? Luo Ye hurriedly asked the system. System. No. Host has not yet completed the mission to defeat Frieza. The system currently does not support issuing rewards in advance. Holy shit. Luo Ye's face darkened. Then what if I die? System. If Host is killed, then this system will detach from Host and search for another host. Luo Ye. Fuck. So heartless. Is there any other way? The corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it. This system seemed a little unreliable. System. Host has two choices. First, Host can use Kaioken as a boost. Chance of victory is 50%. Second, Host can use Great Ape Transformation. There is a 50% chance of triggering the hidden skill. Transform into Super Saiyan 4. Chance of victory is 80%. Hearing that, Luo Ye was just about to choose the second option when the system's voice rang out again. System. Reminder. If Host uses Great Ape Transformation, Host may be unable to withstand the vicious Saiyan temperament at that time. Host will lose rationality and become a killing machine. Luo Ye.
Eha ho ho ho.
That expression of yours. Could it be that you've already felt fear? Suddenly, Frieza's evil laughter rang out. Luo Ye looked over. At this moment, Frieza had already turned golden. Other than the color, not much else had changed. But Luo Ye knew very well that what had changed about him was far more than just his color. Golden Frieza. Under the system's scan, Golden Frieza's battle power had already reached 15 trillion. Holy shit. 15 trillion. What kind of concept was that? Without question, that was more than 50 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2. Troublesome. At this moment, Luo Ye felt that Frieza was unbelievably difficult to deal with. Damn it. With a battle power of 15 trillion, he could probably insta-kill the current Luo Ye. Luo Ye's face turned extremely grave. And not to mention Gohan and the others, they were already completely dumbfounded. So this was Frieza's true strength? Terrifying beyond belief. Under that massive ki, they all felt incomparably suffocated. Even though they were only standing far away, Not a single one of them could bring themselves to think about fighting him. Fear had already made their cells nearly stop functioning. This form, I call it Golden Frieza. A wicked smile appeared on Frieza's face, and then he said, although I don't know why you know about my trump card. Since that's the case, you should have a trump card of your own to use too, right? Luya forced a smile, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. You bastard. You really are incredibly strong. Looks like you've already surpassed Goku and the others. Oh, what do you mean? Are you saying I can only surpass them after transforming into Golden Frieza? Frieza's smile faded as he said flatly. Luya nodded. That's right. Ho ho ho. Is that so? Is that how it is? Very good. Then I'll deal with you first. And then I'll go find Goku. Frieza's expression turned savage. Then instead of attacking Luya, he said, my power is already far above yours now. However, I can give you a chance. As long as you agree to become my loyal subordinate and swear allegiance to me, I can spare your life. Luya smiled slightly. That won't be necessary, because I might not lose. The moment he finished speaking, Luya directly erupted with power. Golden ki wrapped around him, with streaks of lightning chaining through it. Ah! Kaioken. All of a sudden, Luya let out a furious roar, and immediately after, a mass of red ki suddenly appeared over the surface of his body. In an instant, Luya's power also began rising rapidly. Kaioken? He knows it too? Krillin and the others stared at Luya in complete shock, already questioning life itself. Why does Luya even know Kaioken too?
Instant transmission, Kamehameha, Kaioken.
This Saiyan called Luya had actually mastered Goku's trump cards. Looks like we all underestimated him. Piccolo's face was also grave. In his view, the ki Luya was releasing right now had already surpassed Goku's. Of course, that was before Goku had gone to see Beerus, the god of destruction. Back then, Goku absolutely would not have been this Luya's opponent. It could only be said that the other party's talent and potential were terrifying. He had only gone into the hyperbolic time chamber once, and he'd already improved to this extent. Back when they fought Cell, they had also entered the hyperbolic time chamber, but they hadn't improved like Luya had. Not even Gohan had done it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the field, air currents raged wildly. Luya's ki was still climbing, and that red ki outside his golden aura was also rapidly growing stronger. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. 1,600,000,000,000. 1,700,000,000,000. 1,800,000,000,000. Luya's ki was rapidly getting stronger at this moment, and his power had a kind of swelling trend, like water being pumped into a balloon, expanding more and more. I remember this technique. This is the technique Goku used back on planet Namek. I didn't think you'd know it too. Frieza looked at Luya, and his expression gradually turned serious. This move of Luya's had already brought him a sense of threat. Ha! Sevenfold Kaioken. As Luya let out a furious roar, the surrounding battlefield was directly shattered. Tsunamis surged forward, and water pillars shot into the sky. It was a breathtaking sight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Luya's figure was completely wrapped in golden and red streams of energy. His cold expression made him look like a war god. His muscle lines were pronounced, slightly more swollen than before, brimming with explosive power. Actually, Luya was still very worried, because transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and then using Kaioken was unprecedented. Even Goku had only been able to use it in Super Saiyan Blue. Back when he was in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already been training Kaioken, and he had insisted on maintaining the Kaioken state while in Super Saiyan form the whole time. As for this current sevenfold Kaioken, even with his strongest Super Saiyan talent, it had still taken him half a year. Otherwise, with his talent, his strength would actually be far beyond this. Boom, boom, boom. Ding. Host has successfully used Kaioken. Side effect reset to 0 beginning calculation. Current side effect 1. At this moment, the system's voice rang out in his mind, immediately stunning Luya. Somewhat confused, he asked, System, what do you mean by that? System. The Kaioken obtained by Host is not like Goku's, where side effects existed from the very beginning. Host starts with no side effects, and the side effects only accumulate after Host uses it. Hearing that, Luya froze for a moment, then became overjoyed. Then doesn't that mean I can maintain this form the whole time? System, theoretically, yes. Although Kaioken has no side effects, the ki consumption it requires is enormous. With Host's current state, Host can maintain it for at most 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Luya's gaze sharpened. In that case, maybe that would be enough, because right now, after using sevenfold Kaioken, his battle power had already reached 11,375,000,000,000. That's right. He had gone from just over 1 trillion to more than 11,300,000,000,000. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden figure appeared in front of Luya. Before Luya could even react, he felt a burning pain across his face. In the next instant, he let out a scream as his body was sent flying straight into the sea. The one who attacked was Frieza. Standing in the air, He looked at the seawater and laughed. Ho ho ho, did you think I was weak? To actually let your mind wander in the middle of a fight? Boom! The moment his words fell, a pillar of water shot into the sky. Immediately after, Luya's figure flew back up. His aura had not weakened at all. Looking at Frieza, he smiled and said, "Come on." Frieza's face twisted savagely, and then his body vanished like a cannonball. Luya instantly disappeared as well. The next moment, explosive shockwaves erupted in the sky once more. The clash was intense beyond compare. These two are evenly matched. Krillin looked at the battle scene and sighed. No. On the surface, Frieza holds the absolute upper hand. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the battle the whole time. Luya and Frieza engaged in high-speed combat, trading a punch here and a kick there from time to time, though their hit rate wasn't high, as most of their attacks were blocked by the other. Of course, during this exchange, Luya also took a punch and a kick from Frieza. Overall, Frieza had the advantage. Ha! Luya suddenly flashed behind Frieza. With both hands thrust out, he fired an energy blast directly, hitting Frieza and blasting him away. Luya gritted his teeth and charged after him. But in the next moment, the Frieza who had been flying backward suddenly disappeared. Right after that, he abruptly appeared in front of Luya. He was so fast that Luya only saw an afterimage. Bang! Good lord. Frieza threw a punch and smashed it viciously into Luya's stomach. Luya directly foamed at the mouth, and his body flew backward, curled up like a shrimp. Frieza gave Luya no chance. He moved even faster, rushing in front of Luya at supersonic speed and bringing both fists down again. With a scream, Luya plummeted straight down. Frieza looked savagely at the falling Luya. Then he raised one finger and fired laser beams at him. Bang! 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 More than a dozen red laser beams bombarded him just like that, and smoke billowed everywhere. At this moment, a figure fell out from within the smoke. It was Luya. He now had some injuries on his body, but none were fatal. In the end, Luya followed the momentum and landed on a rock formation. Frieza looked at Luya and laughed. Ho ho ho, is this all your power amounts to? It seems you're still not my opponent. Luya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then curled his lips into a grin. You bastard. You really are strong enough. But how could I possibly lose to you? Oh, you still have some other move? Go ahead and use it. Frieza spread his hands, his tail swishing as he said mockingly. Luya gritted his teeth. In the next instant, he exploded with ki, pushing his aura to the limit. Right now, he was still in the Kaioken state, but he was already starting to feel the strain. Under normal circumstances, he could maintain it for 10 minutes. But now, fighting Frieza also consumed ki. That meant his time was running short. He had to end this quickly. Thinking of that, Luya directly raised his ki to its maximum. At the same time, he brought both hands together at his waist. Kamehameha. Seeing this familiar scene, Gohan and the others all snapped awake. Krillin almost cried out, but Gohan quickly covered his mouth. Don't disturb them, Gohan said sternly. Krillin hurriedly nodded. After Gohan let go, he said excitedly, this guy. Is he trying to use the move Goku used against Cell on Frieza? Gohan stared at Luya in the battlefield and prayed inwardly. I hope it works. At this moment, Luya was still frantically gathering ki. He pushed his aura to the absolute limit, and the energy gathering in his hands continued to surge wildly before being compressed by him. Frieza also sensed that something was wrong. He looked at Luya with some confusion. Hey, you're not crazy, are you? If you keep building up power like that and fire a ki blast, you'll destroy the entire Earth.
Luya smiled faintly.
What? Scared? Frieza's expression froze for a moment. Then he laughed. Kid, putting aside whether your attack can even hurt me, with your speed alone you can't hit me. So you'd better think carefully and save your ki. That way, you might still be able to put up a desperate fight. Luya smiled slightly and said nothing. Then, in the next moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Watching this scene, Frieza felt a bad premonition rise in his heart. But he didn't believe the other side could hit him. Or was this guy also stalling for time? At that thought, a trace of killing intent appeared in Frieza's eyes. Right after that, he opened his palm toward Luya, and red ki gathered in it. In the next moment, Frieza suddenly unleashed a burst of ki, shooting it straight at Luya. Luya's eyes widened, and in the next instant, he roared, Ha! Whoosh! In the next second, Luya's figure suddenly vanished, and Frieza's ki blast only pierced through his afterimage. At this moment, Luya had already arrived behind Frieza. What? Frieza was startled and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Ha! Luya thrust both hands forward. In an instant, a massive Kamehameha directly swallowed Frieza whole. Eawaha! Frieza let out a miserable scream, then was completely engulfed by the torrent of the Kamehameha. Under Luya's Kamehameha, everything in its path was annihilated. Even the seawater was forcefully split apart by his blast. Countless masses of seawater evaporated. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be no end in sight. This was a Kamehameha fueled by all of Luya's ki. With over 1,100,000,000,000 battle power, just how terrifying was that ki? Who could have imagined it? It could be said that if Luya had fired that move downward from midair just now, there was a real chance he could have destroyed the entire Earth. Ha! 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 Luya still held the stance, panting heavily. After unleashing that ultimate move, he felt a deep soreness all over his body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The originally violent ki also gradually weakened at this moment. The red aura had now disappeared, leaving only a golden aura behind. Luya's current stamina was no longer enough to maintain the power of sevenfold Kaioken, so he quickly withdrew the Kaioken. And he also could no longer maintain Super Saiyan 2, reverting to an ordinary Super Saiyan. After firing the Kamehameha, the breath he had been holding in was already spent, so for the time being, he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 2 again. That guy should be dead, right? The Z fighters looked at this scene with lingering fear. They had also seen Goku use this move against Cell back then. Even Cell at the time hadn't been able to react in time and had been severely damaged. And Luya's attack just now was clearly far stronger than that. Frieza shouldn't have been able to block it, right? Thinking of that, everyone became somewhat excited. It looked like they could defeat a powerful enemy like Frieza without even needing Goku and the others to come back. Something's wrong. Unlike the others, Gohan and Piccolo didn't show relieved expressions. Instead, their faces turned grave, because Luya himself still hadn't let his guard down at all. Could it be that guy? He can do the same thing as Uncle Piccolo. Thinking of something, Gohan suddenly gritted his teeth and said. Cold sweat ran down Piccolo's face. On the other side, Luya looked grave because he knew that although his attack just now had been powerful, it had not killed Frieza. The other side was still alive. Ding! Detected that Frieza's ki is still present, so the host has not completed the mission. Please keep up the good work. Luya! Sure enough, he wasn't dead. At this moment, everyone suddenly sensed something and all looked in one direction at the same time. Luya looked toward the surface of the sea there. Cold sweat began to bead on him. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged from the seawater. First the head, then the body, and when the whole person finally appeared on the surface, the air suddenly fell silent. Frieza. This person was Frieza himself. He still wasn't dead. Luya looked at Frieza, then smiled slightly. You really are hard to kill. Frieza's face was twisted viciously. His current appearance was truly miserable. He had already fallen out of his golden Frieza form. One arm was completely gone, only half of his waist remained, and even his tail had been severed by 70%. Miserable. Although Golden Frieza had sensed Luya's appearance just now, he had still been one step too slow. When Luya used instant transmission, his ki was extremely hard to lock onto, so even after evolving into Golden Frieza, he still found it difficult to deal with. Damn it! Damn Saiyan! Frieza roared through gritted teeth with an ugly expression. Right after that, he suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. Then, the severed parts of his body began to squirm, as if something was about to tear through the flesh and burst out. Piccolo suddenly widened his eyes and immediately shouted, "Move now!" He's regrowing his body. Luya froze for a moment, then was dumbfounded. Damn it, Frieza could use Piccolo's move too? Was this a joke? Why had he never seen this before? Snapping back to his senses, Luya quickly fired several ki blasts. Instantly, the blasts landed on Frieza's body, and explosions erupted in an instant. But in the very next moment, a wave of purple ki suddenly swept out and instantly dispersed the smoke. Then, Frieza's figure was revealed. How Luya's expression changed drastically, because Frieza had already restored his fleshly body. Frieza moved his limbs a little, expressionless. He looked at Luya and said, "You're the first one to force me to use regeneration." Regeneration? Luya said in a low voice. Frieza gave a ho-ho-ho laugh, then said, "That's right, regeneration. This move is my secret technique. Unless absolutely necessary, I would never use it. I am a being of the universe, and I have also undergone reconstruction with cosmic matter. So as long as matter exists, and as long as I am not instantly killed in a single blow, then I can be reborn." Luya frowned, then said, "Then when you were defeated by Son Goku and Trunks back then, why didn't you use it?" Hearing that, Frieza looked like his sore spot had been hit, then said coldly, "In my battle with Son Goku back then, I had no chance to use it and I couldn't because even if I had used rebirth, I still wouldn't have been a match for Son Goku after he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Or I might have been completely killed by him." After a pause, Frieza added, "As for that Super Saiyan boy afterward, I didn't have any chance at all. He didn't give me even a moment to breathe before I was killed." At this point, Frieza suddenly flared with rage. "It's all because of you Saiyans. A bunch of filthy monkeys. You're obviously nothing more than servants of me, Frieza. Yet you've made me look this miserable again and again. Frieza looked at Lua and suddenly curled his lips into a smile. Alright, I'm done complaining. You should have recovered a bit of strength by now, right? Then let's begin. Lua's expression turned grave. He really had been stalling for time just now, trying to adjust his condition, but he was nowhere near his peak now. At the very least, he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 2 again, and although the other side said his power had greatly decreased after being revived, he could still easily crush everyone here. What came next would be a hard battle. Frieza let out a ho-ho-ho laugh. What? Thinking of surrendering? If you are, then I can consider it.
Lua grinned.
Surrender? No way in hell I'd surrender. Lua, even if I die, even if you beat me to death, I still won't compromise with you. Frieza's face darkened. If that's the case, then die. As he spoke, his body suddenly rose into the air. Then he raised one finger, and a mass of red ki began to gather. Right after that, the ki grew bigger and bigger, forming a red sphere of light. Ho ho ho, Saiyan, I've had enough fun now. So disappear together with this earth. Frieza said with a savage grin. The next moment, he suddenly hurled down the light sphere, which had already expanded to a diameter of 20 meters. Lua narrowed his eyes slightly. If he couldn't stop it, then Earth would be finished. What should he do? Just as Lua was about to use Great Ape Transformation, two figures suddenly flashed in front of him. The moment he saw them, Lua froze, then instantly relaxed inside. Good lord, they finally came back. Goku! Vegeta! When they saw the two suddenly appear, all the others cried out in surprise and delight. Goku and Vegeta had just returned from training with the God of Destruction. They hadn't expected to run into something like this the moment they used instant transmission to return to Earth. At the first instant, both of them sensed the danger and looked at the red sphere pressing down toward them. The next moment, their faces sank, and they both thrust out one hand at the same time. In an instant, they directly blocked Frieza's ki blast. Ha! Ha! In the very next second, both of them erupted with ki at the same time. In an instant, two terrifying auras swept outward, and at the same time, they both exerted force and immediately pushed the massive sphere of light back. How is that possible? Frieza's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly flashed away and vanished. Boom! The huge sphere of light exploded directly in the distant clouds, and the entire sky was instantly dyed a layer of crimson red. Goku and Vegeta reined in their ki, and the former asked in confusion what happened. Why is Frieza on Earth? At this time, the Z fighters all quickly came over to Goku and the others. Seeing Gohan, Krillin, and the others all gathered here, Goku looked a little happy. Gohan, Krillin? You're all here. What happened? Gohan immediately explained what had happened. Frieza had been revived. After hearing them out, both Goku and Vegeta were shocked. That Frieza really never learns. Ha! He actually dared to destroy Earth again, Goku said angrily. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly looked at Lua and smiled. You're Lua, right? I heard you're a Saiyan too. Thanks for stopping Frieza from causing trouble. We couldn't contact Earth, so it took us quite a while to find Earth's ki. Lua nodded slightly. It's good that you're back. Frieza is even harder to deal with than I imagined. Since you're back now, I'll leave him to you. Goku nodded seriously. Don't worry. I'll be the one to defeat Frieza. Hey, Kakarot. Leave Frieza to me. Ever since I broke through and became a Super Saiyan, I've never fought him once, so I'll go first later, Vegeta suddenly said in displeasure. Goku glanced at Vegeta, then smiled. Alright, then you go first. But don't you feel like this scene is kind of familiar? It's a lot like back then. Hearing that, Vegeta froze for a moment, then gave a cold smile. Now that you mention it, it is a little. Back then, I wasn't a Super Saiyan yet, and when Frieza invaded Earth, it was Future Trunks who dealt with him. At this point, Vegeta suddenly looked at Lua. You said you came from another universe? Lua nodded slightly. Yes. Vegeta frowned, then said in a heavy voice, very strange. To think there are other universes besides ours. And you can even transform into a Super Saiyan. What kind of universe is the one you come from? Lua raised a brow, then said, an awesome as hell universe. Awesome as hell? What is that supposed to be? Vegeta asked in confusion. Everyone, holding back a laugh. Lua said, it means very powerful. Hearing that, Vegeta nodded as if he half understood. How awesome as hell? Lua said seriously, very, very awesome as hell. Damn it. Vegeta's expression stiffened, and his fists clenched. With that fiery temper of his, he really wanted to rush over and smack the guy to death. Stop chatting and deal with Frieza first. That guy is way stronger than before, Goku suddenly said at this moment. He hadn't really been listening carefully to their conversation just now. Instead, he had been focused on Frieza, and there was a trace of feverish battle intent in his eyes. Let's make this clear first. Frieza will be dealt with by me. Vegeta, all of you, get back, Vegeta said arrogantly. Hearing that, Goku struggled a little, but in the end he still agreed. Alright then, go ahead, Lua suddenly said, That Frieza can transform into Golden Frieza. So you'd better be careful. Vegeta dismissed it with contempt. Humph, you think he's the only one who improved? I've improved too. And dealing with him will be effortless. Lua shook his head with a headache. As a king of posturing, and a failed king of posturing at that, he was genuinely worried for the guy. But he didn't say anything more and retreated into the distance with Goku and the others. Lua had used up a lot of ki by now, so it was better for him to avoid the edge of the battle for the moment. Besides, he still couldn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, so he wouldn't be able to beat Frieza. Mr. Krillin, could you give me a Senzu Bean? Lua suddenly looked at Krillin and said. Krillin quickly nodded. Of course. If it weren't for you, we'd probably all have been killed by Frieza. As he spoke, he took out a Senzu Bean and handed it to Lua. Lua took it and swallowed it directly. In less than 2 seconds, his condition returned straight to its peak. HM? At this moment, Goku suddenly looked at Lua, his expression a little serious. This guy's ki seems no weaker than mine, as Goku thought that, he made a decision in his heart. On the other side, Vegeta slowly moved forward, then arrived in front of Frieza. After dodging the attack just now, Frieza had also been recovering his strength. Luckily for him, these guys had been busy hyping themselves up, so he had a chance to catch his breath. Now, seeing Vegeta come over, he suddenly laughed. Ho ho ho. I was wondering who it was. So it's my loyal subordinate, Vegeta. Vegeta's face turned cold. Humph, don't get it wrong. I, Vegeta, have never once treated you as my boss. Frieza didn't care. He only took it as the other side's pride acting up, so he smiled and said, Vegeta, you came at just the right time. Join hands with me and help me kill Son Goku, and that Saiyan too. I can make you my right-hand man. My #1 general under me. How about it? Vegeta was silent for a second, then revealed a wicked smile. Sounds like the conditions aren't too bad. Frieza thought he had Vegeta in the bag, and immediately said, right? So, come back to my side. Vegeta actually started walking toward Frieza. That guy, what is he doing? Seeing her husband looking like he was about to switch sides, Bulma instantly got angry. Goku looked at Vegeta, the smile on his face unchanged. Don't worry. Vegeta hasn't been the same Vegeta for a long time now. Luya said nothing. He slowly closed his eyes and checked his own condition. Thankfully, not only were there no aftereffects from his current power, it had even improved quite a bit. During the battle with Frieza, Luya had gone all out the entire time, and his Super Saiyan talent had also remained activated throughout, so while fighting Frieza, he had also been getting stronger. His current battle power was 6.7 billion, 200 million higher than before, and through the system, he had also seen Goku and Vegeta's battle power. Even without transforming into Super Saiyans, their battle power had already reached an astonishing level. Goku's battle power was 6.9 billion, and Vegeta South was also close to 6.8 billion. The two had nearly identical battle power, but with their level of strength, that tiny gap could be completely ignored. When Vegeta walked up in front of Frieza, he stopped. Frieza looked at him with a smile on his face, somewhat pleased with himself. Bang! The next instant, Frieza suffered what felt like a heavy blow, and his whole body bent like a shrimp on the spot. Ugh! Frieza's eyes nearly split apart, the intense pain twisting his face. Vegeta had already appeared right in front of him, and his fist had landed squarely in Frieza's stomach. Vegeta leaned close to Frieza's ear, then said mockingly, sorry, but I'm not interested in your offer in the slightest. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, his face full of disbelief. Vegeta's expression turned cold, and with a furious shout, he directly blasted Frieza flying. The latter crashed through several small mountains before finally smashing into a cliff face. Vegeta gave a cold snort. That's it? Frieza's body was embedded in the cliff as he glared at Vegeta through gritted teeth. He truly hadn't expected it just now. Vegeta, this brat, actually dared to make a move on him. Crack, crack, crack. His body floated out. Frieza looked at Vegeta with an ugly expression, then snorted and said, I didn't expect a former subordinate to become this powerful today. Vegeta looked at him coldly and said, there are plenty more things you've never seen and never imagined. For example, ha! As the words fell, Vegeta let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils contracted, a bit unable to believe it. Vegeta sneered. It's not over yet. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Vegeta powered up again and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Didn't he expect that? Did you, Frieza? I, Vegeta, can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta raised a thumb and pointed it at himself as he sneered. Frieza gritted his teeth, then suddenly closed his eyes. He quickly calmed down, opened his eyes to look at Vegeta, and smiled. I admit I am a little surprised, but even so what? I, Frieza, am the #1 genius in the universe. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you still won't be my opponent. The moment he finished speaking, Frieza clenched both fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he began to power up. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With Frieza's furious shout, the purple aura around his body directly transformed into golden divine radiance. His body also began to change bit by bit, becoming golden Frieza. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying power spread out from his body, shaking the heavens. Vegeta's expression stiffened, and cold sweat immediately ran down his face.
Dédami.
This guy. On the other side, even Goku, seeing this form for the first time, revealed a look of disbelief. Just how did this guy train? He actually reached this level? This is Golden Frieza. His power is terrifying. Even Luya couldn't beat him. If Luya hadn't used instant transmission plus his strongest Kamehameha, probably would been over. Krillin said gravely. Goku looked a little conflicted.
Instant transmission, Kamehameha.
Luya, you're really strong. Luya said modestly, just SOSO. Uncle Vegeta won't be in trouble, right? Gohan asked worriedly. Goku smiled, then said, don't worry. Frieza really has become much stronger, but our training hasn't fallen behind either. Don't worry, Vegeta won't lose. Everyone was a little confused. No matter how much they had trained, could it be those two had some kind of lucky encounter?
Luya smiled knowingly.
He knew why Goku was so confident, because both Goku and Vegeta could take it a step further and reach the Super Saiyan blue of the divine realm. Whoosh 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 wrapped in a golden aura. Frieza, now transformed once more into Golden Frieza, had reached the peak of his presence at this moment. His power was indeed stronger than Luya's, but the other side's instant transmission combined with the strongest Kamehameha was simply too difficult to defend against, which was why he had been injured by it. I really didn't expect your power to reach this level. It's truly frightening. At this moment, even someone as proud as Vegeta was somewhat shaken. After all, it had already been so many years since Frieza was last killed. Yet now, in Hell, the speed of his growth had actually been even more terrifying than theirs. One had to know they had been personally guided by Whis. He had originally thought that someone at Frieza's level had already been left behind by them, but now, the power Frieza had displayed brought him an enormous sense of threat. Ho ho ho! Did you think only you people could improve? This is the new form I forged through all these years in Hell. I call it Golden Frieza. Frieza laughed loudly, a little smug. Vegeta's face was somewhat gloomy, and he snorted coldly. Humph, so what? I've still been holding back too. Frieza froze for a moment, then said in some surprise, oh, is that so? Then there's no need to hold back. Come on, show me your power. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the aura around his entire body began to grow violent. Right after that, he threw his head back and roared. In an instant, a terrifying golden aura burst out from his body, and in the next moment, that yellow aura actually began to transform as well. Vegeta's aura is rising. Fast. Piccolo's eyes went wide, cold sweat pouring down his face. So strong. Krillin and the others were all dumbstruck. They were completely stunned. Just what had Vegeta gone through? Goku gave a mysterious smile and said nothing. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. He was using the system to estimate Vegeta's power. Vegeta's aura was still constantly rising. His battle power had already exceeded 100 trillion, and it was still climbing. Aha! Vegeta was still roaring, as if only like this could he fully unleash his power. Frieza's expression was already starting to crack. He stared at Vegeta through gritted teeth, full of disbelief. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Ha! With a sharp, soaring shout, the aura around Vegeta had already turned blue, and that could no longer even be called aura anymore. It was writhing like liquid God Ki. A head of blue spiky hair, Vegeta's aura had undergone a heaven-shaking change. He looked at Frieza with a cold sneer, then said, well, this is my power. Frieza's expression turned ugly. The other man's ki had already surpassed him in his current exhausted state. If he had known, he should have trained for another half year and raised his strength before coming to trouble these Saiyans. And in that battle with Luya just now, he had also used up quite a bit of ki. Vegeta had no intention of wasting words with him. The battle cells in his body directly came alive. In an instant, Vegeta charged straight at Frieza. Damn it! Frieza roared in fury and directly met him head-on. Bang! Their fists slammed directly into each other, and in that instant, a sonic boom swept out. Boom! The two exchanged a direct blow and were both knocked back at the same time, but the next second, they fired energy waves at each other simultaneously. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and at that moment, Frieza had already flashed behind Vegeta. An elbow strike came crashing down at him. Vegeta's expression didn't change. He lowered his head and dodged Frieza's attack. At the same time, he suddenly drove an elbow backward, but Frieza blocked that too. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flashed, and the next instant he appeared above Frieza's head, firing an energy blast with both hands. Whoosh! Frieza was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and dodged the attack, then appeared at Vegeta's side and kicked him flying. In just a few seconds, the movements of the two had become impossible to follow. Krillin and the others all watched this scene with grave expressions, shocked by both sides' strength while also breaking into a cold sweat. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Vegeta burst his aura and shot straight into the sky. Looking at Frieza, he let out a cold snort. Frieza's face turned ferocious. Then he crossed both hands, and every fingertip began to sparkle with red light. Take this! Frieza snorted coldly. Then he suddenly pointed in Vegeta's direction, and in an instant, 10 red beams shot out directly. The timing of the beams was perfect, completely blocking off Vegeta's routes of movement. Cold sweat slid down Vegeta's face. Then he gritted his teeth and thrust out several palms. Several energy blasts exploded all around his body, and in the next instant they detonated directly. At the same time, Vegeta burst his aura, and a blue pillar of light shot straight out of the smoke as he leaped into midair. Then Vegeta fiercely charged toward Frieza. But at that moment, Frieza revealed a strange smile. I've been waiting for you. He suddenly opened his palm toward Vegeta's figure. Boom! An energy blast condensed with terrifying power flew out instantly. Vegeta's expression changed. He had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms in front of himself to block. Boom! The next moment, Vegeta's figure plummeted downward. Seeing this, Frieza had no intention of letting him off, and instead fiercely rushed toward Vegeta's falling body. In an instant, Frieza landed a flying kick on Vegeta's back, directly accelerating his descent and sending him crashing down faster. He fell into the seawater and kicked up a huge splash. But along with a furious roar, Vegeta rushed back out of the sea. He looked at Frieza, then gritted his teeth and gathered ki. Final flash. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Terrifying ki erupted again, and powerful energy suddenly gathered in Vegeta's palms. Frieza's expression changed, then turned grave. The next moment he snarled, "Then come on!" Swish. Right after that, Frieza also began gathering a terrifying mass of ki. Golden energy condensed into his palm, giving off a horrifying aura. Frieza, die for me! Vegeta roared in fury and directly unleashed his ultimate move. A massive energy wave dived straight down. Frieza sneered. Ho ho ho! Bloom! Beautiful fireworks! Boom! In an instant, he exerted force with his palm and directly fired out a terrifying golden light wave. Boom 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 boom! The two energies collided directly and locked against each other. But the things around them could not withstand the power of the two and began to break apart under the destruction. Goku and the others all watched this scene with grave expressions. Goku sighed a little. Frieza. Has he really already become this strong? At the side, Luya watched the battle in the field and had already started thinking about stepping in to kill the other side. As long as he dealt with Frieza, his mission would be complete. These two are both so strong, Gohan said with some amazement. As a Saiyan, even he felt his blood heating up. If he had kept training all these years, he probably could have reached this level too. Thinking of this, Gohan's expression suddenly turned firm. Looks like he couldn't slack off anymore. We can't let these two keep this up, or Earth will be destroyed by them. Goku suddenly said gravely. The next moment, he burst his aura and shouted angrily. A terrifying power erupted directly from his body. And in the next moment, Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku. Dad. Krillin and the others all looked at Goku in delight. So Goku could transform too. Goku nodded. Then his figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared between the two clashing energy waves. Goku instantly raised his ki to the limit, and in the next moment he directly unleashed his big move. Kamehameha. Ah! Boom! Goku directly used the Kamehameha to push both of their attack waves off Earth. The battlefield returned to normal. Both Frieza and Vegeta had used up some energy, but it was obvious that Frieza's condition was worse. Kakarot, what are you doing? Seeing his battle interrupted, Vegeta immediately became displeased and glared at Goku in anger. Goku said helplessly, if you two keep fighting like this, Earth's gonna be gone. Vegeta snorted coldly and arrogantly turned his head away. Who cares whether it lives or dies? Goku was speechless. You're a family man now, at least have a little sense of belonging, okay? Hearing that, Vegeta's face immediately turned dark green. Shut up, Kakarot. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of the way right now. My battle with Frieza isn't over yet. Goku hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, it should be my turn now. What did you say? Vegeta's face immediately turned hostile. Goku laughed, then said, you've used up a lot of ki already, and you can't beat this guy, so let me do it. I've already found this guy's weakness. What? Vegeta instantly flew into a rage. You think I can't beat him? What kind of joke is that? Oh, weakness? You're saying I have a weakness? Ho ho ho. Son Goku, you're a little ridiculous. Me, Frieza. How could I possibly have a weakness? Frieza suddenly cut in, his expression ugly as if humiliated. It's your stamina. At that moment, Luya suddenly spoke. As soon as those words came out, everyone was stunned. Luya smiled slightly, secretly delighted inside. Damn, it was finally his time to act cool. So you saw it too? You're really impressive, Goku said as he looked at Luya, his gaze carrying a bit of admiration. Luya humbly said, low-key, tch, stop talking nonsense here. The weakness you mentioned doesn't exist at all, Frieza said with a savage expression. Goku looked at him, then smiled. In that case, then fight me. Frieza clenched his fists and stared at Goku viciously. Kakarot, are you trying to go back on your word? Didn't we agree I was the one fighting him? Vegeta suddenly said in a low voice. Goku scratched his head. When did I say that? Since you've already been fighting for so long, why not take a little break and let me beat this guy instead? Okay, like hell it is. Absolutely not. Vegeta roared. Goku shrugged, then looked at Frieza and asked with a grin. Hey, Frieza, want to have a match with me? Frieza, Vegeta, why you? What are you saying? Frieza glared at Son Goku with a livid face. At this moment he felt like a clown, toyed with by these two bastards. Goku smiled slightly, then suddenly powered up. Blue divine aura instantly wrapped around him. Come on, your target is me, right? Frieza clenched his teeth hard, then suddenly exploded with aura and charged straight at Goku in an instant. Goku's eyes sharpened, and he immediately made his move. Bang! 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 The two of them launched straight into a high-speed clash from the very start, and the fierce collision sent shockwaves rippling through space. Vegeta's expression looked a little ugly, but he quickly calmed down, dispelled Super Saiyan Blue, and landed on the ground. On the battlefield, although Frieza had just suffered huge exhaustion, he still hadn't fallen into a disadvantage against Goku. However, that situation was quickly reversed, because Frieza's face was looking worse and worse, and he was panting heavily during the fight, looking completely drained. Goku looked at Frieza, then asked somewhat puzzled, Frieza, this form of yours, you only just successfully transformed into it, right? Frieza froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and glared at Goku. What do you mean by that? Goku smiled. You should have gotten more familiar with this form before coming to Earth. If that were the case, maybe even Vegeta and I wouldn't have been your match. Frieza let out a cold snort. Even now, you're still no match for me. Goku smiled. You're already very tired, aren't you? This form has consumed too much of your stamina, so your openings are getting bigger and bigger. If this keeps going, you're no match for me at all. Cut the crap. Frieza's face twisted viciously. The next moment, he powered up and charged straight at Goku. Whoosh! Smack! Frieza threw an extremely fast punch, but Goku directly caught his fist. What? Frieza's face instantly turned incomparably ugly. Goku held Frieza's fist and grinned. Too slow. Smack! The next moment, Goku turned his body, dragged Frieza along with one hand, and violently swung him out, directly hurling him away. Frieza was no pushover either, and forcibly stopped his own momentum. Frieza! Goku let out a long shout and charged over directly, clasping both hands together and smashing down hard. Yua! Frieza was hit hard and sent crashing downward. Boom! A broken cliff was smashed apart on impact. Frieza bounced back out from the recoil, and in the next moment, Goku's figure flashed in front of him. Goku opened his palm toward Frieza, and another ki blast sent him flying again. Boom! After crashing through the broken cliff behind him, Frieza finally slammed into the distant rubble, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Goku looked in Frieza's direction, his face cold. We won! Gohan and the others all revealed joyful smiles. Tch, if this prince hadn't worn him down, what chance would Kakarot have had? Vegeta said arrogantly. At this moment, Luya said nothing. He was trying his best to lower his presence so that he could launch a surprise attack later. Defeating Frieza was still a task better completed by him alone. Goku's face suddenly changed, and he immediately turned solemn. The next moment,
Son Goku.
The roar shook the air. In the next second, Frieza, wrapped in golden aura, shot into the sky. Goku's eyes narrowed. The next moment, his body suddenly trembled, his deep blue divine aura twisting, and he also shot up into the air, facing Frieza at eye level. Frieza stared fixedly at Goku, but he was getting weaker and weaker now, and his panting was growing more and more intense. Frieza, you can't maintain this form anymore. Just admit defeat, Goku said flatly as he looked at Frieza. Humph, admit defeat? Me Frieza, lose? Are you joking? Frieza roared with a twisted expression. He suddenly powered up, then rushed straight at Goku. Bloodshot veins appeared in Frieza's eyes as he threw out a hate-filled punch. Goku let out a cold snort. In the next moment, he lowered his head and directly dodged the punch, then followed through with a punch of his own, striking straight into Frieza's stomach. Ugh. Frieza's face twisted, and the immense pain made his body tremble violently. Son Goku's punch had nearly punched straight through his body. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of light flickered over Frieza's body, and his golden Frieza form dispersed, reverting him back to his final form. Damn it! Frieza struggled to turn and strike at Goku, but the latter used instant transmission and vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared behind Frieza and kicked him down toward the ground. Frieza's entire body slammed straight into the ground. The whole earth trembled, and the solid land cracked apart. Goku slowly descended, looking at Frieza expressionlessly. Frieza struggled to stand back up, his face filled with disbelief, muttering to himself, This is impossible. How could I possibly lose? Boom! In fury, Frieza viciously hammered the ground twice with his fists, creating a small crater. Goku said coldly, Frieza, you have no hope left. Now, I'll send you back to hell. Frieza's face twisted savagely, then a trace of madness appeared on it. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, then let's all die together. What? Goku suddenly showed a look of shock, and a powerful sense of unease rose in his heart. Suddenly, Frieza raised his fist, preparing to smash it into the ground. Seeing this, Goku wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Ho ho ho! Disappear, all of you. Frieza's face was vicious as his fist came crashing down. Whoosh! Just as he was about to smash into the ground, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and directly grabbed his wrist. What? Frieza's expression changed drastically as he looked in disbelief at the person stopping him.
Luya smiled slightly.
I've been waiting for you. After saying that, Luya grabbed him and flung him away in one throw. In an instant, Frieza was hurled far into the distance. Boom! In the next second, Luya directly powered up, reaching Super Saiyan 2 while simultaneously using the Kaioken. Then he began gathering energy. Kamehameha. Luya did not hesitate. He directly unleashed his strongest power and fiercely fired it at Frieza. Yuewa! I will definitely come back again. Frieza let out a miserable scream, then was directly reduced to bloody ash and dispersed within the Kamehameha. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. None of them had expected that Frieza would plan to drag them all down with him in the end, and Luya had actually seemed to predict it in advance, stopping him and even killing him. Even Goku and Vegeta broke out in cold sweat. Especially when they saw Luya's form just now, both of their expressions turned serious. Goku in particular had never expected that Luya could also use the Kaioken. Even he had not expected that technique. This guy really is amazing. Frieza's death left everyone present with extremely complicated feelings. A generation's evil emperor had been taken down just like that. Truly felt hard to believe. After Luya dealt with Frieza, he dispersed his form and returned to his original appearance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Defeat Frieza. Ding! Reward issued. Battle power of 500 million points. Reward. Host has obtained Frieza cells. Can survive in outer space. Reward. Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. Reward. 100 Senzu beans. Reward. Kaioken power upgraded. Current power level is 10 times. Hearing the series of notifications in his head, Luya was overjoyed. Damn, these rewards were pretty generous. His battle power had gone up by a full 500 million points, and he even got the Super Saiyan 3 skill. That meant he could transform into Super Saiyan 3 just like Goku. One had to know, in the entire Dragon Ball series, only Goku and Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, could transform like that. And now there was one more him. Luya? At this moment, Goku's call pulled Luya back from his thoughts. Luya looked at Goku and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Goku said with a serious expression, "How do you know my techniques?" The others also came over, and upon hearing that, they all looked toward Luya. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Luya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luya swept his gaze over everyone, then said, "I learned them from Gohan." Hearing that, everyone froze. Goku looked at Gohan and asked, "Gohan, do you know instant transmission and Kaioken too?" Gohan shook his head. "Dad, I don't. I only taught Luya the techniques I know. I don't know your signature moves, so how could I have taught him those?" Hearing that, Goku nodded in understanding, then looked at Luya again. Luya smiled faintly. "Instant transmission I created myself, and Kaioken I comprehended on my own." What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Luya in disbelief. At the same time, King Kai far away in Otherworld was also breaking out in a cold sweat. In the field, Goku looked at Luya somewhat strangely and said, "You created it? Do you know where instant transmission came from?" "Planet Yardrat, of course. I went there back then, saw that the people there were very kind, so I casually taught it to them. Is there a problem with that?" Luya said as if it were only natural. In truth, he was laughing inside. Damn, who didn't know a bit of Dragon Ball history? As a transmigrator, he had this whole business of fooling people completely under control. When Goku heard that, his expression immediately turned serious. Because he really had learned instant transmission from Planet Yardrat back then. The way this guy said it, it actually sounded kind of plausible. TCH. How is that possible? You're this young. How could you know that kind of technique? And at that time you would have still been a child. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Luya looked at him and smiled. Actually, I'm already 520 years old. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Luya smiled and said, actually, I cultivated in my homeland for a full 500 years. For those 500 years, I pressed myself beneath a mountain to train. I went without food or water the entire time and endured wind and rain. And that's why I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. And my hometown is called Five-Finger Mountain. Everyone. Luya then continued, later, after I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I started traveling through the universe in search of opponents. After becoming invincible across the universe, I came to this one. Then while wandering the cosmos, I discovered that this universe had science, so I came looking for Earth. Listening to Luya's ridiculous bragging, everyone was half believing and half doubting him. Could someone in this world really live for hundreds of years? Honestly, other than gods, I've never seen a person live that long, Goku said as he scratched his head. I've never heard of a Saiyan's lifespan reaching that long either, Vegeta said flatly. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Luya said with a faint smile. Damn. He suddenly realized that bullshitting also took skill. Without some actual knowledge, you really wouldn't dare brag so wildly. But was bragging a crime? Of course not. Just as everyone was full of doubt, Goku suddenly said, forget it. No matter what, even though it's hard to believe, it doesn't mean it's impossible. Ha ha ha. Then Goku looked at Luya and suddenly gave a confident smile. Mr. Luya, can you spar with me? Hearing that, Luya froze, then asked somewhat puzzled, are you sure? Goku clenched his fist and smiled. Of course. You're so strong. I want to fight you too. Hearing that, everyone felt a little helpless. But they were already used to Goku's personality, so none of them found it strange. Vegeta, on the other hand, ground his teeth in annoyance, but he only let out a cold snort and said nothing more. Beep. System mission triggered. Mission. Fight Son Goku for 1,000 rounds without losing. Luya? Damn, how did a mission suddenly pop up? And such a high difficulty one at that? Without a doubt, with his current strength, unless he used Kaioken while in Super Saiyan 3, there was no way he could beat Goku. Well, Mr. Luya? Goku suddenly urged, anticipation in his eyes. Luya hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, great. Goku instantly got excited, his happiness completely undisguised. Let's go farther away to fight, or the aftermath will affect this place, Luya suggested. Okay. Goku looked at Luya confidently. The two smiled at each other, then used instant transmission and vanished from the spot. Back where they had been, everyone looked at each other, their expressions a bit complicated. TCH, Kakarot. Vegeta's expression turned ugly. Damn it, Kakarot had actually been lured away by someone else. Wasn't that a slap to him, Prince Vegeta? Kakarot's opponent could only be him. Only he was qualified to take down Kakarot. Thinking of that, Vegeta felt stifled inside. He looked at Bulma. Hey, Bulma, we're going back. Bulma looked at the others, then quickly nodded. All right. Vegeta left with Bulma, and Jocko hurriedly followed behind. The others also looked at one another. This crisis had finally been resolved, and there was no need for them to stay either. Those two aren't going to go overboard, are they? Krillin said worriedly. Who knows? Gohan, let's go, Piccolo said flatly, then called to Gohan. Okay, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan quickly agreed, then looked at Krillin and the others. Everyone, you should head back too. We're leaving first. See you. Yeah. Be careful on the way. Krillin and the others waved goodbye. A little while later, everyone left one after another. Who knew how much time had passed before a streak of rainbow light fell into the area? Hey Whis, where are they? A cold voice rang out. Oh my? What's going on? They were clearly here just now. Did they leave? Another surprised voice sounded. Humph, it's all your fault. You took the wrong way and wasted my time. In this amount of time, how many desserts could I have eaten? The cold voice suddenly turned irritated. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, please calm your anger. I'll take you to Miss Bulma's house right away, the other voice said with a laugh. A moment later, the rainbow light shot into the sky and vanished at the end of the horizon in the blink of an eye. Above a desert, Luya and Goku faced each other from afar. The two floated quietly in midair, neither moving in the slightest, letting the fierce wind howl around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A violent gust of wind swept past. The eyelids of both men twitched, and in the next instant, they suddenly vanished from where they stood. Bang! In the air, the two appeared at the same time, throwing punches at each other. A wave of force burst out. The two looked at each other, a slight curve rising on their lips. In the next moment, he let out a shout, and both of them flared their ki at the same time. Then they began a high-speed, chaotic battle. Bang! 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 Ha 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 ha! The more they fought, the fiercer they became, and the ki around their bodies began rising wildly. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a bang, the two of them rapidly retreated. At the same time, they both flared their ki and transformed into Super Saiyans. Goku looked at Luya and smiled slightly. I didn't expect your power to be this strong. No wonder you were able to block Frieza. Luya smiled faintly. You're pretty amazing too. If his battle power hadn't suddenly increased by 500 million, he probably wouldn't be Goku's match right now. Even now, he still had to stay 120% alert. The other side's battle experience was just way too rich. Compared to a half-baked fighter like him, Goku was much stronger. Goku suddenly said, I heard you can transform into Super Saiyan second stage. Luya nodded. Yes. Goku gave a confident smile and said, then come on. Ha! With a loud shout, Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His power skyrocketed. Luya was a little excited too. Then he let out a roar as well, and in an instant, his aura reached its peak. Boom! Crackle crackle lightning like little snakes crackled all over his body. With a head of golden hair, Luya clenched his fist and smiled. So, this is my Super Saiyan second stage. Goku looked at Luya in surprise and sighed a little. It really is so similar. Then he revealed a smile. Your power isn't weaker than mine. In that case, we can really enjoy this fight. Wait, Luya suddenly interrupted. You should still be able to transform, right? Into Super Saiyan third stage. Goku froze for a moment, then nodded. I can actually. Luya's lips curled slightly. Then use it. Goku was stunned for a second, then hesitantly said, are you sure? If I transform again, that power will be very strong. Luya waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Hurry up and transform. Goku's expression turned serious. Okay, watch closely. Ah! The next moment, Goku began powering up. His immense aura shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color, countless white clouds sped past. The heavens themselves seemed to shift, and the whole world seemed filled with Goku's ki. Luya looked at Goku, then said, System, use the Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. Ding! Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill used. Host can transform into Super Saiyan third stage. Luya's face suddenly turned savage. The next moment, he abruptly threw back his head and roared at the sky. Ah! Rumble rumble. A golden pillar of ki shot straight into the sky. The entire cloud layer was stirred up. On the battlefield, the two terrifying auras both surged wildly, and their ki rapidly rose at this moment. At the same time, on a distant small island, a black-haired young man suddenly sensed something. He turned to look into the distance, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. Then he fell silent for a long while. Son Goku. Those two auras. Have they already started fighting? At the same time, in Bulma's house, Beerus, the god of destruction, who was eating dessert, suddenly looked into the distance and said, Lord Beerus, this Luya seems a little mysterious. Was put a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth and said in a blissful tone, Humph, so what? Beerus didn't care and said blandly, if he dares to have any bad thoughts toward this universe, I'll just destroy him directly. At this moment, Bulma brought over a plate of desserts. Hearing that, she suddenly said that really won't be necessary. Luya is a good person. If it weren't for him, you two wouldn't even be able to eat these things. Beerus paused, then curled his lip. Fine then, since that's the case, I'll spare his life. Bulma smiled. Then thank you very much, Lord Beerus. Beerus said arrogantly, that's only for the sake of these desserts. Was chuckled, then seemed to think of something. He looked into the distance, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. At the same time, in the desert, Goku and Luya almost shouted at the same moment. Their auras reached a climax, and as that happened, their hair grew all the way down to their butts. Their expressions turned cold. Their original eyebrows vanished, and terrifying golden auras wrapped around both of them. Goku looked at Luya, then smiled slightly. Just as I thought, you were still hiding your power. Luya smiled. I do have a few trump cards. He couldn't exactly say that he had only been able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 after defeating Frieza, or else he would probably shock Goku again. Then let's begin. Goku grinned. The power Luya had displayed made him extremely excited. Because the other side's ki was strong enough, it wasn't much weaker than his at all. That made him look forward to this fight. Luya nodded slightly, then took up a fighting stance. Goku did the same. Whoosh! In the next instant, both of them vanished at the same time. Bang! 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 The two of them directly started fighting high in the sky. Their bodies moved non-stop, and the speed of their punches left only afterimages. It was impossible to even see their movements clearly. As they clashed, roaring lightning swept across the battlefield. The shockwaves were terrifying, and the sounds of impact were as deafening as thunder. Ha! Goku suddenly smashed a punch into Luya's face. Right after that, Luya let out a cry and was blasted backward. Goku's body suddenly vanished, and in the next moment he appeared behind Luya, clasping both fists together as he tried to smash down again. Luya reacted in time and shoved backward with one hand, directly firing a ki blast that struck Goku head-on. Goku cried out and was sent flying far away. Luya seized the chance and directly used the Prince of Saiyans battle style, bombarding Goku with countless ki blasts. Aya! Goku was immediately forced into a passive position. Ding! Host has fought Son Goku for 552 rounds. Please keep up the good work. Ding! Host. Luya became even more intense, crazily unleashing ki blasts, but right at that moment, a terrifying ki spread out from Goku's body. Ah! With a single burst of power, Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and that immense aura instantly forced Luya back. That's just dirty, Luya said speechlessly. Damn it, this was supposed to be a fair fight, and you suddenly went Super Saiyan Blue. Are you bullying me because I don't have blue? Goku looked at Luya, then smiled slightly. You're really amazing, being able to push me into Super Saiyan Blue. Luya hesitated for a moment, then said, how did you transform into blue? Can you teach me a few tricks? Goku? Faced with Luya's bizarre question, Goku didn't take it to heart and instead said, to train to this point, I had to put in a lot of effort. Super Saiyan Blue isn't something you can just transform into that easily. Luya nodded in understanding. Got it. Goku smiled. Still want to fight? My power is above yours now. Luya couldn't refuse. Damn it, the system had given him a mission, and they had only fought a few hundred rounds so far. That was only half of it. Of course we're still fighting. Even though you transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, I still haven't used my full power either. Luya said with a confident smile. Is that so? Right, you can still use Kaioken. Goku seemed to remember something, then he smiled too. Luya nodded. That's right. Boom. Right after that, Luya burst with power again, powering up once more in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Kaioken. Suddenly, Luya shouted angrily. In the next moment, a terrifying power suddenly erupted around his body. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a red aura wrapped around him once more, making him look incomparably terrifying. Goku narrowed his eyes slightly. A trace of seriousness and gravity appeared in his gaze, but even more than that, excitement. Amazing. You actually pushed Kaioken to 7 times. He could use the Kaioken too, but in his current state he didn't dare use it. He had never trained it before, so he definitely didn't dare recklessly stack Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan Blue. Luya smiled faintly. 7 times? No, I'm not done yet. The moment his words fell, Luya suddenly powered up again. With a loud roar, his ki surged once more. Tenfold Kaioken. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as the tenfold Kaioken came down. His power skyrocketed again. Goku's expression finally turned serious, because the other side's power was already no weaker than his. What tremendous power! Looks like I need to train Kaioken too. Goku smiled slightly, but then he added, even though your power has surged, the burden Kaioken puts on the body is huge. You're not much different from Frieza. Luya gave a strange smile. Is that so? Then let us see. As soon as he finished speaking, Luya suddenly charged straight at Goku. He was so fast that even Goku was startled. Bang! Just as he reacted, Goku took a direct heavy blow and cried out as he was sent flying. Cough so fast. Goku steadied himself, then wiped the scrape at the corner of his mouth and revealed an excited smile. Luya looked at Goku, his ki exploding again and again, his face stern and cold. Come again. Goku laughed, then shot out directly. Luya snorted coldly and didn't back down. He charged out as well. Bang! 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 Right from the start, the two of them began clashing at high speed. As they fought, it turned into a direct exchange of punches. One blow for one blow. Bang! Luya suddenly flared his ki and used Kaioken. His speed rose to another level, and in an instant, he brought both fists together in a heavy smash, slamming Goku down into the desert. Boom! A massive crater appeared. Goku's figure dropped with the crater's formation. Then he gritted his teeth and shot into the sky, his speed abruptly increasing as well. Luya's heart stirred, and he suddenly threw down a ki blast. Whoosh! Suddenly, Goku vanished from where he was, and the next moment he appeared beside Luya, sweeping a kick straight into his stomach. Ugh! Luya was kicked so hard that stomach acid sprayed out. Goku didn't give Luya any chance at all. He directly followed with a punch that sent him crashing into the desert. Kamehameha! In an instant, Goku gathered ki and unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful Kamehameha. Rumble! In that instant, the desert for several thousand meters around was blown apart. A gigantic crater appeared in the middle of the battlefield. As the dust settled, Goku looked at the huge crater below, smiled faintly and said, I know you won't go down that easily. The next second, a tremendous rumble erupted, and the entire desert seemed to tremble at that very moment. Ha! With that furious shout, a powerful pillar of ki shot straight into the sky in the next instant, stirring the heavens until wind and clouds surged again. At the source of the pillar of light, Luya's body slowly rose. His clothes were somewhat torn, and there were many abrasions on his body. But his ki hadn't weakened by much at all. Seeing this, Goku's eyes immediately turned solemn. He had underestimated Luya's strength. This guy was absurdly strong. Even without entering the realm of the gods, he could still fight him to this extent. Even Goku had no choice but to admire him. Luya still hadn't shaken off the power of Kaioken, but now he was already breathing heavily, just like Frieza earlier. It had to be said that with his current use of Kaioken, as the number of uses increased, the multiplier rose, and the duration stretched longer, he would definitely be affected. Luya looked at Goku and said, "I can still fight." Goku nodded. "Then I'm coming." The moment his words fell, Goku suddenly powered up. Wrapped in blue godly aura, he charged straight at Luya in the next instant. Luya clenched his teeth and rushed out directly as well. Actually, completing the mission was very simple. As long as he ate a senzu bean, he could definitely hold on for 1,000 exchanges. But doing that was something not even Son Goku would accept, much less Luya himself. He was a Saiyan. He had inherited a Saiyon's pride, so his arrogant self-respect would never allow him to do that. Bang bang bang. The two of them once again started a high-speed clash. But as the battle went on, Luya gradually began to fall into the disadvantage. Still, Luya could also feel that although this was a contest between the two of them, Son Goku was also correcting his shortcomings during the fight. Luya's control over the power of Super Saiyan 3 was not as good as Goku's, and the other side was actually helping him grow stronger. With the strongest Saiyan talent activated, Luya quickly gained control over his own power, and at the same time was honing his combat experience. Bang! In a brief opening, Luya suddenly threw a fierce punch into Son Goku's right cheek, sending him blasting back dozens of meters. Ding! The number of exchanges with Son Goku has reached 999. Only the final exchange remains. Keep it up, host. Luya's heart moved. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at Goku and said, "Let us decide this with one move." Goku froze for a moment, then smiled confidently as well. Sure. Luya violently powered up, pushing Kaioken to its peak. Goku also refused to be outdone. He suddenly powered up too, and his blue godly aura expanded several times over. Kamehameha. Their moves were astonishingly identical. Two completely different Kamehamehas condensed into form, both pouring all their power into the single attack. A few seconds later, ha! Ha! The two looked at each other, then almost simultaneously fired their Kamehamehas. In an instant, the two waves of ki collided and merged, and the entire space trembled. After the great explosion, the battlefield was a complete mess. Dust and sand flew everywhere, and visibility was blurred. The clash between Goku and Luya had nearly turned the entire desert into wasteland. A gigantic crater with no visible end appeared in the battlefield, and strands of lightning were even flickering inside it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the air. Goku and Luya maintained the posture of having fired their Kamehamehas. Wrapped in ki, both of them gasping for breath in huge mouthfuls, Goku drew back his hands, then dispersed his Super Saiyan blue state and slowly calmed himself down. Seeing that, Luya also dispersed his power. Maintaining tenfold Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan 3 was insanely exhausting, and at this moment he was weak as hell. You really are strong. Good thing I shamelessly insisted on following Whis there to train back then. Otherwise, I might not have been your opponent. Goku said with a smile as he looked at Luya. Luya also smiled and said, "If we kept fighting, I'd definitely lose." Goku didn't deny it, and instead said, "Your Kaioken still needs a lot more training. Only then will your body be able to withstand the burden it brings." Luya nodded. "Got it." Goku thought for a moment, then said, "What are you planning to do next?" Luya raised an eyebrow and was just about to say something when the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of exchanging 1,000 moves with Son Goku. Reward: Kaioken upgraded by 2 times. Current level: 12 times. Reward: 500 million battle power points.
Reward: son Goku exclusive battle technique, Dragon Fist Explosion.
Reward: 100 senzu beans. Luya frowned slightly. Originally, he had thought he would get the Super Saiyan Blue skill, but unexpectedly, there was no such reward. System: why didn't you reward me with the Super Saiyan Blue skill? System: host, rewards are distributed randomly. Forgive me, but I can't play favorites. Luya. Luya? Seeing Luya suddenly spacing out, Goku asked in confusion. Luya came to his senses, then smiled and said, "Yeah, my next goal is to train hard and reach Super Saiyan Blue as soon as possible." Hearing that, Goku smiled. "Really? Then you'd better work hard. Reaching Super Saiyan Blue isn't just a little difficult. When there's time, I'll take you to meet Whis." "Oh right, Whis is an angel. And there's also Lord Beerus. He is a god of destruction." Luya nodded. "Got it. Thanks." Goku laughed heartily. After fighting you, I got a lot stronger too. At the same time, I realized the Kaioken can actually be used like that. Next, I'm gonna train properly and work on the Kaioken too. Luya nodded. Good luck. He felt a little strange inside, because even without him, according to the plot, Goku had used the Kaioken later during his battle with Hit from Universe 6. In other words, Goku would have trained it himself afterward anyway. So did that mean he had just reminded him ahead of time? Thinking of that, Luya felt a bit conflicted. Then that's it. I'm heading off. If you want to train, you can go to Gohan's place. And then come find me. I'm really looking forward to fighting you again, Goku said with a grin. Luya gave a slight nod. Definitely. Goku raised 2 fingers to his forehead, then waved his hand. See you. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from where he stood. Luya froze for a moment, then smiled. Interesting. Landing on the ground, Luya looked at his palm, his expression a little complicated. He had only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few days, yet he had already become this powerful. This cheat was so ridiculous that it almost didn't feel real. My battle power is already close to 8 billion now. I'm already more badass than Goku and the others. But the enemies coming next are even more terrifying than they are, so even at this level, I probably still can't beat them, Luya muttered thoughtfully to himself. He knew very well that after the Frieza business, there would be people from Universe 6, then Zamasu from the future world, fake Vegeta, and the parasite brought by Jocko. Not a single one of those powerhouses was easy to deal with. Looks like I still need to keep training, Luya sighed. Right now, his battle power looked insanely impressive, but later on it wouldn't be that amazing anymore. So he still had to speed up his training. Although he could already control his own power now, he still wasn't skilled enough with it, and his strength had grown too fast. Even with the strongest talent, he still couldn't fully digest and absorb it. So Luya disappeared from the spot. He was going to find a place to train by himself. Meanwhile, time quietly passed. Elsewhere, near Bulma's spaceship. Whoosh! Goku suddenly appeared on the scene. He looked at Beerus, who was eating dessert not far away, and immediately lit up with joy. Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you really came. I sensed your aura, so I came over. Beerus was taken aback, then asked, I'm a god. How did you sense my aura? Goku smiled slightly and said, when I'm in Super Saiyan Blue, I'm in the realm of gods too. So it's perfectly normal for me to notice you. Beerus didn't dwell on it and simply asked, then why did you come this time? Goku grinned. I came to ask Lord Whis to guide my training. Whis cheerfully swallowed a cherry mochi ball, chewing as he looked at Goku. But can't you already transform into Super Saiyan Blue now? You've already broken through 1 stage. Still not enough? Goku shook his head. Not enough. This time I ran into 2 incredibly powerful opponents. Oh? Was one of them Frieza? Whis asked in surprise. Goku nodded. Yes, he counts as one. And the other? At that moment Vegeta walked over. He was wearing a tank top, and sweat was still dripping from his face, as if he had just finished training. Goku looked at him and smiled. Luya, him? Kakarot? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Vegeta's expression stiffened. Then he said irritably. Goku shook his head. I'm not joking. Luya really is very strong. Honestly, even when I used Super Saiyan Blue against him, it was still pretty difficult. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seeming unable to believe it. Oh, Luya? The Saiyan Bulma was talking about? Interesting. I heard he even stopped Frieza from destroying Earth. Looks like he really is interesting, Beerus said lightly. Goku nodded. He said he was sent from another universe. Another universe? At that moment, both Beerus and Whis were stunned. Then their expressions turned a little odd. Goku nodded, then seemed to think of something and asked in confusion, Lord Beerus, do you know about the existence of other universes? Beerus glanced at Goku, then said, well. Suddenly, at that moment, Whis' angel staff lit up. Whis looked at the crystal ball on top of the staff and said with some surprise, Lord Beerus, we have guests coming over there. Guests? What guests? Beerus asked, startled, then spoke flatly. Whis smiled faintly. Who else comes to see Lord Beerus so often? Hearing that, Beerus fell silent for a moment, then sneered. That guy. He's not here to cause trouble, is he?
Ho ho ho. Who knows?
Doesn't Lord Beerus plan to go back? Otherwise, there's no guarantee they won't mess around, Whis said with a smile, though his expression remained as relaxed as ever. Beerus said with a headache. Humph. Then let us go take a look. If that guy is just here over some trivial nonsense, then don't blame me for getting rough. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Goku and Vegeta. Hey, you two. Didn't you want to know about the existence of other universes? Then come with me. Hearing that, Goku was instantly overjoyed. Lord Beerus, are you serious? Beerus nodded, then stroked his chin. To protect my place, I'll still need your instant transmission. Goku smiled at that. Gladly. Boom. The next moment, Goku directly powered up and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. A short while later, The four of them were taken away from Earth by Goku's instant transmission. In the next moment, the group appeared at Beerus's home. Boom! Just as they appeared, a destruction sphere shot straight at them. Both Goku and Vegeta's expressions changed drastically, and they both hid behind Beerus. Beerus let out a cold snort, then extended one finger and tapped the destruction sphere. Instantly, it dissipated and vanished. Oh, Beerus, so you were here. A rough voice rang out. The next second, a short, somewhat chubby elephant-like person who looked somewhat similar to Beerus appeared in front of Beerus and the others. Behind him stood an angel who looked somewhat like Whis as well. Beerus looked at him expressionlessly, then said flatly, "If you don't give me a reason, I'm definitely going to beat you up." The elephant-like man chuckled and said, "Don't be so cold. We're brothers, more or less. Brothers." At that moment, Goku and Vegeta, hiding behind Beerus, cried out in shock. "I see. No wonder this guy looks so much like Lord Beerus. So they're brothers?" Goku curiously sized up the elephant-like man and asked in puzzlement. Vegeta's expression turned a little complicated. Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, and his brother is dressed just like him too. Could it be? He is also a god of destruction? How is that possible? Isn't there only one god of destruction per universe? At this moment, the elephant-like man also noticed Goku and Vegeta. His expression turned cold as he said indifferently, "Beerus, who are these two humans? Your disciples?" Beerus had originally wanted to deny it, but after his eyes shifted, he proudly admitted, "That's right, they are my disciples, and they're Saiyans too." Saiyans? A low-level race like that, and you actually think highly of them? Your taste is really awful, the elephant-like man sneered. What did you say? With Vegeta's temper, how could he tolerate someone insulting the Saiyan race like that? To insult the Saiyan race was to insult him, the prince of all Saiyans. "Oh, what is it? You want to fight me?" The elephant-like man looked at Vegeta and said lightly. "Damn it." Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at him. At this moment, Whis suddenly spoke up. "Don't be impulsive, Vegeta. The one standing before you is Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. He's also very powerful. You're no match for him." Hearing that, Vegeta was startled, then said in shock, "The god of destruction of Universe 6. Ha ha ha, that's right. I am the god of destruction of Universe 6. Kampa looked smugly at Vegeta and Goku. "Now you've seen how great I am, right?" Vegeta's body trembled a little. A figure like a god of destruction already filled him with fear. After all, back then, Beerus had completely suppressed him. "Oh, you're a god of destruction too?" Goku's eyes lit up as he looked at Kampa in surprise. Kampa greatly enjoyed Goku's gaze. In his eyes, it seemed like admiration, so he said calmly, "Of course." Goku suddenly gave a mysterious grin. "Then you should be really strong, right?" Kampa nodded lightly. "Obviously." Goku asked again, "Then compared to Lord Beerus, who's a little stronger?" Kampa froze and Beerus also froze. Then Beerus burst out laughing. "Kampa, did you hear that? He's asking which one of us is stronger. Shouldn't you do something about that?" Kampa's face became a little ugly, and then he looked at Goku. "A Saiyan? Huh." Goku suddenly said, "My name is Son Goku." Kampa choked on his own saliva, then said angrily, "I don't care who you are. You said you're Beerus's disciple? Then you should be pretty strong, right?" Goku laughed, then scratched his head. Not really. I'm only average." He was being very humble. Kampa said blandly, "Just so happens I also have a group of subordinates. When the time comes, I'll have you people compete." Goku immediately said in delight, "Really? Ha ha ha. Lord Kampa, are the experts in Universe 6 strong?" Kampa froze. He clearly hadn't expected this guy to be so excited. Completely caught him off guard. Heh. Whis smiled faintly. He knew Goku's personality well. In that simple mind of his, there was only martial arts. If this guy kept talking with Kampa, wouldn't he end up driving him mad? Vegeta and Beerus both watched the scene calmly. They also knew Goku's nature, so they weren't surprised at all. But at this moment, Beerus said, "Goku, step back. This is between him and me. Go stand aside." Goku scratched his head, then said, "Okay, Lord Beerus." As he spoke, he walked over to stand beside Vegeta. Beerus then looked at Kampa indifferently and said, "Go on. Why did you come here?" Kampa stood with his hands behind his back, putting on the air of an expert. Then he revealed an arrogant smile and pointed at Beerus. "This time, what I brought is definitely something you've never seen and never eaten before." Hearing that, Beerus froze. "Food?" Kampa said lightly, "That's right. But speaking of which, Beerus, I came all the way here, and this is how you treat a guest?" Beerus's mouth twitched slightly. Lord Kampa, you're a god of destruction after all. Please pay attention to your image," the angel behind him, Vados, said with a faint smile. Kampa gave a haughty snort and said nothing. Beerus was silent for a moment, then let out a cold snort. "If you don't give me a pleasant surprise, just see how I deal with you." A short while later, Beerus and Kampa were both seated at a long dining table, facing each other from afar. Whis and Vados stood behind them respectively, while Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus. Hey, Kampa, didn't you say you had something to show me? Where is it? Beerus tapped his fingertip against the tabletop again and again as he spoke lightly. Kampa smiled mysteriously. Vados? Yes. Vados replied with a smile. Then, with a thought, her staff suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, a large covered serving tray appeared in front of Beerus. Oh, what is this? Beerus asked curiously. Kampa burst into laughter. This is a delicacy from my universe. This time, I specially brought it for you to taste, so you'll know that Universe 6 is truly the homeland of gourmet food. Delicacies your Universe 7 will never be able to eat. My Universe 6 has them. Wahahaha. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance. Then Beerus lifted the lid of the tray, and immediately, a lump of yellow sticky mush came into view. Beerus's mouth twitched slightly. What is this thing? Poop? The moment he said that, Kampa nearly choked. He suddenly slammed the table and glared at Beerus. Hey, open your eyes and take a look. Use your nose and smell it. This is gourmet food. Gourmet food. Beerus curled his lip, then hesitated for a moment before reaching out a claw, dipping a little and putting it into his mouth. Whis also curiously took a little and put it into his mouth. The next moment, both of them instantly revealed expressions like they'd just eaten shit, and they simultaneously spat out what was in their mouths. Kampa's face instantly darkened with black lines.
Ptui ptui ptui.
Whis, take this and feed it to a dog. No, wait, even a dog wouldn't eat this kind of thing. Throw it away, Beerus said in exasperated fury. Before Whis could move, Kampa seemed as if he'd been deeply insulted. He smashed both fists onto the dining table and shouted, Hey, what do you mean by that? Beerus said blandly, If you came all this way just to show off this to me, then you can go back now. Kampa said coldly, What? Is my delicacy not tasty? Delicacy? More like mold casey. And you dare bring out something like this? Beerus sneered. Kampa was left in complete disarray. This was not at all how he had imagined it. Wasn't Beerus supposed to show an expression of endless praise, and then he himself would laugh smugly? Why did it feel like the whole thing had been reversed? Hey, Whis, Beerus said lightly. Yes. Whis understood at once. Then he tapped his staff, and immediately, several bucket-like containers appeared in front of Kampa. Kampa and Vados were both stunned, then curiously asked, What is this? The moment Goku and Vegeta saw those buckets, they were instantly stunned. Damn, weren't those braised beef instant noodles? And they were already prepared. Ever since going to Earth, Beerus and Whis had both had their tastes spoiled. Maybe in the past Beerus would have been interested in what Kampa brought. But now, damn, what the hell was that thing? Could a person, no could a god eat that? Give it a try. Don't say I'm putting you down. I want to make you completely convinced. Beerus said lightly. Kampa crossed his arms over his chest and said blandly, Humph, just looking at your stuff. It already seems disgusting. It's probably poisoned. At that moment, Vados suddenly curiously twirled up a forkful of noodles and put it into her mouth. After chewing a few times, her whole body suddenly trembled as if she'd been electrocuted. Wow, such delicious food. Hey, Vados, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Seeing Vados taking the outsider's side, Kampa immediately shouted angrily. Vados smiled and said, Lord Kampa, this really is delicious, and it's even better than the thing you brought. Really? Kampa hesitated for a moment, but then he couldn't help taking a bite too. Holy shit. After a few strands of noodles went down, Kampa suddenly widened his eyes. Then he directly picked up a whole cup of instant noodles with both hands and poured it straight into his mouth. Slurp, slurp. In just a few seconds, Kampa finished an entire cup of instant noodles. This delicious thing. What is it called? Kampa asked, still wanting more. Seeing him like this, Beerus knew his prediction had come true. He immediately said proudly, Humph, this is called instant noodles. It's just an ordinary delicacy. What? Just an ordinary delicacy? Kampa was shocked. It was hard to imagine that something this delicious was only considered ordinary food. Whis, not telling me was a little mean of you. Vados also looked at Whis in surprise. Ho ho ho. It's not that I didn't want to say anything. It's that Lord Beerus wouldn't let me reveal it. Sister, Whis said with a slight smile. Sister? Huh? Whis, yes, your sister. Goku, who hadn't been able to get a word in the whole time, suddenly asked in surprise. Whis nodded. Yes. My sister Vados is the angel of Universe 6. Universe 6. Sounds really amazing. There must be a lot of strong fighters there. Goku said somewhat longingly.
Ho ho ho.
Of course. And I suppose I can tell you this secret. Universe 6 and our Universe 7 are parallel universes. They are the two most special universes of all. Whis said with a slight smile. All the universes. How many universes are there in total? Vegeta caught the key point and asked. Whis smiled. There are 12 universes. 12 universes. Hearing that, both Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Whis said calmly, Each universe is governed by a god of destruction and an angel. They control the life and death of all living beings in that universe. Just like Lord Beerus, if any planet violates his order, then it will be erased. 12 gods of destruction. Vegeta and Goku both had complicated expressions. Beerus was already incredibly strong, but they hadn't expected there to be 11 others just as strong as him. Goku was a little excited. Then can I go to the other universes and spar with those strong fighters? Whis shook his head. You can't. You're not a god. So you can't casually travel to other universes. Otherwise you might be erased. Goku looked a little awkward. That serious? Humph.
Ignorant brat.
You're just a reckless fool. Kampa said flatly. Whis, explain Universe 6 to them, Beerus suddenly said. Whis nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. Then Whis looked at the two of them. As I said just now, Universe 6 and Universe 7 are parallel universes. So simply put, whatever exists in our Universe 7 also exists in their Universe 6, including Earth, Scions, and so on. What? Universe 6 has Scions too? Goku and Vegeta were both startled. Then could Luya have come from Universe 6? Goku asked awkwardly. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This fact had completely caught him off guard. There were actually other Scions too. Luya? Who's Luya? Kampa asked in confusion. Clearly, he hadn't expected Scions from his universe to have slipped into Universe 7. That's impossible. If the Luya you're talking about really is a Scion, then he doesn't have much to do with our Universe 6. Vados smiled slightly as she spoke. Why? Goku asked, puzzled. Because if any being breaks through a Universe S barrier, that Universe S gods would notice it immediately. So that Luya is not from Universe 6, Beerus said flatly. If he is not from Universe 6, then is he from another universe? Vegeta asked with a complicated expression. I don't know, but probably not. Because Universe 6 and Universe 7 are parallel universes, the two are somewhat similar. Aside from Universe 6 and Universe 7, the other universes probably don't have Scions. Whis suddenly said. That Scion called Luya, even we gods can't determine the depth of his power. And as for his origins, we don't know them. Even the other gods have no record of him, Beerus said in a deep voice. TCH. SNT he just a Scion? What's there to make such a fuss about? Beerus, you should just tell me where this delicious stuff came from. Kampa slapped the table and said flatly. Beerus glanced at Kampa, then said calmly, these things came from a planet called Earth. What? Earth? You're not joking, are you? A tiny little planet can make something this delicious? Kampa clearly found it hard to believe. Beerus said calmly, of course. Kampa stroked his chin, then looked at Vados and said, hey Vados, our Universe 6 has an Earth too, right? Vados nodded, then said, there is indeed an Earth, but it's a desolate planet. Very few people live there. It seems something happened there in the past, causing nearly all life on that planet to die out. Cough. Kampa gritted his teeth. Damn it, if that was the case, then he wouldn't have any delicious food. He refused to accept this. Kampa had always been competing with Beerus, and almost every single time he lost miserably. This time he had lost so thoroughly that even he was convinced. Even he had started craving that so-called Earth. Heh. Kampa, you should admit defeat now, right? Beerus looked at Kampa smugly and said. Kampa said flatly, humph, what is so great about that? Beerus, actually, the reason I came to see you this time is because I have a wager for you. Beerus froze for a moment, then asked, what do you want to bet? Kampa said flatly, I've already gathered 6 Super Dragon Balls. You remember those things, right? The Super Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Beerus' pupils shrank. How do you want to bet? Kampa said flatly, simple. We each pick 5 warriors from our 2 universes. Then both sides will hold a martial arts match. If you win, then I'll give these 6 Dragon Balls to you. But if you lose, then you have to hand Earth over to me. Hearing that, Beerus' face instantly sank. Not only that, even Goku and Vegeta were stunned and a little speechless. Well, not a bad deal, right? Or are you scared? Kampa grinned. He had naturally set his sights on Earth's food. If he won, then he could eat as much as he wanted. Beerus looked at Kampa, his gaze thoughtful. But very quickly, he coldly said, Then let us do it, Lord Beerus. Beerus choked on his own saliva, then glared furiously at Goku. What did you say? Goku smiled confidently. Let us fight them. We'll definitely win. You brat. Ha 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 ha. You little punk. Do you even know what you're saying? Beat my Universe 6? Are you dreaming? Kampa suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. Goku looked at Kampa, then said, I'm really interested in the strong fighters from your Universe 6. If possible, please bring over your strongest ones to compete. Hey, do you know what you're saying? If you lose, Earth will be his. You can accept that? Beerus looked at Goku and said flatly. Goku smiled confidently. I won T lose. From now on, I'll train properly, then defeat them. Doesn't T-Lord Beerus also want those Super Dragon Balls? Hey, don't casually guess what a god is thinking. Beerus looked at Goku speechlessly and said, Ha ha. Goku scratched his head and laughed. TCH. What a simple-minded fool. Vegeta said proudly. Hey Vegeta, don't you want to go see the strong fighters of Universe 6? Goku suddenly looked at Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta's expression stiffened. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Humph, I'm not interested in trash like them. Alright then don't join. I'll just go with Gohan and Piccolo instead. Goku laughed and said, Hey, Kakarot, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Vegeta's face turned livid. Damn it, did this guy have no brain at all? Didn't he know he was just acting tsundere for a second? Beerus looked at the two of them, then smiled and turned to Kampa. Fine then, I accept. I'll compete with you. Kampa snapped his fingers. Excellent. Beerus, you'll regret agreeing to this, because the experts of Universe 6 will easily defeat your disciples. Beerus sneered. It's still too early to be saying that. Just wait and see. Kampa looked as if victory was already in his grasp and said with a grin, Very good. Then I'll decide the tournament venue. Once everything is ready, I'll inform you. Vados, we're leaving. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados gave a slight bow, then left with Kampa. In the hall, Beerus looked at Goku and Vegeta. Did you hear that? Universe 6 wants to hold a martial arts match with our Universe 7. Goku said confidently, Don't worry, I'm not gonna lose to them. Besides, we've got plenty of strong fighters too. No. You're underestimating Universe 6. There's a very powerful person over there, was suddenly said with a smile. Really? Yes, that's strong? Goku's eyes lit up, and he spoke excitedly. Whis nodded. Yes. And if you fight him alone, you might not be his opponent. If the two of you join forces, you should be able to defeat him. What? Yes, that's strong? Vegeta was a little shocked. Then he suddenly looked at Goku. Kakarot, leave this person to me. Goku immediately got unhappy. Huh? No way. I want to fight him first. The two of them immediately started bickering. When will these two ever truly work together even once? Whis sighed. After Kampa left, Goku and Vegeta requested to stay here and train, with Whis personally guiding their cultivation. For the two of them, the gains were undoubtedly enormous. Now they were just waiting for Kampa to finish preparing everything for the match, so they could face the powerful fighters of Universe 6. 3 days later, on Earth, in a certain valley, a powerful ki suddenly shot into the sky. The entire heavens were affected by it, and Piccolo and the others, far away on the other side of Earth, all sensed this ki. Their expressions changed in shock as they looked toward that direction. That was Luya's ki. This guy had become even more dangerous again. In the valley, Luya stood in the middle of a massive crater, his whole body wrapped in milky white ki, looking majestic and imposing, and that enormous crater had been blasted out purely by the overwhelming force of his ki. Ha! Luya finally let out a breath, and the ki around him also withdrew at that moment. I can finally control the ki inside my body perfectly. My battle power has now reached 8 billion. Luya said in surprise. Through these past few days of training, his strength had risen once again, and Luya's control over his own ki had become as smooth and natural as flowing clouds and running water, as if that ki had been cultivated by him from the very beginning. Not only that, with his strongest Saiyan talent activated, the improvement was far more than just that. He had also trained his Kaioken. Now he could unleash Kaioken at 15 times. 15 times. That kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. The current Luya was confident that even if Super Saiyan Blue stood before him, he wouldn't feel the slightest fear. It was just that he still couldn't control it perfectly yet. I wonder if those guys from Universe 6 have appeared yet after all this time. Luya smiled faintly. Then he used instant transmission and vanished from the spot. The lookout. Whoosh! Luya's figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Mr. Luya. Dend was slightly surprised when he saw him. Why have you come? He was still somewhat wary of and respectful toward Luya, because he had seen it himself before. This Saiyan had fought against Frieza, and in the end had even killed Frieza. Without a doubt, this man's strength was no weaker than Mr. Goku and the others. Luya smiled faintly, then said, I don't have anywhere to stay, so I came here to hang out for a while. You don't mind, right? Den froze for a moment, then looked a little strange. Mr. Luya has nowhere to stay? Luya nodded awkwardly. He really didn't have anywhere to live. Before, he could still stay over at Gohan's place. But now he felt a little embarrassed about it. If he kept staying there, wouldn't he just be disturbing Gohan and Videl a sweet little couple time? Dend hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright then. If Mr. Luya doesn't mind, you can stay here with me. I can create a room for you. Luya nodded slightly. Okay, thanks, Dend. Dend also smiled shyly. It's no big deal. Luya nodded, then thought of something and asked, right, are Goku and the others still on Earth? Dend shook his head. They left a few days ago. I can't sense their presence now, so they've probably gone to Lord Beerus' place to train. As expected, Luya understood at once, and secretly guessed to himself that, if he wasn't mistaken, It was probably related to Universe 6. At that thought, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. He also wanted to participate in that martial arts tournament and fight that assassin who could use time skip. The current Luya had already reached an extremely powerful level. Only Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and fighters above that level could make him go all out now. If he wanted to become even stronger, then the only way was to battle powerful opponents. Beep. System mission triggered. Mission content. Participate in the tournament with Universe 6 and defeat Hit. Hearing that, Luya was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Defeat Hit? System. Damn you. Are you trying to make things hard for me? System. Host. Stay calm. There are still a few days before the tournament begins. You can use that time to train. And I'll let you in on something in advance. If you defeat Hit, there'll be an unexpected reward. Hearing that, Luya was a little tempted. He could more or less guess what reward the system was talking about. Most likely Hit's time skip. If he had time skip, he could absolutely crush Super Saiyan Blue. Just thinking about it was badass as hell. System. Host. Accept your fate. This system has received professional training. Unless the system is destroyed once a mission is issued, it will never be withdrawn no matter what. Luya. Then he could only go complete the mission. Thinking that, Luya felt a headache coming on. Then he looked at Dend. I should still be able to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, right? Dend nodded. Yes. Last time, you only used 1 day and 6 hours. Each person can enter the time chamber for 2 days. By that calculation, you still have 18 hours left. After a pause, Dend suddenly added, recently, I repaired the time chamber. Everyone can enter it again now, but you can only stay inside for 3 days. Repaired? Luya was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I plan to enter the time chamber again to train. Dend froze a little confused. Mr. Luya, you're already very strong now. Forgive my bluntness, but why do you still want to keep training? Luya closed his eyes and smiled. As someone with a cheat? No. As a Saiyan, of course what we pursue is ultimate power. And I always have this feeling that what's about to happen next is going to be very serious. When that time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to step forward myself. Dend kind of understood, but not really. Even so, he still said, alright then. Since that's the case, Mr. Luya can enter the hyperbolic time chamber. But this time, Mr. Luya, you have to pay attention to the time. If the entrance disappears, it'll be very hard to get out. Luya nodded. Don't worry. Actually, even if he went over the time limit, it wouldn't matter because when that happened, he could just pull the same move Majin Buu did and come back out. He completely had that level of strength now. As if he had thought of something, Luya suddenly said, oh, right. If Goku comes back to Earth, have him come here, or if he wants to find me, just tell him I'm here. Dend froze, completely confused. What was going on? Goku wanted to find him? What did that mean? At that moment, Dend felt like his brain wasn't enough to keep up. Still, he agreed. Okay. When Uncle Goku and the others come back, I'll let him know. Thanks. Luya smiled slightly, then turned and walked into the chamber. Dend watched him, then said with a complicated expression, what a truly special Saiyan. For the next stretch of time, Luya trained inside the hyperbolic time chamber, and he told Dend that if it wasn't Goku, then no matter who came, he was not to be notified. Both Dend and Mr. Popo had a bad feeling about this, and 3 hours later, Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis returned to Earth. They had only one purpose in coming back, to find powerful fighters and then battle the experts of Universe 6. Hey, I'm asking you, have you figured out who you're sending to the tournament yet? Beerus said somewhat boredly, holding a cup of lemon tea in his hand. Both Goku and Vegeta had headaches over it. How about Krillin? He's already the strongest Earthling now, Goku suddenly said. Vegeta crossed his arms and said flatly, he won't do. His power is only impressive on Earth. If he wants to compete with experts from other universes, there's no comparison at all. Vegeta, that's kind of hurtful, Goku said helplessly. Humph, if you want Earth to lose, then send him up there. I won't take responsibility for the consequences. Vegeta snorted coldly. Goku scratched his head with a pained look. I already have one candidate. His name is Manaka. You two can go find the other two yourselves, Beerus suddenly said at that moment. Manaka? Who's that? Is he strong? Goku asked curiously. Vegeta also looked at Beerus in confusion. Beerus grinned smugly. Of course he's strong. He's the strongest opponent I've ever seen. As he spoke, he looked at Goku and said, didn't I tell you before? Among all the opponents I've ever met, you rank second. Manaka is first. Oh, really? Lord Beerus, is that Manaka you mentioned really that amazing? Goku said excitedly. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression turned grave. Beerus nodded. Of course. You think I'd lie to you? Ho ho ho. Whis smiled, but said nothing. That's incredible. There's actually an opponent like that? Then how come we never saw him before when we were training at Lord Beerus's place? Goku asked excitedly. A drop of cold sweat slid down Beerus's face, but he still pretended to stay calm as he said, Nonsense. He's a true master. He's very busy. Don't worry about that stuff. Just find the other two participants. In that case, let's go find people. Goku laughed, then said. Vegeta thought for a moment, then said Piccolo and Gohan are currently the strongest. No, wait. There's also Majin Buu. Picking them should work. Goku stroked his chin, then said, Gohan won't work. He hasn't trained in years. Besides, Chi-Chi won't let him participate. And now that my granddaughter was just born, all his attention is on that. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but Goku suddenly cut him off. Alright, let's go find Buu. If that doesn't work, then we'll go get Piccolo. I'll go find Buu. Goku laughed loudly. Then he was just about to use instant transmission. Goku, are you back? It's me, Dend. Suddenly, a voice came down from above. Goku and the others were stunned, then looked confused.
Dende?
Why was he looking for him? Oh, it's Dend. I'm back on Earth. What's up? Goku said with a smile. Den's voice sounded out again as he said, It's like this. Mr. Luya is staying with me right now, and he also asked me to tell you to go find him. It seems like he knew you had something to ask of him. What's going on? Do you know? Luya? Goku froze, and Beerus and the others were also stunned. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression changed. Kakarot, weren't you just worried about not being able to find a strong fighter? Didn't you praise Luya to the skies? Then why not have him fight? Goku and Beerus both froze, and then the two of them lit up at the same time and said excitedly, That's right. How did I not think of that? Luya is still here. Since he isn't a Saiyan from Universe 6, then he can also represent our Universe 7 in the tournament, right? Goku grinned and said. Beerus also reined in his excited expression and said, Then it's decided. Go find him yourself. Goku nodded, then switched to another key, found Den's key, and instantly disappeared. The lookout. Goku suddenly appeared in the open area and looked at Dend. Dend, hey there, Goku. Dend immediately became delighted and hurried over to him. Goku laughed, then said, So, have you gotten used to staying here? Dend nodded. Yes, I've already gotten used to being guardian of Earth. Goku nodded, then said, Right, where's Luya? Dend said, He's still training inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Sorry, I didn't explain it clearly just now and made you come early. Goku glanced in the direction of the chamber, then smiled. It's fine. I'll come back in a bit. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared again. After leaving the lookout, Goku went to Gohan's house, and there he found Piccolo. After Goku explained the situation, Piccolo also said he had no interest in this martial arts tournament, so he refused. What he was really thinking was that he couldn't mess around with Saiyans, or he'd just end up demoralized. Although he used to want to team up with Goku, Goku had always been teaming up with Vegeta, so it really wasn't easy for him to ask that guy for a spar. And Gohan's strength was nowhere near what it used to be, so there was no point fighting him either. With Piccolo not participating, they had only gathered 3 people. Son Goku, Vegeta, Manaka. They were still short too. Goku thought for a moment, then went straight to Mr. Satan's house. Majin Buu was living there. After a round of persuasion from Goku, Majin Buu finally agreed with encouragement from Mr. Satan. With 4 fighters assembled, Goku's task was complete, and he returned directly to the spaceship. Very good. Since you've already gathered enough people, then you two should train properly from here on out. Beerus said flatly as he looked at Goku and Vegeta. Kakarot, this time I won't be training with you. I'll be training over here, so go do whatever you want. And by the way, you can follow Whis if you want. But no matter what, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta said with a cold, arrogant expression. Goku froze, then refused to back down. Don't worry, Vegeta. I won't train with Whis, so you can relax knowing I won't surpass you. Humph, good. Vegeta snorted coldly, then turned and left. Goku smiled slightly, then waved at Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Whis, I'll be heading out first. Go on, go on. Try your best to make yourself a little stronger. Beerus waved his hand. Goku laughed. Don't worry. Whoosh. The next second, Goku vanished. At the spot, Beerus fell somewhat silent. Lord Beerus, are you worried about this tournament? Was suddenly asked with a smile. Humph, I wouldn't call it worry exactly. It's just, the way those guys are, it does make me a little concerned. No, wait, Whis, why are you teaching them to train? And you taught Vegeta first. Then after he improved, you went and taught Son Goku too. Do you have some plan I don't know about? Beerus suddenly asked. Whis chuckled and said, Oh my, not at all. Why would I have such thoughts? Beerus. After leaving, Goku arrived at the lookout once again. The moment he appeared, he said to Dend, Dend, I want to go into the hyperbolic time chamber to train too. Dend was a little surprised to hear that, but Luya is still inside. Goku smiled. It's fine, it's fine. 2 people can go into the time chamber at once now, right? Didn't TU upgrade it? Besides, I want to train together with Luya too. Dend thought for a moment, but soon nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll have Mr. Popo take you there. Goku smiled. Thanks. Not long after, Goku also entered the hyperbolic time chamber. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed an extremely powerful ki. Noticing that power, Goku grew excited. Good grief. As expected of a Saiyan. His improvement speed is actually this incredible. If this guy joins us in the tournament, then he'll definitely be a huge help. Thinking that, Goku walked outward. At that moment, Luya was training. His figure leaped into the air, punching and kicking at empty space at incredible speed. So fast it was impossible to follow. Whoosh! One punch struck the empty air in front of him. Luya's body paused. Then he looked toward Goku. Hey, Luya! Seeing that the other party had noticed him, Goku smiled and greeted him. Luya smiled slightly. He seemed to have already guessed Goku would come looking for him, so he wasn't surprised. He landed and walked toward Goku. Mr. Goku, what did you come to see me about? Goku laughed, then said, I heard from Dend that you seemed to know I was coming to find you. What's that about? How did you do that? Luya thought to himself, damn, I've practically studied the entire Dragon Ball series inside out. How could I not know what's going on right now? At this point, aside from Goku and Vegeta, he could be said to be the true strongest fighter on Earth. So if Earth was in trouble, of course they would think of him. What Luya miscalculated, though, was that with Goku's single-track brain, he really had almost forgotten Luya existed. If Dend hadn't found him in time, Goku had been planning to send Krillin instead. Goku nodded thoughtfully. I see. Oh right. I came to find you this time because I want to invite you to participate in the martial arts tournament. Goku smiled slightly. Luya froze for a moment. Of course, he was faking it. He had to fake it. Otherwise, if he acted like he knew everything, it would be way too easy to arouse suspicion. What do you mean? Goku laughed. Then explained the existence of Universe 6 and Universe 7, talked about how many universes there were in total, and finally told him about the agreement between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Oh right, Luya, are you a Saiyan from Universe 6? Suddenly thinking of something, Goku asked out of the blue. Luya was slightly startled, then looked at Goku. Goku was looking at him too. No. After a moment of silence, Luya shook his head. I'm not from Universe 6. Hearing that, Goku smiled faintly and said, got it. Then I'm officially inviting you to join us in the martial arts tournament. Do you agree? Luya didn't hesitate and nodded. I agree. Damn it. Only an idiot would hesitate. He had a mission to complete, and acting all modest at a time like this would just be pointless overkill. Good. Welcome as our companion. Goku reached out his hand toward Luya. Luya smiled slightly and reached out to shake it as well. Next, let me train with you. Training alone is a little too lonely. After all, Goku suddenly suggested. Luya nodded. That's exactly what I want. And so, Goku and Luya trained like mad inside the hyperbolic time chamber. The two of them sparred every single day, and their strength rose quickly as well. 3 days outside meant 3 years inside, and just like that, the two of them trained for 3 years. Vegeta also refused to be outdone. He trained in the gravity chamber inside the spaceship. After Bulma's modifications, the gravity chamber's performance had become better and better. On top of that, Beerus and Whis had both moved into the spaceship as well. For them, this was without a doubt a place that could satisfy their appetites. As long as Bulma was around, they could eat all kinds of delicious food. Couldn't be helped. As gods, they didn't have money or anything like that. And Bulma was basically a full-on rich lady. After finding out that Goku had entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train, Vegeta was instantly enraged, shouting that Goku had no martial virtue and had actually thought of going to train in the time chamber. So he stopped holding back, went straight to Whis, and asked him to teach him how to train. Tempted by the lure of good food, Whis had no choice but to instruct Vegeta. Training continued. In 5 days, it would be the appointed day with Universe 6. 3 days later, boom! At the lookout, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, and 2 figures immediately stumbled out. They were none other than Goku and Luya. Goku, Mr. Luya. Dend hurried over and said worriedly. Goku laughed. Sorry, we got a little too absorbed in training and almost ran out of time. Luya patted the dust off his body, then said, but the time chamber really is a great thing. If it could be modified so there wasn't a time limit, that would be perfect. That way, they could just keep training inside forever. It would basically be like cheating. Training for 1 day would be equal to a full year. If that happened, wouldn't surpassing a god of destruction be ridiculously easy? But Den shook his head. That won't work. If time is modified recklessly, it will disrupt the order of this time and space. When that happens, the entire Earth might be implicated. Lord Beerus might even destroy it. Luya is fine. Compared to that, I still prefer fighting strong opponents and becoming stronger through them. That's what real strength is, Goku said with a laugh. Den suddenly smiled. Goku, Mr. Luya, let me get you some clothes. After 3 years of training, both of them had become much more mature now. Luya in particular, he had originally looked like a teenager, But now he had already become a young man. Goku, however, refused. He was still used to wearing his own martial arts gi. But Luya didn't mind. Right now, he was only wearing the most ordinary casual clothes anyway. So Dend made him a green skin-tight battle suit. After getting dressed, Goku looked at Luya. Let us go. We'll go meet Lord Beerus. And I'll introduce you two while we're at it. Luya nodded. He also wanted to see Beerus for himself. Would that feline actually make a move against him? Whoosh! After saying goodbye to Dend, Goku brought Luya and left the lookout. Spaceship. Goku and Luya appeared in the area. Oh, Vegeta. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask Whis to train you? You cheated. The moment Goku appeared, he saw Vegeta sparring with Whis, and immediately said with some dissatisfaction. It seemed Vegeta and Whis had noticed Goku's arrival, so they stopped. Vegeta's face was a little cold. Humph, don't tell me you didn't cheat too? Don't think I don't know about you using the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku's expression stiffened. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I really didn't think of that. I just wanted to fight Luya so badly at the time, so I went into the time chamber to train. Goku gave an embarrassed laugh, then spread his hands. Then let's call it even. Humph. Vegeta didn't argue with him further and instead looked toward Luya. Luya also glanced at him and gave a slight nod. Hello, Vegeta. Vegeta's mouth twitched. Then he closed his eyes and said flatly, Luya. Was it? I hope you don't disgrace the Saiyan name. Crush Universe 6 flat. Luya grinned. Of course. You're the Saiyan Goku was talking about? At that moment, Beerus walked over and asked. Luya nodded. That's me. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. You. Exactly which universe are you from? Why can't I sense your power of the universe? Power of the universe? What's that? Luya asked in confusion. System. Host, let me explain. The power of the universe, also called universal power, is a special power that exists in every being born in this universe. This universal power is also equivalent to your identity card, proving that you were born from this universe. Luya understood a little and asked inwardly, then what's the use of this universal power? System. Universal power and destruction energy come from the same source at birth. The ruler of this universe is the god of destruction, and the god of destruction possesses destruction energy. This destruction energy is the natural bane of universal power. Both kinds of power are extremely violent existences. As long as you are from this universe, that means there is universal power inside your body, and you are under the god of destruction's authority. If you make a mistake, you can be destroyed. This destruction works by detonating the universal power inside a life form, and only then erasing the target. Luya was a little puzzled. Everyone has it? System. All things in the universe have it. Microorganisms, animals, humans, plants, planets, star systems, galaxies, even the entire universe itself. Luya nodded slightly. So that was it. No wonder he had always felt the gods of destruction were so absurdly powerful. Weren't they all cultivating ki? Then why was the gap so huge? System said indifferently, of course, if a person's power is strong enough to resist a god of destruction, then that person can avoid being destroyed and can even slay a god. But host, your body does not contain this universe's universal power, which is why Beerus is deliberately targeting you. Luya nodded. You don't need to know what the power of the universe is. You just need to tell me who you are. Beerus had also realized he had let something slip, so he quickly changed his wording and spoke in a cold tone. Luya smiled faintly. I'm not anyone in particular. I'm just a Saiyan. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I won't do anything that threatens this universe. Right? Beerus stared fixedly at Luya, and Luya met his gaze without backing down in the slightest. Goku and Vegeta were both stunned silly watching this. This Luya was kind of badass. He actually dared to talk back to Lord Beerus. Damn impressive. Beerus snorted coldly, then said, I don't care where you came from, but if I find out you've done anything out of line, I will destroy you on the spot. As he spoke, he raised his palm and pointed it in front of Luya. Purple destruction energy swirled around his hand. Lord Beerus. Goku's face changed as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Whis watched the scene with a faint smile on his face, but he did not stop it. Luya wasn't afraid in the slightest. He didn't believe the other party actually dared to make a move, and besides, he knew Beerus thought he didn't know that without universal power, he couldn't be destroyed. So Luya smiled slightly and said, Mr. Beerus, God of destruction, you claim to hold reverence for all things, and you also demand that humans and gods possess reverence. It seems I haven't actually done anything to you, have I? Hearing this, Beerus was taken aback, then said flatly, but the way you're acting is a bit arrogant. It seems you don't have the reverence toward me that you should have. Luya said flatly, I'm saying you've already shoved a sphere of destruction right in my face. Do you expect me to speak to you in some humble, servile way? Beerus looked at Luya, displeasure rising in his heart. This guy really was exactly like Goku, having no reverence for gods. But Goku was just a simpleton. The Saiyan in front of him, though, truly wasn't afraid of him. A god of destruction. Why? Could it be that the other party knew that without universal power, his destruction sphere wouldn't have much effect on him? No, that wasn't right. This guy didn't even know what universal power was. Or was it that this brat simply had huge guts? Hey, Lord Beerus, Luya is the contestant I brought in, so don't scare him off, Goku suddenly said. That's right, Lord Beerus. Luya may be a little arrogant, but that's only because he doesn't know of your existence. Please don't lower yourself to his level, Vegeta also said, worried that Beerus might lose his mind like the first time he came. There was no way this place could withstand his destruction, and if Beerus got angered again, Earth would probably be in danger. Humph! Beerus gave a light snort, then turned and walked away. I don't care about the rest of you, but this time you must defeat Universe 6. If you lose Earth, I'll destroy all of you. Haha, don't worry, Lord Beerus, we won't lose. Goku laughed loudly, easing the atmosphere. There is still one day left before the tournament. Are you all ready? Was suddenly asked. Goku nodded. We've already trained enough. We're ready. Luya and Vegeta also nodded slightly. Luya glanced at Whis and Beerus, then decided to use the system to test their strength. Still, Luya was a little uneasy. What if the system bugged out and couldn't detect the strength of someone at the level of a god of destruction? Right after that, Luya's mind stirred. Beep. Detected that god of destruction Beerus has battle power at peak first-tier angel level. Beep. Detected that Whis has battle power at second-tier angel level. Hearing this, Luya was dumbfounded, then asked in confusion, Angel? What kind of level is that? The system explained, Host. Your current strength is still very far from first-tier angel level, so keep working hard. Luya was speechless. That's all you're going to say? But now he knew one thing. Beerus was ridiculously strong. He had originally thought that once Goku and Vegeta reached Super Saiyan Blue, they were already very close to God of Destruction level, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. No matter how powerful Goku and Vegeta were after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, they were probably still under 200 trillion. To reach the strength of a god of destruction, they were likely still far, far away. This made Luya a little confused again. In his world, people online all said that among the gods of destruction, Beerus ranked near the top. He had no idea how strong the other gods of destruction were. First-tier angel level was a certainty, but he didn't know their exact battle power. And Beerus was at peak first tier. Luya had really broadened his horizons. Damn it! Reaching God of Destruction level actually required battle power measured in quadrillions. With his current battle power, even using the 15-fold Kaioken, at best he would only reach several hundred trillion. He still hadn't reached the standard of a God of Destruction. Should he maybe keep a lower profile? Was suddenly said, Kampa and the others have already finished preparing the tournament arena. Shouldn't we head over now? Beerus froze for a moment, then asked, Oh, it's already done? Where is it? It isn't in Universe 6, is it? Was smiled. Of course not. The arena they set up is on a barren planet, right on the surface. I see. In that case, let us go. Beerus nodded, then looked at Goku. Hey, go bring them over. Goku nodded and was just about to use instant transmission. Hey, are you going somewhere outside Earth? Can I come too? At that moment, Bulma suddenly walked over. Beerus looked at her, a bit disdainful. What are you going for? Hey, Bulma, don't make trouble. A drop of cold sweat slid down Vegeta's face as he scolded her. Bulma said calmly, Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. No one said you can't bring spectators, right? Besides, if you guys fight without an audience, wouldn't that be super boring? Everyone. Whis suddenly stroked his chin, then said, that actually does make a little sense. And no one said spectators aren't allowed either, right? Right? Bulma blinked and said playfully, Humph, do whatever you want. Just don't lose. That's all. Beerus crossed his arms and said haughtily. Bulma grinned, then looked at Goku. Goku, go bring Chi-Chi and the others over too. Goku froze for a moment, then laughed. I get it. As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers to his forehead. Oh right. Lord Beerus, what about Monaka you mentioned? Can you let me meet him? Goku suddenly asked. Beerus's face stiffened. Luya, he remembered Monaka. He was that delivery guy. He had no strength at all, yet Beerus had forcibly hyped him up as some supermaster. Damn it. The key point was that Goku had actually believed it. Idiot. Go bring them over first. Monaka is still on the way. Beerus's face turned red as he snapped angrily. Goku gave an oh, then stopped dragging his feet and instantly used instant transmission to leave. On the spot, Beerus quietly let out a sigh of relief. Oh, Lord Beerus. Are you really planning to let Monaka participate? As far as I know, Monaka is just an ordinary planetary delivery worker. His battle power can be completely ignored. Was suddenly said with a light chuckle. What? Just a delivery worker? To then Lord Beerus, why did you say he was a top master? Vegeta's expression immediately turned ugly when he heard that. Beerus glanced at him indifferently, then said, obviously to trick Goku. Trick Kakarot? This time, aside from Luya, everyone else was shocked. Why would you do that? Bulma asked in confusion. Beerus said arrogantly, of course to give that guy a goal. That Goku is way too reckless. In this universe, he practically has no opponents left. If that brat goes crazy one day and starts targeting experts from other universes, wouldn't he cause endless trouble for my Universe 7? Hearing that, everyone finally understood. Luya didn't see it that way, though, because by now Son Goku had already taken him as an opponent. So for the time being, Goku probably wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Even though he still hadn't reached Super Saiyan Blue, he could already use Kaioken times 20. That was enough to match Super Saiyan Blue. You must keep this secret. If he finds out, that'll be bad, Beerus warned. Everyone nodded repeatedly. What'll be bad, Lord Beerus? Suddenly, a puzzled voice rang out. Whoosh! Right after that, a group of people appeared on the scene, led by Goku.
Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Kiki, Master Roshi, Buu, Mr. Satan.
All their little buddies had come. Goku looked at Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, what were you saying just now? The corner of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly changed the subject. I was saying Monaka should try not to make a move. He has our trump card, so Monaka will fight last. Hearing that, Goku was a little surprised. Really? Awesome. By the way, where's Monaka? Beerus looked at Whis. Whis got the hint and nodded. Then he lifted his staff and lightly tapped it. Immediately, a burst of light appeared in the field, and right after that, a long-eared alien appeared. His form was roughly humanoid, but Monaka's head was much bigger than his body, and he looked dull and dazed. There was absolutely nothing about him that felt like a master. Oh, so you're Monaka. Nice to meet. Goku had just started to go over and shake his hand, but Beerus promptly smacked him on the head with a punch, making Goku yelp in pain. Beerus said blandly, don't be so enthusiastic. Monaka has a weakness. He is very shy around strangers. If you scare him, Earth might get destroyed. Got it? Everyone, Monaka? The hell? What was going on? Why had he suddenly appeared here? Wasn't he still delivering food? At that moment, Monaka was completely confused, and the surroundings were unfamiliar too. No, wait, there was someone familiar. Lord Beerus. The moment Monaka saw Beerus, his expression changed, and he immediately moved to salute. Smack! Beerus moved quickly and directly stepped forward to hook an arm around Monaka's neck, then whispered a bunch of things into his ear. Goku and the others watched in confusion. They had no idea what was going on. Only Piccolo's expression looked a little strange, with beads of cold sweat dripping down his face, and his gaze vaguely drifted toward Goku. Monaka was also sweating non-stop. Sometimes he nodded, and sometimes he shook his head. About half a minute later, Beerus finally let Monaka go. Monaka looked hesitant, but he didn't say anything. Hey, Lord Beerus, what did you say to Monaka? Goku asked curiously. Beerus said flatly, nothing much. I just told Monaka a little about you people so he won't let his guard down around you. Really? Then thanks a lot. Goku laughed.
Piccolo, Vegeta.
And the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, but didn't say anything. Alright, enough nonsense. Let us go. Time to meet up with the guys from Universe 6, Beerus said blandly. He deliberately stood in front of Monaka, blocking Goku, who was itching to try something. Then let us head out. Whis smiled lightly, then wrapped everyone inside a halo of light. The halo flashed, and everyone left Earth. On a brown planet without any life, giant crater-like pits covered the entire surface of the world. At this moment, a hemispherical barrier stood inside one enormous pit, and within that barrier, a massive arena had been built. Its area was a full 500 square meters. On both sides of the arena stood a giant sign each, or rather, a mirror. On the mirrors were photos of Beerus and Kampa. At this moment, Kampa, Vados, and the others had already gathered on the field, and their fighters were all present as well. There were 6 of them. One of them was the referee. They still aren't here? Kampa said impatiently. Vados smiled lightly, then said, they're already here. Oh? Hearing that, Kampa suddenly looked to the side. Whoosh! Suddenly, Beerus and the others appeared on the field. The moment they appeared, everyone was stunned. But it wasn't because of this place. It was because of the enormous glowing spheres surrounding the planet. The spheres gave off golden light, and inside them were stars, 6 in total. And among those 6, the number of stars in each followed in order. This was basically a magnified version of the Dragon Balls. Hitch those. Could they be the Super Dragon Balls? They're huge. Shock appeared in Bulma's eyes. She had never imagined there could be Dragon Balls this enormous. Everyone nodded in agreement one after another. They were all stunned. After all, they had never seen Dragon Balls like these before. These are the real Dragon Balls. And these are Dragon Balls on a universal scale. The Dragon Balls on your Earth were actually made from fragments of these Super Dragon Balls. But their power is nowhere near as great as the Super Dragon Balls, Beerus said flatly. Wow, so this is where the tournament is being held? Goku suddenly said excitedly. I'm a little confused. Why are we able to breathe here? Once we leave Earth, shouldn't we be unable to survive? Krillin asked in confusion. This place has already been enveloped by Vados' divine power, so you don't need to worry, Whis said with a slight smile. Beerus looked at Kampa and said, Kampa, I didn't expect you to find a place like this as the arena. Interesting. As he spoke, Beerus glanced at the surrounding Super Dragon Balls, then closed his eyes and smiled. I also didn't expect you to find this many Super Dragon Balls. That surprises me a little. Kampa said flatly, Humph. I spent a long time searching for the Super Dragon Balls, so you should know just how much I value this battle. But I'm a little curious. Did you take the Super Dragon Balls from my Universe 7? Beerus looked at Kampa and said teasingly. Kampa immediately looked a little embarrassed. Beerus said flatly, enough nonsense. In the end, they'll still be ours anyway. Are all your people here? Kampa snorted coldly, then nodded proudly. Of course. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped aside, revealing their contestants this time. A skinny young man, a pitch-black robot, a fat golden bear, a purple alien wearing a cloak, and one more, who actually looked a lot like Frieza. That guy is Frieza, right? The moment Krillin and the others saw him, their expressions instantly turned grave. Goku and Vegeta also became serious. It seemed they still didn't understand this parallel universe deeply enough. Luya merely swept his gaze over the people of Universe 6, then fixed his eyes on Hit, a sharp glint flashing through them. That guy was undoubtedly the strongest person here. Humph, what do you mean, Frieza? He*s the representative of justice in my Universe 6. He even once won an Outstanding Justice and Peace Award. Kampa said flatly, sounding rather smug. What? A peace award? The moment those words came out, everyone immediately stared in dumbfounded shock. What the hell? Was this a joke? How could Frieza possibly be righteous? If anything, he was evil to the core. In their Universe 7, Frieza carried the title of Evil Emperor. Hello, my name is Frost. I'm the captain of Universe 6's Galactic Patrol. The one who looked a lot like Frieza walked over at that moment and greeted them kindly. Krillin and the others looked at each other, all somewhat hesitant. Frieza had left too deep an impression on them, so with the other side being this friendly now, it really cast a shadow over them. They honestly didn't know how to respond to his enthusiasm. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Son Goku. In our universe, there is someone who looks a lot like you too. But he's really bad, not like you, with a title of kindness, Goku said with a grin. Frost smiled slightly. I understand. Alright, get ready to start. Let us make this quick, Beerus said impatiently. Kampa suddenly stepped forward and said, Good, since that is the case, let us begin. This competition will be divided into 2 rounds. First, a written test, a contest of culture. Then the martial match, a contest of strength. Beerus frowned. There is even a written test? Kampa said flatly, of course there is. This is a contest between our 2 universes. Naturally, we have to compare culture too. Beerus looked irritated. What a pain. Then let us do it. Kampa said flatly, for the martial round, he'll be the referee. As he spoke, a bean sprout-like alien walked up. Beerus gave him a casual glance, then nodded. Then let us begin. Very quickly, the members of both teams sat down at a table, and in front of each of them was a blank sheet of paper. This written test is multiple choice. There are 10 multiple choice questions on the paper. Anyone who gets 5 correct will be considered to have passed, Vados said with a slight smile. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they looked at the blank sheet in front of them. But after picking it up and taking a look, they immediately felt puzzled. What the hell? These were all about food? What idiot came up with such childish questions? Achoo! Suddenly, Beerus and Kampa both sneezed at the same time. Then the 2 of them looked at each other simultaneously and said in unison, Was it you cursing me? The 2 of them. Whis. Vados. Humph. How could questions this childish possibly stump me? Vegeta was clearly impatient, and he immediately picked up a pen and started writing. He was the husband of the rich girl Bulma. In a wealthy family like that, what kind of food had he not enjoyed? Beep. This contestant. You have been eliminated. Just as Vegeta put pen to paper, Vados somehow produced a whistle from nowhere and instantly rushed to his side and blew it, startling Vegeta so badly that he jumped. The others, who had been at a total loss, all looked over one after another. Hey, what do you mean by that? Why are you saying I've been eliminated? Vegeta shouted angrily, clearly displeased. Vados smiled slightly and said, Well, I hadn't said start yet, and you already answered. According to the rules, that counts as cheating. Vegeta being eliminated was something no one had expected, though they did feel a little sympathetic. It hadn't even started before it had already ended. That was definitely a little awkward. Hey Vegeta, you were way too impatient. How can you do that? Goku complained a little. Vegeta's face looked rather ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, so what? It's just a written test. I'm not interested in that crap." After saying that, his body rose into the air, and he flew straight over to the audience seats where the others were. Of course, that also earned him a round of scolding from Bulma. Faced with a woman who could even slap a god of destruction, Vegeta turned cowardly as hell. Despite how arrogant he usually was, he didn't dare let out so much as a peep. Now the written test begins, Vados suddenly announced at that moment. At once, everyone started answering the questions. Looking at the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Luya couldn't help finding it a little funny. What the hell, this counted as culture? It was laughable. Anyone who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education could get a perfect score on this, okay. Shaking his head, Luya didn't say anything. Although his arrival had made the plot a little different from the original version, it wasn't that far off. In just a few quick strokes, Luya finished one whole sheet of paper, and at the same time he even added some of his own insights onto it. Very soon, time was up. After collecting the contestants' answers, Vados carefully checked them one by one. Then her gaze froze. Right after that, she suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper, raised it high, and announced, "I declare that in this written test, Universe 7 wins. Fair and square." Pfft. What? How is that possible? On the other side, Kampa, who had still been looking smug just a moment ago, suddenly had his expression drastically change. He hurriedly rushed in front of Vados and said unhappily, "Hey Vados, are you kidding me? How could my Universe 6 possibly lose? Universe 7's cultural level is so low, how could they possibly beat my Universe 6? Are you joking? Are you some undercover spy sent by the other side?" Lord Kampa, Vados immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? All she did was announce the result of the match. How had that offended this god of destruction? Sorbi, this baby is suffering inside. Hey, you just don't want to admit it, do you? How is my Universe 7 weaker than your Universe 6? Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Vados. He took the sheet of paper and looked at it, and his eyes instantly widened. Oh, you can even do it like this? Oh? Kampa froze for a moment. Seeing Beerus's reaction made him temporarily forget his anger, and he quickly leaned over to take a look. Instantly, his expression became quite colorful as well. "Whose answer is this?" Kampa suddenly asked. Luya raised his hand. "Mine." Kampa looked at Luya, then sized him up with wide eyes, looking a little puzzled. When he noticed Luya's tail, he froze. "You're a Saiyan?" Luya nodded. "Yes." A trace of surprise appeared in Kampa's eyes. What was going on? Had Saiyan culture become this advanced now? Weren't Saiyans supposed to be a bunch of crude battle maniacs who only knew how to fight? Good. Very good. As expected of a Saiyan from my Universe 7. Ha 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 ha. Beerus immediately showered him with praise, completely forgetting the threats he had made toward Luya earlier. To him, as long as someone could make him look good, nothing else mattered. Kampa gritted his teeth, then could only slump in defeat. "Humph. Then let's count it as your Universe 7's win." As he spoke, he quietly put away that test paper. Beerus looked thoroughly pleased with himself. Goku and the others also cheered excitedly and gave Luya another round of wild praise. The second round will be a battle between both sides' contestants. This round will use a gauntlet format. As long as you defeat your opponent, you may continue on to the next step and keep fighting the next opponent until the match is decided. The referee explained. One more thing. The first contestant in this tournament will be decided by drawing lots. After saying that, the referee somehow pulled out 2 bamboo tubes from nowhere, each containing 5 bamboo sticks. Luya raised his brow slightly, then felt a bit complicated. In his memory, this wasn't how things had gone. But it was understandable. Luya felt that his arrival had probably changed the original trajectory of time and space. Contestants, come draw your lots. Whoever draws number 1 will be the first to enter the ring. The referee called out. Goku and the others immediately began drawing lots. Oh, great, I'm first. Goku suddenly said in delight, sounding excited. TCH. Vegeta glanced at Goku, then looked at the blank bamboo stick in his own hand, grinding his teeth. He wanted to go first too. Who would have thought Kakarot's luck would be this good? As for Universe 6, their first contestant was Golden Bear. The two sides stood in separate camps, staring at each other from afar. On the arena stage, Goku and Golden Bear stood less than 10 meters apart, both staring fixedly at each other. Since Goku is going first, then who's second? Beerus asked indifferently. Vegeta was just about to speak when Luya suddenly cut in first with quick eyes and quick hands. I'll do it. Everyone immediately looked at Luya. Luya smiled slightly. How about I take the second match? No, I'll take the second match, Vegeta said with a dark expression. Luya looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face looked sour. If Kakarot's going first, then I have to be second. Luya's expression turned a little strange. He suddenly thought of a phrase, eternal number 2. What? You got a problem with that? Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Luya. Luya really wanted to teach him a lesson, but given the current situation, he couldn't make a move yet. Anyway, Vegeta would lose to hit, so he might as well let him have it. So Luya nodded. Since you want it, then you can have it. Hearing that, Vegeta was finally satisfied. Beerus glanced at Luya and didn't say much more. Then he said, then Vegeta will take the second match. Luya the third, Bu the fourth, and Monaka will go last. Lord Beerus, Bu probably can't compete anymore. He fell asleep during the written test. Goku suddenly raised his hand and said, what? Beerus instantly choked and hurriedly looked over. Good grief. Bu had really fallen asleep, just like a pig. Damn it. Beerus gritted his teeth a little. Since the list of contestants couldn't be changed once it was set, Bu could basically be considered eliminated indirectly. Wake him up, Goku said awkwardly. Once Bu falls asleep, normal people usually can't wake him up. Haha, everyone. At this moment, Monaka was sitting properly like an elementary school student, looking a little shyly at the scene in the arena. By the way, are those Universe 6 Saiyans? Why do they look so skinny and weak? Krillin asked curiously. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately looked toward the Saiyans of Universe 6. To be fair, it really was true. The Saiyans of Universe 7 were all muscular types, while Universe 6 was different. They looked thin and kind of soft without much sense of power. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, then said flatly, their ki isn't weak. It's even stronger than yours. So don't underestimate Saiyans. Hearing that, Krillin and the others all shut their mouths awkwardly. Sure enough, being around Vegeta felt like standing at the mouth of a volcano. Suddenly thinking of something, Vegeta looked at Luya. Hey, you've been training with Kakarot for so long. Don't tell me you still haven't managed to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Luya shook his head. Not yet for now. Heh. You should know that the current main stage belongs to Super Saiyan Blue. If you still haven't reached that step and entered the realm of gods, then surpassing us is unrealistic. Vegeta said with a faint smile. Luya nodded. I understand that. Actually, he wanted to transform into Super Saiyan Blue too. But the conditions just didn't allow it. When he was in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had asked Goku for guidance. But no matter what, he just couldn't transform successfully. There was nothing he could do about that. It seemed that transforming into Super Saiyan Blue required some specific conditions. Still, Luya wasn't in a hurry. He would just wait for news from the system. He wondered whether completing this mission would give him a Super Saiyan Blue bloodline reward. Alright, enough arguing. Focus on the match. It'll also help you understand the strength of Universe 6, Beerus suddenly said. Hearing that, everyone quieted down and looked toward the arena. At this moment, Goku was staring at Golden Bear, and neither of them spoke. Neither of them had revealed much of their aura either. Clearly, both of them were observing each other. At that moment, Goku suddenly smiled. Hey, what's your name? Golden Bear said flatly. Just call me Golden Bear. Golden Bear. Huh? It does fit your vibe pretty well. But what I care about more is your strength. Goku smiled slightly. Heh. Then let me show you. Golden Bear gave a strange grin and suddenly pounded his chest several times. Then his fat body began bouncing rhythmically, and his speed kept increasing. Seeing this, everyone looked confused and puzzled. What was this big dumb bear doing? Goku also frowned slightly, but very soon, he noticed something off about the other side. That was, his speed was getting faster and faster, so fast that even Goku started to feel alarmed. Ha! Golden Bear suddenly shouted. In the next moment, his body abruptly bounced more than a dozen meters into the air, and then like a rocket being launched, he shot straight toward Goku. Goku's face changed, and his body moved at once, continuously dodging the other's crashing attacks. The other's speed wasn't slow either. Goku could only dodge in a hurry. Suddenly, the opponent charged straight at him from behind. Goku's face sank, and he immediately stretched out his palm. Bang! In the next moment, he directly stopped Golden Bear, making his body pause for an instant. Taking advantage of that chance, Goku kicked out directly, sending Golden Bear flying up into the air. Whoosh! Goku's figure vanished, and in the next second, he flashed into the air and slammed a critical-like punch straight down at Golden Bear. Ah! Golden Bear let out a miserable scream, and his fat, elastic body dropped straight down. Boom! The entire arena let out a roar, but strangely enough, the ring didn't crack. It only kicked up a cloud of dust, because the moment Golden Bear smashed into the ground, his body had already bounced back up like a spring. Oh, amazing! You're still fine after that. Seeing this scene while hovering in the air, Goku immediately said in surprise. After taking a round of blows, Golden Bear's face instantly turned furious. In the next moment, he opened his mouth at Goku, and blue ki blasts continuously shot out from it, firing toward Goku like raindrops. Goku's expression tightened, and he quickly used the flying technique to dodge. Golden Bear also kept attacking while chasing after Goku's movements, constantly firing ki blasts as if they were free. Ah! At that moment, Goku raised his hand and fired a ki blast. In an instant, it collided with the opponent's blast and exploded on the spot. At the same time, Goku unleashed a continuous barrage of ki blasts, directly throwing out a full Prince-style combo. After a brief deadlock, Golden Bear actually started losing ground. His body once again bounced around at high speed like a spring to dodge. A sharp glint flashed in Goku's eyes. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared behind Golden Bear and directly fired a kikaho. Golden Bear didn't dodge or evade at all. He took the hit head-on. Boom! With an explosion, thick smoke rolled across the arena. Great! It hit him. Krillin, Chi-Chi, and the others all cheered in delight. Not right. Vegeta and Luya both spoke at the same time. Luya looked at the arena without any surprise. In Dragon Ball logic, the bigger the smoke, the more it proved that nothing happened at all. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, Golden Bear's completely unharmed figure was revealed. Goku looked a little shocked. What? You took one of my kikaho and you're completely fine. Golden Bear looked at Goku, then grinned. That's it? Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, then revealed a smile. As expected of an expert from Universe 6. You're really strong. 2 blue lights flashed in Golden Bear's eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly fired countless ki blasts at Goku. Goku let out a cold snort and could only dodge, while at the same time steadily closing the distance between them. This Universe 7 Super Saiyan isn't all that great after all. On the other side, Kampa looked at the battle in the arena with some disdain. Frost smiled faintly as he watched the fight in the arena, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Lord Kampa, you shouldn't underestimate them. Although Saiyans are a race with relatively low cultural development, they are also known across the universe as a warrior race. They must not be underestimated, Vados said slowly. Nothing special, Kampa said dismissively. In the arena, Goku dodged Golden Bear's attacks, and at the same time had already arrived in front of him. He threw out a fierce punch. Boom! The punch landed solidly on the opponent's stomach, and at the same time, his belly caved in directly, but Goku's expression changed at once. How is it? Your attacks don't hurt or itch at all. Did you skip your meal? Golden Bear looked at Goku arrogantly and provocatively. Goku smiled faintly, then gave a low shout and started charging power as he continuously threw punch after punch into the opponent's body. But Golden Bear looked completely unaffected, as if he couldn't feel any pain at all, calmly watching Goku like nothing was happening. In the next moment, Golden Bear suddenly made his move and smashed a punch into Goku's face. Goku immediately cried out and slid backward. Goku sprang back up with a kip-up. Looking at Golden Bear, he said in confusion, "What kind of body is this?" Golden Bear said proudly, "My body is full of elasticity. It can ignore any attack. You can't beat me." Goku's expression turned somewhat serious. In the audience seats, everyone was sweating at the sight. If that was the case, then how were they supposed to fight him? Luya watched without saying anything, because he knew Goku would find the weakness, so he didn't say much. Vegeta was a little irritated. What the hell? Beating a weak guy like this still takes effort? As he spoke, he suddenly shouted, "Kakarot, can't you use your brain for once?" Hearing that, Goku froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He immediately looked at Golden Bear. "I'm coming." After saying that, he rushed straight at Golden Bear. Golden Bear just watched him like that. Smack! In the next moment, Goku directly rammed his head into Golden Bear's stomach. "Use your brain, idiot. I meant think with your brain, not use your head to hit him." Vegeta was so angry that he stood up and roared. Everyone. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. That was unbelievably stupid. When Golden Bear saw Goku directly headbutt him, completely harmlessly, he immediately showed a mocking smile. Goku suddenly gave a mysterious grin. "No, you're the stupid one. You actually gave your opponent a chance to get close." "What?" Golden Bear suddenly had a bad feeling. Then all of a sudden, he felt his foot get grabbed, and immediately after that, his body lost its balance. Ha! Goku grabbed both of the opponent's ankles with both hands, then with one burst of strength, directly lifted him up. Bang! Golden Bear fell flat on his back. Holy shit. What? Golden Bear was instantly dumbfounded. "You can do that," Goku said with a smug grin. Let's see how you defend against this now. You can ignore my ki blasts, but physical attacks shouldn't work the same way, right?" As he spoke, Goku dragged Golden Bear by the leg and walked toward the edge of the ring. "Let go of me, bastard. Let go of me." Golden Bear's body kept twisting, but he was simply too heavy and too huge, so he couldn't even flip himself over. As Goku dragged him, he said, you probably thought being immune to all attacks meant you didn't need to train properly, right? That's why you ended up with a body like this. Pretty stupid. Bastard. If you've got guts, put me down. Let's fight to the death." Golden Bear said angrily. Goku didn't care and replied, "Stop struggling. I've already got a rough understanding of you, so you'd better go down now." As he spoke, Goku had already dragged Golden Bear to the edge of the ring. Then Goku grabbed one of the opponent's legs with both hands, and in the next moment, he suddenly exerted force. Ah! Golden Bear's entire body was lifted into the air. See ya! With a fierce swing, Goku directly threw him off the arena. Boom! Golden Bear crashed heavily to the ground, which meant he was out. First round, Universe 7 wins. The referee finally snapped out of his shock and hurriedly announced. Whoa! The Universe 7 side immediately burst into excited cheers. Damn it! He actually lost, Kampa said unhappily. Then he looked at Frost. You go. Give that guy a proper beating for me. Frost bent slightly at the waist. As you command. Then, in the next second, his figure disappeared from where he stood, and immediately after that, he appeared on the arena. Frost looked at Goku and smiled. Next, I will be your opponent. Please advise. Goku looked at Frost, then smiled faintly. Oh, Frost. I'm really looking forward to seeing your strength too. Frost said slowly, to be honest, as a force of justice. I don't actually want to use violence against you, but it can't be helped. Lord Kampa promised that if I participated, he would invest a large sum of funds to help improve our equipment. Goku nodded in understanding, then said, you really are kind. Much kinder than Frieza from our Universe 7. Then please show me what you've got. Frost smiled faintly and said. Goku suddenly grinned. You're not in your final form right now, are you? Use your final form. Otherwise, you won't be able to beat me. Frost froze for a moment, then looked a little surprised. How did you know? Goku laughed out loud. Because Frieza from our Universe 7 can transform into other forms too. Hearing that, Frost nodded. I understand. Then he suddenly let out a low shout and directly powered up. Rumble. A powerful aura covered the entire arena, and deep blue ki kept expanding. The pressure was immense. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the light faded, revealing Frost's figure. He had already changed into another form, but it wasn't his final form. Instead, it was equivalent to Frieza's second form, a duck-like shape. He still wasn't using his full power. Frost looked at Goku, then said, This is my final form. Goku looked at him and frowned slightly. You still haven't shown your real strength. Frost smiled faintly and said, This is enough. Goku took a fighting stance and said, Then come on. Frost pulled both fists to his waist. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, and with an angry roar, his body turned into an afterimage and flashed forward. Goku's expression sharpened, and in the next moment, he vanished as well. Bang! 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 The two of them began moving at high speed, chasing and clashing, one punch after another, dazzling everyone watching. What the hell? What's Kakarot doing? Shouldn't he be able to deal with this kind of trash easily? In the spectator stands, Vegeta said with some dissatisfaction. Luya looked at the figures in the arena and naturally heard Vegeta's words. But he had expected this already. Goku was different from Vegeta. When Goku fought, he usually wouldn't go all out at the start. He always left some room, and that was also a reflection of his kindness. Vegeta, on the other hand, was completely different. If he didn't move, then fine. But once he did, he would suppress his opponent with thunderous force. The two had completely opposite styles, yet they could still get along so well. That surprised Luya a lot. Maybe that was because there was some kind of pure friendship between them. Bang! Ugh! Suddenly, Goku was punched in the face by Frost, and his body dropped straight down. But very quickly, Goku landed steadily on the ground, then rapidly brought his hands together and fired a ki blast. Rumble! The overwhelming ki blast surged straight toward Frost like a crashing waterfall, but Frost revealed a wicked smile. Then, he actually charged straight into Goku's ki blast and tore through it in Goku's direction. He completely ignored the blast. What? Goku's expression changed, but it was already too late. Frost's head slammed directly into his stomach, and in the next moment, Goku was sent flying backward. He scraped across the ground and slid more than 10 meters away. Frost stood on the stage with a smug smile. That form of Frost's is a charge form. Can tear through an opponent's attack with a bullet-like rushing force. Vados suddenly explained from Universe 6 side. So strong, the Saiyan Kaba exclaimed. But the Saiyan from Universe 7 still hasn't used his true strength yet. Vados said with a smile. What? He's still holding back? Kaba and the others were startled and spoke in surprise. Hit glanced at the arena, then withdrew his gaze, no longer interested. A battle at this level simply couldn't make him care. Hey, Vados, how can you speak up for Universe 7? Kampa said unhappily. Wah, Lord Kampa. I'm only telling the truth, Vados said at once in a wrong tone. Kampa, you haven't used your full strength either, have you? Stop hiding it. Otherwise, you won't be my opponent. Frost looked at Goku confidently and said. Goku stood up, then chuckled. Aren't you the same? You haven't been fighting me with all your power either. Frost looked at him, then smiled. Then let's go all out. Goku nodded slightly. I'll go first. Ha! With a loud shout, Goku directly powered up, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A massive aura swirled around him as Goku smiled at Frost. Your turn. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Frost's face. What incredible power. What form is this? Kampa and the others from Universe 6 were also stunned by this and couldn't understand it at all. Since when could Saiyans transform? Hit only glanced at Goku's figure, then withdrew his gaze and continued resting with his eyes closed. Goku explained, this is Super Saiyan. Just like you, it's transforming again from the original form. Hey, Kaba, you're a Saiyan too. Can you transform or not? Kampa looked at Kaba and asked. Cold sweat poured down Kaba's face as he shook his head. I've never heard that Saiyans could transform. Kampa gritted his teeth, his expression complicated. Alright, now it's your turn. Goku laughed and said. Frost looked at Goku, and a trace of solemnness appeared in his eyes. The other's ki had indeed reached a terrifying level. It looked stronger than his. But, let me see your power. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, Frost's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Goku, clenched his fist, and punched out directly. The momentum was overwhelming. Smack! But Goku casually raised a hand and blocked it, firmly grabbing Frost's fist so that he couldn't move. You! Frost's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Goku in utter shock. Goku smiled faintly, then his expression turned cold as he directly closed in and sent Frost flying with a single punch. Boom! Frost's entire body slammed into the barrier, and his body trembled from the pain. Clearly, that punch had injured him badly, but Frost gritted his teeth, and in the next second, he charged out again. Bang! However, before he could even get close, Goku flashed over and blasted him again, sending him flying once more. It's useless. The gap between your strength and mine is too big. Hurry up and transform already. Goku bared his teeth in a grin and said. Frost floated in the air. He looked at Goku, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then said, I didn't expect the difference in your strength before and after transforming to be this huge. It seems I can only respond with my full power too. However, my final form is so powerful that even I can't control it. As soon as he finished speaking, veins bulged on his forehead. In the next moment, he suddenly let out a furious shout, and at once, an enormous wave of ki swept outward with tremendous force. Goku looked at that massive aura and frowned slightly, but there was no real emotional change on his face. A few seconds later, the huge current of energy gradually thinned, revealing Frost's figure. At this moment, Frost's appearance looked somewhat similar to Frieza's. It really was his final form. Goku smiled slightly. Now that's more like it. Frost smiled faintly, then said, My power is very great, so you'd better be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a loud shout, and a deep blue ki wrapped around him. In the next moment, Frost charged straight at Goku at extreme speed. Goku shifted his right foot back, then instantly struck. Bang! To everyone's surprise, Frost was actually blasted away by Goku's punch. Frost was sent flying and smashed heavily into the ground, looking utterly miserable. How is that possible? Kampa widened his eyes and said in shock. Damn, hadn't he already transformed into his final form? Why was he still getting ruthlessly beaten by his opponent? So strong. On Universe 7's side, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Frost's power-up just now had been way too spectacular, so they had all been a little worried. They hadn't expected Goku to be so much stronger than him. Humph, trash like this is nowhere near Frieza, Vegeta said with a proud and disdainful look. Luya folded his arms and watched the scene without surprise. Just as Vegeta had said, even after transforming into his final form, Frost still couldn't compare to Frieza's current final form. Using the system to scan him, Luya had found that Frost's power level was only around several hundred billion. And that was already some time ago. By now, Frieza had definitely grown even stronger training in hell. However, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. Frost's true strength wasn't his final form at all, but the ugly, evil heart hidden beneath his disguise. In the arena, Frost, who had been beaten flat, was a little dazed as well. He hadn't expected that even though his power had clearly risen by several levels, he still got smashed down. What the hell did that mean? Impossible. How could this be? Frost refused to believe it. The next second, he charged forward again. Take this. Frost didn't hold back and directly threw out a kick. The corner of Goku's mouth lifted slightly. Before the kick could even reach him, he had already appeared in front of Frost and mercilessly fired out a punch. Bang! Frost couldn't react at all and was sent flying by that heavy blow. Everyone fell silent, astonishment in their eyes. Why? Why is your power above mine? Frost said in disbelief. Goku didn't explain, because the question itself was meaningless. He said calmly, Since you seem kind, I really don't want to hit you any harder. Just admit defeat. Frost's face twisted a little. Impossible. I will never surrender. If I lose, then the funds Lord Kampa promised me will be gone. After saying that, he rushed out again. Goku frowned, then met him head-on as well.
Bang bang bang.
The two fought at high speed, but Frost was completely no match for Goku and was directly being overwhelmed.
Bang.
Goku exerted force and slammed Frost straight into the arena floor. In an instant, cracks spread across the entire surface of the ring. Ugh! Frost spat out a mouthful of blood and started coughing violently. Goku looked down at him and said, "You've already lost." "No, I haven't lost," Frost roared, then suddenly charged at Goku. "Overestimating yourself." Goku was a little displeased. Aha! As if he had lost all reason, Frost unleashed a wild barrage of punches at Goku. Goku calmly blocked them, but for some reason his vision suddenly doubled. Startled, he felt a wave of dizziness, and then his body abruptly went limp. Chance! A strange glint flashed through Frost's eyes. In the next moment, he slammed a punch into Goku's face and sent him flying away in one blow, straight out of the ring. What? At that moment, everyone from Universe 7 was utterly shocked. Contestant Son Goku has fallen out of the ring. In this match, Universe 6 wins. As the referee's voice fell, Kampa and the others all cried out in excitement.
Impossible.
How could Kakarot lose? With his strength, there's no way he could lose. Vegeta stared at the scene in utter disbelief, gritting his teeth. Luya looked at Frost's figure, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said nothing.
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. How could Goku lose? The one who found it hardest to believe was Beerus. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had personally experienced Goku's power. No matter what, there was no way Goku should have lost to trash like that. Ha ha ha. Nothing's impossible about it. Beerus, a loss is a loss for your Universe 7. Don't think about backing out now, Kampa said with a smug laugh. Beerus gritted his teeth, then gave a cold snort. Humph, I would never do something like that. Kampa nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Goku. Seeing Goku already lying on the ground, Chi-Chi couldn't hold back any longer. She leaped down directly and landed by Goku's side. Krillin flew down as well and stuffed a senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After eating the senzu bean, Goku woke up. What happened to me? Chi-Chi said somewhat dejectedly. You fell out of the ring. Huh? Goku froze, then said in disbelief. How could that be? At that moment, Frost walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Goku may have been distracted just now. I was also too eager to win, so I hit a little too hard. Sorry about that. Hearing that, Goku laughed out loud. No, no. A loss is a loss. You don't need to be modest. Frost bent slightly toward Goku. Thanks for going easy on me. Seeing how good Frost's attitude was, the people of Universe 7 couldn't bring themselves to hate him too much. Goku returned to the stands with Chi-Chi and said a little awkwardly, Sorry, I messed it up. Hey, Kakarot, what happened to you? Why did you lose to a guy like that? With your skill, you should never have lost. Vegeta said unhappily. Goku thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know either. I thought I had one too. TCH. Vegeta said flatly. Alright, next it's your turn, Vegeta. With your skill, you can help me get revenge. Goku laughed. He was still optimistic. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort. At that moment, Luya, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly said, Actually, Goku didn't lose. What? The moment those words came out, everyone turned to look at him. Hey, what do you mean? Explain yourself, Beerus hurriedly asked. Luya calmly pointed at Frost on the stage. He cheated. What? Everyone was shocked again. Boy, I'd advise you not to spout nonsense. What evidence do you have that Frost cheated? Don't tell me you just can't accept losing? Kampa's face darkened a little. Frost glanced at Luya, a trace of coldness appearing in his eyes. Luya smiled faintly, then said, There's a hidden weapon concealed on his wrist. Just now, he used that hidden weapon to beat Goku. If you don't believe me, check it yourselves. A hidden weapon. Everyone was startled and immediately looked at Frost with suspicion. At that moment, the referee suddenly walked over to Frost, lifted his wrist, and began inspecting it. Frost gritted his teeth, but still didn't shake him off. Ah, there really is a hidden weapon. The referee suddenly cried out. Everyone stood up at once. Seeing that things had been exposed, Frost immediately flung the referee away, then revealed the poison needle on the back of his hand and said with a smile, This is part of my body. That doesn't count as a hidden weapon, does it? You, Frost, you actually used such despicable and shameless means. Kampa's face instantly lost all color. To him, this was incredibly humiliating. Universe 6 had actually needed a hidden weapon just to win a match. What a joke. Frost's expression changed at once, then turned crafty as he said, Lord Kampa, I didn't use a hidden weapon on purpose. I just desperately wanted to win for Universe 6. You wanted to win badly too, didn't you? Shut up, you bastard. You've completely disgraced me. Kampa furiously sprang to his feet, especially when he saw the disgusted look in Beerus's eyes. He became even more enraged. Oh, that expression of yours really is I was serving you with all my heart, Frost said with a faint smile. Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of destruction energy appeared in Kampa's hand. I'm going to destroy you, but. Frost's expression changed, fear filling his face. He wasn't faking it, he was genuinely terrified. The other party was a god of destruction. If Kampa killed him, there was no way he could escape. Wait, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him. Vegeta said flatly, in that case, Kakarot wasn't actually eliminated, right? That means he can have his qualification restored. Hearing that, everyone immediately agreed. The referee suddenly said, if contestant Son Goku can find a wound on his body, then his qualification can be restored. Hearing that, Chi-Chi and Krillin immediately started searching Goku's body. Very quickly, they found a puncture hole in his palm. The evidence was ironclad. The referee immediately declared, I now announce that contestant Son Goku's qualification has been restored. Goku laughed loudly, not surprised at all. Vegeta suddenly smiled. Then next I'll take the field. After saying that, he suddenly jumped down and landed on the stage. Vegeta looked at Frost and sneered. No need to destroy him. I'll do it myself. Kampa clicked his tongue, but didn't make a move. He was genuinely furious. This Frost had actually ruined the reputation of his Universe 6. Vados. What was that about him winning the Universal Justice Award 3 times? Kampa suddenly thought of something and asked. Vados glanced at her staff, then said, the reason he was able to stop so many wars is because he was the one who started them. He created the conflicts himself, then went and resolved them himself. That way, he naturally became a great symbol of justice. Damn it, Kampa gritted his teeth. Ho ho ha ha ha, that's right, I'm coming clean. So what? I did it just to secure more funding and improve the equipment of the Galactic Patrol. What's wrong with that? Frost said viciously. Vegeta suddenly said, Humph! Trash like you is exactly the same kind as Frieza. I'll be the one to wipe your kind out. Ho ho ho. You? Then come on. Frost sneered. He believed Son Goku was already the strongest one there. Since he had dealt with him, no one else was his match. But, HAAA. Vegeta flared his aura, and in the next moment transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Impo. Frost's eyes suddenly widened. You piece of trash. Vegeta glared at Frost and roared in anger, then charged straight at him. Seeing Vegeta rushing over so aggressively, Frost's face twisted. He suddenly powered up and immediately charged to meet him. Frost threw out a punch directly, but Vegeta easily caught his fist, then slammed his other hand straight into Frost's face. In the next moment, Frost was sent flying. Vegeta wasn't soft-hearted like Goku. Goku wouldn't go all out and fight seriously at the start, but he was different. Vegeta gave Frost no chance. The instant Frost was sent flying, Vegeta had already flashed behind him and drove him back with an elbow strike. Damn it! How could Frost endure being suppressed like this the whole time? He directly unleashed all of his power, his violent aura spreading everywhere, and in the next moment, he charged straight at Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, he directly powered up, brilliant golden energy wrapping around him. Then, with an angry shout, he charged straight at Frost. Bang! In an instant, the two were already locked tightly together. Time seemed to stop. Everyone watched the scene nervously. Ugh! At that moment, Frost's face suddenly twisted, and right after that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark blue aura around him also dispersed at that moment. Vegeta's fist had driven solidly into his stomach, and it had gone in deep. Vegeta's face was cold. Trash like you isn't even qualified to make me fight personally. But considering what you've done. Now, you piece of garbage, get the hell out of here. With a low shout, Vegeta exerted force, and a shockwave instantly blasted Frost flying away. You-wah! Frost flew straight out, then slammed into the barrier. In the next moment, even the barrier couldn't withstand the impact, and Frost was sent directly out of the ring, losing consciousness. Vegeta had knocked him unconscious with a single punch. It was obvious just how mercilessly Vegeta had struck. Vegeta coldly glanced at Frost, then let out a snort and turned to leave. The match is over. Contestant Vegeta wins. The referee suddenly announced loudly. Damn it. Lost again. Vados. Are these people really Universe 6 elites? Why are they so weak? Kampa said irritably. Vados said a bit resentfully, Lord Kampa. It's not that they aren't strong enough. It's that Universe 7's contestants are a little abnormal. Humph. So what? Aren't they just Saiyans? Kaba. Get up there. Kampa said in a deep voice. But I'm the fourth one supposed to go out. Kaba said hesitantly. Just as Kampa was about to speak, the robot beside him suddenly stood up. Then it crazily hammered its chest twice, let out a howl, and jumped straight down. Boom! In an instant, the entire arena shook. Vegeta glanced at the other party, then sneered. So this is my next opponent? Buzz. Suddenly, a light barrier covered the field, and at the same time, Kampa suddenly appeared in the air. He said calmly, "Now, an additional rule has been added to the match. Whoever touches this barrier loses." "Hey, Kampa, what are you doing?" Beerus suddenly appeared beside Kampa and glared at him furiously. Kampa grinned and said, "That's the new rule I made. If you don't like it, then don't compete." Beerus instantly became unhappy. Damn it, not compete. Universe 7 had already won 2 matches, while the other side had only won 1. It was obvious they had the advantage. How could they possibly stop now? But the fact that Kampa was randomly adding rules made him extremely annoyed. "Fine, then I just won't touch it. It's just a rule. How could something like that stop me?" Vegeta said arrogantly. Hearing that, Beerus coldly glanced at Kampa, then said nothing and returned to the spectator seats. Kampa smiled smugly, then gave the arena a meaningful look before turning and returning to the spectator stands as well. "Oh, oh-ho!" The steam robot immediately let out a howl. Strangely enough, its stomach area was filled with magma, and whenever it roared, 2 jets of hot steam would burst from its back. "Vegeta!" Suddenly, Luya spoke up. Vegeta looked toward Luya. "What is it?" Luya smiled slightly, then said, "Its weakness is that it can't stand being insulted. If you curse at it a couple times, then you've won." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. How did Luya know the robot's weakness? Impossible. That's complete nonsense. How could you possibly know its weakness? No, that's not right. It doesn't have any weakness at all. Kampa suddenly roared. How do you know it doesn't have a weakness? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Beerus sneered. Kampa gritted his teeth. But he wasn't someone who was good at hiding things. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Beerus suddenly looked at Vegeta and said, "Hey, Vegeta, do what Luya said." But Vegeta wasn't the type to win through crooked tricks like that. He let out a cold snort and said, "I'll defeat it my own way. You don't get to order me around." "What? Vegeta, you actually won't listen to me?" Beerus said, a little angry. Seeing that, Goku quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lord Beerus, just let him win this himself. And with Vegeta's strength, he won't lose." Hearing that, Beerus ground his teeth, then folded his arms and snorted. "I don't care about him anymore. Let him deal with it himself." Goku smiled easily, then looked at Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, don't lose. Otherwise I'll take your place." Hearing that, Vegeta scoffed. "Don't jinx me. Damn it." As he spoke, he looked at the robot and crooked a finger at it. "Come on. Let me see what you've got." Whoa. Provoked by the taunt, the robot instantly grew furious. It suddenly opened its huge mouth toward Vegeta, and a stream of terrifying, scorching magma shot straight out. Vegeta's expression changed, and in the next instant, his figure flashed aside to dodge. Boom! The spot where he had been standing instantly turned into rubble. Not only that, it also gave off blistering heat. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! That guy's actually got some skills," Goku said with some surprise. Krillin and the others broke out in cold sweat. Since when had even a robot become this strong? Vegeta kept dodging, while the robot continuously sprayed thick magma at him. Explosions rang out one after another. Dust billowed everywhere, and the arena was steadily being destroyed. Vegeta's face looked a little ugly. Damn it! If he didn't have to avoid touching that barrier, how could he be this restricted? Whoa! Suddenly, the robot appeared right in front of Vegeta and smashed a fist straight at him. Caught off guard, Vegeta didn't have time to dodge. He could only cross his arms and take the punch head-on. Boom! Vegeta's expression changed, and his body was blasted backward. After being forced back by a single punch from the robot, Vegeta's face turned grim. He had underestimated the other side's speed. Whoosh! At this moment, the robot had already arrived in front of Vegeta and swung its twin iron fists at him ferociously. Vegeta could only keep blocking. Whoa! After throwing countless punches, the robot raised both fists high, and in the next moment, it smashed them down hard. Vegeta seized that opening. In the next second, he leaped back and retreated several yards in one go. Ha! A ball of energy gathered in Vegeta's palm, and he hurled it directly at the opponent. Whoa! The robot let out a roar, and in the next instant, it suddenly spat out a stream of magma from its mouth, colliding with Vegeta's ki blast. Boom! Vegeta's ki blast was blown apart on the spot, and a massive wave of magma surged toward him. Vegeta's face hardened. He directly unleashed Gallic Gun, and the violent ki cannon burst forth, smashing straight into the robot's magma. Rumble! The two attacks immediately fell into a deadlock. Vegeta gritted his teeth, then suddenly powered up, transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. His aura surged wildly, and with a low shout, he increased the power of his Gallic Gun. Whoa! The robot showed no sign of backing down either. 2 jets of steam blasted out from its back, and in the next moment, the magma in its mouth erupted toward Vegeta like a volcanic explosion. What was strange was that the robot's magma could actually burn away Vegeta's ki. The others noticed this as well, and their expressions all turned grave at that moment. That magma-spitting guy is insanely strong, Krillin and the others said with amazement. But Vegeta won't lose. He's Vegeta after all. Goku smiled faintly, showing no worry. Did you notice? Vegeta's condition doesn't look too good, was suddenly reminded them. Hearing that, everyone was instantly startled and quickly looked toward the arena. They saw that although Vegeta had not fallen into a disadvantage, his aura had started becoming unstable. He also looked like he was having trouble breathing. What's going on? Goku's face tightened. It's oxygen. Those flames burned up the oxygen inside the barrier. So breathing has become difficult. But that robot doesn't need to breathe, Luya said calmly. Hearing that, everyone's expressions turned ugly. That brat Kampa, he did this on purpose. Beerus said angrily. Hey, Vegeta, be careful. At this moment, Vegeta felt a tightness in his chest. Because the magma spewed by the other side had burned away all the air in the arena. He couldn't let the other side have its way. Thinking of that, Vegeta suddenly gave a loud shout. In the next moment, a powerful surge of ki burst out from his body, and in an instant, the white beam of his ki cannon pushed the robot's magma back. Whoa! The robot also sensed that something was wrong. In the next moment, it exerted force with its feet, and its legs stabbed directly into the ground. Right after that, red light burst from its eyes as it increased its firepower once more. A powerful aura wrapped around it, overflowing with force. Rumble! Vegeta's attack was directly suppressed. That stream of magma surged forward with unstoppable momentum and blasted toward Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, then suddenly withdrew his Gallic gun. In the next instant, he exploded with ki and chopped down at the magma with a hand blade. Rip! The magma was forcibly split apart by Vegeta. But in that split-second opening, the robot had already arrived in front of Vegeta and threw down a punch. Vegeta was struck as if by a heavy blow and was sent flying straight out. And the robot clearly had no intention of letting him go. It rushed straight in front of Vegeta, grabbed his leg, and smashed him down again. Yua! Vegeta slammed hard into the ground, and the instant he bounced back up, he suddenly unleashed the Prince of All Saiyans battle style, firing countless ki blasts at the robot. But the robot dodged them all with agility. At the same time, pressed in close, it reached Vegeta in no time. Having missed his chance, Vegeta was already in complete disarray. He could only hastily block the opponent's attacks. Bang! One mistake later, Vegeta was hit again and sent flying out. Whoa! In the next moment, the robot flew directly above Vegeta and spat out a burst of magma. Vegeta's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised both hands in front of himself. Boom! In the next instant, Vegeta's body smashed straight into the arena. Then the entire stage exploded apart, and countless splashes of magma sprayed everywhere. Vegeta! Goku's expression changed, and he shouted worriedly. Beerus and the others all looked grim. They thought Vegeta had already been eliminated. How is that possible? Beerus said in disbelief. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Neither Goku nor Vegeta has used their real power, so what kind of garbage fight is this? Luya calmly glanced at the arena, then shook his head. Things had not developed the way he expected, but it didn't make much difference. The smoke gradually dispersed, and then Vegeta's figure was revealed. At this moment, Vegeta's expression was extremely ugly. Sweat kept pouring down his face, and he was gritting his teeth as he looked below himself. Right now, he was standing on one foot. Seeing that, the referee immediately ran over to take a look, and instantly discovered that Vegeta's foot was standing on a fragment of the arena. He promptly announced in surprise, "He is not out of bounds. Contestant Vegeta's foot is standing on a piece of the arena. According to the rules, he has not been eliminated. The match continues." Whoa! Everyone instantly cried out in shock. The people of Universe 7 all erupted into excited cheers. Vegeta not being eliminated made them incredibly thrilled. But Vegeta himself didn't think so. His expression was getting uglier and uglier, especially when the referee announced the match rules. He, Vegeta, the Prince of All Saiyans, actually had to rely on some so-called rule just to stay in the match. Huff! Huff! Wrapped in golden ki, Vegeta slowly rose into the air with a blank expression. But both Goku and Luya, who knew Vegeta's personality well, twitched at the corners of their mouths. Goku even said worriedly, "Vegeta." Luya looked at Vegeta, then turned a sympathetic gaze toward the robot. He was done for, of all people to provoke. He just had to provoke Vegeta. This guy was a famous madman. When he went crazy, he'd even fight Son Goku and a god of destruction. See could. You bastard! Vegeta's face darkened. He had already flown beneath the barrier. Looking at the robot, a shocking killing intent gathered in his eyes. Woo! The robot pounded its chest provocatively, jets of steam spraying from its back. Vegeta stared at the robot. The next moment, the ki around him suddenly turned violent, and then his power began rising crazily. This is bad. That guy. Hey, hurry up and finish him off. Kampa suddenly shouted. Woo! The robot immediately let out a roar, and in the next instant, it suddenly spat out a huge stream of magma, blasting it toward Vegeta. But just as that scorching mass of magma was about to reach Vegeta, Vegeta directly powered up. An incomparably powerful burst of ki exploded out, and just the force of his aura alone disintegrated the magma. What? All the Universe 6 fighters cried out in shock. Unbelievable. A Saiyan actually possesses this kind of power. Cabba's expression was complicated. He was also a Saiyan, yet he had never even known about the Super Saiyan form. Something s off with Vegeta. A drop of cold sweat slid down Krillin and the others' faces as they said gravely, "Ha ha ha." Vegeta, this guy's temper really flared up. Goku also looked a little awkward. This was exactly what he had been worried about. When Vegeta got angry, it was no joke. Luya watched Vegeta while using the system to scan his battle power, only to discover in shock that this guy's power level had soared to an astonishing degree. One had to know, this was power that had already surpassed Super Saiyan 1. And Vegeta was still maintaining only the first stage of Super Saiyan. Looks like he's really angry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Brilliant golden light circled Vegeta's body. As he powered up, the barrier directly shattered into countless glass-like fragments that shot out in all directions. He spread both hands apart, then brought them together in front of him. Final what? Don't tell me. Piccolo looked at this familiar move, and his face turned green with shock. Vegeta, that's too reckless. While dodging the flying glass, Goku couldn't help but complain. But from the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch something. He suddenly froze, then looked toward Monaka. At this moment, Monaka was sitting stiffly in his seat with his eyes wide open and no expression on his face, while several sharp glass shards were embedded in the chair around him. Whoa! As expected of the number 1 strongest fighter in the universe. He's actually this calm, Goku exclaimed in amazement. What he didn't know was that Monaka had already fainted from fright back when he saw Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey, stop him already! Kampa jolted and instantly stood up, shouting loudly. Woo! The robot fiercely pounded its chest, and a huge amount of steam suddenly poured out from its body. It opened its mouth toward Vegeta, magma gradually condensing inside it. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and the robot's strength instantly surged as well. Vegeta's face twisted ferociously, and he suddenly let out an angry roar. Flash! Boom! An incomparably shocking blast of energy shot straight at the robot below. Woo! The latter also refused to back down, directly spewing an extremely terrifying stream of magma from its mouth. Boom boom boom! The two powerful energies collided head-on. Their overwhelming force swept outward, and everyone couldn't help shielding themselves with their arms. Vegeta's veins bulged as he suddenly increased his output. The robot also refused to yield and exploded with power once more. But the power of Vegeta's final flash was too overwhelming. Even if the enemy's energy could burn his ki, how could Vegeta's ki be that simple? The next moment, the robot was directly suppressed. Vegeta's energy cannon had already been forced right up to its face. Woo! The robot was horrified, desperately resisting. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly powered up again, then directly rushed into the energy stream. Like a fish swimming through water, he cut through it and arrived right in front of the robot. Get down there, you worthless pile of scrap metal! Vegeta roared furiously and threw a punch straight at the robot. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Hearing such vicious insults from Vegeta, the robot's expression changed, and in that instant, it lost its ability to resist. Bang! Ignoring the magma that could burn through everything, Vegeta's fist shone with dazzling light. With one punch, he smashed through the magma and struck the robot in the face, instantly blasting it off the stage. Everyone stared at this scene in repeated amazement, both surprised and full of emotion. Out of bounds! Out of bounds! The Universe 6 contestant is out of bounds. In this match, Universe 7's contestant Vegeta is the winner. The referee scampered over to the robot's side, saw that it had indeed touched the ground, and immediately announced it. Yes! Great! Beerus's face lit up with delight. We won! Krillin, Bulma, and the others all burst into excitement. Ha ha ha! Goku laughed awkwardly. Vegeta really hadn't held back at all. With a calm expression, Vegeta flew back to the spectator seats, took the water Bulma handed him, and drank it in big gulps. Vegeta, you hurt him pretty badly, was suddenly said. Hearing that, everyone immediately looked toward Universe 6's side. At this moment, the robot was sitting there hugging its knees, making whimpering cries as if it had suffered emotional trauma and shut itself away. TCH, SNT at a robot? Shouldn't he be able to feel pain? Vegeta said flatly. No. I mean, its spirit has suffered a heavy blow. Can't stand being insulted by others. What you said just now, worthless pile of scrap metal, undoubtedly caused it tremendous damage, was said with a smile. Humph. Vegeta's eyelid twitched, but he didn't say anything more. Alright, get ready for the next match. Goku laughed. Though he felt a bit sorry for the other side too, there was no helping it. The gap in strength was simply too great. Not long after, Vados and Whis appeared above the arena. The two of them activated their divine power at the same time, instantly restoring the stage to perfect condition. Not only that, the barrier was restored as well. Whoosh! At that moment, the skinny boy from the other side suddenly landed on the stage. It was Cabba, the Saiyan from Universe 6. Vegeta glanced at him, then leaped into the air and landed on the arena as well. Good. Then next, the match will continue. The referee shouted loudly, raising the microphone high. Cabba and Vegeta looked at each other, but neither of them made a move. Suddenly, Cabba bent at the waist and gave Vegeta a respectful bow. Please teach me. Vegeta smiled faintly. Come on, let me see the power of the Saiyans from Universe 6. Cabba's expression turned serious, and he immediately took a fighting stance. Strangely enough, his battle stance was actually not that different from Vegeta's. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then gave a proud smile. Humph, interesting. After saying that, he also took his stance. Ha! Cabba attacked first, his body shooting forward as he threw a punch. That slender body erupted with astonishing power. Vegeta's pupils widened, and his expression changed. He immediately crossed both arms to block. Bang! From that single blow, Vegeta's body staggered back again and again, while Cabba gave him no chance to recover. He pressed forward directly, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches and suppressing Vegeta on the spot. Whoa! That Saiyan is really strong. He can actually fight Vegeta to this extent, Goku said in amazement. The others also watched this scene with serious expressions. Although they knew Vegeta hadn't used all of his strength yet, his opponent was indeed very powerful. Just as Vegeta was being continuously suppressed, he suddenly flared his aura, instantly forcing Cabba's body to pause for a moment. Seizing that opening, Vegeta counterattacked at once, his rapid punches striking Cabba non-stop. Cabba was unwilling to be outdone, and the two of them fought back and forth, trading punches one for one. Shockwaves rolled through the air, making it an extremely exciting battle. Ha! Cabba suddenly seized an opening and kicked Vegeta hard in the waist. Vegeta was sent flying straight back. As his body twisted, he landed on the ground. The next second, Vegeta placed both hands at his waist. Cabba did the same. The two of them had taken the exact same stance. Gallic Gun! Ha! The two of them powered up at the same time, and in an instant, two energy blasts collided head-on, triggering a sweeping explosion. An even match. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta and Cabba's figures were revealed again. Vegeta looked at Cabba with a bit of appreciation. Not bad, as expected of a Saiyan. Cabba smiled in return. You're really strong too. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, then said, then let's do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta burst with aura and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wrapped in golden light, Vegeta's ki surged explosively by multiples. Cabba was stunned for a moment, then took up his stance. Vegeta frowned slightly and said, why aren't you turning Super Saiyan to fight me? Cabba shook his head. I can't. Vegeta froze. Can't? Cabba nodded, then said, on our side, we don't have the concept of Super Saiyan at all. Vegeta fell silent. Cabba suddenly looked at Vegeta and said sincerely, Mr. Vegeta, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Nanny? Teach you? Vegeta said in a low voice. Cabba bowed to Vegeta and said, yes, I also want to transform into a Super Saiyan. Please teach me. Vegeta's expression stiffened. Then suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a savage grin. You bastard! Where have you put a Saiyan's pride? Cabba was stunned. Before he could even speak, Vegeta's figure had already flashed in front of him. Cabba was startled, but the gap between him and transformed Vegeta was far too great. Vegeta's punch slammed into his stomach and sent him flying. Cabba let out a cry of pain. Before he could recover, Vegeta appeared in front of him again. Bang! Under Vegeta's relentless beating, Cabba was pummeled like a sandbag. Ha! Cabba found a brief opening and fired an energy blast, but Vegeta merely tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Then he grabbed Cabba by the neck and applied a little force. Ugh! Cabba looked miserable. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Vegeta sneered at him. With trash like you, what right do you have to ask me to teach you? Cabba could hardly believe Vegeta's sudden change. He hadn't expected the other side to be this fierce. Humph! As a Saiyan, you actually begged someone. Where did your Saiyan pride go? You're a disgrace to all Saiyans. I'm extremely disappointed in you. Vegeta looked at Cabba with a face full of disappointment. Cabba's body trembled. He couldn't resist, because Vegeta's power completely suppressed him. In the audience, everyone was a little confused. That Vegeta, he's being way too harsh, Bulma said angrily. When it came to this husband of hers, she really did get headaches. Vegeta wouldn't do this for no reason. If he's doing this, then he must have his own reasons, Goku said in Vegeta's defense. As Vegeta's CP partner, he understood Vegeta, So he knew what kind of person Vegeta was. This guy had a tough exterior and a soft heart. Compared to the beginning, he had changed. Who knew how much? Ho ho ho, seeing Vegeta scold someone like this reminds me of how he cast aside his dignity and begged me back then for the sake of training. He really was adorable, was suddenly said with a smile. Everyone. Luya watched the scene without saying a word. From beginning to end, he had been observing the fighting styles of Universe 6. It was also preparation for the future tournament of power across all universes. Even though he had seen it before, experiencing it in person still felt a little unfamiliar. If nothing unexpected happened, Cabba would transform into a Super Saiyan. In the arena, Vegeta was still continuing with his harsh words, constantly striking at Cabba's spirit with all kinds of mockery. Kid, I'm gonna kill you right now. You're a complete disgrace to my Saiyan race. After I kill you, I'll kill your family, your loved ones, your friends, every last one of them. I'll even blow up your planet. Vegeta said with a savage grin. Cabba's pupils shrank. The next moment, a trace of anger instantly climbed across his face, and his aura began rising at high speed. Vegeta sneered. What? You're so useless you can't even protect your family. A worthless loser like you. What right do you have to live? Why you shut up? Suddenly, Cabba roared like a madman, and a powerful force directly blasted Vegeta back. TCH. Vegeta looked at him, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't you dare hurt my family. Cabba suddenly raised his head, and in the next moment, he let out a furious roar. Ha! Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, Cabba's body was wrapped in a mass of golden light, and immediately after that, his hair suddenly turned golden as well. Super Saiyan. At this moment, everyone stared at the scene in shock. He really transformed. Goku raised a brow, then smiled. That Vegeta really knows what he's doing. Cabba suddenly let out a roar and charged straight at Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of Wolf Fong fist-style attacks on him. Strangely enough, Vegeta didn't fight him seriously at all. Instead, he looked like he was getting completely beaten down, making it obvious he was holding back far too much. Bang! 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 Da-da-da-da! Cabba attacked Vegeta frantically, as if he had lost his reason. In the end, he kicked him high into the air, then flared his aura and shot upward, arriving above Vegeta and smashing down with both fists clasped together. Boom! Vegeta's body crashed straight down onto the arena, and the arena split apart.
Top?
Cabba landed on the ground. His anger still hadn't faded. The next moment, he let out an angry roar and charged straight at Vegeta. Vegeta stood up and watched as Cabba's fist came straight at him. He showed no intention of blocking it at all. Boom! With one collision, dust instantly billowed across the arena. When the dust cleared, Vegeta and Cabba came back into everyone's view. At this moment, Cabba's fist was pressed against Vegeta's forehead, while Vegeta looked at him calmly. Then he revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. You're teachable. Cabba froze. Then, after realizing what he had just done, his expression changed, and he quickly backed away. He had always been kind, yet just now he had actually wanted to kill Vegeta. Is that really me? Cabba looked at himself and said in shock. Vegeta said flatly, to transform into a Super Saiyan, the most basic condition is anger. As long as your rage reaches its peak, it will awaken the potential inside your body. So with all your other conditions already met, the reason you were able to become a Super Saiyan was because of anger. Hearing this, Cabba suddenly understood. Master, was that why you treated me like that just now? To make me angry? Vegeta said arrogantly, what else would it be? Cabba relaxed inwardly. Then he suddenly dropped out of his Super Saiyan state. Cabba was stunned, because he hadn't cancelled it on purpose. Do it again the way I told you, Vegeta said calmly. Cabba nodded, then slowly closed his eyes. The next second, he suddenly opened them wide. Boom! With a burst of power, an enormous aura instantly exploded out of Cabba's body, and in that very moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan again. Golden light wrapped around Cabba as he shouted in excitement and joy. I did it. Vegeta smiled, somewhat gratified. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Cabba quickly bowed to Vegeta. Vegeta said flatly, becoming my disciple isn't that simple. I understand. I'll definitely work hard. I believe that in the future, I'll definitely make you look at me in a new light. Cabba said with a confident smile. The future is the future. For now, it's time to end this. Vegeta smiled faintly. Cabba suddenly smiled too. Master, if you want to beat me, it might be a little difficult now. Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered. You're underestimating me too much. Cabba froze. Ha! Vegeta clenched both fists, and the next moment his aura erupted directly. Pure blue light wrapped around him, and his power multiplied by who knew how many times over. Huh? Cabba's eyes went wide in disbelief. What? On Universe 6 side, everyone was shaken. What is this form? Why does it have a divine aura? Kampa said in surprise. It seems the scions of Universe 7 are rather extraordinary. They appear to have mastered a power ordinary Saiyans cannot grasp. Vados said, equally astonished. TCH. No need to say it. It must be that guy Beerus. He definitely taught those Saiyans some special technique. Kampa said unwillingly. Lord Kampa. You can't really blame Lord Beerus. The main reason is that you rarely care about the affairs of Universe 6. Your mind is always full of food and competing with Lord Beerus. As for the matters of Universe 6, it seems I've been the one managing them all along. Vados said with a giggle. Kampa. Kampa looked a little awkward, because what Vados said was indeed true. As for Universe 6, he really didn't bother with much. If things got a little too big, he would simply step in and destroy everything himself. Simple and direct. Just watch. These Saiyans seem pretty remarkable. After transforming into this blue form, their battle power increases far too much. Vados said with a smile, looking toward the arena like she was watching a good show. TCH. Kampa felt a little annoyed, but he couldn't really say anything back. At this time, Hit, who had remained silent all along, was also stirred. He opened his eyes and glanced at Vegeta, a meaningful look in his eyes. Then his gaze shifted toward Goku in the audience. At this moment, Goku was also looking at him. The two stared at each other across the distance, and the tension between them was intense. After looking at Goku, Hit was about to withdraw his gaze, but the next moment, he suddenly paused and locked onto Luya. Luya was also looking at Hit at this moment. His expression was calm, without much emotional fluctuation, but Hit narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could tell Luya's strength might not be equal to Goku's, Luya gave him a strange feeling. Universe 7. Pretty interesting. Hey, Luya. Goku suddenly spoke, but his eyes still hadn't left Hit. Luya looked at him. Goku also turned to look at him and smiled. Can I go first later? Luya froze, and so did Beerus and the others. They were all a little surprised. Goku, what are you trying to do? Krillin asked in confusion. Goku looked at Hit, then smiled. I want to fight Hit. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Not to mention whether there would even be a chance. Vegeta's strength was so overwhelming that he should just win outright. Right? That was what everyone thought. Beerus and Whis both revealed meaningful smiles. Goku, are you saying Vegeta can't beat Hit? Piccolo looked at Goku seriously. Goku nodded. That guy is very dangerous. Dangerous enough that even I feel a little shaken. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Piccolo's face even turned green with fright. Was that really something Goku would say? All this time, everyone had always felt that Goku was invincible. Aside from beings on the level of a god of destruction, he had almost always miraculously defeated every other opponent. But they had never once heard Goku say that someone's aura made him tremble. Even Cell back then, as strong as he had been, hadn't qualified for that. Luya wasn't surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then said, you might not be his opponent. Goku froze, then laughed loudly. I think so too. But with a master like that, if I don't get a chance to fight him, that'd be a real shame. Everyone knew Goku well, so naturally they knew his battle junkie habit was acting up again. After a pause, Goku suddenly lowered his voice and asked Luya, if I used that move, would I have a chance? Luya nodded. Yes, but Hit still has the better odds. You still haven't completely mastered that power. If you can't endure it, the damage it causes to your body will be very serious. Goku nodded. Got it. Then I'll go up next. Luya. He didn't say anything more, because he understood that he still couldn't break through beyond Super Saiyan Blue yet, so he couldn't challenge Hit right from the start. Even if he knew Hit's tricks, his power still wouldn't keep up. Goku was different. He had Super Saiyan Blue, and his base strength was already extremely high. If he added Kaioken on top of that, then there was a chance. At this moment in the arena, Vegeta had finished showing off. Having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, he looked at Kaba and said, this is the higher level of Super Saiyan Blue. It's so amazing. Cold sweat dripped down Kaba's face as he exclaimed in awe. He could feel the pressure coming from Vegeta. Without a doubt, this was an incredibly terrifying form, so they had already reached this level of transformation. While Kaba and Vegeta were facing off, everyone's attention had been drawn to them. No one noticed that a heavily wounded figure was slowly walking in a certain direction. But the observant Vados and Hit both noticed it. Vados narrowed her eyes slightly, and a cold glint flashed through them. Hit looked at Frost, who was clearly up to no good. In the next instant, he vanished in a strange manner.
Mesdames Saiyan.
Frost's face was pale, but it was twisted with hatred and ferocity. He had finally managed to get an investment from God of Destruction Kampa, on the condition that he win the match. But now he had lost, which meant his share was gone. Unwilling to accept it, he was going to steal that money while those guys were busy fighting. Not long after, Frost arrived at a hidden place. In front of him was a mountain-like pile of jewelry and money. Of course, there was also a cube. Greed flashed across Frost's face. Ho ho ho! All of this is mine now. That cube is mine. You'd better not touch it. Suddenly, A calm and indifferent voice came from behind Frost. Frost was instantly shocked. In the next moment, he spun around in panic. You're hit? There stood Hit, watching him with his hands in his pockets. Damn it! No one is going to stop me! Frost suddenly flew into a rage. He exploded with energy and charged straight at Hit. Hit looked at him calmly, as if he were looking at a dead man. At the same time, a white time cage suddenly spread out from beneath his feet. Whoosh! What? Frost was horrified. He realized he couldn't move. Bang! And in the next instant, amid a series of dull thuds, everything suddenly returned to silence. Frost's body trembled, his face filled with disbelief, because at this moment, his body was riddled with holes. In an instant, Frost lost consciousness and crashed to the ground. Even as he fell, he still hadn't figured out what move the other side had used. Hit looked at Frost with a calm gaze. You should be glad I don't feel like killing right now. Assassin Hit. That was his identity in Universe 6. And also the strongest assassin in Universe 6. The strongest warrior. After glancing at the unconscious Frost, Hit hoisted him up, turned around, and left. Elsewhere, in a corner, Vados witnessed everything. She smiled faintly. Looks like I won't need to step in. After saying that, she turned and left as well. Seeing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Cabba's expression turned incomparably grave. He had already sensed the gap between himself and the other side. But Cabba took up a fighting stance, then said, "Let me see the power of Super Saiyan Blue." Vegeta gave a strange grin. In the next instant, he suddenly charged at Cabba. Ha! Cabba burst with energy, raising his power to the limit. In the next moment, he launched a direct attack at Vegeta, but unfortunately Vegeta's speed far surpassed his. Cabba's fist shot out, but it didn't hit Vegeta. Instead, he took a punch himself. Bang! Yua! Cabba suffered a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of water, and immediately reverted to his original state. One punch. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't take a single punch from Blue. Cabba fell straight to the ground. That one punch had completely robbed him of all combat ability. Vegeta's expression remained calm. He then picked up Cabba and tossed him toward Universe 6 spectator stands. Badamo caught him, and everyone were lingering shock on their faces. Damn, he lost just like that. The people of Universe 6 had thought that after Cabba successfully transformed, he could at least fight Vegeta for a while. But what they hadn't expected was that the other side would knock Cabba flat with a single punch. So this was the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The companions of Universe 7 all burst into cheers, because the other side now only had one contestant left. As long as they beat him, Universe 7 would win. But Goku and Luya showed no joy. Of course, Beerus and Whis were the same. Their gazes were all fixed on Hit, the final member of Universe 6, their eyes full of meaning. In the arena, Vegeta looked at Hit. He understood that this trump card of Universe 6 was now preparing to make his move. Come on, let me see what you're really capable of. A savage arc curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Before the referee could even speak, Hit had already jumped down. For some reason, as Hit descended, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly turned serious. Even someone as proud as Vegeta revealed a trace of solemnity at this moment, because he couldn't sense the other side's aura at all. That was undoubtedly something terrifying. Vegeta looked at Hit, then assumed a fighting stance. Boom! Blue light directly wrapped around his body as he faced Hit in his strongest Super Saiyan Blue state. Hit looked at Vegeta's blue transformation, and his eyes stirred slightly. Then he said, "Come." As he spoke, he also took a stance, but it was the most ordinary stance possible, and yet there wasn't a single opening around him. So strong. Goku's eyes were grave. Even Luya, who had the system, had to admit that Hit was truly flawless right now. TCH. Quit acting mysterious. Vegeta snorted coldly. In the next second, he charged straight at Hit. Take this. Vegeta pushed his speed to the limit and threw a punch at Hit. Whoosh! But in the next instant, his expression changed, because Hit had somehow already appeared at his side, and that punch of his had actually missed. What? Everyone in Universe 7's group was greatly alarmed, because none of them had seen what had just happened. Hit gave Vegeta no chance and sent him flying with a single punch. What? Vegeta grunted in pain, but even more than that, he was in disbelief. He hadn't expected his attack to be dealt with so easily. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Vegeta ground his teeth. Then he exploded with energy again and charged out once more. Just as he was about to close in on Hit, he flashed behind him and chopped down with a hand strike, but bizarrely, in the next instant, Hit had already appeared beside Vegeta and once again punched him back. Everyone was shocked. Vegeta, Bulma cried out worriedly, her heart full of concern. Too fast. I can't see his movements at all, Piccolo said. He was already staring at the opponent with full concentration, but he still couldn't see Hit's attacks clearly. Goku and Luya both wore grave expressions, their faces complicated. After taking 2 punches in a row, Vegeta was truly getting angry. He was Prince Vegeta, carrying the pride of the Saiyans. And yet he didn't even have the slightest power to resist. Thinking of this, he suddenly exploded with energy, and his battle power rose by another level. But Hit gave him no chance. His figure kept flickering, and before long, he was already in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's face twisted fiercely. In the next moment, he was about to throw a punch at Hit, but, bang! Yua! Vegeta was hit again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Hit followed up with a string of attacks, his fists raining down on Vegeta like a storm. Under Hit's powerful attacks, Vegeta had absolutely no power to fight back. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces, especially the companions of Universe 7. Super Saiyan Blue was already the strongest form they had ever seen. Other than a god of destruction, no one had ever been able to defeat it before. Yet now, even Super Saiyan Blue couldn't stand against Hit. Just how powerful was he? Goku asked Luya, "Can you see Hit's movements clearly?" Luya shook his head. "Not for now, but his attacks have already transcended time." Transcended time? Goku was confused. Clearly, this was the first time he had heard of something like that. Luya is right. Hit's power really has transcended time. But this isn't his own natural power. It's something he trained, in other words, a skill. To put it simply, he can predict his opponent's movements 0.1 seconds ahead, then use time itself to slip into another parallel space. That's why Vegeta's attacks don't work on him. Was suddenly explained. Beerus gave Luya a calm glance. "You sure know quite a lot." Luya smiled slightly, then said, "You could only say I'm very knowledgeable." Beerus. "Luya, since you know about his skill, can you break it?" Goku asked. Luya thought for a moment, then looked at Goku and said, "Hit's attack is called time skip. In other words, at the instant before your attack lands on him, he can hide in another space. His body still exists in reality, but you can't touch him, while he can deliver a fatal blow to you in the next second. If you want to break it, then there's only one way. Predict his prediction." Hearing that, Goku fell silent. Whis and Beerus exchanged a glance, and both their expressions turned a little grave, because they realized that this guy named Luya seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. He even knew about time skip. Whis, with the level of civilization in our universe, could someone like this even appear? Beerus asked doubtfully. Whis shook his head. "I don't know, but basically, no. Even so, I still don't know where he came from." Beerus fell silent, then looked at Luya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luya naturally felt Beerus' gaze too, and his heart tightened. "Damn it, looks like I really need to keep a lower profile. I can't keep spoiling things." "Ah, I get it." Goku suddenly cried out in delight. "Get what?" Luya looked at him. Goku smiled confidently. "Just watch my performance later." Luya. In the arena, Vegeta was still struggling bitterly. He pulled away from Hit because the other side's attacks were just too strange. Even he hadn't seen the movements clearly. It was as if Hit had been standing right in front of him the whole time, while the one in the distance was only an afterimage. Weird. And even stranger, Vegeta couldn't touch Hit's body at all. He would clearly be about to hit him, yet his attack would pass right through empty air, and then he'd get beaten up instead. Strange. What are you spacing out for? As soon as Hit said that, he was already in front of Vegeta and threw a punch. Vegeta tried to defend, but as expected, Hit's fist slammed into his stomach. Enduring the pain by force, Vegeta's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Now!" Smack! Vegeta grabbed Hit's arm, then threw a punch with his other hand. Bang! Ugh! But strangely enough, the one who got hit was Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes widened, because he simply couldn't see Hit's speed at all. After taking 2 more punches in a row, the shockwaves tore through Vegeta's body and burst out behind him. The next moment, he dropped out of his Super Saiyan Blue state. He was already badly injured. There was no way he could maintain Super Saiyan Blue anymore. Vegeta fell to the ground. The entire arena went silent. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. None of them had expected this outcome at all. Vegeta lost? Everyone from Universe 7 found it hard to believe, their mouths going dry. Goku's expression turned grave. He really hadn't expected the opponent to have a move like this. Luya also closed his eyes slightly. He wasn't surprised by this result, but he did feel a little regretful because in terms of battle power, Hit wasn't actually much stronger than Vegeta. It was just that Hit had time skip and caught Vegeta completely off guard. With things like this, Vegeta was no match for him at all. Universe 7's contestant Vegeta has fallen. Universe 6's contestant Hit is the winner. With the referee's loud shout, this duel came to an end. Hit glanced at Vegeta, then said, "You're the first person to take that many of my punches and not die." After saying that, he turned and left. Vegeta's expression was ugly, but he couldn't get back up. Whoosh! Goku appeared beside Vegeta, then brought him back to the spectator seats. Bulma quickly asked Krillin for a senzu bean and fed it to Vegeta. After eating the senzu bean, Vegeta was instantly restored to full health, but his expression remained gloomy. He had clearly taken a hit mentally. Seeing that, Goku immediately said, "Alright, Vegeta, that guy Hit really is amazing. Even I can't clearly see his movements. Humph, that bastard. I definitely 1T lose to him," Vegeta said coldly. Goku laughed, then said, "Alright, I'm up next." "What?" Vegeta froze, then looked at Goku. "SNT Luya supposed to be next?" Luya shrugged. Goku laughed. "I switched with him. I want to fight Hit too." Vegeta curled his lip. "Do whatever you want." Goku waved at everyone. "Alright, everyone, I'm going. Go, Goku." Krillin and the others all cheered him on. Goku smiled slightly, then jumped down into the arena. On the other side, Hit also landed on the stage. The two stared at each other from several yards apart, both with serious looks in their eyes. "That guy Goku. Can he really do it?" Beerus said with a complicated expression. Beside him was smiled easily. "Even if Goku loses, don't we still have Luya and the #1 fighter in the universe, Monaka? Why panic, Lord Beerus?" Hearing that, Beerus' face stiffened at once. And he said awkwardly, "Actually, Monaka isn't a martial artist. He's just a delivery man in the universe. I only said that on purpose to fire Goku up. It's not like you didn't know that. Whis. Ho ho ho. Then it seems Lord Beerus may have miscalculated. If Goku loses, I'm afraid no one in Universe 7 will be able to stop Hit," Whis said gleefully. "Damn it." Beerus was a little annoyed. Piccolo, whose hearing was far beyond ordinary people, overheard their conversation. His face instantly turned green with fright. So Goku had practically become Universe 7's only hope? Thinking of that, he couldn't help looking at Luya. Can this guy really do it? In the arena, Goku didn't attack right away, nor did he transform into Super Saiyan Blue from the start. He only stared fixedly at Hit. Hit's face was expressionless. He was waiting for Goku to make the first move. The two stood facing off, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Everyone watched this scene with both nervousness and anticipation. They all wanted badly to see an exciting duel between Goku and Hit. Humph humph, playing mysterious tricks. A Saiyan could never beat Hit. Our Universe 6 will be the final winner. Kampa mocked. "Shut your mouth. We can't judge the result yet. Open your eyes and watch carefully," Beerus said in a low voice. Humph. Kampa was unhappy, but he didn't make any more trouble. In the arena, Goku's expression suddenly relaxed. Then he looked at Hit and smiled. "Sorry, just now I was looking for your weakness. That's why I didn't make a move." Hit was briefly stunned, then said, "You're pretty honest." Goku took his fighting stance, then said, "Alright, now let us begin our fight. I can't wait anymore." Hit said flatly, "Can't wait to lose? You've already decided you can't beat me." Goku smiled slightly. "Who knows? Maybe I can find your weakness." Hit looked at him, then said, "Enough nonsense. Come." As he spoke, Hit took his stance, still the simplest and most ordinary posture. But Goku's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he sighed in admiration. Sure enough, there really are no weaknesses at all. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them was off, the referee quickly said, "Then both contestants are ready. So let's begin now." The moment he finished speaking, Goku's expression sharpened. In the next second, he charged straight forward and arrived in front of Hit in the blink of an eye, throwing a direct punch. Hit's expression didn't change. His figure moved like a phantom as he dodged, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Goku and threw out a punch of his own. Goku noticed it, but he had no way to react. He was directly blasted back by Hit's punch. As Goku staggered back again and again, he covered the spot where he had been hit, feeling the pain and sighed, "You're really strong. This kind of pain, this kind of power. I've never seen it before." Hit looked at him indifferently, then said, "Use your full strength. You can't beat me." Goku grinned, then rushed out once more. Goku charged in front of Hit and attacked him with punches and kicks, but without any surprise, every single one was dodged by Hit. His power was simply too terrifying, and with time skip, Goku couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes before he was struck by Hit's heavy blows. This kind of power was truly unbelievable. Bang! Yua! After taking several brutal hits in a row, Goku was sent flying in an instant. Just as it looked like he was about to fall off the arena, he suddenly flipped several times through the air at high speed and landed successfully. Goku looked at Hit, then smiled. "Although I paid a bit of a price, I've already seen through your moves." "What?" Hit froze for a moment, then looked unconvinced. He snorted and said, "Son Goku, you sure talk big, but I have no weakness." "Wrong. Hit, I've already grasped your weakness. Next, I'm going to get serious," Goku said with a confident smile. TCH. Hit found it a little hard to believe, and his face was no longer as calm as at the start. There's no way Goku's serious, right? An attack like Hit's, how could it possibly have an opening? Krillin also looked like he couldn't believe it. Damn it, Kakarot. That bastard. Vegeta, however, believed it a little more. After all, Kakarot was his partner, and he knew him very well. Goku wasn't someone good at lying. Maybe he really had discovered something. Ha! At that moment, Goku suddenly powered up. A powerful force erupted from his body, and he directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wrapped in blue light, Goku looked at Hit and said, "Hit, you're really strong. But I won't lose to anyone either." As Hit watched Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue, an extra trace of caution appeared in his eyes. Without question, this form was extremely powerful. Even for him, without using time skip, he might still feel somewhat wary of it. Thinking that, Hit took his stance and said, "Humph, you say you found my weakness? Son Goku, honestly, I admire your courage, but my time skip has no weakness. Is that so?" Goku grinned, then suddenly raised his energy again, pushing Super Saiyan Blue to its limit. Bang! In the next moment, Goku charged straight at Hit. Hit's eyes sharpened. In the next instant, just like before, he used time skip. When Goku closed in on him, time suddenly froze for a moment. Hit sneered, then threw a punch. Bang! But there was no scream like he expected. Goku had blocked Hit's attack. What? Hit was in disbelief. He couldn't understand it. Son Goku had actually blocked his time skip attack. How did he do it? Whoa! He blocked it. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected Goku to really withstand Hit's attack. How was that even possible? How is that possible? That kind of attack, how did Kakarot even detect it? Vegeta found it hard to accept. Time skip means he can stop time for 0.1 seconds, and in that 0.1 seconds, he can do a lot of things. And it's not just that simple. He can manipulate time and use time skip to enter another parallel space. That's why Vegeta couldn't hit him, and also why he could mysteriously appear in another position, Luya explained slowly. After a pause, Luya suddenly looked at Whis. It's kind of like how Mr. Whis can manipulate time too using temporal do-over, and Hit's ability is to freeze time, roughly for 0.1 seconds. But for a top fighter, those 0.1 seconds are enough to do a lot. Whis nodded in agreement. That's right, that's the principle behind it. But I'm surprised as well. Other than me, there's actually someone else who can manipulate time. It's really a bit hard to understand. Everyone suddenly understood. So that was how it worked. But even if you know the principle behind the opponent's technique, overcoming it is still extremely difficult. First, you need enough strength. Then, you need such precise control over your own body that your body and mind act as one. You have to react in an instant and predict where your opponent will be in the next second. And Goku is predicting Hit's intent. Whis explained. This is way too amazing. Krillin and the others all looked at the arena with complicated expressions. None of them had expected it could actually be handled like this. In the arena, Hit stared at Goku in shock. How can you? Goku chuckled. It worked. Swish. In the next instant, Goku directly threw a hook punch, sweeping it toward Hit. Hit refused to believe it and used time skip again. Space seemed to freeze, and without the slightest hesitation, Hit threw a punch straight at Goku's stomach. Boom! But the unexpected scene still happened in the end. Goku had already firmly caught Hit's fist with one hand. In the next moment, Goku unleashed a roundhouse kick. Bang! Hit was instantly kicked back. Hit looked at Goku, his face full of gravity. His time skip had really been broken. Up to now, Son Goku was the first person ever to break his time skip. Goku set his stance and looked at Hit with a slight smile. Hit, without time skip, your strength isn't especially powerful. So now I won't hold back. Hit looked at Son Goku, then narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, he suddenly said flatly, "I have to admit, you really have surprised me. The fact that you could break my time skip proves your judgment is extremely sharp. But if you want to defeat me, you're still far from it." Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his fists, Hit revealed an excited smile. "It's been a long time since I've experienced a battle this exhilarating." Boom! In the next moment, he suddenly powered up, and immediately after, a powerful purple force erupted, shaking the heart. Goku said nothing, but his face gradually turned serious. For all these years, no one has ever escaped my assassination, and no one has ever broken my time skip. So all these years, I never chose to go any further. But now, you have made me understand that I can still become stronger. After saying all that, Hit suddenly vanished in the next instant. Goku's expression changed. In the next moment, he let out a furious shout, directly powered up, and shot forward. Bang! Yua, completely caught off guard. Goku was suddenly hit by a punch. How is that possible? He got hit. Krillin and the others' expressions all changed drastically, shock filling their eyes. Even Goku can't break it? Hit's time skip had increased from controlling 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds, and he was still continuously getting stronger. Luya said slowly, "Is this guy a monster? He got stronger that easily?" Krillin said with a complicated expression. "It's not that he's some kind of monster. It's that he was already capable of going further. He just felt there was no need because before this, he had never met an opponent worthy of his attention." Luya said flatly. Everyone's expressions turned grave. "Goku won't lose. Will he? Bulma said worriedly. Vegeta calmly watched the battle in the arena, then slowly closed his eyes. That guy Kakarot should still have a trump card, so just keep watching. At this moment Goku kept retreating. He covered his stomach. That punch just now had become much stronger. You've gotten stronger. Goku looked at Hit and said slowly. Hit looked at him and said, it was you who made me stronger, so I should thank you. Because of you, I came to understand my own shortcomings. As he said that, Hit suddenly added, Son Goku, just now my time skip had already reached 0.2 seconds. And now, 0.5 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Goku was greatly alarmed, because he couldn't see Hit's movements at all. Suddenly, Goku's eyes sharpened. There. After saying that, he fired a ki blast at his own left side. Boom! The ki blast exploded, yet Hit's figure did not appear. Instead, he had already appeared in front of Goku and threw a punch. Ha! Goku reacted and suddenly burst out with ki, the massive aura directly shaking Hit back. Taking this chance, Goku immediately closed in. However, right at this moment his movement suddenly froze. Hit's fist swung out the next second. Boom! Without question it hit directly. Ugh! The purple force of the punch directly pierced through Goku's body. Just like when Vegeta had been defeated before, this punch was Hit's true power. Its might was so great that even Goku couldn't withstand it, and he spat out a mouthful of white foam. Bang! The pain made Goku drop straight to his knees. He held his stomach, his body trembling slightly. Hit stood right in front of him and said, you may be able to predict my movements, but I possess time skip, and an enhanced version of time skip at that. I can predict your prediction, so tell me how many of my punches can you endure? Goku gritted his teeth, his face full of defiance. He suddenly burst out with ki again, then in the next second charged forward from where he stood and threw a punch at Hit. Bang! But without any surprise, Hit used time skip to easily evade Goku's attack. At the same time, he landed another full power punch that made Goku cough up blood. Goku could no longer endure Hit's two heavy punches. His body fell forward directly. Goku! Krillin and the others' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly shouted. Is it over? On Universe 6's side, Kappa looked at the fallen Goku and laughed smugly. Vados smiled and said, Hit is Universe 6 #1 assassin, and he can even control time, just like an angel. Very few people can defeat him. Although Son Goku Super Saiyan Blue is stronger than Hit in terms of power, if he can't hit him, then no matter how strong that power is, it's all pointless. Heh. My Universe 6 has definitely won. Kampa suddenly looked at Beerus smugly, his eyes full of provocation. Could Beerus tolerate that? Veins popped out on his forehead. Goku can't defeat Hit. He can predict Hit's attacks, but Hit can manipulate 0.5 seconds of time. That's already quite a long duration, so even if Goku predicts Hit's attack, Hit can still make changes within that span of time. Was said slowly. Are we really going to lose to Universe 6 just like this? Beerus found it hard to accept. Losing to Universe 6 didn't just mean handing Earth over. It also meant Beerus's face would be thoroughly slapped. If Kampa started bragging about it later, wouldn't that be unbearably frustrating? Let's wait and see. If Goku still has another trump card, then he should be able to turn things around. Was said indifferently. Kakarot is already at his limit. He has no way to withstand Hit's attacks. Vegeta said in a deep voice. Not necessarily. Luya suddenly spoke. Hearing that, everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Vegeta looked at Luya, his gaze turning serious. Luya smiled faintly and said, Goku's power is far more than you imagine. He's still holding something back. What? Everyone was shocked. Then all turned to look at the arena, anticipation rising in their hearts. TCH, how would you know? Vegeta was a little unconvinced. He had trained with Kakarot for so long, yet he had never seen him have any hidden trump card. Wait, could it be? Vegeta was startled. Then he looked at the fallen Goku, disbelief in his eyes. Seeing Goku lying there unable to get up, Hit did not attack again, but instead called over the referee. Hey, referee, how do we call this now? The rules say killing isn't allowed, right? But the other side can't even surrender anymore, so what do you say? Hit said calmly. The referee was also at a loss. He glanced at Son Goku lying on the ground, then looked at Hit. Was the winner about to be decided? Hit looked at Son Goku, then said, It's over. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Hold on. At that moment, a low voice suddenly rang out. What? Hit was startled and quickly turned back to look. Not just him. Everyone else's expressions also tightened. They saw Goku slowly stand back up. His body still couldn't stop trembling, but he had stood up. Goku grinned. Don't be in such a hurry. I haven't lost yet. You. Hit looked at him in disbelief.
Son Goku.
This was impossible. Even Vegeta in the same Super Saiyan Blue state had gone down after taking one of his full power punches. But this guy had taken two of them and could still stand up. What kind of monster was this? Goku gasped heavily. He had to admit, Just now he had truly felt the threat of death. The other side's power was simply too terrifying. And not only that, his time skip had predicted his own prediction. Just how monstrous did someone's talent have to be to accomplish all that? I can still fight, Goku said stubbornly. Why? Is victory really that important to you? Hit looked at Goku and said calmly. Of course not. Goku shook his head, then looked at Hit. I just don't want to disappoint you. Oh? Hit was puzzled. Goku smiled and said, you also want someone who can become your opponent, right? So there's no way I'm going to lose to you. Hearing that, Hit slowly closed his eyes. Then he opened them and looked at Goku, saying coldly, right now, even standing is hard for you. How are you going to fight me? Goku grinned. I originally wanted to keep hiding it, but now I don't have a choice. It's not because I'm stingy. It's just that I only finished learning this move not long ago. So I'm not confident in it. Hit's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone was shocked, all of them confused by Goku's words. From how that sounded, Goku really did still have something in reserve. How is that possible? Vegeta's expression turned ugly. Luya watched the scene with a faint smile. Goku steadied his body and took a deep breath, then said, now, it's time to get serious. Taking up a stance, Goku powered up one burst at a time, then pushed Super Saiyan Blue to its full power state. Ha! With a loud roar, a terrifying ki erupted from Goku's body. Not only that, but on the surface of the blue aura around him, a faint red glow appeared as well. How could that state be possible? Could it be? On the spectator stand, Vegeta's expression changed drastically. He had finally remembered. Kaioken. Kakaroto's trump card was actually Kaioken. Goku kept roaring as his ki surged upward in that instant, and it seemed to keep rising without end. Crack, crack, crack. Under that overwhelming aura, the barrier in the air shattered on the spot. Impossible. That kind of power has already surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Is there really a state even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue? How is that possible? But then, what is this? Everyone from Universe 6 looked on in horror at the scene. Kampa and the Angel Vados both showed wary expressions at the same time. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kampa's face. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and immediately shouted hoarsely, Hit! Take him out before he finishes transforming. A cold glint appeared in Hit's eyes. He looked at Son Goku, ready to make his move. Quick! Defeat him! Kampa urged again. Hit looked at Goku, but did not attack right away. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, Hit lowered the hand he had prepared to attack with. Seeing that, Kampa instantly shouted in anger. Hey, what are you doing? Are you daring to disobey my order? Hit ignored Kampa. Instead, he looked at Son Goku and revealed a confident smile. Son Goku, you really are strong. But I will become even stronger than you. Aha! Son Goku's ki was still skyrocketing, and the entire arena could no longer withstand his power as it began to crack apart and collapse. Suddenly, Goku stopped powering up, and the light around him vanished without a trace. Everyone was confused, because they could no longer sense Goku's ki. Hit was also looking at Goku, but in the next second, his pupils shrank. Ha! Goku suddenly let out a loud shout. In the next second, an unbelievably terrifying power exploded outward. Blue light wrapped in red light. Kaioken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That powerful force made everyone's expressions change drastically. Even the god of destruction and the angel grew serious at this moment. That power is incredible. Hit said as he looked at Goku, his expression grave. This is my trump card. Kaioken. King Kai taught it to me back then, but because it puts a huge burden on my body, I haven't used it all these years. But after seeing Luya use it before, I remembered it too, and after 2 years of training, I finally mastered this Kaioken. But this isn't just simple control. It requires perfect synchronization and balance between ki and the mind. Only then can it be perfectly mastered. I originally planned to use it against Lord Beerus, but now I have no choice but to bring it out. Goku explained. What? Hearing that, Beerus instantly bristled. Damn it, this was meant for dealing with him? This guy had been hiding that much? Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, are you scared? Was said teasingly. Hearing that, Beerus immediately put on a disdainful look and said, how could that be? He is indeed strong, but if he thinks he can deal with me, that's still far too naive. Watching this scene, Luya had to admit that using Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue brought an enormous increase in power. Goku's current Super Saiyan Blue battle power had reached 164 billion, and after using Kaioken, his battle power doubled on the spot, reaching 328 billion. As for Hit, his power was only 165 billion. Goku's power was now slightly higher than his. However, Hit's potential still hadn't been brought out yet. By the way, if Goku has such a powerful move, why is he only using it now? Beerus suddenly asked in confusion. The moment Beerus said that, the companions who knew Goku well all showed strange expressions. Vegeta said in a low voice, If you don't understand Kaioken, then of course you wouldn't know just how great the burden is on Kakarot when he uses it. Back when he fought that battle against me, I still haven't forgotten that scene to this day. At the time, he was nothing but a very weak existence in my eyes. And it was only because he used Kaioken that I lost to him, but he had to pay the price for it. While Kaioken can easily double his strength, if he keeps using it for too long, it will cause unimaginable damage to his body. What's more, as Kakarot keeps growing stronger, the difficulty of using Kaioken also keeps increasing. So unless it's absolutely necessary, that guy won't use it. Beerus and the others all fell silent. That's right. And even now, although he can already transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still can't maintain it for very long, Luya said. I haven't asked you yet. Kakarot pulling this move out, it's because of you, right? Vegeta suddenly looked at Luya and asked. Luya did not deny it. It was me, TCH. Vegeta snorted coldly. Clearly, Kakarot had once again gotten ahead of him, and that made him very unhappy. At this time in the arena, Goku looked at Hit. He did not attack right away. Instead, he calmed his emotions, then revealed a joyful smile. I did it. Hit, on the other hand, looked at him with a grave expression. Though he did not want to admit it, Son Goku's power was now above his. Phew, I didn't expect I'd actually be able to perfectly control this power. Goku looked at Hit, then smiled. Hit, now I challenge you. Hit's eyes sharpened, and he immediately took a fighting stance. I'm ready anytime. Goku laughed loudly, then instantly burst with ki and charged straight at Hit. A flash of light passed through Hit's eyes. In an instant, even the space-time around him seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything around them turned blank. Time skip. Hit looked at Goku and in the next moment, he threw a punch straight at him. Crack. But in the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Cracks suddenly appeared in the restraint trapping Goku, and those cracks were spreading fast. Sensing that something was wrong, Hit's face instantly filled with shock. How is that possible? Ha! A powerful force directly shattered Hit's time skip, and in the next second, Hit's fist was blocked by Goku. That's impossible. Hit still could not believe it. His time skip had been forcefully broken by brute power. Everyone else stared at this scene in amazement, their eyes full of shock. It seemed Hit's invincible time skip had really been broken just like that. Goku grinned. Your time skip doesn't work on me anymore, because the place where I stand is far beyond your time. Ha! With a burst of force, Goku drove a punch straight into Hit's stomach. Yua! For the first time, Hit suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of white and his body trembled in pain. Goku did not hesitate. With a backhand motion, he followed up with an elbow strike that sent Hit flying. Hit retreated explosively again, and when he finally stopped, he could not help clutching the place where he had been hit. Power, speed, everything. All of it has increased this much. How is that possible? Hit said in disbelief. It's not over yet. This is the true power of Kaioken. Goku smiled slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched both fists and violently burst with ki again. Ayaha! Rumble! Rumble! The blue and red light directly expanded by more than double, and Goku's ki was erupting non-stop with an absolutely terrifying force. Goku's power had risen again. Krillin and the others all got excited. Such terrifying power. Not even Piccolo had expected Old Son to be able to raise his ki to this level. He was so shocked his face practically turned green. Damn it, Kakarot. That bastard. Why? Why is it every single time he gets ahead of me? Vegeta said unwillingly. Luya watched Goku powering up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Without a doubt, using Kaioken in an ordinary Super Saiyan state and using Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue produced completely different results. The most obvious difference was that Kaioken in the Super Saiyan Blue state, fused with Divine Aura, was far more powerful. Even if it was only tenfold, thinking of that, Luya couldn't help probing Goku's current power. Good lord, it had directly burst past the range of 20 trillion, and it was still rising non-stop. 45 trillion. 47 trillion. 50 trillion. Holy shit. Using tenfold Kaioken, Goku's battle power had actually reached the level of a first-tier angel without limit. The most shocked one was still Hit, because he was the closest to Goku and could easily feel the pressure coming off him. This was an unbelievably terrifying power. Even he was feeling a little afraid right now. His power is rising at extreme speed. 3 times. 4 times. No, it's 10 times arg. Tenfold Kaioken. Goku suddenly roared, and that terrifying power exploded outright. Rumble. After Goku finished powering up, in the very next second, he suddenly charged toward Hit. But in the next instant, he vanished again. Hit's expression changed. So fast. I can't see his movements at all. I'm over here. Hit. Suddenly, Goku's voice came from behind him, and Hit turned to look. Who would have thought that in the next second Goku vanished again, flashing around Hit several times without leaving even an afterimage behind. Whoosh! Suddenly, Goku appeared behind Hit and blasted him flying with one punch. It wasn't over yet. Goku pressed the advantage, instantly moving in front of Hit and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, beating him so badly that he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. Boom! A punch smashed into Hit's face, and in the next second Goku chopped down with a knife hand strike, sending Hit straight into the air. Hit also seized that opening. After easing the pain a little in midair, he suddenly fired several ki blasts toward Goku. Goku calmly raised a hand and kept swatting away the attacks. It's useless. Right now, I've already surpassed you. Hit, Goku said calmly. Hit looked at Son Goku, then said, Son Goku, I have to admit, you're truly impressive. To think you were still hiding such a terrifying trump card. But regretfully, I have to tell you this. My power will grow stronger and stronger along with yours. Goku's eyes sharpened. In the next second, he flashed behind Hit and smashed both fists down together, sending him crashing into the arena. Boom! An explosion rang out, and that part of the arena cracked open on the spot. GUH! 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 At that moment, Goku's muscles suddenly twitched several times, and his expression instantly changed. Feeling the stabbing pain in his muscles, Goku's face gradually turned serious. Looks like even Super Saiyan Blue can't maintain tenfold Kaioken for too long. As his strength increased, the power of Kaioken rose with it, so the burden it placed on his body was naturally enormous. Thinking of that, Goku looked down at the arena, his eyes sharpening. Boom! 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 At that moment, a series of booming sounds rang out. Immediately after, a mass of purple ki waves directly blew away the smoke and dust on the arena, revealing Hit's figure. Aha! At this moment, purple light gathered all around Hit. He kept powering up, and his battle power soared along with it. What? That guy Hit was hiding that much power too? Vegeta's face immediately filled with shock at the sight. He realized that Hit's ki had already far surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. For a moment, everyone from Universe 7 became worried for Goku. On the other side, things over in Universe 6 had been one dramatic swing after another. First, they had thought Universe 6 was going to lose. Then after Hit entered the field, they saw hope again. But Goku's move had caught them completely off guard once more. And now, Hit was working hard to surpass him. Hit has tremendous potential within him, and he most likely has never fully released that potential before. Because for him, his previous level of strength already had very few opponents. But now, he's run into a freak like Son Goku, so the fighting instinct within him has been awakened, and he's starting to reveal all of his power. Vados said slowly. Kampa sneered. Humph. Victory will absolutely belong to our Universe 6. A form like Son Goku's can't be maintained for long at all. Lord Kampa is right. A burst at that level isn't something his own body can withstand. So naturally it will place an enormous burden on him, Vados said with a smile. Kampa crossed his arms and revealed a smug smile, as if victory already belonged to them. In the air, Goku also stared fixedly at Hit, who was still powering up. He could feel that the other's ki was gradually catching up to him. Unable to hide his inner shock, Goku muttered, I never thought there'd be a strong fighter like this in another universe. If I'd known, I should have had Lord Beerus take us around to see more back then. An opponent who can make me feel this kind of thrill. I have to answer that. Clenching both hands tightly, Goku roared and powered up again, pushing his aura to the absolute peak. The red light was dazzling. Has Goku gone crazy? Why is he still raising his ki? His power is already stronger than Hit's. Krillin said worriedly. Kakarot's condition will only get worse and worse as his power increases. So he has to end the battle as fast as possible. And under that condition, Kakarot's power must stand far above Hit's. Vegeta said in a low voice. Luya looked at Hit in the arena, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. At this point, Hit had already finished powering up, and under his detection, Hit's power had actually reached over 100 trillion. It had risen by nearly several times. Was this guy a monster? How could such terrifying power exist inside his body? But even though Hit's battle power still hadn't reached Son Goku's level, one had to know that Goku's current body, even with battle power exceeding 100 trillion, still couldn't bring out its full force. At this moment, Hit was wrapped in purple light, and his aura was stronger than ever before. He slowly raised his head to look at Goku and said, I have to thank you, Son Goku, because with your help, my inner potential has finally been fully released. Goku looked at Hit and smiled slightly. Good. Then now, let's start again. Hit's eyes sharpened, and he immediately took up a fighting stance. There was still no opening anywhere on his body, but from his posture alone, it was clear that Hit had gotten serious. Right after that, Hit suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, the space where Goku was directly turned white. Everything froze. Time skip. Goku gritted his teeth, then suddenly exploded with ki, directly shattering Hit's time skip. In the next second, he raised an arm to block. Bang! A heavy punch slammed directly into his arm, but fortunately Goku blocked it. Goku roared and threw a punch of his own. Smack. But unexpectedly, his fist was caught by Hit too. Hit looked at Goku and slowly said, "As my power fully erupts, my time skip has also broken past the 1-second limit. So don't even think about surpassing me." Goku suddenly gave a mysterious smile and said, "Is that so? Ha!
Bang!
Ugh!" Hit was struck as if by a heavy blow. Goku drove a knee straight into him, bending him over like a shrimp, then followed up with another heavy punch that sent Hit crashing toward the ground. Hit landed in a sorry state. The next moment, he suddenly exploded with power, then activated time skip again and flashed right in front of Goku. But Goku directly broke through Hit's time skip. It wasn't enough to completely overwhelm Hit, but he was able to suppress him. Bang! A sudden opening appeared, and Hit threw a punch at Goku. Goku could only cross both arms to block, and he was immediately knocked down onto the arena. Whoosh! Hit reappeared and showed up right in front of Goku. Who would have thought Goku would suddenly let out a furious roar? His powerful aura directly blasted Hit back, and his energy rose once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After knocking Hit back, Goku didn't hesitate. He directly used Vegeta's battle style, continuously firing ki blasts at Hit. Under that powerful and dense barrage, Hit was forced back again and again, unable to dodge in midair at all. But suddenly, while Goku was still constantly firing energy bullets, his expression turned ugly, and his muscles began to contract non-stop. Even in Super Saiyan Blue, he couldn't maintain Kaioken times 10 for long. He had to end this fast. Goku's expression sharpened. The next moment he suddenly stopped, then drew both hands to his waist. Kamehame. Hit also sensed the danger at once. His expression immediately grew serious, and then he suddenly roared, directly pushing his power to its peak state. Whoosh! Stretching out his palm toward Goku, a powerful purple energy began condensing in Hit's hand. Whis! Beerus suddenly called out from the spectator stands. Yes, Whis understood. In the next instant, he had already appeared above the arena. At the same time, Vados also appeared beside him. The two angels looked at each other and nodded. Then they activated the staffs in their hands at the same time. In an instant, a barrier directly enveloped the arena along with Goku and Hit inside it. And right at that moment, Goku suddenly let out a furious roar. Ah! Boom! An incomparably terrifying Kamehameha blasted straight toward Hit. The terrifying beam was dazzling beyond belief, tearing through space itself as it shot toward Hit. At that moment, Hit also felt just how terrifying Goku's attack was. His expression changed at once. Then he roared, and a purple beam suddenly shot out from his palm as well. The two beams collided with a thunderous crash. Whether it was Goku or Hit, both of them were pouring out their absolute strongest power, because they both understood that only by doing this could they withstand the other's attack. But clearly Goku had the upper hand. That enormous Kamehameha gradually began eroding Hit's energy wave and pressing toward him. Hit inwardly cursed that things were bad. He hurriedly activated time skip, and his figure vanished in an instant. I've been waiting for that. Over there. Goku let out a roar and directly used instant transmission, appearing in front of Hit in a flash. Ha! With a furious shout, the Kamehameha directly hit Hit. Ahak. Hit resisted with all his might, but he had been far too rushed and had completely underestimated the other side's power. Rumble! With Hit's final stubborn resistance, a huge explosion finally erupted in the air. Intense light enveloped the entire arena, so blinding that all the spectators couldn't help raising their hands to shield their eyes. What incredible power! I never thought Old Sun could raise his strength this far. Piccolo's eyes were unable to hide his shock. After all, it could be said that he and Goku had started from the same point and come this far together, yet Goku had surpassed him again and again. Actually, aside from Vegeta, that eternal runner-up, feeling depressed, Piccolo was also very frustrated. Before those Saiyans came to Earth, he could be said to have been Goku's strongest opponent. But ever since coming into contact with Saiyans, he discovered that he no longer had much of a chance to stand out. And ever since the android incident, he had stopped trying to keep pace with these Saiyans, because he knew his limits. There was no way he could compare to these monstrous Saiyans. Of course, Vegeta was different. He had always longed to surpass Goku again and again. But now that Goku had suddenly surpassed him by such a huge margin, that gap made him feel extremely miserable and bitter, as expected of a martial arts prodigy. Goku's strength really is quite impressive, Lord Beerus. Wouldn't you agree? Was chuckled and looked at Beerus. The corner of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. It is pretty good, but this brat actually wants to use that move against me. That's a little disrespectful. Ho ho ho, was just laughed and said nothing. At this moment the smoke on the field cleared, but on the arena, Goku and Hit were nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where did contestant Goku and contestant Hit go? The referee cried out in shock. Over there, someone said, and everyone immediately looked in one direction. They saw that, on top of the portrait mirrors of Kampa and Beerus, two figures were each standing there. It was Goku and Hit. Seeing that neither of them had fallen, everyone burst into an uproar. No one had expected Hit to actually dodge Goku's finishing Kamehameha. Goku stared at Hit gravely. How could you possibly dodge my Kamehameha? Hit gave a mysterious smile and said, thanks to you, I was able to improve myself again at the critical moment. That's how I managed to avoid your attack. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his gaze dark and unreadable. Goku gritted his teeth slightly, because his body had already gone beyond its limit. That last attack had drained far too much of his ki and stamina. Right now, his muscles ached all over. You could even vaguely see them twitching slightly, and the sharp-eyed Kampa noticed it at once. He immediately shouted excitedly, hey, great chance. Son Goku can't hold on much longer. Hit, hurry up and finish him. Everyone from Universe 7 wore grim expressions. Hit looked at Goku. Even though Goku was under immense strain, he still maintained Kaioken and wore an unyielding smile. Suddenly, Hit smiled too. Son Goku, I have to say, you truly make me admire you. In all these years, I've never met someone like you. Goku also smiled faintly. Same here. Aside from Lord Beerus, this is the first time I've met a fighter as strong as you. The two looked at each other across the distance, both smiling, with a clear sense of mutual respect between worthy rivals. The next instant, both of them exploded with power at the same time. One red, one purple, both radiating incredibly powerful energy. They took their stances, ready to continue settling the winner. Suddenly, spurt, Goku's muscles began twitching violently. He could barely endure the pain, beads of sweat the size of beans pouring down as he gritted his teeth and held on. This is bad. Goku is about to reach his limit. Old Supreme Kai suddenly said, his face changing. Come on, Goku! Krillin shouted in encouragement. The others also started cheering Goku on one after another. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the scene without saying a word. Great chance. That's it. Hit, don't keep tangling with Son Goku. Stall for time. He won't be able to hold on by himself. Kampa suddenly said excitedly. And the moment he said that, it immediately drew many displeased looks. Even the fighters from Universe 6 were somewhat unhappy. Kaba directly stood up and said to Kampa, Lord Kampa, please don't interfere with them. Show some respect for a martial artist's fairness. Shut up. How could Kampa tolerate some brat defying him? He immediately glared at Kaba in fury. Kid, don't stick your nose into this. You should know that you're just my pawns. Who cares whether you live or die? As he spoke, Kampa stretched out a hand in front of Kaba. Say one more word, and I'll destroy you on the spot. Kaba's face instantly turned pale, and he staggered back again and again. At that moment, two sharp gazes shot over, carrying an icy chill. Kampa was startled and subconsciously took a step back. But when he saw that the looks came from Goku and Hit, he got angry again. Damn it, was he really that cowardly? He had actually been scared back by two mortals? However, Goku and Hit paid no attention to Kampa and simply looked at each other. Let us continue. Goku took a deep breath, forcefully enduring the burden brought by the Kaioken, and smiled. Hit nodded, then time skipped right in front of Goku. Goku did not attack. The two looked at each other, then smiled at the same time and lightly bumped fists. This was what it meant to make friends through martial arts. Hit stepped back, then took up a new fighting stance. The next moment, he struck first, directly using time skip to appear in front of Goku. Too fast. This time, Goku failed to react and was directly pummeled by Hit, crying out again and again. How is that possible? Krillin and the others were all in disbelief. Luya said in a low voice, Goku's stamina can't maintain Kaioken times 10 at its peak anymore. He can't keep up with Hit's time skip. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. Bang! Erg! Goku took several heavy punches from Hit, every blow landing solidly. He immediately seemed to lose consciousness and fell from the air. This is bad. Beerus' expression changed drastically. He's definitely going to lose. Oh dear. Whis also shook his head regretfully. Goku! Krillin and the others all stood up and called out worriedly. Was he really going to lose? Had Goku really been defeated? Great. On the other side, Kampa was overjoyed, practically ready to clap. Hit remained very quiet. He watched Goku slowly falling, then closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. It was over. Just when everyone thought the match had ended, Goku suddenly snapped his eyes open. Right after that, his powerful willpower let him erupt with ki in that instant. Aya! Along with Goku's roar, his ki reached its peak in an instant. In the very next moment, he rushed straight in front of Hit. Impossible. Hit's expression changed instantly. Completely unprepared, he was struck by Goku several times in a row and sent flying, smashing straight into the wall. How? Kampa and the others all stood up in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Goku could still counterattack at a time like this, and with such incredible power? After unleashing that burst, Goku suddenly lost strength and fell onto the arena, gasping for breath. Hit was embedded in the wall. He painfully pulled himself out, then also panted as he looked at Son Goku. Goku gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Hit. Hit, you should still have a trump card you haven't used, right? HM? Hit was taken aback, then said, what makes you think that? Goku laughed and said, while fighting you, I could feel that you were holding back somehow. It seemed like you were being careful about something. Hit looked at Goku, then after a moment of silence said, I'm an assassin. My job is to kill. So in order not to kill you, I've tried my best not to use lethal moves. Goku nodded. I understand. As he said that, he suddenly looked at Kampa and said, Hey, Lord Kampa, I'd like to request that one of the match rules be removed. What? Goku's move instantly left everyone confused. Hit froze for a moment, then looked deeply at Goku without saying anything. Kampa was somewhat surprised. Oh, what rule do you want removed? Goku smiled slightly. I want the no-killing rule removed. If that stays in place, that guy Hit 1T be able to fight with everything he has. The moment Kampa heard that, he was dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? The opponent actually dared to say something like that. Everyone was stunned. None of them had expected Goku to be this crazy. Did Goku take the wrong medicine or something? Krillin said awkwardly, sweating a little. The others were all confused. Why? Hit looked at Goku. Aren't you afraid of dying? Goku smiled and explained. Of course I'm afraid of something like that, but I can't let you walk away with regrets. You also want to give this battle everything you've got, right? Hit looked at Goku, stayed silent for a long time, then smiled.
Son Goku.
You really are an interesting person. Goku grinned. Ha 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 ha. Good. Since you want to die so badly, then I'll gladly grant your wish. Let us remove that rule. Kampa said excitedly. Hey, I don't agree with that. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Kampa and said through gritted teeth. Why don't you agree? That's what your Universe 7 fighter asked for himself. Kampa glared at Beerus angrily. I said no, and that means no. Beerus snorted coldly. The two gods of destruction immediately looked ready to start fighting over the match rules. Looking at the two gods in the air, Hit sighed a little. Such powerful gods. In their eyes, we really are just ants. But Goku smiled. I don't think so. Even if I can't beat them right now, I'll definitely reach that level in the future. Hit was taken aback, then smiled faintly. That is true. Goku grinned, then took the initiative to walk toward the edge of the arena. Everyone looked at Goku's actions in confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. At that moment, Goku jumped straight off the arena. Gah! At that instant, everyone turned to stone. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Beerus finally reacted and roared. Goku smiled. I concede. I can't beat Hit. He's just too strong. At the same time, Goku softly added, I'm not a pawn. Nanny? Beerus was so angry his face turned purple. Ha 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 ha. Beerus, now you know how powerful my Universe 6 is, right? Kampa laughed smugly, not forgetting to rub salt in the wound. Beerus snorted coldly, then returned to his seat. Ugh! Suddenly, Goku released both Kaioken and his Super Saiyan blue form. Instantly, his muscles began to convulse, and the overwhelming pain made him fall backward with his face to the sky. Goku! Chi-Chi and the others all rushed down, and Krillin fed Goku a senzu bean. Only then did Goku recover quite a bit, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm alive again. Hit walked to the edge of the arena and looked at Son Goku. Why? Goku grinned. My body had already reached its limit. If I didn't T-cancel Kaioken quickly, then who knows what would happened. Hit frowned. Is that really all? Goku grinned again. Of course. I was also using my actions to tell them that we're not pawns. Hit froze for a moment, and his expression became a little complicated. Goku stood up, then looked at Hit, his fist slightly tightening. Hit, you're very strong. Even stronger than me. So if there's ever a chance, make sure to fight me again. Hit looked at Goku, then smiled. Son Goku, to be honest, among all the people I've met, you're also the strongest one. So, I look forward to fighting you again next time. Goku was finally satisfied. Good. Then he turned to Krillin and the others. Let us go. After saying that, the group returned to the spectator stands. Lord Beerus. Sorry, we lost the match. Goku said tactfully. Beerus was a little angry, but he was still reasonable. He waved his hand. Forget it. It's not your fault. Goku sighed a little and said, Hit is really strong. Next time we fight, I'll definitely surpass him. Kakarot. Before that, I'll surpass you first. Vegeta suddenly said in a deep voice. Haha, then let's work hard together. Goku laughed. Vegeta arrogantly turned his head away and ignored him. The atmosphere was no longer so tense, and everyone's expressions eased up as well. Speaking of which, Hit is so strong. Only Monaka should be able to beat him, right? Goku suddenly said. Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed. and cold sweat even broke out on Beerus's forehead. He started to panic. Goku looked at Luya and said with a smile, "You're the one fighting Hit next. Be careful. That guy isn't simple." Luya smiled and said, "Don't worry." Beerus suddenly hurriedly said, "Hey, Luya, you have to take care of Hit for me. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." "Got it." Luya glanced at Beerus, then gave Monaka a strange look and said somewhat helplessly, "I'll do my best." Beerus. Do his best? If he did his best and still lost, then it was over. It was Luya's turn to go on stage. Goku looked at Luya, then scratched his head a little. "Luya probably isn't Hit's match. After fighting you, Hit has used up a lot of energy too, so maybe there's still a chance," Beerus said flatly. Goku froze for a moment, then raised his brows and looked at Krillin. "Krillin, do you still have any senzu beans?" The moment Goku said that, Krillin and the others' expressions instantly changed. "Old son, what are you trying to do?" Piccolo was so shocked his face turned green. This guy wasn't thinking of giving Hit a senzu bean, was he? That was what everyone else thought too, because they all remembered the battle against Cell back then. But Gohan had almost choked to death from rage back then. If he hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in time, all the Z fighters in the arena might have died. This guy. Wasn't he thinking of doing that again? Beerus also sensed something. He gave Goku a cold stare. "Hey, you're not thinking of giving Hit a senzu bean, are you?" He knew Goku's personality well enough to know he was absolutely capable of doing something like that. Goku gave an awkward laugh and said, "It's nothing, right? He used up a lot fighting me too. Besides, don't we still have Monaka as our trump card?" The moment he heard that, Beerus panicked like crazy and immediately punched Goku on the head. "Idiot! How can you think like that?" The others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Most of them knew Monaka's true situation. Only Goku was still being kept in the dark. Even now, he still thought Monaka was some super powerhouse. Goku held his head in pain and said unhappily, "Lord Beerus, why did you hit me?" Beerus clenched his fists in anger. "I'm asking you, do you want Luya to lose this match so Monaka can go out there?" Goku laughed. "Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking." Beerus. Goku, don't mess around, was suddenly spoke up. Even he was speechless toward his own lord. Of all things, he just had to bring Monaka here. And it was the first time he had ever seen Lord Beerus this flustered and exasperated. Goku looked at Whis thought for a moment, then said, "Monaka isn't in a position to fight right now, and this match isn't a joke. If we lose, you know what the consequences will be." "Huh? Why isn't he in a position to fight?" After saying that, Goku looked toward Monaka and started walking over. At that moment, Beerus quickly stopped Goku. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Goku said in confusion. "I'm just going to talk to Monaka." Beerus said flatly, "No, Monaka can't be approached right now." "Why? Huh? But why isn't he moving at all right now?" Goku moved around Beerus, his gaze landing on Monaka. "Oh, that's because Monaka has been unconscious ever since he saw the Kamehameha just now," was suddenly whispered. Beerus panicked and quickly said, "I said no. So no." Goku's eyes narrowed. He felt something was strange here, but he couldn't quite tell what was wrong. Seeing that things were about to be exposed, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Beerus. He then said flatly, "Monaka is currently undergoing spiritual unification. He absolutely cannot be disturbed at a time like this, or the consequences will be extremely serious. There was once a planet that was destroyed because of Monaka." Hearing that, Goku was shocked. Really? Good grief. Destroying a planet just because of one disagreement. He really is a top expert. Beerus seized the chance and said, "So that's why it's inconvenient for him to fight right now. If he's interrupted, it'll be extremely unfavorable for him. Got it? He needs time right now." Goku could only give up on the idea of having Monaka fight and obediently return to Vegeta's side. Seeing that, Beerus immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, Lord Beerus, it seems you're very flustered," was said gleefully. Beerus said somewhat angrily, "You can't just say things like that carelessly. We almost got exposed." Whis smiled faintly. Who would have thought that Lord Beerus, a god of destruction, would tell lies too? Beerus was a little embarrassed, but he still stubbornly said, "Humph, if it can help Goku grow stronger, then making a little sacrifice is fine." Whis. "Hey, they're about to start," Piccolo reminded them at that moment. Everyone immediately looked toward the arena. At this moment, Luya looked at Hit, his expression somewhat serious. Even though the other side had already used up more than half his strength, he was still incredibly powerful. Hit looked at Luya with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Luya suddenly took out a senzu bean and tossed it to Hit. Everyone, Beerus and the others' expressions changed drastically on the spot. "That guy, how can he mess around like this?" Beerus glared furiously at Luya with a savage expression. At this moment he was truly enraged. "What is Luya trying to do?" Krillin and the others asked in confusion. "Idiot!" Piccolo and Vegeta were both displeased. "Ha ha ha, Luya's got some of my style from back then. Goku laughed in surprise, though he was also a little excited, because if things went this way, he might get to see Monaka fight after all. What is this? Hit looked at Luya and asked. Luya smiled and said, this is a Senzu Bean. It can instantly restore your stamina and bring you back to your peak condition. Hit looked puzzled. Why are you giving me this? If I recover to my peak, your Universe 7 may have no chance of winning. Luya smiled faintly. Not necessarily. I'm still pretty confident in myself. I'm not that kind of petty person either. Your stamina and strength are both less than half of what they were before, so I also want to fight the you at your peak. Ha ha ha. Idiot. I didn't think there'd be someone this stupid. Is this guy delivering himself to Universe 6? Kampa couldn't help laughing smugly when he heard that. He looked at Beerus. Hey, Beerus. I won't hold back in taking your Earth. Damn it. Beerus was furious inside, his face turning purple. He looked at Luya, and his gaze had already grown cold. Listen, if you can't win, I'll destroy you. Luya glanced at Beerus, then smiled and said, I'll do my best. Hit looked at him, then revealed a slight smile. You're just as interesting as Son Goku. However, even if you do this, I won't show any mercy. Luya gave a confident smile. Then come at me with everything you've got. Hit glanced at Goku's figure in the audience stands. Then, without any more hesitation, he directly swallowed the Senzu Bean. In less than 2 seconds, Hit's condition returned to its peak. Hit looked at Luya and said, you're a Saiyan too, right? Then show me your power. Otherwise, you're not my opponent. Luya gave a strange smile. Then excuse my poor showing. Boom. Ah. Without the slightest hesitation, Luya directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Right after that, he powered up again and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his battle power had already reached an astonishing more than 5 trillion. With the boost to his base form, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Luya's battle power also skyrocketed at an incredible rate. Luya looked at Hit and said, I can still transform into Super Saiyan 3, but that stage consumes far too much stamina. So I'll use this form as the basis to fight you. Hit shook his head. Still not enough. Now that his potential had awakened, with his full power completely unleashed, his battle power had reached close to 10 quadrillion. So even without using time skip, he could still deal with the other side with ease. Luya smiled faintly. Of course I know it's not enough. So, Ahak. As soon as he finished speaking, Luya directly exploded with power, and at the same time, his strength began rising non-stop. His battle power kept soaring. This stance. Could it be? Seeing Luya like this, Hit's expression immediately changed. Luya was using the Kaioken. Everyone in Universe 7 was shocked. How is that possible? His Kaioken is actually even stronger than Kakarote's. Vegeta's expression changed instantly. Was he really going to become the eternal number 3? Oh, now this is interesting. Beerus, who had originally been a little angry, was immediately somewhat surprised when he saw this, and much of his anger faded as well. Aha! Luya's Kaioken really is stronger than mine, and the multiplier he can withstand is also higher than mine. You could say it makes up for his inability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku smiled faintly. He had trained together with Luya in the hyperbolic time chamber, so he knew what Luya was relying on. How can this be? He can do it too. At this moment, Kampa and Vados both could no longer stay calm. Other than Son Goku, there was actually someone else who could enter this kind of state. As Luya continued powering up, Hit gradually grew serious as well. However, he did not interrupt Luya's charging of power, as repayment for the Senzu Bean. At the same time, Hit also suddenly powered up at this moment. Purple light danced like a roaring angry dragon, and his aura instantly surged. Ahak! The golden light around Luya's body had already been covered in a red outer layer, exactly the same as Goku's, and his power was also rising toward the tens of billions. 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold, the pressure from the two of them directly caused the barrier, which had only just been restored, to crack again and shatter piece by piece. Left with no choice, Whis and Vados could only use divine power once more to reinforce the barrier. Luya's ki isn't any weaker than Goku's at all, Krillin said with a bit of sweat on his face. Goku was also somewhat solemn at this moment. Being able to control a 10-fold Kaioken is already very good for me, but Luya can actually go even further than I can. And that S while he still can't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, which means he has already trained the Kaioken to the point of complete mastery. But what I don't understand is that the Kaioken should consume a huge amount of stamina, so why isn't that very obvious with him? Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, he had also sparred with Luya while using Kaioken, but the stamina Luya consumed was far less than his own. And that was even while he himself was maintaining Super Saiyan Blue. He did not understand that point either. Judging from this, there really seems to be hope. Whis smiled faintly and said, Humph. Beerus let out an arrogant snort. In the arena, Luya suddenly roared, 18-fold Kaioken. Boom boom boom. In an instant, his ki directly surged wildly. 10 quadrillion. Luya's power had already reached 10 quadrillion. It was directly catching up to Goku using tenfold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan blue state. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already barely mastered the 18-fold Kaioken. Of course, the range he could perfectly endure was 15-fold. 18-fold was somewhat difficult for him, but only this way could he fight Hit. Rumble, rumble, rumble. And at this time, Hit had also finished powering up. His battle power had now reached more than 9 quadrillion, but he was still a bit weaker than Luya. Hit looked at Luya and asked somewhat doubtfully, why? Judging from when Son Goku used Kaioken before, this technique should consume a huge amount of stamina. You're not Super Saiyan Blue, yet you can use power even greater than Son Goku's. Luya smiled faintly. You should have heard the saying, practice makes perfect, right? Hit fell silent. Because of the system cheat, Luya's Kaioken put comparatively little burden on his body. Of course, that did not mean there was no burden at all. As he used it more often, and as the multiplier increased, his body still found it somewhat hard to bear. But his condition was better than Goku's, since it was a cheat after all. Using 18-fold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he should be able to hold on for a few minutes. But the burden it brought was still not small, though it would not go so far as to produce side effects like Goku's. Thinking of this, he looked at Hit. Let me experience the might of time skip. Hit took a stance, then said, even though your battle power is higher than mine, under my time skip you cannot possibly be my opponent. Luya smiled. Who knows? Hit smiled faintly. Interesting. I didn't expect that besides Son Goku, Universe 7 also had someone like you. Saiyans really are an extraordinary bunch. Luya laughed and said, alright, let us fight. Hit put away his smile, and his gaze sharpened. The next moment, a white domain began spreading non-stop from around him. Time cage. Luya shouted angrily and violently powered up. The next moment he directly made his move. His fists became like afterimages as he stood in place and threw punch after punch toward the space in front of him. And shockingly, every punch he threw caused a collision. That was because Hit had already attacked him. But Luya blocked every one of them. System. Activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Luya said inwardly. Beep. Strongest Saiyan talent activated. For Luya, this was a very good learning opportunity. Through the strongest Saiyan talent, he could capture the other side's trajectory, and he could also continuously break through his own limits through battle. Suddenly, Luya's pupils contracted. The next moment, his stomach had already been struck by a punch. At that instant, time skip vanished, and Hit had already appeared in front of Luya. How is that possible? Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief. This is bad. Goku and the others' expressions changed, and they said worriedly, good. That's it. Hit him like that. Kampa said excitedly. Hit moved close to Luya and said flatly, my time skip isn't that simple. Because of my battle with Son Goku, it has already broken through 1 second. So, you can't beat me. Is that so? Suddenly, Luya slightly raised his head and looked at Hit. What? Hit was startled. In the next second, before he could even react, Luya slammed a punch directly into his face, sending him stumbling backward again and again. A complete reversal. Hit got struck back. This scene directly left everyone dumbfounded. Luya actually endured Hit's punch. That's incredible. Goku's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised. Vegeta was also somewhat shocked. He and Kakarot had both personally experienced Hit's punches. Without a doubt, neither of them could take Hit's attacks. Especially Vegeta. He'd been dropped flat by a single full power punch from Hit, but Luya was actually able to endure that intense pain and counterattack. That undoubtedly left them both deeply shocked. In the arena, Hit wiped the scrape on his face, then looked at Luya. So you actually thought of something like that? Luya curled his lips. It's my first time fighting you. If I can't dodge, then there's no choice. I can only lure you into close combat. Otherwise I wouldn't have had any chance. Though, the price is kind of high. Holding his stomach, Luya could also feel the burning pain. He finally understood why Goku and Vegeta had both been knocked down by the other man's punches. If it were someone a little weaker, getting killed in one punch wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. However, because he had exchanged blows with Hit, he had gradually grasped Hit's attack pattern. You can predict Goku's prediction, so when you're predicting my prediction, I'll predict your prediction again. That way, I can break your time skip, Luya said with a confident smile. Hit smiled faintly. Easy for you to say. I'm just afraid you can't do it. I can. As long as I have the strongest talent, I can keep getting stronger. I can definitely beat you. Luya roared, and in the next moment, he burst out with ki, unleashing the Kaioken to the fullest. Whoosh! In the next instant, Luya directly appeared behind Hit and threw a punch. Hit reacted at once and immediately activated time skip. In an instant, a white time cage directly enveloped the entire arena, and Luya's attack froze in that instant. But just as Hit was about to strike, Luya suddenly moved. How is that possible? Hit's expression changed, and the punch he threw was directly caught by Luya. Bang! Luya didn't hold back at all. A full power punch slammed viciously into Hit's stomach. In that instant, an invisible shock of fist force directly passed through Hit's body. Yuwa! Hit instantly vomited. The time cage couldn't be maintained, and time skip was directly broken. Hit! Kampa was stunned. He shot to his feet, his face covered in cold sweat. It worked! Goku, Beerus, and the others were all overjoyed. That guy! He broke Hit's time skip. That's amazing, Krillin said, drenched in cold sweat. Although Goku had also broken Hit's time skip when he used Kaioken before, the Hit from back then and the Hit now were on completely different levels. Bang! Hit dropped to one knee, gasping for breath in big gulps, trying to ease the pain. Usually he was the one landing the blows on others, but now he himself had taken a punch like that. Had his time skip really been broken? Impossible. He had already controlled time to the level of 1 second. How could the other side possibly break it? Luya looked at Hit and said, I predicted you predicting my prediction. Time skip is gradually becoming useless against me. Hit gritted his teeth, then painfully stood up. Why? Why is it that I only took one punch from you, yet I can barely withstand it? Luya said blandly, your power in direct combat actually isn't that great. The main reason you're so strong is your time skip. But me, using 18 times Kaioken, my strength is above yours. Damn it. Hit gritted his teeth, then shouted angrily and activated time skip again. In the next moment, he threw countless punches at Luya. Luya hurriedly dodged. Although the other man's speed surpassed time, he had already figured out a trace of the other's attack trajectory. Combined with his own advantages, he could still manage to dodge. Ha! Luya shouted and immediately counterattacked, throwing a fierce punch. With a bang, he directly neutralized Hit's fist, crossing through time just like that and canceling out his power. I told you, I can predict your prediction. Luya shouted in a low roar, then followed up with a sweeping kick. Hit hurriedly raised his arm to block. Bang! In the next second, his body was blasted backward again and again. Luya had gained the upper hand. Hit looked at Luya, then said, even when Son Goku transforms into blue, he can't maintain that state for long. Why are you still fine even now? He realized that Luya had incredibly good control over this state with no backlash at all. Luya smiled faintly. Because I'm strong. If Goku could also ignore the burden brought by Kaioken, then Hit might have already been defeated by him. Looking at it from another angle, Luya could still withstand the burden brought by Kaioken, so his chances of winning were very high. Hit looked at Luya, then put up a fighting stance. I underestimated you, but next, I'll fight with my full strength. Luya also took his stance. Then come at me. He had already adapted to Hit's time skip. Honestly, the strongest Saiyan talent was freaking insane. No wonder Broly, who possessed that kind of talent, could crush Goku and the others. Now it was time for him to rise up. Boom! With an explosive burst of ki, Luya took the initiative to attack. In an instant, he was already in front of Hit. The boost brought by Kaioken was no joke. That kind of speed had already surpassed time. A trace of savagery flashed across Hit's face. In the next moment, with a flash, he dodged Luya's attack and used time skip on himself. But he couldn't attack Luya within that 1 second gap. Because Luya currently had almost no openings at all. So he could only evade. Where do you think you're running? Luya roared, directly pushing off with the tip of his foot and rushing in front of Hit, his punch landing squarely on Hit's face. Hit cried out in pain and staggered back repeatedly, while Goku had already flashed in front of him at this moment, delivering a chain of heavy blows, his fists raining down on Hit's body like a storm. Waves of force shot everywhere, and the power was terrifying. As Hit was completely suppressed, Kampa began to panic and hurriedly shouted, Fight back! Fight back already! Hit! You can't lose! The others looked at this scene and couldn't help sighing. I never thought Saions could still grow to this extent. The Saions of Universe 7 really are terrifying, Kaba said sincerely. Then, thinking of something, he suddenly muttered, if she could come, she'd definitely be really excited, right? Good. The situation is tipping completely toward Luya. Beerus had just been worried, but now he was equally excited. This brat's performance. Barely passable. Looking at Kampa's face, which was about to turn ashen, Beerus felt a burst of satisfaction. Impossible. Other than Kakarot, there's actually someone else who's surpassed me by this much. I won't accept this. Vegeta's face looked a little ugly off to the side. Of course, that was what he was thinking inside. It already made him extremely unhappy whenever Kakarot surpassed him. But now there was one more person, and he was also a Saiyan just like him. His title as Eternal Third Place had been completely confirmed. Top. Luya struck Hit rapidly in a rhythmic barrage, directly suppressing him for a time. Although Hit possessed time skip, under Luya's seamless pressure, he was also somewhat rushed and could only use his arms to block Luya's attacks. Luya's expression suddenly sharpened, and he kicked out. In the next moment, Hit was shaken backward directly. Top. As Hit was being forced back, Luya directly unleashed the Prince of all Saiyans combat style like mad. Countless ki blasts bombarding Hit's body. Hit grit his teeth and endured it. Beaten so badly he had no strength to fight back. Hit's ki is dropping, Goku suddenly said. Great. At this rate, Luya's definitely going to win. Krillin said excitedly. Humph. Take him down now. Beerus was fired up and shouted excitedly. Boom. 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 After continuously firing countless ki blasts, Luya suddenly brought both hands to his waist. Kamehame, whoosh. At once, a powerful ki condensed in his palm. Hit finally got a chance to breathe. Then he let out a furious roar and instantly powered up. Purple light wrapped around his body, and right after that, ki began gathering in his palm as well. The purple energy sphere kept compressing and growing stronger. Both of their power levels soared wildly at this moment. Seeing this, Whis and Vados understood that they were about to unleash their ultimate moves. They immediately used divine power to maintain the barrier. Luya held nothing back now. He was going to end the fight with this full power Kamehameha. Hit was not weak either. His ki had also risen to its absolute limit. At this moment, he was likewise holding nothing back at all. Wave! Suddenly, Luya roared, and in the next instant, he fired his Kamehameha. A full power Kamehameha. Ha! Hit did not back down in the slightest. He directly launched the purple energy blast in his hand. He knew Luya's Kamehameha was simply too powerful, and its area of effect was far too large. Even if he used time skip, he would not be able to escape, so he could only take it head-on. Boom! The purple energy blast directly blocked Luya's Kamehameha, but it was already starting to lose ground, getting pushed back little by little. Ahak! Luya roared with all his strength, continuously pouring powerful ki into it. While maintaining the Kamehameha, he also kept increasing its power. Ahak! Although Hit was at a disadvantage, he showed no intention of giving up. Instead, he resisted with everything he had. The purple aura around his body flickered violently at this moment, as if it would be blown away in the next second. Powerful ki spread outward. Even with the barrier blocking it, it still could not fully withstand the two men's beam clash. For a moment, cracks suddenly began appearing all across the barrier. The two angels also knew this was only treating the symptoms, not the cause. So they both gave up maintaining the barrier at the same time. In the next instant, they reappeared by their respective camps and directly opened protective shields. Without the angels' power feeding into it, the barrier instantly shattered under the pressure of the two enormous forces. Wawa! Everyone was affected by that overwhelming ki. Luckily, the angel shields were protecting them. Otherwise, all of them would have suffered under this kind of power. What incredible power. Compared to me, it's not just equal. It's even greater. Goku watched this scene with a grave expression. Although his fighting power with tenfold Kaioken was roughly on par with Luya's current level, because of his stamina, he could not fully unleash the true might of tenfold Kaioken. On the contrary, because Kaioken consumed stamina, and because he had not yet fully mastered it, Luya was far superior to him. A battle like this was truly a rare sight. Even Beerus was a little surprised, because he had not expected a Saiyan to be able to reach this level. No, to be more precise, he should say that a mere Supreme Kai had actually created a technique like this. Truly shocked him. But seeing Goku like this, Beerus looked at Monaka again. It seemed he had done something unnecessary. Maybe Goku's target did not need Monaka's involvement at all. Beerus. On the battlefield, a massive explosion was unavoidable, and even the referee had no idea where he had been blown off to. After the smoke from the explosion finally dispersed, the arena was left in utter ruin. At this point, the ring was already broken beyond recognition, and aside from the spectator stands on both sides, everything else around it had been destroyed. But what was strange was that after enduring such a terrifying clash of power from the two of them, this small planet had actually not been destroyed. That was the surprising part. Of course, perhaps that was because the two of them had only engaged in a beam clash and had not directly driven their attacks into the planet. Otherwise, it probably would not have remained as unharmed as it was now. Bang! Suddenly, a figure dropped to one knee on the ground, gasping heavily. The aura around him was extremely weak, and the consumption had clearly been enormous. It was Hit, facing Luya's full power output. Defending against it had been extremely difficult for him. He had nearly failed to block it, and his feelings were a little complicated because originally, he had wanted to use this chance to improve himself like he had during his clash with Son Goku before, but this time he had failed. Why? He did not know. Clearly, this clash had not been any weaker than the one with Son Goku. Logically speaking, he should have been able to draw out the potential within his body. But this time he had failed. Could it be that his potential had already been fully awakened? No matter how much Hit thought about it, he could not understand. On the other side, Luya was not feeling too good either. He was also weakened now, his chest rising and falling unevenly. That full power output just now had also been a massive drain on him. And with both his stamina and ki having dropped, The side effects of Kaioken were now starting to show. He could already feel waves of muscle spasms. Beep. Host has overused Kaioken. Side effect. 10. The system spoke. That confirmed it. Luya gave a bitter smile. It looked like he had really pushed himself too hard this time. If he did not improve further after this, then he probably would have a hard time using 18-fold Kaioken again. Looking at Hit, Luya took a deep breath, then said, Hit, it's time to decide the winner. Hit stood back up. He took several seconds to steady his breathing before looking at Luya. You really are strong. I'm no longer your match. But I won't admit defeat so easily. After being an assassin for so many years, he had never known what defeat felt like. Even Son Goku had not truly made him lose. But now, facing this powerful opponent, he felt a kind of helplessness. The number 1 assassin of Universe 6. And at the same time one of its absolute top fighters had his own pride. Ha! Hit suddenly powered up, bursting out with the last of his remaining energy. In the next second, he threw a punch at Luya through the air from a distance. At the same time, he used time skip. An invisible yet tangible fist force blasted out. This was an all-or-nothing move. The speed had reached the absolute limit. Luya gritted his teeth and could only cross both arms in front of himself to block. Boom! A huge crashing sound rang out. Even Luya was forced to slide backward across the ground. By the time he came to a stop, smoke was already rising from the place where he had been hit. It was obvious just how powerful Hit's punch had been. And at this moment, using time skip, Hit had already arrived right in front of Luya. While Luya was blocking Hit's distant punch, the latter had already closed in before him and thrown another punch. Luya raised a hand and grabbed Hit's fist, then directly struck out with his other hand. Bang! Hit stumbled back 2 steps, and at the same time, an energy blast instantly formed in his hand. He fiercely fired it at Luya. With quick eyes and quick hands, Luya leaped up and jumped into the air, dodging the energy blast. Boom! Along with a burst of explosive noise, light gathered in both of Luya's hands at the same time. Then he brought both hands together, gave an angry shout, and directly unleashed a key wave attack. Hit raised both hands to block, but his body kept sliding backward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luya seized the opportunity and directly powered up, crazily maintaining the Kaioken boost with the little stamina he had left, while increasing his output at the same time. Ahak! Hit's stamina was already nearly exhausted. Facing Luya's output like this, his body actually began trembling. He could not resist that powerful energy and kept getting pushed backward. Came. Luya suddenly spoke. At the same time, all of his ki poured out at this moment, charging up a decisive strike. He was using Kamehameha once again. He wanted his opponent to understand that it was not only the Sun family who had a reputation for being unbeatable in beam clashes. There was also him, Luya. And no way, Kampa could no longer stay calm. He immediately shot to his feet, cold sweat pouring down. If Hit lost, then they would not have a next contestant. That's it now. Defeat Hit. Beerus completely threw away the dignity of a god of destruction and shouted excitedly, Power! Luya roared, and in the next moment, the power of that ki blast directly surged, expanding by more than double. Ugh hi! Under such a powerful attack, Hit could no longer hold on. The arena behind him also couldn't withstand it and shattered on the spot, turning into dust and scattering away. Hit himself was pushed several hundred meters away by the ki blast. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, accompanied by a mushroom cloud rising up. We won! When everyone in Universe 7 saw this scene, they instantly burst into wild joy. The corners of Beerus's mouth lifted, unable to hide the joy in his heart. Nothing was more satisfying than beating Kampa. So strong. Even without being able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still beat Hit. Luya's martial arts talent is even better than ours. Goku looked at Luya and sighed in admiration. But Vegeta's expression was a little ugly. Compared to how he had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue earlier only to be defeated by Hit in just a few moves, Luya had actually beaten Hit, and this was Hit at his peak. That gap made him feel extremely awful. No, impossible. How could Hit lose? I don't believe it. How can Science be this strong? Kampa frantically clawed at his hair and shouted in fury. He had originally thought Son Goku was Universe 7's trump card, and that once he defeated him it would be a sure win. Who would have thought there was still such a monster left? Just what the hell were Universe 7's Science made of? At this moment, Luya floated in the air, gasping for breath. That move just now had already nearly drained all his stamina. Suddenly, a strange turn of events occurred. In the next instant, a bizarre figure suddenly appeared in front of Luya and threw a punch at incredible speed. Not good. Luya was shocked, but he no longer had the strength to defend. Bang! Irk! Luya was punched so hard he vomited on the spot. His body bent up like a shrimp. How is that possible? Beerus and the others looked at this scene in shock, because the one who had attacked was actually Hit. Why was he fine? Great. Hit. Kampa was so overjoyed he nearly went crazy. He hadn't expected things to instantly go from hell back to heaven. Hit looked at Luya and then said, "You're very impressive. But I can grow stronger too." At the very instant before he was about to be pushed out of bounds and touch the ground, Hit had spent a great amount of power to use time skip, and that was how he avoided the ki blast. Luya gritted his teeth. This was something he hadn't expected. The other side had still been able to dodge. He had to admit that was way too much. Enduring the pain, Luya suddenly let out an angry roar. In the next moment, his aura exploded, and he directly grabbed Hit's fist. What? Hit was startled. He hadn't expected the other side to still be able to fight back. Luya gave a fierce swing, and in the next moment directly hurled him away. At the same time, a ki blast suddenly condensed in his hand. He violently threw it out, instantly blasting Hit up into the air. Hit forcefully stopped himself. He knew the other side was overtaxing his body, and it was actually working. Not daring to hesitate, Hit suddenly thrust both hands toward Luya's direction and directly fired a terrifying ki blast. Luya suddenly let out a heart-rending roar. Relying only on the last of his strength, he shot fiercely into the sky. Dragon fist. Swish. In the next second, golden light spread over Luya's body, and he directly charged into Hit's ki blast like a fish, ignoring it as he rushed straight toward Hit. And no way. At this moment, even Hit found it hard to believe. Of course, it was already too late. Explode! Luya roared as he rushed in front of Hit, and in the next moment, he slammed fiercely into Hit's stomach. Yuwawa! Feeling the explosive power within it, Hit's expression completely changed. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Hit let out a miserable scream. A terrifying golden light burst out from behind him. At the same time, it transformed into the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon before slowly dissipating, revealing Luya's figure. And on Hit's body, there was now a bloody hole. Hit's body trembled, disbelief filling him. Even with such a powerful body, he had actually been pierced straight through by the other's strike. He was going to die. Whis. Goku suddenly called out from the audience stand after snapping back to his senses. Whis understood, and in the next instant appeared in front of Hit, directly wrapping Hit's body with angelic power, slowing the loss of his life force somewhat. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Luya had almost killed Hit. At this time, Goku appeared in front of Hit and fed him a senzu bean. Very quickly, Hit's condition gradually improved. On the other side, Luya's body also fell from exhaustion, but Goku quickly appeared in front of him too and fed him a senzu bean as well. Luya's condition recovered. He took a deep breath. Thanks. Goku laughed heartily, then said with a grin, "You really went all out. Huh? You almost killed Hit. Also, what kind of technique was that?" Luya smiled slightly. "I'll tell you another time." Ding. Host used 18-fold Kaioken beyond the limit. Side effect +5. Please be advised. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Mission completed. Defeat Hit. Rewards are being distributed. Reward. Battle power of 1 billion points. Reward. Hit skill. Time skip. Current time control. 0.1 seconds. Reward. Host's 18-fold Kaioken side effect -5. Current side effect. 10. Note. Once side effects reach 100, Kaioken will automatically seal itself and the host will be unable to use it. Once it reaches 50, no matter how many times Kaioken the host uses, only 80% of battle power can be exerted, and so on until side effects reach 100. In addition, the host may offset side effect points through missions. Specific details unknown for now. Ding. Because the host helped Universe 7 obtain victory, an additional reward is being issued. Reward. Host battle power of 300 million points. Reward. Host obtains Son Goku's and Vegeta's Saiyan energy. System mission triggered. Mission content. Collect the power of 5 Saiyans. Transform into Super Saiyan God. Current progress, 2 out of 5. Swish. Luya took a deep breath and landed on the ground. But when he heard the system's words, Luya froze. Super Saiyan God? The red-haired one? Luya had an impression of Super Saiyan God. It was a transformation formed by fusing the power of 5 Saiyans into the body of 1 Saiyan through a special force. He could do that too. Now he already had Son Goku's and Vegeta's energy, so he was only missing Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. After thinking about it, Luya decided not to bother with it for now and instead felt a bit excited. Damn, he had really obtained Hit's time skip. Even though it was only 0.1 seconds of time control, that was still insanely awesome. Time skip was something that could crush Super Saiyan Blue. But he understood that after this lesson Goku and Vegeta would both train specifically against it, so ordinary time skip probably wouldn't be very effective against the two of them anymore. So he also had to become even stronger. Although he hadn't gotten a reward for Super Saiyan Blue transformation, getting this was already very good. As for Super Saiyan Blue, he'd first transform into Super Saiyan God, one step at a time. Only after coming back to his senses did he notice everyone's cheers, and then he looked into the distance. At this moment, Hit had already recovered, but his condition still wasn't too great. Seeing Luya look over, Hit met his gaze as well. A few seconds later, Hit lightly closed his eyes, and in the next moment appeared on the shattered arena. I lost. Luya smiled slightly. You're strong. Hit glanced at Luya, then said, you're very strong too. Next time, I'll become even stronger. So when that time comes, I hope to fight you again. The corner of Luya's mouth lifted. Of course. Hit looked at him, then seemed to think of something and turned to Goku. I gained a lot this time. Being able to meet you all was my honor. And because of that, I was able to break through my own limits. He knew very well how much potential he had, but he had never been able to unlock it on his own because he couldn't find an opponent. This battle against Son Goku and Luya had put him under enormous pressure, and that was exactly why he had managed to break through himself at the limit. Luya couldn't help sighing a little. Hit, someone so proud, had actually said something like that. Hit nodded at him and didn't say anything more. His figure flashed, and he directly returned to Universe 6's spectator stand. The referee popped out from who knew where and ran over covered in dust, saying, I announced that in this match between Universe 6 and Universe 7, Universe 7 is the winner. Oh! Krillin and the others all cheered loudly. At this moment, Kampa's face looked like a storm was about to break. Dark as the bottom of a pot. Whoosh! 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 Strands of divine aura rose from beneath his feet, and Kampa's expression turned exceptionally cold. Hit and the others' performance had made him lose a great deal of face. In other words, Kampa could not accept defeat. You pieces of trash actually lost to Universe 7. You've truly disappointed me, Kampa said gloomily. He was also a little annoyed. If the no-killing rule hadn't been cancelled, they would have won. Hit landed on the ground, then looked at Kampa. I don't want the cube anymore. Send me back. Hehehe. How could it be that simple? You made me lose all face. Since that's the case, then there's no need for you to continue existing. A sphere of destruction suddenly condensed in Kampa's hand as he raised it and aimed it at Hit. Badamo and the others' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly stood up, preparing to face Kampa's wrath, because they knew they might be destroyed along with him. Hit looked at Kampa expressionlessly, but his gaze had turned cold. So it really is like this? Damn it, even Goku on the other side couldn't stand watching anymore. He immediately clenched his fists, ready to help. At this moment, Beerus appeared in front of Goku with his back to him and said indifferently, It's undeniable that you all performed very well. But the matter now is no longer something you're qualified to interfere in. When a god of destruction acts, if mortals interfere, they bear the consequences themselves. But Goku's brows tightened deeply. Hit was a martial arts master he had finally managed to befriend, and Hit's personality suited him extremely well too. If they got along properly, becoming close friends was entirely possible. So he absolutely didn't want to watch him get killed just like this. On top of that, he was extremely unhappy with this kind of behavior from a god of destruction. Hit and the others had fought for Universe 6 all the way to the end as warriors. Now that they had lost, Kampa planned to throw them away and destroy them like chess pieces. That simply wasn't something a god should do. Beerus turned to look at Goku. I'll say it one more time. Don't meddle in other people's business. Goku. Sensing signs that Beerus was getting angry, Goku fell silent, but his fists were still clenched tightly. Below, Luya watched the situation on both sides. Then, as if sensing something, he glanced in a certain direction. His movement suddenly paused, as though he had seen some unbelievably incredible existence. Luya quickly withdrew his gaze and pretended he hadn't seen anything. On the other side, the destruction sphere in Kampa's hand had already fully condensed. At the same time, he said disdainfully, You're all nothing but a bunch of chess pieces, especially you. Hit, you disobeyed my orders again and again. Now that you no longer have any value, be destroyed. Hit gritted his teeth as he stared at Kampa. His heel shifted slightly back, preparing for a fierce battle. Lord Kampa, Vados suddenly said at this moment. Kampa was in the middle of his rage, so naturally he ignored her and kept ranting. Every single one of you made me lose all face. Since that's the case, I'll destroy all of you. Come on. Use whatever techniques you want, Super Saiyan, time skip, whatever. Let us see whether I can destroy you all. Lord Kampa, Vados' voice came again. What is it? Don't annoy me. Kampa looked at Vados irritably. Vados pointed in a certain direction, gesturing for Kampa to look. Kampa looked over in annoyance. No one knew what he saw, but all of a sudden, his eyes bulged wide open. He let out a pig-slaughtering scream, and his entire body started trembling as if electrocuted. Even the sphere of destruction in his hand went out at that moment. Beerus had still been thinking about stopping Goku, worried that Goku would ruin things, when was suddenly said softly, Lord Beerus, look over there. Over there? What's over there? Beerus froze for a moment, then curiously looked over. Instantly, his reaction was exactly the same as Kampa's, utterly horrified. The Supreme Kais watching from the spectator stand saw it as well, and the old Supreme Kai was so frightened that his soul practically flew out of his body. At some unknown point, 3 figures had appeared in the distance. 2 of them looked very similar, and they were like shrunken Teletubbies, their expressions cold. The other was a very small child. He wore a purple-red robe, and on the front of his clothes were 2 inverted characters for all. His head looked like an egg, with 3 vertical lines dividing it into 2 colors, purple on both sides and blue in the middle. Who is that kid? Why does he look so punchable? At this moment, the Supreme Kai in the audience suddenly whispered to the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai's body stiffened. Then he suddenly slapped the Supreme Kai hard on the head.
Baka.
Shut your mouth. That is Zeno. Lord Zeno. The supreme god above even the rank of a god of destruction. The old Supreme Kai scolded. What? Hearing that, the Supreme Kai's face changed drastically, and he even had the urge to cut off his own tongue. And no way. Teach that is. Beerus said with a trembling voice, his body instinctively shaking. And no, impossible. That one is. Kampa looked equally shocked, panicked beyond belief. The next second, the 2 gods of destruction cried out in alarm. It's Zeno. He looks like a little kid. Vegeta crossed his arms and said in confusion, what kind of person is he? Piccolo beside him also asked. Beerus said gravely, Lord Zeno is the one who rules over the 12 universes. No, not a person, a god. The supreme god. The man standing at the pinnacle of all gods. What? Vegeta and Piccolo's expressions changed drastically. Everyone else's faces also changed in shock. Zeno. By the way, Lord Beerus, us standing this high and looking down at Lord Zeno. Isn't that a bad look? Was said slowly. What are you saying? Cold sweat kept pouring down Beerus's face. In the next instant, Beerus and Kampa took the lead and appeared directly in front of the child. At the same time, they bent at a perfect 90-degree angle. Their posture textbook perfect, obedient like elementary school students. Welcome to your honored arrival, Lord Zeno. Zeno's expression didn't change. He looked innocent and pure, and even his voice sounded like that of a child. Whis and Vados also appeared behind the 2 gods of destruction. It has been a long time since we last greeted you, Lord Zeno. Whis offered his greeting. Zeno responded. I trust you have been well, Lord Zeno. Vados added. Zeno replied again with no other words. At this moment, the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 and the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 also flew over. Without the slightest nonsense, they directly knelt down. Lord Zeno, the old Supreme Kai said in a trembling voice. Zeno nodded lightly. Beerus asked, May I ask what brings Lord Zeno here this time? Grand Zeno said, I came this time because you held a tournament here, so I came to remind you of something. Yes. Beerus and Kampa hurriedly answered. Grand Zeno smiled. You destroyer gods can't slack off on your jobs. Yes. Beerus and Kampa quickly replied. Wait, Grand Zeno-sama, I want to report something. Lord Beerus hasn't been doing destruction properly. He's been putting all his attention on taking naps and eating delicious food, was suddenly said. The moment he heard that, sweat poured down Beerus's face like running water, but in his heart, he was cursing furiously. You bastard, Whis, just you wait. It's not like you haven't been eating good food too. I want to report something too. Lord Kampa doesn't pay attention to his health. He eats recklessly and overeats delicious food, and now his figure is completely out of shape. I tried to persuade him, but he still wouldn't listen. Boo-hoo-hoo. Vados suddenly added. In Kampa's heart, 10,000 alpacas were stampeding wildly across the plains. He was panicking like crazy right now. He had almost forgotten. An angel's duty was to supervise the destroyer god. After hearing the 2 angels' words, Grand Zeno fell into thought, then said, then let's replace one of the destroyer gods. Ha! Hearing that, Beerus and Kampa panicked to the extreme, and fear filled them as well. They were done for. They were doomed. At that moment, Grand Zeno added, just kidding. Phew! The 2 brothers both let out a huge sigh of relief at the same time. That scared the life out of them. And also, Grand Zeno suddenly spoke again. Yes, the 2 destroyer gods hurriedly answered. At this moment, they had completely lost any dignity as destroyer gods. All that remained in their hearts was respect and fear. Grand Zeno smiled. I watched the tournament between your 2 universes. It was pretty interesting. Thank you for your praise. Grand Zeno-sama, the 2 destroyer gods said in perfect sync. So, I plan to gather the strongest fighters from all the universes next time and have another match. Grand Zeno suddenly said, sounding a little expectant. Really? Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. The gods were all startled and quickly looked over. They saw Goku suddenly walking over. Really? The strongest fighters from all the universes are coming? Let's fight. Let's fight. Seeing him walk toward Grand Zeno, the 2 destroyer gods were instantly dumbfounded. They thought something was terribly wrong. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Whoosh! Suddenly, Grand Zeno's 2 guards blocked Goku's path. It was as if the moment Goku took one more step forward, they would strike mercilessly and destroy him. Goku froze, a little confused. I just want to talk to him. Is that not okay? The 2 guards shook their heads. Goku pleaded. Just let me say a couple words to Grand Zeno-sama. The 2 guards still shook their heads in refusal. They were already showing signs of making a move. Idiot! Behave yourself. Grand Zeno-sama is so exalted. How could an ordinary person like you approach him? Beerus shouted. It's fine, it's fine. Grand Zeno suddenly said. What? Beerus? Kampa. And all the gods were shocked. Grand Zeno walked up to Goku, then said, your fight was very exciting. Goku grinned. Thanks. Then let's have a tournament. Very soon. A tournament between universes. Grand Zeno looked at Goku and smiled. Goku said excitedly, okay, it's a promise. As he said that, he reached out a hand of friendship toward Grand Zeno. Watching this scene, Beerus and Kampa felt their emotions rising and falling like a roller coaster. Fear had reached the extreme in their hearts. This rude guy. Even Beerus at this moment wanted to bury Goku alive, just as everyone thought Goku had offended Grand Zeno. Grand Zeno suddenly hesitated for a moment, then also reached out and took Goku's hand. Haha! Goku laughed happily. At the same time, he grabbed Grand Zeno's hand and shook it, even lifting up his little body. Ah! Beerus and Kampa tensed up again. Their mouths were so wide open it looked like you could stuff a bowl inside. Goku, you're being way too rude, Beerus said angrily. It's okay. Grand Zeno had no intention of blaming him. Instead, he looked at Goku. You're very interesting. Haha, you're very interesting too. Goku praised him. Alright, I'm heading back now. Grand Zeno nodded. Ah, see you. Goku waved his hand. Grand Zeno-sama. Thank you for your hard work. Grand Zeno walked between the 2 guards, and then they turned into a streak of light and vanished at the end of the universe. The moment Grand Zeno left, the oppressive atmosphere in the area finally eased. Beerus and Kampa both let out huge sighs of relief as if they had just escaped death. Suddenly, Beerus rushed in front of Goku and grabbed him by the collar. Hey, you brat! How dare you be so rude to Grand Zeno-sama? Goku froze. It wasn't that big a deal, was it? What do you mean it wasn't that big a deal? If Grand Zeno-sama got angry, not only everyone here, even the entire universe would disappear. Kampa said furiously. Goku raised a brow, then said, but he doesn't seem like that kind of person to me. But Kampa just ground his teeth as he stared at Goku. Hey, has Mr. Goku always been like this? Kaba moved closer to Vegeta and asked. Vegeta's brow twitched. Then he said, yeah, that guy's always been this punchable. Everyone. Luya looked in the direction where Grand Zeno had disappeared and said nothing. But inside he was already unbelievably shocked, because just now, he had tried to use the system to detect Grand Zeno's power, but there was no way to read it at all. What did that mean? It meant Grand Zeno's power had already exceeded the system's detection range. Too insane. At this moment, Beerus said with little enthusiasm, sigh, even though we won the tournament, I don't feel that happy anymore. That's right. That's right. Kampa hurriedly echoed. Let's just count this one as a warm-up match. The real start will be the tournament held by Grand Zeno-sama, so losing this one doesn't matter. Trying to talk his way out of it. But how could Beerus possibly give him the chance? With a cold snort he said, Humph, no matter what, a loss is still a loss. You have to honor your promise and leave the Super Dragon Balls behind. Kampa gritted his teeth, then said Sunder style, relax, I don't need your reminder. I'll just treat those Dragon Balls as a reward for you. But you're still missing the last one, and you won't find it that easily. Humph, you don't need to worry about that, Beerus sneered. Kampa was so angry his teeth were clenched. Then he said, let's go. Then he looked at Hit and the others. You all come too. At Grand Zeno-sama's next tournament. If you're not all there, then you'll all die. Kaba and the others looked at one another. So he wasn't going to kill them? Seeing Kampa turn and leave without any sign of killing them, everyone finally felt relieved. He really wasn't going to kill them. Kaba came to Vegeta's side. Master, when you have time, you have to come visit our planet. Vegeta froze for a moment, then said proudly, I don't remember ever becoming your master. Got it, master. Kaba paid no attention at all to Vegeta's tsundere attitude. On the other side, hey, Hit. Goku came in front of Hit and said, how about we fight again next time? Hit glanced at Goku, then looked at Luya not far away. He slowly closed his eyes. I'm going into seclusion. I'm not interested for now. After saying that, he turned and left. Ha ha ha. Then let's do it next time. Bye-bye. Goku smiled as he watched them leave. After watching the people of Universe 6 depart, the atmosphere in the area returned to being relaxed. Bew, you're awake. Off to the side, Mr. Satan happily circled around Bew. Fat Bew smiled and said, That nap felt so good. Too bad no matter what, I couldn't help Mr. Satan win the tournament. Satan said indifferently, it's fine, it's fine. We've already won anyway. Buu nodded. At this time, Manaka walked over. The moment Satan saw him, his heart jolted. He had heard Lord Beerus say before that this man was a super expert, even stronger than Goku. If he played his cards right, if he could invite this guy to join him, then wouldn't that be perfect for him? That would completely lock in his title as world champion. The more Satan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately grabbed Manaka and put on a kind, amiable smile. Your name is Manaka, right?
I'm Satan.
The strongest man on earth. Manaka found it a little strange that someone had stopped him. But when he heard the other man say he was the strongest man on earth, and then thought of how fellow Earthling Son Goku had performed, he immediately gave a slight nod. Yeah. My name is Manaka. Satan organized his thoughts, then said, well, I'd now like to formally invite you to become my brand ambassador. I wonder if you'd be willing? Manaka froze for a moment, then quickly refused, shaking his head. No need. I already have my own job. Satan was stunned, still a little unwilling to give up. If you become my brand ambassador, the pay is pretty good. Hearing that, Manaka's eyes shifted slightly. Then, as if thinking of something, he shook his head again. I'm not short on money right now. Satan was out of options. Hey, Manaka, so you're here. At this moment, Goku ran over excitedly and grabbed Manaka's hand in one motion. Come spar with me. I didn't even get to see you make a move in this tournament. I'm really curious about your strength, so you have to fight me no matter what. The moment Manaka saw Son Goku, he remembered the blast Goku had fired earlier. His face instantly turned purple, and he hurriedly tried to break free. But Goku refused to let him go. He held tightly onto Manaka's hand, trying to make him agree to a match. On the other side, Beerus also suddenly noticed what was happening. When he saw Goku going after Manaka, his expression changed at once. He instantly appeared behind Goku and smacked him with one slap. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. Lord Beerus, why are you hitting me again? Goku said unhappily. Beerus angrily shouted in exasperation. Idiot, didn't I tell you not to get close to Manaka? Beerus's shout instantly drew everyone's attention. When they saw this scene, the people who knew the truth immediately changed expression and also gathered around. Goku said gloomily, but I want to spar with Manaka too. Cold sweat streamed down Beerus's face, and he immediately started to panic a little. Goku looked at Manaka and said with a grin, Hey Manaka, be my opponent. Manaka ignored him, but cold sweat was running down his face. He was already so scared he didn't even know how to move. No. Absolutely not. Beerus directly cut him off. Why? Goku asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a moment, then quickly came up with an excuse. Manaka still hasn't completed his spiritual synchronization. When Lord Zeno arrived earlier, Manaka's training was interrupted, so his current state isn't at its peak. You probably wouldn't want Manaka to fight you in that condition either, right? By the time he got to the end, Beerus felt like it made more and more sense. He immediately straightened his back and said the lie as if it were the absolute truth. As the saying goes, if you want to keep a lie from being exposed, you have to cover it with another lie. That was exactly how Beerus felt right now. Goku thought about it for a moment, then nodded. That actually makes some sense. Right? Right? Beerus immediately followed up. Everyone was speechless. Goku really was a single-celled organism, just as expected. Even Lua, who had long understood Goku's personality, couldn't help laughing. But Lord Beerus, when will I get to fight Manaka? Goku said worriedly. Well, Beerus thought for a moment. Then, afraid that Goku would keep clinging to Manaka, could only say, how about this? Once Manaka is available, I'll arrange for him to spar with you, but before that, you are not allowed to target him. Got it? Hearing that, Goku was instantly satisfied. Okay, then I'll wait for news from Lord Beerus. Haha, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. When dealing with this guy, he really had thrown away all the dignity expected of a god. Ho ho, Lord Beerus, lately you seem less and less like a god of destruction. Your emotions have been fluctuating quite a lot, was said quietly. Beerus snorted coldly. What else was I supposed to do? This brat is way too hard to deal with, was quietly asked. Then when are you planning to arrange their match? Beerus's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered and said, we'll talk about that later. At this time, Lua suddenly walked over. He looked at Goku, then said, Goku, can I trouble you with something? Goku froze, then smiled. Ah, go ahead. No matter what, you're our Earth savior now. If it weren't for you, our entire planet probably would have had to migrate. Everyone else smiled knowingly. They thought the same way. Even Goku had lost, so if Lua hadn't turned the situation around, it would have been extremely hard for them to win. Lua smiled slightly, then said, it's like this. I don't really have anywhere to go either, so could you let me become your Son Goten's teacher? Let me guide them in training. What? The moment those words came out, not only Goku, but everyone else was also a little surprised. They didn't understand why Lua wanted to do this. Goku asked in confusion, "Why? How did you come up with that idea, Lua?" Lua gave a slight smile. "I count as your friend now too, right? To be honest, I need to integrate into your side somehow. Otherwise, my presence is pretty low. And I also hope that while teaching Goten, I can spar with you too." Hearing that, Goku's eyes instantly lit up. What a great idea. Never mind whatever reasons the other party had mentioned earlier. The sparring alone was incredibly tempting. Lua's strength spoke for itself. So if he could spar with him often, it would be hugely beneficial. "No. I don't agree." At this moment, Chi-Chi rushed out of the crowd and roared almost like a tigress. "I don't agree. That child Goten should focus on studying properly. What martial arts training? Isn't having you as his father already enough?" Goku gave an awkward laugh. Chi-Chi, don't say another word. No matter what you say, I won't agree."
Kikisa idangrili.
Goku.
Lua.
Everyone. Seeing a man capable of using the tenfold Kaioken acting so timid and submissive in front of a woman. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Watching this scene, Piccolo seemed to think of something. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he instinctively took a few steps back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. "Humph, Kakarot, so you have a day like this too." Vegeta looked at Goku with schadenfreude, then turned to Lua. "Hey, come over to my side. My son Trunks is far more talented than Goten. I can allow you to become his master." Lua raised an eyebrow, then fell into thought. The reason he had made this request was to obtain the special energy of Goten and Trunks. That way, he could gather the power of 5 Saiyans and then transform into a Super Saiyan god. Of course, although Vegeta's attitude made him a little displeased, he didn't really care. As long as he got the energy, that would mean the plan was accomplished. With that thought, Lua was just about to nod. At this moment, Bulma suddenly stepped forward and said with some displeasure, "Hey, Vegeta, Trunks is my son. Can you at least ask for my opinion?" The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Then he said coolly, "What? You have some objection?" Bulma crossed her arms and said, "Humph, I've already decided. I'm going to raise Trunks to become the successor to my company." When Vegeta heard that, his body staggered, and he said in disbelief, "What? Hey, can't you just do that yourself? We're proud Saiyans, elite warriors. How could we possibly go manage that kind of thing?" Chi-Chi suddenly let out a cold snort. "What's wrong with that? Didn't my Gohan study properly and become a scholar just fine?" Goku and Vegeta were both left somewhat speechless. These two women really were. Heh. Looks like even after cultivating yourselves to such a high level, you still have weak spots. Beerus, who had been watching this scene from not too far away, smiled faintly with the look of someone enjoying the show. Oh, quite impressive indeed. After all, she's someone who once slapped Lord Beerus across the face, which suddenly added the finishing blow. The moment Beerus heard that, his fur practically stood on end. "Hey, Whis, don't bring up something like that from the past."
Eha ho ho ho.
Whis covered his mouth and laughed smugly. "No, I absolutely won't agree to letting Trunks waste away in your company." Vegeta protested from the side. "What do you mean, waste away? So it'd be better for him to spend every day fighting and killing with you instead? Besides, you and Goku are already this strong. With you protecting Earth, we're naturally very reassured, aren't we?" Bulma said flatly. "Humph, protecting Earth is Kakarot's business. What's that got to do with me?" Vegeta said with a sour expression. Goku also protested. "I'm not really interested in protecting Earth either. I just want to fight strong opponents and improve myself. Besides, isn't Krillin here to protect Earth?" Krillin. Damn it, rely on him? If they really relied on him, he probably wouldn't even have time to call for help before getting taken out. TCH, do whatever you want, but that brat has to train with me in the future. So if you start messing around, don't blame me for getting rough." Vegeta said grumpily. "And what exactly are you going to do?" Bulma said smugly, completely holding him in the palm of her hand. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do for now. Sorry, Luya." Goku looked toward Luya. Luya shook his head. "It's okay." He let out a sigh inwardly. Sure enough, these two proud Saiyans still had their natural predators. "Hey, are you done talking yet? It's time for the real business now." At this moment, Beerus suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked toward him. Beerus said flatly, "We've already won 6 Dragon Balls from Universe 6. We're only missing the last one. Only by gathering all 7 can we summon Super Shinron." Hearing that, everyone immediately grew excited. They subconsciously looked at the Golden Dragon Ball, as large as a small asteroid, and couldn't help but marvel. No matter how many times they saw a sight like this, it would never be enough. It was too spectacular. That said, "Where's the 7th Dragon Ball?" Goku asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a moment, then looked at Bulma. "Hey, Bulma, take out your dragon radar." Bulma froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Okay." After saying that, she took out a capsule and pressed it. With a bang, a dragon radar larger than a normal one appeared in her hand. Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Let me see. Bulma muttered to herself, then activated the dragon radar. Beep 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 beep. As the yellow light dots on the radar continuously enlarged, Bulma suddenly cried out, "How is that possible? What is it?" Beerus quickly leaned in when he heard that. Bulma said awkwardly, "Maybe the radar is broken." "What? Idiot! Let me see." Beerus was startled and immediately snatched the radar from Bulma's hand. But when he saw what was displayed on it, he was instantly stunned. "What does this mean? Lord Beerus, what's wrong?" Whis came over behind Beerus and asked. Beerus pointed at the radar. "This is strange. There are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here. So why is the radar showing 7? Hearing that, Whis froze and so did everyone else. Luya glanced at Monaka, then looked at the ground and smiled faintly. Yes, what exactly is going on here? Seeing this, Whis fell into thought for once. And just then, Monaka suddenly walked over to Whis' side and tugged on his sleeve. Oh, what is it? Whis looked at Monaka in confusion. Monaka glanced at the dragon radar, gestured a bit, then said, "I look at cosmic maps a lot. Usually, for something like this, you have to view it from a 3-dimensional angle." "A 3-dimensional angle?" Whis froze for a moment, then repeated for confirmation. Monaka nodded firmly. After pondering for a moment, Whis' eyes suddenly lit up. "I understand now." "What? Whis, what do you understand?" Beerus looked at him in confusion. Everyone else was confused as well. Whis suddenly smiled. "I already know where the 7th Dragon Ball is." "What? Really?" Beerus quickly asked. "Then what exactly is it?" Piccolo asked. "The asteroid we're standing on is the 7th Dragon Ball. That's why the radar is showing 7 Dragon Balls." Luya suddenly said. "Huh?" Everyone was shocked, then hurriedly looked down at their feet. "That's right. This is a 3-dimensional spatial structure." Whis smiled faintly, then looked at them. "Everyone, get on the cube, quickly." At this moment, a giant cube appeared on the scene. Everyone hurriedly entered the cube, and then was floated up. Right after that, he stepped onto the cube, and in the next moment, he waved his staff, causing the entire cube to fly up directly. Gradually, everyone moved away from the tournament arena. From that angle, they finally saw the appearance of the Super Dragon Ball from the outside, and the visual impact hit them hard. A Dragon Ball like a small asteroid was something one might never see even once in a lifetime. They could only count themselves lucky. What puzzled them, however, was that the abandoned asteroid they had originally been fighting on was actually about the same size as those Super Dragon Balls. "Hey, Whis, why did you bring us up here?" Beerus shouted. Whis smiled faintly, then said, "Just watch, Lord Beerus." As he spoke, he suddenly swung his staff and began chanting under his breath. At once, pale green angel power wrapped around Whis' staff. Whis glanced at the asteroid, then raised his staff and pointed it at it. Bzzz. A ray of light shot out directly and finally sank into the asteroid. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, a sudden change took place. The planet that looked like a giant dirt ball suddenly began to tremble. Not only that, cracks gradually started appearing across its surface. In the next moment, the rock and soil on the planet's surface suddenly shattered, then drifted away. Divine light burst forth, and the earth and stones sprayed outward like a volcanic eruption. "Wah! What's going on?" Bulma and the others all cried out with drastically changed expressions. "Could it be?" Piccolo thought for a moment, then exclaimed in shock. "That's right. This asteroid is the 7th Super Dragon Ball." Whis smiled faintly and said, "That's also why there were only 6 visible Dragon Balls, while the radar showed 7. Amazing! I can't believe the real Dragon Ball was right under our feet." Bulma said in amazement. "Humph, we also have that brat Kampa to thank for this. If not for him, we probably would have had to spend quite a bit of time finding the 7th Dragon Ball," Beerus said flatly. Though he had been a little surprised, he didn't feel much about it. "But the question is, why did it become like this?" Goku asked in confusion. At this moment, Luya smiled faintly, then said, "It should be because after the last wish was made, the Dragon Ball followed the rule that once a wish is fulfilled, it disappears automatically. At the moment it vanished, the Dragon Ball crashed through an asteroid about the same size as itself, so the dust and ash from that asteroid covered the Dragon Ball's original appearance." Piccolo nodded in agreement as well. "That's right. This is basically similar to Earth's Shinron." Everyone understood. As everyone chatted, that massive Dragon Ball finally returned to its original appearance at this moment. It was precisely a Super Dragon Ball, and now, all 7 wish orbs had been gathered. "Heh, we finally got them all together." Beerus smiled faintly. Everyone was filled with emotion as well. The Super Dragon Balls were enormous like planets, yet in the universe, they still seemed so tiny. The universe was truly vast. Looking at this Super Dragon Ball, Luya also felt a bit tempted. This Super Dragon Ball was an insanely awesome existence, could grant any wish, could even bring back erased universes. If Hit could get him one of these things, wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? With his own little schemes in mind, Luya began observing the 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Super Dragon Balls rotated around each other, eventually forming a hexagon, while the 4-star ball was in the center of the hexagon. The 7 Dragon Balls had gathered. It was time to witness a miracle again. Whis, hurry and summon the dragon, Beerus suddenly said. Whis revealed a trace of helplessness. Lord Beerus, my apologies, but I don't know how to summon Shinron. Beerus's expression stiffened. Then he looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, you should know how to summon Shinron, right? Bulma hesitated for a moment, then said, I can tell you how to summon Shinron, but you absolutely must not make wishes carelessly, especially wishes like destroying a universe. Beerus said somewhat impatiently, Yeah, I got it. So annoying. Don't worry. I'm not going to do something like that. Hearing that, Bulma finally felt reassured, then said, The way to summon Shinron is to communicate with the Dragon Balls using the language of the gods, and then shout at the end, I want to get rich. Then Shinron will come out. Hearing that, Beerus pondered slightly for a moment, then looked at Whis. Summon him. Whis lightly nodded. Then he waved his staff and immediately after, a holy aura burst from his body. Whis' expression then turned serious as he said in the language of the gods, Come forth, Shinron. Caw 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 caw. The scene instantly fell silent, and everyone could not help but feel confused. What did that mean? Had it failed? Buzz. Suddenly, at that moment, the 7 orbs all emitted golden light. Under the golden radiance, all 7 orbs lit up at once. They gave off dazzling golden light, and then the Dragon Balls arranged in that hexagon suddenly transferred all their power into the 4-star ball in the center. It's reacting. Everyone held their breath one after another, because they knew that a true existence standing at the peak of this world was about to appear. Buzz! Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls were directly wrapped in golden light, and that golden light was continuously expanding. It became more and more blinding. Everyone, protect your eyes. Goku raised a hand to block the dazzling light. Everyone quickly followed suit. Beerus, however, was unfazed. Having long since gotten used to Dragon Balls, he showed no surprise at all. Not long after, this space began to tremble violently at this moment. Instantly, a powerful force spread out, followed by a mighty aura rushing straight at them. Whis' eyes sharpened. Then, with a slight wave of his hand, the staff in his hand also emitted a faint green light, instantly wrapping around the entire cube and pulling it backward. After retreating to a somewhat safe area, they all watched this magnificent scene, especially Bulma because for a scientist like her, this kind of thing held tremendous research value. Looking at the scene, Goku smiled slightly. This reminds me of when I was little. Back then, the Dragon Balls on Earth were really hard to find. It's not like now, where we found them so easily. The days when I searched for the Dragon Balls together with you, Goku, are really nostalgic. It's already been so many years now. Time really flies, Bulma said with emotion. Haha, actually, Bulma, you're not that old, Goku said with a laugh. Bulma immediately got angry. Goku, what kind of stupid thing are you saying? Haha. Goku laughed awkwardly. At the side, Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently, and he had a bad feeling. Why did it feel like there was a patch of green over his head? While everyone was marveling at the 7 gigantic orbs, suddenly, at this very moment, the 7 wish orbs burst out with resplendent golden light. Buzz! Golden light wrapped around the 7 wish orbs. Right after that, a sun-like golden radiance blazed forth, and then a huge figure condensed from the golden light itself. It was a blurred dragon silhouette. Roar! A clear dragoness roar echoed through the starry sky, and at this moment, the entire universe heard that dragon cry. It was an incredibly magnificent sight. At the same time, a golden giant dragon roamed through the universe. In its eyes, planets were nothing more than tiny little balls. The moment it opened its giant mouth, it directly swallowed a planet whole. At the same time, Goku and the others were also sucked into the endless abyss by that single gulp. Take this. What's going on? Goku and the others' expressions changed. They thought they had been swallowed by Super Shinron. Do not panic. We are entering Shinron's inner world. Only there can we truly see Shinron's form, Whis suddenly said at this moment. Hearing that, everyone relaxed a little. No one knew how much time had passed before they saw a gigantic golden dragon floating in the darkness, emitting holy light so sacred that it seemed capable of illuminating the universe itself. So this is the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls? As a Namekian, Piccolo was already quite familiar with Dragon Balls. But now, when he saw Super Shinron appear, he sincerely felt just how small he was. Neither Earth's Shinron nor Namekian's Shinron could compare to the dragon before them now. No wonder it was said that Earth's Dragon Balls had only been made from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. It was simply too shocking. Alright, now you can make your wish, Lord Beerus, Whis said slowly, one hand resting on his staff and the other behind his back. Beerus nodded indifferently, then looked at Super Shinron and said thoughtfully to make a wish with the wish orbs. It has to be done in the language of us gods for it to work, right? Yes, Lord Beerus, so please hurry and make your wish. But you absolutely must not secretly make some bad wish. Okay? You understand that, right? Bulma suddenly reminded him. Beerus could only nod. Got it. Got it. You don't need to repeat it so many times. As he spoke, he looked at Whis and said, Hey Whis, you do it for me. I'll say it. You make the wish. Whis nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. After hesitating for a moment, Beerus organized his words a bit, then said a string of language toward Shinron that Goku and the others couldn't understand at all. Everyone, Luya was also full of shock. You really couldn't tell until you heard it. Once you did, it was startling. It sounded just like bird language. Very soon, Beerus stopped speaking that bird language and said to Whis, that's the one. Whis raised his brows in slight surprise, but did not say anything more. Understood. After saying that, he began speaking with Shinron. Of course, he used the language of the gods along with some special rhythm. After he stopped, Whis looked at Shinron, waiting for its response. Buzz! At that moment, Super Shinron's strange red eyes suddenly blazed with red light. In just 2 seconds, they returned to normal. Super Shinron looked at Whis and said in the language of the gods, The wish has been granted. Farewell. Whis gave a slight bow. As soon as he finished speaking, Super Shinron let out a long roar toward the heavens. At that moment, its dragon cry echoed throughout the entire universe. Whoosh! Right after that, Super Shinron turned illusory and split into 7 Super Dragon Balls. The next second, they shot off in 7 different directions. No one knew where they were going. Is it over? Under the silent starry sky, Goku's puzzled voice rang out. It should be, Piccolo replied. What the heck? Feels like this whole trip was for nothing. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma said helplessly, then looked at Beerus. That's a secret, Beerus said with a faint smile. What secret? You won't even say? We won the Super Dragon Balls back, you know. At least give us a hint. Bulma protested angrily. Exactly. Lord Beerus, you cheapskate. What's there to hide? Goku also said in dissatisfaction. TCH. Fine, since you all want to know so badly, I'll tell you. I only asked Shinron for a comfortable bed. Beerus said proudly. What? Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that kind of result. Idiot. I could have fulfilled a request like that whenever I wanted. Okay? And you actually wasted that chance just like that. Bulma snapped after coming back to her senses. What? You dare call me an idiot, woman? Have I been too tolerant with you? Do you want to be destroyed? Beerus roared. But Bulma wasn't afraid at all. She said calmly, that is the truth. Okay? I could have granted a wish like yours anytime. It would have been better to use the Super Dragon Balls for something actually beneficial. Humph. The wish has already been made anyway. Whatever, enough of this. This trip ends here. Whis, let's go back. Beerus called out. As you command, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled slightly, then drove the cube as it began traveling through space again. What the heck? Bulma sighed. This trip was a total waste. I don't think so. Getting to see experts from another universe this time made me really excited. I'm looking forward to fighting them again next time, Goku said with a grin, his eyes full of excitement. Humph. Single-celled organism. Bulma snorted. That's just how it is, right? Isn't that so, Luya? Goku laughed, then looked at Luya. Luya came back to his senses, then nodded. Yeah. So what are you planning to do after you go back? Goku asked curiously. Luya thought for a moment, then said, For now, I'll stay at the lookout. Goku immediately understood. Hey Luya, you probably don't have a place to live yet, right? Since you did pretty well this time, I've decided to give you a house. What do you think? Bulma suddenly said at that moment. Luya froze for a second, not understanding what this woman was up to. Don't worry. I don't usually live in that house anyway, so it's just sitting there unused. Staying at the lookout all the time has to be boring. You might as well live properly down below. And it's close to my place too. When the time comes, you can come spar with Vegeta if you're free, Bulma said with a playful smile. She had her own selfish motive too. After all, Vegeta had fallen so far behind Goku this time, and Luya had even surpassed him. She wanted to help Vegeta improve his strength. At least so he wouldn't look too embarrassed. Humph. Vegeta naturally knew what the woman was thinking and immediately let out a cold snort. Luya thought about it and felt that he couldn't just train nonstop forever. He still had to live his life properly, so he said, alright, then thank you. At the same time, while rushing back to Universe 6, Vados suddenly froze. Her staff had suddenly begun glowing with a green light. What's going on? Vados asked curiously. She then glanced at what was happening inside the crystal ball on her staff, and her expression instantly turned colorful. Swish! The space cube that had still been traveling suddenly slammed on the brakes. Aower, caught completely off guard. Kampa slammed headfirst into the glass in front of him. Vados! Are you trying to murder me? Kampa roared as he looked at Vados. Vados appeared inside the cube, then said, "No, Lord Kampa. I have something I need to report to you. What couldn't wait until we got back?" Kampa said unhappily. Vados held the staff out in front of Kampa. On the crystal, a planet appeared that looked astonishingly similar to Earth from Universe 7. "Lord Kampa, take a look at this." Kampa glanced at the Earth inside the crystal ball without much interest, and immediately grew irritated. "Isn't that just Earth? Don't talk to me about Earth. Talking about it makes me angry. Damn it." He had gathered the strongest fighters in the universe. Yet they still couldn't beat the people from just one planet in Universe 7. How could he not feel depressed? "No, this is Earth from Universe 6, Vados said, shaking her head. "What do you mean?" Kampa reacted, then asked curiously. Vados explained, "This is our Universe 6 Earth. For some unknown reason, Earth now has humans again, and whether it's civilization or anything else, it all resembles Earth from Universe 7. "Really? Then doesn't that mean we have our own Earth too?" Kampa's face lit up at once as he said excitedly. "Yes, we can eat incredibly delicious food too," Vados said with a slight smile. "Come to think of it, what's going on here?" Kampa looked confused, puzzled as to why this had happened. Vados thought for a moment, then said, "It was probably because Lord Beerus used the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish and turned our Earth into one like theirs." Hearing that, Kampa's eyes widened. Then he frowned and said, "How is that possible?" He whoosh. Suddenly, a huge golden sphere flew past them. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the far end of the starry sky. That was a wish orb. Kampa stared at the scene in shock, disbelief filling his eyes. Vados said, "Lord Kampa, it should be just as I said." Kampa fell silent, his feelings a little complicated. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head and gave Tsunder a smile. "Humph, that meddlesome guy. Don't think I'll thank him. The contest between us isn't going to end that easily." That was what he said, but his tone was no longer nearly as aggressive. Vados smiled knowingly, then set off once more. On the other side, after the match with Universe 6 ended, the little group all returned to Earth. Peaceful life began again. Luya also moved into the house Bulma had given him. To be honest, Luya had never imagined this kind of life. In his view, after transmigrating into the world of Dragon Ball, he should either be fighting or on the way to a fight. Other than that, it should be training and more training. Who would have the mind to live in a comfortable house like this? But now it truly felt real, and the tension in Luya's tightly wound nerves gradually began to ease. In that case, then let's rest for a few days. On the third day, Bulma announced that she would be holding a celebration party at her house. All their friends were invited. Of course, Luya, their great contributor, was naturally invited as well. Luya thought about it for a moment, and then understood. This day seemed to be the story of Goku and Monaka, so he went straight to Bulma's house. "Mr. Whis, hello." On Beerus's planet, Whis was currently talking with Bulma. My, Miss Bulma. What can I do for you? Or is there some new delicious food already?" Whis asked expectantly. Inside the crystal ball, Bulma smiled faintly and said, "Well, here's the thing. I'm planning to hold a victory party to celebrate the heroes who defeated Universe 6, so I also wanted to invite you two over. Would that be convenient?" Whis chuckled. "A victory party? The kind with lots and lots of delicious food, I assume?" "Yes, just like the banquet the first time you and Lord Beerus came before. This time there'll be more than enough food," Bulma said temptingly. "Really? There's food?" At that moment, Beerus suddenly popped out from who knew where and said excitedly, "Ah, of course. But Lord Beerus, could you also bring Monaka along while you're at it?" Bulma said, apparently thinking of something. Beerus's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered. "Ah, I understand. Fine then, we'll be going." After saying that, he signaled to Whis. Whis smiled faintly and said goodbye to Bulma. After the call ended, silence fell over the place. Beerus paced back and forth, looking a little irritated. Whis could tell what he was thinking, so he said, "Lord Beerus, if you ask me, we should just come clean." "No way," Beerus immediately said in a deep voice when he heard that. "But this can't go on forever either. Goku will find out sooner or later," Whis said quietly. No. If we tell the truth, then Goku and the others' training will slack off. Even though Vegeta already knows the truth, that brat Goku is the one most affected by this. If he finds out Monaka is a fake master, he might never recover from the blow. That would be a very bad thing for him. And besides, as a god, I've already lied. If Goku finds out, I'm afraid even I won't be his goal anymore. And what is more, if this matter reaches Grand Zeno's ears, wouldn't that ruin my reputation? Beerus rattled off a whole pile of reasons. Whis chuckled. In the end, you're only doing this for yourself. Beerus didn't care and said flatly, in any case, Goku absolutely cannot be allowed to learn Monaka's identity. So for this victory party, we're not bringing Monaka. But Bulma specifically named Monaka, Whis suddenly said. Idiot. Can't we just lie and say he is sick and can't come? Beerus said with a face full of black lines. My. It seems Lord Beerus has gone farther and farther down the road of lying, was said with a teasing chuckle. Beerus's face darkened. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Who knows? Still, Earth's food really is something to look forward to, was said with a chuckle. Beerus glanced at Whis speechlessly. You at Bulma's house. At this time, Bulma was holding a grand victory party and had invited all their friends to attend. Luya naturally came as well. He was currently sitting in front of a table full of food, eating desserts. He had to admit the food here really was delicious, and a little different from the food in his own world. Of course, Luya was still keeping a low profile. Aside from Bulma coming over to greet him at the beginning, he barely spoke at all. After all, everyone here already knew each other, so if he joined in too much it would only feel a bit awkward. Today should be the fight between Goku and the fake Manaka. Just thinking about it, it was still a little exciting. Luya glanced around and noticed Goku wasn't anywhere in sight, then smiled faintly. But when he thought of something, Luya frowned slightly. He still hadn't been able to turn into Super Saiyan Blue. He hadn't even reached Super Saiyan God yet. Of course, he was currently working hard towards Super Saiyan God. Thinking of that, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Trunks and Goten, who were fooling around nearby. He had to get their help. With that thought, Luya got up and walked toward the two of them. At the same time, the two boys also noticed Luya walking over, and they immediately grew curious. The two little brats started whispering to each other. Hey Goten, look, it's Big Brother Luya. It really is. Big Brother Luya is a super strong master. He beat the enemy even Dad and Uncle Vegeta couldn't defeat. Do you think we should fight him? Trunks suddenly suggested. Huh? That is not a good idea, right? If Mom finds out, she'll scold us. Goten said with a hesitant look. Idiot, we just need to find a place where no one can see us, right? And if the two of us beat Big Brother Luya, then we can brag in front of Dad. Trunks said with a face full of fantasy. But Goten was still a relatively obedient child, so he still hesitated. Seeing this, Trunks' eyes immediately spun, and then he said, How about this? I bought a new limited edition toy set yesterday. I can give you one of them, okay? It's really cool. Hearing that, Goten's eyes lit up at once, and he hurriedly said, Really? That is great. Very good. Then it's settled. Trunks smiled faintly. Luya suddenly froze for a moment when he saw the two little guys take the initiative to walk toward him. What was this supposed to mean? Big Brother Luya. Hello. Trunks and Goten came up to Luya and greeted him. Luya smiled faintly. Hello to you too. Looking for me? Trunks nodded hard. Yeah. Goten and I saw you defeat the strongest assassin hit, and we really admire you, right? Goten? As he spoke, he nudged Goten with his foot, and Goten quickly nodded. That is right. Luya laughed and said, So, you two came looking for me just to say that? Of course not. The two of us came to find you because we want to fight you once. Trunks said proudly. Oh, you want to fight me? A sharp glint flashed through Luya's eyes, and then he smiled. Sure, agreed. If he could take this chance to get the two little guys' energy, then he would be one step closer to his goal. Yay, that is great. Trunks and Goten both became excited. Okay, then let us find a place where no one is around to fight. Trunks suggested. Luya glanced at Bulma and Vegeta in the distance, then nodded. Alright, very soon, the two little guys left the party with Luya. Vegeta, who noticed this, looked in the direction they had gone, his eyes flickering, then withdrew his gaze. They arrived at a small island by a lakeside, and Luya stopped there with the two little guys. Alright, fighting here won't affect the party. Trunks looked at Luya and said, We're going to team up. You know, Luya smiled faintly. Come on, then. These two little guys might not be that strong on their own, but after fusing, they were actually pretty good. Trunks looked at Goten and said, Goten, let us use fusion. Goten was also excited for the upcoming battle. So the two little guys stood side by side, then began waving their arms and moving around, rising onto their toes, stretching both arms outward to the sides, and slowly moving toward each other. Fusion. Ha! Their two index fingers touched directly together, and in the next second, a burst of light wrapped Trunks and Goten together. Luya's gaze sharpened. He could feel that after the two little guys fused, their strength had increased by a lot. The light faded, revealing Gotenks' figure. His body hadn't changed much, but his hairstyle resembled Goten's Super Saiyan form, and the color of his hair was split evenly between the two of them. Gotenks in his base form. So, well, pretty awesome, right? This is our trump card. Gotenks said proudly, thinking Luya had no idea they were capable of fusing. Luya nodded. Yeah, not bad. Ding. System side quest triggered. Quest objective, fight Gotenks. The system suddenly spoke at that moment. Luya was delighted. Now he was motivated. He looked at Gotenks. Come on. Okay. Gotenks struck a pose, then stamped his foot and charged straight at Luya. Ha! Gotenks threw a punch at Luya, but the latter directly caught his fist. Huh? How is that possible? Gotenks couldn't believe it. He had already fused, so logically he should be super strong. At the inexplicable confidence of the two little guys, Luya smiled and said, I can even predict instant transmission, so you'd better go all out. In that case, then let's go all out, Gotenks shouted in a low voice. The next moment, he directly powered up and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength surging instantly. At once, a huge force came through. Luya frowned and had no choice but to let go of him. Taking advantage of that opening, Gotenks quickly started throwing punches and kicks at Luya. A barrage of high-speed punches kept coming out, while his mouth made a rapid da-da-da sound. But Luya was still able to dodge his attacks. Even with Gotenks' strength having increased 50-fold, he still couldn't do anything to Luya. Although the two little brats, Goten and Trunks, could both transform into Super Saiyans, their battle power wasn't that high. And while they did become stronger after fusing, it still wasn't quite enough. However, the opponent's form was also continuously raising its aura. Very soon, Luya had no choice but to start taking him seriously. Bang! Smack! Luya caught one of Gotenks' punches, then immediately brought down an elbow strike with his other hand. But Gotenks seemed to have expected it. He directly planted both hands on Luya's arm, flipped over, and leaped behind Luya. Then he turned around and swept out with a kick. Luya wasn't slow either. His figure flashed, and he vanished from the spot. The two began clashing intensely, their violent aura causing pillars of water to keep shooting into the sky around them. At this time, at the celebration banquet, everyone also sensed the ki coming from the distance. That's Gotenks' ki. And, Luya's. Why are they fighting? Krillin said in surprise. It really is. What are those two brats up to now? Piccolo's eyes narrowed slightly as he said flatly. They're probably sparring. But based on Luya's personality, Goten and Trunks are probably the ones who went looking for him, Krillin said thoughtfully. Everyone deeply agreed. After all, the level of mischief those two little devils were capable of was truly headache-inducing. When Chi-Chi and Bulma heard that, they were both a little angry. How had those two kids disappeared in the blink of an eye? Hey, Vegeta, go bring them back. The party's about to start. Bulma called out to Vegeta, who was standing in the distance with his arms crossed. Vegeta's body stiffened for a moment, but in the end, he still didn't refuse his wife's request. With a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Meanwhile, Luya and Gotenks were still fighting fiercely. And at this point, Luya was starting to find it a bit difficult to deal with him. He had to admit, once those two little guys got into the groove, they were actually getting stronger and stronger. Haha, take this, Gotenks suddenly shouted excitedly. Then he swung his arm fiercely, his fist and forearm spinning like a wind and fire wheel. Ha! Gotenks directly blasted a punch at Luya. Luya was startled and immediately crossed both arms in front of himself. Bang! The next second, Luya's body was sent flying backward. When he finally stopped, his arms were tingling with numbness. Rubbing his arms, Luya looked at Gotenks and smiled. Not bad. You've got something. Hee. Gotenks chuckled, looking quite smug. But now, I'm going to get serious. Luya clenched his fist, then shouted angrily and powered up. A pure white glow wrapped around his body, and his strength began rising non-stop. Just now, Luya hadn't used his full strength. His style was somewhat similar to Goku's. He wouldn't go all out right away, preferring to warm up first. Only now was he truly letting loose. Faced with such a powerful aura, Gotenks' expression could no longer stay calm. System. Activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Luya said silently in his heart. Ding. Strongest Super Saiyan talent activated. Luya looked at Gotenks. He wasn't going to fight just to complete the quest. This was also a great chance to improve himself. Good. Again. Luya smiled faintly, then took the initiative to attack. In the very next instant, he was already in front of Gotenks, punching the unprepared Gotenks and sending him flying. Ow, wow, wow, that hurts. You actually sneak attacked me. Gotenks clutched his face, tears of pain coming out of his eyes. Luya said innocently, what sneak attack? I already told you beforehand. Gotenks put his hands on his waist, then said fiercely, I'm angry now. The consequences are serious. Taste my technique. As he spoke, Gotenks suddenly took a deep breath. Then he repeatedly exhaled forward, and one after another, Gotenks-like ghosts appeared in front of him. There were 6 of them in total. Luya raised an eyebrow. He had seen this before. As soon as these things touched something, they would explode immediately, and their destructive power was astonishing. Looks like he had to be careful. Go catch him for me. Gotenks pointed at Luya, and immediately those little underlings rushed out like wild horses let loose from the reins. Luya's gaze sharpened, and then he raised his palm and rapidly fired several ki blasts. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the instant those ki blasts touched the ghost bodies, they exploded on the spot. Waves of explosions rang out across the battlefield. What? Gotenks was a little unconvinced. He immediately exhaled again with force, and this time he actually summoned more than a dozen little underlings in a row. Those ghost bodies charged out once more. Luya remained calm. The next moment, he directly powered up, pushed his speed to the limit, and flew through the air while dodging those things. Meanwhile, Gotenks controlled the swarm of little underlings in pursuit. It had to be said, this was pretty fun. A happy smile appeared on his face as he kept chasing Luya. Boom! 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 Several of them ended up colliding with each other after being led around by Luya, and they exploded on the spot. Suddenly, Luya directly changed direction and charged straight toward Gotenks. Huh? Gotenks was startled, then quickly reacted. I know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you succeed. Luya smiled slightly. The next second, he was already right in front of Gotenks. Gotenks directly powered up and immediately threw a punch at Luya, and those puppets still showed no sign of stopping. Whoosh! Suddenly, just as Gotenks was about to hit Luya, Luya's body shifted slightly, dodging Gotenks' attack. The distance between them was less than a fist. In the next instant, Luya used instant transmission and disappeared. Just now, he had been only a single fist's distance away from Gotenks, yet he had never intended to attack him at all. Gotenks froze, then immediately realized that his own little underlings were already crashing into him without distinguishing friend from foe. Wah! Gotenks let out a miserable scream, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being blown up. The smoke from the chain of explosions directly buried Gotenks' figure from sight. Luya appeared dozens of meters away and looked at the explosion. But in the very next second, his face stiffened. Ha! A furious roar rang out. Right after that, a burst of golden light, like the sun itself, tore through the smoke and revealed Gotenks' figure. And now, Gotenks' appearance had changed drastically. His hair had grown wildly long, and his eyebrows had vanished. Super Saiyan 3. Gotenks had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His aura exploded upward. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression turning serious. You actually forced us to use our real skills. Good. Very good. Gotenks looked at Luya arrogantly, lightning arcs crackling all over his body. He looked incredibly cool. Luya curled his lips into a smile. Again, Gotenks grinned, and in the very next instant, he appeared right in front of Luya. Both index fingers kept pointing at him non-stop. Streams of light shot out from his fingertips as attacks, looking extremely bizarre. Because Gotenks' speed had increased by a lot, Luya could only dodge at this point. At the same time, he gathered an energy sphere in one hand, and the next moment, he charged straight through those raindrop-like attacks toward Gotenks. Gotenks noticed it too. He immediately took the stance for the Kamehameha, then let out an angry shout and directly fired a dazzling beam of light. Luya also gave a low shout, and the energy sphere condensed in his hand was pushed out directly, colliding head-on with that blast. And he managed to block Gotenks' attack. Good chance. Ha! Naturally, Gotenks wouldn't give Luya any room to breathe. He immediately increased his output, and the energy of the blast surged sharply. Luya's expression changed. In the next moment, he had no choice but to draw his body in and push out his other hand as well, energy pouring from it to resist Gotenks' attack. Ahak! Gotenks had finally seized an opening, so of course he didn't hold back his ki at all, dumping everything out in one go. Luya resisted the other side's power, but his expression still remained fairly calm. Whoosh! Suddenly, while Gotenks was firing the energy wave, he spat out a ghost. The ghost shot straight toward Luya at top speed. Looking at the ghost flying toward him, Luya suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Boom! Ha! Luya blocked the opponent's energy wave with one hand, while the other hand lightly sliced down. Boom! In an instant, a huge force exploded directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gotenks appeared in front of Luya and punched him straight down into the seawater. Rumble! For a moment, a bun-shaped bulge of water rose up, and the sea churned with towering waves. Yay! We won! Gotenks excitedly struck a pose and laughed smugly. Humph! In the sky, Vegeta, who had long since arrived to watch the battle, smiled when he saw this. He was somewhat satisfied with the results of the two brats' training. Just as the waves had yet to calm down, suddenly, an even more terrifying surge of water erupted upward. Huh? What? He can still get up? Gotenks said gloomily. Over the sea, a figure slowly rose up, and that figure was Luya. His green clothes were somewhat damaged now, but he clearly wasn't seriously hurt. What the heck? He's still fine after that? Gotenks felt depressed. He had already used his real skills, yet he still hadn't been able to defeat the other side. Luya glanced at Gotenks, then looked at the damage on his own clothes and smiled. Not bad. Looks like I underestimated you. After saying that, he looked at Vegeta in the sky and asked, Has the banquet started? Vegeta crossed his arms and shook his head. Not yet. You two keep going. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Gotenks also noticed Vegeta's presence and immediately didn't know what to call him. Trunks was Vegeta's son, but Goten wasn't. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Then he said, Keep sparring, Gotenks. I want to check the results of your training lately. Hearing that, Gotenks immediately laughed. Yoshi. Then just watch. We'll definitely beat Big Brother Luya. After saying that, he suddenly powered up fiercely. At once, a powerful ki spread out, and right after that, Gotenks raised his state to the peak. Luya smiled faintly, then shifted his foot slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly powered up, and pure white aura light instantly wrapped around him. When Vegeta saw that Luya had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, his eyes shifted slightly. But in the next second, he looked at the tail wrapped around Luya's waist, not knowing what he was thinking. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Luya took a stance and said to Gotenks, "Come on, Gotenks. Let me train with you guys. Alright, here I come." Gotenks shouted excitedly, and in the next instant, he directly launched an attack at Luya. Luya grinned, then his figure also shot out. Bang! Their fists collided head-on, and in an instant, a powerful force erupted. The next moment, the two began a high-speed battle, and the force of their clashes actually sent ripples through space. In this exchange, the two could be said to be evenly matched. But Luya, facing Gotenks who had already transformed into Super Saiyan 3, was still handling it fairly easily. Their current battle power might not be very strong, but once they grew up, they would probably be able to stand on their own. Bang! Suddenly, Gotenks' fist was caught, and Luya showed no mercy. He directly drove a knee into him. Then he followed with a descending elbow strike, smashing Gotenks straight onto that small island and kicking up a cloud of dust. Vegeta watched this scene quietly. Of course, even though Luya was a little ruthless, he wasn't afraid of Vegeta retaliating, because he simply didn't fear Vegeta now. And if it were necessary, Vegeta wouldn't hold back either. This was a strict father, and also a proud warrior. Luya looked toward Gotenks on the island, then brought both hands to his waist. Kamehameha! Whoosh! Blinding energy condensed into form, and in the next second, Luya directly fired a ki blast at the entire island. Still in the crater, Gotenks groaned in pain and flailed around for a moment, then raised his head to look at the Kamehameha shooting toward him. His expression hardened, and in the next instant, he also blasted out a big bang attack. After Goten and Trunks fused, he could use all of their techniques, and the big bang attack was exactly what Vegeta had taught him. But when he used it, Vegeta in the sky said somewhat unhappily, "What the hell is that? Is that how you use the big bang attack?" Boom! The two energy waves clashed fiercely, but Luya's Kamehameha was clearly stronger. Boom! Gotenks was gradually suppressed, and his big bang attack was constantly being eroded away. Cough, cough. Gotenks clenched his teeth and held on. Even though he powered up again and again, he still had no way to stop Luya's Kamehameha. Ha! At that moment, Luya exerted force, and his output instantly skyrocketed. The Kamehameha was just about to slam right into Gotenks' face. Ahak! At the critical moment, Gotenks seemed to force out his own potential. Right after that, he suddenly let out an angry roar, and terrifying ki poured out from his hands, actually pushing the Kamehameha back a little. Whoosh! What? But in the very next moment, a flash of light suddenly passed over Gotenks, and he changed back into Goten and Trunks. Oh no! Luya was instantly shocked at the sight. In the next moment, he hurriedly withdrew his ki, but he was still a step too late. Wawa! Trunks and Goten both screamed in panic. Mom! We're done for! Whoosh! At that moment, Vegeta appeared in front of them and directly held up the Kamehameha with one hand. At the same time, he gritted his teeth, then transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and immediately swung his hand to the side, instantly knocking that Kamehameha away. Phew! Luya let out a sigh of relief. He had really put force into that attack just now, and he had wanted to force out the potential of the two little guys, but he had nearly messed up. If it had hit them without being blocked, the two kids would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. Sorry, I might overdone it a little, Luya said awkwardly. Vegeta glanced at Luya, then looked at Trunks and Goten. You two had better train properly from now on. No more slacking off. Huh? Come on. Trunks said gloomily. Idiot, if you don't train properly, I'm not taking you to the amusement park anymore. Vegeta shouted angrily. Fine. Trunks could only accept his fate after hearing that. He still really liked amusement parks. He had originally thought he could beat Big Brother Luya, but who would thought they defuse early because they burned through too much energy. After finishing the spar with Gotenks, the group returned to the banquet venue. When Chi-Chi and Bulma saw their sons looking like little beggars, they immediately started scolding them. In the end, the two little brats were ordered to go take a bath. Of course, Luya had to do the same. After taking a shower, Luya came out feeling refreshed. He was also very satisfied with the rewards he got from this battle with Gotenks. The battle power reward was definitely not small, and he had also obtained the energy from the two little guys. He was now only one step away from Super Saiyan God, and he had also acquired one of Gotenks' skills, the move that could summon those bomb-like things similar to ghosts. This move was still very destructive. If he ran into an opponent known for speed, then he could release a large number of bombs to block the other party's movement. The banquet was about to begin, but neither Goku nor Gohan had arrived yet. Gohan not coming made Luya a little disappointed. If the other party had come, then he could taken his power in advance, and that would been pretty nice. By the way, where's Goku? Bulma, who had been chatting with Chi-Chi and the others, suddenly asked. Chi-Chi answered, Goku should still be working in the fields right now. I don't know when he'll get here. Huh? Goku works? That's rare, Bulma said in confusion. If he doesn't work, our family's situation will get difficult. If Goku doesn't help, I can't handle it all by myself either, Chi-Chi said flatly. Bulma nodded and thought, so I thought only my Vegeta did nothing, but turns out Goku's the same too. Vegeta said, then Gohan didn't come either? Gohan? Ever since that tournament, he has been really busy these past few days. He'll only be able to make time to come over later. Alright. Hey, Bulma. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly walked over and called out to Bulma. What? Vegeta frowned. Are you sure you're serious about holding this celebration banquet? Don't end up making Beerus angry again like at that birthday party last time. Bulma had thought it was something serious. But this? She waved her hand and said, don't worry. I already prepared for that. This time, there's more than enough food, so what happened last time won't happen again. Only then did Vegeta's expression ease, and he said nothing more. At that moment, Jocko, who was sitting off to the side, suddenly sensed something. He stood up and looked at the sky. Finally here, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a car suddenly flew through the sky. That's right, a flying car. What is that? Krillin asked curiously. Jocko said proudly, that's food. I paid a huge price to order this delivery. Food? Everyone gathered around as well. The flying car slowly descended, and then the door opened. A casually dressed alien walked out from inside. How could it be you? Having seen this alien before, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their expressions turned colorful. Hello, everyone. The alien took off his hat and bowed to the crowd, his big pink head especially eye-catching. Manaka, how is it you? Krillin said in shock. In his view, wasn't Manaka some super expert of the universe? How was he delivering takeout? At everyone's shock, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others all changed expressions, and their faces soon turned ugly. Why did this guy come here? Manaka hesitated for a moment, then handed the package to Jocko and said, this is your delivery. Please sign for it. Jocko came back to his senses and could only sign for it first. But the carefree Bulma happily said, oh Manaka, why did you come early? Where are Beerus and the others? Manaka thought about it then said, sorry, I'm not with Lord Beerus. He couldn't help recalling the scene after returning to Beerus' planet, when Beerus gave him a whole cart of money. At the same time, he remembered what Beerus had warned him about. He immediately looked around, then let out a sigh of relief. Good thing Son Goku isn't here. Oh well, never mind. Since you're here, that's enough. Come join our celebration banquet. Bulma invited with a smile. But I still have deliveries to make. A look of refusal appeared on Manaka's face. Hey, don't refuse. And while you're at it, think about that thing I mentioned to you last time. At that moment, Mr. Satan popped out from who knew where and threw an arm around Manaka. Faced with such enthusiastic hospitality from Mr. Satan, Manaka was a little slow to react. Well, wanna be the spokesperson for my gym? I even prepared a stand-in for you. Mr. Satan laughed loudly, then waved toward the side. Hey, get over here. Everyone looked over at the sound and immediately burst into amusement. They saw someone who looked 90% like Manaka walking over. However, this one looked a bit bulkier with a larger build than an ordinary person. The person took off the headpiece, revealing a pretty face. Mr. Satan, I can barely breathe in this. Mr. Satan waved a hand at her, then looked at Manaka and said, well, Mr. Manaka, wanna be the spokesperson for my gym? No. Manaka shook his head and refused. You turned me down just like that? Mr. Satan looked disappointed. Oh, it's Uncle Manaka. Suddenly, Trunks and Goten rushed over from the distance and came to a sudden stop right in front of Manaka. Hello. Cold sweat dripped down Manaka's face as he greeted them. Haha, Uncle Manaka, why are you here? Lord Beerus said you're really strong, right? Trunks suddenly said. Hey, Trunks, behave yourself. The moment Vegeta saw these two little brats, he knew something bad was about to happen, and immediately shouted. What? It's not every day we get to see Uncle Manaka. As he spoke, Trunks friendly punched Manaka in the chest. You think so too, Mona? Bang. The next moment, Manaka's body was sent flying straight out. What? Everyone was shocked. Mr. Manaka, are you okay? Bulma hurriedly asked. Trunks. Vegeta's face had already gone black as the bottom of a pot. Trunks looked at his own hand, then looked at Manaka and muttered, that shouldn't be possible. I barely used any strength. Wasn't Uncle Manaka supposed to be the #1 expert in the universe? Hearing that, everyone came to their senses, and those who didn't know the truth also showed confused expressions. Yeah, how could this happen? Wah! At that moment, Manaka's crying suddenly rang out. Manaka got punched into tears? Everyone's expressions immediately turned colorful again. Wasn't Manaka supposed to be an expert? How did he get punched into tears? Hey,
Piccolo, Monaka.
doesn't he have very high martial arts cultivation, does he? Krillin looked at Piccolo. The corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly. Who knows? Off to the side. Luya watched this scene without surprise. Then, sensing something, he suddenly looked up into the sky. It's here. The very next second after Luya looked up, Vegeta's expression changed. He also looked upward. Looks like they've arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of rainbow light suddenly shot down from the sky. Right after that, Beerus and Whis appeared in front of everyone. Oh my, it's quite lively here. Is everyone welcoming us? Whis chuckled and said, Humph, I came all this way so no matter what I should at least get a full meal. By the way, what the? Manaka? Why are you here? As Beerus spoke, he suddenly noticed the crying Manaka, and his face instantly turned awkward. Lord Beerus, why did you come so late? Bulma stepped forward and said. But Beerus ignored her and looked at Manaka as he said angrily, Hey, Manaka, didn't I tell you not to come? Why are you here? Manaka said aggrievedly, I was just delivering a package. Beerus choked, then swept his gaze over everyone. After noticing the expressions in their eyes, his heart instantly turned cold. It's over. I've been exposed. Oh dear, you've been exposed, was said with some regret. Lord Beerus. Actually, Manaka isn't really a master, right? Krillin asked nervously. Beerus fell silent. Everyone's expressions also turned complicated. Vegeta had a bad feeling about this. At that moment, Beerus's expression returned to normal, and he calmly said, that's right. The reason Manaka was given the title of master was my and Whis's idea. Whis? Luya, Piccolo, and the others' mouths twitched violently. Damn, he really can make things up. Why? Krillin couldn't understand it. Why pretend Manaka is a master and lie to us? Beerus had a headache. To begin with, he wasn't a god who liked rambling. There was nothing a sphere of destruction couldn't solve. And if there was, then two would do it. Then Whis suddenly stepped forward and said to everyone, the reason we had Manaka pretend to be a master is because we wanted to set up a goal for Goku and Vegeta to chase after. Because only by doing that can they become even stronger. At the same time, his expression turned serious as he said, however, I hope everyone can keep this secret. Because if Goku finds out that Manaka actually has no martial arts cultivation at all, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to him. It would also cause him to lose his drive. At that point, even if he still continues to train hard, he would often become lazy, and in the end fall into complete decline. Is that what you want for him? Everyone looked at each other, their expressions complicated. Enough, since it's already been exposed. From now on, all of you are going to keep this secret with me, Beerus said flatly in a commanding tone. Only like this could he comfort himself. Aha, I never thought the mighty god of destruction would lie too. That's pretty rare, Bulma teased. What did you say? Beerus's face darkened on the spot. Bulma was about to say more, but at that moment Vegeta suddenly rushed over and covered her mouth with one hand. Stop talking. Lord Beerus only did this because he wanted me and Kakarot to train hard, so quit making trouble. Exactly right. Beerus snapped his fingers, gave Vegeta an approving look, and said, it's precisely because we still need Goku's strength to face the upcoming universe tournament that you all must keep this secret from me. Otherwise, I'll destroy all of you. Got it? Seeing the ferocious tone in Beerus's voice, everyone became a little scared and hurriedly nodded. They had forgotten this guy was the god of destruction. Definitely not someone to provoke. What secret? Suddenly, a voice rang out as Goku appeared behind Beerus. Wah! Beerus jumped in fright. After seeing it was Goku, he immediately shouted in guilty anger. Idiot! Where did you pop out from this time? Don't worry about it, Lord Beerus. Goku laughed. Then his eyes caught something, and they instantly lit up. He immediately became excited. Yo! Manaka, you're here! In an instant, Goku appeared in front of Manaka and excitedly grabbed his arms with both hands. Great! Since we have time right now, spar with me, Manaka. Ah? The moment Manaka saw Goku, panic immediately appeared on his face, and he looked to Beerus for help. Beerus was startled. Afraid that Goku might accidentally use too much force and kill Manaka, he immediately barked, Goku, don't be rude. What's wrong? Goku grinned, then pleaded with Manaka again. Smack! Suddenly, someone slapped Goku on the head. Who was that? Goku was just about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Chi-Chi who hit him, he instantly wilted. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi said irritably, look at yourself right now. Do you even realize what kind of banquet this is? Who comes dressed like that? Go back and change your clothes right now. You stink. Goku sniffed himself and found there really was a sweaty smell on him. He could only sigh and say, alright then. Whoosh. Goku directly used flight and left. Hey, hurry and think of something while we still can. Goku will be back very soon. Bulma immediately said. Beerus looked at Whis, but Whis shook his head. What do we do? How can we keep that guy Goku from finding Monaka out? Krillin asked anxiously. How about we send Monaka back? Doesn't Lord Whis have the ability to control time? Jocko suddenly said. Everyone's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. No, it's already too late. No matter what, Goku is definitely going to fight Monaka today. If we send Monaka away now, I'm afraid that would be rather inappropriate. Whis shook his head and refused. Then what are we supposed to do? Beerus said impatiently. Ha, I've got it. Trunks suddenly said. What? Everyone looked at him curiously. Trunks said proudly. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be enough to just have someone disguise themselves as Uncle Monaka? Disguise? Everyone's eyes lit up. Beerus even gave him a thumbs up. Very good, brat. But the problem is, who do we get to pretend to be Monaka? Whis asked. Beerus froze for a moment, then said, among the people here, the only ones who can spar with Goku are Vegeta and Luya. But Goku is probably already very familiar with Vegeta's moves, so. At that point he looked at Luya.
Luya shrugged helplessly.
I can't do it either. I can't beat Goku. Of course, if I used the Kaioken, I might be able to struggle a bit, but if I use Kaioken it'll definitely be exposed. Everyone instantly deflated. This wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. What were they supposed to do? Suddenly, Luya smiled faintly and said, but Lord Beerus, can't you take Monaka's place? With your strength, dealing with Goku should be more than easy, right? Hearing that, Beerus's face instantly turned cold. What did you say? I'm the mighty god of destruction. How could I possibly do something like that? Beerus said furiously. What's the big deal? Didn't you lie already? Isn't it only natural to sacrifice a little for your own lie? Bulma said disapprovingly. Damn it. The veins on Beerus's forehead bulged. He suddenly wanted to slap this woman to death. Lord Beerus, hurry and make a decision. Otherwise, Goku will be back soon, Whis suddenly said. Beerus hesitated. Huh? Did someone call me? Whoosh. Goku suddenly used instant transmission to appear in the middle of the scene. Beerus's eyes widened. That fast. Everyone was also shocked. Haha. Monaka. Can we spar now? Goku came to Monaka and said with a smile. Heaven knew how long he had been waiting for this moment. Ever since he heard that Monaka was an incredibly powerful master, he hadn't been able to eat or sleep without thinking about sparring with him. And now, he had finally gotten the chance. Seeing Goku like this, everyone immediately had no idea what to say. Beerus stepped out again and forcibly pulled Goku away. Hey, Monaka isn't someone you can just casually challenge. Oh, then what do I have to do? Goku asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a moment, then said, got it. If you want to challenge Monaka, do 100 trillion sit-ups first. 100 trillion? Okay, I'll go do them. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku dashed off to a patch of grass and started doing them. While Goku was doing sit-ups, Beerus fell silent. At this moment, Trunks and Goten suddenly carried over the Monaka costume Mr. Satan had brought earlier. Lord Beerus, look, we already prepared the props for you. Trunks said as if asking for credit. But Beerus looked at the headpiece with great difficulty putting it into words. It was just too ugly, and they actually wanted him, the mighty god of destruction, to wear something like this. This was simply an insult to him. Just as Beerus was hesitating, Whis' voice suddenly came over. You'd better hurry, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus subconsciously looked in Goku's direction, and his eyes instantly widened. He saw that Goku had suddenly sped up. That speed was terrifying. It really looked like he might actually finish in a short time. Beerus fell into silence. Nearby, Vegeta and Piccolo both looked at Goku, cold sweat dripping down their faces. This old buddy of theirs was the most troublesome in exactly this way. Whenever he saw someone, he wanted to spar. All done. Goku suddenly rushed back over. So fast. Beerus was stunned. Then his expression changed. Hey, Goku, how could you possibly finish that fast? That was 100 trillion. Goku froze for a moment, then said, it was 100 trillion. What's the problem? How did you count them? Beerus asked in disbelief. Goku innocently counted on his fingers. Just 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. Doesn't T100 trillion go by really fast like that? I'm not even warmed up yet. Everyone, Luya was sweating a little too. He had heard that in Dragon Ball Super, Goku was not only a little Chuyuni, but really was a single-celled organism. Now he had truly seen it for himself. Idiot. That's not how you count it at all. To finish 100 trillion, it should take at least many years. Beerus snapped in exasperation, accidentally letting it slip. Goku didn't pay attention at all and just said, alright, I'm gonna fight Monaka now. After saying that, he ignored everyone, grabbed Monaka, and walked off into the distance. Come on, Manaka. Let us find a place and have a match. Manaka immediately started struggling, but he was as weak and powerless as a frail old man. He could only look toward Beerus and the others for help, tears streaming down his face as he cried silently. Oh no! Stop him! Quick! Beerus panicked. Kairatsu, use gravity to hold Goku back. Tien Shinhan suddenly said to Kairatsu. Okay. Without hesitating, Kairatsu directly stretched out his hand and used his restraint on Goku. Ugh! As Goku was walking, he suddenly felt his body become unbelievably heavy, and was instantly startled. What's going on? So heavy! Nicely done, Beerus praised. Everyone also let out a sigh of relief. But right then, Kairatsu suddenly cried out softly, I can't hold on anymore. Everyone's expressions changed. They saw Kairatsu actually being dragged forward, skidding across the ground. Not even the gravity technique could stop Goku. At the side, Krillin suddenly clenched his teeth, then charged forward. Solar flare. With a low shout, he instantly flashed the completely unprepared Goku in the eyes, causing him to subconsciously let go of Manaka. Seeing that, Krillin immediately pulled Manaka away. Lord Beerus, now, otherwise it'll be too late, Krillin hurriedly said. Trunks and Goten quickly handed the equipment over. Beerus gritted his teeth. Looking at Goku, who was about to recover, he could only reach toward the costume. Ugh! So bright. What was that? At this moment, Goku suddenly came back to himself and looked behind him in confusion. Then he immediately froze. Huh? Manaka? Why did you get bigger? At this moment, a huge Manaka stood in front of Goku, his eyes cold and indifferent. Inside the costume, however, was Beerus, wearing a look of disgust and irritation. Hey, if you two are gonna fight, go farther away from here. Otherwise the banquet won't be able to happen. Bulma reminded them. Goku laughed out loud and waved his hand. Got it. At this moment, however, Beerus didn't play by the usual rules. He instantly appeared in front of Goku, and before the latter could react, a punch had already landed on his face. Yuwa! Goku cried out in pain as his body was sent flying, and Beerus immediately chased after him. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched straight into a barrage of punches and kicks against Goku. Goku was directly suppressed, and he took several hits to the body too, hurting him so much that he bared his teeth. Bang! Beerus delivered a flying kick that sent Goku flying dozens of meters away. Everyone's expressions sharpened. They had actually started right away. So strong. Luya, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others also became serious. They still didn't know Beerus' true strength. So now they focused intently on the fight. Luya directly activated the strongest Saiyan talent to watch. He was also muttering inwardly. When would he ever get some cheat like the Sharingan? Although this was the Dragon Ball world, he remembered there seemed to be some identity called a time patrol. Not thinking further about it, Luya seriously watched the sparring match. That hurt. Goku rubbed the sore spot, then didn't mind Beerus' sneak attack at all. Instead, he said excitedly, I didn't expect you to be this strong, Manaka. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. Ha! With an explosive burst of aura, Goku charged straight at Beerus. Under the costume, Beerus also let out a cold laugh and rushed forward at the same time. Boom! 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 In the high sky, waves of fist force spread out. Goku and Beerus began moving at high speed while exchanging blows. What was worth mentioning was that they were actually fighting back and forth evenly. Bang! Yuwa! Goku was sent flying by a punch and crashed straight into a distant mountain. Boom! But in the next moment, Goku charged out again, roaring as he shot directly in front of Beerus and launched a flurry of punches. His speed unbelievably fast. Beerus calmly blocked the attacks. Compared to him, Goku's level was still much lower, but right now he was constrained by this toy costume so he couldn't fully fight freely either. Da. Goku, however, was like an excited bull, constantly launching attacks at Beerus. Not a single hit held back. In his understanding, Manaka was an extremely powerful existence, so he had already corrected his old bad habit. Once the fight started, he became extremely serious right away. Bang! Suddenly, Beerus directly caught the punch Goku threw, and his other hand struck out at once. What? Goku had never expected that even under his full power suppression, the other side could still find an opening. And before he could even react, Beerus' fist slammed straight into his face, sending him flying like a cannonball. But because Beerus had put a bit of force into that punch and got a little carried away, his fist instantly burst through the costume and tore it open. Ah! When Beerus saw that, 10,000 alpacas galloped wildly through his heart. On the other side, Goku covered his face with both hands and kept shouting that it hurt. When he finally stopped, he looked at Beerus and grinned. Since you're being this ruthless, then I'll fight you at full power. After saying that, he directly exploded with aura. For a moment, terrifying waves of energy churned, and a milky white light instantly wrapped around Goku's body. The next second, Goku charged out directly. Beerus was anxious inside. He could only hide the exposed cat paw behind his back, and use one hand to take Goku's attack.
Bang 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 bang.
The two started fighting again. And at this moment, Beerus was actually being suppressed at the same time. No way, right? How is that possible? Lord Beerus is being suppressed? Everyone was a little confused. When did Lord Beerus become this weak? No, he's being restrained. He's wearing that mascot suit. If he uses even a little too much force, he might get exposed. So he's controlling himself. Vegeta looked at the battle in the arena and said flatly, "Huh? Then doesn't that mean Goku might actually beat him?" Bulma said in surprise. "Humph. You're underestimating Beerus too much. His power is far from that simple," Vegeta said calmly. As everyone watched the fierce battle, their eyes were full of shock. Meanwhile, Monaka had already passed out.
Bang!
Yua! Goku failed to defend against Beerus's attack again, and was blasted in the stomach by a punch from him. At the same time, Beerus's other hand also shattered the glove and was exposed to the air. When Beerus saw that, he instantly froze up. This thing was that fragile? And in the brief moment he was distracted, Goku had already reacted. With an angry roar, he threw out a punch at once. It directly sent Beerus flying dozens of meters away. Goku looked at Beerus solemnly. He could tell that the other side still hadn't gone all out. Of course, in his eyes, the person in front of him was Monaka. When Beerus came to a stop, he immediately looked at Goku. Purple-black light suddenly began to spread around the mascot suit. Inside the suit, Beerus looked at Goku, then grinned. His eyes gained a trace of burning heat and excitement. The next moment, he suddenly changed his voice and roared. In an instant, a terrifying aura wrapped around him. This was the first time Beerus had used power other than godly ki. Even so, with his own divine power augmenting it, it still appeared extremely powerful. Seeing this, Goku naturally didn't dare be careless. He grinned and said, "Now that's more like it. A fight should be enjoyed to the fullest." Ha! Goku directly flared his aura, then suddenly rushed toward Beerus on his own initiative. Beerus snorted coldly, no longer caring at all about the exposed arm. He unleashed a wild barrage of attacks at Goku. Goku isn't going all out either. He should be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Krillin suddenly said, "They don't dare. If they really used their full strength, forget this place. Even all of West City would probably be destroyed." Piccolo said flatly, "But Lord Beerus won't get angry, right? Being suppressed by Goku like this, won't that make him lose face? And looking at him now, he seems kind of angry," Bulma said worriedly. Making him pretend to be Monaka and wear that kind of mascot suit had already been embarrassing enough to even bring up. Now he was also fighting in such a stifled way. She was worried that if Beerus got mad, he might want to destroy Earth again. Hearing that, the others also became a little worried. Beerus's temper was unpredictable. No one knew when something might make him unhappy, and when that time came, he could directly destroy everything. That was a very serious matter.
Ho ho ho.
That won't happen. At this moment, Whis walked over. His staff was already gone. In its place, he was holding a plate of fruit salad in his left hand and a fork in his right, sending the fruit into his mouth piece by piece. Whis, Lord Beerus really won't get angry, right? I think something about his current state is a little off, Bulma asked. Whis swallowed the food, then waved his hand indifferently. Relax, relax. Lord Beerus is enjoying the fun of battle right now. He isn't angry at all, so don't worry. Phew. Hearing that, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Besides, ever since the tournament with Universe 6, Lord Beerus has only been able to watch them fight as a spectator, so he's long since been itching for a battle himself. So right now, he also longs for a good fight. After all, ever since his battle with Goku back then, he's basically rarely made a move, because he's too strong. He can't find any opponents. But now, with the restrictions of this mascot suit, he can fight Goku while keeping his strength under control. This kind of battle is exactly what he wants. Whis chuckled as he explained, then speared another piece of fruit and ate it, in an incredibly good mood. Vegeta and the others stared closely at the fight. Even in their eyes, it wasn't hard to tell that Beerus was currently deeply immersed in the joy of battle. On the other side, Luya watched the fight while eating something. He had to admit his hands were itching a little too. But after watching this kind of restricted battle for a while, he lost interest. Then his thoughts sank, and his consciousness had already entered the system. Looking at his normal battle power of more than 10 billion, Luya couldn't help sighing. He was much stronger now than he had been during the tournament with Universe 6. That was because he had been using the strongest Saiyan talent the entire time in battle. Of course, aside from fighting and training, he hadn't used it at other times. When he looked at his skills, he fell silent. He had almost forgotten that he still had one ape transformation left. As for ape transformation, Luya only knew one thing. Through their tails, Saiyans could borrow the power of the moon and transform into giant apes. And the giant ape was the most primal form of a Saiyan. At the same time, this form was extremely terrifying. Once transformed into a giant ape, That kind of power would surge explosively. And he knew there was another use for it too. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4. However, Luya knew that the tail was only a tool for Saiyan Ape transformation and had no direct relation to the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The tail was more like a collector that strengthened the reception of natural frequency blutz waves, causing the body to undergo ape transformation. It determined whether a Saiyan could naturally transform into an ape. Even without a tail, ape transformation was still possible. The body's ability to receive blutz waves was just weaker than a tail's. Just like Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT. He was able to rely on the super blutz waves created by Bulma to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. In other words, as long as blutz waves were strengthened, ape transformation could still happen. So the tail had no real connection to the Golden Great Ape or Super Saiyan 4. After transforming into a Golden Great Ape, a Saiyan would need a strong consciousness and the ability to regain rationality, then compress that power and finally transform one step further. That became Super Saiyan 4th grade. Vegeta had no tail, yet through enhanced super blutz waves, he still successfully transformed into an ape. At the same time as the transformation, his tail instantly appeared. Simply put, with a tail you can rely on moonlight to transform into an ape. Without a tail you can still do it through enhanced blutz waves. At that point, the tail lost its function. Old Kai knew about the sleeping power inside Saiyans and how to awaken it. He knew the tail had to be pulled out, but he didn't know that strengthening blutz waves with technology could produce the same effect. Of course, this was now in the Dragon Ball Super universe, so that concept couldn't really be used for balance. Besides, the current Saiyans were walking the path of divinity, unlike the GT version where they kept evolving again and transforming into even higher stages of Saiyan power. Thinking of that, Luya said inwardly, "System, is this ape transformation the ape transformation I'm imagining? System, what kind of ape transformation is the one the host is imagining?" The corner of Luya's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously I'm asking whether I can use this ape transformation to break through to Super Saiyan 4? System, host, you don't need to worry about that yet. First, raise your strength. Otherwise, if you really have no other choice and use this skill, I'm afraid you'll lose your reason and get slaughtered randomly. Luya. Shaking his head, Luya didn't say anything more. This system was a little unserious. Better to talk less nonsense with it. As for whether Super Saiyan 4 could exist in this universe, he didn't know. But he did know that Super Saiyan Blue was probably something he could transform into. If both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue could exist at the same time, then whether they could coexist was a question. Of course, what Luya was thinking about right now was whether he could modify them somehow and fuse the two powers together. Thinking that, he looked up into the sky. Boom! At this moment, Beerus and Goku were locked in fierce combat. White and purple lights kept colliding, and the aura they gave off was terrifying. Bang! Beerus slammed a punch into Goku's stomach. Goku cried out, but at the same time, he endured the pain and immediately threw a punch back at Beerus, aiming straight for his forehead. At the same time, Beerus reacted and tilted his head slightly, but his head was just too big, so Goku's fist still grazed the mascot head. Rip! In an instant, one of the Monaka costume head's ears was knocked clean off. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. No, I made that with so much care. Satan immediately looked aggrieved. But in that very moment, Beerus directly kicked Goku away. Goku was sent flying on the spot. Beerus was starting to lose his cool. Damn it, the ear was gone. What was he supposed to do? His cover was about to be blown. But Goku was too carefree to notice the damaged part. Right now, all he had in his eyes was Beerus and sheer battle mania. This fight had him feeling unbelievably exhilarated. Again, Goku laughed loudly, then suddenly flared his aura. A powerful pressure burst out from him, and he instantly teleported in front of Beerus, throwing out a punch. Beerus tilted his body and dodged Goku's punch directly, but in the very next moment, Goku's leg followed up with an upward kick. Not good. Beerus was startled and shifted his body again. Rip. In the next second, his backside was torn open from the graze, and Beerus' tail was exposed. This is bad. Piccolo and Vegeta's expressions changed at the same time, and in the next moment, both of them disappeared. When Goku's attack failed, he immediately struck again, but Beerus turned around and kicked him away in an instant. Naturally, Goku wouldn't let it go and charged out again. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Vegeta and Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of Beerus. Piccolo directly used his cape to cover Beerus, while Vegeta hurriedly handed him a piece of white cloth. Beerus understood at once and quickly wrapped up his tail. Vegeta? Piccolo? What are you guys doing? Goku asked in confusion. Well, we don't know what's going on either. It's just that Monaka seems to have some kind of power to control people. Ah, why is my arm stretching on its own? Piccolo pretended to panic as he extended his arm and directly tied up the unprepared Goku. Vegeta, your acting is terrible. Piccolo's face twitched. At this moment, Vegeta also said with an awkward expression. Why yeah, I am not under control either. My body totally 1T listen to me. Piccolo, you're one to talk. You're acting just as bad. By now, Beerus had already wrapped up his tail. His expression couldn't be seen clearly, and in the next second, he grabbed Piccolo and Vegeta one in each hand and threw them away. Beerus looked at Goku, then let out a cold sneer. In the next instant, he flared his aura. Deep purple energy stirred the sky, and his aura rose by far more than just a little compared to before. When Goku saw that, he immediately got excited. All right, if that's how it is, then come on. Ha! With an angry shout, Goku burst out with his aura. But he still didn't T-transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he pushed his base form to the absolute limit. Whoosh! In the next moment, Goku vanished instantly, and at the same time, Beerus simply raised a hand and caught a fist. What? Before Goku could even react, Beerus' fist had already reached his stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Beerus followed up with a double fist hammer blow and smashed Goku straight down. Whoosh! Boom! Goku forcibly stopped his descent. But he was still several meters above the ground, and the powerful force directly blasted a huge crater into the earth. Beerus crooked a finger at Goku, his provocation unmistakable. How could Goku take that? Goku slowly rose up, directly flared his aura, and instantly charged at Beerus. Beerus also flared his aura and rushed out. Boom boom boom. For a time, the sheer force of their power caused explosions to continuously erupt nearby. Even though both of them were in base form, the intensity of the battle was not the slightest bit weaker than Super Saiyan combat. Goku and Beerus faced each other from afar, the aura inside their bodies skyrocketing at incredible speed, as if they wanted to decide the winner with one move. Seeing this, Vegeta and the others were all startled, then quickly turned to Whis. Whis, stop them. Quick! Vegeta's face was full of urgency. He could feel it. If those two went all out, the entire Earth would probably suffer enormous damage. Oh dear, oh dear. Whis was also a bit helpless. How had these two gotten so addicted to fighting? At this moment, Goku in the sky suddenly began powering up, and immediately after, his strength shot upward in a straight line. Humph! Beerus snorted coldly. An astonishing purple light also erupted all around his body. The two exchanged a glance, then charged at each other at the exact same time. For this punch, neither of them had any intention of dodging. Lua also stood up, preparing to intervene in case something unexpected happened. But the facts proved that he had still underestimated the power of an angel. Just as Goku and Beerus' fists were about to collide, Whis appeared between them and directly caught both of their punches, one in each hand. Oh dear, I say you two, that's enough. Otherwise, the banquet 1T be able to continue, Whis said with a faint smile. That was a truly impressive save. He stopped both Goku and Beerus at the same time, leaving everyone present extremely shocked, because Whis' strength felt completely impossible for them to measure. Second stage angel. Lua looked at Whis, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had to admit, the other party's strength was indeed above Beerus'. Whis, why did you stop us? Goku said unhappily. Having his match interrupted, he would been unhappy no matter who it was. Whis didn't mind and said slowly, Lord Beerus told you to stop. Huh? Hearing that, both Goku and Beerus were stunned, then simultaneously looked downward. Among the crowd below, there stood a figure of Beerus. It was just that this Beerus looked a little strange. He didn't have the dignity of a god at all and just looked kind of dazed. Seeing that scene, Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't argue over it. Oh, then okay. Since it was Beerus who said it, Goku could only obediently land. Whis secretly glanced at Beerus, then chuckled quietly and said, Lord Beerus, nice acting. Humph. Beerus followed him down with clear interest. Not bad, not bad. Monaka is even stronger than I imagined. If he hadn't been holding back, I really wouldn't have been able to beat him, Goku said excitedly. He could tell that for some reason, the other side hadn't been able to fight with full strength. Probably because he was worried about destroying this place too. Hey, I told you guys to go fight somewhere farther away. You've blown my back garden into a total mess. Bulma immediately became unhappy. Goku waved his hand. Well. Come on, Bulma, your family's the richest in the world. Don't sweat the small stuff like this. Hey. Bulma sighed helplessly, but what could she do? She and Goku had always been close. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, your fight was way too amazing. It actually made Monaka pass out. Yamcha suddenly burst into loud laughter and pointed at Monaka as he spoke. Everyone's faces froze, and then cold sweat started pouring down in unison. Beerus also stiffened up the instant he heard that line. Huh? Monaka? Goku was confused. Hadn't Monaka just finished fighting him? How could he have passed out? Thinking that, Goku looked over and immediately saw the real Monaka himself. The guy was staring blankly ahead without the slightest response, and Goku was instantly shocked. He quickly looked back and forth between the real Monaka and the fake Monaka. What's going on here? Well, Bulma and the others all looked a little awkward. Yamcha was enjoying the murderous stares from Piccolo and the others. Yet at the same time he was so ashamed he wished he could disappear on the spot. At this moment, Beerus inside the costume was already furious. He had gone to so much trouble, given up a god's dignity to disguise himself as this ugly and troublesome thing. And yet because of one sentence from Yamcha, all of his effort had been completely wasted. He was unforgivable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Purple divine power wrapped around Beerus's body like a demon god preparing to destroy everything. Seeing this, Vegeta and Piccolo immediately broke out in sweat and quickly took up fighting stances, ready to face Beerus's wrath. So it still came to this step after all. 10,000 alpacas stampeded through Vegeta's heart. Sure enough, Bulma absolutely couldn't be allowed to hold this kind of large banquet anymore, or else Earth's safety would simply be thrown to the wind. This party was poisonous. Whis also looked at the scene somewhat helplessly. As the saying went, you weren't afraid of an opponent like Goku. You were afraid of a teammate like a pig. Right now, even he didn't want to provoke Lord Beerus's anger. Just as Beerus was about to make his move, Goku suddenly cried out excitedly, "Oh, I get it now. Monaka can make clones like Mewtwo? That's amazing. Even just a clone was enough to make it hard for me to handle." Everyone was stunned. Beerus was stunned too, then quickly reined in his aura. Seeing that, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Alright, even though I can't have a real fight with the real Monaka, if his clone is already this strong, then the real him must be super amazing too. Right? Very good. From now on, I'll definitely train hard. Next time, I'll definitely beat Monaka, Goku declared confidently, his expression full of determination. Then, before he could act cool for even 3 seconds, his stomach started growling. After fighting for so long, I really am hungry. I'll go grab something to eat first. With that, he ignored everyone and headed straight for the food area. Everyone completely relaxed. The crisis had finally passed. Goku really is big-hearted. Huh, Krillin said with feeling. The others also nodded. They really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Goku's personality. But fortunately, they had successfully muddled through this time. Ha ha ha. Sorry. This is all my fault. Yamcha hurriedly apologized awkwardly. He knew he had almost ruined everything for everyone. To be able to talk without a brain this completely, you're a real talent too. Tien Shinhan glanced at Yamcha and said flatly. Yamcha. Phew. Beerus took off the headpiece, drenched in sweat. It's finally over. You worked hard, Lord Beerus. Beerus waved his hand. After this, have Monaka show up on Earth less often. Yes. Whis nodded. Luya looked at Goku, who was eating, with a strange expression. Logically speaking, Beerus pretending to be Monaka should have had tons of flaws. But was Goku really just that brainless? Was that really the case? After such an exciting duel, the atmosphere at the banquet became even more cheerful, and before long, the gathering came to an end. Come visit again next time, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Bulma waved at the two of them. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If every party was this thrilling, wouldn't they worry themselves to death? Ho ho. Then see you next time. Let's go, Lord Beerus, Whis said with a slight smile. Beerus nodded indifferently, returning once again to his aloof look. Very soon, Whis and the others turned into a streak of rainbow light and disappeared. Well then, since it's over, let's all head back. Piccolo walked over, looked at Vegeta and Goku, nodded, and then flew off at once. Everyone else also left one after another. Luya said goodbye to Goku and the others, then returned home. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed and sighed a little. I can already be considered one of the top experts in the universe now. If I kept using the strongest Saiyan talent at all times, then my strength would surpass Goku and the others very quickly. But if I did that, it'd lose a bit of the fun, so forget it. Luya shook his head. Ever since the battle with Universe 6, his strength had been rising extremely fast. In his normal state, his battle power was probably already hard for even a battle genius like Son Goku to catch up to. Even more worth mentioning, Luya had now learned time skip. Although it was only 0.1 seconds, it still wasn't something ordinary people could break through. Aside from Super Saiyan Blue, he could crush any Z fighter. Of course, even without using time skip, he still could. Next, I'll focus on training time skip. Hit's time skip has already improved to 1 second, and he'll probably improve it even more later. I need to get ready for the Tournament of Power afterward, Luya muttered to himself. So over the next few days, Luya found a place to train. Of course, he didn't go to the hyperbolic time chamber. Instead, he found a small island. Then he began training time skip, using it over and over while groping for insight within it. With the strongest Saiyan talent activated, his improvement gradually became more and more obvious. But a few days later, Luya heard some news. Goku had gotten sick. Luya was a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it, he guessed that Goku had used tenfold Kaioken, which caused him to develop delayed ki disorder. With tenfold Kaioken on top of his already incredibly powerful strength, The power of Kaioken had increased accordingly, which was why it had become something Goku couldn't completely control. Luya sighed a little. Since Goku being able to use Kaioken had a lot to do with him too, he went to visit him. At this time, Goku was at Gohan's house, holding Gohan's daughter Pan and playing with her. Chi-Chi, meanwhile, was glaring at Goku with a dark expression. The old fool. Last night she had worked so hard making food and waiting for him to come back. But when he did come back, he gave her a huge surprise and directly destroyed the house. They had no choice but to move over to Gohan's place. Now, seeing that Goku didn't seem the slightest bit remorseful and was acting like nothing had happened, she only got angrier and bit down hard on her teeth. Piccolo was also sitting on the sofa, watching Goku and Pan, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Man, days when I can't train are really too boring, Goku said with a sigh as he lifted Pan high up. I don't think it's so bad. You Saiyans spend practically every day training anyway, so relaxing when you have free time isn't bad either. Besides, you and Vegeta have already almost reached your limits. The chances of going any further are extremely slim, so you might as well relax your mindset, Piccolo said flatly. That's true, but it's still kind of hard to accept, Goku said with a bitter face. He really had reached his limit now. No matter how much he trained, the improvement would be negligible. Even going into the hyperbolic time chamber would be the same, unless there was an extremely powerful opponent who could force out his potential. I'm telling you, Goku, you'd better recover yourself as soon as possible, or I'm worried you'll wreck Gohan's house too.
Kiki sighed flatly.
Chi-Chi, what's that supposed to mean? Goku said awkwardly. No way, I believe Dad wouldn't do that. At this moment, Gohan and Videl opened the door and walked in. Ah, Gohan, Videl, you're back. Goku raised a hand and greeted them. Baba, 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 Baba. Seeing her real dad, Pan was also extremely happy, babbling nonstop. Gohan walked over and smiled. Yeah, we came back early today. As he spoke, he picked Pan up.
Pan.
Did you miss Daddy? Aya. Pan affectionately kissed Gohan and acted spoiled for a while. Everyone was enjoying a warm, harmonious moment. By the way, Gohan, weren't you talking about cooperation with a professor from the school? I heard he wanted you to be his assistant. Why did you come back so soon?
Kiki suddenly asked.
She was truly very concerned about her son. Gohan lowered his head slightly, then said, I turned it down. What? Chi-Chi was startled and quickly asked, why? Gohan smiled as he looked at Pan. Videl and I decided that we don't want to stay busy working all the time anymore. It'd be better if we could make more time to stay with Pan. Yeah, that's what Gohan and I both think. And we don't really have to work anyway. My family still has plenty of money for us to use. Alright then. Chi-Chi looked a little disappointed. It was only normal for her to be unhappy that her son had given up such a great future. Gohan's the exact opposite of you. Piccolo suddenly looked at Goku and said. Goku laughed. He really didn't care about that kind of thing. As far as he was concerned, he was only interested in training. Of course, when there's time, I also hope Uncle Piccolo can help train me. It's been a long time since I've had proper training. If this keeps up, I'm worried that if something happens in the future, I won't be able to step in. Gohan suddenly looked at Piccolo and said with a smile. Piccolo glanced at Gohan, then smiled in relief. Even if you hadn't said that, I still would have trained you. Haha. Both Goku and Gohan laughed. You Saiyans. Chi-Chi couldn't even put her suffering into words. Whoosh. At that moment, a burst of footsteps came from outside. That key. It's Luya's. Piccolo looked out the window. Luya? Goku froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Everyone went outside, and sure enough, it was Luya. Luya, what brings you here? Goku looked at Luya and then smiled. Luya looked at Goku and said, I heard you got sick. Are you okay? Hearing that, Goku's expression dimmed a little. Ah, I'm okay. It's just that recently I can't use my ki anymore. Otherwise, my power starts running wild inside my body. Luya nodded. You pushed yourself too hard when using the Kaioken. At first it was actually fine, but at the end, you'd already exhausted all your stamina and still forced yourself to hold on. That's what caused this. Goku said helplessly, I didn't know you'd beat hit. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have gone all out like that. Luya. Luya greeted Gohan and the others, then looked at Goku and said, since you're fine, then I'll head back. Goku nodded. Bye-bye. Luya nodded, then turned and left. Wait. At this moment, Gohan suddenly spoke. Luya stopped, then turned around to look at him. Gohan, were you calling me? Gohan stepped forward a few paces. His eyes were already carrying an inexplicable seriousness. Luya, I'd like to ask you. To fight me? What? It had to be said. Gohan's sudden words shocked Piccolo, Goku, and the others. They couldn't understand why Gohan would make such a request. Luya was also a little surprised. Actually, he also wanted to fight Gohan so the system could obtain Gohan's power, but he had been too embarrassed to bring it up himself. He hadn't expected the other side to suggest it first. Gohan looked at Luya, his gaze firm. Luya was silent for a moment, then said, Gohan, you need to understand. Compared to when we first met, I've become much, much stronger. Gohan nodded. I understand. That's why I want to ask you to fight me. Goku looked at Gohan like he wanted to say something, but Piccolo signaled for him not to meddle. Why? Luya asked with a smile. Gohan gritted his teeth slightly. I don't want what happened last time to happen again. I stopped training for many years, and not only did my strength fail to improve, it actually got weaker. Because of that, when powerful enemies arrived, all I could do was watch my companions and family suffer. That feeling. It hurts me deeply, so I want to get that feeling back. Luya said, but Mr. Piccolo can help you too.
Piccolo stayed silent.
Gohan nodded. I know that, but I still want to spar with different experts. If Dad were fine right now, I'd ask him to train me too. Chi-Chi and Videl both had complicated expressions on their faces. Please, train me. Gohan bowed to Luya. Luya said helplessly, all right then. Since that's the case, I'll agree to it. Great. Gohan clenched his fist excitedly. Let's change locations. As Luya spoke, he suddenly flew up and headed directly in one direction. Gohan nodded at Goku and the others, then followed Luya away. Goku couldn't hold back and was just about to move and follow them when Piccolo suddenly grabbed him and held him down. There's something wrong with your body, so don't go. I'm afraid you'll get stimulated by them. At that, Goku could only smile helplessly and give up. Even so, Piccolo still went after them himself. Too sly. Goku pouted. Goku, hurry up and take care of Pan. Videl and I are going to cook first. Chi-Chi called out. All right. Goku could only take Pan into his arms. On the other side, Luya arrived above a valley, and Gohan followed closely behind, landing opposite Luya. Luya looked at Gohan, then said, don't hold back. Use your strongest power. Gohan nodded, then shifted his feet slightly apart and took on a stance similar to a horse stance. The next moment, he suddenly let out a fierce shout. Boom! Super Saiyan appeared instantly. Gohan's ki rose in a straight line, and his battle power increased by 50 times. But Luya frowned, because even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gohan still wasn't a match for him in his normal state. Gohan's battle power wasn't even as high as Luya's base form. Gohan really has turned into Nerdhan. Luya smiled faintly, then lightly bounced twice and took up a fighting stance. Beep. Mission activated. Mission content. Obtain the power of 5 Saiyans. Current progress. 4 out of 5. Gohan looked at Luya and became alert as well. Even though he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still felt that Luya in his normal state was flawless, without a single opening. So strong. In just half a year, Luya's power had grown this much. Should he also go train in the hyperbolic time chamber? Luya's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished in an instant. Before Gohan could even react, Luya slammed a vicious punch straight into his face. Yua! Gohan let out a miserable scream as his body was sent flying. He crashed through one small mountain after another. Don't lose focus. Luya looked at him and said flatly. At this time, Piccolo also arrived at the scene, but he didn't make a move. He simply watched everything from the air. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling golden light flared up, and right after that, Gohan shot straight toward Luya. With a tap of his toe, Luya immediately rushed up to meet him. The moment the two collided, they erupted with immense power and began exchanging punches at a shocking speed. The sound of their fists was like thunder, but very soon, after the two had exchanged several hundred punches in a row, Luya suddenly grabbed Gohan's fist, then drove his knee forward into him. Another heavy punch smashed Gohan down to the ground. The next second, Luya brought both hands together at his waist. Right after that, he suddenly fired off a Kamehameha. Boom! A huge wave of energy blasted downward. Gohan stood up. In the next moment, he raised his ki to the limit and also unleashed a Kamehameha, meeting Luya head-on in a beam clash. Although there was a taboo in Dragon Ball that you should never beam clash with the Sun family right now, it seemed Luya could ignore that taboo, because Gohan's condition at this moment was just too poor. Gohan crazily poured power into his Kamehameha. The overwhelming energy blasted a huge crater beneath his feet. Luya let out a low shout and directly cranked up the output to maximum. On the other side, Piccolo, who was watching the scene, looked rather grim. Although after the battle with Frieza, Gohan had also trained with him for a while. After only a few days, Gohan had been delayed by having to attend some scholar exchange conference. As a result, even though his strength had improved a little, he was still far too weak. He couldn't even handle Luya in his normal state. That power within him had already gone dormant. How could he help him awaken it? That thought flashed through Piccolo's mind, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. After all, the life Gohan now pursued was different from Goku and the others. Though he had once been the finest warrior, that glory had already passed. And right now, there weren't any overwhelmingly dangerous opponents either. Even if there were, Goku and the others would be enough to deal with them. So Piccolo gave up the idea of helping Gohan awaken again. Yuewa! At this moment, Gohan let out a pained cry, and he could no longer hold out. The next second, an explosion erupted in the field, and at the same time, a hemispherical energy wave appeared. Luya withdrew his ki and looked into the explosion. The smoke slowly dispersed. A massive crater appeared in the field, and Gohan's figure was right at the center of it. At this moment, Gohan was kneeling on the ground, sweat constantly running down his face as he gasped for breath in huge gulps. He had already reverted to his normal state. Seeing this, Luya dropped into the crater and said to Gohan, "Compared to back then, your strength has fallen off way too much." Gohan stayed silent. His body was trembling now, as if he were blaming himself for his own weakness. Luya looked at him, shook his head and said, "As far as I know, back then in the battle with Cell you awakened Super Saiyan 2. Later, in the battle against Majin Buu, you broke through yourself and fully brought out your potential. But now, it seems your potential has been sealed away again." "That's right." Piccolo suddenly landed and slowly walked over. If Gohan had kept training, his power absolutely wouldn't be much worse than his old man's. It's just that now he longs for a peaceful life and has cast aside the Saiyan talent he was born with. Gohan stood up, then said in a low voice,
I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo.
"I've disappointed you." But Piccolo had no intention of blaming him. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. You have your own family now, and Pan too, so there's nothing wrong with pursuing the life you want. There's no need for you to chase after our footsteps. This earth is fine with those two guys protecting it. I respect your choice too." Gohan looked up at Piccolo. After seeing that there wasn't the slightest bit of disappointment in his eyes, he also smiled. Even though he was already married with a family now, in front of Piccolo, he was still just a child. Piccolo had influenced his whole life far too deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo gave a faint smile, then looked at Luya. "Let's end the fight here. Gohan doesn't need this kind of training yet." Luya nodded. "Understood." He sighed inwardly. What a pity, a genius. Still, he wasn't worried. There was still a long time before the Tournament of Power began. They could talk about it then. "Let's go, Gohan." Piccolo looked at Gohan and said. Gohan nodded, then looked at Luya. "Then we'll head back first. Thanks for today." Luya nodded. "Yeah, it was nothing." A moment later, Piccolo and Gohan left. Luya pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Interesting. Beep. Host mission incomplete. You still need to keep working hard." The system's electronic voice suddenly rang out. Luya smiled faintly. He had already guessed the outcome. Even though he hadn't obtained Gohan's power, he wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, when Piccolo and Gohan returned home, they saw that Goku and the others didn't look too good. What happened?" Gohan asked in confusion. "Gohan." Videl suddenly rushed over and threw herself into Gohan's arms, sounding a little choked up. "What's wrong, Videl?" Gohan was completely baffled. "Hey, old son, what happened?" Piccolo's eyes narrowed as he looked at Goku. Goku scratched his head. It's like this. We can't find Pan anymore." "What?" In an instant, both Piccolo's and Gohan's expressions changed. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? How could Pan just disappear? We were only gone for a little while. How did you lose her?" Piccolo was so furious his face turned green, showing just how angry he was. It could be said that Piccolo was basically Pan's babysitter. He treated her like his own granddaughter. So this bad news caught him completely off guard. What exactly happened? As Pan's father, Gohan's expression darkened as he asked in a heavy voice. "Let me explain. It was like this. Videl and I were cooking, and Pan was left with Goku. But who would have thought this big-hearted idiot would actually fall asleep? By the time we came over, Pan was already gone." Chi-Chi spoke up at this moment, glaring at Goku as she talked. "You can't blame me for that. Pan was asleep at the time, so I only fell asleep after that. And I haven't been in very good shape lately, so I sleep pretty deeply and didn't notice what was going on outside," Goku said in a low voice. "Now's not the time to talk about that. The most important thing is finding Pan." Piccolo clenched his fists and said, "We already searched nearby, but we didn't find any sign of Pan," Goku said guiltily. "I'll go look. Gohan, with me." Piccolo looked at Gohan. "Okay." Gohan also left with Piccolo. "Let's help too," Goku said. The group hurriedly started searching the nearby area. Since they didn't believe a little child could have gone very far, they only searched around the vicinity. At the same time, in a patch of brush in the distance, the Pilaf gang was using binoculars to watch what was happening at Gohan's house. Behind them was a giant robot. They had heard the news that Goku was sick, so they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and make a move. But now, after seeing Piccolo and the others searching nearby, they immediately thought they had been discovered. "Boss, let's run. They're coming," Shu said hurriedly. Pilaf was also scared out of his wits and quickly said, "Run." Mai was the first to charge forward, sprinting straight toward the robot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But right at this moment, that robot suddenly moved, as if its engine had started, and slowly lifted off the ground. "Nanny!" Seeing this, the Pilaf gang was instantly terrified. Their ship shouldn't have been able to start on its own, right? Not daring to think too much, the three of them slipped inside at the very moment the ship was about to fly away.
Bang bang bang.
Boom! The next second, two jets of flame suddenly burst from beneath the robot's feet, and it shot off at high speed, disappearing at the end of the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Goku and the others were still searching. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit of the flying robot, isn't that Gohan's daughter, Pan? Shu's voice suddenly rang out, filled with shock. Pilaf looked at Pan, who was happily mashing the buttons nonstop, and cold sweat ran down his face. Why is this little brat here? Boss, what do we do now? Mai asked helplessly. Idiot, what else can we do? Throw her down already. She's a Saiyan descendant. Pilaf was panicking like crazy. We can't. She's still so little. We can't do that to her. Mai was still a woman after all, and her maternal instincts instantly kicked in. Idiot! Pilaf cursed furiously, disappointed that she wasn't living up to expectations. What's that smell? Shu twitched his nose, and his face immediately darkened. It stinks. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. The three of them reacted at once and simultaneously turned to look at Pan. Ah! She actually pooped herself. Pilaf's expression changed drastically. Boss, this thing wasn't designed with a window, Mai said hurriedly. How did this happen? Pilaf's blood pressure shot up on the spot. The smell was so overwhelming that he lost his mind and slammed his fist right onto the control button. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. Right after that, the entire robot shook violently, and in the next second, it went full throttle like it had gone berserk. Very quickly, it shot toward the sky. New. Rumble. A violent commotion suddenly sounded out. Luya, who was flying, sensed something and looked up, only to see a giant yellow robot shooting into the clouds. That's Pilaf? Luya froze slightly, then suddenly powered up. In the next second, he shot straight toward the robot. Boom! The robot broke through the atmosphere, and it was still continuing upward. It seemed like as long as the fuel wasn't exhausted, it could keep going like this forever. Luya followed right behind it. After breaking through the atmosphere, he directly used Frieza's cells, allowing him to survive in outer space for a long time. But just as he caught up, the robot suddenly exploded. Not good. Luya was startled. He knew Gohan's daughter Pan was inside, and also the Pilaf trio. Even though they were villains, they weren't bad people. Immediately, Luya rushed to the site of the explosion. Ha! Without wasting any words, he thrust out a palm, and a powerful burst of ki erupted, blowing away the flames. But in the next second, something happened that made his eyes widen. A little figure appeared in his sight, and all around her body was a milky white glow. As for the Pilaf trio, they were hanging onto her feet. Luya's feelings were complicated. He understood. Pan had awakened, as expected of a Saiyan descendant. To have this kind of talent before even reaching 1-year-old was truly rare. Yaya. Pan waved her little hands around. Then she saw Luya and immediately narrowed her eyes in a smile.
Luya smiled slightly,
then looked at Pilaf hanging below her feet. You three really never learn. Huh. Spare us. Please spare us, boss. We really didn't do it on purpose. This little girl came over on her own. Pilaf was cowardly to the extreme right now. He couldn't act tough at all. If Gohan and the others find out you almost put her in danger, no one will be able to save you, Luya said with a cold sneer. Not to mention that Gohan and the others were kind-hearted. Piccolo definitely wasn't the merciful type. If Piccolo found out, they were all finished for sure. We wanted to send her back too, but the machine malfunctioned, so we had no choice but to do this. Mai suddenly spoke up.
Luya glanced at Mai.
Knowing that she would end up with Trunks in the future, he couldn't be bothered to press the issue. Then Luya came over in front of Pan, gave her a grin and opened his hand. Come on, I'll take you all back. Pan blinked her big eyes and hesitated for a moment, then placed her little hand in Luya's. At the same time, she grinned at him and curiously made babbling sounds. Luya smiled faintly, then used instant transmission. In an instant, he and the others appeared flying above a forest. Luya looked at Pilaf and the others. I'll just give you a little lesson. You're already dozens of years old and still want to be villains? Give it up. As soon as he finished speaking, before they could even react in shock, Luya casually waved his hand, and the three of them instantly fell down. Ignoring the trio, Luya knew they would be fine. Then he took Pan into his arms and frowned. You pooped. Yo. Pan giggled and reached out with her little hands, rubbing Luya's face all over the place. Forget it. I'll send you back. Luya smiled helplessly, and in the next second, he disappeared. At this moment, the trio were still hanging from the tops of the trees, but all three of them had already passed out. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were already sitting at the front door of the house, their expressions gloomy. Piccolo even had veins bulging on his forehead, looking like a volcano about to erupt. Gohan was comforting Videl, but he also looked worried. Goku, This is all your fault. You didn't keep an eye on Pan. And now she's gone. Chi-Chi jabbed Goku's head, furious that he had failed to meet expectations. Goku also felt guilty. Actually, if he hadn't been sick, finding Pan would have been very quick. But he had no way of sensing ki, so he had missed the best chance. Damn it, it's all my fault.
Pan.
Just as everyone fell into silence, Luya's figure appeared in the middle of the yard, and Pan was with him.
Pan.
Luya's sudden appearance startled everyone, but the moment they saw Pan in his arms, nobody could stay calm anymore. They all rushed toward Luya. Videl directly took Pan from him and burst into tears. Luya, why is Pan with you? Goku asked in confusion. Luya said, not long after I left, this little girl came running over, and she can already fly. It's unbelievable. She managed to do that at such a young age. I was worried she'd run around everywhere, so I brought her back. So that's what happened. The tension on Piccolo's face eased a little. Thank you so much, Luya. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't have been able to find her. Gohan bowed to Luya as he spoke. Luya waved his hand, then said to Videl it was nothing. Oh right, you should change Pan's diaper. The moment Videl heard that, she instantly understood. Her pretty face turned red, and then she nodded. Thank you. After saying that, she carried Pan into the house. Come to think of it, after not seeing her for a little while, she really did poop. Huh. Goku also relaxed and laughed. Just shut up, you. If this happens again, you are not allowed anywhere near Pan. Chi-Chi said, still upset. How can that be? I'm Pan's grandpa after all. Goku protested. What kind of grandpa loses his own granddaughter? If Luya hadn't helped, we still wouldn't have found Pan.
Kiki said angrily.
Goku laughed awkwardly, then signaled to Gohan with his eyes for help. Mom, don't blame Dad anymore. Pan's back now, so let's just eat, Gohan said, knowing full well that his father's natural enemy was his mother, so he tried to smooth things over. Humph. Chi-Chi snorted coldly, then turned and went back into the house. Well, Luya, why don't you come eat with us too? Consider it our thanks for finding Pan. Goku looked at Luya. Luya had just been about to refuse, but Gohan also said, yeah, eat with us. Yeah, come have a simple meal before you head back. Piccolo, in a rare good mood, also spoke to Luya. All right then. Luya found it hard to refuse, so he agreed. Very soon, after Luya finished eating with Goku's family, he said his goodbyes. He had also become more familiar with Pan now. At the very least, Pan no longer treated Luya like a stranger. After Luya left, Goku also decided to go train with King Kai and recover his condition. He didn't want to keep going on like this. Days without strength were pure torture for him. After Luya returned home, just as he was about to take a bath, a burst of system notification sounds suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping Pan. Special reward. Saiyan Pan's energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Super Saiyan God mission. Rewards are now being issued. 3 days later, somewhere in a forest. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed by strangely, and right after that, the surrounding space turned completely blank, and at some unknown point, a figure had already appeared in the area. It was Luya. Luya curled his lips, a little excited. His time skip had now reached time control of 0.3 seconds, 3 days of time, and that was while making use of the strongest Saiyan talent. It had to be said, time skip really was terrifying, and also extremely difficult to train. Wanting to reach Hit's level before the Tournament of Power would be somewhat difficult. As Luya was thinking, he suddenly froze, then looked toward the distant sky. After thinking for a moment, he raised 2 fingers to his forehead and focused his mind. Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten aren't on Earth anymore. Muttering to himself, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. If I guessed right, they should be on Potofu. Ding! System mission triggered. Luya paused for a moment, then his figure suddenly vanished. At the same time, on planet Potofu, boom, boom, boom. Inside a valley, waves of explosions rang out. Not long after, several figures flew out from the valley, while laser blasts kept shooting at them from behind, forcing them to dodge nonstop. Hey, Goten, hurry up and run. Don't let them catch us. Trunks shouted to Goten while running, Monaka on his back. Goten was carrying an old man, and in the old man's hand was something that looked like a pacifier. Behind them was a group of pink aliens. These aliens had already been possessed, and the thing possessing them was called Kumsun. Originally, Trunks and Goten had accidentally boarded Monaka's spaceship and ended up being brought to Potofu together. Before they could properly understand their surroundings, they ran into a pursuit. An old grandpa was being hunted by several universal fugitives. So Trunks and the others stepped in too. They saved the old man. But they hadn't expected the other side to take Monaka hostage, so Trunks and the others could only surrender obediently. And the fugitive GRYLL's goal was exactly that pacifier in the old man's hand. According to legend, that pacifier was a key, and that key sealed something called superhuman water. Blinded by ambition, they had snatched the key away, But who would have thought that the moment they opened the superhuman water, they would be forcibly possessed? No, more accurately, after their energy was stolen, they were perfectly copied, and the copied monster strength was massively boosted too. Because of how bizarre that superhuman water was, Trunks and the others could only run first. Thud. Wah! Not good. Suddenly, in the instant Trunks turned his head, he directly tripped.
Bang!
Trunks. Goten couldn't help stopping and shouted anxiously. Whoosh! 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 Before Trunks could react, several laser blasts suddenly shot straight at him. It's over! Trunks' face changed drastically. Suddenly, at this critical moment, Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Trunks. With a few casual waves of his hand, he directly knocked all those laser blasts away. Dad! Trunks' face lit up with joy. Vegeta turned to look at him with an arrogant expression. Why were you running around for no reason? Do you know how worried your mother was? Sorry, but if you hadn't come, Dad, we'd have been done for. Trunks quickly changed the subject. Vegeta gave a cold snort and shifted his gaze to those aliens. What the hell are these things? Oh, it's GRYLL. At this moment, Jocko, who had followed over, suddenly cried out in alarm. GRYLL? The fugitive you were talking about? Vegeta asked thoughtfully. Heh. Looks like someone even stronger has shown up. Good. Next, I'll absorb all of your power. GRYLL stepped forward, staring at Vegeta viciously. Humph. Vegeta showed a disdainful smile. Trash like you wants to absorb my energy? What a joke. How would you know if you don't try? GRYLL smiled strangely, then waved his hand. Instantly, his subordinates charged out. TCH. A bunch of garbage. Vegeta snorted coldly. The next instant, he suddenly vanished and appeared ghost-like in front of one of the subordinates. With one heavy punch, he sent the other party crashing down. At the same time, Vegeta's figure kept flashing around. Every time he appeared, one enemy was taken out. Impossible. GRYLL's face changed. He hadn't expected this mysterious guy who had suddenly appeared to be this strong. But after the shock, GRYLL seemed to think of something and revealed a hidden smile. No matter how strong you are, you're still no match for us. Ha! Vegeta fired a ki blast at several subordinates flying toward him, instantly wiping them all out in one shot. Pink sticky liquid kept dripping around the area, and those liquids were even wriggling. Dad, be careful, Trunks said worriedly. Vegeta showed no reaction at all to Trunks' warning. Landing in front of GRYLL, he crossed his arms over his chest. You're the only one left. So, tell me, have you figured out how you want to die? Hehe. I have to admit, you really are powerful. But if you want to defeat me, that's simply impossible. GRYLL smiled faintly, not seeming panicked at all. What the hell are you talking about? Trash like you. I could wipe you out with one finger. Are you kidding me? Vegeta said disdainfully. Is that so? Then your power belongs to me. GRYLL began to laugh strangely. And just then, all of a sudden, a mass of pink liquid appeared soundlessly behind Vegeta and suddenly wrapped around him. Dad! The moment Trunks saw this, he was instantly horrified, his face turning pale. How is this possible? What is this thing? Ahawk! Vegeta struggled wildly, but the more he struggled, the more suffocated he became. In the end, he grew weak, and all the power in his body was swept away, as if something were forcibly draining it from him. In just a few breaths, Vegeta was spat back out by that pink liquid and fell in front of Trunks. How is this possible? Vegeta struggled to stand up. He looked at the other side in disbelief. The liquid was wriggling, and in the end, it actually transformed into Vegeta's appearance. Pink Vegeta. Impossible. Vegeta cried out. Ha ha ha. This is how awesome I am. Didn't expect that. Did you? GRYLL stepped forward and said smugly. Vegeta was starting to doubt his life a little. He realized his power was gone, and a wave of weakness hit him. Dad, are you okay? Trunks stepped forward and asked worriedly. What kind of trouble did you all stir up this time? Vegeta said with some displeasure. That. The old man looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. But at this moment, the fake Vegeta suddenly charged over. Watch out. Vegeta shoved Trunks away, but he himself was sent flying by a punch, crashing into the mountain rock. Ha ha ha. Give up resisting. All of you people are going to have your energy completely absorbed by me. GRYLL was incomparably arrogant now. With fake Vegeta as his helper, his confidence was overflowing. You bastard! How dare you hurt my dad? Trunks glared at the other side through gritted teeth. Humph! Don't worry, it'll be your turn too. Humph humph. Grail said flatly, then turned to Vegeta and said, hurry up and absorb them for me. The fake Vegeta glanced at Trunks, looking a little hesitant. Trunks, run. Vegeta climbed out of the pile of rubble and shouted to Trunks. But Trunks had no intention of leaving. He looked at Grail, then let out a low shout and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, his small body charging straight at him. Swish! Suddenly, the fake Vegeta blocked Grail's front. He reached out and grabbed Trunks by the wrist, grinned, then flung him away with a hard swing. Big Bang attack. Suddenly, the fake Vegeta's face turned cold as he fired off his signature Big Bang attack, and the target was Trunks. Not good. Vegeta was frantic. But in his current condition, there was nothing he could do. Fear also appeared on Trunks' face. The gap between him and his father had already been huge to begin with, let alone now that the fake Vegeta's power had risen so dramatically. This move was going to send him straight to the afterlife. For a moment, Trunks actually forgot to dodge. Trunks! Goten shouted, his body shooting forward as he slammed into Trunks and knocked him aside. The two of them fell off to the side. That Big Bang attack also missed, directly destroying mountain after mountain. That's impossible. His power is no lower than mine. Vegeta stared at the visual devastation from that attack in disbelief. He had not expected the other side's power to have increased this much. So strong. The old man was already panicking. Damn it, Grail had already been terrifying enough. And now there was another man this horrifying. They were probably doomed today. Goten. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Trunks immediately called out to Goten. Goten understood at once. Yeah. The two stood in formation, and then their power surged at the same time. Both transformed into Super Saiyans, and right after that they fused directly. Boom boom boom. As a dazzling white light faded, Gotenks appeared. Oh, you can even fuse? Interesting. But your power. I'll be taking it. Grail was a little surprised, but quickly became excited. Once he gathered all these powers, then in the entire universe no one would be his match. Humph. I Gotenks will destroy you in the name of justice. Gotenks pointed angrily at Grail, then immediately fired an energy blast with an outstretched hand. But Grail did not panic, and at the same time the fake Vegeta stepped forward directly. With a casual wave he knocked that attack flying. Swish! Suddenly, Gotenks had already appeared in front of the fake Vegeta, unleashing a rapid barrage of attacks. Bang bang bang! The fake Vegeta blocked calmly. The gap between Gotenks and him right now was simply too great. Bang! The fake Vegeta seized an opening and caught Gotenks' fist, then lifted him up with one hand. Yua! Gotenks tried to struggle, but the fake Vegeta punched him hard enough to teach him a lesson. His body flew straight out, smashing down mountain after mountain. Humph! Too weak, the fake Vegeta said with some dissatisfaction. Perhaps because he had copied Vegeta, he did not have the utterly vicious urge to kill them right away. Instead, he gave off a feeling like he was disciplining these two brats. Aya! With another explosive burst of ki, Gotenks charged over again, then fired a Big Bang attack straight at the fake Vegeta. Idiot! You're using this move against me? The fake Vegeta sneered. He burst with ki at once, and even in base form he simply raised his fist and threw out a punch. Boom! Under a burst of dazzling white light, a powerful force directly blew away Gotenks' attack, and Gotenks himself was sent flying into a wall. Vegeta watched this scene, grinding his teeth. Gotenks had not gone through systematic training during this period, so his battle power had fallen behind far too much. We should leave here first, the old man suddenly suggested at that moment. Hey, I'm asking you, what is this thing? Vegeta looked at the old man, his expression turning unfriendly. The old man did not hide anything and explained the whole course of events. Super water? Can copy other people's power? I see. After hearing it, Vegeta looked a little conflicted, then turned to the fake Vegeta. Now this is bad, because the real me already has no weaknesses. If we want to defeat this fake, there's only one person who can do it. The old man froze when he heard that. That confident? In Vegeta's heart, the only opponent he acknowledged was Kakarot. No one else was worthy. Well, you have to defeat him quickly, otherwise you'll disappear. The old man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still said it. What? Vegeta was startled. He would disappear? How was that possible? That's the terrifying part of super water. The old man's expression was grave. It's because it's too terrifying that it was sealed away. And now, it's been released again by these people blinded by greed. Vegeta fell silent for a long while, then looked toward the battlefield, urgency flashing in his eyes. Aya! At that moment, Gotenks let out an enraged roar, and his aura rose to another level, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Oh, finally getting serious? The fake Vegeta let out a cold laugh, and in the next moment, he took the initiative and attacked. Gotenks showed no fear at all and charged straight at him. Da 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 da. The two clashed continuously, and in just a few seconds, they had already exchanged hundreds of punches. Bang! Yua! But clearly, the fake Vegeta was stronger. With a single elbow strike, he sent Gotenks flying once again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, the fake Vegeta had already condensed an energy sphere in his hand, and in the next instant, he hurled it at Gotenks. Kamehameha! Gotenks could only burst with ki and fire off a Kamehameha. Boom! The two attacks collided and exploded instantly. I can't beat him at all. Better run first. Gotenks was preparing to escape. Who would have thought that the fake Vegeta had already passed through the smoke and appeared in front of him, grinning as he said, "Where are you running to?" Bang! A heavy kick sent Gotenks flying. Gotenks! Vegeta's expression changed. That kind of attack was not something they could withstand at all. Bang! After crashing to the ground, Gotenks was forcibly defused. The two brats were both looking somewhat weak. Humph! The fake Vegeta looked at them, then raised his hand, preparing to launch another energy blast. At that moment, he suddenly froze and sharply turned his head toward a high place in the distance. There, a figure was standing, 2 fingers pressed to his forehead. It was Luya. The newcomer wore a green battle suit, with short hair down to his ears fluttering in the wind. It was Luya. Humph! Finally here. Seeing Luya arrive, Vegeta immediately let out a sigh of relief. Luya's strength was no weaker than his, and when using the Kaioken, even he could not withstand it. Big brother Luya. Trunks and Goten were both overjoyed. Sorry to keep you waiting. Luya smiled faintly, then looked toward the fake Vegeta, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had to admit, the copied Vegeta was even stronger than the original. TCH, I thought Kakarot was the one coming. So it's you. The fake Vegeta looked at Luya and said somewhat disappointedly. Luya smiled slightly. No need to be disappointed because in a moment, you'll know exactly what getting the crap beaten out of you means. How laughable. The fake Vegeta gave a cold, arrogant snort. Hey, forget that guy. Absorb the energy of those 2 brats for me first. Did you hear me? At that moment, Grail suddenly ordered. The fake Vegeta's gaze turned cold. Don't order me around. What did you say? Grill was a little in disbelief. He was obviously the boss, so was this guy trying to rebel against him? Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling streak of light shot out, firing straight at Grill. What? No! Grill's expression changed drastically, but he could no longer dodge. Boom! Under the massive explosion, Grill was directly taken out. Fake Vegeta looked at Luya and said, "Who said you could make a move?" Luya withdrew his hand, then smiled. "I figured you probably hate being ordered around too." Vegeta let out a cold snort.
Top?
Luya landed in front of Vegeta and said with a smile, "Alright, now you're the only one left. Heh. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you a little too confident? Fine. Ever since the battle with Universe 6, I've wanted to fight you. What gives you the right to stand above me?" Fake Vegeta said coldly. The next second, he suddenly powered up, instantly raising his strength to the peak. Luya curled his lips, then suddenly powered up as well. In an instant, 2 astonishing forces immediately collided. "Let's get farther away from here first," Vegeta suddenly said. Trunks and Goten quickly ran over. The group immediately retreated and moved to a distant spot to watch. "Dad, can big brother Luya beat that fake?" Trunks asked. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at the 2 in the distance. "Who knows?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the 2 stared straight into each other's eyes, with only the surrounding light making any sound. "Ha!" Suddenly, Vegeta roared. In the next instant, he rushed directly in front of Luya and threw a punch right at him. Luya's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately raised a hand to block the other's arm, then threw a punch at the same time. Smack! But fake Vegeta wasn't weak either. He immediately grabbed Luya's fist. The 2 locked eyes at close range, and in the next moment they kicked at the same time. Bang! Ha! For a time, the 2 shot up and down, continuously crashing into each other. The battle instantly turned intense. His strength got stronger again. They're both Saiyans, so does this guy not have a limit? In the distance, Vegeta watched the scene with a somewhat awkward expression. Even though battle power readings no longer existed, that didn't stop him from watching the fight. He discovered that Luya's strength was growing stronger day by day. In truth, he and Kakarot had practically already reached their limits. Even if they kept training, the improvement would be minimal. Unless they could force out their limits and then stimulate a breakthrough, it would be extremely difficult to improve significantly again. But Luya, the Saiyan, was very strange. His talent was terrifying, and his growth almost seemed to have no upper bound at all. If this kept going, Luya's strength might very well far surpass both him and that brat Kakarot. Bang! 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 After colliding in midair and separating, the 2 once again fired countless ki blasts at the same time, unleashing the prince of all Saiyans' signature battle style, Gallic Gun. Kamehameha. Boom! In an instant, the sky exploded. The terrifying power swept in all directions. So strong. What kind of monsters are these? The old man's body was almost blown away, but fortunately Trunks reacted quickly and grabbed him. Damn it! Who the hell are these people? How can they be this strong? Boom! The fierce clash began again. Could be said that Luya and Vegeta were fighting evenly, but what was surprising was that Luya's strength was still continuously rising. Vegeta frowned. Watching this fight felt almost like he was the one fighting personally. That guy still hasn't used his full power. Why is he holding back? Vegeta was a little unhappy. Even if it was his fake, he still didn't like Luya hiding his strength. It made it seem like he wasn't enough to make Luya go all out. Swish. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure turned a little illusory. Dad. Seeing that, Trunks and the others' expressions immediately changed drastically. This is bad. It's starting. The old man also grew worried. Vegeta looked at his own body, then turned to the old man. Hey, is there any way to deal with this? Cold sweat slid down the old man's face as he said in a deep voice, the current way is to defeat that fake you. Other than that, we have to find the superhuman water and destroy its core energy. Only then can we completely end all of this. Hearing that, Vegeta's face turned ugly. Being defeated by someone else was something he found hard to accept. He then looked at Trunks and the others. Trunks, hurry and go search around where that grill was killed just now. That superhuman water is very likely still alive. Got it. Trunks and Goten quickly nodded, then immediately left. I don't think I'll go. Jocko hesitated for a moment, then didn't move. Vegeta glanced at Jocko. Instinctively, he disliked him a little, but he didn't say anything. The fierce battle was still going on. It had to be said that Vegeta's power really was incredible. Especially fake Vegeta, his strength had risen by a whole level. In his normal state, Luya actually couldn't finish him off quickly. Hey, Luya, the only way now is to take care of this fake as fast as possible. Hurry up and finish him off. Otherwise, I'll disappear. Unable to hold back any longer, Vegeta suddenly shouted, and at that very instant, Luya was distracted for a moment. Boom! Seeing that, fake Vegeta immediately erupted, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and landed a punch straight into Luya's stomach. Then he kicked out again and sent Luya flying. Yuewa! Luya screamed as he crashed through one small mountain after another. What? Vegeta's face darkened. He immediately couldn't bear to watch anymore. Ha ha ha, that's it? And you want to defeat me? How naive. Fake Vegeta sneered disdainfully. Cheap shot. Luya stood up from the pile of rocks and looked angrily at fake Vegeta. Idiot. Vegeta said speechlessly. I think you really shouldn't have interrupted them. The old man beside him suddenly said. Shut your mouth. Vegeta glared at the old man with a dark expression, immediately making him fall silent. The old man awkwardly stopped talking. Luya looked at fake Vegeta, then flashed and appeared in front of him. Although fake Vegeta's body was purple-red, the aura around him was golden, just like a Super Saiyan. He had inherited everything from Vegeta. Humph. Fake Vegeta looked at Luya, the corner of his mouth lifting into a proud smile. Luya glanced at him, and in the next moment, his eyes shifted. What? Fake Vegeta hadn't even reacted yet when a white light directly enveloped him. His body instantly became unable to move, and in that instant, Luya was already in front of him, driving a punch straight into fake Vegeta's stomach. You-wah! That punch made fake Vegeta vomit on the spot, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Impossible. You've got to be kidding. On the other side, Vegeta's expression instantly turned terrified when he saw that scene. This scene felt strangely familiar, but he still wasn't certain. Luya smiled faintly and didn't hold back. He followed up with another knee strike, sending fake Vegeta flying away. Boom! A giant boulder shattered instantly, and right after that, his body was buried within it. A sneak attack? I'm returning the favor, Luya said flatly. Just now, he had used time skip, and fake Vegeta had no power to resist at all. Boom! At this moment, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the pile of rocks. Right after that, a huge flash of light blasted the rubble away, revealing fake Vegeta's figure. Fake Vegeta was extremely furious right now. As he looked at Luya, his eyes were filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. Impossible. How could you know time skip? Time skip. Only now did Vegeta finally fully confirm it. This guy actually knew Hit's time skip. Luya smiled faintly. I learned it the last time I fought Hit. Damn it! Fake Vegeta was unwilling to accept it. He had inherited Vegeta's will, so he simply couldn't accept a fact like this. Why was this guy such a monster? He was obviously the prince of all Saiyans. He had already accepted that Kakarot, a low-class warrior, was stronger than him, but now even some random Saiyan had talent above his. He refused to believe it. Luya said calmly, transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Otherwise you can't beat me. Shut up. Trash like you doesn't deserve to make me use Super Saiyan Blue. Fake Vegeta said with a twisted expression. Red light burst from his eyes, and he was overflowing with demonic energy. Ah! With a roar, fake Vegeta directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His power rose to a whole new level again. Luya's eyes sharpened. The next moment, without any warning, he was already in front of fake Vegeta. Watch out! In the distance, Vegeta couldn't help but shout, worried for his fake self. Old Kai, damn. Whose side are you even on? However, Old Kai had underestimated Vegeta's pride. To him, even a fake version of himself wasn't allowed to lose to someone else so easily. Even Kakarot was no exception, but it was already too late. Although Luya's time skip only lasted 0.3 seconds, fake Vegeta in this state simply couldn't defend against it. He was instantly struck hard. Even though no one could see how Luya moved, collision sounds kept exploding from fake Vegeta's body, as if he were being pummeled at the same time by more than a dozen fists. Ah! After taking a string of heavy blows, Vegeta's figure dropped to one knee. Luya appeared in front of him and was just about to speak, but suddenly fake Vegeta fired a big bang attack. Luya didn't react in time. He hadn't expected Vegeta to still be this tough after taking such a heavy beating. He took the hit head-on and could only cross his arms to block it. Rumble! Under the massive beam of light, Luya was blasted away, smashing through countless rocks as he was pushed all the way to the foot of a mountain. Boom! A huge explosion rang out directly. TCH. You really had to make me use my real skills. Fake Vegeta snorted coldly. By copying Vegeta, what had improved wasn't just his power. His physical body had also been strengthened. So although the other side's attacks were heavy, they were only in base form, which meant they couldn't deal him fatal damage. That was why he had managed to seize an opening. Standing up, fake Vegeta directly flashed above the pile of rubble. Then he suddenly erupted with energy, raising his aura to its peak.
Top?
Suddenly, a few rocks on the pile shifted. A vicious look flashed through fake Vegeta's eyes. The next moment, he crazily unleashed the Prince of All Saiyans battle style, continuously firing ki blasts downward. Explosions instantly rang out one after another. This is bad. Seeing this scene, Vegeta immediately felt things were going wrong. And at this moment, his body became a little more transparent again. You! Old Kai said with a complicated expression. He couldn't help now either. His combat power was just too low. There was no way he could be of any help. On the other side, Goten and Trunks, who were tracking the Kumsun, also noticed what was happening. They immediately became worried. Big brother Luya won't be okay, right? Goten said worriedly. Trunks said in a deep voice, Dad's power is way too strong. It's completely on another level from before. Big brother Luya might really be in danger. Then what do we do? We're no match for Uncle Vegeta either. Goten spread his hands. While the two kids were discussing things, they didn't notice at all that inside a rock above them, a mass of purplish-red liquid was wriggling as it constantly moved closer to them. When it got to less than 5 meters away from the two little guys, the Kumsun directly leaped down, trying to swallow both of them whole. But the moment it jumped down, Goten and Trunks noticed a shadow covering them. They instantly reacted and jumped to opposite sides. Smack! The Kumsun slammed onto the ground, then suddenly accelerated toward Trunks. Trunks was a bit stronger than Goten, so it decided to take Trunks down first. Yua! Seeing how fast the thing was, Trunks was startled. In the next moment he quickly flew up, and the scary part was that the Kumsun flew up too, immediately lunging at Trunks. What? Trunks was dumbfounded. That thing could fly too? Just then, several lasers shot over and directly blasted several holes through the Kumsun. It was affected and fell to the ground. Having lost its chance, the Kumsun didn't hesitate and immediately ran off. Trunks and Goten looked over and saw Jocko standing on high ground, holding up a gun. Jocko, why are you here? Trunks let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Jocko curled his lip. Of course the protagonist shows up at the last and most critical moment. After saying that, he stylishly holstered his gun. Actually, he just didn't want to stay with Vegeta's ice face. Ada-da-da-da-da. In midair, fake Vegeta brought the Prince of All Saiyans battle style into full play. He wasn't Vegeta. Even though he had copied everything about Vegeta, he was on the evil side now, so naturally he had no intention of giving Luya any chance to turn things around. After that wild bombardment, fake Vegeta suddenly made a hand motion as if pushing forward. Final not good. The moment Vegeta and the others saw that, their expressions changed drastically. If that move came down, they would get caught in it too. Damn it, Luya, what are you doing? Use the power you used against Hit. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said fiercely. A powerful force condensed in fake Vegeta's hand. For a moment, terrifying light illuminated the sky, and suddenly, a shocking change erupted. That's enough. Stop resisting. A calm voice rang out, making fake Vegeta's expression change. He turned his head slightly, only to find that at some unknown time, Luya was already behind him. What? Fake Vegeta instantly lost strength, his eyes full of disbelief. When did this guy? Cold sweat slid down even the real Vegeta's face. The way Luya had appeared was seriously too sudden. Luya's short hair had completely stood upright, changing from black to golden yellow, but there was no dazzling golden aura wrapped around him. A trace of indifference showed in his eyes. He was unmistakably a Super Saiyan. After his shock, fake Vegeta suddenly turned around at high speed, preparing to attack Luya. Bang! But in the end, he was still a step too slow. Just as he raised his fist, Luya's fist had already slammed into his stomach. Ugga! Vegeta instinctively clutched his stomach. Luya showed no intention of going easy on him. The fist pressed against Vegeta's stomach suddenly opened into a palm, and light began to radiate from it. Whoosh! Boom! With a point-blank blast, Fake Vegeta was sent flying directly. Luya's body trembled. In the next moment, a line of afterimages was left in the air as he had already arrived behind Vegeta again. Time skip. Clasping both hands together, he brought down a heavy blow, striking again and smashing Vegeta into the ground. Just as Luya was about to end this battle with full force, another sudden change erupted. Boom! A shocking blue light shot straight into the sky, and the one behind it was none other than the fake Vegeta. You bastard! Knock it off already! Aya!
A terrifying key suddenly surged violently.
The fake Vegeta directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. How is that possible? How could that fake copy transform into Super Saiyan Blue just like Dad? Trunks and the others landed beside Vegeta, and Trunks said in shock. That's normal. That guy has already inherited all of my power. He can perfectly bring out everything I have. Vegeta watched the battle with his arms crossed, completely unsurprised. Dad, your body. Trunks suddenly looked at Vegeta and realized his body had become much more transparent. Ah, don't worry. As long as that guy Luya beats the fake, I'll be fine. Vegeta looked very calm. Old Grandpa, is there any other way to restore my dad to normal? Trunks was getting anxious and quickly asked the old man. The latter said, there are two ways. One is to find the original body of that Kumsun water and destroy its core energy. The other is to defeat that fake person. But from the looks of it, this is going to be a deadlocked battle. How did it turn out like this? Trunks looked troubled. Right, this thing of mine can help you stall for a bit. Put it in your mouth and it can slow down the rate at which you disappear. As he spoke, the old man took out the pacifier and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta had no idea what that thing was, but since he heard it could help a little, he still put the pacifier into his mouth. That scene really was a little ridiculous. The two naughty little brats knew how serious the situation was, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Otherwise, with their personalities, their jaws probably would hit the floor. In the battlefield, the fake Vegeta was still unleashing astonishing power. His Super Saiyan Blue output was pushed to the max, and blue light instantly appeared all around him, dazzling beyond compare. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly and said, so you're finally getting serious? But sorry, I'm not giving you the chance. Humph. No matter what kind of time skip you have, do you really think I have no way to counter it? Kakarot could break through time skip and I can do the same. After saying that, the fake Vegeta roared, and in the next second, he kicked off and shot straight in front of Luya. Luya directly activated time skip. In an instant, all of time and space froze, and as Luya charged up power, he struck at the fake Vegeta. But an unexpected scene occurred. The space around the fake Vegeta suddenly began to crack little by little. Right after that, the fist that had been imprisoned by the cage of time suddenly lifted. Bang! The two fists collided directly. In that instant, an ear-splitting sonic boom exploded outward. In the next moment, Luya's body was blasted flying backward. It's not over yet. The fake Vegeta roared, his body erupting with ki as he flew toward Luya. Luya felt an astonishing threat and was immediately startled. He hadn't expected Vegeta to come up with a countermeasure against time skip so quickly. That was something he hadn't seen coming, and he could control 0.3 seconds of time, yet the other side's improvement was this huge too. Without any hesitation, Luya directly erupted with ki. Kaioken. Boom! Golden light wrapped around a red aura, and his strength instantly doubled. Whoosh! By the time Vegeta's attack came crashing over, Luya had already vanished. Shoo! In the next instant, Luya appeared right above the fake Vegeta's head and smashed down with a fierce punch. Boom! Ugh! The fake Vegeta's body plummeted downward, but he did not crash into the ground. Instead, he stopped midair. Luya looked at the fake Vegeta, then revealed an excited smile filled with battle intent. I didn't expect that after your fight with Hit, your power would reach this level. The fake Vegeta sneered. Don't think you're the only one who can improve. But I have to admit, the fact that you mastered time skip really caught me off guard. TCH. Vegeta, who was watching the battle, looked a little grim. In truth, when Luya's time skip appeared, he had also been greatly shocked. But he had never worried that his double would lose because just as the fake had said, he had also gone through systematic training specifically against Hit's time skip. In particular, he had even sought guidance from Whis. Whis was an angel who could control time, and after receiving his pointers, Vegeta's strength had also improved tremendously. Of course, he had originally planned to keep that as a trump card for dealing with Hit in the future. He hadn't expected this brat Luya to actually learn time skip. As a result, he had been exposed. Still, annoyed as he was, although Vegeta hoped Luya could defeat that fake, he also didn't want to lose to Luya himself. That left him feeling a little conflicted right now. At the same time, even though his body was being maintained by that pacifier, it still had not stopped becoming transparent. At this moment, Luya in the sky suddenly stopped flaring his ki. Right after that, he returned to his normal state. Everyone was stunned. What was this supposed to mean? Surrendering? What is he trying to do? Even Vegeta could not quite understand Luya's strange move. Big brother Luya's ki is already very low now. Trunks spoke up. On the battlefield, the fake Vegeta looked at Luya and said coldly, "Oh, looking like that, are you preparing to surrender?" Luya curled his lips. "You're overthinking it. I'm just planning to try out the newest skill I've obtained." "What skill?" Vegeta frowned, a little annoyed. "Why so much pointless chatter? Can't you just make it clean and direct?" Luya smiled slightly. Then he clenched both fists, and his eyes slowly closed. At this moment, his ki had reached an extremely calm state, like a still pool. His mind and spirit had become one as well. In the next second, strands of red flames suddenly rose from Luya's body. Those flames seemed illusory, yet also truly existed.
Impossible.
That undetectable aura, that stance. Could it be? At the same time, both Vegetas who noticed this scene stared at Luya in shock. They simply could not believe that this brat could actually reach that step. Right then, Luya suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, his eyes suddenly turned red. In the next second, Luya let out a loud shout, and red flame-like light spread out in all directions. His hair also turned pure red in that very instant. Super Saiyan God. Luya had transformed into Super Saiyan God. Ever since gathering the power of 5 Saiyans, he had already become capable of transforming into Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. The fake Vegeta clearly recognized Luya's transformation, and his expression was no longer calm. Everyone knew that the power of Super Saiyan Blue stood above Super Saiyan God. But the problem was, why was the other side able to transform into Super Saiyan God? Wasn't he, the legendary Super Saiyan God, supposed to require the power of 5 Saiyans to be transferred into 1 Saiyan? Could it be that Luya had gone behind his back and found Kakarot and the others? How could this happen? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku, who was training there, also stopped at this moment. He happily swung his fist. "Great, I'm back at my peak again." Through relentless day and night training and forcing himself to his limits, he had finally regained the power that should originally have been his once more. That made him extremely satisfied. "Hey, Goku, get over here. Quick." Something happened. At that moment, King Kai suddenly shouted from not far away. Goku was taken aback, then asked in confusion, "What's wrong, King Kai?" As soon as he said that, Goku had already appeared in front of King Kai. King Kai didn't look at Goku. Instead, he looked up at the endless starry sky above and said gravely, "Just now, I sensed Vegeta and Gotenks' power on Potofu Star, outside of Earth. After that, I also sensed Luya's ki, but now Luya's ki has disappeared. Instead, a godly aura has appeared. Something must have happened." Hearing this, Goku froze for a moment, then asked curiously, "Huh? So they're not on Earth?" "That should be the case." King Kai nodded. "That's strange. Why would they leave Earth for no reason?" Goku muttered in confusion, then said, "Perfect. My strength has already recovered, so I'll make a trip over there. Alright, be careful on the way." King Kai reminded him,
Potofu Star.
"How did you transform into Super Saiyan God?" Vegeta asked Luya with an ugly expression. Luya smiled slightly. "However Goku did it, that's how I did it."
Impossible.
Transforming into Super Saiyan God requires the power of 5 Saiyans. "Did you get Kakarot and the others to help you?" Fake Vegeta asked in a deep voice. Luya thought for a moment, then said, "I didn't gather them together. I just collected Goku and the others' power, studied it, and after practicing for a while, I managed to fuse it successfully." Vegeta. "Bastard, are you here to insult my intelligence? Alright, no matter what, there's no point wasting time on this now. Let me see just how amazing Super Saiyan God really is." Luya dropped to the ground, then started bouncing around to warm up. "TCH, do as you like. Super Saiyan God may be powerful, but compared to Super Saiyan Blue, it's still far inferior. You can't possibly be my opponent." Fake Vegeta said coldly. "Who knows, maybe before long, I'll be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue too?" Luya tilted his neck and said meaningfully. But Vegeta only gritted his teeth and glared at Luya. He didn't refute him, because the feeling this guy gave him was just too strange. That growth speed was simply too shocking. Maybe the other party really could become Super Saiyan Blue. What a monster. Only much later, when Vegeta met Broly, did he understand that there were beings even more monstrous than this. Of course, that was a story for later. "Hey, big brother Luya, hurry up and beat fake dad. My dad's about to disappear," Trunks shouted at this moment. Luya's gaze sharpened, and he looked over. Sure enough, Vegeta's figure was already close to turning transparent. Luya fell silent for a moment, then looked at fake Vegeta. "I wonder what'll happen if I use time skip while in this Super Saiyan God state that's just reached the initial fusion of body and mind?" He muttered softly, and in the next instant, Luya had already appeared right in front of fake Vegeta.
So fast.
Fake Vegeta was startled and hurriedly reacted. Luya threw a punch straight into fake Vegeta's arm, instantly knocking him back. Fake Vegeta winced in pain. The current Luya, even without using Kaioken, was already not to be underestimated. On top of that, with time skip added in, dealing with him wasn't just ordinarily difficult. And at that moment, Luya charged over again. Normally, Luya wouldn't mind having a proper spar with Vegeta, but right now lives were at stake. There was no room for hesitation.
Bang 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 bang.
Luya directly used time skip together with his Super Saiyan God form to launch a relentless assault on Vegeta. The flawless barrage of attacks made fake Vegeta struggle to keep up. The opponent's time skip alone might not be enough to badly injure him, but now this guy had already become stronger by more than one whole level. He was being forced into suppression.
No.
He needed even more power. At the same time, Trunks and the others were staring at the battle with complete focus, not noticing at all that behind them, a mass of purple-red liquid was rapidly approaching. Monaka, who had just woken up from unconsciousness, walked over and suddenly stepped on the Kumsun water. He noticed it too, and immediately cried out, "Ah, what?" Everyone subconsciously turned around, and the Kumsun water immediately showed its hand, rushing at the strongest one there, Trunks with maximum speed. Wah! Trunks panicked completely and had already forgotten to resist. Trunks. Vegeta hurriedly rushed in front of Trunks to block it, but his body was already close to turning transparent. The Kumsun water passed through his body with ease and charged toward Trunks. A life and death crisis. Damn it! Stop! Vegeta's face looked horrible, and the pacifier in his mouth instantly fell out. At the same time, his body also began turning illusory. Whoosh! At the critical moment, an orange figure appeared in front of Trunks. Without wasting a word, he directly fired a ki blast. In an instant, the Kumsun water was evaporated completely. Aha! On the other side, fake Vegeta suddenly cried out in pain. Now! Jocko hurriedly shouted. Luya quickly returned to normal. In the next moment, a huge power burst straight out from his body, red battle aura wrapping around him as he instantly used 18-fold Kaioken. Haim. Ah! Gathering a shocking amount of power, Luya suddenly fired it out. Fake Vegeta, unable to resist at all, took that terrifying attack head-on, and then, just like the Kumsun water, evaporated into gas. At the same time, with fake Vegeta's disappearance, Vegeta also returned to normal. It's over. Luya withdrew his power, then turned to look at the newcomer and revealed a smile. Dad. When Goten saw who it was, he was instantly overjoyed.
Yeah.
The newcomer was naturally Goku. He looked at Vegeta and asked, "You okay, Vegeta?" Vegeta said flatly, "It's nothing. By the way, why did you guys run off to a place like this on your own? And you even ran into such a troublesome enemy. Vegeta, you didn't even notify me." Goku looked around and said in confusion, "TCH, it's not like I wanted to come. These two brats got playful and boarded Monaka's spaceship, ending up here. I only came because Bulma asked me to pick them up," Vegeta said blandly. "So that's what happened. Huh? Monaka?" Goku suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately looked toward Monaka, who was already lying on the ground. He froze for a moment. "Monaka? What happened?" It turned out that Monaka had already fainted the moment he stepped on the Kumsun water. "Tach, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you..." At this moment, the old man walked over and said sincerely to Goku and the others, "This universe probably would have been finished. Haha, I didn't really help with anything. I got here too late," Goku said regretfully. If possible, he had actually wanted to test out the strength he had just recovered.
Yeah.
And if Big Brother Luya hadn't shown up to save the day, we would have all been done for. Trunks waved his hand and said. Luya walked over and smiled. "I just happened to sense a powerful aura, so I followed it here. Humph. If you want to chat, do it later. Let's head back first." Vegeta gave Luya a deep look, then called everyone over. A short while later, Goku and the others said goodbye to the old man, and also said goodbye to Monaka and Jocko, then returned to Earth. The moment they appeared, Bulma was alerted. She immediately rushed over, grabbed Trunks by the ear, and started scolding him furiously. Watching his good friend get chewed out like that, Goten didn't dare say a word. At the same time, he felt lucky that he wasn't the one getting yelled at by his mom. "Goten?" Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Right after that, Chi-Chi came rushing over from who knew where, and in an instant, grabbed Goten and gave him a fierce spanking. Ignoring the two women scolding the child, Vegeta looked at Luya and said, "Speak. Why are you able to transform into a Super Saiyan god?" Huh? Goku froze for a moment, then looked at Luya. "Luya, you can transform into a Super Saiyan god? What's going on?" When Luya had appeared earlier, he hadn't paid much attention, so he hadn't seen Luya's transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Luya smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "I studied the power of 5 Saiyans a little, then tried fusing it together, so I just stumbled into success by accident." "No way, but you really did fight me, Vegeta, Gohan, and Gotenks." Although Goku was a little surprised, he didn't doubt it too much. He was only interested in powerful opponents. He immediately grinned and said, "In that case, Luya, You're not far from Super Saiyan Blue either, as long as you train hard. Then you'll be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Luya nodded. I understand. I'll work hard. Very good. Then once you turn into Super Saiyan Blue, you have to have a proper spar with me, Goku said eagerly. Luya didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Humph. Besides Super Saiyan God, he also mastered Hit's time skip. Vegeta suddenly cut in. Goku didn't doubt that either. That should count as normal, right? Luya can use my Kamehameha and instant transmission too. Time skip is strong, but it's not like there's no way to counter it. It's just a bit hard to train in, TCH, as expected of a single-celled organism. Vegeta snorted coldly, then turned and left. Goku looked at Vegeta's back, then turned to Luya. Luya, how about it? Want to train with me properly for the next few days? Luya was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to think of something and nodded. All right then. Awesome. Thanks a lot. Goku laughed. His strength had just recovered, and he was desperate for a fight, so having Luya as his opponent was also a very good choice. Luya also wanted to get more familiar with the power of Super Saiyan God. Over the next few days, Luya and Goku trained on the islands near Vegeta's house. The two fought every day. Goku used Super Saiyan Blue, while Luya used Super Saiyan God. Of course, when Luya used time skip, it no longer had the same effect on Goku as it had the first time Hit used it. Goku could already avoid his time skip. Of course, Luya's power had also improved quite a bit. After the battle on planet Potofu against the fake Vegeta, his power had been growing stronger and stronger. His time skip's time control had already broken through 0.5 seconds. His battle power had also risen greatly. The two sparred for a full 5 days. During those 5 days, both Goku and Luya gained a great deal, and just as they were planning to continue fighting, Beerus and Whis arrived at Bulma's house. Hearing that Beerus and the others had arrived, Luya and Goku both went over to greet them. Obviously, the two foodies had come to Earth for new delicacies. After finishing the food, the two were also preparing to leave. But Vegeta stopped them and asked to be taken there for training. Whis naturally didn't refuse, and when Goku saw this, he also didn't hesitate and quickly raised his hand to show that he wanted to go too. Luya said he'd rather stay on Earth than train. Training over at Beerus's place didn't suit him, and besides, he could get stronger on his own. With a bug-level cheat, what did he have to fear? Just like that, Goku and Vegeta left with Whis and the others. As for Luya, he returned to his residence and continued training. He had to prepare for the enemies to come. At the same time, in the future world, earth-shaking changes had taken place. The future. Boom! 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 In the silent night, wave after wave of massive explosions rang out, and faintly, several hemispherical bursts of light could be seen. In what should have been a prosperous city, everything had suddenly been reduced to scorched ruin. Rubble, smoke, and endless screams intertwined, unfolding an unimaginably tragic scene. It was hard to believe this was the future world. A scene like this hadn't appeared even when the androids first descended back then, but now it was even more brutal than during the time when the androids existed. Humanity could only flee in panic like lambs waiting for slaughter, like scrambling rats. No one knew when their fate would end, maybe the next second, maybe immediately. Within a stretch of ruins, a sword-bearing young man moved swiftly through the wreckage, yet he never dared make a sound, afraid of alerting some terrifying existence. The young man had short blue hair and handsome features. His face somewhat resembled Vegeta's. If Bulma, Goku, and the others were here, they would definitely recognize him. This was Trunks. Trunks from the future. At this moment, Trunks's clothes were already tattered, and he bore obvious injuries. He ran with all his strength, as if some concern in his heart was urging him desperately toward the place he needed to reach. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful explosion struck from not far away. The terrifying shockwave swept everything away. Flames surged everywhere. The running Trunks suddenly stopped. He looked in that direction, and a shocking killing intent and hatred appeared in his eyes, but he didn't make a move. He could only watch the explosion happen helplessly. Damn it! Goku Black, I absolutely won't forgive you. Trunks' rage had already hit the max, but he forcibly restrained his power, not allowing his aura to leak out. He knew that if that terrifying being sensed his aura, then for him it would be no different from the coming of death itself. He took one deep look into the distance. There, he could vaguely make out a blurry figure. That figure was incomparably proud, and incomparably powerful. Trunks' icy eyes locked onto the other party for several seconds. Then he stopped lingering and turned, vanishing into the night. And after an unknown amount of time passed, a figure suddenly flashed into the sky above where Trunks had just been standing. A pair of emotionless eyes swept across the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. You ran pretty fast, but as long as you're still on this earth, I'll definitely find you, Trunks. Heh heh heh. With a strange curve lifting at the corners of his mouth, the man remained there for a moment before disappearing again. On the other side, Trunks returned to a crude basement. There, he saw Bulma from the future as well. "Mom," Trunks said excitedly. Bulma, no longer youthful and looking somewhat weathered, was immediately overjoyed when she saw Trunks return. "Trunks, you're back." Mother and son embraced each other, both reassured. "Right, how's the situation outside?" Bulma asked. A trace of grief passed over Trunks's face. Then he shook his head. "Sorry, I can't win." Bulma froze for a moment, then smiled kindly. "It's okay. You did your best. It's just that Goku Black is too strong. None of us are his match." Trunks clenched his teeth. That bastard has killed so many people on Earth, and he's still not satisfied. If Uncle Goku and the others were still here, how could they possibly have let him get away with this? Bulma fell silent for a moment, then seemed to think of something. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Right, let me show you something." Trunks looked at her curiously. "What is it?" Bulma took down a cylindrical container from the experimental equipment. Inside was half a container of liquid, shimmering brightly. "This is fuel." Trunks was very familiar with this thing. At a glance, he understood that this was fuel used to start the time machine. As long as he had this, then he could cross through time and return to the past. Bulma smiled and nodded. "Yes, but the conditions needed to gather it are too hard to meet right now. I've been collecting it for so long, and I've only managed half a tank. It's only enough for one flight." As she spoke, she looked a little helpless. If the world hadn't become what it was now, she wouldn't have had to worry about fuel at all. After the android disaster and the Majin Buu incident, life should have returned to peace. Who would have thought fate would play such a joke on them? "There's hope," Trunks suddenly said firmly. "As long as I can return to the past and meet Goku and Mom from the past, there's hope. This world still has hope." Bulma also nodded. "Yeah, I'm afraid only Goku and Vegeta can deal with Darkman now." As she spoke, she handed a box of capsules and the fuel to Trunks. "You have to get to the past before Darkman finds this place. Otherwise, he won't let you succeed." Trunks nodded firmly. "I understand. Mom, this world, and her. I'll definitely protect them all." "Silly child." Bulma shook her head with a smile. Just as the two continued talking, a shocking explosion suddenly rang out. Meanwhile, on Earth, 10 days had already passed. At this time, Goku and Vegeta were still training over at Beerus's place, and Earth had temporarily returned to peace. Luya had already left home 3 days ago and headed for the lookout. After making his intentions clear, Luya entered the hyperbolic time chamber once again. But after being warned by Dend and the others, Luya knew he didn't have much time left to train in the chamber. Luya didn't care, though. If there was no door, he could just make one himself. After entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Luya mainly trained Hid's time skip and worked on increasing his own power. But Luya was surprised to find that the room he had left for improvement was getting smaller and smaller. Just like Vegeta and Goku, no matter how great a person's potential was, it still had limits. No, more accurately, the amount that could be developed was limited. For Luya, being able to develop himself to the level of Super Saiyan God was already quite good. Even the system found it hard to push him directly into the Super Saiyan Blue state. Of course, although Luya still hadn't evolved into Super Saiyan Blue, he could still continue refining his base combat power. After all, the stronger his normal state was, the stronger he would become after transforming too. Even in the hyperbolic time chamber, with his strongest Saiyan talent, Luya's rate of improvement was no longer as fast as before. It wasn't that the skill was bad, but that his body was having a hard time keeping up. Once his potential had been fully developed and filled to the brim, it became difficult to keep digging out more. It was like digging a pit and pouring water into it. Once the water was full, there was no more room to pour any more in, unless you dug deeper from the foundation. Of course, Luya's basic combat power and all other aspects had basically already met the standard. And now, his goal was to become Super Saiyan Blue. Only by gaining greater control over divine power could he later fight for a chance to try Ultra Instinct. What was the most iconic thing in Dragon Ball Super? Without a doubt, Ultra Instinct took up a huge share of it. Of course, he hadn't thought about what realm came after Ultra Instinct because in another area, he had already found a training path that belonged to him, and he was going to work hard for it. Capsule Corp, outside the space pod. On this day, a sudden thunderclap exploded from the clear sky. 1 second, the weather was bright and sunny. The next, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rolled endlessly. High in the air, strange rays like arcs of lightning kept gathering toward one direction. Wah! What's going on? What happened? The nearby residents immediately grew restless, looking uneasily at the sky, unable to understand what was happening. Hey Trunks, hurry and look at what's happening. On a patch of grass, the Pilaf gang had also noticed the abnormality in the sky, and Pilaf quickly called out Trunks' name in fear. Huh? Trunks hurried over after hearing him, looking confused. The moment they saw Trunks arrive, the three of them immediately stopped panicking. After all, they knew Trunks was a Saiyan, and the kind who could turn into a blonde-haired form too. They definitely had to hold tight to this thigh. It looks like something S about to descend from up there. Pilaf pointed at the sky and said, HM? Trunks looked up into the air. And less than 3 seconds after he looked up, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Right after that, a time machine appeared directly in midair. Wah! Aliens are invading. The Pilaf trio immediately huddled together in fear. Trunks gave the cowardly trio a speechless look, then turned back to examine the craft in confusion. It seemed like the ship had run out of fuel. It sputtered a few times before falling straight down. This is bad. Run. Trunks was startled too and quickly darted aside. Boom! The yellow machine slammed into the ground, but it didn't break apart. Instead, it smashed a crater into the earth and ended up buried inside it. Everything returned to silence. Curious, Trunks slowly approached the craft. Hey, idiot, be careful. If it's aliens, we're done for. Pilaf couldn't help shouting. But Trunks ignored him. He had seen plenty of aliens before. He had even met Beerus, the god of destruction, so he wasn't afraid at all. Thick smoke and dust covered the entire machine, coating its surface with a layer of ash so it was impossible to see what was inside. Trunks' heartbeat sped up a little, and he thought it would been great if Goten were here. Too bad Aunt Chi-Chi had dragged him back home. Otherwise, he could tested the waters first. He raised his little hand and wiped the glass on the machine. Trunks was instantly startled. Ah! Unexpectedly, the trio reacted even more dramatically than he did and retreated dozens of meters on the spot. There's a person inside. Trunks seemed to have discovered something incredible and waved toward the trio. Person? The trio looked completely confused, then braced themselves and came closer. Huh? ISNT that the Capsule Corp logo? Trunks, this is your family stuff, right? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Shu spotted the mark on the machine and immediately spoke up. Trunks reacted too, looking surprised. No way? Since when did my family build something like this? Hey, go call my mom over. Shu, you go. After calming down, Pilaf immediately said to Shu. Huh? Why me? Shu protested unwillingly. Because a lackey runs the fastest. Hurry up, don't waste time. Pilaf said flatly. Shu. Not long after, Bulma hurried over on her flyer. The moment she saw the familiar time machine, Bulma froze, then said in shock, it really is Trunks. Huh? Mom, why are you calling me? Trunks jumped down and walked over to Bulma's side, asking. Bulma snapped back to her senses and asked, by the way, Trunks, is there a blue-haired boy inside? Huh? Yeah. Mom, how did you know that? But I think that big brother passed out. Trunks said in confusion. He passed out. This is bad. Trunks, hurry and get him out. The moment Bulma heard that, her expression changed. Before long, Trunks from the future was rescued. Bulma found a soft mat and had Trunks moved into the pavilion. Seeing the worried look in Bulma's eyes as she looked at older Trunks, the trio and Trunks became even more confused. What's going on? Hey, this boy wouldn't he happen to have some kind of relationship with Bulma, right? That kind of indescribable relationship? The trio whispered among themselves, not caring whether Bulma heard them or not. No way, but it kind of makes sense. This boy looks a little like Trunks too. Didn't you notice? Xiaowu, she said softly, sizing up little Trunks at the same time. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Ashu nodded, clearly finding that reasonable as well. Hey, you guys, keep an eye on him for me, Bulma said to them. Yes. The group immediately straightened up. Bulma looked at little Trunks and said, Trunks, watch him carefully. Don't let anyone touch him. Ah? Oh, Mom. Little Trunks was full of questions and wanted to ask, but Bulma had already hurried off. Everyone looked completely confused. Meanwhile, on a certain planet, having just finished eating, Goku and the others were relaxing and savoring the aftertaste. I have to say, these cup noodles really never get old, was said happily with a ho-ho-ho. Beerus used his sharp cat claws to pick at his teeth, then said, bring a different flavor next time. Got it. Ha ha ha. Goku laughed. Just then, the crystal ball on Whis' staff suddenly lit up. Oh, it's Bulma. Whis was a little surprised, then connected the call.
Bulma.
Is there more delicious food? Whis, no, that's not it. I'm looking for you today because of something else. Bulma's voice was clearly a little anxious. That left both Goku and Vegeta at a loss. Hey, if there's no food, what are we chatting for? Beerus, who had just gotten a taste for it, was obviously unhappy about this. He had thought Bulma would have more food after this meal, so he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Idiot! Can you stop thinking about nothing but food? I'm only contacting you because this is really important. Bulma roared impatiently, leaving even Beerus stunned speechless. Whis, is Vegeta next to you? Bulma ignored Beerus and asked Whis. Oh, Bulma, what is it? Goku suddenly spoke up. That's great. Goku, you're there too. Bulma said in surprise. What happened? Bulma? Explain clearly. Vegeta said flatly. Well, I need you to come back right now. Something huge has happened in the future. Bulma said anxiously. Something huge happened. Vegeta and Goku both froze. The future? Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, both catching onto something. How do you know? Don't tell me. Trunks came? Vegeta quickly asked. That's right. Anyway, come back first. Oh, and bring senzu beans. With that, Bulma hung up. Meanwhile, after using special means to come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, Luya immediately felt a wave of relief. Honestly, staying in that blank world had been unbelievably lonely. And after training for so long, aside from some improvement in his skills, his battle power hadn't skyrocketed or anything. Sure, it had improved, but it was nowhere near as ridiculous as it had been at the start. All it meant was that he was close to his limit. If he wanted to keep improving, it had already become extremely difficult. Still, thankfully, he had already fully mastered the Super Saiyan God form. Even though he still hadn't reached Super Saiyan Blue, he knew his conditions were already met. He only needed one final push.
Norus.
Luya found Dend and Mr. Popo and asked them for a battle suit. Of course, it wasn't the green one. Even though that green one was comfortable, Luya didn't like it. Those who knew, knew. After saying goodbye to Dend and the others, Luya was about to leave when he suddenly sensed Goku and the others' energy. They're back? Luya was a little surprised. He knew Goku and Vegeta had already gone off to train with the God of Destruction, and if they were coming back now, didn't that mean the curtain on the future arc had finally risen? Thinking of that, Luya decided to go take a look. Meanwhile, in Bulma's garden, little Trunks was powering up, and the next second, Goku and the others appeared on the scene. Of course, Beerus and Whis had come too. Dad. Trunks ran over to Vegeta. Trunks? Where's Bulma? Vegeta was about to ask when the corner of his eye caught sight of Bulma and the others. We're over here. Bulma waved. Beerus and Whis glanced at the situation inside the pavilion, then both noticed the time machine at the same time. Beerus said flatly. Yes, this situation is a little strange, Lord Beerus. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a trace of seriousness for the first time. What's going on? Vegeta and Goku came over. When they saw future Trunks lying there, both of them were shocked. What happened to Trunks? How was he hurt this badly? Goku stepped forward and asked in confusion. Hey, Kakarot. Stop staring and hurry to Korin Tower to get some senzu beans back. Vegeta's face darkened as he said it. Oh right. Goku snapped out of it and immediately prepared to use instant transmission. I've got senzu beans here. A voice rang out. Right after that, Luya's figure appeared in the garden, and he took out a senzu bean and tossed it directly to Vegeta. Vegeta reacted quickly, caught it, and then handed it to Bulma. Thanks, Luya, Goku said gratefully. Luya casually nodded, then looked at Beerus and Whis and greeted them. Otherwise they might think he was getting cocky again. Trunks? Huh? I didn't hear wrong, did I? At that moment, the trio finally snapped out of their daze and were instantly shocked, their eyes darting back and forth between future Trunks and little Trunks. You two actually have the same last name. You're both connected to Bulma at the same time. You look way too alike. The trio spoke to Trunks all at once. Everyone else twitched at the corners of their mouths. Little Trunks was confused too. Who am I? Where did I come from? Mom, what's going on? Little Trunks asked anxiously. Well, Bulma was just about to explain when future Trunks woke up. Trunks, you're awake? Bulma said happily. Vegeta and Goku exchanged a glance. Then Goku stepped forward and asked, Hey Trunks, long time no see. Trunks, who had just regained consciousness, heard that voice, and his pupils instantly shrank. His whole body started trembling at that very moment, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Trunks, can you hear me? Goku asked in confusion. You bastard. You bastard. Suddenly, after seeing Goku's face clearly, future Trunks exploded in rage. With a furious roar, he threw a punch straight at Goku. Bang! Goku caught Trunks' fist directly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed something was off. Everyone else was confused too. Why was one of their own attacking one of their own? Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta said unhappily. But right now, Trunks had eyes only for Goku. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, as if he wanted to devour Goku alive. Let me ask you something. Did you hit your head too hard? Goku looked at Trunks in confusion. You bastard! You devil! The power inside Trunks was gradually starting to go berserk, as if he really wanted to kill Goku. That's enough. Smack! Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, and in the next moment, Bulma slapped future Trunks across the face. Future Trunks was completely stunned by the slap. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Goku and froze. Gee Goku! Uncle Goku? Haha, Trunks! You finally snapped out of it. I thought you were possessed, Goku said happily. After all the strange things that had happened lately, he had almost thought this Trunks had really been possessed. Sorry, I didn't see clearly, Uncle Goku, Trunks said apologetically. Then he looked at Vegeta. Dad. Vegeta folded his arms, still as proud as ever, and only gave a faint nod. Trunks, what exactly happened? Bulma suddenly asked. Hearing that familiar voice, future Trunks's body instantly stiffened. Then he looked at Bulma, his eyes a little dazed. Mom? Thud. The next moment, future Trunks dropped to his knees right in front of Bulma, tears falling from his eyes. Everyone was completely confused by his reaction.
Luya watched quietly.
He understood Trunks's feelings. After all, in the future, he was the only one left. If you had never experienced the feeling of almost all your loved ones dying, you would never understand it. Dad? Mom? Trunks and the others were completely dumbfounded. What kind of relationship was this now? The boy's name was Trunks, and there was another Trunks over there, and both of them called Vegeta Dad and Bulma Mom? Hiss! What juicy gossip! Mom, I want an explanation. Trunks finally couldn't hold it in anymore and directly demanded. Bulma rubbed future Trunks's head, then looked at young Trunks and said, he's the same as you. He's also the child Vegeta and I had, and his name is Trunks too. In other words, he's the grown-up you. Huh? He. Then you're saying he's me? Young Trunks said in shock. The trio also showed expressions of complete disbelief. Heh, so that's how it is. Looks like he really is from the future. Time has actually been tampered with. Interesting. Beerus suddenly spoke. No one knew if it was just their imagination, but his voice sounded a little cold. Huh? Lord Beerus, what do you mean by tampered with time? Bulma asked in confusion. Beerus looked at Whis. Whis understood at once. Even the usually cheerful Whis grew serious at this moment. Young Trunks was completely stunned. Why had he never heard that his future self could come here? Why did Dad and Mom seem to already know? Hey, Trunks, are you feeling better now? Bulma withdrew her gaze and looked at future Trunks. Future Trunks sorted out his emotions, then stood up. Sorry, I lost my composure. Future Trunks looked at young Trunks and smiled faintly. Please take care of me. Young Trunks froze for a moment, then subconsciously agreed. By the way, what exactly happened? How did you get hurt this badly? Has peace still not returned to the future? Bulma asked. Trunks fell silent. His mood sank, and he didn't know how to explain it. Hey, before that, shouldn't you explain something first? You privately tampered with time and built a time machine. Do you know that's a serious crime? Beerus suddenly said. Huh? A serious crime? Goku and the others were all stunned. Whis stepped forward at this time and said, time and space have always been guarded and monitored by gods. If someone travels through time and space without permission, it can cause unimaginable consequences. It could even bring destruction to a world that was originally peaceful. Huh? Is that serious? Goku said awkwardly. It shouldn't be that serious, right, Whis? Vegeta frowned and couldn't help defending Trunks. Whis said solemnly, changing time. Think about it. If there is a sapling that could have kept growing and eventually become a towering tree, but because of the chaos in time and space, the flow of time is affected and that sapling withers instead of becoming a great tree, have you ever thought about that kind of result? Everyone looked at each other. In the past, there were also some gods who wanted to control time and use it for selfish purposes, so they were all destroyed. Those who tamper with time violate order and must be eliminated, Beerus said flatly. Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. That's right, that's right. So no matter what kind of trouble this young man may have run into, this matter itself is already extremely serious. Traveling back and forth between the future and the past in a time machine is already a crime. And judging by it, this probably isn't even the first time, right? Whis glanced at future Trunks, his gaze meaningful. Hey, can you not be so rigid? Trunks is my son no matter what. And a dazzling piece of technology like a time machine being built. Isn't that incredibly great? The future me must be amazing. Bulma couldn't help protesting. Since she was used to bickering with Beerus, she wasn't worried at all. Instead, she said narcissistically, so awesome. The future me is such a genius. My. It seems Bulma still hasn't realized how serious this is. Whis said in surprise. I never expected humans to create something like this. I have to say, humans truly are creatures with limitless potential, Beerus said lightly. Whis chuckled, then looked at Bulma. Building a time machine, Bulma, is a serious crime. Calls for destruction. Hearing that, Bulma froze and Vegeta and the others' expressions also changed. No. Future Trunks had clearly realized these two were no ordinary people. He immediately abandoned his pride and respectfully knelt in front of Whis. Lord God, this has nothing to do with my mother. Everything is my fault. Please don't hurt my mother. Whis looked puzzled. Beerus, meanwhile, had a dark look on his face. Damn it, who exactly is the god of destruction here?
Ho, you've misunderstood.
The real god is this one. You should be kneeling to him, not me, Whis said with a laugh, pointing at Beerus. Future Trunks was a little dumbfounded, but then he reacted and hurriedly turned to kneel in another direction. Respected Lord God, please punish me instead. Beerus looked at Trunks, thoughtful. Lord Beerus, give him a break, Goku said with a laugh, pleading for Trunks. Even if it is a serious crime, as long as you don't say anything, I don't say anything, and right, Whis doesn't say anything either, then no one will know. Otherwise, you'll never get to eat Earth's delicious food again, Bulma said proudly. Impossible. Whis and Beerus both looked a little unconvinced. It wasn't that they didn't want to let Trunks off. What they were really thinking was, if there was no more delicious food, what would they do with their lives in the future? Well, if you want me to let him go, it's not impossible. But that depends on what you do. I came all this way, and I haven't even had any good food. The implication was obvious. Bulma immediately snapped her fingers. No problem. I came prepared. As she spoke, she took out a sausage. This is fish sausage. The taste will definitely satisfy you. Beerus and Whis each got one. The two of them tore open the packaging at the same time and took a bite. Their eyes instantly widened. So delicious. Right? Bulma smiled smugly, then took out another capsule and brought out a whole box of fish sausage, handing one to everyone. Everyone ate happily. Even Vegeta, ever since training with Whis and Beerus, often ate with them and had basically no resistance to good food anymore. Luya, on the other hand, didn't feel much. This sausage just had a bit of fish flavor added and some special starch mixed in. It was tasty, sure, but not enough to make him react like the others. There's still this much left. Looking at the remaining fish sausages, Beerus said lightly, of course, if you give me that whole box, I can let this matter slide. Bulma naturally had no objections. Without a second word, she gave the box to Beerus. By the way, Trunks, can you tell us now what happened in the future? Goku asked curiously. Trunks had also sorted out his emotions by now, and then said in a deep voice, in the future, after the androids, another extremely terrifying enemy appeared. An enemy? Everyone listened closely. Was it Majin Buu? Vegeta asked. Trunks shook his head. After the androids, we did struggle for a long time in the battle against Majin Buu. But in the end, we still defeated the enemy and didn't let Majin Buu be born. If it wasn't Buu, then who was it? Goku asked in confusion. Trunks looked at Goku, his expression a little strange. We call him the Dark One. His power is incredibly strong. Ever since he appeared, the entire Earth fell into darkness. The world no longer had any light. The whole world was shrouded in night. The Dark One? Everyone was confused, not understanding what that name meant. Trunks continued, that Dark One looks very similar to you, Uncle Goku. Huh? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. You mean the enemy in the future world looks a lot like me? Is that why you attacked me just now? Goku was immediately a little baffled after hearing that. An enemy that looked like him? He had no impression of that at all. Vegeta frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Future Trunks nodded, then said yes, and his power is terrifying. Not only that, because of his appearance, humanity in the future world is now almost extinct. Only a small number of humans are still alive. And on top of that, his goal seems to be the destruction of humanity. I see. Who exactly is it? Goku felt a headache coming on. Future Trunks said in a deep voice. He calls himself Son Goku. He has the same name as you, Uncle Goku, and his appearance is almost exactly the same as yours. In our world, he is called Goku Black. Huh? At this point, it wasn't just Goku and the others. Even Beerus and Whis showed interest. This was getting more and more interesting. How is that possible? He is also called Son Goku? And he looks just like me? Wait, didn't I already die in the future world? Goku asked in confusion. I don't know. That bastard killed Mom. Even my companion. At this point, Trunks' face instantly twisted in rage. He thought of his mother's death and my death, and his hatred for Goku Black reached its extreme. Huh? Wait, Trunks, are you saying I was killed in the future too? Bulma suddenly asked. Trunks nodded lightly. Yes. How could that? Bulma looked lost. TCH. Vegeta's face darkened, and he was clearly in a very bad mood. Goku suddenly said, Trunks, since you said that Goku Black is very strong, is the gap between you and that guy really that big? Trunks thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not his opponent. And the scary thing is, he can even grow stronger during battle. Grow stronger during battle. Goku murmured, then smiled. Then fight me. Trunks froze for a moment, then immediately understood. Okay. The two rose into the air, then flew high into the sky. For safety's sake, Bulma had no choice but to activate a barrier, enclosing the two of them inside. I'll go see if the time machine left anything behind. Bulma wasn't interested in these fights, so she walked toward the time machine. The trio saw this and followed her over as well. Luya and the others all looked up at the sky. Luya knew Trunks' strength very well. Of course, even though Trunks could already transform into Super Saiyan 2, compared to Goku himself and Vegeta, the gap was still not small. Of course, Luya also knew very clearly that Dark Goku was the one who was truly powerful. So he had already made his plans. In the sky, Goku and Trunks stared at each other from afar. Without realizing it, Both of their ki had already begun rising rapidly, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Come on, don't hold back, Goku said with a smile. Looking at Goku's face, Trunks didn't know if it was just an illusion, but he always ended up seeing him as Goku Black. Thinking of this, Trunks gritted his teeth, then suddenly erupted with ki. Boom boom boom. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power multiplied several times over. At the same time, Trunks' anger reached its peak, and then an even stronger power shot into the sky. Oh, Super Saiyan 2? Not bad at all. In that case, I won't hide my strength either. Seeing this, Goku immediately became excited. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly unleashed his ki and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. At the same time, his power was still rising non-stop. The two roared in the sky, and wave after wave of air currents spread out with them. It was terrifying beyond compare. After an unknown amount of time, both of their auras had risen to their peak. Interesting boy. Yes, no ordinary one. Beerus looked at Trunks and praised him. That's true, but it seems the enemy is even stronger, no? By the way, Lord Beerus, don't you think this matter is rather strange? Whis chuckled and said. Beerus closed his eyes slightly and said, we still don't know the full story yet, so it's not good to jump to conclusions. Let us wait and see first. In the sky, Trunks looked at Goku, then said, I'm coming. Goku smiled. Come at me. Trunks let out a roar, and in the next second he had already rushed in front of Goku, crazily throwing punches at him. Every hit was explosive. Clearly, there was no probing at all. He went straight in hard. Goku didn't fight back either. He wanted to get a feel for how much Trunks had improved. Ah! Trunks' attacks became faster and fiercer, and in an instant, he threw two full power punches straight at Goku. Goku's eyes sharpened. Both hands shot out at the same time, directly catching Trunks' fists, and he said excitedly, not bad, Trunks. You've gotten a lot stronger. Trunks said with mixed feelings, but even like this, I'm still not Goku Black's opponent. He can still keep getting stronger in battle. Is that so? Suddenly, a powerful force erupted. Trunks was blasted backward by that force, and his expression instantly changed in shock. This is. Just the aura alone had forced him back. So strong. Ah! With a howl, Goku's hair rapidly grew longer, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Crackle crackle crackle. Arcs of electricity wrapped around his body, and Goku's appearance changed drastically. This is the power beyond Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. So strong. I didn't expect Uncle Goku to be able to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. Trunks said in shock. Ah, now my power has also grown stronger, just like you said. Come again, Goku said with a slight smile. Okay. Then I won't hold back anymore. Trunks drew the sword from behind his back, then suddenly erupted with ki. His sudden power all poured into the blade. Right after that, his body leaped up, and with a loud shout, he fiercely slashed down at Goku. Humph! Goku smiled for some reason. Then just before Trunks' slash could reach his head, he directly caught the sword between two fingers. Boom! Although the clash was simple, the powerful auras of the two still instantly shattered Bulma's barrier. At this moment, Bulma, who was walking over with a book in hand, was instantly startled. Hey, you guys are seriously going all out. How is that possible? He stopped it with just two fingers. So strong. Looking at Goku in front of him, Trunks couldn't help but think of the first time he had met Goku years ago. Back then, Goku had also sparred with him using just one finger. And now it was still the same, but he was still just as powerful. Not bad, Trunks. I didn't expect you to train yourself to this level. Goku grinned, then suddenly shook hard, instantly knocking Trunks' sword away. His body also jumped above Trunks, and he smashed down with a punch. Yua! Trunks cried out in pain as he fell straight to the ground, creating a huge crater. Boom! A huge crater appeared in the ground, and smoke billowed everywhere. Trunks, are you okay? Bulma ran over worriedly. Yeah, I'm fine. Trunks had already returned to normal. He stood up from the crater and jumped out. Not bad, Trunks. You actually trained yourself to this level all on your own. Goku returned to normal as well, landed and praised him. Trunks said modestly, not at all. I'm still nowhere near as strong as Uncle Goku. After all these years, has Uncle Goku's power already become this great? Goku laughed loudly, then said, your dad Vegeta is the same as me now too. Trunks froze for a moment, then looked at Vegeta. The father and son met each other's eyes, sharing an astonishing tacit understanding. Trunks felt complicated inside. So it wasn't just him who had grown stronger. His father and the others had become stronger too. That was really great. Alright, let me introduce someone. This is Luya. He's a Saiyan just like us too. Luya, this is Trunks, from the future. Goku suddenly introduced. Huh? A Saiyan? Trunks subconsciously looked at the tail around Luya's waist and was instantly a little surprised. Hello. Please take care of me. Luya flashed a row of white teeth and smiled. Ah, same here. Trunks hurriedly nodded. Luya is also someone incredibly strong, just like us. Even you, Trunks, might not be able to beat Luya, Goku said with a smile. Is that so? That's amazing. Trunks glanced at Luya, his feelings a little complicated. He didn't remember anyone like this at all. Even in the future, no such person had ever appeared. But Trunks also knew that history had not developed the way he had imagined, so he didn't suspect anything. Alright, Trunks. After fighting me, compared to that Goku Black, how do I stack up? Goku asked expectantly. Hearing that, Trunks fell silent, his expression hesitant. Sorry, Uncle Goku. Even though the truth is a little hurtful, I know. He's even stronger than me, right? Goku suddenly cut him off. You! Trunks looked a little surprised, not understanding why Goku would say that. So his power is above mine. Interesting. Looks like another battle with a top fighter is coming. Goku said, excitement showing in his eyes. Huh? Trunks looked at Vegeta in confusion, but the latter only smiled faintly and said nothing. Hey, Trunks! Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. They were Krillin and Piccolo. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo. Trunks looked at them excitedly. Why are you here? Krillin smiled. Chi-Chi told us you were here, so we came to take a look. Piccolo asked Trunks something happened in the future, didn't it? Trunks nodded and was just about to speak. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky changed, followed by dark clouds gathering and violent winds roaring. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was curious and looked up one after another. He's finally here. Luya looked at the sky, where a crack was gradually splitting open, a trace of gravity showing in his eyes. This is a space-time rift. Was suddenly frowned and said with a bad feeling. HM? A cold light flashed through Beerus's eyes. HM? There's a power. It's terrifying. Goku's expression suddenly turned grave. Rip. Right before everyone's eyes. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky. Inside the vortex, lightning surged wildly. Whoosh! A blinding light suddenly appeared on the scene, and then a figure solidified in midair. No way. How could this happen? All of a sudden, Trunks' face turned terrified. What's wrong? Goku asked in confusion, then looked into the sky. The moment he saw the figure's face, he cried out, You've got to be kidding me? What? Everyone's expressions became colorful as well. Even Beerus and Whis couldn't hide their surprise. Goku Black. Trunks gritted his teeth and stared at the other side. So that was Goku Black. Everyone understood. Only Piccolo and Krillin, who had come along, were still confused and had no idea what was going on. Oh, this is Earth? A familiar voice rang out, but compared to Goku's, it carried an extra touch of superiority, along with an inborn arrogance and sinister charm. HM? Trunks, you're here too, so you really did run here. Heh. Goku Black looked at Trunks, a trace of disdain curving across his face. Looks like you let me find you because you wanted me to personally take care of you, right? You demon. As the saying went, enemies became especially red-eyed when they met. Trunks couldn't hold himself back and was about to attack. Trunks, you're not his opponent. Vegeta shouted to stop him, his expression growing more solemn too. Oh, Vegeta?
Son Goku?
Even God of Destruction Beerus is here. Interesting. Goku Black suddenly noticed the people present and was immediately a little surprised. Hey Whis, did you see it? That ring. Beerus's pupils shrank slightly as he said flatly. Ah, if I'm not mistaken, it does look familiar. Whis nodded. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Beerus revealed a look full of interest. Right then, Goku suddenly flew up and hovered in front of Goku Black. Hey, you're Goku Black, right? That cockroach bastard. Seeing that, Vegeta's expression immediately darkened. Damn it, he beat him to it again. Hehehe. Son Goku, I've heard much about you. Goku Black looked at Son Goku, then grinned and said. Goku sized him up, then nodded. You really do look like me, but you've got more of an evil aura. Is that so? Whatever. Since that's the case, now that I've met you here, I'll use this body to spar with you. Goku Black revealed a strange smile. What do you mean? Goku frowned, feeling something was odd. He seemed to think of something, yet it also seemed wrong. Heh. Goku Black sneered, then condensed a green energy sphere in his hand. With a light flick, the energy ball instantly flew toward Goku. Goku's expression tightened, then changed. He directly stretched out his hand to brace against the attack. Boom boom boom. Erg. The moment Goku came into contact with the attack, he immediately started struggling. The next second, he was directly blown away by the immense force. He slammed straight into a distant mountain. Goku Black glanced at the people on the scene, then looked in Goku's direction and gave a sinister smile. I'll just play with you for a bit. After saying that, he flew straight toward Goku. What the hell is going on? Piccolo and the others also flew over. Luya didn't move and instead fell into thought. He was thinking about whether, if he made a move right now, he could keep the other side here. Of course, there was no way. The other side was far too hard to kill. If he couldn't completely erase him with a fatal blow, then it would probably only make him grow even stronger. If that happened, not only would he be helping the enemy, even his own power would probably become study material for the other side. That wasn't worth it, but he couldn't think of a good solution. Could it be? Let the god of destruction make a move? If Beerus acted now, dealing with Goku Black shouldn't be a problem. But the premise was that this bastard clearly didn't seem to want to get involved in this matter. Luya had a headache. Was this going to turn into a hard battle? Ding. System mission triggered. Mission content. Defeat Dark Goku. Save the future world. Note. As long as he is defeated, regardless of whether it is done by the host, it can still count as mission complete. Luya froze for a moment, then felt speechless. System. Are you saying for sure that I can't beat him? System. The host ought to have some idea of his own strength. Relatively speaking, Goku Black's existence is effectively immortal, so the host's ability cannot eliminate him. After careful consideration, the system has decided to lower the difficulty for the host, but the reward will also be reduced. Luya let out a sigh. Alright. On the other side, Goku and Goku Black faced off once more. Both of their eyes were filled with excitement. The other's strength had both of them fired up. They really do look alike. Krillin suddenly exclaimed as he watched from afar. Piccolo and the others also nodded. They were shocked to realize that this Goku Black and Goku really looked like they had been cast from the same mold. But that Goku Black has some extra evil power on him, and that power feels kind of familiar to me. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Goku Black with a scrutinizing gaze. He also has Uncle Goku's aura on him. So several times I really thought this Goku Black was actually Uncle Goku himself, Future Trunks said in a deep voice. Stop talking. Watch his fighting style carefully. Vegeta said flatly. That shouldn't have been your real strength just now, right? Goku brushed the dust off his body, looked at Goku Black, and revealed a faint smile. Same to you. You were probing too, weren't you? Goku Black looked at Goku, the corners of his mouth still carrying that evil, yet strangely eerie smile. Alright then. If I don't use my real strength, you'll probably keep holding back too, so I'll fight you seriously. Goku smiled slightly, and in the next moment, his aura burst out as he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. The golden light made Goku Black narrow his eyes slightly, then he smiled and said, So this is Super Saiyan? It really lives up to its name. Your battle power has increased a lot. Enough talk. Come on. Goku took up a fighting stance. Humph. Goku Black snorted coldly, then also assumed a simple stance. After the two stared at each other for a few seconds, they suddenly released a ki blast at the same time. Boom! Under the sound of the explosion, Goku had already rushed in front of Goku Black and shouted as he threw a punch straight at him. Smack! But Goku Black seemed to have already predicted Goku's move. He easily caught Goku's fist and followed up with a kick. Goku blocked it with his forearm. You've got some serious strength. Heh. Goku Black looked at Goku meaningfully. The two let go of each other and backed away at the same time. The next second, they collided again. Da-da-da-da-da. The fierce clash officially began. With their high-speed movement and motions too fast to see clearly, the battle between them was unbelievably dazzling. Ha! Seizing an opening, Goku directly fired a ki blast, but Goku Black dodged it with ease. At the same time, he had already rushed in front of Goku, condensed a green energy blast in his hand, and blasted Goku dead on. Yua! Goku was sent flying on the spot and slammed into the base of a mountain, sending up a cloud of smoke. Humph! Goku Black gave a wicked grin and immediately flew toward him. Boom! Goku burst straight out of the rocks and charged at Goku Black again. Bang bang bang! The intense collision started again. The more they fought, the more excited they became. Although they kept injuring each other, neither of them saw it as a problem. Bang! Bang! Goku Black took a punch from Goku, but in the next moment he struck back. A whip-like kick slammed straight into Goku's face. The two retreated at the same time. Whoosh! At the same time, Goku Black suddenly fired a powerful energy blast straight at Goku. Goku's expression tightened. Then he explosively powered up and instantly knocked that energy blast into the sky. Boom! At that moment, the entire cloud layer suddenly lit up. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be this much stronger than Trunks, Goku Black said in surprise. He realized that Son Goku's real strength was still far from fully unleashed, but that was no big deal. He himself was also holding something back. At the same time, he was adapting to Son Goku's fighting style. That was his plan. I didn't expect someone could reach this level. You're way stronger than Trunks, Goku said with a smile, then added, but I can feel a familiar power from you. And yet there's still something about you that really rubs me the wrong way. Humph. Saying all that is pointless. Let us continue. Goku Black didn't want to say too much. He had to make sure those people didn't interfere before he forced out Son Goku's full power, especially Beerus. If the god of destruction made a move, that would be very bad for him. Just what I wanted. Goku laughed loudly, and in the next moment he charged out directly. Heh! Goku Black gave an evil smile and met him head-on.
Bang bang bang.
The two clashed again, but this time Goku Black had the upper hand. Goku landed one punch on him, but Goku Black could return 2 punches. His power increased. Piccolo said in a deep voice, Goku Black's power keeps rising during battle. That's also why I couldn't defeat him, Trunks said with a complicated expression. Goku's in a bit of danger. He's still not being serious even now. Krillin said helplessly. By the way, Uncle Goku should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3, right? Then why isn't he using it now? Trunks asked in confusion. Not going all out at the start is Kakarot's usual bad habit. Vegeta said flatly. Huh? Trunks looked toward the battlefield, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Boom! In the air, Goku was struck directly in the stomach by a punch from Goku Black. The power behind it was more than just a little stronger than before. Goku counterattacked through the pain, but unexpectedly, his arm was caught by the other side. Goku Black gave a wicked grin, swung Goku around several times, then hurled him violently toward the ground. Boom! A massive crater instantly appeared in the ground. Terrifying force raged through the area as an explosion erupted. A streak of black light suddenly appeared over Goku Black's body. Right after that, an astonishing energy sphere gathered in his hand and dropped straight downward. Boom! Another massive explosion rang out, and that giant crater expanded several times over. Ha 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 ha! Son Goku, is this all you've got? This isn't nearly enough to satisfy me. Goku Black mocked. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But right at that moment, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from inside the crater. Immediately after, Goku's body shot out. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch, and his ki had risen to an astonishing level. What? Goku Black was caught off guard and took a punch from Goku. Goku stopped moving, looked at Goku Black, and said with a smile, You're really something. In that form just now, I was almost unable to hold off your assault. Clutching his stomach, Goku Black suddenly started laughing. At the same time, the black light over his body became more and more obvious. That guy's ki is still rising. Krillin felt it most clearly when he saw Goku Black's state. Because he was the weakest, just sensing Goku Black's ki now was already making him afraid. So it really is like that? Vegeta's expression kept shifting. Damn it! Future Trunks clenched his teeth, his face full of hatred. Ha! His aura really did rise a lot. Goku looked at Goku Black in surprise. It really was just like Trunks said. If this guy kept fighting, his strength would keep rising without stopping. Hehehe. My power gets stronger and stronger as the battle goes on. So there's no way you can defeat me. Goku Black looked at Goku with a wicked grin. Then his body suddenly trembled as he let out a loud roar. In an instant, black light wrapped around his body, and his aura burst outward. A drop of sweat slid down Goku's face as his expression turned serious. Amazing. Even just at your current state, you've already reached such terrifying power. Let us continue, Goku Black said with a smile as he looked at Goku. Goku grinned. Ah, bring it on. Whoosh. Bang. The two of them instantly charged in front of each other and smashed their fists together head-on. Right after that, a chain of explosions rang out one after another as the two fought back and forth evenly. As Black Goku's power kept rising, Goku refused to fall behind. He gradually became extremely serious as well. Boom! The two exchanged another clash in midair, and their bodies were knocked back at the same time. Kamehameha! Goku immediately gathered ki, and that terrifying energy began rising at an astonishing speed. Black Goku's gaze turned cold. Then he pressed his hand toward Goku, and a green light appeared in his palm. Kamehameha! Goku directly unleashed the Kamehameha with a roar, and that terrifying energy shot out in an instant. Ha! Black Goku refused to be outdone. The green energy bullet in his hand fired straight out, like a sphere blocking Goku's Kamehameha. This is bad. Get farther away. Krillin and the others immediately sensed something was wrong and all retreated to a safe distance. On the other side, Bulma and the others who were watching the live battle through Whis' crystal ball, all tensed up. Are all Saiyans this terrifying? Although the Pilaf gang had seen scenes like this many times and were almost numb to it by now, they were still deeply shocked. A scene like this was extremely rare for them. Son Goku has gotten way too strong. Boss, when will we finally be able to get our revenge? I quietly asked Pilaf. Sweat appeared on Pilaf's face. Let us talk about that later. Right now, they were mooching food and drinks at Bulma's house. They really didn't have any thoughts of revenge anymore, because these people were only getting stronger and stronger. The Pilaf gang's dream of ruling the world was getting farther and farther away. Back when they were kids, they had almost defeated Son Goku, but now they couldn't even get close to a single hair on him. Interesting. A fake Goku fighting the real Goku. Hehe. Beerus watched the battle in the projection, and the interest on his face was obvious. Lord Beerus, don't you feel any sense of crisis? That fake Goku isn't just familiar in aura. His power is also evolving and growing stronger without end, and his constitution seems a bit strange too. Was said teasingly. Beerus said indifferently, what's there to worry about? If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind stepping in and destroying him myself. But in theory, I can't make a move. Lord Beerus, don't you think the aura on him feels a little strange? Luya suddenly walked over and spoke. Oh, tell me, what did you notice? Beerus looked at Luya and smiled faintly. Luya said mysteriously, nothing much. It's just that this aura feels a little familiar to me. It seems somewhat similar to a Supreme Kai's aura. What? Both Beerus and Whis were startled. How could this kid possibly know that? Beerus' pupils shrank. Then he looked toward the fighting figures in the distance, his gaze turning a little gloomy, as if thinking about something. Whis smiled slightly. Now that you mention it, that really is the case. Isn't that right, Lord Beerus? Beerus did not deny it. It is indeed close to the power of a Supreme Kai, but it seems to be a Supreme Kai from another universe. And this aura feels oddly familiar. It's like I've seen this god before. Luya thought about it, but still chose not to expose anything or reveal too much. Otherwise, making them suspicious would be unnecessary. But Beerus still looked at him strangely. How do you know? What? Luya didn't understand what he meant. Beerus said flatly, how do you know the aura on him belongs to a Supreme Kai? Luya smiled faintly. Because I've met Supreme Kais before, so I have some impression of their aura. And during the tournament with Universe 6, the Supreme Kais of both universes were there. So it's not strange for me to know, right? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. But mortals like you should find it very difficult to sense a goddess aura. Luya gave an easy smile, then suddenly activated his own power. Boom! Whoosh! In an instant, a red power directly wrapped around him, and his hair also turned red in an instant. Super Saiyan God. How is that possible? Beerus and Whis were both shocked. Luya could also transform into a Super Saiyan God. That was something they had never expected. After all, the conditions to become a Super Saiyan God were extremely harsh. It required the power of 5 Saiyans. Could it be that Goku and the others had secretly helped Luya transform, and they somehow never knew? Luya returned to normal and smiled. Now do you believe I can distinguish a goddess aura? Beerus said flatly, who exactly are you? Among the Saiyans, how could someone as mysterious as you possibly exist? Even he, a god of destruction, could not understand this kind of mystery about him. Although Luya had done a lot for Universe 7, that did not stop Beerus from questioning him. Luya shrugged. I'm just a Saiyan, that's all. Though my talent is a bit better. Hearing that, Beerus fell silent. Luya continued that Black Goku is extremely troublesome. It won't be easy to deal with him, but we can first find the mastermind behind him. That way, we can at least stop some of the trouble. After saying that, he tactfully turned and left. Beerus looked at Luya's figure, not knowing what he was thinking. Lord Beerus, what are you thinking about? Was suddenly asked. Beerus slowly closed his eyes. That kid is far too strange. Ho, that's true. But there's no need to worry. He doesn't have any ill intent. Was smiled. Hopefully. But speaking of which, Black Goku and the ring on his hand really do need to be investigated. Beerus said lightly. Boom. Ugh. Suddenly, a commotion rang out. Right after that, Goku's figure was smashed down to the ground, kicking up a huge disturbance. In the sky, Black Goku's body was wrapped in black light, mysterious and powerful. Looking into the thick smoke below, Black Goku revealed a sinister smile. And right then, something unexpected happened. The space-time rift Black Goku had originally come through suddenly erupted with raging winds, and bolts of lightning flashed again and again as if the end of the world had arrived. At the same time, a pulling force appeared from within the rift. Then that pulling force kept surging toward Black Goku. Black Goku still hadn't noticed it. He was quietly staring into the smoke below. Suddenly, a loud shout burst out. Right after that, Goku's figure shot straight out. What? Black Goku hadn't expected that even after taking such a heavy blow, the other side could still counterattack so fiercely. He was instantly caught off guard. Bang! Ugh! Black Goku was struck in the stomach by Goku's punch. His eyes instantly widened, blood vessels filling them, and he looked like he was about to vomit up yesterday's dinner. Goku looked at Black Goku and said, your power really is impressive, but compared to Hit, you're still way behind. Hehehe. This kind of pain I've never felt before. This pain can make me even stronger. Not only was Black Goku not surprised, he was excited. Goku frowned. The way you are now is really annoying to look at. What? Black Goku froze for a moment, then laughed. His laughter growing more and more unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Looking like this, Son Goku, you really are an interesting person. Goku's brows furrowed, because he could feel the other side's power continuously rising. It had already vaguely reached an extremely terrifying level. Rumble rumble. Crackle crackle. Suddenly, a pulling force struck. Before Black Goku could react, he was hit by it. What's going on? Black Goku was a little shocked. But no matter how he struggled, his body was still dragged back toward the black hole by that pulling force. Huh? Goku was a little surprised too. Damn it! Is time up already? Black Goku was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Even he couldn't resist the power of time and space. Uncle Goku, hurry and give him a fatal blow. Don't let him return to the future. Future Trunks suddenly roared. Goku snapped back to his senses. Knowing that if this guy returned to the future without Trunks there was no telling what kind of chaos he would cause. He suddenly fired a ki blast straight at Black Goku. Black Goku's face instantly turned vicious. Then he let out a furious shout and erupted with power even greater than before. With a casual wave of his hand, he knocked Goku's ki blast away. What? Everyone was shocked. That ki blast flew straight toward Bulma and the others below. Bulma! Vegeta's expression changed, and he hurried over. Whoosh! At that moment, Luya's figure appeared in midair. He also fired a ki blast, canceling out the attack. Luya looked at Black Goku, but in the end, he didn't make a move, because he didn't want the other party to copy his power and become stronger. Black Goku also noticed Luya, and his gaze sharpened. What the hell? A Saiyan? But his attention was quickly drawn by something else from the corner of his eye. The time machine. So that's it. Trunks came here in that thing? Black Goku suddenly gave a strange smile. Then he abruptly fired a ki blast. His target was no one else but the time machine. Oh no! The time machine! Trunks panicked. Without the time machine, what was he supposed to do? What about the future? He immediately charged over recklessly. But he was still too late. His speed simply couldn't keep up with Black Goku's attack. Just as the time machine was about to be blown up, Luya's figure appeared again. With a casual wave of his hand, he instantly knocked the ki blast away. Impossible? Black Goku's face filled with shock and fury. Luya sneered. Wait for us in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Goku could no longer withstand the tearing force of the space-time rift, and was directly dragged inside. Very soon, the space-time rift closed. Everything returned to calm. Goku and the others all gathered together. Great. The time machine is fine. Trunks let out a huge sigh of relief, then sincerely said to Luya, Thank you, Mr. Luya. Luya nodded slightly. Hey, Lord Beerus, why didn't you make a move just now? Bulma looked at Beerus with some dissatisfaction at this time. Beerus walked over with a sleepy look on his face. Why should I make a move? Using a time machine is already a crime to begin with. If I save this time machine, wouldn't that make me guilty along with you? Bulma said, Then you could at least deal with that Black Goku, right? Beerus said flatly, He didn't provoke me, and there are too many suspicious points about him. Dealing with him now wouldn't solve the real problem. That's right. The opponent seems to have grasped the power of time and space. That is something only a Supreme Kai can do, so the matter is somewhat complicated, was added. That guy really is amazing. His power keeps growing stronger as the battle goes on. That kind of talent is enough to make people tremble. It's exciting too. The excitement in Goku's eyes still hadn't faded. It seemed he was still reliving his battle with Black Goku. He is a demon. Nearly all of humanity was destroyed by him, and since he wasn't defeated this time, when he goes back, his strength will only keep growing stronger. By then, even Uncle Goku and Dad won't be his match. Trunks said somewhat irritably. He originally could have made a move to keep the other party here, but he hadn't dared. Humph, don't worry, that fake Kakarot may get stronger. But we didn't even use our true strength. Vegeta suddenly sneered. Huh? Trunks was a little surprised and didn't understand. That's right, Trunks. Both Goku and Vegeta held back and didn't go all out. So you don't need to worry. Krillin comforted him. Really? Trunks was a little surprised, and his eyes lit up. Yeah. Vegeta and I can both transform into Super Saiyan Blue now. The power of that form is far beyond Super Saiyan, so just leave Black Goku to us. Goku said with an easy smile. Hey, Kakarot. You got to fight this time, so next time we meet that guy, I have to go first. Vegeta suddenly glared at Goku and said, Huh? I haven't had enough yet. Goku said unwillingly. I don't care. I have to go first anyway. Vegeta protested. Trunks looked at the two bickering with a confused expression. Were Uncle Goku and Dad really that confident? Why weren't they afraid of Black Goku at all? Off to the side, Luya covered his eyes, unable to bear looking at them, feeling a bit helpless. These two were way too full of themselves, especially Vegeta. This eternal second-place guy really didn't know how to hold back at all. Ever since watching the Dragon Ball series, every time Vegeta came out acting cool, he would get slapped in the face almost immediately. That law had basically been proven beyond doubt. No matter what came next would be a tough battle. By the way, when can we return to the future world? Goku suddenly asked. Everyone also looked toward future Trunks. The latter hesitated for a moment, then said, The fuel Mom collected for the time machine is only enough for one trip, so by the time I came to this world, the fuel had already run out. So if we want to go back as soon as possible, We have to gather more fuel. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll gather the fuel as quickly as possible. But thankfully, that Black Goku guy didn't destroy the time machine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Bulma spoke up at this time. Speaking of which, that's all thanks to Luya. If it weren't for him, the time machine would been destroyed already. Krillin chuckled. It was just a small thing. I was also keeping an eye on Black Goku so that's why I was able to act in time. Luya smiled modestly. No matter what, Luya, you deserve great credit. Goku laughed. Luya nodded slightly, then said that Black Goku isn't simple. Goku, have you ever thought that Black Goku might actually be you? As soon as those words came out, everyone fell silent and all looked over. Goku froze for a moment. Then his eyes also became meaningful. Yeah. While I was fighting him just now, I could clearly feel that Gaia's power had some similarities to mine. So he and I should have a very indescribable relationship. Luya nodded. Good that you understand. I say, I know whose aura this is now. Beerus suddenly said at this moment. Who is it, Lord Beerus? Goku looked at Beerus and asked. Beerus glanced at Goku, then said, Goku, come on. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Huh? Goku and the others were completely confused and didn't understand what Beerus meant. But Goku didn't refuse either. Luya glanced at Beerus. Naturally, he knew who Beerus had remembered. Without a doubt, he was probably going to the Supreme Kai world of Universe 10. Because Zamasu was in Universe 10, and he was also a Kai apprentice, as well as a candidate to become a Supreme Kai in the future. Beerus looked at Bulma. Since you want to solve the trouble in the future, hurry and fix the time machine. But only this once. After this crisis is resolved, the time machine absolutely cannot continue to exist. Bulma was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Of course, what she was thinking in her heart was something Beerus couldn't guess. Alright then, everyone will part here for now. We'll come again next time. Whis laughed cheerfully, then left Earth with Goku and Beerus. Oh right, I remembered. Suddenly, Bulma cried out in alarm. What is it, Mom? Future Trunks asked in confusion. A sharp glint flashed through Bulma's eyes. Then she shook her head. No, I just thought of something. Oh, Trunks nodded. Hey, get over here. Before heading to the future world, I'll train you first. Vegeta suddenly said. Then he left with his usual arrogant air. Future Trunks hurriedly followed after him. Then, we should head back too. Krillin looked at Piccolo and said. The latter nodded and the two left together. No choice. The carrots in the field still haven't all been pulled out. Luya also said goodbye to Bulma. Before going to the future world, he wanted to do a bit more training too. After everyone left, Bulma suddenly revealed a playful smile and said in a voice only she could hear, How did I forget there was another time machine? If I fix it, then I'll have two. Even if Beerus destroys one, I'll still have another. Ho ho ho. I'm way too smart. At the thought of this, Bulma showed a strange smile. BB boss, why do I feel like something's off with her? The Pilaf gang had also noticed Bulma's abnormal behavior from the side. Shu's dog fur bristled as he said uneasily. Pilaf was puzzled too. Hey, you three, hurry up and give me a hand. I'm going to gather fuel. Bulma suddenly called out to the trio. Okay, we're coming. The three of them didn't dare slack off and quickly responded. While everyone was busy, Luya arrived at the lookout. Dend and Mr. Popo both looked a little helpless. This guy wasn't planning to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again, was he? Too terrifying. Luya did not enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Instead, he asked Dend, do you know where old Kai is? Dend froze for a moment, then said, I do know, but I can't go over there. Mr. Luya, what do you want with Lord Old Kai? Luya smiled. Just something. Since it won't work, forget it. He had originally wanted to ask whether Old Kai had a ring like Black Goku's, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Otherwise, if Beerus came looking for him, that would be awkward. After thinking for a bit, Luya returned to his own place. Meanwhile, in a certain mountain forest. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Immediately after, a figure was forced into repeated retreat. Then a powerful energy blast came surging in, rushing straight toward that figure. The figure slid backward across the ground. It was Future Trunks. Then, with an angry shout, he suddenly fired off a rapid barrage of ki blasts. In an instant, the incoming energy was blown apart, and from within the smoke, a figure suddenly rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Future Trunks. Raining down a flurry of punches, Future Trunks could only raise his arms to guard his head as his body was sent retreating again. Ha! At that moment, he suddenly erupted with astonishing power and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. The powerful aura forced Vegeta's body back a little. Seizing the opportunity, Future Trunks began a frenzied counterattack. Now it was Vegeta's turn to defend, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Da. Bang! With one punch, he knocked Vegeta back. Future Trunks suddenly condensed a terrifying ki blast and fired it straight out. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged. He transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. And in the next second, with a fierce wave of his hand, he instantly knocked the ki blast away. Boom! An explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. A bun-shaped energy wave appeared. Vegeta looked at Future Trunks. Use your full power. Future Trunks naturally didn't dare disobey his old man. He directly powered up and instantly completed his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. A curve lifted at Vegeta's lips. Then, as he powered up as well, he also reached the realm of Super Saiyan 2. You said that Black Goku can grow stronger during battle. In that case, Vegeta gave a strange smile. The next moment, he let out a roar and suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura pure and flawless. Take this. Future Trunks was stunned by the sight. This is Super Saiyan Blue, a Super Saiyan form of Super Saiyan God that surpasses the limits of Super Saiyan and reaches the domain of gods. Vegeta said proudly. Super Saiyan Blue is amazing. Trunks was dazzled. He hadn't expected his father to have surpassed him by this much. Dad, why can't you transform into Super Saiyan 3? And can Uncle Goku transform into this too? Future Trunks asked. Of course, the gap between Kakarot and me. But I can't transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta said flatly. It seemed he had thought of something unpleasant, and he frowned a little. Come again. Not being able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 was one of Vegeta's sore spots. It still needed the right cure. Of course, later on, he no longer craved it that badly. As long as his power was strong enough, then he didn't need to be weaker than Kakarot. Ha! Trunks roared and pushed his power to its highest limit. Drawing his sword, he charged straight at Vegeta in an instant. A trace of disdain rose on Vegeta's face. He was about to start showing off. Just as Trunks was about to stab Vegeta, the latter suddenly reached out and pressed down on the tip of the sword. Blue light protected his hand. He was completely unharmed. How is that possible? Trunks was shocked. Even Black Goku had to be wary of his full power strike. Yet his father had caught it so easily. Are you underestimating Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta said flatly. Then, with a burst of force, he yanked both man and sword over, closed in and blasted out a punch at the same time. Bang! Ugh! Cough! Future Trunks' face turned pale. The glow around his body vanished in an instant, and he returned to normal. A vicious look suddenly flashed through Vegeta's eyes. Then he grabbed him and viciously hurled him downward. Boom! In an instant, an enormous crater appeared on the field. Future Trunks lay inside it, somewhat dazed. Vegeta slowly landed and looked at Future Trunks without speaking. After a long while, Future Trunks sat up. His expression was complicated. Yeah. Dad and Uncle Goku are already this strong. What am I still worried about? He believed that as long as his dad and Uncle Goku made a move, the disaster of the future would definitely be resolved. TCH. Hearing this, Vegeta could no longer hide his disappointment. He suddenly appeared in front of Future Trunks and grabbed him by the collar. You idiot! As a Saiyan, you actually have that kind of mindset. Dad? Future Trunks was dumbfounded, not understanding why Vegeta was angry. Vegeta said coldly as a proud Saiyan, and as the son of me, Vegeta, for you to harbor such wishful thinking. You've truly disappointed me. Future Trunks finally realized his old man's temperament and instantly regretted saying that. I already had a problem with you from the start. You couldn't defeat that Black Goku. Watched your own mother get killed right in front of you, and you still had the nerve to run back here. You coward! You actually dragged Saiyan pride through the dirt. Vegeta lifted Future Trunks up and immediately slammed 2 punches into his stomach. Future Trunks winced in pain, but he didn't dare speak. Actually, there was another reason Vegeta was angry. After all, Future Bulma was his wife too, no matter what. Ever since hearing that she had been killed, he had been holding it in. Now he had vented a little of it. Seeing that Future Trunks was starting to suffocate, Vegeta finally let him go. Cough, cough, cough. Future Trunks gasped for breath in great gulps. Remember this, no matter when, a Saiyan must never have any wishful thinking or fear. Vegeta glanced at Future Trunks, then turned and left. Future Trunks looked at his father's back and felt somewhat ashamed. Yeah. He had actually left his mom behind and shamelessly run all the way here. Wasn't that the behavior of a coward? Damn it! Future Trunks angrily smashed his fists into the ground twice. Actually, your dad is a little in the wrong too. A voice suddenly rang out. Future Trunks froze for a moment, then looked toward the newcomer. Luca? Luca walked over and said with a smile, maybe they can't understand your helplessness, but I can. That Goku Black strength is just too absurd, and he's still hiding something. Ordinary methods simply can't kill him. Huh? Luca, you seem to know Goku Black really well. Future Trunks asked in confusion. Luca smiled faintly. More or less. I just feel that even your dad and the others wouldn't be able to deal with Goku Black. Why? Dad and the others can transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Future Trunks said, not understanding. Luca said flatly, what if Goku Black can transform too? What if he also has helpers? What? Future Trunks instantly broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that. How is that possible? Luka gave a slight smile. It's not impossible. Your dad just doesn't understand how strong the enemy really is. Their power may be great, but they're no match for Goku Black at all. Future Trunks was a little stunned by what he heard, but deep down, he also became wary. Goku Black. Maybe he really wasn't that simple. At that thought, Future Trunks' gaze instantly turned firm. He looked at Luka. Luka, please help train me. Luka froze, just about to speak. Beep. System mission triggered. Mission content. Fight Trunks and awaken his potential. A mission? Luka didn't hesitate. He immediately said to Trunks, alright, then I'll spar with you. Thank you. Future Trunks stood up. No time to waste. Let's start now. Luka nodded slightly, then thought of something and tossed a Senzu bean to Future Trunks. Recover your stamina first. Future Trunks nodded, then swallowed the Senzu bean. His condition instantly returned to full. The two of them rose into the air, then faced each other from afar. Luka said to Future Trunks, my training method is the same as Goku's and Vegeta's. Come at me with your full strength. Okay. Even though Future Trunks had never seen Luka's strength before, he didn't doubt him. Boom. In an instant, Future Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Electricity crackled all over his body. A trace of excitement appeared in Luka's eyes. Then he suddenly unleashed his aura and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Right after that, he suddenly shouted, and the power in his body rose to another level once more. That made Future Trunks jump in shock. This was obviously about the same as when Uncle Goku had done it before. Sure enough, Luka directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 mode. So amazing. You can actually transform into Super Saiyan 3, something even Dad can't do. Future Trunks exclaimed. Alright, let's begin. Luka crooked a finger at Future Trunks. Whoosh! Future Trunks directly drew his sword, then violently exploded with aura. In an instant, his ki and sword had already merged into one. Luka narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder this was the other party's full strength. He had already reached the point where he could fuse his mind with that sword. But that only made it more interesting. Ah! Future Trunks shot toward Luka like a rocket. Luka continuously dodged Future Trunks' attacks while also gathering power into his palm. Clang! 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 Luka's hands moved rapidly, blocking every single one of Future Trunks' attacks without missing any. His other hand suddenly gathered ki, and a single ki blast sent Future Trunks flying. At the same time, Luka used instant transmission and appeared in front of Future Trunks. The latter reacted and slashed out with his sword, but Luka easily knocked it aside, then unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on him. One more heavy blow directly smashed him down to the ground. Looking at Future Trunks below, Luka revealed a hint of provocation. Hey, this isn't enough. You're way too far off. At this level, you're no match for Goku Black at all. How are you supposed to avenge your mother like this? Ugh. Trunks struggled to his feet. Then the power inside his body began pouring out wildly. In the next instant, along with a furious roar from him, an astonishing force shot straight into the sky. On the other side, Vegeta also noticed this scene. He slowly closed his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A few days later, Goku, Beerus, and Whis returned. Future Trunks, Vegeta, and Luka were all waiting inside the Capsule Corp spacecraft. And Luka had been training Future Trunks every day. The latter's strength had also been growing stronger and stronger. Uncle Goku, Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, you're back. Seeing Goku and the others return, Future Trunks immediately went up to greet them. By the way, Trunks, your ki has improved a lot. Goku sized up Future Trunks, his eyes lighting up. Future Trunks said modestly, that's right. Dad and Luka have been training me these past few days, so my strength has improved a lot. Goku nodded, then greeted Vegeta and Luka. Hey Kakarot, where did you all go? Vegeta suddenly asked. Goku chuckled. Lord Beerus took me to another universe. I think it was Universe 10, but over there I met a really interesting guy. His name is Zamasu, and he's a Supreme Kai apprentice. After that, I asked Lord Beerus to take me to see Zeno. Oh right, Zeno and I became friends. He even gave me a little gift. Zeno? Everyone was confused. You idiot. Goku, you're not allowed to call Lord Zeno that, Beerus said with a dark expression. He was clearly very unhappy that Goku had changed the destination midway, and had even threatened to tattle to Zeno next time if Beerus didn't take him there. Goku stuck out his tongue. Zamasu? Who's that? Vegeta suddenly frowned. He didn't recognize the name. Zamasu is a Supreme Kai apprentice from Universe 10, and a very talented one at that. The Supreme Kai is grooming him as the next Supreme Kai. The aura from that Goku Black earlier was somewhat similar to Zamasu's, so we went to check him out. Beerus said flatly. What? Vegeta and Future Trunks were both shocked. They hadn't expected that to be the reason. Goku Black is a Supreme Kai apprentice? No way. Future Trunks found it hard to believe. We still can't be sure, so we can't jump to conclusions. was said with a slight smile. But that Zamasu really is a little strange. As a Supreme Kai apprentice, he's full of malice. He doesn't act like a god at all, and he shows no respect for life either. Something's definitely off, Beerus said, rubbing his chin. But I don't think Zamasu is Goku Black. I fought him myself. His strength is powerful, but it's still not as strong as the Goku Black from your side, and his techniques are a little crude too. So the two of them probably aren't the same person. Goku laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. You fought him? How strong is he? Vegeta looked at Goku. Goku thought for a moment, then said, how should I put it? He's strong too, but he's still a bit below Super Saiyan. So right now, there's no way to confirm whether Zamasu is Goku Black? Luca suddenly asked. Beerus gave Luca an extra glance, then said, their auras are indeed somewhat similar, but also somewhat different. There are still a lot of confusing points. And that Goku Black was wearing the time ring managed by the Supreme Kais. But when we went to Universe 10, we found that the ring was still there. That's right, Whis said slowly. But it's still suspicious. Goku Black carries Zamasu's aura, but Zamasu doesn't carry Goku Black's aura. The two can be said to not be the same person, but they should be connected. That's troublesome. Vegeta frowned, clearly displeased. No matter what, I have to defeat Black Goku in the future. So, I have to go back to the future. Future Trunks said firmly. Yeah, count us in. That Black Goku should be much stronger now. So I'm really looking forward to fighting him again. Goku said excitedly. Have you never considered that there might be differences between the present world and the future world? Luya suddenly spoke up. What? Everyone was stunned. Luya, what do you mean by that? Goku asked in confusion. Luya smiled and said, first of all, even if you're not sure whether Zamasu is Black Goku, that's because some things don't fit common sense. But Black Goku comes from the future. The future world and the present world naturally have different space-time. So is it possible that time flows differently in the two worlds? Goku and the others were completely confused. Beerus and Whis, however, fell into thought. You mean, you suspect Zamasu is the culprit? Beerus looked at Luya. Luya nodded. I do suspect him. What makes you suspicious? Seems you really know a lot about this Black Goku. Beerus said flatly. Whis also looked at Luya, somewhat curious. Luya smiled faintly. It's not that I know that much, but right now the only clue we have is Zamasu. So we should keep monitoring him, shouldn't we? Hey, that Kai, a god. You brat make it sound way too easy. Don't you? Beerus said with some dissatisfaction. Luya looked at future Trunks and said, Trunks, after you destroyed the androids in your future world, that world should have kept moving forward normally, right? In other words, the other warriors were never revived. Future Trunks was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Yes, that's true. Luya nodded, then looked at the others. See? Even though Trunks destroyed the androids, the world he was in still continued to run normally. Goku and the others were never revived. You could say that aside from dealing with the enemy, history was barely changed at all. Beerus pondered. He understood why Luya had said so much. The other party's purpose was obvious. Luya's suspicion toward Zamasu ran very deep. Lord Beerus, I think it would be best to keep a close eye on Zamasu's situation, was suddenly suggested. Beerus thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. If that's the case, then let us put some effort into it. As he spoke, he looked at Vegeta and said, right, how's the repair on your time machine going? Vegeta was just about to speak when Bulma suddenly walked out and said, all the damaged parts of the time machine have already been repaired. I even had Mom and Dad come back from vacation to help with it. And we've already stored up half the fuel. What? Half already? Future Trunks suddenly looked at Bulma in shock. Yeah. Is there a problem? Bulma looked at Future Trunks and asked with a smile. Future Trunks said with a complicated expression, in the future world, Mom needed half a year just to store up half the fuel. In the future, the resource ecosystem there had already suffered devastating damage. It was extremely difficult to obtain resources. You could say the future world now was practically like hell, desolate and lifeless. He had never imagined that, in this world, gathering resources would be this easy. It made Future Trunks feel bitter. Don't worry, in just a few days, you'll be able to set out for the future and defeat that Black Goku. Things will return to normal then. Bulma comforted him. Thank you, Mom, Future Trunks said, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Alright, I'm going back to work. You can all do your own thing. Bulma smiled faintly, then turned and left. Future Trunks was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Luya. Luya, can I stop training for now? I want to go see Gohan. Luya understood what he was thinking. He knew how deep his feelings for Gohan were, so he didn't refuse. He nodded and said, okay, go ahead. Future Trunks went to find Gohan, while Goku sparred with Luya in the gravity chamber. The days passed one by one. 3 days later, Goku and the others gathered in the garden of Bulma's house, and the other friends also came one after another. Future Trunks didn't say anything at the moment. He seemed to be deep in thought. He had gone to see Gohan, But Gohan was a little different from the warrior son Gohan he knew. The Gohan he remembered was an extremely hot-blooded fighter, but the Gohan of the present had already started a family and built a career, enjoying a warm and happy life. That kind of life was exactly what Trunks had always longed for. More than anything, he hoped he could live that same warm life with his mother in the future and Trunks was a little envious that Gohan could enjoy that kind of warm happiness, but at the same time he was also a little disappointed. The Gohan he knew had already grown very far away from him. Thinking of this, future Trunks couldn't help feeling a little sad. At that moment Bulma walked over. She said to Goku and the others, "I've prepared the fuel already. It's enough for a round trip. That's good. I can't wait anymore." Vegeta said flatly, though it was obvious he really wanted to fight that black Goku. "Thanks for your hard work, Bulma. Just wait for our good news." Goku laughed. But the time machine is already cramped with 3 people in it. Are you sure 4 people are going? Bulma asked hesitantly. Well, Goku had a headache. Vegeta and Trunks definitely had to go, but Luya was also planning to go with them. Hey, Black Goku may be strong, but he has no match for Super Saiyan Blue, so we don't need that many people. Vegeta suddenly spoke. Is that so? Future Trunks was not entirely sure. He had confidence in both Goku and Vegeta, but that Black Goku was just too mysterious. Even he himself was no match for the other side. Luya smiled slightly. If you think you're confident you can handle Black Goku, then I want to go. It's better if you take the lead first. Vegeta slowly closed his eyes and said nothing. Bulma and Goku exchanged a glance, and then Goku smiled at Luya. Have a little more faith in us. Luya nodded. Alright, you go ahead. I want to go with you. After deciding, it ended up being Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks who would head there together. Bye, everyone. Just wait for our good news. Goku waved at the crowd and shouted. Yeah. Have a safe trip. Bulma waved back. Rumble. Whoosh. The time machine slowly rose into the air, then in the next second turned into a streak of white light and vanished. They're gone. Luya fell into thought for a moment, then looked at Bulma and said, "You need to prepare more fuel as soon as possible. They'll be coming back, and they'll need it then." Huh? Bulma looked confused. What do you mean, Luya? Beerus and Whis both looked at Luya. What? You know Goku and the others can't beat Black Goku with their current power? Beerus asked. Luya nodded. A hunch. Humph. Speaking of which, why did you agree so easily not to go to the future world? Don't you want to help? Beerus let out a light chuckle and asked. Luya shrugged. It's not that I don't want to go. Goku and the others are confident enough, so it wouldn't be good for me to interfere. I'll wait for them to come back, then I'll go with them. Luya, the way you talk is really strange. Could it be that Goku and the others will go again? Bulma asked in confusion. Luya smiled. I don't know about that, but you should still keep the fuel the time machine needs ready at all times. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, that won't be good. Alright then. Hearing that, Bulma nodded in agreement. Luya suddenly looked at Beerus. Lord Beerus, can you spar with me? Oh? Beerus raised a brow, a little surprised. Are you sure? Wanting to spar with me? Aren't you overestimating yourself a bit? Luya grinned. Who knows, but I still want to get stronger. I'm already close to my current limit, so I need to open up new room for growth. Beerus said flatly, I'm not interested. You can go find Whis. Luya looked at Whis and said, Lord Whis, how about it? Whis thought for a moment, then smiled. When Goku and Vegeta come to me for training, they always bring gifts. So Luya, what do you have to offer? Luya froze for a moment, then fell into thought. He knew Whis liked good food, so what he wanted was probably some kind of delicacy he had never tried before. After thinking for a bit, Luya couldn't help asking the system, Hey system, do you have anything especially delicious? System. Host. This system does not sell food. Tui. This system doesn't have that kind of thing. Luya. I thought you were an all-purpose system. It had to be said. Luya was a little disappointed. System. Host. This system only loaded Dragon Ball exclusive functions. As for the field of gourmet food, I'm powerless. Fine. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Luya let out a sigh. System. Luya looked at Whis, then said, Alright, I've got a kind of snack that I guarantee you've never eaten before. If you think it tastes good, then you have to teach me how to train. Deal? The moment Whis heard that, his eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Really? Then I'll gladly accept. Delicious snacks? Really? The moment Beerus heard that, even his ears perked up. Luya spread his hands. No choice. I'm only making it for Mr. Whis. As a little reward for him. Beerus was getting irritated. This brat was really that stubborn? Luya had Bulma send someone to buy flour and chili peppers, then started making it. As for making snacks, it wasn't like Luya didn't know how. Back in his original world, he had watched plenty of short videos and even picked up a few tricks himself. Very soon, Luya came back carrying a plate of the finished product. Before he even arrived, The fragrance was already spreading everywhere, and even the Pilaf gang followed the smell over. It smells so good. There's even a bit of spiciness in the aroma. What is this? Shu sniffed with his dog nose, and his eyes instantly lit up. What is this smell? Beerus and Whis were also shocked. Beerus stared at the stuff on Luya's plate and secretly swallowed. Curious. What are these stick-like things? Luya said proudly, this is a new snack I invented. A one-of-a-kind recipe in the whole world. I call it Eugene, commonly known as Lechiao. Lechiao? Beerus and Whis both leaned in closer. That's right. Give it a try. It's not the factory-made kind, so what I made myself is a little different, but it still tastes pretty good. Luya said with a smile. Lord Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance. Then each cautiously picked one up, put it into their mouths, and started chewing. What? Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened. This texture, soft yet chewy. It's not like ice cream that melts the instant it enters your mouth. But the more you chew, the better it feels. And this rich, spicy fragrance. That tingling numbness like fire burning in your mouth. It tastes incredible. Whis also closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Well, my stuff's pretty good, right? Luya said proudly. Not bad. Kid, your cooking's impressive. Make this for me often from now on, Beerus quickly said. And my training. Luya tempted him. Ho, leave it to me. From here on out you'll train with me, Whis said in satisfaction. With good food involved, he was more than happy to do some work. Luya smiled faintly. Got it. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of persuading an angel or god of destruction to help the host train. Rewards will now be issued. Beep. Reward. Host's battle power increased by 2 billion points. Beep. Reward. Host obtains 1 use of angel power. Host may rely on angel power to perform things an angel can do. Beep. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 use of a god of destruction's destruction sphere. Host may launch 1 destruction sphere. Its power is comparable to that of a god of destruction. Hearing that, Luya's heart shook. Damn, this was freaking amazing. Right after Goku and the others left earlier, Luya had triggered a system mission. Otherwise, how could he possibly have taken the initiative to ask Beerus for a spar? That was impossible. Lechiao YYDS, Future World. Rumble. Above a certain stretch of ruins, a white light lit up, and right after that, a time machine appeared directly in the area. The time machine slowly landed, and Goku's group of 3 jumped out from inside. Trunks, put the time machine away. Vegeta called out. Trunks nodded. Yes. Unbelievable. So this is the future world? How could it be like this? Goku walked forward a few steps, looking at everything in sight, deeply shaken, because everywhere he could see, not a single place was intact. The entire city was nothing but ruins. The entire world had fallen into darkness, dead and lifeless. That's right. This is the world we live in, and the one responsible for all of it is Goku Black. Trunks clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of hatred. Vegeta swept his gaze across the surroundings, his face serious. By the way, are there really still people left on Earth? Goku asked curiously. There are. They're just all hiding, and they haven't let Goku Black find them. The reason Goku Black stays here is because he enjoys killing Earthlings. He kills everyone he sees. He is practically a harvester of human lives. That guy might destroy all of humanity, Trunks said gravely. Humph. In that case, let us deal with him. Vegeta let out a cold snort, then looked at Goku. Kakarot, remember this. I'm going first when he shows up. Fine, we'll do it your way, alright? Goku said helplessly. But right now, we have no way to find Goku Black. Still, that guy should be nearby, Trunks said slowly. Humph. SNT that simple? Since he craves killing, then we'll just lure him over. Vegeta sneered, then fired an energy blast into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the entire sky was lit up. For a moment, every living creature in the surrounding area was alarmed. Oh, Goku Black, who was several miles away, suddenly turned to look at the light in the sky. Then he reacted and revealed a wicked smile. So you've finally come? Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Haha, this time, I'll give you a proper welcome. After saying that, Goku Black shot straight into the sky and sped toward Vegeta and the others. On the other side, Trunks and the others also sensed that powerful ki in an instant. Yes, here. Goku and the others' expressions immediately turned serious. Almost the moment he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared above them. It was Goku Black. Hehehe, what rare guests. I didn't expect you to actually come back. Goku Black looked at Goku and the others and bared a grin. Yeah, because we came here to beat you, so here we are. Goku looked at Goku Black and smiled. Is that so? Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Foolish humans not knowing whether to live or die, actually daring to come looking for trouble with a god. You're simply courting death. Goku Black mocked. You said god? Are you a god? Goku looked at Goku Black, and his gaze instantly grew serious. Humph, you don't need to know that. Right now, you lot can make perfect toys for me. Goku Black let out a sinister laugh. Shut up, you fake. I'll take you on first. Vegeta suddenly stepped forward. Right after that, he erupted with ki, instantly raising his aura to the limit and transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Heh, what a beautiful color. Looks like you were still hiding something. Strangely, when Goku Black saw Vegeta transform into blue, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Something's wrong. Goku's expression turned serious at once. What is it? Trunks asked in confusion. Goku stared at Goku Black with a grave look. The power in his body has already reached an extremely terrifying level. And if he can face Super Saiyan Blue without fear, then he must still have something up his sleeve too. Cold sweat slid down Trunks' face. He instantly thought of something bad and looked toward the battlefield with worry. Vegeta slowly floated up, looking at Goku Black with a cold sneer. That smug face of yours makes people want to beat the hell out of you. I'll use my Super Saiyan Blue to show you what true power really is. Heh. Goku Black suddenly laughed, then said, Oh my, Super Saiyan Blue? Your naming sense really isn't all that great. In that case. Goku Black gave a strange smile, then suddenly exploded with ki as well. A black radiance wrapped around his whole body. Right after that, Goku Black suddenly let out a roar, and in the next moment, a terrifying power burst forth. So terrifying that even Goku and the others changed expression. In an instant, wild winds howled all around under Goku Black's influence. Amid a bizarre transformation, Goku Black's ki turned a peach-pink color, and his appearance had already become exactly the same as Goku when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Except Goku Black's hair was pink. He transformed. How is that possible? Vegeta looked at Goku Black's transformation with undisguised shock, completely stunned. How can just a transformation make him this much stronger? You've got to be kidding me? This was also Trunks' first time seeing Goku Black transform, and he was completely dumbfounded. The current me has already mastered this body's power to its peak. Son Goku, you should feel honored that because of me, you were lucky enough to witness this body at its absolute pinnacle. Ha. Goku Black ignored Vegeta and looked at Goku instead. Goku's expression grew even more serious. How the hell did you train yourself to this level? Then Goku suddenly realized something. I get it. Because of our last fight, your strength increased again, right? Correct. Pain will make me stronger. The current me possesses the noblest form in the world. Trash mortals like you could never reach my level. Goku Black laughed loudly. Then he glanced at the light around his body and smiled. Oh right, going by your Saiyan naming tastes, I'll call this form Super Saiyan Rose. Super Saiyan Rose. Shut up. Your opponent is right here. I'm not letting you lose focus. Vegeta felt humiliated now. This bastard actually wasn't taking him seriously at all. Damn it. Heh. Vegeta, no matter what form you take now, it's already useless. Still, you can serve as the foreplay. Once I deal with you, it'll be time for the main event. Goku Black sneered. TCH. You loudmouthed bastard. Vegeta shouted coldly. In the next moment, he roared in fury and charged straight at Goku Black. Goku Black. Fall beneath my fist. That ferocious punch gathered Vegeta's full serious power as it blasted toward his opponent. And its speed had reached the absolute limit. But Goku Black was even faster. As if his body moved on instinct without even needing to think, he casually shifted to the side, and with just that tiny movement, he perfectly dodged Vegeta's punch. A mere mortal dares defile a god? I sentence you to death. Goku Black's eyes were full of disdain. With a mocking smile, he directly closed in and threw a punch at Vegeta. Goku Black had originally thought he could easily finish Vegeta off, but he had clearly underestimated Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta's other hand shot up from his side and directly caught Goku Black's fist. What? Goku Black was a little surprised by Vegeta's reaction. Don't think I'm cockroach. Vegeta roared angrily. Then he suddenly exploded with ki, and a terrifying aura burst out, instantly wrapping around his whole body. In the next second, he slammed a punch into Goku Black's stomach, making the latter's whole body tremble. Vegeta launched into a wild barrage against Goku Black, instantly suppressing him and forcing him back step by step. Ha! With one heavy punch, Vegeta directly sent Goku Black crashing down. Then Vegeta drew both hands to his waist and violently fired an energy wave. Gallic gun. Boom boom boom. Under that massive explosion, even Goku and Trunks had to move away from the battlefield. Unlike Goku, Vegeta liked to completely crush his opponent the moment he entered the fight, not giving them the slightest chance to react. Vegeta stared into the thick smoke, his eyes astonishingly calm. Suddenly, Vegeta's pupils shrank. How is that possible? What? Goku and Trunks both looked toward the battlefield in shock. As the smoke cleared, a figure was revealed. It was Goku Black. At this moment, Goku Black still had a smile on his face, and there wasn't the slightest injury on his body. Vegeta, is this your power? Sure enough, you really had no right to even be on the stage, Goku Black sneered, his eyes full of mockery. What? Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, truly enraged now. But he really had been serious just now. That had basically been a near full-power Gallic gun, yet the other side was completely fine. He found that very hard to accept. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goku Black slowly rose into the air, pink light appearing around his body once more. It was worth mentioning that although Goku Black's appearance only looked like Goku's Super Saiyan transformation, his ki was on the level of Super Saiyan Blue. That was because he not only possessed Son Goku's body, but also held the power of a god. That was why he could reach this level. Goku and Vegeta could use godly power to reach Super Saiyan Blue, and Goku Black, by the same principle, had directly reached Rose. However, the gap between them was obvious at a glance. Pain will make me even stronger. So your attacks are nothing more than a wedding dress for my growth. Goku Black looked at Vegeta mockingly, as if he were looking at an ant. Impossible. Vegeta's expression completely broke. He roared and instantly raised his power to the very peak. Whoosh! In the next instant, Vegeta rushed right in front of Goku Black and directly punched toward his forehead. But unlike before, Vegeta's all-out punch was effortlessly caught just like that. Impossible! Vegeta cried out. Heh, there's nothing impossible about it. My power is supreme. You are far, far beneath me, Goku Black said disdainfully. Vegeta let out a furious roar, directly shaking off Goku Black's restraint. At the same time, he launched continuous attacks at him, but Goku Black dodged them with complete ease. Whoosh! Vegeta's punch missed, and Goku Black had already moved beneath his arm. Vegeta immediately felt that something was wrong. I was careless. Suddenly, Goku Black formed his hand into a blade, and in an instant, a peach-pink ki sword condensed in his hand and thrust straight out. Poochie! Ugga! Vegeta instantly let out a miserable scream. Vegeta! Dad! Goku and Trunks' expressions changed drastically at once, because at this moment, Vegeta's body had already been pierced through by Goku Black's ki sword. How is that possible? Vegeta's mouth fell open, his eyes full of disbelief, as he reached out, trying to grab Goku Black. The latter gave a mocking smile, then drew his ki blade. Poochie! Cough! Ugh! Vegeta cried out in pain. A huge mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and he could no longer maintain Super Saiyan Blue. He instantly reverted to normal and fell. Bang! He slammed hard into the ground. Vegeta's body trembled, but he couldn't move at all. How could this be? Dad! Trunks hurriedly rushed over. Goku also quickly followed. How is that possible? Even Vegeta, after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, was defeated. Just how did you train? Goku stood in front of the two of them and stared at Goku Black with a grave expression. Hehehe. You're not qualified to speak to me in that tone. Well then, now that I've dealt with Vegeta, this appetizer. It's your turn now, Son Goku. As long as I kill the two of you, then in this entire world, there won't be a single person left who can stand against me. Ha ha ha. Goku Black said arrogantly. He had originally thought Vegeta might give him a bit of a surprise, but to his disappointment, the guy had been this weak. Or was it because of some inexplicable confidence? Did he think he could handle his Rose? Ridiculous. Foreplay? It would be more fitting to call it an appetizer. Trunks, take Vegeta somewhere safe. Goku stared fixedly at Goku Black and spoke to Trunks behind him. Uncle Goku. Trunks hesitated a little. Even his dad's Super Saiyan Blue had already lost. He wanted to join forces with Uncle Goku, but in the end, he still didn't argue and nodded. I understand. Be careful. After saying that, he took Vegeta away from the battlefield. Goku glanced at Vegeta, then suddenly looked annoyed. Crap, I forgot to bring the senzu beans. He remembered that before leaving, Bulma had told him to bring senzu beans, but because of his carelessness, he hadn't brought them after all. This was bad. Without Vegeta's help, there was no way he could beat Goku Black by himself. Goku knew his own limits. He knew his strength was pretty good, but he still wasn't a match for Goku Black. But there was no other choice now. Now I'll fight you. Goku looked at Goku Black, then suddenly unleashed his aura and directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Uncle Goku. He's going all out right from the start. On the other side, Trunks saw that scene as well. With his understanding of Goku deepening, he had thought Goku still wouldn't use his full strength the moment he made a move, but now it was different. Still, when he thought of his father's outcome, Trunks' expression turned grave. Goku Black was getting stronger and stronger. Ha 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 ha.
Son Goku.
You don't seriously think that a form like this can challenge me, do you? Goku Black looked at Goku and mocked him mercilessly. Goku took his stance. Who knows? Here I come. Bang! The next moment, Goku charged at Goku Black and threw a punch. Goku Black only let out a cold laugh and directly caught Goku's fist. Then he swung back with a punch of his own, but Goku also blocked the attack. The two looked each other in the eye, then instantly broke into battle. Unlike Vegeta, this time Goku and Goku Black's fight was actually evenly matched. Bang! 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 Somewhere above the sea, wave after wave of powerful surges rose up, reaching dozens of meters high. Within the spray, a figure kept darting back and forth, and from the direction he faced, a red streak shot straight at him. At first glance, it was actually a person. Ha! Luoya, transformed into a Super Saiyan god, continuously attacked Whis, while the latter calmly dodged without the slightest panic, making it impossible for Luoya to land a hit. Da. At this moment, Luoya had already used his full power. Whether it was time skip or instant transmission, he still couldn't hit Whis. Whis was like a nimble fish, always able to predict Luoya's movements. Even with Luoya using his strongest talents on himself, there was still nothing he could do, because the moment he had just gotten used to Whis's dodging pattern, Whis changed his trajectory again, making it impossible for him to catch his speed at all. Whoosh! Whis dodged Luoya's punch, and his body rose into the sky. Luoya looked up and vanished from where he stood in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, the space around Whis was directly locked down by a time prison. Time skip. The current Luoya had already pushed his time skip to 0.7 seconds. Ha! Luoya appeared from nowhere and attacked Whis directly. The latter smiled faintly. He was not affected by Luoya's time skip at all. For an angel, using time control against him was the dumbest possible method. His mastery over time was countless times greater than hits, and Luoya's current time skip could be said to still fall short of hits. Whis easily blocked Luoya's attack, looking completely relaxed. A drop of cold sweat slid down Luoya's face. Too strong. He realized that even though he had improved a lot through all his training and could even be called ridiculously strong, when facing an angel, he still had basically no power to resist. The other side wasn't even serious yet, and he was already going all out. The damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was overwhelming. Stop. Let's stop for now, Whis suddenly said. Luoya froze for a moment and subconsciously stopped. What's wrong? Whis didn't hold back and began to comment. Although you can transform into a Super Saiyan god now, you still can't properly make use of the divine power contained within it.
Luoya frowned.
Divine power? Whis nodded. A Super Saiyan god is, in itself, already a god. It's just becoming a god while still possessing a mortal body. But after transforming into a Super Saiyan god, you can indeed be called a god. However, it also has one fatal flaw, that is, you still retain the combat awareness you had as a mortal. Not just you, Goku is the same. When you fight, you're always used to thinking before deciding on your next action. As a result, your attacks become very slow. Although in some people's eyes that's already quite fast. When you face a true master, you simply can't defeat them. Luoya fell slightly silent. He knew Whis was talking about Ultra Instinct, but in his current state, there was no way he could reach that level, because when fighting an opponent, he had no choice but to think. That was only natural. Everyone did that. Even Goku and the others were the same. If there were no thought involved, then throwing punches without hesitation would just be blindly flailing around. How could it be as simple as Whis made it sound? But it can be said that your talent is still much better than Goku's. However, compared to him, your shortcoming is that in battle, you think even more than he does, Whis said seriously.
Luoya smiled awkwardly.
He really did think a lot. The reason Goku didn't think so much was because in his eyes, there was only his opponent. Luoya was different. After all, he wasn't someone like Goku who had trained since childhood. Most of his achievements had been given by the system, so for him to calm down and think deeply was actually very difficult. He only knew that he possessed great power, but his control over that power was nowhere near Goku and the others, who had practically integrated it into every single cell of their bodies, fighting as naturally as breathing. Even though he knew the fundamentals of Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct, he still couldn't successfully transform, and this was the reason. Simply put, his control over his power still wasn't skilled enough. And also, although you've transformed into a Super Saiyan god, you still haven't made perfect use of it. So you still need to work harder if you want to reach a new height, Whis said with a slight smile. Luoya bowed to him, then said, "Then I'll be counting on you, Mr. Whis." Well, Whis hesitated a little. Seeing that, Luoya immediately understood and hurriedly said, "You'll have an unlimited supply of spicy strips." Whis let out a ho-ho laugh. "Then I won't be polite."
Luoya sighed inwardly.
He had thought that having a system already made him incredibly awesome, but only after fighting Whis did he realize that he knew absolutely nothing about power. Don't get cocky. Gotta develop in a sneaky, low-key way. Future. Boom. A tall building suddenly exploded, then collapsed outright. On a high spot opposite it, Goku Black and Rose slowly descended and stood there, looking at the rubble with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth.
Impossible.
Even Uncle Goku. Trunks stared at the battle in shock. He realized that Goku Black's power was actually suppressing Goku in Super Saiyan Blue. Damn it. Vegeta forced one eye open and stared fixedly at Goku Black. Dad. Trunks hurriedly tried to calm Vegeta down. That idiot Kakarot actually didn't bring any senzu beans. Moron. Vegeta said with difficulty. After being stabbed by Goku Black, he had completely lost his ability to fight. He couldn't even stand up, and immediately started blaming Goku again. Boom! At that moment, the rubble exploded apart, and then Goku, wrapped in blue light, walked out. Goku looked at Goku Black, his expression turning serious. So strong. Goku Black looked at Goku and bared a grin. Give up struggling. Now that I possess this body, I've already reached a realm you can never attain. I am already invincible. Ha ha ha. Invincible? Heh. I've trained for so long and don't even dare say I'm invincible. The way you brag like that is really annoying. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Humph. Ignorant mortal. How could you possibly understand the greatness of a god? You merely happen to gain your current power by tainting yourself with a little divine power. Science? They're nothing but savage lower life forms. You monkeys who haven't even fully evolved should be died long ago. Deep disgust showed in Goku Black's eyes. He hated humans. He hated lowly creatures that only knew how to start wars. He hated those weak mortals who dared profane the gods. To him, all such life should be eradicated. Goku took up a fighting stance and smiled. Then let us see if you've got what it takes. I'm not the type to give up easily. Bastard. You Saiyan. D. Goku Black shouted coldly. The aura around his body suddenly condensed into his hand, directly forming an energy blade as he charged at Goku. Boom! Accompanied by wave after wave of pained cries, a figure smashed through several ruined buildings. Uncle Goku. Seeing Goku being suppressed, Trunks immediately grew worried. He had originally thought Goku and Goku Black were evenly matched, but to his surprise, the other side was far stronger than Uncle Goku by more than just a little, and the most terrifying part was that the enemy could still grow stronger during battle. As if there were no limit at all. Lowly lifeforms. No matter how you use the power of the gods, you're still just mortals in the end. How could you ever stand shoulder to shoulder with a true god? Goku Black floated in the air and said disdainfully. Ah! Suddenly, a huge commotion rang out. Then Goku charged over again, launching attack after attack at Goku Black. Goku Black dodged with ease and spoke at the same time. Still not giving up? Fine. Toying with barbaric science like you is exactly what I want. Da 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 da. The two fought from the ground into the sky. Everywhere around them became their battlefield, and the powerful aftershocks directly shattered the surrounding buildings. Goku's power has gotten stronger too. Has he caught up to Goku Black? Trunks suddenly said in delight. No. Not at all, Vegeta suddenly said. Dad. Trunks quickly turned toward Vegeta. Vegeta was still lying on the ground. He tried hard to widen his eyes and see the battle clearly. Kakarot can't win. How is that possible? Trunks said in disbelief. Yua. Right then, Goku's two fists were suddenly both caught. Seizing the chance, Goku Black drove a knee up into him, hitting Goku so hard he almost threw up last night's dinner. Heh. Super Saiyan Blue, is that all? Goku Black laughed loudly. Bastard! Goku got angry and directly flared his aura, instantly breaking free from Goku Black's restraint, then threw a punch at him. Buh! Goku Black raised a hand to block, while lowering his body at the same time and throwing a punch in one smooth motion. It slammed directly into Goku's stomach. Goku let out another cry of pain, and Goku Black didn't stop there. A knife hand strike sent Goku crashing down to the ground. Bang! The ground was blasted open into a huge crater. Goku gritted his teeth and looked at Goku Black with difficulty. So strong. He realized that the enemy was truly getting stronger and stronger, growing rapidly in battle. That kind of talent was simply too terrifying. Goku Black landed gracefully on a high place and looked at Son Goku, a mocking curve appearing on his lips. See? No matter how hard you try, you can never be my opponent. Goku wanted to stand up, but pain quickly forced him back down into a seated slump. The heavy blows the enemy had dealt him were extremely fierce, not even weaker than Hit's. No, this Goku Black in front of him was even stronger than Hit. Alright, that's the end of the main course. It's time for you to disappear, Son Goku. Goku Black gave a savage grin and slowly raised his hand. Then a green energy sphere gradually condensed, and within that energy ball was pitch-black destructive power, giving it an overwhelming visual impact. And no. Impossible. How can I lose here? Goku struggled to stand up, but the intense pain made it hard for him to gather his ki. Uncle Goku. Trunks anxiously got to his feet, preparing to help. Damn it. Vegeta's face was extremely ugly and pale. He desperately wanted to stand up and fight, but the truth was that even standing up was unbelievably difficult. Damn it. He'd just shown up and already got nerfed. Even his dignity as the eternal second place, no, the century-long third place, had been trampled on. Goku Black had gathered his momentum and was preparing to wipe out Goku and the others in one strike. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The sky above Goku Black suddenly split open, and at the same time a voice rang out. Don't go too far. I won't allow you to do that. Who is it? Goku and the others' expressions changed as they all looked up. Goku Black glanced upward, then withdrew his gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. A figure slowly descended from the crack in the sky, noble and elegant in bearing. How is that possible? Goku looked at the newcomer, unable to hide his shock. Zamasu! What? Zamasu? Both Trunks and Vegeta were stunned. They had never expected that the person who suddenly appeared would be Zamasu. The one who had appeared was none other than Zamasu, the Supreme Kai apprentice of Universe 10. With green skin and a pot-era earring on each ear, he slowly descended to Goku Black's side and calmly looked at Goku and the others. Yo, you came. Goku Black's expression didn't change. If anything, there was even a bit more of a smile on his face. Zamasu glanced at Goku Black, then said, if I hadn't come, were you going to kill them? Goku Black spread his hands. Who knows? Zamasu said coldly, I already said it. Son Goku must be dealt with by my own hand. Fine, got it. Do as you like. Goku Black shrugged helplessly. Zamasu, why are you here? You really are in the same group as Goku Black. Goku stared fixedly at Zamasu. This guy who had suddenly appeared in front of him was Zamasu. He had fought him before. Back then, in order to test the other party, he had deliberately exchanged blows with him. At the time, he had not believed that Goku Black was Zamasu. Now it seemed that Zamasu and Goku Black were not the same person. But back then, Zamasu really had been on Goku Black's side. Son Goku, we meet again. Zamasu looked at Son Goku meaningfully, but in his eyes was the contempt of a god looking down from above, along with a trace of hatred. Son Goku stood up, then looked at Zamasu. Can you give me an explanation? Zamasu grinned. The explanation is that I want to wipe out every last one of you here. And of course, all of humanity as well. What the hell? That look on your face is seriously disgusting, Goku said coldly. Ha ha ha. Lowly mortals, what right do you have to judge a god? Son Goku, I have to say, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have reached this point. It was because of you that my goal was able to be carried out. Humanity Zero plan has now reached its final stage. Zamasu burst into laughter. In truth, he really should thank Son Goku. Because of Son Goku, he came to realize that human power could become this strong. And then he could borrow that very power to exterminate humanity. There was no doubt that this was immensely satisfying. Ever since he accidentally watched the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 and witnessed Son Goku's power, Zamasu had set his sights on him, and on the Super Dragon Balls as well. So he went to Zuno and asked about the Super Dragon Balls and Son Goku, then found the Super Dragon Balls and created a super warrior like Goku Black. From that moment on, he killed every god who posed a threat to him. Even his own master, the Supreme Kai, was personally cut down by his own hand. And so, the plan to destroy humanity officially began. On the other side, in the real world, boom! Above a stretch of sea, a huge spray of water erupted, followed by a hemispherical surge splitting through the waves with overwhelming momentum. Above the waves, a figure was hovering, red light glowing all around him. It was Luya. Opposite him, Beerus was watching him, his expression calm and composed. Luya was breathing lightly, but he made no extra movements. Instead, at that moment he slowly closed his eyes. With Whis' guidance and Beerus' training, Luya had now fully mastered the power of Super Saiyan God. Relying on his strongest talent, his improvement had undoubtedly been advancing by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he was already showing signs of transformation. Oh, Beerus suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. Ordinary people might not be able to sense it, but as a god of destruction, he was extremely familiar with divine power. He could feel that Luya was evolving in a certain direction right now. Interesting. A talent like this actually exists. Yes, even more interesting than Goku. Beerus smiled. Ha! Suddenly, Luya snapped his eyes open and directly unleashed an incomparably blazing and pure power. In an instant, everything within more than 10 meters around him was wrapped in brilliant crimson flames. And that power was still expanding. At the same time, Luya's hairstyle also began to change, becoming just like when transforming into a Super Saiyan. As everyone knew, when transforming into a Super Saiyan, aside from Vegeta, everyone's hairstyle would change. But when transforming into a Super Saiyan God, the hairstyle was basically no different from the original. Yet now, Luya's appearance had become that of a Super Saiyan transformation. Although his hair was relatively short, about the same as Trunks', it was still extremely obvious. Rumble. In that instant, Luya's aura finally climbed to its peak. Then it stabilized. Of course, this shocking power could only be perceived by Beerus, because Luya was still in Super Saiyan God form. A new form? Beerus' pupils contracted. At this moment, he realized that Luya's power was not the slightest bit weaker than Super Saiyan Blue. It was even beyond it, and naturally, it was also more outstanding than when Goku first transformed into Super Saiyan God. The first time Goku used Super Saiyan God was when Beerus had first come to Earth. At that time, Super Saiyan God had gathered the power of 6 Saiyans and could be said to be at its peak stage. It was unlike Goku now, who could only transform by controlling and using the residual divine power himself. So the Super Saiyan God back then had been enough to make Beerus take things somewhat seriously. And now, Luya's transformed state gave him the same feeling he had gotten from Goku back then. Interesting. It seems these Saiyans really are unbelievable. Step by step, they keep breaking through their own limits, making it impossible to predict where those limits even are. Beerus said with emotion. Luya clenched his fists, somewhat excited, because he could feel that he had already risen several levels stronger. His body had become extremely sharp in sensing outside stimuli, yet he could also control himself to capture even the faintest traces of ki with incredible precision. One step further beyond Super Saiyan God, but not Super Saiyan Blue. Then I'll call it Super Saiyan Red. The corners of Luya's mouth lifted slightly. He had broken through. Luya was very pleasantly surprised because this time, he had broken through without relying on the system. Super Saiyan Red, in theory, was still Super Saiyan God. It was just that Luya had cultivated this divine power to an extreme and broken through himself at a certain boundary. Of course, this was also thanks to Whis' guidance, which was what allowed him to reach this level. Goku and the others have Super Saiyan Blue, and I have Super Saiyan Red. I wonder which one is stronger. But one thing is certain. My power should be no weaker than Super Saiyan Blue, Luya said with a faint smile. Super Saiyan Blue mainly relied on the power of Goku and the others themselves, while his Red was different. Red depended more on the power of a god. Two completely different powers, yet they arrived at similar results through different paths. It seems you succeeded. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Luya. Luya nodded and smiled. I originally wanted to break through to Super Saiyan Blue, but instead I unexpectedly gained this form. That really caught me off guard. Damn, he had almost let it slip. What he had originally wanted to say was that he was trying to break through to Ultra Instinct, but if he said that now, it would just make Beerus suspicious again. Ultra Instinct. At first, after receiving Whis' guidance, Luya had actually been developing in the direction of Ultra Instinct. Because Whis had said that in battle, your movements had to be faster than your thoughts. That was the ultimate state. But generally speaking, martial artists like them thought first and then acted, so their speed would naturally be much slower. The reason some experts could reach such astonishing speeds was because, aside from their experience and strength truly being powerful enough, their thinking speed had gradually caught up to their movements. While thinking at the same time, they could still move one step faster than others. That was their advantage. And Luya had thought the same way, and he had done exactly that. So after fighting against Whis and Beerus, although he had taken plenty of brutal beatings, he had gradually been able to make his thoughts keep up. The speed of his attacks had also become much faster. But he was still very far from true Ultra Instinct, and he wasn't in a hurry either. Being able to break through into this new form was already extremely good. Every aspect of him had improved far too much. Luya withdrew his aura and returned to normal, only to discover in surprise that his stamina had hardly been consumed at all. After all, this was his first transformation. Whether it was Super Saiyan Blue or a powerful form like Golden Frieza, they would all have trouble enduring that kind of power and would consume huge amounts of stamina. But he wouldn't. That was probably the defining trait of his new form. He just didn't know whether he could still transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Of course, if Blue was stronger than Red, then he would still pursue it. But if the Red state was more advantageous than Blue, then he would continue pursuing Ultra Instinct. Luya was going to create a brand new Saiyan form. Alright, now that you've already broken through, doesn't that mean you can make another 2 plates of spicy strips to reward me? Beerus suddenly said. He also wanted to see the power of Luya's new form, but filling his stomach came first. Luya nodded. Okay. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for helping me break through. There'll be plenty of spicy strips. Only then was Beerus satisfied. Just as the two were about to head back, Whis suddenly appeared in the area. Along with him was the Supreme Kai, the young one. The Supreme Kai gave Beerus a slight bow. Lord Beerus, there are new leads regarding Zamasu, Whis suddenly said to Beerus. Beerus was stunned for a moment, then his eyes narrowed slightly. So there really is something fishy going on. Whis nodded, then looked at Luya. Looks like you've gained a lot. Luya smiled and nodded. That's true. Whis congratulated him. Then congratulations. But the amount of spicy strips had better be plenty too. Luya. Other than food, what else could these two even do? Still, Luya agreed that there would be plenty of spicy strips, and in different varieties too. Only then were the god and angel satisfied. So that means Zamasu really is connected to Black Goku, the mastermind of the future? After hearing Whis out, Beerus immediately fell into thought. Yes, so Lord Beerus, should we go deal with it now? Whis asked. Beerus hesitated. Luya wasn't surprised. He glanced at the Supreme Kai. The reason he had come here was because of Zuno. It was said that Zamasu had found Zuno and asked about Goku as well as the Super Dragon Balls, so he came to inform Whis, which led to the current scene. After thinking it over, Beerus nodded. Then let's go there again. If we can confirm that he's really the one behind it, then destroy him. Wouldn't destroying him rashly offend the god of destruction of Universe 10? Luya suddenly asked. Beerus said flatly, Humph, his hand has already reached into my Universe 7. So what if I offend him? Dominating. Luya gave Beerus a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of Beerus. So damn badass. In that case, Luya, come with us as well. It'll broaden your horizons a bit. Beerus said haughtily. Actually, he wanted to show off. He wanted Luya to see whether there was any god in Universe 10 who dared to stop him. And since Universe 10 was one of the more advanced universes in terms of civilization among the 12 universes, there was no way it would allow this kind of scum to exist, especially not a god. So if the Omni King found out, it wouldn't be as simple as merely replacing a god of destruction. That was why Beerus had sufficient reason to kill Zamasu. Of course, at the moment, Beerus still wasn't completely sure that Zamasu really had a problem. Luya nodded. I'll go with you, Whis. Beerus called out. Yes. Whis understood. Then took Luya and the others away from Earth. Future. Zamasu landed in front of Goku, then coldly said, Son Goku, your life should be ended by my own hands, to repay the humiliation you gave me. Goku laughed loudly. Then give it a try. Zamasu gave a bloodthirsty smile. In the next moment, he lunged out and rushed right in front of Goku, launching a fierce barrage of punches. His speed was extremely fast. After blocking several strikes, disbelief appeared in Goku's eyes. What's going on? This power. Why is the difference so huge? He was shocked inside. Back when he fought Zamasu, he had defeated him while only using regular Super Saiyan. But now he was actually feeling strained. Zamasu's power had increased this much. After defending for a while, Goku stopped staying passive and directly began to counterattack. Da-da-da. Under the intense exchange of punches, Goku gradually suppressed Zamasu. It was worth mentioning that Zamasu's power was still a bit below Black Goku's. However, that situation didn't last long, because Black Goku suddenly swept down from the sky and directly appeared behind Goku with a single hook punch. Not good. Goku sensed the danger, but he couldn't dodge it. Bang! Ugh! Goku was sent flying on the spot, crashing through several ruined buildings at the same time. Uncle Goku! Trunks was startled, deeply worried. Trunks, go help, Vegeta ordered. Though he himself was getting weaker and weaker, Trunks gritted his teeth, then stopped hesitating. He immediately burst with energy, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and flew over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Goku and Zamasu pressed the advantage, not giving Goku any chance. Hey, we agreed I'd kill him personally. Zamasu was displeased by Black Goku interfering. Black Goku smiled faintly, full of sinister energy. I also hope you can kill him, but this body of mine isn't like yours. I can still become even stronger. TCH. Who told you to abandon your own body and choose a mere mortal's body? Zamasu said with some disgust. Heh, but this body really does please me. Such great power. Enough to surpass the gods. As he spoke, Black Goku directly hovered in place. Then with one hand fired an energy blast toward Goku. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and thick smoke billowed everywhere. Ha! From beneath the smoke came a furious roar. Then a powerful gust directly blasted the smoke away. A mighty blue aura raged wildly as Goku roared and powered up. Oh, still not giving up your struggle? Black Goku said with a mocking smile. Whoosh! Zamasu at his side had already charged out. Smack! Bang! Bang! Smack! The two fought hand-to-hand in place. While exchanging blows with Zamasu, Goku also had to keep watch against Black Goku. But splitting his focus in two meant he couldn't concentrate at all. When he dodged Zamasu's Prince-style assault and rose into the air, an opening was exposed. In the next instant, Black Goku had already appeared above his head and directly brought down a heavy punch. Ugh! Goku suffered a heavy blow and fell. Below, Zamasu suddenly condensed a Keyblade, preparing to kill Goku right then and there. Whoosh! Suddenly, Trunks appeared in front of Zamasu, without any warning. What? Both Zamasu and Black Goku were shocked. Trunks didn't hesitate. He directly fired a rising rush upward. In an instant, Zamasu was blasted flying far away, ultimately smashing into the ruins. Goku also took the chance to land. Thanks, Trunks. Uncle Goku, I'm joining the fight too, Trunks said firmly. Goku gave a carefree laugh. These opponents are anything but simple. Yeah, I've already prepared myself to die, Trunks said in a deep voice. Alright then. Goku looked at his opponents, his expression extremely grave. When he fought Zamasu, Black Goku was always able to accurately attack him from his blind spots, so there was no way for him to dodge. Hehehe, it's just one more clown. You two have gotten confident. Huh? Black Goku slowly descended above Goku and Trunks, looking down at them. Boom! On the other side, Zamasu's figure directly charged over. His face was full of fury. You lowly humans. You actually dared to injure a god. Your crimes deserve death. He had actually been injured by a low-level life form. Other than Son Goku, this was the second time. That only means you're incompetent. Trunks sneered, then rushed at Zamasu. Come on, Zamasu. I'm your opponent. TCH. Seeking death. Zamasu snorted coldly, then went up to meet him. Goku didn't stay idle either. He suddenly burst with energy, instantly pushing Super Saiyan Blue to the limit. Come on. Black Goku. Let's continue our fight. Heh, why are you still struggling? It's truly too foolish. Zamasu bared his teeth in a grin, and at once peach-pink light condensed into his palm, forming a keyblade. Goku's eyes narrowed. That thing was incredibly sharp. It had easily pierced Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's defense, so it absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Come on. I'll send you all straight to hell. Ha ha ha. As soon as Goku Black finished speaking, he instantly teleported in front of Goku and slashed at him with his blade. Goku hurriedly dodged. He didn't dare clash head-on with that sword at all and could only keep evading. But the other side was simply too fast. Before long, several bloody cuts had appeared on Goku's body. Boom! 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 In the silent, lifeless abandoned city, explosions rang out one after another. Like the final sounds of deathly stillness, the entire world was shrouded in endless darkness, with a night that seemed to stretch on forever, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world. Quick! 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 Below a ruined building, a group of armed people carefully moved through the area. Their goal was to head toward the center of the battle. At the front was a black-haired girl with her hair flowing behind her. Her face was smeared with a bit of dust, yet it still couldn't hide her beauty. If anything, it added a touch of heroic spirit. This girl was Mai, and she wasn't dead. She had survived Goku Black's slaughter. Not only that, these self-defense forces were all made up of ordinary people who had survived. They had formed a team specifically to fight against Goku Black and had been battling him for many years. And Mai was their captain, of course. With the power of mere mortals like them, even possessing modern firearms didn't help much. Goku Black had killed many of their companions, and their numbers had shrunk year after year. Captain, are we really going to fight the Dark Man? There are only a few of us left. A burly man suddenly spoke. I said, we have no other way out now. Trunks isn't here, so we have to buy time for him. If we don't stop the Dark Man before Trunks comes back, then everything here will be completely destroyed. As she spoke, the group had already drawn close to the battle. Strange, it looks like someone is fighting the Dark Man. A soldier holding binoculars said, I thought it was just the Dark Man causing destruction again. Hearing that, Mai froze for a moment, then immediately snatched the binoculars and looked toward the battlefield. When she saw Trunks, she was instantly thrilled. It's Trunks. Really? The whole group became excited at once. Trunks was their guardian god. Over the years, no one knew how many people he had saved from the Dark Man's hands. All this time, it had always been Trunks fighting the Dark Man. When Mai saw that Trunks had returned, she was overjoyed. But very quickly, her expression turned serious again as she said, looks like he brought helpers with him, but they don't seem to be a match for the Dark Man. We'll wait for the right moment and coordinate with them. Got it. Everyone made their preparations. Da-da-da-da. On the battlefield, Trunks was fighting Zamasu with absolutely no restraint. At full power Super Saiyan 2, along with his unleashed potential, his strength was already approaching Super Saiyan 3, but Zamasu was clearly even stronger than him. In a brief opening when Trunks swung his sword, Zamasu struck him with a punch, then followed with a kick that sent him flying. Boom! Trunks crashed straight into a building, but in the very next second, he charged back out with a roar. His sword was filled with his energy as he slashed fiercely toward Zamasu. Clang! At some point, a blade of light had already appeared in Zamasu's hand, blocking Trunks' sword. Humph! Foolish Saiyan. You're just like Son Goku. Both of you are existences that deserve to die. In the future world, it was because of a pest like you that my Zero Mortals plan was obstructed, wasn't it? Zamasu looked at Trunks and spoke calmly. Zamasu, I will never let you destroy humanity. You devil. You should go to hell and be buried with all those people who died. Trunks gritted his teeth and glared at Zamasu, his eyes full of killing intent. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. I am a god. You're just a mere human, and you dare speak of slaying a god? Zamasu sneered, then added, sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me anymore. Before I came here, I destroyed the other world too. What? Trunks was shocked. It was that brief lapse that made Zamasu's eyes suddenly turn cold. He violently knocked Trunks' sword away, and at the same time, gathered an energy blast in his other hand and fired it directly into Trunks at point-blank range. Yuwa! Trunks was blasted away by the energy shot, and it exploded instantly. The surrounding buildings were reduced to ashes. Bang! Trunks, after being forced back by Goku Black. Goku noticed what had happened and shouted at once. Where are you looking? Goku Black dropped down from the sky at high speed and slammed Goku straight down. Yuwa! Boom! Goku crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater on impact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rose-colored light gathered around Goku Black's body. Then he brought both hands to his waist, and an astonishing power rapidly began to form. That was a Kamehameha. Goku stared at the scene in shock. He realized that the other party's power was still above his own. If he took this attack head-on, things would be bad. Goku struggled to rise, then with great effort began gathering his ki, preparing to counterattack. Humph! Son Goku, let me finish you off. It's a shame you can't keep making me stronger anymore. Goku Black let out an evil laugh, then suddenly unleashed a dark Kamehameha. Ha! Goku exploded with all his strength and thrust both hands forward to block the attack. But that power was unbelievably overwhelming, and in his current state, Goku could barely hold it back. You're still struggling?
Son Goku.
Goku Black laughed maniacally, then directly poured in even more power. Uaea! Goku's body kept being pushed backward. He was starting to lose his ability to resist. On the other side, when Zamasu saw what Goku Black was doing, he gave a cold snort. What a reckless fool. But whatever. It's all the same no matter who kills him. Boom! Suddenly, from within a pile of ruins, powerful aura erupted. Trunks stepped forward one step at a time toward Zamasu, while a brilliant golden light flashed around his body, with arcs of lightning crackling around him. TCH. All for show. Zamasu sneered. Their situation had already reached a dead end. The outcome was already painfully clear. Trunks glanced toward Goku's side, then clenched his teeth. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have run to Dada's world. This was something I should be born alone. These enemies were too terrifying, so terrifying that even he had lost the will to fight. There wasn't even a trace of hope. He had thought that if Goku and Vegeta came to help, they would be able to resolve this crisis. But he hadn't expected the enemy to exceed his expectations by this much. Even his revered father had been defeated, and Uncle Goku had fallen into mortal danger. I'm such a useless idiot. Trunks' body trembled as he hated himself more than ever. He couldn't even protect the people he cared about most. No, I refuse to be the version of myself that even I despise. This world still needs me to protect it. At that moment, a shocking aura gradually awakened from within Trunks, and strands of white steam began rising from his body. Humph! What are you muttering about? Zamasu's expression turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand and fired an energy blast at him. Sensing the danger, a savage look appeared in Trunks' eyes. In the next moment, he roared in fury. Final flash. Boom! Amid a burst of dazzling light came an ear-splitting explosion. Awa! Trunks shot straight through the smoke and had already rushed in front of Zamasu. What? Zamasu's face changed drastically, completely caught off guard. You bastard! Trunks charged right up to Zamasu, the power in his entire body rising without end. You! Zamasu's face darkened, and he immediately threw a punch straight at Trunks. Smack! But what was shocking was that Trunks directly caught Zamasu's fist firmly in his hand.
Impossible.
Zamasu was stunned. He hadn't expected that he actually couldn't overpower the other side. Bang! Trunks quickly threw a punch, smashing it hard into Zamasu's cheek. Zamasu cried out in pain and spat blood on the spot. He couldn't believe it. How could a mere mortal possibly hurt him?
Ha da 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 da.
Trunks didn't hold back at all. His power kept rising. That golden power crackling with lightning continued to expand, and the speed of his attacks grew faster and faster, catching Zamasu completely off guard. Zamasu wanted to fight back, but Trunks locked him down tightly. Bang! In the end, Trunks drove a knee upward and sent Zamasu flying. Burning attack. Trunks didn't hesitate. Right after that, he directly blasted it toward him. Boom!
A massive explosion érupted.
And the next moment, Zamasu's figure was swallowed by the blast. Trunks gasped for breath, his face a little pale. Then, thinking of something, he hurriedly looked over toward Goku, about to go help. And suddenly, Goku also exerted his strength at this moment. Kaioken. Ha! Goku let out a loud roar, and immediately, an astonishing power burst forth. The blue glow was wrapped in a layer of red aura. Ha! Goku unleashed another surge of power, instantly blowing Goku Black's force away. He crashed into the distance and exploded on impact. What? Goku Black's eyes narrowed as he looked at Goku's state with a more serious expression. Kaioken. He could feel that Son Goku's power had already increased several times over. Goku was also breathing heavily, while slowly steadying his breathing. Then he looked at Goku Black and smiled. I have to admit, you really are powerful. You've already managed to push me this far. Oh? Heh. What? Don't tell me you still have the courage to face me? In that half-dead state you're in right now? Goku Black mocked with a click of his tongue. Goku's figure slowly rose into the air. My greatest dream is to keep meeting opponents who can make me feel excited. So yeah, you're definitely a good fit. Opponent? Heh. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku, you've truly opened my eyes. But sorry, In my eyes, you're not qualified to be my opponent. You and all Saiyans are nothing more than stumbling blocks before me. I'll kick every last one of you aside. Then I'll destroy humanity. In the name of the gods. I will punish your disrespect toward divinity. Goku Black laughed madly, his voice full of mockery. Son Goku's face suddenly turned cold. As a god, you should be working for the good of the universe and eliminating threats that harm it. On that point, even Lord Beerus, a god of destruction, is countless times better than you. Shut up. You have no right to criticize a god. To the universe, you humans are the threat. Wars are all started by your kind. So the ultimate culprits behind the disappearance of civilizations are you humans. Goku Black's face darkened. You're really disgusting. Destroying humanity. If you ask me, that's what's truly harming the universe. So there's no way I'm letting you go. Goku suddenly flared with power, pushing the Kaioken to 10 times. His battle power exploded on the spot. Although Lord Beerus didn't have the best temper and might accidentally destroy a thing or two, when it was time to be normal, he was still normal. He would absolutely never be as insane as Goku Black and Zamasu. Thinking of this, Goku became a little worried. He didn't know what kind of stunt the Zamasu in his own world might pull. He didn't know whether the Zamasu fighting Trunks was the one from his world, but Goku felt it wasn't, because the gap between the two before and after was simply too great. Without thinking more, Goku lowered his stance. And then he suddenly charged at Goku Black. Goku Black had clearly sensed how powerful Goku was at this moment. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest, because the stronger Son Goku became, the stronger he would become as well. Bang! The two began fighting again. Their speed was astonishingly fast. Super Saiyan rose. Its power was nowhere near as simple as it looked on the surface. It had already far surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. On the other side, Trunks picked up his sword and suddenly sensed something. He immediately looked toward the ruins. The next second, boom! With a loud blast, broken stones flew everywhere. Zamasu's figure appeared directly in the field. There were many abrasions on his body, and his face had already twisted with rage. Bastard! How is this possible? You mortal! How could you possibly hurt me? Zamasu refused to believe it. He let out a savage roar, then directly rushed toward Trunks. TCH. Trunks snorted coldly, and the next moment, he gripped his sword, flared with power, and charged out. Slash, slash, slash. Zamasu condensed a key blade in his palm. After exchanging several rounds with Trunks, because his mind had been consumed by anger, his techniques had already become somewhat disordered, and Trunks seized that weakness to counterattack. You devil! You're not worthy of being a god. Trunks lowered his body, and the sword in his hand thrust straight out.
Impossible.
Zamasu was instantly horrified beyond measure. His mind turned cold, and he snapped awake at once, but it was already too late. Stab! Trunks' sword directly pierced through Zamasu's body. Zamasu's eyes widened, but there wasn't much panic in them, only fury. Trunks pulled out his sword, then quickly retreated to a safe distance. I won. Joy flashed across Trunks' face. He hadn't expected to defeat Zamasu so easily, and was a little surprised. Won? No, you haven't won. Suddenly, Zamasu looked at Trunks with a calm expression. What? Trunks' expression changed, and then his eyes widened, because he saw that Zamasu's wound was actually healing. It healed.
Impossible.
Trunks cried out in shock. There's nothing impossible about it. I am a god with an immortal body. With just the likes of you, there's no way you can defeat me. Zamasu sneered wickedly. A mere mortal actually made a god angry. You can die without regrets. Damn it, you bastard! Trunks shouted in fury, then suddenly gathered ki. Final flash. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Trunks raised his aura to the limit. Ha! A terrifying blast of energy shot straight out and rushed toward Zamasu, and the latter actually grinned, neither dodging nor avoiding it as he took the attack head-on. Rumble. A huge explosion rang out, and then Zamasu's aura disappeared. Did it work? Trunks was puzzled, but very soon, he sensed something wrong. Not dead. Zamasu's figure emerged, and at this moment, he was completely unharmed. An immortal body. Trunks couldn't accept it. If he couldn't die, then wasn't that basically cheating? Zamasu was fine. Trunks' face immediately sank. The other side's immortal body was just too broken. He simply couldn't be killed. Humph! Self-righteous mortal. You will pay the price for what you've done. Zamasu's face twisted viciously, and then he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Trunks was startled and instinctively raised his hand to block, but in the next moment, a huge force struck him and instantly sent him flying. Whoosh! Zamasu's figure appeared behind him again, and the energy blast in his hand was fired without the slightest mercy. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and along with Trunks' scream, a dazzling light spread out. When the smoke cleared, Trunks was kneeling on one knee, steam rising from his body as he coughed violently. The sudden increase in the other side's power was making him somewhat unable to withstand it. This is the price for angering a god, Zamasu said coldly. Then he raised a hand toward Trunks, preparing to finish him off. Whoosh! Ha! Suddenly, Goku's figure appeared right in front of Zamasu, and with a kick, he sent him flying. Zamasu was blasted away and only managed to forcibly stop himself at the end.
Son Goku?
How is that possible? He was somewhat shocked. Wasn't Son Goku being tied down by Goku Black? How did he still have a free hand? Uncle Goku! Trunks cried out in surprise. Are you okay, Trunks? Goku asked worriedly.
I'm fine.
I was careless. Trunks struggled to his feet. Be careful. Zamasu has an immortal body. Goku looked at Zamasu, his eyes turning grave. An immortal body? Now that's a little troublesome. Zamasu looked at Son Goku and then said, Why? Why has your power increased so much? Goku glanced at himself, then said flatly, This is called the Kaioken. Can multiply my power. I see. Zamasu's expression turned serious.
Hehehe, Kaioken.
What truly overwhelming power. It was enough to make me feel intense pain. Son Goku, you are quite impressive. At that moment, Goku Black slowly descended beside Zamasu. However, one hand was clutching his chest, and there was pain on his face. During his battle with Son Goku just now, he had been no match for Goku after he used the Kaioken, so he had been suppressed the whole time. Goku Black. Trunks' expression instantly turned cold. Goku looked at Goku Black, then said in amazement, Unbelievable. Even the Kaioken can't take you down. He had already pushed the tenfold Kaioken to its limit. In truth, he could use an even stronger Kaioken, but there was no way around it. He could only perfectly control the tenfold Kaioken. If he pushed it any further, a prolonged battle would place an enormous burden on his stamina. Humph. Power at your level truly poses a huge threat to me, but the pain you gave me will only make me stronger. Goku Black laughed madly, then suddenly let out a furious roar. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, that rose-colored aura surged wildly. At this moment, Goku Black's power also shot upward explosively. How is that possible? You've got to be kidding. Trunks and Goku both had drastic changes in expression. Because Goku Black's aura was no longer on the same level as before. This kind of increase in power. I have to say, Son Goku, I really should thank you, Goku Black said in intoxication. Damn it, Goku's expression darkened. One had an immortal body, and the other's power kept rising as the battle went on. How were they supposed to fight enemies like this? Let's continue our game, Goku Black grinned. Then the rose-colored light around his body condensed into an energy blade as he charged straight at Goku. With a shout, Goku directly flared his aura, instantly pushing the Kaioken to the extreme as he met Goku Black head-on. The two clashed fiercely once more, but this time Goku could no longer suppress Goku Black. The other's power was also constantly rising, as if there were no end to it. A flicker passed through Zamasu's eyes. In the next moment, he was already in front of Son Goku, launching a sneak attack on him. Goku was startled and hurriedly blocked Zamasu's attack. But in the end, two fists couldn't beat four hands. Goku Black's sword slashed over. Goku dodged in a panic, but he was still cut with a wound. At the same time, Goku Black's kick landed squarely on Goku with tremendous force. Ugh! Goku's body was sent flying backward, crashing viciously into the ruins. Uncle Goku. Trunks' expression changed. Then he suddenly flared his aura, instantly breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 as he charged at Goku Black with sword in hand. Goku Black gave a mocking smile and did not dodge at all. A bad feeling rose in Trunks' heart. But at that moment, Zamasu appeared in front of him. Trunks' sword stabbed directly into Zamasu's body. But the next moment, Zamasu struck him several times with savage heavy punches. Ugh! Trunks threw up on the spot. After taking several punches, he instantly reverted to normal and collapsed right in front of Zamasu. Zamasu's eyes were cold. He pulled Trunks' sword out, tossed it aside, and at the same time the wound healed rapidly. An overestimating mortal, Zamasu scoffed. Then he raised his foot and stepped directly on Trunks' head, grinding it down repeatedly. Trunks could only let out screams, but he no longer had the strength to get back up. Stop it, Zamasu. Goku suddenly charged out and threw a punch at Zamasu. Whoosh! But Goku Black intercepted him and firmly caught Goku's fist. What? Goku's expression changed. Hey, what's wrong? Your power is far weaker than before. I understand now. This form of yours must consume an extreme amount of stamina, right? Just look at yourself. You're running out of energy. Goku Black mockingly looked at Son Goku, then struck as fast as lightning, smashing a punch into Goku's stomach. Ugh! Goku cried out in pain. Before he could react, Goku Black had already thrown him away. Bang! His body slammed heavily into the ground. Goku could no longer maintain the Kaioken and reverted to Super Saiyan Blue. How could this? Goku struggled to stand. He was about to make another move. But suddenly, Zamasu kicked Trunks aside and then rushed straight at Goku. Goku's expression changed, and he threw a fierce punch, but Zamasu did not clash with him head-on. He twisted aside and grabbed Goku's arm, successfully redirecting the force. At the same time, Zamasu suddenly locked Goku down tightly. What? Goku was startled, not understanding what the other side wanted to do. But very quickly he understood. Swish, swish, swish. At some point, Goku Black had already finished gathering energy. He suddenly fired a Kamehameha. How is that possible? Don't tell me you want to die together with me? Goku was horrified and glared angrily at Zamasu. Zamasu said nothing and was submerged together with Goku beneath that overwhelming power. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly erupted, and a huge crater appeared on the battlefield. Inside the crater, Goku had already reverted to his normal form and lay there powerless. As for Zamasu, he had not a single injury. Total defeat. At this moment, Goku and the others had already lost the ability to keep fighting Goku Black and Zamasu. They were simply no match for the two of them. Alright, the game ends here. Prepare to disappear. Goku Black and Zamasu slowly rose into the air. Right after that, they each condensed an energy sphere. The power contained in them was enough to destroy everything here. What a pity. As the tool that helped me increase my power, this is as far as you'll live.
Son Goku.
Farewell. Goku Black looked at the fallen Goku and said mockingly, "Damn it." Goku's body twitched slightly. The immense pain made him unable to move. He didn't even have the strength to stand anymore. Heh. Allricht, die Wush. Boom. Suddenly, an energy wave shot over directly. Before even Goku Black and the other could react, an explosion rang out at once. Now Yajirobe, a weak voice rang out. At the same time, an afterimage swept across the battlefield, but it quickly vanished. At the same time, Goku and Trunks also disappeared. Humph! In the smoke, Goku Black waved his hand, instantly dispersing it. Then their gazes fell on the battlefield, and their expressions darkened. Damn humans! To pull something like this at a time like this, they discovered that Son Goku and Trunks were already gone. They escaped. Vegeta. Goku Black looked toward Vegeta, his face cold. That energy wave just now was fired by Vegeta, but after exhausting the last of his remaining power, he lost consciousness again and collapsed. Forget it. They can't get away. Let's finish Vegeta off first. Zamasu said, his expression unchanged. Makes sense. Goku Black said flatly. He immediately raised a hand toward Vegeta, energy gathering at once. But right then, several sharp sounds rang out. Goku Black and Zamasu were both startled. Several smoke bombs exploded directly, and the entire area turned white. Damn it!
Patati-kumans.
How dare you? Zamasu's furious roar came from within the smoke. But it was already too late, because by the time their vision cleared, no one was left in the area. How is that possible? Goku Black shot into the air and tried to sense their ki, but failed. Bastard! Meanwhile, in a dark underground basement somewhere. Bang! Bang! After dropping the heavily injured Goku and Trunks to the ground, Yajirobe let out a huge sigh of relief. Man, that worked me to death. Thanks, Yajirobe. Goku was also very grateful to this old friend. Yajirobe said casually, no big deal. The main character only makes his move at the critical moment after all. In truth, he was panicking like crazy inside. He knew full well how terrifying Goku Black was. But the moment he saw the already dead Goku suddenly appear here, he could only take the risk. Of course, he also understood that this wasn't the Goku from their world. The Goku of this world had long since died. Yajirobe, where's my dad? Trunks suddenly asked. Yajirobe turned to look at the entrance. He should be here soon. Not long after, a burst of movement came from nearby. Mai led a group rushing over, and among them, 2 people were supporting the unconscious Vegeta. Dad. Meh? Trunks' expression changed drastically. Seeing his father rescued, he was obviously happy. But the moment he saw Mai, he completely froze. Mai was still alive? How was that possible? Was he dreaming? Trunks. The moment Mai saw Trunks, she couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself straight into his arms. Ugh! Ow! Trunks cried out in pain. Sorry. I was just too happy you're still alive.
Mais huriez-de-lui apologisé.
Trunks looked at Mai, tears already glimmering in his eyes. Mai, you're alive. That's great. I mean, you two are. Goku looked at them with a gossipy expression. He hadn't expected Trunks and Mai to end up together. That was really wild. Both Trunks and Mai looked a little embarrassed. Alright, save the flirting for when we're somewhere safe. It's still very dangerous here, Yajirobe said at the right time. Everyone knew he was right. A short while later, they left the place. Meanwhile, in the sky, Goku Black and Zamasu were still searching for Son Goku and the others' ki. But they failed. We can only sense a few human ki signatures. As for Son Goku and the others, it's like they vanished into thin air. Goku Black's face looked a little ugly. Humph, we should have dealt with them sooner. Zamasu's expression was just as dark. No ruse. They'll definitely show themselves again. When that time comes, We'll just wait for them to walk right into the trap. Goku Black said calmly. Those marked for death by the gods, who could possibly escape? Hehehe. Goku, Vegeta, and the others arrived at the temporary operations base Mai and her group had set up. Not only was the resistance army they had formed there were also some surviving civilians. When they saw how badly injured Goku and Vegeta were, everyone felt a bit of despair. Even the reinforcements Trunks brought back had lost. What were they supposed to use against Goku Black? All this time, in order to reassure these people, Mai had kept telling them that Trunks had gone to bring back reinforcements, and she had firmly believed those reinforcements would definitely defeat Goku Black. But now, even the famous Son Goku had lost. It was obvious how much of a blow that dealt them. You should rest here and recover some strength. We don't have much food left, so please make do. Mai suddenly walked over, carrying some water and coarse grain. These things were life-saving resources here, but now they had no choice but to bring them out. Thanks. Goku and Vegeta both understood these people's difficulties, but they really had exhausted too much energy. Right now, neither he nor Vegeta even had the strength to stand up. What a miserable state. By the way, Yajirobe, do you have any senzu beans left? Goku suddenly looked at Yajirobe. The latter shook his head. Nope. After Korin died, I still had a little left at first, but I ate them to fill my stomach. Goku. Vegeta. What do we do now? Mai asked worriedly. Trunks could barely stand. He walked over and said, there aren't really any other options now. We can only return to the world of the past first. Uncle Goku and Dad both need treatment. No. If we use the time machine now, it'll expose our location. Goku said with a grim expression. How would we know if we don't try? But this really is our only option. We can't just wait here to die, can we? Vegeta said flatly. In the end, they decided to go back. A few hours later, Goku and Vegeta had barely recovered enough to move. Trunks was still seriously injured, but he was in much better shape than Goku and Vegeta. After arriving at a hidden place, Trunks took out the time machine and prepared to return with Goku and the others. At the same time, inside a pavilion, Goku Black suddenly sensed something. There it is. Zamasu, sitting across from him, said calmly, Good. Let's begin the destruction plan. We need to get back quickly. Goku Black and the others aren't simple. We need to think of a countermeasure. Goku said helplessly. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks all got into the time machine. But before they could even settle in, several streams of light suddenly shot toward them. Instantly, explosions rang out all around them. What? Fear instantly appeared on Mai and the others' faces. This is bad. We've been discovered. Goku and the others also struggled their way out of the time machine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few seconds later, Goku Black and Zamasu appeared above them. You really made us search hard. Son Goku. Goku Black gave a savage grin. Damn it. This is bad. Goku's face turned extremely ugly. Trying to escape now would probably be difficult too. At this point, neither he nor Vegeta had any strength left to fight. Trunks was half crippled too, and that wasn't even mentioning Mai and the other young people. This was really looking fatal. My, what an unexpected bonus.
Humans.
Where can you possibly hide this time? Zamasu looked expressionlessly at Mai and the others, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Humans were what he hated most. Of course, Saiyans were no different. If he hadn't needed to make use of Son Goku's power, he never would have swapped bodies with him. Meh. You all go first. Trunks stood in front of Mai and the others and said in a deep voice. No, Trunks. I won't leave you behind. Mai knew that if they couldn't escape this time, then Trunks would definitely die. If that happened, what meaning would there be in her living on? Enough. None of you are getting away. Yusti. Goku Black stretched out his hand toward them, and a yellow-black energy sphere condensed into existence. This is bad. Goku and Vegeta watched this scene helplessly. They never thought they would fall in a place like this. But just as Goku Black and Zamasu were about to make their move, the sky suddenly split open. A massive hole appeared, and along with a dazzling beam of light, it pierced through the endless night. Who is that? Goku Black and Zamasu's expressions changed as both stared at the scene in disbelief. Someone else came through time and space too. How is that possible? A thought suddenly struck Zamasu, and his gaze sharpened. Right after that, several figures descended from the hole. The light gradually faded, revealing their appearances. The moment everyone saw them, they all froze. Supreme Kai Lord, Luya. Goku couldn't help blurting out. Master, how is this possible? You didn't die? Both Zamasu and Goku Black's expressions turned horrified. The ones who had come were Luya, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, and the old Supreme Kai of Universe 10. The three of them landed on Goku and the other side. We meet again. The old Supreme Kai of Universe 10 said to Goku with a faint smile. Why are you here? And Luya too? Goku grinned, pleasantly surprised. Luya smiled slightly and said, We've already confirmed that Zamasu is the mastermind behind this incident, so Lord Beerus destroyed the Zamasu from our timeline. But he was worried about this place. And with this old Supreme Kai's request on top of that, I came with them. Ha! Zamasu was killed? Goku was a little shocked. In the air, Zamasu's expression turned ugly. Then why does the Zamasu here still exist? Vegeta suddenly asked. This timeline is not the same as the one we are from. So even if the Zamasu in our world has already been killed, it has no effect here. And besides, perhaps in this timeline No. Even the other gods may have already fallen. The old Supreme Kai said calmly. It's just like the androids back then. Even if the androids in that world changed, the androids in my world were still evil. And after I killed them, the androids over there were still alive and well. Ant 18 even married Uncle Krillin. Trunks said in sudden realization. That's right. That's exactly how it is. Luya nodded. Actually, he had wanted to verify it too. But now it seemed the facts were exactly that. Still, the current scene surprised him a little. Judging from the situation, Goku and the others had just been about to return in the time machine, only to be discovered by Goku Black and the others. That was a bit unexpected. And Luya quickly noticed something else was off. Goku Black's power had actually become this terrifying already. The old Supreme Kai looked at the aftermath of the battlefield, then said, "Good thing we arrived in time. Otherwise, you all would have been killed by this student of mine. What a sin." He looked at Zamasu and said sternly, "Zamasu, stop now. If you're willing to admit your mistake, there may still be room to turn things around." "Admit my mistake? Heh. Ha 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 ha. Master, it seems you really are old now. My goal is to destroy all humanity and make this trash that creates war disappear from the universe. And now look. I am only one step away from success. As long as I kill these eyesores, humanity will cease to exist." Zamasu laughed madly. Incorrigible. The old Supreme Kai's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. He had never expected Zamasu to ruin the future world to this extent. And the other's ambition was actually this great. If Beerus and the others hadn't arrived in time back then, he would already be dead. Only then had he finally seen Zamasu's true nature clearly. The truth was, he had already sensed that something was wrong with Zamasu's behavior. But after his guidance, Zamasu had seemed to recover. In reality, he had simply overthought it. The brat had been pretending the whole time. Originally, he had wanted to cultivate Zamasu into the next Supreme Kai. But a Kai who harbored such selfishness and self-interest was not qualified to become a Supreme Kai at all. This time, he had crossed time and space to persuade Zamasu to stop and no longer remain stubbornly unrepentant. But from the looks of the current situation, the other side was beyond saving. Hehehe. Finished talking? In that case, I'll deal with all of you first. Perfect timing to wipe you all out in one go, Goku Black suddenly said with an evil grin. Humph. You're just trash who stole someone else's body. Yet you still have the nerve to act so arrogantly here. It's honestly laughable. Luya looked at Goku Black and said mockingly. What? Goku Black's pupils shrank. Luya smiled, then took out a bag of senzu beans and tossed it to Mai. Give them these.
Menoded.
Knowing what they were, she quickly fed them to Trunks and the others. Luya looked at Goku Black and said, "That body of yours originally belonged to Goku, didn't it?" "What?" Goku, who had just eaten a senzu bean, froze the instant he heard that. "So what if it did?" Goku Black admitted boldly. During the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7, you noticed the Super Dragon Balls. So you went to Zuno and asked about them, then found the Super Dragon Balls and made a wish to swap your body with Goku's. The soul inside that body is Zamasu himself. Luya pointed at Goku Black as he spoke. Hehe. Correct. But there's no reward. Goku Black burst into laughter. Not only that, you directly murdered Goku's whole family. Chi-Chi and Goten both died by your hand too, Luya said coldly. How? Goku's mind went blank, and then a surging rage began to rise. Ha 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 ha. Don't you think that's amusing? To be killed by the person closest to you with his own hands. What exquisite art. Goku Black laughed wildly, his face full of mockery. Goku Black. You bastard. In an instant, Goku's fury reached its peak, and he transformed straight into Super Saiyan Blue and charged out. Ha-ah-wah. The fully recovered Goku transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue, and his power surged far beyond what it had been before. Saiyans had always had one particular trait. After using the self-destruction method, their power would rise dramatically. The power erupting from him was even fiercer than before. And Goku's growth wasn't just from that self-destructive boost. Right now, his rage had reached the absolute limit. Chi-Chi and Goten could be said to be his reverse scales. And this damned Zamasu had not only stolen his body, but had even used that body to kill Chi-Chi and the others. That was simply the act of a beast. Anger made Goku even stronger. His power was already no weaker than when he used the Kaioken. Smack. And yet Goku Black casually caught Goku's fist and revealed a mocking smile. What's wrong? Is this all the power your anger can produce? What a disappointment. You bastard! Goku roared. In the next moment, his aura suddenly exploded, and he broke free from Goku Black's restraint. What? Goku Black was startled. But before he could react, Goku's punch slammed into his body. Boom! 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 Goku Black's figure was blasted backward again and again. Goku gave him no chance at all and charged straight after him. TCH. Seeing this, Zamasu at the side immediately moved to help. Where are you looking, Zamasu? At that moment, Vegeta suddenly rushed over and threw a punch straight at Zamasu. Zamasu's expression changed, then turned savage. Damn you!
Bang 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 bang.
The two of them instantly clashed in fierce battle, trading blows back and forth. Below, even the old Supreme Kai couldn't remain calm. Why has Zamasu's power already become this strong? Luya said indifferently, he isn't the Zamasu from our timeline, so you can't judge him by ordinary standards. As he spoke, Luya looked at Trunks and said, those survivors probably aren't in very good condition. Those senzu beans can keep them alive. Trunks nodded. Understood. Meh. Right. I understood immediately and directly left the area with the others. Luya looked at the Supreme Kai and said, I'll leave the old Supreme Kai to you. The latter nodded. Don't worry. Luya nodded, then looked at Trunks. Trunks, let's go. Yes. The two of them charged straight toward the battlefield. Rat-tat-tat-tat. In the middle of the field, Goku kept grabbing Black Goku and pounding him with heavy blows. Black Goku was being suppressed by Goku's power and was having a hard time holding out, his body smashing through building after building. Whoosh! Goku appeared behind Black Goku, then slammed down with a fierce punch. Black Goku crashed straight into the ground, and a massive crater instantly appeared. Goku panted, the anger in his heart gradually being vented, and his aura slowly calmed down as well. As the smoke cleared, a figure suddenly rose to its feet little by little. How is that possible? Goku's expression changed. He hadn't expected that even going all out, he still couldn't seriously injure his opponent. Hehehe, nice. This is exactly the level I wanted. This kind of pain only makes me even stronger. Ha ha ha. Black Goku burst into loud laughter, then suddenly powered up. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from inside him, even stronger than before. This guy. A monster. Goku was in disbelief, cold sweat streaming down his face. Black Goku looked at Goku and smiled. Thank you, Son Goku. You've made me even stronger. Goku clenched his teeth, then powered up again and charged at him with an angry roar. Swish! But this time Goku's punch actually missed. Right after that, Black Goku had somehow already appeared behind him. This is bad. Goku's face changed drastically. Before he could react, multiple rose-colored beams suddenly shot out from inside his body. Heh. Black Goku let out a light chuckle, then snapped his fingers. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the lights around Goku exploded all at once, accompanied by his scream. When the smoke cleared, Goku fell from the air. Black Goku wore a mocking expression. Naive. Did you think a boost in power would be enough to defeat me? My strength can increase without limit. As he spoke, he suddenly opened his palm toward Goku's direction. Right after that, energy began to gather. Whoosh! A yellow-black energy blast shot out and blasted straight toward Goku. And right at that moment, a figure flashed in front of Goku. With a casual wave of his hand, he knocked the energy blast aside. What? Black Goku's expression tightened. It's you? Who are you? He realized that the one who had acted was the same person who had stopped him from destroying the time machine last time. Luya looked at Black Goku, then smiled. I'm just a passing Saiyan. Saiyan? If you're a Saiyan, then you deserve to die. Black Goku's face turned cold. He immediately gathered power in both hands and blasted it violently toward Luya. Luya, be careful, Goku warned. Luya's eyes sharpened. In the next moment, he powered up and used nothing but his fists to knock aside the attack. Swish! Suddenly, Black Goku appeared right in front of Luya. One punch landed squarely on Luya's right cheek, and at the same time, a sweeping kick sent him flying sideways. Luya cried out as he was blasted away, crashing through layer after layer of buildings. TCH, I thought you'd be a lot stronger than that. Black Goku sounded a little disappointed. Black Goku! Goku suddenly rushed up and started throwing punches and kicks straight at Black Goku. The two kept fighting, but even though Goku had powered up through the self-harm method, he was still no match for Black Goku. Bang! With a cry of pain, Goku was blasted away. On the other side, a powerful force suddenly shot into the sky, drawing Black Goku's attention. What? Black Goku looked in Luya's direction, only to see a cluster of brilliant crimson flames flickering there. Ea! Luya roared and powered up into Super Saiyan God. What's going on? This is godly ki? Both Black Goku and Zamasu, who was fighting Vegeta and Trunks, stopped at once and turned their eyes toward Luya. Super Saiyan God. Both Goku and Vegeta's expressions changed. They knew Luya could transform into Super Saiyan God, but the power he was displaying now was clearly far stronger than it had been on planet Hot Pot. Why does that aura feel weirdly familiar to me? Trunks looked shocked and uncertain. For some reason, Luya's power felt like something he had seen somewhere before. Ha! After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Luya didn't stop powering up. His strength was rising at a terrifying rate. How is that possible? That kind of power. Could it be that Luya is about to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Goku stared at the scene in shock. Even Vegeta's expression turned serious. How can this be? Black Goku and Zamasu regrouped, staring at Luya in astonishment. Ha! Just as Goku and Vegeta had guessed, Luya was undergoing a further transformation, but the divine power he had now was even denser than Blue's. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A dazzling red light shot into the sky, illuminating an entire stretch of heaven. Under that fiery red glow, Luya's form had completely changed. His power had already reached an astonishing level, and yet, only a very few people could sense his aura, because Luya still had not left the domain of the gods. One thing worth mentioning was that aside from the different color, his transformation was otherwise similar to the evolved form of Super Saiyan Blue, and this was what Luya called Super Saiyan Red. But his power was not the least bit weaker than Vegeta's or Goku's.
Impossible.
Vegeta could not hide his shock as his mouth fell open, cold sweat unconsciously running down his face. No way. It's actually not Super Saiyan Blue. Goku was shocked as well, and what surprised him even more was when Luya had become able to transform like this. What exactly are you? Black Goku looked at Luya, caution already appearing in his eyes. This was a state he had never seen before. Luya tilted his neck, then smiled. This is a further transformation beyond Super Saiyan God. You can also call it Super Saiyan Red. Super Saiyan Red? Black Goku froze for a moment, then snorted coldly. All flash and no substance. So what if it is? You can't possibly be my opponent. Super Saiyan Rose is the strongest. Is that so? Whether it's the strongest or not, we'll know after we try. Luya took a fighting stance.
Top, top, top.
Goku and the others also came to Luya's side, staring warily at Black Goku and Zamasu. By the way, Luya, when did you become able to transform like that? Super Saiyan Red looks pretty strong. Goku suddenly asked curiously. Luya said, thanks to Whis' guidance, I was able to break through even further. So that's how it is. But which one is stronger in the end? Super Saiyan Red or Blue? I can't wait to find out. Goku grinned. Humph, what stupid nonsense are you saying? Of course Super Saiyan Blue is stronger. Vegeta said unwillingly. He absolutely could not admit that below Kakarot. There was still someone stronger than him. Each has its own strengths. Luya smiled. Tell me, have you all started acting like you've already won? Black Goku suddenly said. Let's go. Goku suddenly shouted, then rushed out at once. Luya and the others naturally followed right behind him. TCH. Black Goku and Zamasu also charged down directly. Boom boom boom. The great battle erupted instantly, and wave after wave of collisions spread out. Even in a 2-against-1 situation, Zamasu and Black Goku still didn't fall into a disadvantage. Zamasu in particular had an immortal body, so no matter how many killing moves Trunks and Vegeta unleashed, he wasn't harmed in the slightest. Rat-tat-tat. Goku and Luya joined forces against Goku Black. Because of Luya's transformation, his power had risen drastically, so with him fighting alongside Goku, their combined strength had already reached a shocking level. No matter how Goku Black tried to suppress them, he was starting to struggle a little. Of course, Goku was already injured, and the drain on his stamina was enormous, so he was having trouble keeping up with Luya and Goku Black's rhythm, which caused him to keep getting beaten up. Bang! Yua! Goku let out a miserable scream, and in the next instant, his body was blasted backward by Goku Black. At the same time, Goku Black spun around and slashed with a key blade at Luya, who had been preparing a sneak attack. Slash! But in the very next moment, everything around him went blank, and his movements froze in an instant. By the time Goku Black reacted, all he could cut was an afterimage. Luya had already appeared behind him. What? When? Goku Black reacted, but it was already too late. Luya fired an energy blast that directly sent the other man away, blasting a huge crater into the ground. Luya suddenly powered up, then brought both hands together at his waist. Kamehameha! Ha! With an angry roar, a terrifying wave of energy came crashing down. In an instant, the energy spread out, and a dazzling hemispherical blast swallowed up and destroyed everything on the battlefield. Luya let out a faint breath, then looked down seriously. He did not believe the other side would be defeated that easily. The difference between his Super Saiyan Red and Blue was his speed, and the fact that his thinking speed was far above Blue's. Because Luya had broken through into this realm by constantly training himself so that his thoughts could keep up with his movements, his speed was far more effective than Blue, which was known for raw power. It could be said that Luya's intention in transforming into Super Saiyan Red was to develop toward Ultra Instinct. After the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared in the field, and Goku Black's body was embedded in the pit. But his expression had not changed much at all. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. So that's it. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Red? Both the speed and strength are incredibly fast. This pain. As expected of a man no weaker than Son Goku, Goku Black said to himself. It had to be said, he really had been a little shocked at first. After all, with the rose he had now reached, along with several breakthroughs beyond his limits, his strength was already extremely terrifying. Yet he still had difficulty locking onto the other's movements, and his opponent even possessed a skill that could stop time. Since he had not been on guard, he had been caught off guard. But this was not entirely a bad thing either, because he would become even stronger. As long as the opponent was strong enough, he would evolve along with them. This was the most terrifying thing about him. Goku Black. Standing up, Goku Black patted the dust off his body and said to Luya, I should thank you. Because of you, I too will break through my own limits. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a little helpless inside. With this super red of his, if he had been facing some other enemy, he probably could have shown off a bit. But now, it seemed he was up against an even more monstrous freak. As everyone knew, whether it was Vegeta or Goku, every time they got a new power-up and thought they were about to have their moment, they ended up getting slapped in the face not long after. When Goku turned Super Saiyan 3, Bu slapped him in the face. When Vegeta turned Super Saiyan 2, the androids slapped him in the face. Probably only Gohan was awesome enough to actually pull off the flex successfully. Luya did not get discouraged. He knew Goku Black was no ordinary opponent, so he absolutely could not underestimate him now. Boom! The two looked at each other and powered up at the same time. One rose, one red, two forces clashed against each other. The next second, both of them moved at once. Boom! Bang! In just an instant, the two had already exchanged dozens of punches. Although Goku Black's power really was stronger than Luya's right now, Luya was also using his strongest talent during the fight to gradually bring himself into the proper state. He wanted to fuse his thoughts and movements together, to reach true Ultra Instinct. On the other side, Vegeta and Trunks were still fighting fiercely, but Zamasu's immortal body was simply too terrifying. No matter what killing move they used, Zamasu could always block it with ease. And his injuries would quickly recover back to normal. Dad, we have to wear down his power, Trunks said to Vegeta. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me how to fight. Vegeta's expression was ugly. If word got out that he, the proud prince of all Saiyans, could not even deal with a Supreme Kai, how was he supposed to live that down? I'll do it myself. You are not allowed to interfere. Suddenly, Vegeta threw those words at Trunks and charged straight at Zamasu. Dad! Trunks was startled, but thinking of his father's personality, he quickly calmed down again. Still, he was extremely anxious, because both Zamasu and Goku Black were incredibly powerful. If they failed, the consequences would be extremely severe. Let him try. If it doesn't work, then go help him, Gaosu and the Supreme Kai said as they landed beside Trunks. Trunks glanced at the two of them, then asked, Supreme Kai-sama, doesn't Zamasu have any weakness at all? Gaosu shook his head. Unless you have absolute power, all the other fancy tricks are useless. Ha! Vegeta rushed in front of Zamasu, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches to the absolute limit. The speed was so fast that even Zamasu could barely keep up. Seizing an opening, Zamasu formed a key blade in his hand and viciously slashed down at Vegeta. Smack! However, Vegeta's arm was wrapped in his power as protection, and he directly grabbed Zamasu's sword. How is this possible? Zamasu's expression immediately changed. You bastard! Don't get too cocky. I am the proud prince of all Saiyans. How could I be defeated by an evil Kai like you? Don't make me laugh. Vegeta roared angrily, then let out another shout and drove a knee straight into Zamasu's stomach. Zamasu's face turned green from taking that hit. The immense pain twisted his face in agony. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from Vegeta's body, and the power of Super Saiyan Blue rose to an even higher level. He was truly enraged now. There was no way he could tolerate even a Kai riding over his head and acting wild. His goal was to surpass Kakarot, to surpass the god of destruction. How could he possibly lose to trash like this? To him, that would be a humiliating assault on his pride. Grabbing Zamasu by the hair, Vegeta's eyes turned fierce, and he ruthlessly drove several heavy punches into Zamasu's stomach, beating him until he kept coughing up white fluid. Whoosh! At the end, Vegeta condensed a light wave in his hand and blasted him away at point-blank range. So strong. When Dad gets angry, he actually beat Zamasu, Trunks said in shock. There's nothing to be surprised about. To be honest, Zamasu's advantage is his immortal body. His power has improved somewhat, but against Super Saiyan Blue, it should be about even, Gaosu said calmly. In the air, Vegeta let out a cold snort, then suddenly gathered his energy and instantly rushed in front of the Zamasu who was being blasted backward. He threw a punch. Smack! Unexpectedly, Zamasu directly caught Vegeta's fist. Mortal! Don't push it too far. You piece of trash! Vegeta roared and swept out with a roundhouse kick. Seeing this, Zamasu could only let go and retreat backward. Chance. Vegeta's expression shifted, and in the next moment, his power rose to its peak. He struck a stance. Final flash. Boom! With a massive roar, a gigantic wave of energy blasted out and struck Zamasu directly in the head. In an instant, Zamasu's head turned straight into ashes. But right after Vegeta released his ultimate move, a puff of white smoke drifted over Zamasu's neck, and in an instant, his head grew back. Damn it! Vegeta's expression immediately darkened. I am immortal. How could a mere mortal possibly kill me? Zamasu landed in front of Vegeta, meeting his gaze at eye level, his face calm. TCH. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Then his aura erupted again, and he launched another assault on Zamasu. Now that he had adapted to Vegeta's moves, Zamasu was handling him far more easily than before. On the other side, Rya's battle with Goku Black had fallen into a stalemate. Both of them were pushing themselves to the limit. Goku Black's power was indeed a bit higher than Rya's, but with his talent skill activated, Rya was gradually starting to keep up with Goku Black's rhythm. His dodging movements were also becoming more and more fluid, even carrying a faint trace of Ultra Instinct. So he really did train with Whis. He's actually got a bit of Whis's style. Below, Goku stood back up. Thanks to Rya holding Goku Black back, he had gotten plenty of time to rest. Boom! The next moment, Goku directly unleashed Super Saiyan Blue at full power. In the next instant, he vanished. Goku Black, who was in the middle of fighting, suddenly sensed something. While grabbing Rya's fist, he raised his other hand in an instant and caught Goku's suddenly appearing punch as well. Humph!
Instant transmission?
Goku Black said mockingly. Take this! Goku shouted in a low voice, gathering an energy blast in his other hand. Rya was not about to be outdone. The moment Goku Black grabbed him, he had already condensed an energy blast as well. The two of them fired their energy blasts at Goku Black in the middle at the same time. The latter suddenly gave a strange smile, and in the next second, he flickered and disappeared. How is that possible? Both Rya and Goku were startled, and in the next moment, Goku Black suddenly appeared above them and hurled down a black energy sphere at incredible speed. Neither Rya nor Goku had time to react. They were instantly struck by the energy sphere, which exploded into a mushroom cloud in midair.
Instant transmission?
It's not like you're the only ones who can use it, Goku Black said mockingly. As the smoke cleared, wounds had appeared on both Goku and Rya, showing just how terrifyingly powerful their opponent was. Goku was gasping for breath, and his condition immediately dropped. Rya looked at Goku Black, then took a deep breath. With a thought, red divine power rose from his body once again. Goku Black looked at Rya with disgust and said, I truly despise you.
Amere mortal.
Yet you dare borrow the power of a god. Rya's current state could be called an evolved version of Super Saiyan God. Unlike Goku and the others' blue form, which relied on self-control, his strength was mainly maintained by divine power. So in your eyes, the power of gods is really that untouchably supreme. Rya bared his teeth in ridicule. What? Are you questioning the might of gods? Goku Black frowned at Rya. Rya said disdainfully, then let me ask you this. If you yourself are Supreme Kai Zamasu, why are you borrowing the power of the mortal Son Goku? What? That question actually stumped Goku Black. Then he reacted and stared coldly at Rya. Don't think you can disturb my divine mind. You, just like those hateful Saiyans, all deserve to die. Waha! The moment he finished speaking, Goku Black suddenly exploded with aura. Right after that, his power directly gathered in his hand and formed a ki blade. In the next moment, he suddenly stabbed that ki blade into the palm of his other hand. This. Rya's eyelid twitched. He had a bad feeling. Hehe. Goku Black gave an evil smile. Let me show you what true power really is. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his hand. In an instant, the original ki blade turned into a giant scythe. Slash. Goku Black swung it casually, sending out a wave of blade light. Rya hurriedly flashed aside. But in the next moment, the space where Rya had originally been was directly split open with a huge space-time rift. With a single slash, even space-time had been torn apart. That scene truly shocked everyone. They had never expected Goku Black's power to be this terrifying. The more he fought, the stronger he became. That kind of monstrous talent was simply too unbelievable. What they did not know was that even Goku's world had been affected. In the real world, a crack appeared in the sky, and Beerus and Whis suddenly appeared in the air. Looking at the crack, they remained silent. After a long while, Beerus said in a deep voice, "Looks like the future situation is a bit troublesome. Ha 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 ha. Well, this is my power. Didn't expect that, did you?" Goku Black laughed wildly, then looked at Rya and said, "I originally wanted to play with you a little longer, but now, you're no longer qualified." Rya sneered. "Is that so?" As soon as the words fell, Rya directly erupted with aura. Instantly, red light spread out, and in the next moment his figure moved and vanished on the spot. At the same time, the space around Goku Black turned pure white. His body was directly locked inside a time cage. Time skip. Rya's figure appeared in front of Goku Black, and he immediately threw a punch at him. Smack! But right at that moment, Goku Black suddenly raised his hand and directly caught Rya's fist. What? Rya was shocked. He had just used time skip at his full power, yet it had been blocked so easily. Trying to play with time in front of me? You're still too young for that. Goku Black gave a mocking smile. Then the ring on his finger released a strange dim light, and in the next second, Goku Black drove a knee up, followed by a flying kick, directly sending Rya crashing down. Goku Black. Goku rushed over and immediately launched a flurry of attacks at him. But it was all useless. Goku Black always managed to dodge Goku's attacks with ease. Whoosh! In an instant, the scythe in Goku Black's hand swung out. Goku sensed danger and immediately dodged. But a bloody cut was still carved across the front of his body. At the same time, Goku Black's kick struck him dead on. Goku cried out miserably and was blasted away, smashing through who knew how many ruined buildings in an instant. Humph! You overestimate yourselves. The current me has already gone beyond merely standing at the top. You Saiyans are nothing more than this. In the end, it is still I who will let you witness true power. You should feel honored, Goku Black said with a mocking smile. Rya struggled to his feet, then looked at Goku Black. The other man's power had already reached an unprecedented height, and time skip was completely useless against him. With the Supreme Kai's ring, there was no way Rya could outplay him in that regard. Boom! Suddenly, a huge collision erupted not far away, and Goku Black frowned. How is that possible? They're just Saiyans. Before he could finish, he suddenly used instant transmission and disappeared. Seeing this, Goku and Rya also used instant transmission and followed after him. Whoosh! The few of them arrived at the scene and finally saw what was happening in the field. At this moment, Zamasu's body was in an extremely miserable state, covered in scrapes from head to toe. Not far away, Vegeta was injured as well, but the blazing fighting spirit in his eyes had not weakened in the slightest. On the other side, Trunks was floating in the air. Yellow light flashed all over his body, and within that golden glow, there was also a layer of blue divine radiance. Trunks' power had risen by a huge amount. Just now, Zamasu had nearly killed Vegeta, so Trunks ignored Vegeta's warning and attacked directly. He had even broken through to a new height on the spot, and his power had surged with it. What happened? How did two Saiyans leave you in such a sorry state? Goku Black landed beside Zamasu and said flatly. Zamasu expressionlessly stood back up and said coldly, I was merely careless. Vegeta, Trunks, are you two okay? Goku and Rya landed beside them and asked. Humph, how could a mere piece of trash possibly hurt me? Vegeta said proudly, but his attention was still on Rya. The other guy was covered in red, and it looked especially glaring to him. Unlike Super Saiyan Blue's form, this kid had actually reached it. How was that possible? And the other's power wasn't weaker than Super Saiyan Blue at all. Yo, Trunks, that form of yours is really amazing. Goku looked at Trunks and said in surprise, I don't know why I have this power inside me either. It gives me the feeling that I can destroy everything. Trunks said with a somewhat complicated expression. No matter what, let's deal with this enemy first. Rya spoke up at the right time. He knew the main event was coming. Sure enough, Goku Black suddenly said, Forget it. This farce should end now. Project Zero Mortals officially begins now. What? I thought you still wanted to make use of this body. Zamasu said blandly. Goku Black looked at Goku and the others. Although the power still needs improvement, these pests are too annoying. Let's get rid of them as soon as possible. Then so be it. Zamasu smiled, then took off his earring. The moment they saw that, Goku and Supreme Kai's faces changed drastically. Not good. We can't let them fuse. Old Supreme Kai hurriedly said. Goku and the others' eyes sharpened, and they immediately fired ki blasts at high speed, trying to disrupt what they were doing. But Goku Black had expected it already. With one slash of his scythe, all the attacks exploded on the spot. At the same time, Zamasu had already put the earring on his other ear. That should do it. Goku Black let out a light laugh, then flicked his earring with a finger, and a ripple-like sound instantly spread out. Buzz! Right after that, Goku Black and Zamasu's earrings lit up at the same time. A mysterious glow wrapped around the two of them, and then their bodies drew close to each other. In an instant, dazzling light burst out in all directions, and everyone covered their eyes subconsciously. This is bad. Old Supreme Kai felt that things were going terribly wrong. If those two fused, the whole world, the whole universe would suffer. At that moment, a multicolored light lit up, and then a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. White hair, green skin, green pot-era earrings on both ears, and a sacred aura radiating from his entire body. Zamasu. The fusion of Zamasu and Goku Black. What terrifying power. Goku and the others all broke out in sweat as they looked at the scene. They couldn't sense the limit of Zamasu at all right now. His power was so enormous that it made even them tremble.
Hehehe.
Well, this is the power of a god. Being able to witness my great appearance is your honor as well. Zamasu looked at Goku and the others proudly. The next moment he suddenly erupted. In an instant, multicolored radiance blazed around him. Behind him, a white halo appeared, and Zamasu's power kept rising. Not good. Zamasu's power is rising at an incredible speed. Goku's face immediately turned grave. We can't let him keep powering up, or this world is finished. Trunks became a little anxious. Then he suddenly powered up, pushing his condition to full power, and in an instant leaped into the air. Ha! Trunks didn't hold back. He fired a full-power energy wave and hit Zamasu directly. Actually, it was because the other side didn't choose to dodge at all. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and thick smoke spread everywhere. Luya watched the scene with a serious gaze. The fused Zamasu's strength simply wasn't something any one of them could deal with. In the end, it still couldn't escape the rule of no damage when there's smoke. Sure enough, after the smoke cleared, Zamasu's figure was revealed, and he wasn't hurt at all. How is that possible? Trunks' expression changed drastically. Together, Luya barked lowly, then charged up. Goku and Vegeta instantly powered up and followed him in. Kamehameha! Final flash! All three of them unleashed full-power ultimate attacks at Zamasu. The three attacks merged into one, and the power instantly surged. Zamasu frowned, then calmly stretched out one hand while his body trembled slightly. Buzz! The next moment, that energy wave was directly blocked by Zamasu. At the same time, Zamasu's expression suddenly turned cold. Overestimating yourselves. Boom! In the next moment, the two halos behind him suddenly lit up, and then an overwhelmingly powerful energy blasted down toward Goku and the others. Not good. The three of them were shocked at the same time, because the others' power was simply too terrifying. Left with no other choice, they could only give up their attack and dodge out of the way. Boom! A giant crater appeared directly in the ground. In an instant, endless cracks spread across the earth, and strands of destructive aura lingered within the crater. How terrifying! Goku's face was covered in cold sweat. Just one strike from the other side had forced them to dodge. They simply weren't on the same level at all. The four of them gathered together and looked at Zamasu solemnly. This kind of absolute power really does suit me. I am the supreme god above all. Ha ha ha. Zamasu laughed wildly without stop. Then he slowly raised both hands, and the halos behind him lit up at once. Right after that, specks of red light appeared one after another. The next second, Zamasu waved his hand, and instantly those countless points of light shot downward like beams. Puff puff puff. In an instant, those red pillars of light completely surrounded Goku and the others. Not good. Goku and the others' expressions changed drastically. Before they could escape, a series of terrifying explosions erupted at once. When the explosions faded, the four of them were revealed, covered in wounds. This overwhelming power. We can't beat him at all. Trunks had already been heavily injured. Kneeling on the ground, he said weakly. Goku and Vegeta weren't doing much better either. The two of them also felt like they were reaching their limits. Luya's condition was a little better, but his face was extremely grave. The other's power was absurdly high. Using the system to scan him, Luya knew very clearly just how huge the gap between himself and the other side was. Damn it! He had only just broken through to Super Saiyan Red not long ago, so how had he already become the little brother this fast? Give up. Your power is insignificant to me. Just wait obediently for death. Zamasu slowly descended and looked down at Luya. Luya sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Oh? As far as I know, your confidence comes from controlling time, right? I have to say, before this I really was wary of you. But now, it seems that innate advantage of yours doesn't exist for me anymore. Zamasu looked at Luya mockingly. Luya nodded. I understand. You possess the time ring, so naturally you can control time with ease. But I will stop your scheme. He ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Very good. Then let me show you what true divine power really is. You half-baked mortals who only know how to borrow divine power are fit only to be trampled beneath me. Zamasu's face turned crazed as a multicolored radiance suddenly burst from his body. Incomparably powerful. Luya gritted his teeth, then let out a furious roar, and instantly pushed Super Saiyan Red's power to the limit. Kaioken! 20-fold! Suddenly, Luya let out a roar, and in that instant, his power skyrocketed exponentially. Outside the red radiance, another layer of red aura appeared. Although both were red, they were still very easy to distinguish. 20-fold Kaioken. Luya unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan God, and that kind of power boost was absolutely terrifying. Even Zamasu frowned. Impossible. A mere mortal. Luya let out an angry roar, and in the next instant, he charged straight at Zamasu himself. Da-da-da-da. Luya's speed had reached the absolute limit, as he unleashed a wild barrage of punches straight at Zamasu. But Zamasu was still able to dodge them with ease. So strong. He actually pushed Kaioken to 20-fold. Looks like I need to work harder too. Goku's eyes lit up as he watched the scene. Then excitement appeared on his face. And in the next second, he suddenly exploded with ki and kept roaring. A shocking power burst out from Goku's body. And at this moment, his battle power rapidly began to rise as well. 10-fold Kaioken. Aya! Goku roared and instantly used the 10-fold Kaioken. But the moment the 10-fold Kaioken came out, Goku's expression immediately turned a little ugly. Because in his current condition, using the 10-fold Kaioken was harmful to his body. Even so, he gritted his teeth and endured it, looking at Zamasu. Zamasu, here I come. Bang! In the next instant, Goku directly joined the battlefield and teamed up with Luya against Zamasu. For a time, they actually fought him evenly. They were all going all out. Trunks struggled to stand up, then gritted his teeth and exploded with ki, driving the last of his remaining power. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly reached out to stop Trunks and said, "Your condition isn't enough for you to take part in this battle anymore." After saying that, Vegeta immediately gritted his teeth. "Humph, so what if it's Kaioken? Watch me, Vegeta. Surpass all of you." Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta erupted with all his power and shot out directly. Seeing this scene, Trunks immediately clenched his teeth hard. The pain and weakness all over his body told him that he had reached his limit. He could only go this far. Super Saiyan Blue. Why am I so weak? Trunks suddenly dropped to his knees weakly, bracing himself with both hands on the ground as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, the Elder Kai of Universe 10, Gawasu, and the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 were hiding in a safe spot as they watched the battle. Goku and the others can win, right? Supreme Kai said worriedly. It's not that simple. Zamasu still hasn't used his full power. Gawasu mercilessly shattered that hope. How can that be? Supreme Kai's expression changed drastically. The terror of using the Pot-era earrings to fuse, "You're a Supreme Kai too, so you should understand. It won't be that simple," Gawasu said sternly. Supreme Kai immediately frowned deeply, his eyes filled with heavy concern. Bang! 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 Boom! High in the sky, the fierce battle was still ongoing. Even with the prince joining in, the situation hadn't changed at all. Zamasu seemed as if he still wasn't taking it seriously. No matter how they attacked, he could easily dodge every time. Ha! Vegeta roared. Then in the next moment threw his fist straight at Zamasu. Suddenly, a mocking look flashed across Zamasu's face, and then he effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. Damn it! Vegeta's expression changed and he was about to move, but in the next second, he suddenly let out a muffled groan, his eyes widening abruptly, filled with disbelief. Vegeta! Dad! Goku and Trunks both changed expressions, because at some unknown moment, Vegeta's body had been pierced through by a blade of light, and the source of that light blade was Zamasu himself. The same old move, just like the first time they fought Goku Black. I already said it long ago. You only deserve to be the appetizer. Zamasu bared a grin, then raised his hand and fired an energy blast, directly blasting Vegeta down. Trunks hurried over and caught Vegeta. The latter could no longer maintain Super Saiyan Blue and reverted to his normal state. Damn it, Zamasu! Suddenly, Goku flew into a rage, then fiercely fired off a Kamehameha. Zamasu smiled faintly, and then the halo behind him lit up. Right after that, he directly launched a destructive energy blast that collided head-on with Goku's Kamehameha. Ha! Goku poured out his power like crazy. With his powerful ki reinforcing the Kamehameha, he actually gained a slight upper hand for a moment. Zamasu's expression darkened. How could he possibly fail to block his opponent's attack?
Impossible.
No one had told him not to casually clash beams with the Sun family. It was an extremely unwise choice. Zamasu's face turned ashen as he directly increased the output. For a moment, Goku gradually began to be suppressed. Yuwawa! Goku's body kept being forced downward as he endured enormous pressure. A mortal is still just a mortal in the end. Zamasu sneered. Then the space behind him suddenly filled with a mass of blood-red clouds. Within the clouds, streak after streak of lightning formed, terrifying beyond measure.
Son Goku.
Accept the judgment of a god. A ruthless look appeared on Zamasu's face, as several bloody thunderbolts shot out from behind him in an instant. BZZT BZZT BZZT. Yuwawa! Goku had nowhere to dodge and was directly struck by the bloody lightning, his body instantly losing control. Boom! At that moment, Zamasu's energy attack also came crashing down. Goku took that ultimate move head-on and was blasted straight into the ground, instantly setting off a huge explosion. Goku! Supreme Kai's expression changed in shock. If even Goku couldn't win, this guy was done for. As the smoke cleared, Goku was lying in the middle of a giant crater, back in his normal state and completely unable to fight. Even mighty fighters like Goku and Vegeta were no match for Zamasu. Foolish beyond belief. Zamasu revealed an evil smile. Hey, did you forget I'm still here? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. What? Zamasu froze, then turned toward the source of the voice. At once, Zamasu's expression changed. Luya had already finished building up his power, and a terrifying aura had gathered in his palm. The reason he hadn't made a move just now was because he needed to keep his condition at its peak. Only then would he have confidence in breaking through his opponent's defenses. Kamehameha, here it comes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luya roared, instantly firing a full-power Kamehameha. In that instant, Zamasu's entire body was locked onto by a powerful aura. TCH, no matter what you do, it's all futile, Zamasu shouted angrily. At once, a burst of multicolored energy erupted from him, and the halo behind him lit up as well. In an instant, he condensed a power no weaker than Luya's. Boom! A powerful force was fired out directly, colliding head-on with Luya's ki blast. Aha! Luya kept pouring out more and more power. Super Saiyan God combined with the 20-fold Kaioken had pushed his strength to an astonishing level. How is this possible? My divine power actually can't crush him utterly. Zamasu even began to doubt whether he had failed to bring out the full power of his fusion. He actually couldn't easily eliminate his opponent. In truth, his power had not fully fused yet, possibly because of resistance deep in his heart. Because Goku Black was also Zamasu, but his body was still that of a mortal. So when fusing with a god, if he wanted to merge their powers, a price had to be paid. And that price was this. When a divine body fused with a mortal body, even though the power would make a tremendous leap forward, Zamasu's immortal body would also lose its original effect. Right now, the souls of the two of them had not completely fused yet. Damn it, do I really have to go that far? Zamasu suddenly said in anger. Ha! Suddenly, right at that moment, Luya exerted force once more, betting all the power in his body on this single strike, and the attacks might instantly doubled. And no way! Zamasu's expression changed drastically at once. He hurriedly released a ray of divine light, condensing it into divine lightning, trying to pass judgment on Luya. But it was already too late. Luya's attack broke through his defense the moment Zamasu's divine lightning had just taken shape. The next second, the divine light shattered. All of Zamasu's energy was pushed back into him, and a massive explosion swallowed his figure whole. Boom! Under the enormous explosion, Zamasu's body, wrapped in a streak of colorful light, crashed down. A giant crater instantly appeared in the ground. Luya panted heavily, one breath after another. The next moment, he passively released the power of the Kaioken, and his body slowly fell from the air. Goku, Luya, Old Supreme Kai Gawasu and the Universe 7 Supreme Kai both rushed over. Damn it! Inside the giant crater, Zamasu's face twisted, and right after that, the halo behind him shattered directly. The next moment, a terrifying power erupted straight out from within Zamasu's body. At the same time, his other arm suddenly swelled violently, becoming thick and monstrous like some beast. This is bad. That attack just now made Zamasu choose to fuse the power inside his body. Now he's completely fused the powers of Zamasu and Goku Black. The souls of the two Zamasus have fused together as well. Gawasu suddenly said gravely. Luya forced himself to stand up and stared seriously in Zamasu's direction before saying, a fusion of god and mortal. Then he shouldn't still have an immortal body anymore, right? Gawasu said seriously, you're very smart, but he's still immortal because Zamasu is the dominant half. But compared to true immortality, it's already far inferior. Although he may now be capable of being killed, his power has increased tremendously. If you want to kill him completely, you must have absolute power. As if thinking of something, Luya suddenly took out several senzu beans and handed them to the Supreme Kai, saying, heal them first. Also, Goku, Vegeta, you two have to fuse. Only then can you defeat Zamasu. Fuse? Goku and the others were stunned. Right? That really can work. Just like when we dealt with Majin Buu back then. The Supreme Kai suddenly said excitedly. Arf! Just as everyone relaxed a little, a terrifying power shot into the sky. Then Zamasu slowly rose into the air. The halo behind him had already shattered. He was no longer a true god, but had truly fused together with Goku Black, a fusion of divine and mortal bodies. Because he could no longer maintain an immortal body, one of Zamasu's arms had directly mutated, and even half of his face had swollen up like a toad. Although he could no longer maintain immortality, his power was far, far greater than before. You humans, to think you drove me to this state. You all deserve to die. Zamasu roared, and a terrifying aura burst out. In an instant, countless blood-red blades of judgment shot out, attacking everything around him indiscriminately. Not good. Luya and the others hurriedly dodged at once. But Earth wasn't so lucky. Under those terrifying attacks, the land split and mountains collapsed in an instant. Volcanoes erupted. Tsunamis surged. The surface cracked open and magma burst forth. In a flash, the entire Earth fell into despair. We can't let him keep destroying things. Trunks' heart bled at the sight. He immediately powered up, raising his strength to full power as he charged at Zamasu. Luya glanced at Goku and Vegeta and said, "Hurry up and fuse." After saying that, he swallowed a Senzu bean, went all out, activated Super Saiyan God, and at the same time used 20-fold Kaioken. Bang! Luya charged straight at Zamasu. Trunks, who reached him first, crazily unleashed punch after punch at Zamasu, but the latter didn't move at all and let him hit freely, as if Trunks' attacks weren't even enough to count as scratching an itch. Suddenly, Zamasu looked at Trunks. The next second, he used instant transmission and appeared right in front of Trunks, driving a punch straight into his stomach. Yua! Trunks' eyes widened abruptly. Zamasu's power was something he simply couldn't endure. Hehehe. In the face of a god's wrath, you lost the right to even appear on stage long ago, Trunks. Zamasu sneered. Then his thick arm directly grabbed Trunks by the face, spun several times at high speed with himself as the center, and hurled him downward. Boom! A giant crater suddenly appeared in the ground. Trunks immediately coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and his aura weakened on the spot. Instant kill. Even at full power, he was completely no match for Zamasu. Zamasu let out a cold laugh, but suddenly his expression changed. He turned around and threw a punch. In that instant, Zamasu's fist met another fist. It was Luya's sneak attack. Time stop? How could a mere mortal possibly do such a thing? You have offended divine wrath. You absolutely cannot be allowed to exist. Zamasu's face turned cold. Then he violently powered up, and a berserk force poured out. With one shockwave, it blasted Luya away directly. Luya hurriedly steadied himself. He powered up again, condensed 2 energy blasts in his hands, and then launched the Prince of All Science battle style. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Zamasu was swallowed by a cloud of thick smoke. Where there's smoke, there's no damage. Luya stopped attacking, knowing those attacks wouldn't do much. Sure enough, before the smoke had even cleared, a burst of force had already blown it away. Zamasu looked at Luya expressionlessly, then said coldly, "I'll get rid of you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Luya. Luya showed no weakness at all and exploded with power with everything he had. Facing Zamasu, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest. The other's power was even above his own while using Kaioken. All he could do was buy time for Goku and Vegeta. If Vegito entered the fight, then maybe there was still hope of winning. Da. Fortunately, while using Super Saiyan God and 20-fold Kaioken, Luya could barely keep up with Zamasu's movements. But in the middle of battle, Luya still fell into a disadvantage and was continuously beaten back. Bang! Boom! Luya's straight punch slammed directly into Zamasu's face. But the next moment, Zamasu used that long, monstrous hand to grab Luya directly. "Don't get too full of yourself," Zamasu roared. Right after that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful force. That power, enough to destroy everything, directly invaded Luya's body. "Ugh hi!" Luya cried out in agony, but his will was firm. He immediately raised his hand and fired an energy blast that forced Zamasu back. Zamasu had no choice but to let go of Luya. Just as he was about to attack again, Luya instantly used instant transmission to appear in front of him and smashed him down with a fierce blow, sending Zamasu crashing downward. Then Luya drew both hands to his waist. Kamehameha! Ha! Luya roared and directly fired a Kamehameha, instantly swallowing the other party whole. Under the huge explosion, smoke spread everywhere for a moment. Luya stared downward with a grave expression. He knew he couldn't kill the guy. On the other side, the Supreme Kai took off his Potera and handed it to Goku. "Goku, Vegeta, hurry up and fuse." Goku took the earring, then looked at Vegeta and handed one to him. "Come on, Vegeta." Vegeta looked disgusted. "Are you kidding me? You want me to fuse with you? No way." Goku frowned. "What's with that, Vegeta? We fused before. Okay? One more time won't make a difference. Idiot, you've got the nerve to say that." Vegeta seemed to recall something unpleasant, and his face immediately darkened. Ever since his power had risen massively and he reached Super Saiyan Blue, he had never once thought about fusing and joining forces with Kakarot again. Yet now, he had actually fallen into this awkward situation once more. Yua! Suddenly, up in the sky, Luya was being brutally beaten by Zamasu. His body was sent flying backward, and at the same time Zamasu fired several destruction energy blasts in succession, every single one of them hitting Luya directly. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions turned grim. "Hurry up. If we can't stop Zamasu, I'm afraid the entire Earth will disappear," Gawasu said in a deep voice. Truthfully, he had never imagined that his own student would do something like this, and even blow things up to such an extent. There was no doubt he was utterly shocked. But after the shock came fear, because if things really reached an irreparable stage and alerted certain existences, that would be very bad. Goku looked at Vegeta and said urgently, "Hurry, Vegeta! If the world here is destroyed, everything will be too late." that Zamasu didn't just kill future Chi-Chi and Goten, he also killed Bulma. Are you really willing to just let him keep doing evil like this? Hearing that, Vegeta really did waver. He gritted his teeth, then let out a cold snort. Kakarot, this is the last time I fuse with you. Goku didn't respond to that. Future matters could wait until the future. As he spoke, Vegeta took the earring and put it on his ear. In the sky, Luya was still getting beaten down. Zamasu's power was not something he could match, and although the other side had lost his perfect immortal body, if he was beaten badly enough, it would be hard for him to recover further. So against him, Luya simply couldn't hold out. Bang! Yua! Luya let out a miserable scream and instantly plummeted downward. Right after that, Zamasu suddenly raised his hand and condensed an extremely powerful energy blast, then hurled it out in an instant. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and Luya's figure was completely swallowed up. Zamasu stared expressionlessly into the smoke, then prepared to gather power and deliver the fatal blow. But right at that moment, a terrifying power suddenly shot into the sky. Immediately after, the pillar of light scattered, and suddenly a figure floated in the air. What? Who are you? Zamasu's face changed in shock as he stared fixedly at the other party. The man smiled, raised a hand, and lightly flicked the pot-era earring on his earlobe before saying, I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta, but the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. Vegeto. Vegeto? Zamasu looked at Vegeto's earrings, and his expression instantly darkened. Damn it, human. You dare use something that belongs to the gods. You are unworthy. As he spoke, he suddenly looked toward Gaosu and the others. Damn it. As gods, you actually help mortals fight against a god. As he said that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and directly fired a blast. Whoosh! But Vegeto instantly appeared in front of the Supreme Kai and the others, blocked the blast with one hand, then gave a low shout and shattered it on the spot. Don't get too arrogant, Zamasu. We're here to defeat you. Better prepare yourself mentally. Vegeto slowly rose into the air, smiling calmly. Humph! You? Under the power of a great god, no matter how much a mortal like you struggles, you will still be judged by my divine justice. Zamasu sneered. Then he suddenly let out a furious roar. Multicolored radiance wrapped around his body, and his already astonishing power began rising sharply once again. As expected of you, an enemy like you is really rare, so I'm going to defeat you with my full power. Vegeto grinned. Then he clenched both fists and suddenly exploded with ki. In an instant, an astonishing blue pillar of light shot straight into the sky. At the same time, Vegeto's hair turned blue, and his power instantly skyrocketed. This was Vegeto's Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeto let out a long roar, and his power surged straight through the clouds. TCH. Sensing the other's power, Zamasu's expression immediately twisted viciously, and he directly charged at him. Vegeto refused to back down and burst forward as well. The moment the two collided, they instantly launched into fierce battle. Their power was so great that even the things around them couldn't withstand the impact of their clashes. Meanwhile, Luya struggled out from the ruins. He stood up, looked into the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. Vegeto had finally made his entrance. Zamasu was even stronger than him, but compared to Vegeto, defeating him would still be extremely difficult. Off to the side, Trunks had also gotten enough rest, so he too was now watching the battle with a grave expression. I never thought Universe 7 would have such a powerful warrior. Truly a rare sight, Gaosu said with some emotion. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 showed a trace of pride on his face. Goku and the others were guided by the god of destruction. But for a race like the Saiyans to actually reach this level, even the Saiyans of Universe 6 are only SOSO in comparison. Gaosu said with a complicated expression. They probably still can't beat Zamasu. We need to prepare for both possibilities. Luya said worriedly as he watched the battle in the sky. No way, right? They should have the upper hand right now, Trunks said with a strange look on his face. Luya said seriously, even so, if they can't kill Zamasu in a short time, then it'll be trouble. Actually, he could have used the destruction bomb right at the beginning to directly deal with Goku Black, but Luya couldn't bear to use it. After all, the power of the destruction bomb was absolutely terrifying. Even with Luya's current strength, he didn't dare claim he could withstand one. But he still hadn't used it, because he was reluctant. He felt he could rely on Goku and Vegeta fusing to fight the boss, so there was no need for him to reveal all his trump cards. But there was one more move left, and that was the spirit bomb. Still, there was no point now. Why? Just look at what kind of state the world was in right now. There was hardly any spirit energy left, and any spirit bomb condensed from that would be about as effective as a fart. There was no way it could defeat Zamasu. Of course, there was still one use of angelic power left. That one wasn't very offensive, though. It could only be used to escape. If he ran into a situation where death was certain, he could directly tear through spacetime and run. Let's watch for now. The two of them are evenly matched at the moment. As long as Zamasu gets overexhausted, there will be a chance. Gaosu said calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Vegito and Zamasu exchanged blows back and forth, fighting so fiercely that neither could gain the advantage. However, Vegito had been testing Zamasu's power the whole time, so he often ended up taking hits. Zamasu's huge fist smashed down, charging toward Vegito with enough force to seem capable of crushing an entire mountain. The pressure was overwhelming. Vegito reacted swiftly, grabbing both of Zamasu's arms directly with both hands, then using an over-the-shoulder throw to hurl Zamasu away. At the same time, he instantly gathered ki and continuously fired energy blasts at Zamasu. Da-da-da-da. Like a rainstorm, the attacks poured out. Zamasu's face turned savage, and he immediately fired a heavy blast, destroying and detonating countless energy blasts. Then he raised both hands over his head and condensed another gigantic energy sphere, Super Kamehameha. Seeing this, Vegito immediately began gathering ki, preparing his ultimate move. D. Zamasu's face turned ruthless as he violently hurled the energy sphere downward. Boom boom boom. Ha! Vegito also fired a Kamehameha, directly striking the energy sphere, and the two forces collided and locked in a stalemate. Ea! Vegito and Zamasu both poured out their power with everything they had. The two forces kept building, growing more and more intense. Not good. Get away now. Luya's expression changed. He immediately grabbed the others and used instant transmission to vanish. And in the very next second, boom! The two massive explosions blasted apart directly. For a moment, an energy sphere several miles wide appeared, covering the surface. It was so huge that it could even be seen from Earth's surface itself. An utterly magnificent sight. After the enormous explosion died down, the area for several miles around was covered in thick smoke. A giant crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters had appeared, as if there were no end in sight. This. Such a terrifying scene left the Supreme Kai and Trunks completely stunned. Luya, on the other hand, wasn't too shaken, though the scene was indeed shocking. Compared to destroying a planet, this kind of spectacle felt more real. Within the smoke, Vegito and Zamasu stood facing each other. The former had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with excitement. Not bad. You can actually fight me on equal footing, Vegito said with a grin. TCH. Damned mortal. Don't use your ignorant power to measure a god. Zamasu's face turned ugly, and with a sudden flick of his hand, a purple key blade appeared in his grasp. Humph! Vegito's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, he suddenly flared his aura and charged straight at him. Whoosh! 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 Bang! 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 Zamasu's key blade was enough to tear through anything. Even Vegito didn't dare take his attacks head-on carelessly, so he dodged nimbly while launching sharp attacks of his own. Ha! Closing in at point-blank range, Vegito kicked out directly at him. Smack! But as if Zamasu had already known, his twisted hand grabbed Vegito's leg directly, while his other hand drove the key blade toward Vegito in an instant. Slash! But Vegito reacted in time and caught Zamasu's key blade with both hands. Heh! Zamasu let out a savage grin, then suddenly kicked out hard, striking Vegito right in the chest. Ugh! Vegito cried out in pain, his body shooting backward at once. Boom! 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 While shouting in pain, Vegito smashed through building after building along the way, and in the end crashed into a mountain. Zamasu looked at the scene coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, two low shouts suddenly rang out. Zamasu was startled. Then both his hands moved at the same time. Slash! Clang! Luya and Trunks had somehow appeared behind Zamasu and launched an attack on him, but both were blocked. Zamasu grabbed Luya's fist with one hand, while using his key blade with the other to stop Trunks' sword. You all deserve to die. A cold light flashed in Zamasu's eyes. In the next second, he turned and spun, flinging both Luya and Trunks away. At the same time, Zamasu fired several blasts in rapid succession. Ugh! While being sent flying backward, Trunks was hit by several blasts in a row. Amid the explosions, his body dropped from the air. Luya, however, forcibly steadied himself, then violently flared his aura. Red energy instantly expanded around him as he rapidly gathered power and unleashed the Prince of All Science battle method, canceling out Zamasu's attack. TCH. You annoying pests. Fine. I'll deal with all of you at once. As Zamasu said this, his body was suddenly wrapped in a mass of light. Immediately after, that light split into two more clusters. When the light faded, two more Zamasus had appeared on the battlefield. What? Luya's expression instantly sank. Hehehe. Forcing a god to get serious. Consider yourselves blessed for 3 lifetimes. Zamasu sneered wickedly. As he spoke, his face suddenly turned cold. Kill them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the words fell, the two clones beside him charged straight at Luya and Trunks. Come on! Luya roared, then suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of strength, bringing Super Saiyan God to its fullest. A fierce battle broke out instantly. In that moment, ripples spread through space itself, making their movements impossible to track. On the other side, Trunks showed no fear at all. He suddenly flared his aura, instantly outputting his full power and transforming into his newest form. Under a golden radiance, brilliant blue light swirled around him, and his aura surged wildly. In the next instant, Trunks raised his longsword and met the attack head-on. Rumble. Suddenly, from the distant valley, a blue pillar of light shot into the sky, and right after that, a figure flew up. It was Vegeto. Vegeto glanced at Zamasu, then grinned. In the next moment, he had already appeared right in front of Zamasu. TCH, what a tough life you've got. Zamasu suddenly flared his aura. Multicolored light wrapped around him, and at the same time, a burst of purple light instantly enveloped his body. The purple key blade in his hand now contained destructive power. Vegeto glanced at Luya and Trunks, who were still locked in fierce combat, and his expression immediately turned serious as he looked at Zamasu. You've really got some tricks, huh? Zamasu pointed his blade at Vegeto. Next, it's your turn. Heh. Is that so? Then come on. The stronger your power is, the stronger I'll become. Aya. Vegeto let out a furious roar, and all the power in his body burst forth at once. Blue light shot into the sky, spectacular beyond compare. The two looked at each other, then moved in the very next instant. Two masses of light kept colliding in midair, and after separating, they fired blasts at each other like two fighter jets, moving at incredible speed. Boom boom boom. Aya. On the other side, Luya was locked in fierce battle with Zamasu's clone. However, he noticed that although the clone's strength was also extremely powerful, it wasn't as terrifying as the original body, probably only about 80% of the original's power. Because of that, Luya didn't use the Kaioken. Instead, he fought using Super Saiyan God alone. Of course, the clone's strength was indeed above his own. So Luya had already mentally prepared himself and was treating the opponent as a powerful sparring partner. System. Use the strongest talent. Luya shouted in a low voice. Beep. Strongest talent activated. Beep. Because the host has used the strongest talent enough times to meet the system's requirement. Reward granted. Talent effect enhanced. The host can now copy the opponent's techniques. They can also be saved and learned later. The system suddenly said that, and Luya froze for a moment before hurriedly asking, what's the use of that? Wasn't the strongest talent already overpowered enough? System. Host. The strongest talent does not begin at full output from the start. It grows stronger along with the host's own strength. Once the host reaches a certain level, when the strongest talent can no longer fully support the host's needs, it can be enhanced. As the talent is enhanced, the host can also gain additional abilities. Luya was speechless. Then didn't you say at the start that my talent was on par with Broly's? System. Apologies, host. I did not explain it clearly. In truth, only the strongest talent at its peak can be like Broly's, where even breathing makes one stronger. Luya. Then why didn't you say that earlier? System. The host did not meet the conditions before. Even if you had known, it would have been useless. Good grief. Luya was speechless, but he didn't dwell on it too much. As he activated the strongest talent, it instantly felt as if some surging force had awakened inside his body, flowing continuously through his limbs and every part of him. I can feel it now. Luya's spirits lifted. He then looked at Zamasu, a thick battle intent appearing on his face. In that case, let's give it a try. TCH, what are you muttering to yourself about? Trying to stall for time? Zamasu slowly raised his hand, then violently flared his aura, instantly condensing a key sword nearly 2 meters long. Luya bared his teeth in a grin, then flared his aura and shot forward directly. Ha! In that instant, Luya used time skip, as his strength had increased. Time skip had already been upgraded to 0.9 seconds. The time cage instantly sealed off the area around Zamasu. Zamasu's face remained calm, and the ring on his hand lit up. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zamasu's body was suddenly sent flying. This scene left the Supreme Kai and Trunks both dumbfounded. What's going on? How did Luya hit Zamasu? The Supreme Kai said in shock. Well, that should be because Zamasu is only a clone. Only that young man's time control can affect him. Gaosu thought for a moment and said. Luya was a little surprised too, but then he became delighted. Damn! This bastard can't defend against my time skip anymore. Thinking of that, Luya's figure trembled, and the next moment, he vanished again. Damn it! Zamasu's expression changed. Before he could even react, he took another punch. But with the toughness of his body, Luya's attacks still couldn't pose a fatal threat to him. Even so, he was still being suppressed. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Luya directly used time skip and launched continuous attacks on Zamasu, and basically every single attack was effective. But gradually, Luya discovered that the other side had already gained the ability to block. His heart stirred and he immediately understood. No matter how powerful his time skip was, If he used it too many times, the other side would slowly adapt. Thinking of that, Luya suddenly vanished. But he had clearly underestimated Zamasu. Almost the instant he disappeared, Zamasu suddenly thrust out with a sword. Pucci! The space ahead trembled. Luya's figure appeared in the field, and Zamasu's keyblade directly sliced across his face. Instantly, a bloody cut appeared, and blood flowed out. How could this be? Luya was shocked. He was that fast? Zamasu's expression turned cold. He directly grabbed Luya and hurled him away with force. Boom! Luya's body crashed to the ground, sending dust everywhere. Humph! Did you really think I was only powerful because of my strength? Zamasu looked at Luya with disdain. Luya stood up, then looked at him and bared his teeth in a grin. I underestimated you. He really had thought the other side relied only on his original overwhelming strength, while overlooking his innate ability. But this kind of battle was what made things interesting. With his upgraded talent activated, his strength was also constantly growing in battle. Boom! Luya suddenly thrust both hands forward at high speed, firing a shockwave straight at Zamasu. TCH. Zamasu dismissed it with contempt, then raised a hand and directly split Luya's energy blast in half. And suddenly, Luya's figure appeared in front of Zamasu, his fists raining down like a storm. Zamasu's face changed, and he could only use both hands to block Luya's attacks. But very soon, he suddenly gave up defending. At the same moment Luya's punch smashed into his face, he instantly grabbed Luya by the neck, and at the same time, his other hand once again condensed a keyblade and stabbed forward. Luya was startled. He quickly pressed both hands against the keyblade while pushing his own power to the limit. Divine power protection. Crack, crack, crack. But Zamasu's strength was gradually increasing, and at the same time, that grotesque hand of his slowly tightened. Luya's face instantly turned red. This is bad. The Supreme Kai immediately felt that things were going wrong and wanted to step in to help. It's useless. Even if we intervene, it won't have any effect. The gap in strength is too great. Gaosu said calmly. Are we really just going to watch him get killed? The Supreme Kai was getting anxious. Gaosu's gaze turned solemn. He looked toward the other side. At this moment, Trunks was also being suppressed by Zamasu. Although Trunks' power had increased by an unknown amount, his strength was still inferior to Zamasu's. As for Vegeto's side, the two of them were going back and forth. Although Vegeto was gradually gaining the upper hand, there was no way he could deal with Zamasu in a short time. They had fallen into a deadlock, but they had clearly underestimated Luya. His power was quietly rising. There was even a faint sign that he was about to break free. How is that possible? Zamasu had obviously sensed the change in his opponent. He didn't dare drag things out any longer, and immediately prepared to crush Luya's neck with force. Pucci! Suddenly, the sound of a sharp weapon-piercing flesh rang out, and the air instantly fell silent. Whether it was the Supreme Kai and Gaosu, or even Zamasu himself, all of them were stunned in shock. They saw that one of Luya's hands was gripping Zamasu's keyblade, while from his other hand, a red keyblade had formed and viciously stabbed into Zamasu's body. How is that possible? Zamasu's face instantly turned green, and the intense pain made him loosen his grip on Luya on instinct. You think you're the only one who can do this? Luya said mockingly. This was the skill attached to his talent. It allowed him to copy his opponent's techniques. Of course, as for power and the like, that depended on himself. For a technique like this keyblade, if Luya practiced for a while, he could definitely learn it. But that still wasn't as good as having the system copy it directly. The next second, Luya directly followed up with a flying kick and sent Zamasu flying. Covering his wound, the latter's eyes instantly turned red, the corners of them almost splitting.
Impossible.
How could you possibly injure me? Even if he was just a clone, he was still a god. There was no way he could lose.
Absolutely impossible.
Luya looked at him and then said, Then blame your own arrogance. Don't think that just because you're a god, you can look down on everything. Humans often accomplish things beyond your imagination, including slaughtering gods. Insolence. Zamasu roared, and then an astonishing scene appeared. His wound was actually healing at high speed. Seeing that, Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. I see, so your immortal body still works. Not long after, Zamasu's injuries had already fully recovered. He looked at Luya and said, I absolutely won't let you off. After saying that, two masses of blood-red lightning suddenly appeared in his hands. At the same time, each mass of lightning suddenly shot out a streak of crimson light, and in the end, they fused together. Accept the judgment of a god, you foolish human. Zamasu shouted furiously, and then a blood-colored thunderbolt shot straight out. Luya didn't dare be careless, but he also had no need to dodge. He immediately gathered his ki. Kamehameha. Ha!
Boom rumble rumble.
A massive beam of light instantly blasted out. Then it directly collided with that blood thunder. Oh! Luya roared, his aura continuously rising. Zamasu was clearly enraged by the provocation of these people he saw as mere clowns. In an instant, He was furious beyond measure and also roared in fury, his purple power surging out and pouring into that lightning. At the same time, little streaks of red light also shot out from around Zamasu's body. Blades of judgment. Luya's eyes moved, and in an instant, those bolts of judgment thunder directly froze in place. Time skip. Time control. Kaioken. Aha! Luya roared. In an instant, he activated Kaioken, directly raising his power to the limit. At that very moment, the Kamehameha was also pushed to its absolute maximum output, instantly shattering the blades of judgment around him, and the overwhelming firepower surged toward Zamasu. You bastard! How could I possibly lose to a human like you?
Impossible.
Zamasu's face twisted into a terrifying expression as he frantically poured out divine power without restraint. The collision of the two forces was on par with the clash between Vegeto and Zamasu's main body, in a battle of this level of power. Vegeto was so shocked that he stopped for a moment and couldn't help looking in Luya's direction. Luya's power could be said to have already surpassed Goku and Vegeta individually, and fusion-born Vegeto could feel that clearly. Luya, just as expected. You're amazing, Vegeto grinned. But before he could be happy, Zamasu had already arrived in front of him. Where are you looking? Bang! Yua! Vegeto cried out miserably and was sent flying. Zamasu looked toward Luya's battlefield, and a terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. At once, he prepared to go deal with Luya. Swish! But the next second, Vegeto blocked his path. Hey, your opponents are us. Ahak! Luya spared no effort with his ki, pouring it out like crazy. When he saw Zamasu gradually being suppressed by him, he pressed the attack in one burst, directly unleashing his strongest power. Boom boom boom.
Impossible.
Zamasu's expression changed drastically. Before he could even finish speaking, Luya instantly broke through his defense, and then he was swallowed by the ki blast. Luya panted heavily. His consumption was enormous, but he did not choose to eat a senzu bean. If he really ate that thing, it would indeed help him, but he did not want to. Maybe it was because he had inherited the natural pride of the Saiyans. He disdained that kind of behavior. Very soon, the smoke cleared. What made Luya let out a sigh of relief was that Zamasu had not come out completely unscathed like before. His condition now was indeed somewhat miserable. After Zamasu and Goku Black had completely fused, he had not been able to maintain a divine body. Instead, he had become half divine and half mortal. It was already obvious from his current appearance, and because of that, he had become extremely ugly. So at this moment, that ugly half of his body was already a bloody mess, and his body was no longer whole. Zamasu opened his mouth wide in pain, unable to believe that he had lost so miserably, but his festering flesh suddenly began to recover bit by bit. That was the power of his immortal body. When Luya saw this scene, his expression suddenly turned firm. The next moment, he directly flared his aura and charged fiercely toward Zamasu. Bang! Ugh! Zamasu directly took a knee strike from Luya, and at the same time was kicked flying by him. However, while he was flying backward, Zamasu's body was also gradually recovering. Luya took a deep breath. Because of his talent, his potential had already risen by a lot, and his strength was still continuously increasing. But his current consumption was too massive, so it could not be fully reflected right now. Even so, he did not want to give Zamasu any chance. He circulated his power and desperately condensed an energy ball in his hand. The next second, he threw it directly at Zamasu. Boom! Without any surprise, the energy sphere directly hit Zamasu. Luya withdrew the Kaioken, landed on the ground, and began taking a moment to recover his condition. As the smoke cleared, Zamasu's figure appeared in the air. His body had already recovered, but his aura had weakened by quite a lot. It had not disappeared though, and he could still maintain the existence of his clone. Luya was not surprised. If the other side had been destroyed by him, then it would not be Zamasu. Thinking that, Luya took a deep breath. His stamina had barely recovered a little, and he looked at Zamasu before slowly rising into the air. Your life sure is tough. Huh? Luya mocked. Zamasu looked at Luya with a face as still as water. Although he was the original body, he also had his own consciousness. As a god, he would absolutely never allow himself to lose directly to his opponent. Luya had no time to waste words with him. After dealing with this guy, he still had to go help over there. Whoosh! In an instant, the red radiance on his body gathered toward his hand, and a key sword condensed into shape. Pointing the sword at Zamasu, Luya said, "Come on, let me chop you into pieces, bastard." Zamasu snarled, then charged toward Luya. On the other side, boom! A building exploded apart, and immediately after, a figure was tightly embedded in a wall. It was Trunks. Zamasu slowly landed in front of him and looked at him mockingly. What? Still refusing to give up struggling? To raise your hand against a god? How ignorant are you? Trunks stared coldly at Zamasu. Then he suddenly flared his aura, burst out of the wall, and attacked Zamasu directly. But in the next second, Zamasu directly used that long monstrous hand to grab Trunks by the face. Then Zamasu sped up at full force, pressing down on Trunks' face as he continuously charged forward. Trunks' body smashed straight through thick wall after thick wall. "Aya!" Trunks cried out in pain. He had no power to fight back at all. Zamasu was completely overwhelming him. Boom! Zamasu threw Trunks down, then shot out an energy blast. In an instant, it blasted him crashing downward. Elsewhere on a rooftop, a group of ordinary people had gathered. They were the survivors hiding in the basement. After eating senzu beans, every one of them looked to be in good spirits. They had come out to observe the situation while holding on to a bit of luck. But they had not expected the fierce battle to still be continuing. That demon had still not been defeated, and everyone began to worry. And Mai, who was watching the battle through binoculars, turned deathly pale. Trunks. Her expression hardened. She then grabbed a hunting rifle and prepared to go provide support. "My dear lady, what are you going to do?" Yajirobe's face changed, and he quickly stopped her from the side. Mai said in a deep voice, "If I don't go help now, Trunks will be killed." Yajirobe said helplessly, "Even if you go, won't the result be the same? He can wipe you out with just one finger." Mai said to him unhappily, "Then why aren't you going? Your strength is the greatest among everyone here. Only you can actually do something." Yajirobe's face stiffened, and he awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Well, a battle like that isn't something I can participate in either. Then don't stop me."
Mais shootait d'Angrilly.
Yajirobe, he did not want to get involved either. If something happened to this woman, he would definitely be done for too. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Trunks' body fell straight down, and a giant crater appeared with it. Zamasu slowly descended and looked at Trunks as he said coldly, "How could the power of mortals possibly contend against a god? That's not how it is." Trunks struggled to his feet. His body swayed unsteadily, yet he stubbornly refused to fall. Then, strands of blue light suddenly began to ignite from his body. "Why should the fate of humanity be controlled by selfish gods like you?" Trunks gritted his teeth and glared at Zamasu, his eyes filled with defiance. "Hehe, why? Because you humans are not only weak, but also arrogantly start all kinds of wars. You destroy the balance of the universe. From the moment humanity was born until now, it has always been like this. So, in order to create a universe that is easier for the gods to manage, you humans must die." Zamasu grinned, his eyes brimming with madness. "The ones who are full of themselves are you gods. You talk about creating peace, but you've made this world into such a terrible place. How many people have lost their loved ones? How many people have cried? For all of this, you so-called gods have not shown the slightest bit of compassion." Trunks roared. Even the two Supreme Kais fell silent. But Zamasu only found it laughable. And then, Trunks steadied himself, and more blue light appeared on his body. "No matter how strong you are, I'll protect this world on behalf of everyone. I'll defeat you, the one responsible for all of this." Buzz. Not far away, Trunks' sword seemed to have received its master's call. It trembled, then flew directly into Trunks' hand. "Haa!" Trunks suddenly let out a roar. Even though his body was exhausted, he erupted with a terrifying power. Blue light wrapped around his body, and his strength, condition, and every aspect of him began to rise at astonishing speed. "Trunks! Trunks! You can do it!" At the same time, the survivors seemed to hear Trunks' determination, and they all started shouting. Then tiny points of white light suddenly rose from their bodies. These white lights were as pure and holy as moonlight. This was the light of people Ski, the hope of all the survivors. These points of light continued to gather, and in the end they suddenly flowed into Trunks' body. At this, Trunks' expression changed. Then in the very next second, he felt an extremely comfortable sensation. At the same time, he felt endless power being continuously poured into his body. "This is everyone's hope." Trunks' expression instantly turned serious. He looked at Zamasu with firm resolve. "No matter what, I will represent all of humanity and settle this with you once and for all." Hehehe. Ridiculous. A lowly mortal dares speak such madness to a god? You can't even deal with my clone. What gives you the right to represent humanity? Zamasu said disdainfully. "Because I'll kill you completely." Trunks roared. Then a dazzling white light lit up his body. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted, and the light wrapped around him turned blue. Different from Super Saiyan blue, what Trunks carried was the will of all humanity. Ha! Trunks gripped his sword and charged at Zamasu. The holy sword shone with blue brilliance as it slashed toward Zamasu, tearing through everything in its path. Zamasu let out a cold snort. A keyblade condensed in his hand, and he slashed out directly. Clang! Slash! The two terrifying powers collided, and the ground beneath them split apart on the spot. How could the power of a mere human possibly defeat me? Zamasu glared at Trunks like a madman, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. "You don't need to keep telling me how high and mighty your gods are. A god that only destroys peace has no right to stand above us. As Trunks' roar fell, his power surged again. With a sudden burst of force, he instantly shattered Zamasu's ki blade with one slash.
Impossible.
Zamasu panicked and hurriedly retreated, barely dodging Trunks' sword. But Trunks clearly wasn't about to give him any chance. His aura exploded again, and his speed became unbelievably fast. He leaped in front of Zamasu with ease and slashed down once more. You devil! Disappear for me, bastard! Zamasu's expression changed drastically. He could only press both hands against Trunks' light sword, but in the next second, he felt a force he simply couldn't resist. What right does a god like you have to decide the life and death of humanity? Trunks swung hard sideways and in an instant, he broke through Zamasu's restraint. No! Slash! With a muffled sound, an arm flew into the air. It was Zamasu's monstrous arm. At the same time, Trunks reacted with lightning speed. He swung the light sword, and several flashes of sword light swept past. In the next second, Zamasu's entire body was cut into several pieces. Zamasu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this the power of humanity? Boom! The next moment, Zamasu's body shattered completely. The clone was destroyed. We won! Woohoo! Seeing Trunks defeat Zamasu, everyone burst into excited cheers. At some point, the devil Zamasu had become the destroyer in their eyes. The whole world had become like this because of Zamasu, and he had seemed so utterly unbeatable. Now that Trunks had defeated one Zamasu, how could they not be excited? Thud! Trunks dropped to his knees from exhaustion, and the mysterious power around him also dissipated. He had already poured out everything he had. Now, he had finally dealt with his opponent. Looks like Trunks succeeded. I can't fall behind either. Luya had clearly noticed the battle on Trunks' side, and he immediately grinned. Whoosh! At that moment, a gust from a punch came at him. Luya calmly raised a hand and directly caught a fist. How Zamasu's expression changed. What? You seem like you're not cutting it anymore. Is the will of a god really this pathetic? Luya looked at Zamasu and said mockingly. He knew the other side had obviously been affected. Damn it! Zamasu's face turned savage as he was about to power up. But Luya was faster than him. The 20 times Kaioken activated at full output. He instantly moved beneath Zamasu and drove a vicious punch straight into his stomach. Irk! Zamasu's face immediately went pale, and he threw up. So gods feel pain too? Luya curled his lips and said teasingly. Ah! Zamasu completely snapped and raised both fists, smashing them down violently. Whoosh! Luya suddenly vanished, then appeared behind Zamasu in the next instant. He followed with a sweeping kick that directly sent him crashing down. Boom! Zamasu was in a miserable state. His emotions were unstable, and he couldn't bring out his power at all. On the other hand, Luya was getting stronger and stronger. Through fighting Zamasu, under the effect of his strongest talent, his battle power was rising in a straight line, and his combat techniques were also becoming more and more refined. Not to mention he was doing all this on top of using Kaioken. It could be said that in the same form, Luya had already surpassed Goku and the others. He had even drawn out his own potential and expanded his room for growth. However, Luya wasn't arrogant. He knew that as Saiyans, almost every one of them would grow in battle. So after this fight, Goku and Vegeta's strength would also advance by leaps and bounds. He had only improved more than they had, that's all. Still, right now Luya didn't just want to improve his power alone. The path of his Super Saiyan God led toward Ultra Instinct, so what he needed to train was his body's reaction. As long as he reached a certain limit, then he would be able to comprehend Ultra Instinct. Thinking of this, Luya looked down at Zamasu below. He suddenly powered up, then stretched out his hand and condensed an energy blast. At the same time, he continuously compressed its power, then fired it out in the next second. Zamasu's expression turned ugly. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and shot a streak of purple light from it. Boom! An explosion instantly rang out. Zamasu seized the initiative and appeared directly in front of Luya, throwing a punch at once. Luya kept dodging. Although the other side was very fast and Luya had been somewhat rushed at first, little by little, he was barely able to evade the attacks. At the same time, he was training his will. If he didn't use his thoughts, then under outside stimulation, his body would naturally react on its own. Without a doubt, that would help him cultivate Ultra Instinct. But what made Luya feel miserable was that he still couldn't do it. Because every time he gave up thinking, Zamasu would beat him down, so he didn't dare keep trying like that. He quickly got serious again. Better to improve his speed first. As long as his body could keep up with his thoughts, even if he could shorten that gap by just an instant, his speed would still improve noticeably. And Zamasu seemed to realize that Luya was using him as a sparring partner. And he instantly grew furious, punching at Luya. Luya showed no fear at all and prepared to meet it head-on. But just as he threw his punch, a purple glow suddenly condensed around Zamasu's fist and stabbed toward Luya. Not good. I got careless. Luya was horrified inside. He hadn't expected the guy to be this crafty. But at this moment, there was no way for him to dodge. If that sword struck him, his hand would be ruined. In that desperate moment, Luya's heart struggled violently. What he didn't know was that a thin layer of tiny white radiance had suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. What? Zamasu cried out in shock, because he realized Luya had disappeared. Disappeared. Without sensing anything at all, Zamasu suddenly turned around, and his face changed at the same time.
Impossible.
When did you, just now? He had clearly been certain he was about to heavily wound this human. So why had the other side vanished in an instant? No, not even an instant. With his power at such close range, if the other side had wanted to escape, then he should have been able to catch the trajectory. The other side's move had truly startled him. Luya was also a little confused right now. How had he dodged? By the time he reacted, his body had already returned to normal. Luya tried to grasp onto something, but it was all vague. Failed? Luya was shaken to the core. He was certain of it. Just now, he had definitely achieved autonomous reaction. System, did you save that state? Luya hurriedly asked in his mind. System. Sorry, host? The system detected that for a brief instant, the host gave up thinking, causing the host's mind to go completely blank. In other words, the host was no longer using the strongest talent, so the system was unable to capture it. Hearing that, Luya felt a little regretful. If that feeling could have been captured, then he could have fully mastered Ultra Instinct before the Tournament of Power arrived. But now it seemed a bit difficult. Human, how did you do that? Zamasu suddenly asked. Luya looked at him, then grinned. How I did it is none of your business. Now let's settle the score between us. You've been jumping around for so long. If I can't even deal with a clone like you, then how am I supposed to keep going? What big talk? Zamasu snorted coldly, then suddenly charged at Luya. Luya instantly turned serious. Opportunities vanished in the blink of an eye, and he wasn't stupid enough to get careless again. He immediately condensed a red keyblade and fiercely battled Zamasu. Meanwhile, Vegito and the original Zamasu were clashing intensely. On the surface, their power looked evenly matched, but if you looked carefully, you could tell Vegito seemed to be playing Zamasu around. Ha! Their fists collided, and a powerful force instantly erupted. Ugh! Damn it! Zamasu realized he actually couldn't deal with the guy in front of him, and his expression immediately turned ugly. What is it? Is the power of a god really this pitiful? Vegito laughed arrogantly, looking at Zamasu with mockery. You bastard! Zamasu's face twisted viciously, as if he had suffered a huge humiliation. Then, with his other hand, he directly condensed a keyblade and stabbed it straight at Vegito. Poochie! With a dull sound, Zamasu's face suddenly filled with disbelief. The keyblade in his hand was only a few inches away from Vegito's eye, but a longer keyblade had pierced through his body instead. And the source of that blade was Vegito. You're not the only one who knows that trick, Vegito said with a faint smile. Pa! Vegito froze for a moment, because Zamasu had actually grabbed his keyblade by force. A human injuring a god is unforgivable. Zamasu exerted force and directly crushed Vegito's keyblade. The next second, he closed in and sent Vegito flying with one punch. Zamasu's wound began to heal, but his expression grew even uglier, because although his immortal body still worked, the pain was still there. Vegito rose into the air, then grinned and said, Look at yourself. You don't match that so-called nobility you keep talking about at all. Damn it! Brilliant light burst from both of Zamasu's hands, and then he suddenly fired a terrifying energy wave straight at Vegito. Vegito snorted coldly, then casually thrust out a big bang attack. The two attacks cancelled each other out directly. Ah! Zamasu charged over. Right after that, his speed increased by several levels as he launched a frenzied barrage of attacks at Vegito. Vegito hurriedly dodged, but his reactions were astonishing. At the instant the other side threw a punch, he directly grabbed his arm and flung him away with an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! Zamasu crashed awkwardly into a building, and the building collapsed. Boom! But the next second Zamasu shot into the sky. Looking at Vegito, his gaze was murderous. I will destroy you and this world together. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed all of his power and began condensing a terrifying force of destruction. Vegito's expression tightened, and he suddenly powered up as well. Then let's see who's stronger. Kamehame. Human, your path ends here. Be destroyed together with this world. Ha! Zamasu's face twisted savagely, and in that instant, he fired an unprecedented beam of destruction straight downward at Vegito below. Ha! Here it comes. Vegito suddenly unleashed the Kamehameha. In an instant, the white beam directly collided with the destruction energy. You-wa! Vegito kept roaring as his power continuously rose. Zamasu was also going all in, madly pouring out power, wanting to kill his opponent with this one strike. But it had to be said, he had underestimated Vegito's strength far too much. Zamasu! You-wa! Vegito suddenly exerted force, instantly pushing the energy wave back toward Zamasu. How is this possible?
No, impossible.
Terror appeared on Zamasu's face as he discovered that no matter how he tried to resist, it was completely useless. Boom! In an instant, the massive energy swallowed Zamasu whole. On the other side, the clone fighting Luya suddenly stopped. Then he clutched his head and let out sounds of pain. An opening. Luya's eyes sharpened. The next second, he raised his aura to the absolute peak and directly condensed a Kamehameha. Disappear for me. Kamehameha. Luya suddenly fired the Kamehameha, hitting Zamasu directly. No! As he was drowned in energy, Zamasu's clone turned to ashes in the light and scattered away. Zamasu's clone had completely disappeared. Seeing this, the two Supreme Kais let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were also worried. Could they really destroy the true Zamasu? At this moment, Vegeto's breathing was a little heavy, but he looked up into the sky. He probably won't die that easily, right? Luya and Trunks landed beside Vegeto. "Jo, you two did pretty well," Vegeto said with praise. Trunks humbly said, "Without everyone's strength, I'd already be done for." Luya said carelessly, kind of a shame. "I actually had to rely on you to create an opening for me. If Vegeto hadn't interfered with the main body, it really would have been hard to get rid of Zamasu's clone, even if Luya's power was enough to match him." Vegeto laughed. "You really broke through a lot in this battle. Just in terms of individual combat power, you're already above us." He wasn't lying. Luya's power had already surpassed Super Saiyan Blue and reached an even higher level. Luya grinned and said nothing. "But this guy has to be dealt with by me. None of you are allowed to interfere." Vegeto suddenly threw out those words, then leaped up and flew into the sky. "Isn't he being a little too flashy?" Luya muttered. "Trunks." As the explosion faded, Zamasu's figure appeared in the field, and he really was in pretty bad shape. Having taken Vegeto's full-power Super Kamehameha, even he couldn't come out unscathed. "Yo, what's wrong? Is this the power of a god? Doesn't seem that impressive." Vegeto suddenly flew in front of him and grinned. "You bastard." Zamasu glared at Vegeto with a twisted expression. He had never expected that he would lose this badly.
Impossible.
"This is absolutely impossible." Vegeto suddenly laughed. "Alright, the farce should end. It's time for you to repent to the humans you killed." After saying that, he suddenly powered up. Blue energy shot into the sky, and he brought both hands to his waist, preparing to unleash another Super Kamehameha. "How could I lose to you?" Zamasu suddenly roared. In that instant, he let out another furious howl, and a shocking scene occurred. Zamasu's appearance began to change. In a flash, his body grew to more than twice its original size. His original half-human, half-god appearance had now turned into that of a monster. His entire body was purple, swollen like a toad, and wrapped in terrifying black energy all over. "Aya!" With a furious roar, a powerful aura suddenly swept outward. Everything in its path was flattened on the spot. At the same time, countless blood-red beams suddenly shot out from his body, continuously destroying everything they could reach. Not good. Luya and Trunks' expressions changed. In the next moment, Luya directly used instant transmission, appearing in front of Mai and the others, then instantly powered up and formed a protective barrier. Damn it! Vegeto was enraged, but also shocked. At this moment, the other party's power had actually far surpassed his original strength.
Humans.
"You forced me into this state. Unforgivable. All of you will be buried with me." Zamasu's face twisted viciously. Vast power gathered inside his body, and right after that, he began preparing a trump card. Not good. Zamasu has abandoned his identity as a god and completely assimilated the power inside his body. Gawasu said in a low voice, "In this form, I can feel an aura like destruction itself." The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said with a grave expression, "Be ready to run at any moment." Gawasu said deeply, "Supreme Kai." After the violent upheaval, everything within sight had become a complete mess. This world, bombarded by countless blasts of energy, was already starting to reach its limit. All kinds of natural disasters erupted at this moment. The entire Earth was heading toward destruction. Luya's face was somewhat gloomy. Why wasn't Zamasu playing by the usual rules? In this form, his energy had already surpassed Luya's by far. But now that Zamasu had abandoned his identity as a god and chosen overwhelming power instead, then from the current situation, as long as they could take him down, this crisis would be over. Thinking of this, Luya looked at Mai and the others. Then he used instant transmission and disappeared. But in the very next second, he reappeared with the two Supreme Kais. "You two, I need your help," Luya said. Gawasu glanced at Mai and the others, then said, "You want us to take them away, right?" "That's right. If they stay here, they'll only get in our way, and they might even get caught in the fallout." Luya said flatly, "That won't work. This is the future world, and if we bring them to the present world, everything will be thrown into chaos. One timeline having two of the same person? Absolutely not. Supreme Kai suddenly said in a low voice. Luya gave Supreme Kai a calm look, then said, then just take them to Universe 10. What? Young man, don't act recklessly, Gaosu said with a complicated expression. Luya said, what? This whole matter was your Universe 10's fault to begin with. If not for Zamasu, this world would never have turned out like this. So shouldn't you be taking responsibility? Gaosu hesitated. To be honest, this really was their fault. But taking these people back so rashly did seem a bit inappropriate. Luya suddenly said, in this timeline and in the present timeline, both Zeniths are there. And no one can kill Zeno. If they find out, aren't you all done for? Wait, we can discuss this properly. At the mention of Zeno, the old Supreme Kai immediately backed down. Luya said indifferently, isn't it just a few people? You just need to get them settled. Or are you saying you want humanity in this world to go extinct? That should go against your principles as a Supreme Kai, right? Gaosu fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Alright then, we'll do as you say. Don't be unconvinced. This is the fine work of your precious student. If not for him, why would we have to go through all this trouble and come all the way here? And if you Supreme Kais were to disappear? The consequences, you understand. Luya suddenly said in an eerie tone. What? How do you know? Gaosu was startled and deeply shocked. The other party actually knew the secret of the Supreme Kais. If a Supreme Kai died, the god of destruction would suffer along with him. That was also why the gods died in this era. To begin with, the Supreme Kais were not particularly strong, so if someone wanted to kill a Supreme Kai, it would not be that difficult. Luya couldn't be bothered wasting words with him and said, alright, take them and go first. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave. Wait, I want to stay. I suddenly walked over and said firmly. Luya thought for a moment, then nodded. You can stay. Wait, I want to stay too. I don't want to go to some other universe. Yajirobe suddenly ran over. Luya said flatly, no, you can't. Go with them to Universe 10. Why? Yajirobe refused to accept it. I was allowed to stay, so why wasn't he? Luya said calmly, because Trunks has a time machine and you don't. Got it? Enough. If you keep talking, I'll leave all of you here to die. Everyone. In the end, after Mai's persuasion, everyone agreed to leave this world. This place had already become hell, so there was no need for them to stay. Before long, Gaosu and Supreme Kai took everyone away. Before leaving, they even told Luya and the others to be careful. Hide yourself somewhere, or you'll get caught in it. Luya looked at Mai. Thank you. Mai looked at Luya gratefully. Luya didn't say anything more. With a leap, he flew straight toward the battlefield. The commotion on Luya's side had obviously been noticed by Vegito and the others. Zamasu wanted to stop him, but Vegito blocked him. Trunks looked at Luya, who had arrived beside him, and said gratefully, thank you. Luya waved his hand. This Earth is already close to destruction. The fact that it's lasted this long is already pretty good. We have to defeat Zamasu as soon as possible. If Earth exploded, no one would escape. Of course, except for him. At this moment, both Vegito and Zamasu were gathering power. Their strength was rising higher and higher. Each wanted to use his strongest power to finish off the other. Heh, watch closely. This is my final full power output. Super Kamehameha. Vegito lowered his body, then fiercely fired an overwhelming Kamehameha at Zamasu. A terrifying force shot straight into the sky. At the same time, Zamasu had also already condensed a horrifying power.
Humans.
Boom!
The blood-red energy crashed down like a waterfall. In an instant, the two forces slammed into each other, and the powerful shockwaves swept outward, destroying everything. Wah! Vegito roared and suddenly increased his output. But this time, he was clearly unable to suppress Zamasu. The other party's power had been completely assimilated. While giving up his immortal body, his strength had received an enormous boost, and it was not inferior to Vegito's at all. The two fiercely clashed in a beam struggle. Their overwhelming power stunned Luya and Trunks, but both of them understood that if they couldn't eliminate Zamasu, then not only Earth, but this entire timeline would head straight toward destruction. Luya suddenly said in a deep voice, go help him. After saying that, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan God and charged out. Trunks didn't hesitate either. He directly used the last of his power to transform into a Super Saiyan and flew up as well. Kamehameha. Final flash. Rumble. Rumble. The two energies suddenly merged with Vegito's power, and their might instantly surged. Little by little, they began pushing the energy toward Zamasu. What? Zamasu's expression turned ugly. You guys? Vegito was stunned. We have to finish this guy off as soon as possible. Luya gritted his teeth and said. Vegito was just about to speak, but at that moment, a flash of light suddenly came from his body, and then he split apart directly. Vegeta and Goku appeared on the battlefield. What's going on? Trunks was startled and hurriedly asked. Looks like we don't have enough power to maintain the fusion anymore. Goku said with a somewhat serious expression. Even better. I'll rely on my own strength to take care of this piece of trash. Vegeta said proudly. The next moment, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and unleashed his full power, instantly blasting out his energy. That's right. Ha! Goku also let out a low shout and immediately went all out, firing a Kamehameha.
Dam numans.
How could I possibly lose to the likes of you? Zamasu's face twisted viciously as he suddenly increased his firepower. We won't lose, Zamasu. Aya! Luya and the other three roared at once, unleashing every attack they had and pushing with all their might. The next moment, the terrifying energy surged straight toward Zamasu. Aya! The four of them gave it everything they had and pushed together. In that instant, their combined power actually surpassed Zamasu's. No! You're nothing but mere humans, ah! Faced with the combined strike of the four of them, Zamasu was ultimately unable to hold out. The energy instantly pushed back against him, and in the next moment, he was completely swallowed up. Along with a scream and a beam of light piercing through the sky, Zamasu's body exploded outright, turning into a cloud of blood mist filling the air. Huff, 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 we won. That's great, Goku grinned. Luya and the others also let out a sigh of relief, then slowly began descending. Trunks, I ran over from not far away. Meh. Trunks' expression relaxed, revealing an easy smile. The two hugged each other tightly, their emotions indescribably complicated. Before this, the future world had been turned into a complete mess by Zamasu, and nearly all the humans on Earth had been exterminated by him. Even the people closest to them had died. The blow and pressure they had endured had been enormous, and now their nightmare was finally about to end. Alright, you can hug after we get back. This place looks like it's about to explode, Luya suddenly said. As if answering his words, the ground around them began to crack. Right after that, countless streams of lava erupted. The Earth was torn apart, and it looked as if the entire planet was about to break apart. In the end, we still couldn't protect Earth, Goku said with a complicated expression. Be satisfied. Being able to defeat Zamasu is already very good. Besides, there shouldn't be anyone left here anyway, so it might as well be destroyed, Vegeta said flatly. Good thing this timeline isn't the same one my dad is in. Otherwise, the future scene would probably be terrible, Trunks said in a low voice. Forget it. Hey, Trunks, take out the time machine, Goku said to Trunks. The latter nodded, then pulled out a capsule, pressed it lightly, and threw it. Bang! In the next second, a time machine appeared on the scene. Alright, get on. Goku looked at Trunks and Mai. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and immediately boarded the time machine. The time machine is already cramped with 3 people sitting inside. Vegeta, you get on. Goku laughed and said to Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Goku and Luya, then haughtily jumped onto the time machine. Luya, you can just hold onto the time machine with me. Goku looked at Luya. Luya shrugged, showing that he had no objections. It was only a momentary thing anyway. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right after that, under Trunks' operation, the time machine activated and slowly rose into the air. Goku and Luya both jumped up and grabbed onto the landing gear. Hold tight. We're about to leave, Trunks suddenly said. Buzz. The time machine shook violently, and then a mass of white light wrapped around it. Just as the time machine was about to travel through time, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A terrifying ray of light shot over, aimed directly at Luya and the others. What? This is bad. Trunks and Goku cried out at the same time, but it was already too late. Just as that energy was about to hit the time machine, Luya suddenly let go and directly blocked the ray of light. However, the time machine had already started. Luya! Hurry and grab on. Goku's face changed as he was about to shout, but in the next moment, the time machine directly turned into a streak of light and vanished. Luya! Damn it! Does this ever end? Luya shouted lowly and directly shattered that energy. Then he turned his gaze toward the culprit. At this moment, a battered and heavily wounded figure was standing in the distance, staring at him viciously. Zamasu, you're still not dead? Luya frowned. Human, you won't be leaving. Zamasu, now looking neither human nor ghost, stared at Luya with a twisted expression. Luya sneered. You're pretty shameless too, taking this chance to try and keep us here. Ha ha ha. Too bad, though. I could only leave you behind. But I will definitely kill you, Zamasu said with a savage face. How pitiful. But since you're not dead, I'll deal with you first before leaving. Luya gave a cold smile. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. On the contrary, he could force his way through time and space using angel power. But he had to get rid of the scourge Zamasu first. Otherwise, if he recovered to his peak, this entire universe would probably be finished. Thinking of this, Luya took out a senzu bean and ate it. In less than 2 seconds, Luya's condition recovered, and he had even faintly become much stronger. After this battle, his power had improved far too much. Damn it! Human, even if you defeat me, you still won't be able to leave. And besides, you can't beat me. Zamasu roared. Luya sneered. Whether I can leave or not isn't for you to decide. On the contrary, you're no longer immortal now. As long as I get rid of you, you won't be able to revive again. Through the system, he had already detected that every time the other side restored himself, his strength would decrease. So as long as he killed him completely, he could win. Rumble. The surface of the earth suddenly split apart, and the whole planet abruptly fell to the brink of destruction. Earth is going to explode. Luya's eyes sharpened, and then he looked at Zamasu. Let us make this quick. Boom. The next moment, Luya directly transformed into Super Saiyan God, although the other side's power had dropped. Defeating him still wouldn't be that easy. TCH. Zamasu's face twisted for a moment. Then with a roar, his body shot forward. Even the place where he had been standing collapsed from the recoil. Come on. Luya shouted lowly and turned into a streak of red light, charging straight at Zamasu. Bang! The two of them collided fist against fist. But in the very next second, Luya's body was forced backward. Sure enough, without using Kaioken, he still couldn't suppress his opponent. But while dodging the other side's attacks, Luya was also getting familiar with his moves. Zamasu's fighting style was already in disarray by now. Repeated failures had made him furious, and at this moment, he only wanted to keep Luya, this troublesome human, from escaping. Bang! Whoosh! At the moment he was knocked back by Zamasu, Luya used instant transmission. In the next instant, he appeared behind Zamasu. A blast of energy instantly condensed in his palm. But Zamasu was clearly no joke. He reacted very quickly. Without even turning around, he grabbed Luya's hand with a backhand motion and forced it aside. The energy blast missed, and in the next second, Zamasu swung Luya around several times before throwing him out. Boom! The ground cracked apart directly. Seizing the chance, Zamasu immediately fired an energy blast and blasted it straight into the earth. Boom! Under the huge explosion, the already damaged land was driven even further toward destruction. Countless streams of lava burst out, and Luya's figure was swallowed up as well. Zamasu was breathing slightly hard. He didn't have Luya's senzu beans, so the more power he used, the less he had left. Even though his current power was still extremely terrifying, his condition was far from good. Having lost his divine body and no longer possessing immortality, his nerves had become extremely sensitive, and his body was gradually growing fragile as well. So if he took a heavy hit, he would be seriously injured. Suddenly, Zamasu's eyes narrowed. A red sphere of light slowly rose up from the magma, with Luya's figure wrapped inside it. TCH. Zamasu's expression instantly darkened. Luya let out a slight sigh of relief. Good thing I reacted fast, or I would have been roasted. The light barrier dispersed, turning into red light that wrapped around his body. Luya looked at Zamasu and said, "Again! Damn it!" Zamasu roared. In an instant, a vast force spread out directly. The earth trembled, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Luya's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, he drew in his breath and raised his power a little more. The next second, Kaioken. Boom! In an instant, his power doubled, and he charged straight at Zamasu. Aha! Zamasu condensed energy blasts in his hand and kept firing them at Luya. Luya nimbly dodged them while continuing to close in on Zamasu. Kamehame, die! Zamasu roared as he increased his firepower. The barrage became denser, and the attacks became faster. But Luya looked as if he could predict the trajectory of the enemy's attacks. His body twisted, and he directly avoided them. Ah! Whoosh! At the same time, Luya had already condensed a terrifying energy wave. What? How is that possible? Zamasu's expression changed drastically, but Luya had already reached him. Ha! Luya shoved the energy wave forward with all his might, and a terrifying beam blasted out instantly. Aha! Zamasu could only let out a scream as he was swallowed by the Kamehameha. Even so, he was still resisting desperately. A black barrier formed around him to protect his body, but cracks kept appearing on it. Luya clenched his teeth, the muscles all over his body bulging explosively. With an angry roar, he pushed his power to the limit. Boom! Crack! How is that possible? Zamasu's barrier actually shattered in that instant, and his body was immediately washed over by the Kamehameha. Bang! Bang! The next second, Zamasu's earring suddenly shattered, and his figure changed at that very moment, gradually melting apart. In the end, a streak of meteor-like light carried Zamasu far into the distance. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire earth were trembling. Luya looked up at the sky. The originally pitch-black heavens had now taken on a dusk-like hue. It was a sign that the world was about to be destroyed. It's about to explode. Luya glanced into the distance, then vanished in the next instant, reappearing directly inside a giant crater. Inside the crater, Zamasu lay on the ground in a miserable state. But at this moment, this Zamasu was no longer the fused Zamasu made from Zamasu and Goku Black. He was Supreme Kai Zamasu. Luya's strike had directly shattered the earring and forcibly separated the two. Because the other had immortality, he survived. But Goku Black wasn't so lucky. His body had already been heavily damaged to begin with, and now he had been completely destroyed. How is this possible? How could I lose? Zamasu lay on the ground, letting out a shrill laugh filled with sorrow. Luya glanced at him and said, "You underestimated humans. It's not something you can destroy just because you want to. Damn it, human. Just you wait. I'll definitely get my revenge." Zamasu's face suddenly twisted viciously. Then the ring on his hand suddenly lit up. But in the next moment, Luya used time skip and instantly appeared in front of Zamasu. The key blade condensed in his hand directly severed Zamasu's arm. Whoosh! Boom! At the same time, Luya fired a light wave and directly destroyed that ring together with the severed arm. As Luya destroyed that arm, Zamasu's face instantly turned deathly pale. Stop! The destruction of the ring meant he could no longer travel through time. And if that happened, he would no longer be able to realize his wish. Without time travel, even with immortality, it would be very difficult for him to change the future he desired. But Zamasu's immortal body was still extremely powerful. The very next second after Luya destroyed his arm, Zamasu's arm grew back again. Only the time ring was no longer there. This should end now, Luya said softly. Zamasu struggled to stand up, then snarled. Impossible. I have an immortal body. There's absolutely no way someone like you can kill me. Luya smiled faintly. Is that so? What if it's the power of a god of destruction? What? Zamasu was shocked. In the next second, his face filled with terror, because Luya slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying energy sphere condensed into existence. That energy sphere was not an ordinary one. It was destruction energy. The moment he saw the sphere of destruction, Zamasu's face went green. How is that possible? How do you have the power of a god of destruction? Could it be Beerus gave it to you? Luya said flatly, you don't need to know who gave it to me. You just need to know that in a moment you'll be gone. Zamasu's face looked ugly as he roared. Impossible. I will never let you succeed. Don't even think about killing me. After saying that, he suddenly erupted with a powerful force. In an instant, the entire crater began to expand. At the same time, under the influence of Zamasu's power, the entire earth began to break apart, accelerating its march toward destruction. You lunatic! Luya snorted coldly, then prepared to throw the sphere of destruction at Zamasu. Ha ha ha! Too late. Even if you can kill me, you won't escape either. The entire earth, including you, will be buried with me. Zamasu's expression suddenly turned crazed. In the next moment, his body abruptly changed. Then a terrifying power burst out from within him, and his entire body transformed into blood-colored energy, surging into the sky like a waterfall. What? Luya was startled. He hadn't expected the other side to still be able to resist like this, and he found it hard to believe. As that power erupted, the entire earth split apart in an instant, and countless streams of magma burst out, as if they could destroy the whole planet at any moment. Luya snorted coldly. In the next second, all of space-time suddenly froze, and then Luya directly shot out the sphere of destruction in his hand. Although Zamasu was prepared to die together with him, his immortal body would inevitably give him a trace of false hope. So now, the only option was to destroy him completely. Buzz! The sphere of destruction directly merged into that pillar of blood. In the next second, the blood pillar trembled. Then from bottom to top, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. Aha! I won't accept this. I can't lose. Zamasu's roar rang out. That pillar of blood suddenly turned into a human face. It was Zamasu's face. But very soon, it too turned into particles of light and scattered away. Under destruction, nothing remained. Luya let out a breath of relief. At last, he had finally dealt with the troublesome Zamasu. Boom! But at that moment, a powerful force suddenly slammed over, causing Luya's expression to change. His figure immediately leaped away to dodge it. In the next second, a series of explosions rang out. The entire ground kept splitting apart, and streams of magma burst out from the earth, mercilessly destroying everything. At the same time, mountains collapsed across the entire earth. Tsunamis soared into the sky, volcanoes erupted, and the apocalypse was about to arrive. It was going to explode, and the moment that thought appeared, half of the entire earth directly exploded. In an instant, it began spreading little by little like a fuse being lit. Luya's expression changed. Then he suddenly powered up and shot straight toward the atmosphere. System. Use Frieza's cells. Luya hurriedly said. At once, Luya's body was wrapped in a thin layer of red light. System. Use angel power and teleport me back to the real world. Ding. One-time consumable skill, angel power, activated. Traveling through time and space. Buzz. The moment Luya's voice fell, his body suddenly turned illusory. Right after that, he directly transformed into a streak of light and shot out, vanishing into the universe at what seemed like light speed. And not long after Luya disappeared, Earth directly exploded. In the vast universe, that terrifying explosion looked insignificant. Yet it was a genuine planetary destruction. The Earth of the future world was gone. No one knew how much time had passed when a figure suddenly appeared on the scene. He glanced in the direction where Earth had once been, then revealed a strange and mysterious curve at the corner of his lips. Too late. Huh? What a pity. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside the space capsule, Goku and the others looked battered, but their condition had already recovered. After coming back, they had immediately eaten senzu beans, so they had all returned to peak condition. Why isn't Bulma done yet? Goku asked anxiously. Trunks said, even collecting one tank of fuel would take at least a few days at the fastest. It hasn't even been that many days yet. Getting fuel right now just isn't realistic. But Luya is still in the future. If we don't go help him, he might die, Goku said in a deep voice. Oh my. The Supreme Kais have already gone to attend a meeting with Lord Zeno, so they won't be able to come back anytime soon, Whis said faintly. Then what do we do now? If we don't hurry to the future world, Luya might never come back, Goku said with a frown. That bastard Zamasu. He is way too hard to deal with. He still didn't die even after all that. Lord Whis, you should be able to use time-space travel to take us to the future, right? Vegeta suddenly looked at Whis and asked. Can't, Whis said with a slight smile. Why not? Whis, you're an angel, Goku said in confusion. Whis shook his head. Angels are not omnipotent either. We are also restricted by rules. Some things simply aren't supposed to be done. Without specific permission, if an angel casually distorts time and space, the punishment would be extremely severe. What? But don't you use time rewind all the time? Goku protested. That's different. Things are very tense right now. Since something like this happened, Lord Zeno already knows about it. That's why the Supreme Kai meeting was called, and a cleanup is starting. If angels and gods of destruction like us act against the wind at a time like this, the consequences will be serious, Beerus said flatly. How could it be like this? Goku said regretfully. There's no need to worry. Based on what you all said, Luya's current strength means he doesn't need to fear Zamasu anymore. Maybe he can even eliminate Zamasu, Whis suddenly said. That may be true, but if we don't go pick him up, wouldn't he have to stay over there forever? Goku said worriedly. We can only wait for Bulma to store enough fuel, Vegeta said solemnly. Everyone, the fuel is ready. Suddenly, Bulma came running over while holding a bottle of fuel. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. That fast. That's great. Bulma, Goku said in delight. If Luya hadn't reminded me to prepare fuel in advance, probably would taken 2 more days to get it ready, Bulma said with a sigh of relief. That's great. Let us hurry and set off, Goku quickly said. But just as they were preparing to start the time machine, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a streak of light dropped straight out of the vortex and finally smashed into the ground not far from the group. What is that? Everyone stared over there in shock. That is. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little surprised. How interesting, Beerus said flatly, though there was still clear surprise in his expression. Inside the giant crater, Luya stood up. Then he said somewhat helplessly, the brakes actually failed. System, you're really unreliable. System, host, if you want to blame someone, blame your own inability to control angel power. The fact that you managed to get back here at all is already a miracle. Luya was speechless. Luya, why is it you? At this time, Goku and the others all hurried over. The moment they saw it was Luya, they were instantly filled with joy, but also shock. How had he returned safely from the future world on his own? That wasn't scientific. You're all here? Luya laughed awkwardly. The question is, Luya, how did you come back? Goku asked in confusion. It wasn't just him. Even the others were extremely puzzled. That's a long story, but I already took care of Zamasu, Luya said with a smile. Really? Amazing, Luya, Goku praised. But I'm still curious how you came back. Traveling through time and space is not something you should be able to do. Even Super Saiyan Goddess Divine Power can't do that. Beerus and Whis walked over, and the former said flatly. Luya raised a brow, then said, I snatched Zamasu's ring and used it to travel through time and space, so I came back. Oh, really? Then where's the ring? Beerus pressed aggressively. Luya grumbled inwardly, but still said, I didn't hold onto it properly and lost it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a messy entrance. Hearing that, Beerus still looked at Luya with suspicion, while Whis said nothing. After a while, Beerus said flatly, you'd better make sure what you said is true. Otherwise, if I find out you're secretly hiding a time ring, the consequences are not something you can bear. Luya shrugged. Don't worry. I don't have a time ring. They had all been destroyed by him. Now there was no proof either way. What happened to that future? Although Trunks was mentally prepared, he still wanted to ask. Luya shook his head. Unfortunately, the Earth of the future was destroyed. I see. As expected. Trunks' expression dimmed a little. Mai walked over and tightly held his hand, silently comforting him. Alright, since this crisis has been resolved, everyone should cheer up a little. How about this? I'll hold a gathering tomorrow to celebrate Trunks and Mai's arrival. What do you think? Seeing how awkward the atmosphere had become, Bulma hurriedly spoke up. Hearing that, Beerus and Whis immediately reacted. They stopped thinking about anything else and quickly said, "Really? Then there'll definitely be lots of delicious food, right?" "Of course," Bulma said proudly. "That's great." Compared to Beerus and Whis' excitement, the corners of Vegeta and the others' mouths twitched. Damn it. Gatherings were practically becoming nightmares for them now. Luya did not miss the gathering. At the same time, he also briefly explained how he had escaped danger. Of course, he skipped over some details or else it would have been a little too much of a flex. After hearing Luya's story, everyone was amazed. Zamasu's strength, the power of his immortal body, and how their companions had nearly fallen into danger all left Krillin and the others in awe. Of course, Luya had ultimately succeeded in dealing with Zamasu, and that made them all very happy as well. Although the future Earth had already perished, they had at least defeated a powerful enemy. At the same time, everyone also understood that Luya's power was now even greater than Goku and the others. He was the undisputed #1 on Earth. Soon, the gathering ended, and this crisis could be considered temporarily over. Everyone went back their separate ways. After saying goodbye to Goku and the others, Luya returned to his residence. This time had really been a little dangerous. He had almost been exposed. Luya let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit helpless. He had to find a way to make his abilities seem like a natural phenomenon in everyone's eyes. Otherwise, he might not be able to fully cut loose when using them. Thinking of this, Luya suddenly snapped awake and said, "Right, I defeated Zamasu. System, are the rewards being issued?" The moment his words fell, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of defeating Zamasu. Rewards are now being issued. Ding! Rewarding host with the ability to travel through space-time. Ding! Rewarding host with 2 billion battle power points. Ding! Rewarding host with a one-time immortality ability, equivalent to having 2 lives. Ding! Rewarding host with a +5 multiplier increase to Kaioken, now at 25 times. Ding! Rewarding host with a reduction of 10 to Kaioken's burden." Hearing this, Luya froze for a moment. Then he pulled up his interface. When he saw the 4 big words travel through spacetime, he was instantly dumbfounded. "System, you mean I can travel through spacetime now?" "System. Yes." Luya immediately got excited. "Then doesn't that mean I can freely travel between the past and the future? And even other timelines?" "System. Probably." "Luya, could you at least say something reliable?" "System. Host. The rewards triggered by this system are not based on this system's personal will, but are randomly issued according to the various factors involved in the host completing missions. However, this system needs to remind you that although you have obtained the ability to travel through spacetime, you must use it cautiously. Using spacetime travel requires powerful willpower to control your brain. If there is even the slightest mistake, you may be swept into the turbulent flow of spacetime. As for where you would be exiled to, that would depend entirely on the host's luck." Luya nodded in understanding. "Got it. System. One more thing. If the host's spacetime travel is detected by an expert at angel level or above, then the host might be done for. So use it carefully. This system does not want to attend your funeral feast, because I can't eat anyway." Luya. "Heh, that really wasn't funny. What a savage system. Was this thing manually operated or what?" Without thinking too much about it, Luya suddenly had a thought, and his body immediately became illusion-like. Travel through spacetime. "I wonder if it can be even faster than instant transmission?" Luya said and suddenly vanished. At the same time, on a certain planet, space split open directly, and Luya's figure appeared in the sky. "This is planet Potofu?" Luya looked at the somewhat familiar place and spoke in surprise. He had actually arrived here directly, and it was truly wherever his heart thought of, his body arrived. Travel through spacetime? At that thought, Luya's mind moved again, and right after that, he arrived on Earth 10 years earlier. Looking at a city in complete ruins, Luya frowned slightly, but very soon he disappeared again. When he appeared once more, he had already returned to his own residence. And just as he stopped, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for using spacetime travel. Proficiency +5. Ding! Host has triggered a system mission. Mission content. Carry out 5 instances of time travel. Travel location. Earth within the Dragon Ball storyline. During each trip, you must defeat the corresponding enemy. Time limit. 1 month." Luya was a little stunned, then said in astonishment, "Wait, traveling into the Dragon Ball world? System. Yes, host." Luya was speechless. "You might as well just say you want me to guest star in the plot." System. As long as the host is satisfied, Luya thought for a moment, then said, I wonder if I can travel to my own world. System. The host can try. Luya thought about it but in the end still did not try. Although he was a transmigrator, his relationship with his parents had been pretty distant. His parents worked away from home all year round and had always treated him with indifference. That was why he had become a shut-in, unwilling to go out, with a somewhat withdrawn personality. But after coming here he had clearly changed a lot. Not only was he doing incredibly well, but he himself had become absurdly powerful. He still did not feel that strong a sense of belonging toward his original world. So you mean I can travel to another timeline, meaning into the Dragon Ball series, and defeat those villains? Luya asked again to confirm. System. Yes. What if I refuse this mission? Luya suddenly asked. System. If the host does not complete the missions issued by the system will terminate mission distribution to the host until the host completes the corresponding mission. Of course, if the situation is severe, the system will also issue harsh punishment. What punishment? Luya quickly asked. Unknown. Would the host like to try? The system replied mercilessly. Fine then. Luya shrugged. He could only make the trip. After dealing with the related matters, 2 days had already passed, and Luya left this world. At the same time, Whis, who had already returned, suddenly sensed something. He glanced at the crystal ball on his staff. Whatever he saw, a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Whoosh! At that moment, a fierce gust of wind came at him. Without even looking, Whis directly raised his hand and blocked a fist. Whis, what's wrong? Why were you distracted? Goku asked curiously. On the other side, Vegeta did not continue attacking either, having noticed Whis' unusual reaction. It turned out that, after the gathering ended, the two of them had gained some insights so they followed Whis in training, preparing to further improve themselves. Whis shook his head. Nothing. Just something interesting happened. No need to mind it. Is that so? Goku pulled back his fist. Whis did not pay any more attention to it and instead looked at Goku and Vegeta. Not bad. Through this battle against Zamasu, your strength has indeed improved a great deal. However, simply increasing your power without improving your combat techniques and your own shortcomings is still not enough. Oh? Then how should we change? Goku asked. Whis said, Goku, you've always been like this. On the surface, your standards for yourself are high, but your attention to detail is lacking. Simply craving powerful opponents and using them to improve yourself is not enough. The same goes for Vegeta. I told you both a long time ago that when it comes to control over your own spirit, you cannot be too relaxed, nor can you be too tense. You two are exact opposites, yet both of you hit all the same problems. That is why your power will soon reach its limit, making it impossible to go any further. You must learn unity of mind and spirit. In battle, do not let yourselves have too many distracting thoughts. After a pause, Whis said, on that point Luya has done very well. Luya? Goku and Vegeta both froze, confused. Whis nodded. I helped him train for a while back then, and the reason he was able to transform to the next stage beyond Super Saiyan God was because he had been frantically practicing the unification of mind and body. That was why he finally stimulated his own potential and broke through further into a form different from your Super Saiyan Blue. His Super Saiyan Red. So that's how Luya did it? Goku's eyes shone with light, and he looked excited. That is indeed the case. However, his path is a bit broader than yours. After reaching Super Saiyan Blue, it is extremely difficult for you to take another step forward. But Super Saiyan Red is different. Luya possesses enormous room for growth. His power will sooner or later reach a height that you will be unable to catch up to. Whis nodded. How is that possible? Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Whis' words had undoubtedly dealt him a massive blow. He, the mighty Prince Vegeta, absolutely could not be stuck in third place. Is there an even higher realm beyond Super Saiyan Blue? Goku asked seriously. Whis gave a mysterious smile, then answered with a tease. You'll find out in the future. If you work a little harder, surpassing Lord Beerus might not be impossible either. Hearing that, both of them were shaken and started looking forward to it. They truly knew how terrifying Lord Beerus was. It could be said that even with their Super Saiyan Blue, they were nowhere near being his match. So how could they not want to reach that level? For a moment, both of them were filled with fighting spirit. Time quietly passed. During the days Luya was away, the plot in this world continued as usual, and the day of the Tournament of Power was drawing closer and closer. Of course, Goku's constant urging played no small part in that. Beerus was practically driven to the point of wanting to strangle him. Meanwhile, in the sky above a certain planet, space suddenly split open. Right after that, Luya's figure appeared on the scene. The moment he appeared, Luya was a little surprised. Then he glanced around at the familiar surroundings. Beep. Host has successfully checked in at Planet Namek. Mission officially activated. Time limit countdown has begun. System, this place. Is Planet Namek? Luya asked in a daze. System. Yes, host. You have already arrived in the plot of Dragon Ball in a parallel world. Wishing you all the best from here on. Luya thought for a moment, then checked his own condition and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Good, his power was still there. That way, he could still show off. But what he didn't know was, since he could travel through the Dragon Ball world, could he also travel to the worlds of One Piece and Naruto? Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight at Luya, interrupting his train of thought. Startled, he immediately raised a hand and blocked it. He looked at the light he had stopped, froze for a second, then clenched his hand and crushed it on the spot. At the same time, several strange-looking aliens flew toward him. Once Luya got a clear look at them, he couldn't help laughing. Isn't this the Jinyu Force? Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound rang out, and right after that, 5 figures appeared directly in front of Luya. But instead of attacking him first, they all landed on the ground and struck a bizarre pose. What the hell is this? Luya frowned slightly, then casually fired an energy blast with one hand. What? Captain Jinyu's face changed drastically. He was completely dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to exchange a few words first? Why was this guy attacking the moment they met? And more importantly, they hadn't even introduced themselves yet. Boom! With one explosion, the Jinyu Force let out a scream and turned to ashes. Luya was a little speechless. System, isn't this a little too easy? System, this is a mission triggered by the host using time-space travel. The difficulty is random. Luya sighed. If not for the fact that he had to complete the mission, he really wouldn't have wanted to come. Traveling through time and space, if Whis and the others found out, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring? At that thought, Luya's eyes suddenly lit up. He wondered if he could just blow up all of planet Namek along with everything else. It was going to explode in the end anyway, but that thought was quickly suppressed. Vegeta and the others were still here. If he wiped them out too, then what the hell would there even be left to play with afterward? With that in mind, Luya raised 2 fingers to his forehead, quickly sensed Frieza's energy, and vanished with instant transmission. At the same time, in a certain village, Frieza was feeling bored. The Dragon Balls had been stolen, and there was still no news from his subordinates. For him, that was deeply irritating. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the area. It was Luya. Oh, who are you? Frieza looked at Luya, somewhat surprised. Luya gave a slight smile. Frieza, we meet again. What, you've seen me before? Frieza asked curiously. He had never seen this person before, but he was only mildly surprised by the other's sudden appearance, because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. In the entire universe, who could possibly be a match for Emperor Frieza? You're still just as punchable as ever. Luya smiled, then loosened the tail wrapped around his waist. A tail? Could you be a Saiyan? Frieza was startled. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a subtle coldness. That's right, I am a Saiyan. I came here this time to get rid of you. Luya smiled faintly, his tone relaxed, as if he didn't regard Frieza at all. Ho ho ho. Get rid of me? I have to say, your tone is far from ordinary. In that case. Frieza gave an evil smile, then suddenly attacked. Whoosh! A red beam shot out directly, piercing through everything in its path. But Luya had no intention of dodging at all. He simply let the attack hit him. And yet absolutely nothing happened to him? Frieza frowned. That shouldn't have happened. It's useless. Your attacks are about as effective as a scratch. You'd better transform into your final form. Luya said mockingly. Interesting. You even know about my final form. Very interesting.
Frieza let out a hoholev.
Then jumped down from his hover chair and landed on the ground, his height instantly shrinking. Since you already know, then I won't bother hiding it. To die beneath my power is an incomparable honor for you. Frieza sneered. The next moment he exploded with energy. Instantly, an extremely powerful force erupted from within him. At the same time, Frieza's appearance changed into another form. Luya raised a brow. Under the system's detection, the other's battle power had reached 1,200,000, and as he continued transforming, his battle power kept rising rapidly. At the same time, all of planet Namek was affected by Frieza's aura, and it immediately began trembling. Luya was a little speechless. Was this planet really that weak? Could he destroy this place just by stomping his foot? Frieza transformed again. Frieza's third form. His battle power reached 2,200,000, and it still wasn't over. Finally, Frieza broke through into his final form. His battle power reached 60 million. Every life form on planet Namek felt this unmatched power. Well, this is my final form. Doesn't it fill you with despair? Frieza laughed mockingly. Luya was speechless. Do I look like I'm in despair? TCH. Frieza's expression darkened slightly. This guy who had suddenly appeared. Could he be a Super Saiyan? Luya crooked a finger at him. Come on, let me see. A fierce glint flashed in Frieza's eyes. In the next instant, he vanished, and had already appeared behind Luya. Just as he threw a punch at Luya, Luya suddenly drove an elbow back and landed a brutal hit on Frieza. Ugh! Frieza's eyes instantly went bloodshot, and disbelief flooded his face. How is that possible? Luya gave a mocking smile. Then his hand suddenly swung upward, and the back of his fist smashed straight into Frieza's face, sending him flying away and crashing into a small mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, Frieza shot into the sky in fury. He stared at Luya, his eyes full of disbelief. How is that possible? You're just a monkey. How could you hurt me? Luya shook his head. You're not even worth less than an ant, yet you still call Saiyans monkeys. Frog in a well. Ha! Frieza instantly flew into a rage. In that moment, he transformed again, the muscles all over his body swelling explosively, and his aura growing by far more than double. He had seen the gap between himself and the other side, so he no longer held back. This guy might really be the legendary Super Saiyan. 1,200,000,000. Still way too weak. Luya said in a low voice. A white energy bullet condensed in his hand as he prepared to end the battle. Frieza raised one finger toward the sky, and right after that, a red ball of energy instantly expanded. He was using his ultimate move. Ho ho ho. Once I let this attack go, the entire planet Namek will be buried with me. You'd better take it properly. Frieza said viciously. Luya smiled, then said, actually, you really are a genius. If you trained even a little, your strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. You could even become Golden Frieza. Golden Frieza? What do you mean? Frieza froze for a moment, confused. There's no need for you to know. Go repent in hell. The energy bullet in Luya's hand suddenly shone brilliantly. It had already finished charging. Damn it. Frieza instantly flew into a rage. Then he violently hurled the massive energy ball downward. Luya stretched out his hand and directly fired an energy bullet. In an instant, his energy bullet pierced straight through Frieza's energy ball and shot toward him at the same time. Boom! Amid a massive explosion, along with Frieza's scream, his body was suddenly swallowed by white light, and in the end, turned to ashes and vanished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating Frieza. Mission 15 completed. Please keep up the good work. Taken care of. Luya shrugged, then glanced around. In the end, he gave up on doing anything else. What he had done now had already affected this time and space. At this moment, he was like future Trunks, having rewritten the course of this world's development. Not long after, Luya used time-space travel and instantly disappeared. When Luya appeared again, he was standing on an arena. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the battlefield against Cell. Ding! Reward granted. Time-space travel proficiency +5. Cell. Luya suddenly sensed something. He abruptly turned around and met Cell's gaze head-on. What's going on? Who is he? At this moment, the Z-fighters were also curious about the suddenly appearing Luya. Luya shifted his gaze and noticed the situation in the field as well. At this time, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others were gathered around a young man who had already lost all signs of life. That young man was Trunks. At the same time, Gohan, who had already transformed into Super Saiyan 2, was badly injured, while Vegeta was sprawled on the ground in a miserable state. I see. Luya understood. This was not long after Goku had just died. Cell had revived by relying on his indestructible brain, and his strength had risen sharply, already approaching the Super Saiyan 2 stage. What is it? Another idiot who isn't afraid of dying showed up? By the way, what exactly are you supposed to be? Cell looked at Luya arrogantly. Right now, he was already invincible. Even Son Gohan was crippled now. There was no one left who could fight him anymore. Luya looked at Cell, then smiled. You're pretty arrogant. Humph. Cell let out a cold snort. Then, with a low shout, his terrifyingly swollen power erupted directly. Immediately after, a powerful golden aura wrapped around him, and his presence was astonishing. Luya raised an eyebrow. Although Cell was indeed strong, in the end, this wasn't the same timeline. His power still couldn't compare to the Super Saiyans from Luya's world, but Cell obviously didn't think so. He was extremely displeased with this guy who had appeared out of nowhere. According to his own memory, he had absolutely no impression of Luya at all. I'll deal with this brat first. The moment the thought appeared, Cell directly used instant transmission and vanished. After Goku died, because his power had undergone another transformation. He had also learned Goku's instant transmission, but for Luya, whether Cell knew it or not made no difference. Whoosh! Cell suddenly appeared above Luya's head. With a twitch of his foot, he kicked directly at Luya. Luya's figure flashed at once. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Cell and kicked out as well, hitting him square in the face and sending him flying, smashing through one mountain after another. The sudden scene left everyone completely dumbfounded. They had never expected his power to be this terrifying. He had sent Cell flying in an instant. Off to the side, Gohan's expression was extremely grave. To be honest, not long ago, he had already thought he was the strongest in the universe. But now, seeing this unfamiliar man who had appeared out of nowhere, he actually felt like he was facing a towering mountain. Luya glanced at the group, then looked at Krillin. Let the injured eat senzu beans. Krillin snapped back to his senses and hurriedly answered, "Okay." Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted. Right after that, rubble flew everywhere, and Cell's figure appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, there was no anger on Cell's face. Instead, there was excitement, as if he had encountered a powerful opponent. Good. Very good. I thought that, after evolving again, I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself, but I didn't expect a master like you to show up. This is really making me excited. Luya glanced at him, then grinned. Is that so? Too bad. You won't be excited for much longer. Boom. Cell's aura had already reached an astonishing level. It had to be said that at this stage, Super Saiyans were only just beginning to qualify for the big stage. Of course, that was only the beginning. The enemies after this would only get more and more monstrous. Luya crooked a finger at Cell, full of provocation. Damn it! Cell's face instantly turned ugly, as if he had been provoked. Immediately, he charged straight at Luya. The moment he rushed in front of Luya, Cell unleashed everything he had and threw a flurry of shadowless punches, while Luya simply blocked them without counterattacking. Ha! With one explosive punch, Cell directly forced Luya back with a single blow. Humph! What's wrong? Is this all the strength you've got? I haven't even started trying yet. Cell looked at Luya mockingly and said. Luya glanced at his own hand, then looked at Cell. Did you skip your meal? What? Cell was instantly shocked, then clenched his teeth and stared at Luya.
Impossible.
He had clearly used force just now. There was absolutely no way someone like this could exist. A disappointed expression appeared on Luya's face. Honestly, your strength is a little disappointing, but that's normal. After all, I'm already powerful beyond your imagination. That guy. He is not joking, is he? Krillin said awkwardly, sweating. Who knows? But there's a strange aura around him. I can't sense the depth of his ki at all, Piccolo said seriously. So strong. If Goku saw him, he'd probably be really happy, Tien Shinhan said with emotion. At the mention of Goku, everyone became a little dejected. Goku originally wasn't supposed to die. Gohan also fell silent. If he hadn't let himself get carried away, his dad wouldn't have died. Thinking of that, the way he looked at Cell filled with killing intent.
Impossible.
You must be bluffing. I'm the strongest perfect form. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Cell roared. Then he suddenly raised his hand. At once, a circular blade of light condensed and grew larger and larger. Frieza's special move? Seeing this, Luya grinned. Come on. D. Cell roared, then directly hurled the technique like a destructo disc at Luya. Luya neither dodged nor avoided it. Suddenly, he chopped down with a hand blade. At once, the circular slash was split in half by Luya and shattered on the spot. Cell and everyone else were all shocked. They had not expected him to destroy Cell's killing move so easily. When that guy faced Cell, it was just like how Gohan had faced Cell earlier. Far too easy. Who exactly was he? Tien couldn't help saying in shock. No matter what, Earth is saved. Krillin let out a sigh of relief. TCH. Damn it. Vegeta's expression was especially ugly at this moment. The others hadn't noticed. But this boy who had suddenly appeared had a tail. A Saiyan. He immediately determined that the other party was a Saiyan. Damn it. Other than Kakarot, there was actually another Saiyan stronger than him. He couldn't accept it. Looks like you really do have some skill. But my power is no longer what it used to be, so I will definitely take you down. Cell said with a savage expression. Is that so? Then come and try it. Luya smiled faintly. Kamehame. Suddenly, Cell shot up into the air. Right after that, he gathered his strongest power, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Not good. From that position, a full power Kamehameha can destroy Earth. Piccolo's face turned green with shock. Everyone else also prepared to move. Luya curled his lips, then said, Are you planning to fire that Kamehameha directly? Or are you thinking of using instant transmission against me? What? How do you know? Cell was instantly startled when he heard that, because he really had been thinking of using the second method. That was why he had gone all out to gather his Kamehameha. Luya shook his head with a smile. That's something I already played around with long ago. But before you die, I can tell you a secret. What? Cell suddenly felt inexplicably uneasy. Luya let out a light laugh, then gave a low shout and directly powered up. In an instant, dazzling golden light wrapped around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. How is that possible?
Impossible.
Seeing this scene, both Cell and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Luya to be a Saiyan, and one who could transform into a Super Saiyan. And this kind of power. A drop of cold sweat slid down Gohan's face. He was the strongest person present, so he could naturally feel Luya's power the most clearly. Even though he had already surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. How could this? Cell's whole body trembled, and he nearly interrupted the gathering of his Kamehameha. Luya flicked his tail and said, "Well, surprised? Damn it.
Godi.
Ha!" Cell wanted even less to let Luya keep showing off. He had also felt pressure from Luya's aura. So this time he didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to fire his strongest Kamehameha. Not good. Gohan suddenly powered up and was about to go stop it. But Luya sneered, trying to show off in front of an expert. "Take this." Swish, swish, swish. Kamehameha. The ground where Luya stood split apart. And the next moment he directly fired a Kamehameha. In an instant, the two forces collided head-on. But it was obvious that Luya's power was stronger than Cell's.
Impossible.
I am the ultimate perfect form, the strongest existence in the universe. How could I lose here? Cell's face twisted savagely, but he was becoming more and more unable to keep up. Your journey ends here, Cell. Sleep forever on Earth. Luya shouted in a low voice, no longer holding back. He directly raised his energy wave to an even higher level. Yuwawa! Cell could no longer resist at all and was directly washed away by the attack. Even with his powerful ultimate perfect form body, he gradually dissipated at this moment. Even his most resilient brain was not spared. Cell's ki disappeared. Everyone immediately let out a sigh of relief. Luya withdrew his power, then also let out a breath. Beep! Congratulations, host, for defeating Cell. Mission completion. 25. Can I ask who you are? Krillin asked bravely at this time. HM? Luya looked at them, then smiled. I'm a Saiyan.
Impossible.
The Saiyans should all have been wiped out by Frieza. Other than the Saiyans on Earth, there shouldn't be any others. Vegeta clearly didn't believe him and said coldly. Luya looked at him. How do you know there aren't? Were you there when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta? Vegeta choked and didn't know how to answer. He has a tail, and he can transform into a Super Saiyan, so he should be a Saiyan, right? It's not like he's some android like Cell, Yamcha muttered. Then tell me, what is the name of the planet where the Saiyans were born? Vegeta still didn't believe him and probed. Planet Sadala, Luya said calmly. Vegeta was startled, then fell silent. Everyone thought Planet Vegeta was the Saiyans' place of origin, but there was actually a complicated story behind that. Planet Vegeta was just a planet they had taken by force. Very few people knew that, yet the guy in front of them actually knew it. He was not simple. Luya spread his hands. Alright, I originally thought I could come here and meet a strong opponent, but who knew it'd only be this kind of trash? Since my goal is met, it's about time for me to go back. Come on, saying this kind of trash is way too casual. Krillin said a little unhappily. Luya smiled, then looked at Gohan and said, Congratulations on reaching Super Saiyan 2nd grade. I hope you keep training and don't waste this talent of yours. Also, you don't need to feel guilty toward your father. He'll be revived, so don't worry. Ah? Gohan froze, a little unable to process it. Super Saiyan 2nd grade? What does that mean? Is that what Gohan's new transformation is called? Piccolo asked. Luya smiled faintly, then said, Alright, I won't play with you guys anymore. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Luya's body flashed, and he disappeared instantly. What a strange guy. It's like he knows our situation really well, Tien said with a frown. Could he be from the future like Trunks? Krillin suddenly guessed. Everyone fell silent. That really wasn't impossible. On the other side, Luya appeared on a cliff. He felt a little bored. System, I can go back now, right? Host, you still haven't completed the mission. It is recommended that you finish it first. Otherwise, the more times you use time travel, the more likely you are to be noticed by the gods of other universes. So it would be better to finish the mission in one go before returning, the system prompted. If I'd known it would be like this, you shouldn't have given me time travel as a reward. What's the point of this thing? Luya complained. Sorry, host. The reward aspect is not something this system can control. So you merely got lucky, the system said flatly. More like stepped in dog shit. Luya curled his lips. Then, left with no choice, he could only use time travel again. Of course, he could decide for himself which point in time to travel to. The reason he was doing this was simply because he wanted to see just how strong those top villains had become. It had to be said, Luya was starting to get reckless. When Luya disappeared from the space-time, within a pitch-black space in that timeline, a blood-red light suddenly appeared. After a long while, a voice rang out, strange. How could someone be traveling through time? Could it be a god tracking me? No. That plan has to avoid the pursuit of those boring gods. At the same time, Luya appeared in a desert. The moment he appeared, Luya sharply sensed a powerful ki, and this ki shocked him a little. This aura. It's Buu's ki. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at the Majin Buu battlefield. Please begin the mission. Hearing that, Luya understood. After sensing the other's ki, he directly used instant transmission and disappeared. Boom. 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 Within a mountain range, Majin Buu was wreaking destruction, carpet bombing the area as if he was trying to find something. Hidden within a concealed crack between the rocks, Piccolo and Gotenks were hiding inside, watching Bu wreak destruction in the distance. Damn it, that guy is actually this terrifying. Piccolo's eyes were full of wariness, and his face looked somewhat helpless. Even Gotenks wasn't his match. Who else was left to defeat him now? And now Goku and Gohan were already gone, even Vegeta had fallen. On the entire Earth, the only one who could stop Bu was Gotenks. But it had to be said, Majin Buu's power had already surpassed Gotenks. Trying to deal with him was simply impossible. Uncle Piccolo, I'm going out there to fight him. After recovering a bit of stamina, Gotenks stood up and said arrogantly, being forced to hide here was already frustrating enough. He absolutely couldn't keep being this miserable. No, even if you go out, you still won't be his opponent. At this point, we'd be better off using our brains. Piccolo said in a deep voice. The two brats clearly wanted to do something reckless. How could that be? Don't underestimate my power. Gotenks clenched his fists, then suddenly flared his aura and shouted in rage, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. It's over. Piccolo couldn't help covering his face. These two were seriously too much to deal with. Heh, a full power transformation. I can feel power surging through my whole body. Gotenks grinned. Oh, suddenly, a head stretched in from outside, revealing a dangerous smile. Majin Buu. Piccolo's face changed drastically when he saw him, but Gotenks showed no fear at all. He pointed at Majin Buu. Come on, this is your death day.
Hehehe.
Majin Buu let out a silly laugh, but it was full of mockery. Ha! Gotenks roared, and the place they were hiding in was instantly blasted apart by a powerful force. Bang! The next second, the two figures in the sky collided at high speed. Their speed was astonishing. Gotenks took the initiative to attack Majin Buu, but it was obvious that Majin Buu was effortlessly dodging, not taking Gotenks seriously at all. Take this! Gotenks suddenly fired a super ghost kamikaze-like blast straight upward. Majin Buu neither dodged nor blocked, taking the hit head-on. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the blast tore straight through Buu's body. A huge hole appeared in his stomach, but Bu didn't look affected at all. His body trembled once, and his flesh instantly recovered. Damn it! Gotenks clicked his tongue in irritation and charged at him again. At that moment, Bu suddenly revealed a strange smile. Just as Gotenks was about to hit him, Bu abruptly raised a hand and grabbed his fist. What? Gotenks was startled. Bu grinned, then lifted Gotenks up, and with his other hand started punching him in the face. Bang! 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 Every punch landed solidly, making Gotenks cry out in pain. This is bad. Piccolo, who was watching from the side, immediately turned grim. He had already guessed this would be the result. Gotenks simply couldn't beat the current Bu. After a brutal round of punches, Bu pulled back his fist and looked at Gotenks with an evil grin. At this moment, Gotenks' face was red, and the intense pain made him unable to open his eyes. Majin Buu gave him no chance to recover. He grabbed him, spun him around several times, then hurled him away. Boom! Trunks smashed through several giant rocks and was buried directly in the rubble. Piccolo's expression turned ugly. The current situation was far too hopeless. They had no power to resist at all. Gotenks struggled back to his feet. He looked at Majin Buu, feeling depressed. Why couldn't he beat him? It made no sense. The two brats had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and were weirdly full of confidence. They originally thought they could fight him, but after actually clashing with him, it was obvious the other side hadn't even used his full strength. Majin Buu slowly descended. Then he suddenly grinned at Gotenks and crooked a finger at him. Again. Damn it! Are you looking down on me? Gotenks instantly got annoyed. He looked at Bu, then sharply raised his ki to the limit and rushed straight at him. Whoosh! But suddenly, a figure appeared and blocked his path. Wah! Gotenks was startled and hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Who is that? Piccolo looked at Luya, who had suddenly appeared, and asked in confusion. At the same time, on the sacred world of the Kais, Goku and Gohan both sensed a powerful aura appearing, and they were immediately shocked. What's going on? Why has an aura I've never felt before suddenly appeared? Goku said in surprise. The suddenly appearing aura was unbelievably powerful. Even he wouldn't dare say he could defeat its owner. Looks like someone stepped in to stop Majin Buu, Old Kai said calmly. Then do I still need to keep training? Gohan suddenly asked. What stupid nonsense are you saying? We've already gone this far, so sit down and stay put. Old Kai scolded. Oh okay. Gohan didn't dare say anything else after hearing that, and obediently sat down. If I could be revived, I'd be able to go see it for myself. What a headache, Goku said gloomily. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Majin Buu was also staring at the suddenly appeared Luya in surprise, looking puzzled. Who are you? Luya glanced at Gotenks, then grinned. Yo, Gotenks. Huh? You know me? Gotenks said in surprise. Luya smiled but didn't answer. At the same time, his feelings were a little complicated. The opening of Dragon Ball Super seemed to start after Majin Buu was defeated. It looked like if he wanted to defeat Majin Buu, he'd still have to put in some effort. Back then, when Goku fought Majin Buu, he used the Spirit Bomb. Of course, Luya could use the Spirit Bomb too, but he couldn't actually unleash it because in the end, he was an outsider. No one would trust him enough to send him their energy. How about leaving him to me? Luya looked at Gotenks and said with a smile. No way, he's mine. Gotenks shook his head and refused. This guy had made him look this miserable. He had to win back his pride. Thinking that, Gotenks moved past Luya and was about to charge over. Swish! But at that exact moment, Gotenks suddenly split into two. Huh? Why'd it happen like this? Time's up, Trunks said unhappily.
Hehehe.
Majin Buu suddenly rushed toward the two kids. Watch out, Trunks, Goten. Piccolo's face changed and he hurriedly shouted. Wah! Trunks and Goten instantly went pale. They knew that without fusion, they were absolutely no match for Majin Buu. Just as Buu was about to rush in front of the two kids, Luya suddenly appeared in front of them and kicked Majin Buu flying with one blow. Luya glanced at the two kids, then said, hurry up and hide. Leave this place to me. After saying that, he dropped toward Buu's direction. Who is that big brother? Goten asked curiously. Who knows? Come on, Goten. Let's go to Uncle Piccolo. Trunks called out. On the other side, Buu stood back up and rubbed the side of his face where he had been kicked, then looked at Luya with an ugly expression. Luya landed in front of him and smiled. What? Where's that dumb grin of yours? Show it. Buu let out a low growl. Then suddenly, from the waist up, his body stretched and lengthened, shooting toward Luya at incredible speed. But Luya was already on guard. The moment Buu rushed in front of him, Luya's figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared in the sky above, and a blast in his hand came crashing down. Boom! With a violent explosion, Buu's lower half was blown to pieces. Majin Buu gritted his teeth a little, and then those chunks of flesh fused together again. But what no one noticed was that one small piece of flesh had hidden itself away. His body recovered like rubber, and Buu charged straight at Luya, throwing out a punch directly. Da-da-da-da. After a rapid series of clashes, the two of them were instantly locked in an intense battle. No way, right? That guy can actually fight Majin Buu evenly? Piccolo said in shock. Hope he can hold on. Once our time is up and we fuse again, we'll be able to defeat Majin Buu, Trunks said arrogantly. Piccolo. Was this kid still immersed in his own invincibility? Luya and Buu fought from the ground into the air. Then from the air across every direction, the battle unbelievably fierce. At the same time, Luya realized that Majin Buu's strength really was formidable. Even after raising his base combat power to an extremely powerful level, he still couldn't gain the upper hand against Majin Buu. Majin Buu's strength was extremely terrifying. It could be said that he was even stronger than Super Saiyan 3 at this point in time. And after this enemy was dealt with, although Goku and the others had improved quite a bit, in their normal states they still weren't a match for Majin Buu. After all, Majin Buu had nearly wiped out their whole group. Boom! Luya's punch smashed Buu's face out of shape. But in the very next second, Buu's hands wrapped around him. Luya's expression changed. In the next moment, Buu spat out a blast, and a shell directly blew Luya straight down toward the ground. Buu laughed smugly. Ah! Suddenly, Luya below let out a furious roar, and right after that, a terrifying power shot straight into the sky. Golden aura raged wildly, horrifying beyond compare. Luya directly transformed into a Super Saiyan to fight. He knew he couldn't take the opponent down in his normal base form. Of course, if he couldn't completely wipe the other side out, then no matter how heavy the damage, the enemy would recover instantly. But this move shocked Piccolo and the others silly, because none of them knew that Luya could actually transform into a Super Saiyan, which meant Luya was a Saiyan. Far away in the sacred world of the Kais, Goku and the others were also stunned. The sudden appearance of another Saiyan caught them completely off guard. There was actually a new Saiyan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luya looked up at Majin Buu and grinned. In the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Buu and drove a heavy punch straight into his stomach. Ugh! Caught completely off guard, Buu let out a miserable scream, his eyes practically bulging out.
So fast.
Piccolo's face turned green with shock. He couldn't even see Luya's movements clearly. A faint curve lifted on Luya's lips. Then his fist opened into a palm, and an energy blast directly shoved Buu backward. In the process, Buu's body was pierced straight through by the blast, but Buu quickly steadied himself. He came to a stop, his body recovering instantly. With a dark expression, he glared at Luya, suddenly condensing two red lights in his hands. In the next second, he directly unleashed the Prince of All Saiyans technique at Luya. Luya nimbly dodged while seizing openings to fire blasts of his own, instantly canceling out Buu's power. Ha! Luya let out a low shout, instantly exerted force, and rushed directly in front of Majin Buu, raining down fists and kicks so hard that Buu had no chance to fight back. Bang! One heavy punch directly sent Buu flying away. He crashed down violently, instantly creating a massive crater. Whoosh! Luya had no intention of holding back and directly fired another blast down at him, causing another explosion at once. Luya stared into the smoke. He didn't believe this kind of attack could finish the opponent off. Where there was smoke, there was no damage. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, Majin Buu was standing in the crater without a single injury on him. Kind of interesting. Luya smiled slightly. Buu glanced at Luya, then also revealed a slight grin. In the next moment, the antenna on his head released a bolt of lightning straight at Luya. Luya's eyes narrowed, and his body swiftly dodged. That move could turn an opponent into chocolate. But Majin Buu had no intention of stopping and kept firing rays at him non-stop. While dodging, Luya also fired multiple shots of the Prince of All Saiyans technique. Under wave after wave of explosions, Buu's attacks were cancelled out. Majin Buu's eyes sharpened, and he was just about to make another move. At that moment, everything around him turned snow-white. In the next second, he suddenly discovered that his body couldn't move, and suddenly, Luya appeared in front of him, already gathering a Kamehameha in his hands. Ah! With a low shout, Luya directly fired a point-blank Kamehameha at him. Majin Buu let out a miserable scream, and his body instantly began to melt. After that one strike, Luya leaped back toward the rear. And at this moment, Buu's appearance was utterly miserable. His body wriggled like wax roasted over fire. Other than his face still retaining some degree of completeness, there wasn't a single intact part left on him. What a tough bastard, Luya said in a low voice. An enemy like this really was troublesome. It had to be a one-hit kill. With this level of power, Super Saiyan alone definitely wasn't enough. Damn it! F! Buu suddenly roared, and then his body reformed at that moment, restoring itself to its original state. But his aura had weakened somewhat. Without question, Luya's attack had still affected him. Buu looked at Luya and realized he wasn't this human-esque opponent. His gaze instantly deepened. He had to find a way to increase his own power. Thinking of this, his pitch-black eyes suddenly shifted, and his gaze vaguely flicked toward Gotenks. But that tiny movement couldn't escape Luya's notice. He knew exactly what Buu wanted to do, nothing more than planning to devour Gotenks. But there was no way Luya would let him succeed. What Luya didn't know, however, was that one small piece of Buu's flesh had already silently approached Trunks and the others. I advise you not to waste your effort. No matter what, I'm going to make you disappear from this world, Luya said with a faint smile. Buu gave Luya a meaningful look. Then he suddenly let out an angry roar, and his powerful aura burst forth directly. Terrifying light wrapped around him. Clearly, he was about to get serious. Naturally, Luya didn't dare be careless. This guy was pretty bizarre. If he wasn't careful enough, he might end up taking a day trip through the other guy's stomach before he even knew it. Bang! The two looked at each other, then moved at the same time. The instant they collided, a powerful pressure burst outward, carrying astonishing force. The two launched into high-speed clashes, and the sheer power made Piccolo and the others break out in cold sweat. Just by transforming into a Super Saiyan, he can already fight Majin Buu to this extent. This guy is stronger than Goku. Piccolo couldn't help exclaiming. Even Goku in Super Saiyan 3 probably wouldn't be much more than this. This guy is too strong. Ha! Luya directly exchanged a head-on punch with Buu, and in an instant a powerful force spread out. Buu gave a sly grin, then suddenly swept a kick at Luya. Luya's expression didn't change. He directly grabbed Buu's leg, then swung hard, trying to throw him out. But Buu suddenly grabbed Luya as well. At the same time, his body stretched from the impact. After pausing in midair for a split second, he suddenly rebounded back and slammed his head straight into Luya's face. Luya cried out miserably and was sent flying away. That hurts. Luya bared his teeth, clutching his face. Hee. Buu looked at Luya and revealed a teasing smile. Luya felt a little angry. This guy had absolutely no sense of fair play. At that moment, Buu suddenly charged straight at Luya. But Luya's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, time suddenly stopped. Everything came to a halt. Even Buu froze in place. He was shocked inside. That power was something even he couldn't break free from. How was that possible? Luya suddenly appeared in front of Buu and drove a fierce punch straight into his stomach. This punch contained all of his strength. Boom! An invisible shock force pierced straight through Buu's body, and Buu's eyes instantly widened, his face full of pain. When everything returned to normal, Buu directly spat out a mouthful of white foam, clutching his stomach as he collapsed weakly, baring his teeth in pain. That attack from Luya wasn't a simple energy blast, but a real, genuine physical attack. Even someone as strong as Buu had almost been unable to withstand that kind of pain. Luya looked at him expressionlessly. He had heavily modeled that punch after Hit's technique. The fact that Buu could take that punch and still move was enough to prove how formidable he was. But Luya stretched out his hand toward Buu and instantly unleashed an explosive burst of ki, blasting Buu away with the powerful aura. As long as I don't use energy blasts, I can beat you to death with my bare hands. Luya grinned. The next second, he rushed right in front of Bu, grabbed his antenna, and started throwing punches in a brutal beatdown. After that, he swung Bu up and smashed him viciously into the ground, creating a huge crater on impact. Bu stubbornly fired off an energy blast in a sneak attack, but Luya tilted his head and dodged it. At the same time, he raised his palm toward Bu and blasted him with an energy bomb. Boom! When the smoke cleared, Bu was still alive, but wounds had appeared on his body. Luya had controlled his ki to the exact level where it could injure Bu without destroying him. If he couldn't kill him, then he'd cripple him. Bu couldn't take this kind of one-sided beating anymore. He immediately let out a roar, and a massive aura burst forth, forcing even Luya to retreat. Bu suddenly leaped into the air, raised both hands over his head, and wore a savage expression as an energy sphere condensed and expanded non-stop. Very quickly, the energy blast fully formed, and Bu hurled it downward. Luya's eyes narrowed. He suddenly erupted with ki, then gathered his energy. Kamehameha. With a loud shout, Luya directly fired a Kamehameha, crashing head-on into that enormous energy ball. Bu gritted his teeth and pushed forward, resisting Luya's counterattack. If this move landed, it would be enough to wipe out everyone present. Luya frowned. Then his ki rose once more as he suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Lightning constantly sparked around his body, and his aura rose to an entirely new level. Ha! With a furious shout, Luya suddenly increased his strength. A terrifying power exploded out of him, and the energy of the Kamehameha surged sharply, directly overpowering Bu's attack. Wah! Fear finally appeared in Bu's eyes, but it was already too late. He was directly hit by the attack Luya forced back at him, and with a tremendous explosion, his figure was instantly swallowed up. So strong, they're not even on the same level at all. Feeling the clash of this battle, Goku's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, but unfortunately, he couldn't go over there. As the thick smoke dispersed, Bu's figure was revealed. After taking such a terrifying attack, his body was already shattered into pieces, but he showed no signs of being near death. His aura had only weakened a lot. Still not dead? Luya couldn't help marveling at how tough Bu was. He was like a cockroach. On the other side, Trunks suddenly got excited. Hey, Goten, looks like the time's up. Let's fuse. Okay. Goten didn't refuse. After the two brats performed a strange dance, they fused once again. Gotenks appeared.
Piccolo S eyelid twitched.
What are you two trying to butt in for now? Majin Bu has to be beaten by us. Otherwise, how are we supposed to get our dignity back? Gotenks said proudly. Piccolo. Just as Gotenks was about to make a move, a sudden change occurred. A pink mass shot over from behind Gotenks soundlessly. Not good. By the time Piccolo reacted, that lump of flesh-like matter had already completely wrapped around Gotenks' body. What's going on? What is this? Aha! Gotenks struggled wildly, but it was completely useless. After wrapping around Gotenks, the lump of flesh compressed itself, then rushed toward Bu and directly fused into his body. Bu's body instantly recovered, and his aura suddenly began to skyrocket. This is bad. I miscalculated. Luya's face sank. Gotenks had been absorbed. Luya was a little dumbfounded. This fast? This wasn't how he thought it would go at all. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Piccolo cursed outright, filled with regret. He shouldn't have let those two brats fuse. At this point, he had already seen through Majin Bu's plan. He had clearly intended to wait for Gotenks to appear, then absorb him so his power would become even greater. This had all been premeditated. But Piccolo had never expected that Majin Bu would actually have the ability to absorb people. That shocked him deeply. At this moment, after absorbing Gotenks, Bu felt incomparably refreshed and couldn't help roaring. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from him. A terrifying aura covered the entire battlefield. The whole Earth was filled with his power. Even other planets beyond Earth could sense this ki. Luya frowned slightly. He was thinking about how to rescue Gotenks, or whether he should just skip saving him and directly deal with Bu instead. After all, this world was only a temporary stop in his transmigration. But after thinking it over, Luya still shook his head. Even if this was only a mission, he couldn't just stop being human. With that thought, Luya looked toward Majin Bu and instantly raised his ki, directly pushing his power to the limit. Super Saiyan 2. This form was more than enough to deal with him. You're done for. Majin Bu looked at Luya and showed a mouthful of white teeth. Gotenks' clothes appeared on the surface of his body, and then he directly charged at Luya. Whoosh! Bang! Suddenly, after one collision, Majin Bu's body was sent flying straight out. Luya stood where he was without moving, but his expression had turned cold and proud. Majin Bu struggled back to his feet, then gritted his teeth and stared at Luya. He couldn't understand it. His power had already risen by several whole levels, so how could he still be defeated this easily? Refusing to believe it, He charged out once more. He instantly moved in front of Luya and threw a rapid punch at him. But that punch, incomparably fast in everyone else's eyes, was caught directly by Luya in the next instant. How is that possible? How did you do that? Bu was completely dumbfounded. Why did absorbing Gotenks' power only make him seem even weaker instead? Luya glanced at Bu, then smiled. Isn't that simple? I never used my full strength at all. As he said that, he drove a fierce kick straight into Bu's stomach. Bu's body deformed like a sponge on the spot, showing just how terrifying the force behind it was. Whoosh! An energy blast condensed in Luya's hand, and in an instant, he unleashed a barrage straight at Bu's stomach. Boom boom boom! The powerful force blasted several holes straight through Bu's stomach, making him suffer terribly at once. Luya frowned slightly. Even doing this couldn't force Gotenks out, so he immediately threw an uppercut that sent Bu flying. At the same time, Luya shot straight into the sky and instantly rushed in front of Bu, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy blows on him. Even after absorbing Gotenks and stacking his power on top of his own, he still wasn't that boy's opponent. How was that possible? Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face as he said with some apprehension. He had witnessed Majin Buu's power with his own eyes. Could be said that even if Goku used Super Saiyan 3, he still might not be able to deal with him. But this guy was using only Super Saiyan 2 and had already beaten Bu so badly he could barely function. That gap in strength made Piccolo suspect the boy's origins even more.
Top.
After a string of heavy strikes, Luya suddenly clasped both fists together and smashed downward, blasting Bu into the ground and instantly creating a massive crater. But Bu stood back up, gnashing his teeth as he stared at Luya. His eyes filled with anger, frustration, and disbelief. Why couldn't his power beat the other side? Luya looked down at Bu, then his figure vanished directly. Bu suddenly fired a ki blast toward his side. Whoosh! Luya appeared, casually swatted the attack away with a flick of his hand, then rushed in front of Bu and launched another flurry of punches and kicks. Bu could only block in a hurry, but thanks to his strength and physique, he didn't look too miserable. His body could practically be said to have limitless stamina. As long as he wasn't completely killed, he could recover to normal in a short time. Luya obviously knew this too, so he didn't want to give him any chance at all. Of course, in his current state, he was already enough to suppress his opponent. There was no need to transform any further. Swish! In the middle of their clash, Bu found an opening and threw a punch straight at Luya. But before the punch could land on Luya, it suddenly froze in place. At the same time, a powerful force slammed directly into his stomach. The next second, time returned to normal. Bu's eyes widened as he glared at Luya in utter confusion. There wasn't a huge hole punched through his stomach, but one section had caved inward, accompanied by intense pain. Luya looked at him and smiled. With your strength, you can't block my time skip at all. Time skip? Bu froze for a moment, then his expression changed. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next instant, he appeared right in front of Bu. A ki blast shot out at point-blank range, and Bu let out a miserable scream as he was blasted away. With an instant transmission, Luya appeared directly in front of Bu again and grinned. What's wrong? The legendary Majin Bu is only this weak? Bu gritted his teeth and glared at Luya, completely unaware that a chunk of flesh had silently fallen behind him. Luya let out a disdainful smile and raised his hand toward Majin Bu. It's over. Majin Bu showed no fear at all. What's wrong? Can you really bring yourself to do it? Gotenks is still inside me. Luya raised an eyebrow. So what? Bu started to lose his nerve. He suspected this guy might really be capable of doing it. Sure enough, just as he feared, a terrifying power began gathering in Luya's palm. Swish! The gathered energy suddenly compressed, and its aura kept rising non-stop. That guy. Was he planning to destroy Gotenks along with him? Piccolo opened his mouth in disbelief. Bu also stared at Luya in shock. The other side wanted to destroy him and Gotenks together?
Impossible.
Wasn't he afraid that Brat would die too? Luya suddenly smiled. You're underestimating me too much, Bu. Goodbye. As he finished speaking, the energy in his hand flared brilliantly. Bu cried out, then suddenly revealed a strange smile. Luya's brows furrowed, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Watch out. Piccolo suddenly saw something and hurriedly shouted a warning. Luya subconsciously turned his head, only to be met by a sheet of pink flesh wrapping straight toward him. Luya was instantly wrapped up and began struggling violently. Success. Your power is mine now. Bu looked at Luya smugly. Everything just now had been an act, all to distract his opponent's attention, and now he had succeeded. The pink mass wrapped around Luya suddenly compressed, then flew toward Bu. Bu directly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This is bad. Panic instantly appeared on Piccolo's face. Goku and the others in the sacred world of the Kai also sensed that something was wrong. This is bad. Have they found the Dragon Balls yet? If we don't revive now, it'll be too late, Goku said through gritted teeth. We can't panic. Right now, we can only rely on them, Supreme Kai sighed. Damn it. Ha 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 ha. After absorbing Luya, Buu's mood greatly improved. His booming laughter rang like thunder as he danced around excitedly. Piccolo hid in the shadows, feeling a bit hopeless. This was over. There was no one left on Earth who could deal with him anymore. Buu leaped into the air, then suddenly powered up. A terrifying force erupted from his body. Then he stretched out his hand and continuously fired energy blasts downward. Explosions rang out one after another. He was trying to turn the entire Earth into a complete ruin. In hiding, Piccolo thought for a moment, then decided to retreat first after all. There was nothing else that could be done. It would be better to wait for Goku and the others to revive and then think of another way. But right at that moment, Buu, who had been wreaking havoc in the sky, suddenly stopped attacking. His whole body went motionless. Seeing this, Piccolo was puzzled and couldn't understand what he meant by this. At this moment, Buu's expression also became strange. He looked at his own hand, surprised and confused, because he discovered that although he had absorbed Luya, this powerful enemy, it seemed he hadn't gained any of his power at all. What was going on? After thinking about it, Buu landed, then began powering up. A vast aura burst out from him, but no matter how he circulated it, that aura belonged only to himself and Gotenks. Buu? At the same time, in a place like a limestone cave, a lump of pink flesh suddenly dropped down. After a long while, the pink lump suddenly began to wriggle. Then it slowly started to melt, and streaks of golden light shone out from within. Once the pink lump had completely melted away, Luya's figure appeared in the area. After glancing at the surroundings, Luya smiled slightly. Looks like I got in smoothly. That's right. The reason he let himself be absorbed by Buu earlier was all part of a show Luya had directed himself. He had deliberately let Buu absorb him, and at the critical moment, turned the condensed energy blast into a defense, preventing himself from being digested. His goal was to enter Buu's body and rescue Trunks. By coincidence, the moment he got in, he saw Gotenks wrapped up in something like a cocoon, and Fat Buu was nearby too. Buu's body is its own world. Looks like I'll need to use even greater power to destroy it. Luya sized up the surroundings, then looked toward Gotenks and raised his hand to fire several energy blasts. Whoosh, 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 boom boom boom. Suddenly, several red beams shot out and collided directly with Luya's attacks, instantly neutralizing them. Luya froze, then looked to the side. He saw a mass of flesh suddenly squirming, and Buu's figure appeared immediately afterward. Just as I thought. You're too crafty. Buu looked at Luya and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Luya smiled slightly. Not bad. Your reaction was pretty quick. But it's already too late. Is that so? Then try it. This is my body. Anyone who comes in here only has one ending. Buu burst into mad laughter. Is that so? Luya smiled, then directly powered up. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his aura surged drastically. Buu grinned. Then, all of a sudden, the pink flesh around Luya began to squirm. Right after that, they twisted like snakes and lunged at him, tearing and biting. Luya kept dodging, then charged straight toward Buu. Buu showed no fear at all. Instead, a mocking look appeared on his face. He let Luya's punch slam into him, but even with Luya's tremendous strength, the force was dispersed by Buu's freely stretching body. At the same time, the flesh on Buu's stomach instantly healed and wrapped around Luya's fist. What? Luya was startled, and by the time he reacted, attacks from all directions were already crashing toward him. With nowhere to escape, Luya was directly blasted by a barrage and sent flying at once. Getting back to his feet, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. This guy is much stronger in here than he was outside. Stop struggling. Just become part of me together with them. Buu mocked. That's impossible. Luya smiled faintly. I was just testing you. Don't take it seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Buu snorted coldly. Then he suddenly summoned the power inside his body, directly sealing off the surrounding space. It was a defense and offense with no blind spots, all to stop Luya from succeeding. But all of this was useless in front of time skip. Luya appeared directly in front of Gotenks. He didn't bother with Buu, because it was very hard to kill Buu in here. He had to save the others first, then weaken his opponent's power. Only then could he deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 key blasts shot out, instantly cutting through the pink flesh suspending Gotenks and Fat Buu. The two of them fell, but they had already lost consciousness. No! Suddenly, Buu roared. Luya's actions had clearly enraged him. Without the power of Gotenks and Fat Buu, his strength would drop drastically. And as Luya rescued those two, Buu's power suddenly began to weaken. The clone he had condensed could no longer be maintained and melted away on the spot. Now let's get out and see whose power is greater. Luya smiled slightly. Then he took his stance and suddenly powered up. Super Saiyan 2. After reaching Super Saiyan 2, His power was still continuing to surge upward. Ah! Suddenly, Luya let out a furious roar. The power on his body began to expand without limit. A terrifying force directly destroyed everything around him, which also meant destroying Buu's body. Under that power, the Buu outside suddenly had a drastic change in expression, and his body began swelling up little by little, as if he were about to explode the next moment.
Impossible.
Buu's eyes were splitting with rage as he roared. Seeing this abnormal situation, Piccolo was also stunned. He had originally wanted to leave, but now he immediately began observing Buu's condition. Buu's body was still swelling, as if something terrifying were happening inside him. Inside Buu's body, Luya was still powering up, and his hair was gradually growing longer as he advanced towards Super Saiyan 3. At last, Luya's power directly surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Vast power poured out, smashing through layer after layer of defenses Buu had built. Super Saiyan 3. Ha! Luya roared, and his power directly rose to another level. Outside, Buu's eyes suddenly widened, and even his head began to swell. Luya's power was filling his entire body. Finally, Buu could no longer endure it. A puff of white vapor shot from the top of his head, and then he suddenly vomited. Whoosh! Several objects were spat out of Buu's mouth and fell to the ground. The moment Piccolo saw this, he was overjoyed, because what had been spat out were Gotenks and Fat Buu. Of course, Luya came out too. He floated in the air, staring at Buu. Then he grinned and suddenly fired an energy blast, instantly knocking the regressed Buu to the ground. That's Super Saiyan 3. He can transform too. Piccolo finally understood why Buu had suddenly become so distressed. This guy had pushed his power even further and overwhelmed Buu until his body couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, Luya's power was surging wildly. Strands of lightning crackled around him, and his long golden hair reached his waist. He looked similar to Goku in Super Saiyan 3. You actually pushed me this far. Interesting. But it's all over now. Luya grinned. Then he descended to the ground and suddenly began gathering ki, bringing both hands to his waist. Kamehameha! Shwa! Terrifying power instantly condensed. Take my full power Kamehameha! Luya roared furiously, then unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful Kamehameha. Rumble! That horrifying force blasted forward like a meteor impact. Buu's face changed drastically, fear appearing in his eyes. He hurriedly condensed an enormous energy sphere and pushed it out to block. But his power had already weakened, returning to its most original state. Although it was still extremely terrifying, it was no match for Luya in Super Saiyan 3. Gradually, Buu's energy sphere was melted away. Luya's power was so strong that Buu simply couldn't resist it. Ah! Buu struggled desperately, his face full of unwillingness. If he were still in his previous state, there was no way he would be this miserable. But Luya had rescued both Gotenks and Fat Buu, causing his power to plummet by several levels all at once. You've got something like an immortal body too. You're somewhat similar to an opponent I fought before, but compared to him, you're still far inferior. You killed so many people on Earth. Go apologize to them. Luya shouted in a deep voice. The next moment, he roared again and further increased the output of his Kamehameha. Ah! Under Luya's attack, Buu's power finally gave way like the last straw breaking a camel's back. It collapsed completely, and the full power Kamehameha landed directly on Buu's body. No matter what kind of regeneration power you had, in the face of absolute strength it was all meaningless. As his body was washed over by the light and struck again and again by destructive force, Buu couldn't hold out. He let out a scream, and his entire body began melting away at that moment. But the difference this time was that under Luya's output, not even the tiniest bit of Buu's flesh could survive and escape. His whole body turned directly into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. It had to be said, the Kamehameha Luya unleashed was truly terrifying. While destroying Buu, that power blasted straight out of Earth, only gradually dissipating after smashing through who knew how many meteors. Luya let out a slight breath. Only after sensing that Buu's ki truly no longer existed did he finally relax. Kamehameha. YYDS. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Majin Buu. Mission complete. 35. Ding. Additional reward. Majin Buu's regeneration ability. Ding. Reward granted. The host is exempt from the drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3. When the host transforms into Super Saiyan 3, there is no need to worry about the stamina drain of this form. The troublesome Majin Buu had finally been dealt with. An ending like this made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Luya pondered slightly, feeling the regeneration ability the system had given him. He already had one immortal body before, and now he also had Buu's regeneration ability. That was ridiculously awesome. In truth, Majin Buu's power was not weak at all. Even if he were placed in the Dragon Ball Super Universe, there would still be very few people capable of truly killing him. You should know, Fat Buu was already close to Super Saiyan 3 in terms of battle power, yet he had no power to resist against Skinny Buu. The gap in strength was extremely obvious. Even though Luya was already very powerful now, if he wanted to deal with Majin Buu, he still needed to take it seriously. Was Buu weak? Who said that? Shaking his head, Luya glanced at the still unconscious Gotenks and Fat Buu, then looked toward Piccolo, who was hiding in the shadows, and nodded at him. Right after that, his figure turned directly into a streak of white light and shot into the sky, vanishing into the universe in the blink of an eye. He had to finish the mission as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he disappeared for too long, it would probably arouse suspicion. And at this time, in the sacred world of the Kai, Goku and the others also let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Gohan suddenly stood up, and an extremely terrifying power burst out from him, making him seem like a completely different person from before. Ultimate Gohan was born. Finally worked. Great. Now I'll go deal with Majin Buu, Gohan said confidently. Even he himself was shocked by his current power. You won't need to step in anymore, Old Kai said calmly at this moment. Huh? Why? Gohan was a little confused. Goku suddenly grinned and said, because Majin Buu has already been wiped out. What? Gohan was startled, then carefully sensed Buu's power. But unfortunately, the other's ki had already disappeared. What's going on? Gohan asked in confusion. A pretty incredible guy showed up. That guy was actually that strong. Who in the world was he? Goku chuckled, a trace of excitement in his eyes. Right away, Supreme Kai told Gohan everything that had happened. After hearing it, Gohan immediately felt a wave of regret. He had originally thought he would be able to use his brand new power to fight Buu, but now he no longer had the chance. What a pity. But the method that person used to disappear at the end felt very familiar. Old Kai suddenly said, an unusual light appearing in his eyes. Why bother thinking about all that? Buu's already been destroyed, so everything's settled now, Goku said with his usual carefree laugh, not noticing anything at all. At the same time, he looked at Gohan and said, Hey, Gohan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay here and train with me for a bit. Oh okay, Dad. Gohan nodded and didn't refuse. Meanwhile, in the real world, whoosh, on a certain planet, a streak of rainbow light suddenly descended, revealing the figures of Beerus, Whis, and Goku. But Beerus's face looked a little gloomy right now. No one knew who had provoked him. Hey, you're back? Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of them and greeted them. Ah, Vegeta, Goku waved. I'm saying, how are you still able to smile? Beerus shot Goku a flat look, clearly displeased. What's wrong? It's not like it's some huge deal, Goku said indifferently. Idiot, the entire universe almost got wiped out because of you, and you're saying it's no big deal. Do you want to be destroyed? Beerus suddenly jumped up in anger. My. Even Whis shook his head helplessly. What's going on? Vegeta asked in confusion. Whis explained it's like this. Lord Zeno already knows about what happened in the future, and he summoned all the Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction from every universe to attend a meeting, with special focus on Universe 7 and Universe 10. What? Vegeta immediately broke out in sweat when he heard that. How could that be? Then what was Lord Zeno's attitude? Whis shook his head and said, although Zamasu has already been eliminated and this crisis has been resolved, he killed all the Supreme Kais in that parallel timeline, which also caused the Gods of Destruction to disappear. That point made Lord Zeno rather angry. As for the consequences, Lord Zeno originally intended to punish Universe 10. Then what about our Universe 7? Vegeta asked. Lord Zeno said he would only punish Universe 10. But universes like ours would still be affected, especially our Universe 7 with the way we casually traveled through time. The impact of this incident wasn't small, Beerus said gravely. But luckily Goku showed up at the end, and that was what made Lord Zeno stop. Whis glanced at Goku and smiled. Kakarot? Vegeta was a little stunned. Kakarot could actually persuade Lord Zeno to show mercy? How was that possible? Haha, I just suddenly thought of going to ask him when the Tournament of Power was going to start, but who would have known I'd run into all this? So I asked Zenny not to punish them, and in exchange, I promised to introduce a friend to him. That's the only reason he agreed not to punish the universes, Goku said with a laugh. What do you mean? A friend? Vegeta's face was full of question marks. Humph, if it were real then fine. But the so-called friend Goku said he'd introduce was just something he said offhand. Isn't that disrespecting Lord Zeno? Just bringing this up was enough to make Beerus's anger surge again. Although he had been grateful to Goku for saving the situation earlier, after they left Lord Zeno's place, under his repeated questioning, Goku finally admitted it had just been a polite remark. That instantly made smoke practically rise from Beerus's head in rage. Hey, Kakarot, you're way too reckless, Vegeta complained unhappily. Goku's intentions were good, but there are very, very few people who can become friends with Lord Zeno, because even experts and angels can only treat Lord Zeno with reverence. Of course, with the exception of you, Goku. You're the only one who has managed to interest Lord Zeno, was said quietly. Goku chuckled, then seemed to think of something. His eyes suddenly lit up. Right, Whis, Speaking of that, I just thought of a suitable candidate. What? Beerus was clearly anxious and hurriedly asked. Goku snapped his fingers. Future Lord Zeno. What? The moment those words came out, Beerus, Vegeta, and even Whis were all stunned. Hey, you're not joking, right? Cold sweat kept dripping down Beerus's face. Huh? Could it be future Lord Zeno was killed by Zamasu too? Goku asked curiously. How is that possible? You're underestimating Lord Zeno way too much. Lord Zeno is an existence that stands above all gods. No one can kill him, Beerus said irritably. Is that so? Then it's fine. I'll go ask Trunks for the time machine, then bring future Zeno back. I bet he'd really like this friend. The more Goku thought about it, the more workable it seemed. He directly used instant transmission and vanished. Trunks and the others hadn't left yet. Originally, they had planned to wait until things died down before leaving, but who would have thought they'd still be found? Hey, you! Beerus wanted to stop Goku, but before he could finish speaking, Goku had already disappeared. Humph, that guy always does whatever he wants. He never uses his brain. Vegeta complained. Do we really have to let the two Lord Zenos meet? Was suddenly asked. Beerus thought for a moment, then said with some apprehension, if Lord Zeno has a bad mood one day, will our universe even still exist? Vegeta. But no matter what, this is the only option now. Words spoken are like spilled water. They can't be taken back. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more serious, was said slowly. Sigh. What kind of mess is this? If I'd known, I would have risked it back then and destroyed that Goku Black myself. Then things wouldn't have gotten this complicated. Beerus slumped down in dejection. Being a god of destruction was exhausting. In another timeline, Luya's figure appeared. He was currently above a city, but the city was in complete chaos right now. Explosions rang out from time to time, and there were many powerful auras within the city. Luya pondered slightly, then quickly understood. These people should be the villains who had been revived from hell. Hell was probably in complete chaos by now too, and all of this was thanks to Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Luya glanced around, and suddenly realized one fact. He couldn't sense the aura of androids at all. Super Android 17 whoosh. Boom! In the city, a streak of light flashed by, and a powerful explosion erupted in an instant. For a moment, an entire building collapsed on the spot. Aya! People fled in all directions, terrified of being blown to death by a stray blast. Kakik, the feeling of destruction really is great. Ha ha ha, never thought I'd get revived too. Let's go all out. A strange-looking alien stood atop a skyscraper and grinned, his palms continuously firing energy blasts downward, instantly triggering a chain of explosions. Ah! After one explosion, countless chunks of rubble and shattered glass rained down. And right below, a beautiful young girl had just fallen to the ground, looking up helplessly and despairingly at the things falling toward her. I'm done for. Even in death, she would have to be pierced through by countless rocks and shards of glass. She refused to die like this, but just as the girl was about to be crushed to death, a wave of light shot over directly and instantly blasted all the falling debris into powder. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the girl, scooped her up, and vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. Oh, someone actually dares save people right under my nose. Tired of living, are you? The alien's face turned cold. Then his body leaped forward as he directly gave chase. The one who saved her was naturally Luya. Holding the girl, he landed in a safe area and set her down. Tage, thank you. Thank you so much. The girl looked at Luya gratefully. Luya smiled faintly, then said, Run. It's too chaotic here. Thank you for saving my life. The girl nodded hurriedly. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she suddenly leaned in and kissed Luya on the cheek. After that, she ran off with a bashful look on her face. Compared to being saved, a kiss was nothing to her. If this boy hadn't suddenly appeared, she probably would have died on the spot. As for Luya, this was obviously the first time he'd ever been this close to a girl. He completely froze, but after coming back to his senses, he quickly calmed down again. Whoosh! At that moment, a powerful energy blast suddenly shot straight toward the girl. Luya's expression turned cold. He instantly appeared in front of the attack and crushed that force with his bare hand. What? Interesting. You've got some skills after all. A figure appeared on the scene, looking at Luya with a cold sneer. Luya glanced at him, then said indifferently, going after an ordinary person on purpose? You've really thrown away all your dignity. Noticing that the girl had already gone far away, Luya no longer had any concerns. Without another word, his figure disappeared instantly. What? The alien was completely dumbfounded. So fast. Swish. Bang. The next second, a fist suddenly burst out from the alien's chest. Luya had appeared behind him at some point. And no.
Impossible.
The alien's eyes widened in disbelief. Then his body went limp and collapsed. Luya sneered. A jumping clown with no real strength, and you're still this arrogant? Asking for a beating. Boom. Boom.
Boom!
At this time, the commotion across the city suddenly became even more intense. It seemed that someone had stepped in to stop things. With just a brief thought, Luya knew it was the Z fighters taking action against those enemies revived from hell. Now Luya had an idea. Since he couldn't find Super Android 17, he might as well follow Vegeta and the others. Sooner or later, they'd run into Super Android 17 anyway. Thinking that, Luya moved and disappeared from the spot, joining the ranks clearing out these small fry.
Boom!
Although these enemies had all been foes of Earth's Z fighters in different eras. At this point in time, they were no match for the Earth's Z fighters at all. Their strength wasn't that impressive either, so Luya easily took down a huge wave of them. But while none of them were particularly strong, their numbers were terrifying. Especially Frieza's army. Their numbers were like a swarm of locusts passing through. Boom, boom, boom. After several hours of fighting, Luya had no idea how many enemies he had taken out. But this wasn't a real solution in the end. There were simply too many revived enemies. The source had to be dealt with. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful aura came surging from the distance. For a moment, all the martial artists turned to look in that direction. It was as if some terrifying existence had been born there. This power is so strong. Trunks and Goten both stopped at the same time and looked that way. By now, the two of them were already teenagers, and their appearances had changed noticeably. Hey, Trunks, Goten, go check over there. Vegeta appeared at this time and called out to them. Oh, got it. Let's go, Goten. Trunks responded at once. Very soon, the group all rushed toward the direction of that terrifying energy. And after sensing Vegeta and the others' power, Gohan and Ub, who were in some corner of the city, both noticed it as well. After thinking it over, they also followed. Somewhere.
Bang!
With a dull thud, one of Frieza's soldiers suddenly fell to the ground. The one who knocked him down was a little girl.
Pam!
Hurry up and hide. Don't get yourself hurt. Off to the side, a middle-aged looking burly man shouted worriedly. His fluffy hairstyle looked rather comical. How can I do that? Grandpa, I want to fight the enemy. Protect this city, Pan said firmly. The girl was Pan. At this time, she had already grown up, and her power had become much stronger too. Suddenly, Pan noticed something strange. Huh? It's Dad and the others' key. They're all heading in one direction. What's going on? Mr. Satan asked in confusion. Doesn't matter. We're going too, Pan said flatly. As soon as she finished speaking, she used the flying Nimbus technique. No, she used flight and rose straight into the air. Hey, wait for me, Pan. Grandpa can't fly, Mr. Satan hurriedly shouted. Such a pain. Pan complained angrily, and could only grab her grandpa and fly off with him. And on top of a tall building, Luya happened to see the scene and smiled. They've all grown up, huh? The storyline of this parallel timeline was different from Dragon Ball Super's timeline, so Luya felt a bit complicated inside. Dragon Ball GT should be the correct path of Saiyan evolution, while Dragon Ball Super followed the path of gods. He just didn't know how powerful Super Saiyan 4 was in this timeline. Thinking of that, Luya looked into the distance, then directly flew up and followed. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the city, a figure floated in midair, releasing an intense aura from his body. On a rooftop not far away stood two old men. Their builds looked somewhat strange. At first glance, they looked almost like robots. Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew. These two old men were the masterminds behind this entire incident. And the figure in the air was none other than Android 17. No, that wasn't right. It should be the fusion of two 17ths, Super Android 17. Ha ha ha. In the end, we still succeeded. This world will be ruled by us. Dr. Gero burst into laughter, his face full of pride and excitement. After researching for so many years, we've finally created the ultimate android, the strongest being capable of fusion, Super Android 17. That took quite a lot of effort. Dr. Mew grinned, equally excited. Then next, let's deal with those pesky insects getting in the way. A sharp glint appeared in Dr. Gero's eyes as he looked toward several figures flying over from the distance. It's been many years. Ha. Ha 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 ha. In the air, Super 17 tilted his neck, somewhat curious about his current body. He had fused now, but this was still his first time, so his movements were a little unfamiliar. At this moment, Vegeta and the others finally arrived. How is that possible? 17? Dr.
Gero?
It's you too. The moment Vegeta and Gohan saw them, they were instantly shocked. Vegeta.
Son gone.
We meet again. I didn't expect your looks to be gone now. What a pity. Dr. Gero looked at Vegeta with mockery and said sarcastically. Humph, what trick are you playing now? Vegeta said coldly, though most of his attention was locked onto Super 17. This guy gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. How could this be? So many years had passed, and his power had long since far surpassed what it was back then. 17 couldn't even beat Cell, so why was he feeling something this absurd? You came at just the right time. This is Super 17. Let him have a go at all of you. No, I should say, I'll use you to test the power of my proudest creation, Super 17. Dr. Gero burst out laughing, then said to Super 17, Super 17, eliminate them. The latter glanced at the button in Dr. Gero's hand, then gave a strange smile before looking at Vegeta and the others. All of you, come at me together. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? Vegeta's face turned cold. Seeing the way Super 17 acted, he instantly felt deeply humiliated and flew into a rage, exploding with ki as he charged straight at him. Ha! Vegeta threw a full power punch at Super 17. But the latter blocked his attack with ease. At the same time, Super 17 suddenly gave a strange smile, then drove a heavy knee upward, landing a brutal hit on Vegeta. Vegeta spat blood, and before he could recover he was thrown flying, crashing through building after building. Dad! Trunks was startled at once, then burst with ki and rushed forward. But no matter how he struck his opponent, the latter showed not the slightest reaction. Gohan and Goten both rushed out as well. Super 17 seemed to be getting impatient. He directly grabbed Trunks, then sent him flying with a punch. At the same time, the Gohan brothers had already rushed in front of Super 17 and were just about to attack him. Suddenly, Super 17 let out a low shout and directly powered up. A powerful black aura burst out from him. Both Gohan and Goten were blown back by that overwhelming aura. So this is it. This is my power? Heh. Super 17 suddenly laughed. You bastard! Vegeta came charging out from who knew where, powering up at the same time as light gathered in both his hands. Big Bang Attack! Ha! Vegeta suddenly fired a massive blast, and it directly hit Super 17. No, more accurately, the other side had no intention of dodging at all. But Vegeta's attack went straight into Super 17's body without spilling out. On the contrary, his body suddenly swelled a little, then returned to normal. Only, his power had risen along with it.
Impossible.
Seeing this, Vegeta's expression changed drastically. That attack just now had been his full power strike. How could his opponent come out completely unharmed? Ha 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 ha. No matter how strong your attacks are, in the end they're nothing more than nourishment for Super 17. Dr. Gero laughed proudly. Even Gohan and the others found it hard to believe. How were they supposed to fight an enemy like this? At this moment, Super 17 suddenly spread his arms and let out a fierce roar. In an instant, countless energy bullets erupted from his body. Every single one of them carried tremendous power, and the entire city was immediately hit by a continuous bombardment. This is bad. Gohan and the others' expressions changed. If they let him keep doing this, the whole city would be finished. At once, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, with Goten and Trunks following right after him. The three of them directly gathered their ultimate attacks. 2 Kamehamehas and 1 Big Bang attack shot straight at Super 17. But to their shock, all 3 attacks hit Super 17 directly. Yet after the blasts washed over him, he was completely unaffected. Instead, they had just given him another round of supply. How can this be? Even that didn't work? Goten said in disbelief. It looks like he can absorb energy. Be careful, Vegeta said with an ugly expression. Since you've sent me such a generous gift, how could I not return the favor? As Super 17 spoke, he suddenly unleashed an even denser barrage of attacks. Not good. Gohan and the others hurriedly tried to dodge, but an attack this dense was undoubtedly extremely hard for them to avoid. They were hit directly, and all of them were blasted by the energy bullets and sent flying into the city. Even someone as strong as Ub was not spared. The gap in strength was far too great. After a round of bombardment, the entire city was left in ruins, looking like nothing but a wasteland. The surviving people wailed in misery, their lives thrown into chaos. Heh. Truly impressive. As expected of Super 17, Dr. Mew let out a creepy chuckle. You two bastards. Take this. Suddenly, Pan appeared behind the two of them at who knew what moment and fired an energy blast directly at them. What? The two were startled, but they were already swallowed by the explosion. Pan landed and stared warily at the smoke from the blast. In the air, Super 17 noticed this as well, but he only smiled and had no intention of interfering. But after the smoke cleared, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew appeared on the scene completely unharmed. A barrier had appeared around them. How could this be? Pan's pretty face changed at once, clearly caught off guard. Little girl, at your age you should be staying at home. What are you doing here joining the fun? Dr. Gero looked at Pan coldly, then suddenly shot 6 red beams from his eyes. Pan was startled and hurriedly dodged. Bang! Bang! But in the next moment, Dr. Mew caught up to Pan and directly sent her flying with a punch and a kick. Pan! Gohan had just struggled out of the rubble, and the moment he saw the scene, he turned terrified and hurried over to catch Pan. But Pan had already fainted. How could this happen? Gohan's heart was bleeding. Pan! Are you okay? Mr. Satan came running over in a panic. Seeing that Pan had passed out, he felt a burst of heartache too. Take care of Pan and get far away from here. Gohan handed Pan over to Mr. Satan, his face so cold it was terrifying. Mr. Satan didn't dare delay and quickly picked Pan up and ran far away. Gohan looked at Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, and his expression turned cold. He directly fired an energy cannon of enormous power, making both of their faces change drastically. Super 17. Save me. Knowing he couldn't block that kind of power, Dr. Gero immediately shouted. 17 moved quickly as well, appearing directly in front of Dr. Gero and absorbing Gohan's attack. Damn it! I won't let you off. Gohan gnashed his teeth, then suddenly erupted with power, transforming into a Super Saiyan as his strength surged sharply upward. He charged straight at Super 17. But even with his power greatly increased, he was still no match for Super 17. After only a few exchanges, he was beaten back. Boom! 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 On the other side, Goten and Trunks were also going all out as they rushed forward to support him. Ub was unwilling to fall behind as well. The few of them joined forces and directly besieged Super 17, but they still could not shake their opponent in the slightest. Vegeta also stood up at this moment. He glanced at Super 17, and his expression instantly turned cold. The gap was just too huge. This was completely not on the same level. Even if Kakarot were here, he probably still wouldn't be this guy's opponent. But his pride was not something just anyone could trample on. Vegeta might already be old, but his blade was still sharp. Boom! Boom! In an instant, he powered up, and Vegeta's strength directly rose by multiples. He transformed at once and charged straight at Super 17. Top, top, top! Goten and Trunks joined forces and launched a continuous assault on Super 17, but they couldn't shake him in the slightest. Instead, the moment he made a move, he directly grabbed both of their fists, then flung them hard, instantly sending them flying into the ruins. Ha! Vegeta rushed over at incredible speed and threw a punch. Super 17 gave a light chuckle, then threw out a punch of his own, colliding directly with Vegeta's fist. The power of the two of them rose to a terrifying level in an instant. But Vegeta was already starting to struggle. Humph! Super 17 suddenly sneered, then abruptly powered up. The shockwave directly blasted Vegeta away. At the same time, Super 17 raised a hand toward Vegeta and condensed a black energy sphere. Whoosh! Boom! Under the explosion, Vegeta let out a miserable cry and his body was blasted backward. Take this! Aya! Ub charged over with a roar-like shout and directly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Super 17. But the latter didn't resist at all. He absorbed every bit of energy that hit him in one gulp. His body also began to swell at this moment. Taking advantage of that opening, Ub rushed straight in front of Super 17 and launched a flurry of punches at him. Every hit landed solidly, and every punch was thrown with full force. But to Super 17 it was no more than a tickle. Gulp! At last, Super 17 finished digesting that energy, and his power increased greatly. He directly threw a fast punch into Ub's stomach. The latter was sent vomiting blood from a single blow, and in the next second was kicked flying away. Ha 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 ha! Success! This will be the finest warrior we've ever created. Dr. Gero became excited the moment he saw Super 17's unmatched power. Once Super 17 takes care of everyone, this entire Earth will be ours. Dr. Mew also laughed loudly. Too bad you won't live to see it. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. The moment they heard that voice, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were both shocked and quickly turned to look above them. At some unknown point, Luya was floating in the air, his palm extended toward them.
Impossible.
When did you? Dr. Gero said in horror.
Impossible.
If he had martial arts cultivation, he should have been impossible for them to miss. So why had this guy been behind them for so long without making a sound? Go ask King Yama in hell. Luya bared his teeth in a grin, then gathered power in his hand and blasted it at the two of them. Ah, no. Super 17. Save us, quick. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were both terrified, their faces filled with extreme fear. Hearing that, Super 17 immediately rushed toward Dr. Gero and the others. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is right here. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared in front of Super 17, blocking his path. With a shout, he suddenly condensed an immense power. Final flash! With an angry roar, Vegeta directly fired a terrifying energy beam. Under a horrifying explosion, Super 17 was stopped in his tracks. At the same time, amid another explosive blast, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew cried out unwillingly as they were reduced to dust. Not even a scrap remained, killed in one hit. On the other side, from within the smoke, Super 17 suddenly burst out completely unharmed. In an instant, he appeared in front of Vegeta, so fast that even Vegeta couldn't react. What? Vegeta was startled and wanted to resist, but he was far too slow compared to his opponent. Bang! In an instant, Vegeta's stomach took a direct heavy blow, nearly getting punched through. Cough cough. Vegeta's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of white foam, instantly losing his transformed state before collapsing limply to the ground. Dad! Uncle Vegeta! Seeing this, Gohan and the others all hurriedly rushed over. But suddenly, Super 17 directly fired countless energy blasts and blasted them all away. After doing all that, Super 17 looked at Luya. You killed them? Luya grinned. Dead is dead. Just 2 flies. Didn't you think they were an eyesore? Hearing that, Super 17 suddenly smiled. Do you know that they were holding the controller that could destroy me? You killed them. Do you know the consequences? I know, Luya nodded and said calmly. You know? This time, it was Super 17's turn to be surprised. Why? Without that controller, no one can stop me. Do you know that too? Luya smiled, then said, Don't get the wrong idea. Destroying the controller doesn't mean you're unbeatable. There are quite a few people who can defeat you. Sorry, but I'm one of them. Is that so? Do you see these people? A few fools who thought they were the strongest in the universe. And now aren't they all lying at my feet? Super 17 sneered. Vegeta's face looked awful, but he couldn't stand up now. His injuries were too severe, and he was in terrible pain. Luya landed in front of Super 17 and smiled. How strong are you? Super 17 smiled. Want to know? I'll let you find out. Let's change locations. Luya suddenly suggested. Then, without caring whether the other side agreed or not, he flew up and headed into the distance. Super 17 glanced at the warriors in the battlefield, then grinned. Just a bunch of ants. It wouldn't hurt to deal with them after he came back. Luya led Super 17 to a massive island before finally stopping. You brought me this far away. If you can't satisfy me, then I'm going to be very unhappy, Super 17 said flatly. Then come on. Luya bared his teeth in a grin, then suddenly powered up. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from him as he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Super 17 was a little surprised. What? You're a Saiyan too? Luya gave an evil grin. Of course. Interesting. Stronger than Vegeta's power too. Come on, let me see, Super 17 said as he crooked a finger at Luya. Heh. Luya smiled, then stomped hard with one foot, his body shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! Luya's punch didn't seem fast, but it was completely flawless and packed with power. Super 17 frowned, then started dodging. Top. Luya's movements began to speed up, attacking Super 17 continuously with a steady rhythm, but the latter calmly dodged without any panic. Bang!
Suddenly, Luya threw a rapid punch.
And in an instant, his fist smashed hard into Super 17's stomach. The other party was sent flying by a single punch and crashed straight into a mountain. Luya looked into the distance, then continuously fired ki blasts. Under the chain of explosions, the entire mountain collapsed. But in the next moment, Super 17's figure shot out. He wasn't injured at all. His expression remained calm as he looked at Luya. Is that all the power you've got? Luya seemed to have expected this outcome and wasn't surprised. Your body really can take a beating. Just a friendly reminder. I can absorb energy. If you want to die faster, go ahead and fire at me all you want, Super 17 said with a faint smile. No need for the reminder. Luya grinned, then suddenly exploded with ki and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 once again. Boom! This time, Luya directly activated time skip, and space instantly froze. Super 17's movements also stopped, but his consciousness was still active. What's going on? Bang! Luya had already appeared in front of Super 17 and threw a vicious punch. The power of this punch was even heavier than the last one. Luya! Even Super 17 couldn't help crying out in pain. Then Luya exerted force and directly blasted his opponent flying. The next instant, Luya used instant transmission to appear behind Super 17 and kicked out, sending him flying again. But Luya didn't let the opportunity go. In the next moment, he used instant transmission again and again, beating Super 17 down from back and forth. At the end, Luya slammed him into the ground with a heavy punch. The ground split apart instantly, and Super 17's body was embedded into it in a miserable state. But despite such a brutal assault, Super 17 didn't seem to feel much at all. He even revealed a smile, as if Luya's attacks just now had been nothing more than scratching an itch. Luya frowned. He knew the other party was an android and tougher than ordinary enemies, but this clearly looked like someone who hadn't even started getting serious. Super 17 sat up and looked at Luya. You can manipulate time, and you also have instant transmission. Your power should already be above Goku's. Luya shook his head. Correction. My power surpasses everyone. Heh, what shameless bragging. Super 17 stood up, then smiled. I've already seen through your moves. I see. So just now you were testing me. Luya nodded, not surprised. Your speed may be fast, but your power is lacking. You can't hurt me at all. Compared to Vegeta and the others, you're nothing more than a slightly bigger grasshopper. Super 17 sneered. Is that so? Then I want to see what kind of face you'll make when you're defeated by a grasshopper. As soon as Luya finished speaking, he instantly used instant transmission and vanished. But this time, Super 17 was already on guard, and immediately fired an energy blast toward one spot. In the next moment, Luya's figure appeared, his expression tightening as he directly fired an energy blast to cancel it out. Boom! Under the massive explosion, Luya's figure disappeared once again. Whoosh! But Super 17 seemed able to predict Luya's movements. He directly kicked toward his side. Bang!
Ega.
Luya hurriedly blocked with his hands, but he was still sent flying. In the very next second, Super 17 appeared in front of Luya, grabbed him by the face, and dragged him along the ground as he slid forward. Then Super 17 let out a low shout and violently hurled Luya away. The force was so great that Luya smashed through several mountains in a row before finally crashing into the sea. Super 17 appeared above the sea, looking down below with a cold expression. Luya had obviously underestimated him. After all, even the original Goku in Super Saiyan 4 had lost to him. Although part of that was because Goku had been fooling around, Super 17's strength was still beyond doubt. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound rang out. Right after that, a red radiance shot into the sky. A hemispherical wave rose from the water, and in the next second, a figure burst out from the sea and stood atop the wave. Red power swirled around his body, carrying a faint sacred aura. Super Saiyan God had arrived. The moment he saw Luya's unique form, Super 17 froze. Who are you? Luya said flatly, this is Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What kind of thing is that? Super 17's face suddenly turned cold. No matter what you transform into, the result will be the same. Really? Luya gave a strange smile, and in the next instant he was already in front of Super 17. One knee strike sent Super 17 flying. The latter smashed through one mountain peak after another before crashing hard into one of them. Luya paused, then used instant transmission and disappeared. Boom! A powerful aura spread out, and right after that, Super 17's figure shot straight into the sky. But before his body could stop, Luya suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by another punch. Boom! This punch was ferocious beyond question, hitting Super 17 so hard that blood sprayed out. But Luya knew it wasn't blood. It was motor oil. His body slowly came to a stop. Super 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at Luya. Your power has gotten a lot stronger. Luya grinned. Sorry, caught you a little off guard, didn't I? Super 17 slowly raised a hand toward Luya. Then a terrifying black energy blast condensed in his palm and shot straight at him. Luya let out a cold laugh, then gathered power and fired a Kamehameha as well. The two forces collided directly, instantly triggering a violent explosion. After the explosion, neither of them moved from where they were. They only stared tightly at each other. What is it? Is this all your power amounts to? Luya looked at Super 17 and grinned. Super 17 looked at Luya coldly without saying a word. You can absorb energy, but your own power really isn't much. Sure, you're strong, but beating you isn't difficult at all. Luya suddenly shouted. Then he let out a low roar, and the red aura on his body surged violently, releasing ultimate power. A few seconds later, accompanied by Luya's shout, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan Red. What? Super 17 looked at Luya in shock. He hadn't expected this guy to have so many transformations, and each one was stronger than the last. Even though he couldn't sense Luya's ki right now, he could still tell just how dangerous Luya was. After transforming into Super Saiyan Red, Luya looked at Super 17. Next, I'm going to teach you how to be a man. What shameless bragging. Super 17 snorted coldly, then directly charged at Luya. Da 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 da. A series of collision sounds rang out as Super 17 unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks on Luya, immediately forcing him into passive defense. One punch knocked Luya back, and Super 17 instantly followed with a spinning kick. Smack! But at that moment, Luya directly caught Super 17's leg. What? The latter was instantly shocked. Luya grinned. What's wrong? Is this the extent of your power? Without absorbing energy to strengthen yourself? You've really disappointed me a little. Words like that were nothing less than humiliation to Super 17. Instantly, he fired a ki blast at Luya with both hands, but Luya dodged it with ease. Then he gave a fierce yank on his opponent while slipping underneath him, and kicked upward with both feet, sending him straight into the sky. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a burst of ki, Luya shot out and instantly overtook Super 17's body, then slammed down with a fierce punch. Boom! The latter crashed straight down, and with a huge boom, a massive crater appeared in the ground. Luya slowly descended above Super 17. What's wrong? Can you keep up with power like this? Super 17 struggled back to his feet and looked at Luya. His eyes narrowed slightly. In this form, your speed is incredibly fast, but your attacks don't do much to me because I'm an android. As for pain, I can ignore it completely. Luya grinned. Is that so? The moment the words fell, Luya had already flashed in front of Super 17. The latter reacted and tried to pull back, But Luya was even faster. A fierce punch blasted him flying on the spot. The next second, time suddenly stopped, and Luya threw another fierce punch through the air at Super 17. A red fist force shot out and instantly struck Super 17. He spat out blood, and when time resumed flowing, he dropped straight down. How is this possible? Super 17's face was full of disbelief. He had never expected himself to be completely unable to fight back. Luya flashed in front of him and said flatly, "So you don't feel pain? Huh? Interesting. Then let me see where your limit is." Suddenly, Super 17 fired a blast directly. Luya vanished on the spot, and as if Super 17 had predicted Luya's next move, he immediately fired several blasts in one direction. Boom! 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 A string of explosions erupted at once, and Luya's figure, wrapped in a red glow, charged straight at him. Super 17 clenched his teeth and rushed forward to meet him head-on. Bang! Their fists collided violently, and at last, the two of them launched into a high-speed melee. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others struggled to stand back up. As time returned to normal, their stamina gradually recovered as well. "Where's that bastard Super 17? Vegeta said darkly. "Dad, are you okay?" Trunks, Goten, and the others rushed over and quickly asked. Vegeta's expression shifted uncertainly. "Do any of you know that guy who suddenly showed up?" Gohan and the others shook their heads. "TCH. Vegeta immediately looked annoyed, but then he thought of something and frowned. "What the hell is Kakarot doing?" Boom! 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 Just then, a series of explosions suddenly came from the distance. "It looks like Super 17 is fighting that boy," Gohan said as he looked into the distance, his tone complicated. "How is that possible? Super 17's power is terrifying. Other than Uncle Goku, how could anyone be able to deal with him?" Up said in shock. "But with a clash like that, that's the only conclusion, right?" Goten said gravely. Vegeta's face turned cold, and he was just about to head over to watch, but at the critical moment, his old injuries flared up again, and he dropped to one knee on the ground. "Dad!" Trunks' expression changed, and he quickly helped Vegeta up. "Damn it! Other than Kakarot, there's actually someone stronger than me." Vegeta shook off Trunks' support and said coldly. Other than Super Saiyan 4, he had originally thought he no longer had any opponents. He had not expected someone like this to appear. Just who was the other party? Boom! 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 Luya and Super 17 were like two fighter jets, constantly firing ki blasts at each other. The scene was spectacular, but Super 17 could have easily dodged Luya's ki blast attacks. Instead, he kept taking those attacks head-on, letting his own power grow stronger. Luya noticed this as well. He suddenly let out a low shout, and his speed instantly surged. In a flash, he charged towards Super 17. The latter's face turned cold, and he directly fired a terrifying energy blast at him. Luya roared and charged straight through the energy blast, then smashed a heavy punch into his opponent's face. In an instant, Super 17 was sent flying backward. Luya suddenly flared his aura and frantically unleashed the Prince of all Saiyans battle style, countless ki blasts raining down wildly on Super 17. Before he could react, Super 17 was bombarded for a while, but he suddenly opened a barrier, giving himself a chance to catch his breath. Then he suddenly let out a cold laugh, directly removed the barrier, and let those ki blasts slam into his body. At the same time, he continuously absorbed those energy blasts and turned them into his own power. Super 17's body kept swelling and shrinking over and over again, and his power was growing more and more terrifying. But Luya showed no sign of stopping at all, firing off ki blast attacks non-stop like they cost nothing. "Ha ha ha, foolish Saiyan. Do you think your power can make me explode? Too naive." Super 17 had naturally seen through Luya's plan. The other side clearly wanted to overstuff him with his own power until he burst. But he felt Luya was underestimating him too much. Though Luya's power was very strong, it was still within what he could endure. Very soon, Super 17's power gradually reached an extremely terrifying level. "Idiot, do you not have a brain? You're actually wasting this much power just for me to absorb." Super 17 mocked Luya while continuing to absorb the energy blasts Luya fired at him. Luya turned a deaf ear to it. After firing several more energy blasts, he suddenly exploded with power. Kaioken. Boom! At this moment, Luya's power directly soared. "What? How can this be?" Super 17 suddenly had a bad feeling, but the power inside his body was now incomparably abundant. It was impossible to digest it all in such a short time. Your greatest strength is being able to absorb other people's power. But that's also your weakness. When you absorb powerful energy, you can't digest it quickly enough. And when you're digesting energy, you can't move, right? And that is also a fatal weakness, because for a true expert, even just a few short seconds can turn the whole battle around. Luya said flatly, and as he spoke, he had already condensed an incomparably powerful Kamehameha. Goku had nearly made him burst with a tenfold Kamehameha, so Luya's power could naturally surpass Goku's tenfold Kamehameha as well. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha unleashed with Kaioken, on top of Super Saiyan Goddess red form, was something even Zamasu's immortal body couldn't withstand. How could Super 17 possibly block it? Ha! Luya shoved both hands forward fiercely, and in an instant, a terrifying force erupted and blasted straight towards Super 17.
Impossible.
Damn it! Super 17 roared. In an instant, his body was directly engulfed by the Kamehameha, and Super 17 could only forcibly absorb the power of the Kamehameha, because if he didn't, that energy alone would be enough to destroy him. But the moment he started absorbing it, Super 17 regretted it, because the energy contained in the Kamehameha his opponent had fired was so powerful it was terrifying. Ahak! Super 17's body swelled bigger and bigger, and the next moment, his body had already expanded into something like a ball. His clothes were torn apart from the strain. At last, accompanied by a scream like a furious roar, Super 17's body exploded on the spot. In an instant, everything within several miles was affected. Several islands were completely destroyed, and even Vegeta and the others in the city felt that powerful force rushing toward them, hurriedly releasing energy to form a huge barrier. How can this be? How could something like this happen? Vegeta's face was filled with shock, unable to believe what had happened over there. No one knew how much time passed before the battlefield gradually returned to calm. A mass of white mist hung over the battlefield, making it impossible for those outside to see what was happening inside. Luya floated high in the sky, withdrew Kaioken, and looked at the sea below, where nothing remained. Super 17's explosion had utterly devastated everything around the area. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Super 17. Mission completion progress. 45. Please keep up the good work. Lua let out a sigh of relief and was about to leave. Wait, suddenly, a voice stopped him. Hearing that voice, Lua froze for a moment, then turned around. He saw Goku, still in the form of a child, floating across from him with a strange smile on his face. Is something the matter? Lua asked, pretending to stay calm. That Super 17 was beaten by you, right? Goku grinned as he asked.
Lua nodded.
Yeah, I did it. That's amazing. How did you do it? And you're a Saiyan too, right? You have a tail just like me. A trace of confusion appeared on Goku's face. That's right, I am a Saiyan. Lua smiled. That's great. You've got a tail and you beat Super 17. Don't tell me you can also transform into Super Saiyan 4? Goku suddenly said excitedly. The corner of Lua's mouth twitched slightly. Sorry, I can't. He wanted to transform too, but his strength just didn't allow it. Really? Then how did you beat Super 17? Goku was puzzled. He had only just arrived and found the battlefield in ruins, with only this young man here, which had shocked him greatly. How did I beat him? Lua pondered for a moment, then suddenly powered up and directly transformed into Super Saiyan Red. Like this. Huh? What's this? A new form? The moment Goku saw Super Saiyan Red, he was instantly astonished and moved closer, poking and prodding at Lua. Lua said proudly, of course. This form is incredibly strong. It's no worse than your Super Saiyan 4. Really? Then can you fight me? Goku suddenly asked. Lua was briefly stunned, then understood. That was just Goku's personality. Just as he was about to speak, Goku suddenly shouted, instantly raising his power to the limit. Right after that, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his whole body radiating a terrifying aura. Lua's eyes narrowed. He was deeply shocked by Goku's sudden transformation, because the other's power was actually incredibly great. Super Saiyan 4. Was it really this strong? That's Dad's key. He's back. On the other side, Gohan and the others all looked in that direction with delighted expressions. That's the power of Super Saiyan 4. Could Super 17 still be alive? Vegeta frowned and said in confusion. In the air, Goku smiled as he looked at Lua. Well, this is the power of Super Saiyan 4. Not bad. It really is impressive. Lua couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. By the way, I can't sense your ki at all. Your form is kind of special. Goku asked curiously. Lua said, I happened to figure it out by chance. Other people can't sense its ki. I see. Forget all that. Fight me, Goku invited him. I want to see just how strong someone who can beat such a powerful Super 17 really is. Lua also felt a trace of battle intent rise within him, and he nodded. Perfect. I also want to see the power of Super Saiyan 4. Hee. Goku laughed, then moved back a little and took his stance. Lua also suddenly powered up, and in the next instant he vanished. Goku's pupils shrank, and he abruptly raised his arm to block. Bang! Ugh! Lua directly flashed in front of Goku and punched him down. At the same time, Lua rapidly fired countless ki blasts, instantly sending them downward and bombarding Goku in a wild barrage. Boom boom boom! Amid the continuous explosions, Goku's cries came from within. Lua stopped and calmly watched the smoke gradually disperse. As the smoke cleared, Goku's figure appeared. but he was completely fine. He lowered the hands that had been shielding his face and looked at Lua. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Lua looked at Goku. You were testing me? He knew Goku had definitely been testing him, because that was one of his usual habits. He never used his full strength right from the start. Goku chuckled, then said, I just wanted to see your power first, and then decide whether to go all out. Super Saiyan 4 is just too strong. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it.
Lua smiled.
You're pretty confident. Goku took his stance. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at him. Lua didn't underestimate him in the slightest and also rushed directly toward him. The two instantly clashed in fierce battle. Their speeds were evenly matched, and from low to high they kept up an intense exchange of collisions. Bang! The two struck each other with a punch, then exchanged a glance and separated, both assuming their stances at the same time. Kamehameha! The two directly launched a beam struggle, and a huge explosion swept outward as smoke filled the air. You can use the Kamehameha too? Goku looked at Lua in shock.
Lua smiled.
That's right. Now this is interesting. Goku laughed. Then he suddenly powered up, and in an instant, a powerful aura burst forth. Goku's strength rose to yet another level. He still wasn't using his full power. Lua fell silent for a moment. He knew Goku had not used his full strength. After all, this was only a spar. Of course, Lua, hadn't used his full strength either. There was no need. Again, Goku directly unleashed a terrifying power and once again began gathering a Kamehameha. Not to be outdone, Lua also gathered his strength. Ha! The two attacked at the same time. Two enormous beams collided together, instantly erupting into a terrifying explosion. Boom! Under that massive impact, the entire sea split in two at a visible speed, waves surging to the heavens. After the clash, Lua and Super Saiyan 4 Goku both slowly descended and did not continue fighting. I never thought there would be a Saiyan form not weaker than Super Saiyan 4, Goku said with some emotion. Lua also said quietly, I didn't expect Super Saiyan 4 to be this strong. I underestimated it. After crossing hands with him, he now had a clear idea of Super Saiyan 4's power. He had to admit that anyone capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would have their strength increased many times over compared to before. Even compared to his Super Saiyan Red, it wasn't inferior by much. And Super Saiyan 4 also had its own advantages. Could be said that each had its own unique traits. Thinking of this, Lua withdrew his aura and returned to normal. He looked at Son Goku and said, Let's stop here. Goku nodded. He also more or less understood the extent of Lua's strength, so there was no real meaning in continuing the fight. After returning to normal, Goku resumed his childlike appearance. Lua pondered slightly, then said, In this form, your strength has already dropped a lot. Goku said helplessly, Can't be helped. Turning into this wasn't my choice either. It was purely an accident. If he hadn't been turned small, then even if his base strength was only at this level, once he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he would still be much stronger than he was now. So in the end, the blame could only go to Pilaf and the others for messing around and making Goku's body so small. But Lua didn't say anything more. Instead, he glanced at the battlefield, then said to Goku, All right, the trouble here has been resolved. I should be going now. I'm very happy to have fought you. Hearing that, Goku looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to ask Lua to stay, but he had no reason to. Someone this strong, if he could train with him regularly, then the improvement to his strength would be twice the result with half the effort. All right, what's your name? Goku suddenly asked. Lua had just started to leave, but when he heard the question, he grinned. Lua. My name is Lua. Saiyan Lua. See you. Whoosh. The next second, Lua directly turned into a streak of light and vanished. Saiyan Lua. Seeing Lua disappear, Goku looked a little confused. On the other side, in the real world, whoosh, a streak of light descended straight onto Earth, and right after that, Lua's figure appeared on the scene. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Lua froze for a moment. Wait, system. Wasn't there still one mission left unfinished? System. Host. The angel of this universe is looking for you, so I could only bring you back first. An angel? Why is he looking for me? Lua asked in confusion. Unknown. Host still has 21 days, 9 hours, and 42 minutes before the mission ends. Host can complete the mission within that time limit. The system prompted. Hearing that, Lua could only nod helplessly. He had thought it would just be a one-stop service and be done with it. Who knew it'd still get dragged out a bit? Host, please do not blame me. The time flow when Host uses space-time travel differs from that of this universe, so if Host keeps traveling through time and space like this for too long, it will attract the attention of more gods. Even this system cannot conceal it for long. Host must be careful, the system suddenly warned. Hearing that, Lua nodded. I understand. Just as Lua finished speaking, Goku's figure appeared on the scene. It was the Goku of the real world. Yo, Lua, you're back? Seeing Lua return, Goku immediately grinned. I'm back. Did you need something? Luya asked in confusion. Goku laughed, looking a little excited. Here's the thing. Grand Zeno has already agreed to hold the Tournament of Power. When the time comes, all 12 universes will participate. But the condition is that every universe has to send 10 fighters, so I came to ask if you're interested in joining? He had personally seen Luya's strength. Ever since the battle with Zamasu, Luya's power had been showing a clear upward trend. So in Goku's eyes, if they wanted to win this Tournament of Power, Luya was absolutely indispensable. After hearing Goku's words, Luya looked shocked. The Tournament of Power? Is already about to start? He was a little stunned. Logically, it shouldn't be this soon. System. Host, you have not perfectly mastered your space-time travel ability. So when you travel through time and space, it causes slight disturbances in space-time. As a result, there will be differences in time. The system proactively explained. Hearing that, Luya understood. Goku explained that's how it is. About the Tournament of Power, the Grand Minister personally came to inform us. So Luya, you should join too. Luya thought for a moment, then said, it probably isn't that simple, right? It's not just as simple as holding a Tournament of Power? Hearing that, Goku's expression stiffened. Then he gave an awkward laugh. Haha, Luya, you're really sharp. You actually saw through it. Luya sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was just as he had thought. The purpose of holding the Tournament of Power was nothing more than something involving the survival of the entire universe. And Goku said exactly that. Grand Zeno was using the Tournament of Power to decide which universes to destroy. Even Goku himself hadn't expected that, because originally he had only wanted to exchange pointers with strong fighters from the various universes. He had never imagined he would learn such terrible news. After hearing it all, Luya pretended to be shocked and said, so that means if we lose, the entire universe will be destroyed? Goku's face had already turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. That's right. Luya smiled faintly. Interesting. All right then. In that case, I'll take one of the spots. That's great. Luya, let me tell you, the experts from the other universes are really powerful. I already fought some fighters from Universe 9 and Universe 11 before. Their strength is incredibly strong. And those were just fighters from 2 universes. There might even be even more powerful people in the other universes. Goku said excitedly. Luya sighed inwardly. Of course there were. Jiren alone was enough to make everyone despair. Let alone you, son Goku. And this guy still wasn't worried about Universe 7's safety at all. He only cared about those strong opponents. If Beerus heard that, who knew what he'd think? I'm a little interested too. Maybe in the Tournament of Power, I can break through to an even higher level, Luya said slowly. Exactly. We definitely have to win. Of course, with your help, Luya, our chances of winning have already gone up a lot. Goku chuckled. Luya nodded, but he felt a little strange. Since he had taken one of the original slots, then who had he pushed out? Krillin? Din? Or Master Roshi? It had to be said, in this lineup only those 2 bald guys were a bit weaker. Of course, they weren't especially weak either. For example, Master Roshi's strength was still quite high. Before he could think further, Goku smiled and said, alright, since I found you, then that should count as one confirmed spot for you. You can go wait at Bulma's house first. I'll go find the others. Luya nodded. See you. See you. Goku waved, then used instant transmission and disappeared. Luya thought for a moment, then decided to go take a look at Bulma's house after all. Whoosh! Using instant transmission, Luya quickly appeared at Bulma's house. There, he saw Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis. Hello, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Luya greeted them first. Beerus glanced at Luya and asked, Kakarot already looked for you? Luya nodded. Yes, I already know about the Tournament of Power. Beerus nodded, sized Luya up, and then looked somewhat satisfied. It seems your strength has improved quite a bit. I still have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through my limits and gain room to grow, Luya said modestly. Beerus gave a faint nod. Then I'll leave it to you. Participate in the Tournament of Power and perform well. Don't worry. For Universe 7's fate, I'll do my best, Luya said with a smile. Hearing that, Beerus was startled, then looked at Luya. You already know? Luya nodded. I know. The corner of Beerus's mouth twitched slightly. That guy Kakarot, is his mouth really that loose? If he had leaked the fact that losing meant destruction to everyone, wouldn't that only add unnecessary pressure on them? By the way, Luya, you've been gone for quite a long time. Can you tell me where you went? Whis suddenly spoke, looking at Luya as he asked. Luya was inwardly shocked, then immediately understood. The other party already knew why he had been gone. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Luya inwardly cursed the system for being unreliable. System. After thinking about it, Luya smiled slightly. I went to train. Whis looked at Luya and stayed silent for quite a while. In the end, he nodded, but his tone carried a hint of warning as he said, training is a good thing, but know your limits. Things have been a little complicated lately, so just keep yourself in check. Hearing that, Luya understood that the other party was giving him a way out, and he quickly nodded. Understood. Understood. Whis didn't say anything more after hearing that. Hey, what's going on? What are you two talking about? Or did you do something, Luya? Beerus narrowed his eyes curiously. He usually didn't concern himself with trivial matters and left them for Whis to manage. So regarding Luya's spacetime travel, Beerus still hadn't sensed anything. Luya said awkwardly, "It's nothing much. I just made a few mistakes during training." Hearing that, Beerus said flatly, "That won't do. You're representing Universe 7 in battle. If you lose too easily, then you know the consequences." At the end of the day, he still cared quite a bit about Universe 7's survival. After all, if they lost, then even someone as powerful as him, a god of destruction, would be erased. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Luya nodded. "I understand." Whis glanced at the two of them without saying anything. At this moment, Bulma and Vegeta walked over, along with two little kids. "Ah, Luya, you came too? Haven't seen you in so long, and you've gotten a lot more handsome." Bulma greeted Luya the moment she saw him. "Luya, Vegeta." For a moment, Luya felt like he could sense Vegeta's icy gaze without even looking. Holy crap, the way Bulma said that. If Vegeta held a grudge over it, wouldn't he be in trouble? Big brother Luya. Trunks and Goten also greeted him one after another. Luya nodded at them. "Hello. Oh right, where's Trunks? I mean the future one. Has he already left?" Suddenly thinking of something, Luya asked. Bulma nodded. "He already left. I stored up enough fuel for them to take with them. Earth in the future world no longer exists, so they went somewhere they could live. But as for exactly where, I don't know." Hearing that, Luya nodded, not surprised. "Alright, I just so happened to prepare some food. Come eat with us," Bulma said with a smile. Hearing that, Beerus and Whis immediately reacted, and the former hurriedly said, "Very good. At least you know what you're doing." "Oh, every time I come, Miss Bulma always prepares food for us." "Thank you very much," Whis said with a ho-ho laugh. Bulma smugly waved her hand. "It's nothing. As long as Mr. Whis takes extra care of Earth, there'll be as much food as you want." "Oh my, how could I accept that?" Whis said with a ho-ho laugh. "Alright, enough nonsense. Where's the good food? I just happen to be hungry," Beerus said as he walked in the direction Bulma had come from. Luya glanced at Vegeta, and Vegeta looked back at him. Luya then gave a slight nod and did not refuse the goodwill. During their casual chat, Luya learned that there were still 5 days left before the Tournament of Power began. So after finishing dessert, he took his leave. 5 days was enough time to improve quite a bit. Of course, even though he could use those 5 days to complete the final mission, he felt it was better not to. After all, if he caused another distortion in spacetime, that would be bad. For all he knew, by the time he came back, the Tournament of Power might already be over. Of course, he also wasn't confident he could complete the mission within 5 days, because according to the plot route, his final enemy was the super boss from Dragon Ball GT, Omega Shenron. This guy's strength far surpassed Super Saiyan 4, especially after absorbing the power of all 7 Dragon Balls. If Luya wanted to defeat him, he would need to become even stronger. While Luya was training, Goku was also running all over the place, searching for partners to fight on behalf of Universe 7. Piccolo, Gohan, Android 18, Krillin, Master Roshi, Buu, Android 17. Goku found all of them, making exactly 10 people. Then he suddenly remembered Tien Shinhan and went to see him as well. Tien Shinhan said that he wanted to pursue his own martial path, so he wasn't particularly passionate about the Tournament of Power. To put it bluntly, compared to Goku and the others, his current strength simply wasn't worth bringing out. He was still self-aware enough to know that. After saying goodbye to Tien Shinhan, Goku found Gohan and the others on an island. At that moment, Gohan and Piccolo were training, and under Piccolo's guidance, the dormant power inside Gohan was gradually awakening. Neither Goku nor Piccolo had forgotten that back when the powerful enemy Majin Buu appeared, Gohan's potential had been unlocked by Elder Kai, and he had ultimately reached the level of Ultimate Gohan with power surpassing Buu. However, ever since Buu had been dealt with, Gohan's power had been sealed away again, and he had no real desire to awaken it. Of course, it wasn't that Gohan didn't want to awaken it, but after so many years, he had already lost his direction in martial arts. But seeing that under Piccolo's training, the Gohan from back then was slowly returning, Goku was still extremely excited. At that moment, he suddenly felt a bit emotional. Gohan was this strong. He should have helped him awaken sooner. That way, he wouldn't have had to run around everywhere looking for fighters. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! With a shout, a terrifying white light shot into the sky. Right after that, a powerful aura swept outward directly, and the entire island began trembling in that instant. Countless rocks and boulders shattered and floated into the air, as if they were all being drawn by that power. So strong, Goku exclaimed as he looked at Gohan's power. Humph, the Gohan from back then has finally returned. Piccolo was undoubtedly the most gratified of all. After all, he had always treated Gohan like his own son. For him to reach this level in such a short time made Piccolo extremely satisfied. With such a strong lineup, our universe has a great chance of winning. Goku couldn't help saying. Piccolo glanced at Goku, then said meaningfully, Goku, you're still hiding something from me, aren't you? Goku froze. What? Piccolo slowly closed his eyes and said confidently, I know you very well. Whatever you're hiding, you can't keep it from me. Hearing that, Goku immediately felt a headache coming on. How is it like this? Even you figured it out, Piccolo, as expected of you. So? Piccolo looked at Goku. Goku sighed helplessly. He couldn't really keep hiding it anymore, so he told him the truth. If we lose, we disappear? Are you serious? After hearing Goku's words, Piccolo's face turned green. It was completely beyond what he had expected. Goku nodded. That's why this tournament of power is extremely important. Hearing that, Piccolo fell silent for a moment. After a long while he let out a sigh. I understand. Then we can only win. Yeah, that's what I think too. Besides, Universe 7's lineup is this strong. It'd be hard to lose even if we tried. Goku said with a confident smile. Where did you get that confidence? Piccolo said speechlessly. The experts from the other universes definitely won't be weak either. So don't get careless. Goku, this tournament concerns the survival of Universe 7. We have to take it seriously. Goku replied perfunctorily, I know.
Piccolo. Dad.
At this moment, Gohan suddenly landed and looked at Goku.
Ah, congratulations, Gohan.
You've recovered your former heroic bearing. Goku looked at Gohan with satisfaction. Gohan nodded. Ever since Trunks left, he had started training under Uncle Piccolo's guidance. Although his progress before had been fairly noticeable, he still hadn't been able to trigger that power from back then. But now it seemed he had succeeded. Ultimate Gohan had returned to the world once again. Looking at Gohan, who in his normal state could beat Buu with ease, Goku had to admit he felt extremely gratified. It even made him want to go to the world of the Kais and have Elder Kai unlock his potential too. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Goku felt that he should break through his limits by relying on himself. Dad, I want to fight you once. Is that okay? Suddenly, Gohan made this request. Goku was startled. Seeing the determination in Gohan's eyes, he understood, and he smiled as well. Of course, 5 days later, at Bulma's house, all their companions had already arrived one after another. During that time, they had also learned that Bulma had given birth to a daughter, and they all congratulated her. What's wrong? Why do you all look so serious? Isn't this just an ordinary martial arts tournament? Krillin and Android 17 arrived and just happened to see that Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others didn't look too good. Instead, they looked like warriors marching off never to return. This made everyone who didn't know the truth rather confused. Gohan and the others looked at one another. Beerus walked over.
Joe, bold kid.
Long time no see, Lord Beerus. Krillin quickly greeted him. Beerus nodded casually, then looked at everyone. Is everyone here yet? Dad and 17 still haven't arrived. Also, the situation has changed a little. My father-in-law just called and said Buu suddenly can't make it, Gohan suddenly said. What? Why? Beerus's brow furrowed. He remembered Buu well, that fat guy who had stolen his food. The guy's strength was decent, so what was going on now? Gohan hesitated for a moment, then explained. Apparently he ate too much, and Buu has fallen asleep. He'll need some time before he wakes up. Beerus. Seeing the veins on Beerus's forehead about to bulge, everyone's expressions changed. This short-tempered god of destruction wasn't he about to do something bad again? Was he? Lord Beerus, calm down. The tournament of power is what matters, was suddenly reminded him. Hearing that, Beerus forcibly suppressed his emotions, then said in a low voice, Then what do we do now? We were supposed to have 10 people and now you're telling me we're down 1? We're about to head to the world of Void. Where are we supposed to find a reliable expert at a time like this? The world of Void was precisely where the tournament of power would be held. Gohan felt somewhat helpless. He had already discussed things with Piccolo and the others, and for this tournament of power, he would be serving as the team captain, so he bore a certain amount of responsibility. The main issue was that Buu had fallen asleep at the absolute worst possible moment. The timing was unbelievably exact. Caught everyone completely off guard. Seeing this, Luya was just about to remind them of something when his expression suddenly paused, and he turned to look to the side. At the same time, 2 figures flashed into the area. It was Goku and 17. Dad. Goku. Seeing Goku return, everyone felt as if they had found their backbone again. Piccolo looked at 17, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is everyone here? I don't need to introduce this guy, right? 17. Our opponent back then, haha. And now he'll be fighting for Universe 7 with us. Goku laughed as he introduced him. 17 glanced at everyone, then smiled slightly. Sorry for the intrusion. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of 17, calmly looking at him. The latter also met Piccolo's gaze with a faint smile.
Piccolo, Krillin.
and Gohan were a little worried. After all, Piccolo and 17 had been fierce enemies back then. Suddenly, Piccolo smiled faintly and held out his hand. Not bad. Haven't seen you in so many years, and compared to back then, you're like a completely different person. 17 smiled as well and shook his hand. You flatter me. You've improved a lot too. The two smiled at each other. The grudge between them had already faded away with a smile. Dad. There's something you need to know. About Buu, Gohan told Goku what had happened with Buu. Goku froze for a moment, then looked troubled. Why did it have to happen at a time like this? This is really giving me a headache. Hey, Goku, what do we do now? It's almost time to head to the world of Void, and we're still missing one person. Beerus said unhappily. Let me think. Goku said, pondering. How about calling Tien? Krillin suddenly suggested. No, Tien isn't as strong as Buu. If we're gonna look for someone, it has to be someone no weaker than Buu. Vegeta suddenly said. This tournament was tied to the survival of all Universe 7. What else with that? Tien is really strong too. Krillin said a little aggrieved. Android 18 soothed Krillin a bit. She sensed that something was off, so she asked, what's wrong? Isn't this just a normal tournament? There are 10 people anyway. It shouldn't matter if one of them is a little weaker, right? Well, Gohan hesitated. Or are you hiding something from us? Also, is what Goku said about there being a 10 million prize for joining the tournament true? 18 asked in a low voice. Well, haha. Goku felt awkward. He really had tricked her. What the heck? Goku? You actually lied. What 10 million? There's no such thing. Bulma was a little displeased about Goku lying. Goku, is that true? You lied to us? Krillin looked at Goku in disbelief. Sorry, Krillin. Goku said guiltily. There really is no 10 million prize. But in this tournament of power, every universe will participate, and every universe must send 10 people. If all 10 lose, then Lord Zeno will erase that universe. Beerus suddenly spoke up, no longer hiding it. What? Krillin was instantly shocked, and cold sweat immediately poured down his body. Sorry, Krillin. At the time, I just wanted you and 18 to join too, so we'd have a better chance of winning. That's why I lied to you and said there was a 10 million prize. Goku apologized. What kind of nonsense is that? A trace of anger suddenly appeared on 18's pretty face. Huh? Everyone looked at 18 in confusion. Goku, weren't you taking me way too little seriously as a brother? For something like this, even if you hadn't said anything, 18 and I still would stepped up. Krillin said sternly. 18 also chimed in, I do like money, but what you did really was kind of annoying. Haha. Sorry. 1T happen next time. Goku scratched his head. How about this? To make up for what Goku owes you, and also so you'll take this tournament seriously, I'll be the one paying that 10 million. Bulma suddenly said. Really? 18 raised a brow, a little unconvinced. Of course. Bulma said firmly. She was the richest woman around. 10 million was nothing to her. With that, the misunderstanding was cleared up. Seeing this scene, Luya couldn't help glancing at Bulma. A rich beauty. Huh. Pretty and rich, Vegeta really hit the jackpot. Old son, do you have any new candidates now? Piccolo suddenly asked. Hurry up and settle this. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious, Beerus said flatly. Goku thought for a moment, then frowned a little. Being rushed like this was making his thoughts messy. How about Frieza? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Vegeta, who was drinking juice, sprayed it straight out. What? Everyone was also stunned, and they all turned to look at the speaker. Luya looked a little innocent. Did I say something wrong? Luya, you mean you want Frieza to fight? Krillin looked at Luya in disbelief. Luya nodded. That's right. He's the most suitable candidate. No. How could someone like Frieza possibly be suitable? I refuse. Vegeta's expression turned extremely ugly. He still hated Frieza deeply. And it wasn't just him. The others also found it hard to accept. Could that evil emperor really behave himself and fight for Universe 7? I think it works. Luya, great idea. Goku suddenly said excitedly. He also felt that Frieza was the most suitable choice. Hey, Kakarot, don't mess around. Vegeta warned. Goku frowned a little. But Frieza really is the strongest option right now. And trying to find someone stronger than Buu at this point is basically impossible. But isn't Frieza dead? Dad, are you serious? Gohan was sweating too. That's easy. I can have fortune teller Baba bring Frieza back for one day. Wouldn't that solve it? Goku grinned, feeling more and more that this was workable. What if that guy causes trouble? Did you think about that, Kakarot? Vegeta still felt uncomfortable about it. If he causes trouble, I'll deal with him personally. Besides, isn't Luya here too? His power isn't any weaker than Frieza's, right? Goku said with a smile. Luya couldn't help straightening his back a little. It really is possible. Frieza's strength is indeed a rare sight in the universe, so he truly can represent Universe 7 in battle. But we still have to be careful with the limits. His ambition is huge, unless we have leverage over him. Though of course, right now this is the only thing we can do. After all, if Universe 7 loses, then it'll all be over for everyone. At that point, nothing will matter anymore, Whis suddenly said. Very good. In that case, let me go find him. Goku grinned, then used instant transmission and vanished on the spot. Everyone, spaceship cabin. Everyone was still waiting for Goku to bring Frieza back, but all of them looked worried. First, none of them had expected the Omni King, who stood at the very top, to be so ruthless, directly declaring that he would erase universes. But he truly had that power, and for living beings like them, that was without question a massive disaster. They had to win this tournament of power for Universe 7. Only then could Universe 7 be spared, and the price was that they had to play the villains and defeat the other universes. When they learned that only one out of the 12 universes could remain, the pressure in their hearts suddenly multiplied. That meant the chance of their universe continuing to exist was only 1 in 12. This was going to be a hard battle. Then there was the matter of having Frieza compete alongside them. That guy had way too many schemes. They might cooperate with him for a while, only for him to stab them in the back in the end. Although some of the people present had once been enemies of Earth, through Goku's efforts, they had more or less turned over a new leaf. But Frieza was different. No matter how many times he was defeated, he would keep opposing them. That was something that gave them an enormous headache. Frieza was a true villain, and an extremely stubborn one at that. No matter what, he was determined to go after Goku and the others. Over time, all the fighters had come to greatly fear and hate Frieza. At that moment, Beerus suddenly stood up, then looked at Whis. Whis, let's make a trip. Whis understood and nodded at once. Yes, Lord Beerus. As he spoke, the two of them greeted the others, then disappeared. Watching them vanish, Luya thought of the answer and simply stopped thinking about it. A few minutes later, everyone sensed something and all looked to the side. They saw Beerus and the others appear once more, and with them were Goku and Frieza. The moment they saw this, everyone's expression turned serious. Frieza. Hi. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Goku greeted the group. But right now everyone's eyes were on Frieza. Vegeta's face also looked extremely ugly, and his gaze toward Frieza was cold. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect everyone to be here already. From here on out, please take good care of me. Frieza still had that same crafty look. Facing everyone, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he even seemed relaxed and cheerful. Frieza, you'd better not try anything, or I definitely won't let you off. Vegeta warned. Oh, Vegeta, long time no see. Why do you still look so afraid of me? There's no need to be afraid. I won't do anything. Frieza mocked. What did you say? Vegeta instantly ground his teeth and glared at Frieza, looking like he was about to make a move the very next second. Seeing these two who were like fire and water, Gohan and the others all felt a headache coming on. Gohan couldn't help but say worriedly, is this really okay? If they start infighting during the tournament, that'll be extremely bad for us. Humph, let them settle it themselves. Piccolo said flatly. Alright, Vegeta, stop arguing. Frieza is now officially a contestant representing our entire universe in the Tournament of Power, so put your previous grudges aside for now. Goku quickly tried to calm things down, then looked at Frieza. Hey Frieza, remember what you promised me. If you dare mess around, I'll personally take you out. Ho ho ho, got it. Got it. Frieza revealed a meaningful smile. As he said that, Frieza seemed to notice something. He suddenly turned his head, and his gaze happened to meet Liu Ya's. When he saw the one who had personally sent him back to the afterlife, the smile on Frieza's face immediately disappeared. So you're one of the people participating in the Tournament of Power too. Liu Ya gave Frieza a calm look, then grinned. Interesting. Looks like after the lesson last time, you've already done plenty of training. Ho ho ho, of course. The current me can already perfectly control Golden Frieza in my perfect state. So, do you want to give it a try?
Frieza walked toward Liu Ya.
Hey, Frieza. Goku frowned, a little displeased. Liu Ya showed no fear at all and walked over as well. The two stood face to face, and there was a trace of killing intent in both their eyes. Everyone else also watched this scene nervously. Frieza looked at Liu Ya and suddenly smiled. I hope you can hold out until the end in the Tournament of Power. Otherwise, that'll be a bit boring.
Liu Ya grinned.
Don't worry. Even if you're eliminated, I won't be, so the one who should be careful is still you. The two looked at each other and smiled, but both smiles carried a deeper meaning. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set out. But let me make one thing clear first. If any of you dares not to take this Tournament of Power seriously, then I'll have no choice but to destroy him. Beerus suddenly spoke, his voice stern as he warned them. After all, this concerned the destruction of a universe. As the god of destruction, he didn't mind showing that side of himself and treating everyone without mercy. Don't worry, with our strongest lineup, we'll definitely win, Goku said confidently. Don't be so absolutely sure. There are many experts in the other universes as well. Every one of them has unique abilities, and they won't be easy to deal with, So you all need to be careful. And I've heard that, in some of the other universes, there are even warriors stronger than gods of destruction. Was suddenly said. Huh? Really? Goku was immediately startled and asked curiously. Everyone else's expressions also turned grave. Being comparable to a god of destruction was already terrifying enough. If someone surpassed a god of destruction, then wouldn't that make him a super expert? How could they possibly beat an opponent like that? But compared to Krillin and the others' worries, Goku, Vegeta, and the rest felt no fear at all because they had already gone through all kinds of hardships. How could they still be afraid of opponents like that? On the contrary, only powerful opponents could excite them. Only like this could they break through their own limits and truly reach the peak of the Saiyans. That was the goal of Goku and Vegeta. Was smiled. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But there really are experts of that level, so just do your best. No. Not only do you need to do your best, you need to win too. Be sure to protect yourselves, and don't get eliminated so easily, Beerus sternly reminded them. Hearing that, everyone quickly nodded. Time's almost up. Since that's the case, let's go eat. Was smiled faintly, then used angel power to teleport all the fighters, along with the two Supreme Kais. After they disappeared, Bulma looked worried. I hope all of you can come back safely. World of Void. The World of Void, just like its name suggested, was a chaotic space with absolutely nothing in it. Here, a tournament stage had been built by the Grand Minister and several gods of destruction. The entire arena was extremely huge, and it was made from special materials, making it incredibly sturdy and perfectly suited for a battle royale. At the center of the arena stood a gigantic pillar, and the whole stage had the shape of a spinning top. And in the space along the edge of the arena, more than 10 platforms had appeared. These were the spectator stands. At this time, several gods of destruction and angels had already arrived, and they were making the final repairs to the arena. The two Zeniths were seated in the main seats, with 4 guards standing behind them, while the two of them played around with each other. At this moment, the Grand Minister in front suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesties, they've arrived. Huh? At once, the two Zeniths had their attention drawn over. The next moment, streaks of light appeared above the arena. When the light faded, dozens of people appeared. They were all experts from different universes, contestants representing their own universes in this tournament of power. Goku and the others also appeared in the arena. Amazing. So this is where the tournament of power is being held? It's huge, Goku said excitedly. This is the World of Void. The space here is formed from a special kind of substance. Holding the tournament of power here is the best choice, Whis explained. A martial arts arena on this scale is perfect for a large-scale melee. I thought it wouldn't be as big as I imagined, but looks like I was overthinking it, Gohan said with some amazement. Are those the experts from the other universes? Every single one of them feels like they're no pushovers. Krillin said warily as he looked around at the fighters from the various universes. Heh, that's great. The stronger the opponents, the more fired up I get. Goku grinned. In a very short time, the warriors of the 9 universes had almost all arrived, while the gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kais all took their places in the spectator stands. Of the 12 universes, 4 did not need to participate, so the remaining 8 universes would compete. In the end, only the winning universe would survive, while the others would be erased by Xeno. The universes exempt from fighting were Universe 1, Universe 5, Universe 8, and Universe 12. The average mortal level of these 4 universes had all reached above 7. So they were considered to have value and did not need to participate in this tournament of power. The remaining 8 universes, however, all had levels below 7. So they had to fight. When the battle starts later, we need to follow the plan and first get a clear read on the strength of each universe. Otherwise it'll be easy to take losses, Gohan suddenly reminded them. Whoosh! Just then, a beam of light descended, and immediately after, a group of red-suited warriors appeared in the arena. The moment they appeared, Goku and the others all grew serious and looked over warily. Pretty much every fighter from Universe 7 could sense the aura of their enemies. So in their eyes, these suddenly appearing warriors in tight red uniforms had extraordinary presences. Some of them in particular had strength that was unfathomable. Those are the warriors from Universe 11, Goku said with a serious expression. Universe 11? Humph, interesting. Vegeta curled his lips into a proud grin and said arrogantly. Luya glanced at Jiren, a meaningful look in his eyes. This bastard was insanely powerful. Could be said that no one present was his match. Even if he could transform into Super Saiyan God, he still wouldn't be. Looks like there'll still be a tough fight in the end. I'm gonna go say hi, Goku suddenly said, then directly walked toward Universe 11. Hey, Goku. Krillin wanted to stop him, but Goku had already approached Universe 11's group. Is Goku familiar with them? At this time, Gohan explained, before this, Lord Zeno held an exhibition match, and Dad fought against Toppo from Universe 11. The other guy was incredibly strong. Strong enough to force Dad to turn Super Saiyan Blue just to fight him, so Dad has a pretty good impression of him. That strong? Krillin said in shock. because he knew Super Saiyan Blue was one of Goku's trump cards, and that Toppo had actually forced Goku to transform. He was a very troublesome opponent. Interesting. Frieza's attention was also drawn to Universe 11. Looks like this tournament of power isn't as boring as I imagined. Hey Toppo, long time no see. Goku waved at Toppo.
Son Goku?
Toppo looked at Goku, his gaze turning cold. You actually dare come here? What? He's Son Goku? The main culprit behind this tournament of power. One of the warriors said in surprise. Everyone's expressions sharpened. They all knew that losing meant being erased, so they all had a very bad impression of Son Goku, the one they saw as the culprit. Don't be so cold. Oh right, Toppo, let's continue our last fight later. We need to settle who wins between us. Goku looked at Toppo and grinned. Toppo glanced at Goku, then said flatly, your existence naturally needs to be eliminated. But I represent justice, and this time I represent all of Universe 11. So if you want to fight me, of course you can. But I will not do such trivial things over personal matters. Ah, come on. Goku looked a little disappointed. Suddenly, Goku noticed Jiren, who had been blocked from view by Toppo, and his eyes narrowed slightly, because he could sense that the other man's strength was unfathomable. Unfathomable. Goku was shocked inside, because he had never felt this way before. Even when facing Zamasu, he had never had this kind of feeling. That guy's power had to be incredibly strong. Thinking of that, Goku suddenly got excited. He looked at Jiren and raised a hand in greeting. Hey you, at this moment Toppo stopped him.
Son Goku.
You're overstepping. Goku glanced at Toppo, then said, I just want to talk to him. He's a future opponent after all. Anger had already appeared in Toppo's eyes. Forget it. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The instant Toppo heard it, he froze, then helplessly lowered the hand blocking Goku. Goku was delighted and immediately walked up to Jiren. Hey, my name's Son Goku, from Universe 7. You should be really strong, right? Jiren glanced at Goku, expressionless. Get lost. Goku's face stiffened, and he felt a little awkward. Was this guy really that cold? And just then, a huge block suddenly flew toward them. Watch out, Goku. Krillin and the others were instantly shocked. Goku was also startled, then instinctively leaped into the air and dodged the block. But at that exact moment, he noticed that even though the block was about to slam into Jiren, Jiren didn't move at all. That instantly put Goku on high alert. Then suddenly, just as the block was about to hit Jiren, it abruptly changed direction and finally filled in the last flaw in the arena. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but Goku's face was extremely serious now. This guy had already seen the block's trajectory long ago. What a terrifying guy, Goku said in a low voice. As he looked at Jiren, intense fighting spirit filled his eyes. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to fight him. Hey, old Goku, come back.
Piccolo suddenly shouted.
Goku answered, then gave Jiren one deep look before turning and leaving. So that's Son Goku? He doesn't seem like much. At this time, a rabbit-like alien who looked a bit like Beerus suddenly spoke up. He was one of Universe 11's warriors, the fighter who excelled most at speed, Dispo. Toppo looked at the departing Son Goku, then said seriously, do not underestimate any opponent, especially this Son Goku. He may very well be our strongest opponent in the fight for the championship. What? No way, right? General Khosrul said, clearly unconvinced. To tell the truth, if I fought him and neither of us held back, I might not be able to defeat him easily. All I can say is that my odds of winning wouldn't be high, Toppo said flatly. Universe 7 isn't simple either, Dispo said with a sigh. Top looked at Jiren, then hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiren, I hope you can carry forward the spirit of the Pride Troopers and help us sweep away all our opponents. Jiren glanced at Top, then said flatly, got it. Goku returned to his own team's side. Dad, that was way too reckless of you, wasn't it? Gohan said helplessly. Haha, sorry about that. When I see a strong opponent, I just can't help myself. Goku said awkwardly. Kakarot, who was that guy? Vegeta suddenly asked. Clearly, he had been paying close attention to what was happening over there too. His name is Jiren. He's Universe 11's ace fighter, and he might also be the toughest opponent we'll face in winning the championship. So you'd better be careful. Luya suddenly spoke up. Huh? Luya? How do you know his name? Don't tell me you know him? Goku asked in confusion. Luya said calmly, it's normal to learn a little about your opponents. But I advise you not to go looking for him, or you'll regret it. That's serious? Master Roshi asked curiously. For even Luya to think he's troublesome, his strength must be incredibly powerful. Goku's eyes narrowed slightly, but his fighting spirit only grew even stronger. Luya sighed. He could only offer a warning. As for what they chose to do, he had no way to interfere. Looks like this should be pretty interesting. A little better than guarding animals, at least. Android 17 said with a faint smile as he looked around. Android 18 glanced at him, then said, looks like you've been living pretty well these past years. Android 17 smiled faintly. Not bad. But not as surprising as you, sis. You actually got married, and to this bald little guy. Android 18. Krillin looked a little awkward. This brother-in-law of his just loved telling the blunt truth. At this moment, the Grand Minister suddenly appeared above everyone. He looked over all the people in the arena, then said with a smile, "All right, now that the arena has been completely repaired, I'll explain the rules of the Tournament of Power." As the Grand Minister spoke, everyone quickly quieted down. The Grand Minister paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "This Tournament of Power will last for 100 tacks, which is equal to 48 minutes. During this time, contestants are not allowed to fly using flight techniques. Of course, those with natural advantages may do so, such as those born with wings. Also, outside items may not be used to restore your strength. Next, killing is forbidden. If you kill someone, you will be considered eliminated. And contestants may not use weapons other than techniques belonging to themselves. Once any contestant falls off the arena, they are out. Of course, even if someone loses the ability to fight, as long as they remain on the arena, they are not considered eliminated. Those are the rules. Keep them in mind. So that means we can't eat senzu beans? Gohan said in disappointment. But that's not really a problem. The match only lasts 48 minutes. It may be tough, but as long as we preserve our strength well, we can hold out until the end. Piccolo said calmly. But we also can't use the flying Nimbus technique, and we can't fly. That means we've lost 2 advantages, Krillin said helplessly. No matter what, we have to believe in our own power. Everyone is treated equally. No matter who it is, they'll all be restricted, so this is very fair. Master Roshi said slowly. Oh right. At this moment, the Grand Minister suddenly spoke again. If all 10 contestants from a certain universe are eliminated, then the universe they belong to will also be declared defeated, and the Zenus will personally erase it. So you should take this Tournament of Power seriously. Otherwise, once you're erased, you'll disappear forever. Everyone's eyes tightened, and all of them felt the pressure. However, the universe that wins in the end will be rewarded with the Super Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish you desire. Alright, without further delay, let the Xeno of the present timeline and the Xeno of the future timeline announce the start of the match together. The Grand Minister extended a hand in invitation. 2 Zenus. All the gods and those who knew the truth understood the terror of Xeno. Even one Xeno was already invincible. With 2 of them here, who would dare act recklessly? As the 2 little Zenus stood up, the gods also rose to their feet one after another. Now, I announce that the Tournament of Power begins now. Begin. The 2 Zenus raised their little fists and shouted. Clang. No one knew where the Grand Minister had suddenly pulled out a gong from, but he struck it hard. The instant the Zenus words fell, everyone in the arena turned solemn. They looked at one another with vigilance. Here, aside from those from their own universe, everyone else was their opponent. Hee. Some battle-crazed warriors directly charged toward others on their own initiative. One move affected the whole situation. Like a fuse being lit, the great battle instantly began. Let's go. Goku laughed loudly, then took the lead and rushed into the battlefield. Hey, Dad. Gohan wanted to stop him, but there was nothing he could do. Goku had already joined the fight. And right after Goku, guys like Vegeta, Android 17, and Frieza also scattered one after another to look for their own opponents. As the captain, Gohan had an enormous headache. They're being way too reckless. They're not following what we agreed on beforehand at all. Luya suddenly stepped forward a few paces, then looked at Gohan and the others. You know what they're like. How could they possibly be willing to just stand by and watch? Luya, don't tell me you're also. Gohan's mouth twitched slightly. Luya tilted his neck, then said, participating in this Tournament of Power isn't just about fighting for Universe 7. It's also a good opportunity to face experts from all over. Well then, see you later. Waving his hand, Luya directly joined the battlefield. Gohan sighed helplessly. Piccolo comforted him. Forget about them. That's just how they are. We just need to do what we need to do. Hearing that, Gohan could only nod. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the Tournament of Power began, the entire arena was filled with colliding energy waves. Multicolored blasts exploded everywhere, making it feel like firecrackers were going off all at once. So amazing. On the main seats, the Zenus on the left and right both watched the scene with shining eyes. Left Zeno. So exciting. It's just like fireworks. Right Zeno. That's right. Super exciting. The Tournament of Power is awesome. Seeing how happy the Zenus were, the Grand Minister finally relaxed a little. Then he opened his palm, and a tablet suddenly appeared in his hand. He walked over to the Zenus and respectfully handed it to them.
Deno-sama.
This contains the information on the contestants from each universe. If a contestant is eliminated, Zeno-sama can tap that person's portrait, and that will mark them as eliminated. Huh? The 2 Zenus very tacitly each stretched out one hand to take it. After playing with it for a bit, they immediately became excited. So cool. Now we can clearly see the contestants from each universe. Left Zeno said to the Grand Minister with a grin, Thank you. The Grand Minister gave a respectful bow. It is my duty. Then I won't disturb Xenosama's viewing of the match. With that, he stepped aside. The Supreme Kais, gods of destruction, and angels of each universe all watched the situation in the arena. They had all seen the strength of the various universes. It had to be said, a sense of tension had appeared in the hearts of these gods of destruction. Because if all their members were eliminated, then their entire universe would be erased on the spot. That included them as well. Aside from the angels, the entire universe would cease to exist. TCH. These guys have got some skills. Beerus watched the scene with his arms folded, his expression somewhat serious. Whether we can win or not depends on Goku and the others. If we lose, the consequences will be extremely severe. The Supreme Kai said worriedly. Relax. You should learn from me. Don't be so rash and jumpy. No matter what, you're still a god of destruction's Supreme Kai. Have faith in Goku and the others. Their strength is far from weak. Old Supreme Kai said calmly. Yes. Supreme Kai could only obediently answer. Ha ha ha. Beerus. This time, your Universe 7 will definitely be the first one eliminated. At that moment, not far away, Kampa suddenly looked over and mocked him. Beerus glanced at him indifferently, then said flatly, Humph, you're nothing more than losers defeated by us, and you still dare to boast like that? How naive. Humph. This time is different. This time, our Universe 6 came fully prepared. You will definitely lose, Kampa said proudly. If you get erased, as your brother, I'll miss you. TCH. Idiot. Beerus couldn't be bothered to argue with his brain-dead brother and simply ignored him. Boom. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted in the arena. At the same time, a figure let out a scream as he was sent flying, ultimately falling straight off the stage. And with that contestant's fall, all the gods' eyes narrowed. Whoosh! A burly figure appeared on Universe 9's bench. How could this happen? Even Zissip's Absolute Zero failed. Universe 9's Supreme Kai's face immediately turned ugly. Sorry, Zissip said with some guilt. At that moment, the Grand Minister suddenly said, I announce that Universe 9's Zissip has been eliminated. Yay! Has someone already been eliminated? Zeno immediately got excited. Then he picked up the godpad. Universe 9. Zissip. Where's Zissip? Ooh, found him. He reached out and lightly tapped Zissip's portrait, and the portrait instantly dimmed. How is this possible? A warrior from my Universe 9 was the first to be eliminated. Who was it? Universe 9's Supreme Kai immediately glared angrily at the one who had defeated Zissip. There stood a short-haired young man calmly at the edge of the arena, his gaze cold as he looked this way. What? It was actually Universe 7. Universe 9's Supreme Kai instantly flew into a rage when he saw him. Well done, Luya. Beerus became excited. That's right, the one who defeated Zissip was Luya. That guy had originally wanted to freeze Luya, but who would have thought Luya would directly use instant transmission and a single energy blast to send him out of the arena? Bastard! Hear me, everyone from Universe 9. Deal with Universe 7's people first. Universe 9's Supreme Kai suddenly roared. Immediately, the remaining warriors of Universe 9 all closed in around Universe 7, their expressions unfriendly. This is bad. We're surrounded. Goku watched the three Wolf brothers closing in on him with caution. Hehehe. Son Goku, this time, you won't win as easily as you did last time. The final victory will definitely belong to our Universe 9. The eldest Wolf brother said with a savage grin as he looked at Goku. Hee, good timing. We didn't get to fight enough last time, so let's do it again now. Goku showed no fear at all and took his stance. At the same time, the other members of Universe 7 were also being targeted by Universe 9's fighters. With the order from Universe 9's Supreme Kai, Universe 9's warriors directly surrounded Universe 7's warriors. Their teamwork was also extremely strong, so even Gohan and the others found them somewhat troublesome to deal with. Hey, you're the one who beat Zissip, right? At that moment, an alien with graying hair, a bare upper body, and entirely brown skin walked toward Luya. Luya turned and glanced at him, then smiled. Which one are you talking about? Sorry, I really don't remember. TCH. Arrogant bastard. Stop getting full of yourself. Right now, Oregano, am going to avenge Zissip. Oregano said darkly. If I'm not mistaken, you're from Universe 9, right? Luya suddenly asked. That's right. Oregano said proudly. How pitiful. You people want to eliminate Universe 7 first, but little do you know, you're the biggest clowns here. Luya shook his head. You bastard. Take this. Oregano shouted angrily. Then he suddenly waved at Luya, and countless white strands shot out from his hand. If he got tangled up by those spiderweb-like things, it would be very troublesome. Luya let out a cold laugh, and in the next second, he vanished from where he stood as if by magic. When he appeared again, it had taken only an instant, and Luya was already standing right in front of Oregano. And no way, Oregano was shocked. He hadn't expected this guy to be this fast. He had no chance to react at all. You should go down and keep that whatever his name was Zissip company. Luya grinned. then raised his hand and directly condensed an energy blast, firing it instantly. At such an almost zero-distance range, his opponent had no power to resist at all. Nua! Oregano let out an unwilling scream, but it was already too late. Luya blasted him off the arena with a single energy blast. Universe 9 had lost another one. Oregano! At that moment, the Catwoman and Lavenda, who were locked in fierce battle with Vegeta, both cried out in alarm. I'm talking to you too. Where are you looking? At that moment, Vegeta's face suddenly turned furious. Trash clowns like you actually dared look down on my power, Vegeta's power. Ha! In an instant, Vegeta transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. His power suddenly surged. This is bad. The Catwoman's face changed. Just a moment ago, she and Lavenda had still been able to cooperate perfectly to suppress him. But now his power had suddenly risen by so much. TCH. Vegeta snorted coldly, and in the next second, he rushed straight in front of the Catwoman, then slammed a heavy punch into her stomach. The Catwoman let out a scream, but before she could recover, Vegeta launched a continuous barrage of attacks against her, then viciously kicked her into the air. You piece of trash. Get out of the arena. Vegeta leaped upward, jumped straight into the sky, then smashed both fists down fiercely, instantly hammering the Catwoman down hard. At the same time, she crashed toward the edge of the stage, and with a boom, that section of the arena was pierced through and the Catwoman fell off the stage. How is this possible? 7 people were eliminated just like that.
Impossible.
Universe 9's Supreme Kai's face immediately turned ugly, because less than 10 minutes had passed since the Tournament of Power began. Yet Universe 9 had already lost 3 people. Without a doubt, this was an extremely bad situation. A bunch of mediocrities. And they dared oppose the science of Universe 7. Beerus said mockingly. Truly impressive. Even while surrounded from all sides, they were still able to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Rare indeed, old Supreme Kai said with emotion. That's because none of them chose to go all out from the start. Looking at the current situation, conserving stamina was an extremely wise choice. If they had used Super Saiyan Blue from the beginning, they might have ultimately been taken advantage of by someone waiting for an opening due to excessive stamina loss. Was said calmly. Boom! 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 A streak of blue light was flying through the air, and within that blue light was a girl with wings. Taking advantage of her ability to fly, she continuously fired energy blasts at everyone below like a bomber. She was Universe 10's Liliboo. Damn it! So what if you can fly? Basil stared coldly at Liliboo in the sky. In the next moment he jumped off one leg, and a massive shockwave condensed directly on the sole of his foot. Then he kicked out fiercely, launching it at once. Take this. Liliboo showed no fear at all and directly fired a shockwave with both hands. The two energies collided head-on. But clearly, Basil's power was stronger, and he directly overpowered Liliboo. With a scream, Liliboo was blasted away and fell off the arena. Now I announce that Universe 10's Liliboo is out. The Grand Minister made the announcement with a smile on his face. Liliboo from Universe 10, Grand Zeno on the left immediately found Liliboo from Universe 10, then extinguished her portrait. Well done, Basil. Now hurry and help Bergamo defeat Son Goku. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 shouted in satisfaction. Understood, Lord Supreme Kai, Basil said respectfully, then looked toward Bergamo, who was locked in fierce battle with Son Goku, and immediately let out a cold laugh.
Son Goku.
You're next. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Son Goku.
Top.
Goku was in the middle of a fierce fight with Bergamo. The other side's strength had improved far more than last time. No, more accurately, he hadn't used his true strength at all last time. Ha! Goku grabbed both of his opponent's fists, then kicked both feet forward hard. Bergamo let out a miserable cry as his body was sent flying backward. Before Goku even had time to catch his breath, a sudden sense of danger rose in his heart. The next moment, he quickly turned around and raised both hands to guard himself. Bang! A foot slammed viciously into Goku, forcing him to retreat explosively. Goku looked at Basil, who had come to support, and grinned. 2 against 1? Wrong. It's 3 against 1. At that moment, Lavenda dropped down and directly formed a pincer, surrounding Goku. Son Goku, now that the 3 brothers are fighting together, let's see what you're capable of now. Bergamo walked over with a mocking smile on his face. Goku braced himself, but there wasn't the slightest fear on his face. If all 3 of you are coming at me together, then that couldn't be better. As he spoke, Goku grinned. You guys should have improved a lot these past few days too, right? Hurry up and show me. Acting tough. Bergamo snorted coldly, then suddenly flared his aura. In an instant, blue light wrapped around him. Basil and Lavenda naturally weren't willing to fall behind. Lavenda blew on his hands, instantly spraying out 2 streams of poisonous gas. At the same time, he powered up, and yellow light wrapped around him. Basil also gathered all his power into his legs. This is kind of interesting. Goku had clearly sensed that something was unusual, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Come on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle began. Several figures instantly moved at high speed, and the three Wolf brothers fiercely surrounded Son Goku, not leaving him any path to escape. The three attacked at the same time, and Goku was immediately forced into passive defense.
Top, top, top. Bang.
Ugh. With the three joining forces, even Goku found it somewhat hard to handle, especially with Basil launching sneak attacks from time to time, and Lavenda's poisonous gas as well. Even Goku had to stay on guard. Ha! Goku directly powered up, but what appeared was only a protective barrier on the surface of his body. Then, Goku charged straight at Lavenda.
Top, top, top.
Under Goku's fierce offensive, Lavenda actually began showing signs of being unable to hold out. How is that possible? He can actually ignore my poisonous gas. Lavenda's eyes were filled with deep shock. Let me take over. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Lavenda immediately vanished with a quick movement, and at the same time Basil launched a kick straight at Goku. Goku could only block it in haste. A fierce clash erupted immediately. The three Wolf brothers fully displayed what true teamwork meant, with attacks that had no blind spots at all. Goku was directly suppressed. Ha ha ha. Now you've seen how powerful Universe 9 is, right? This is the dangerous triangle formation, a super formation created by the united trio of danger. Son Goku is definitely going to lose, the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 said smugly. Damn it, that guy just won't shut up. He's noisy as hell. Beerus looked at him unhappily. Dangerous triangle formation. The name isn't much, but the power is impressive, old Supreme Kai said speechlessly. Beerus couldn't stand it anymore and stood up directly. Hey, Vegeta, Luya, go help out. Vegeta was currently fighting the Steel Warrior Chapel, but the other side's body completely ignored his power. No matter how hard he hit, it had no effect at all, as if he were striking steel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Ho ho ho.
This feeling is truly wonderful. Somewhere in the arena, Frieza was firing energy blasts all over the place, attacking enemies indiscriminately. This kind of chaotic melee was exactly what he liked most. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure swooped down from the sky, trying to ambush Frieza. The corners of Frieza's mouth curled into a subtle smile. Then he pointed a finger behind him, and a red ray shot out instantly. Poochie! Ah! Along with a scream, the attacker suddenly fell down. The opponent looked a bit like a bat. At this moment he was clutching his wing. Frieza had just hit his wing, making him unable to fly.
Ho ho ho.
Didn't expect that, did you? I was planning to toy with you for a while. Frieza slowly walked over, then stood in front of his opponent and revealed a bizarre smile. The game's over. Trouble yourself to take a trip. As he spoke, he raised a finger and pointed it at his opponent. A red light lit up on his fingertip. And no, deep fear instantly appeared in the opponent's eyes. He knew just how terrifying the other side's power was. This attack might directly pierce through his head, and judging from the other's appearance, sinister and cunning, he really looked like someone who could absolutely do it. Ho ho ho, don't worry. I'll send you on your way very gently. Frieza's eyes were full of mockery, looking every bit the villain. And no, don't. Eh. The opponent was scared out of his wits and immediately turned around and ran. In a moment of panic, he actually jumped off the arena on his own initiative. Whoosh! Another eliminated contestant appeared in Universe 9's camp. What's going on? Why did you run back here by yourself? The god of destruction of Universe 9 looked at the Batman in dissatisfaction. Huh? The latter froze, then reacted, and his face changed drastically at once. Right. Why did I run? What's going on? So many people have already been eliminated this quickly. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 said in exasperation. Humph. This is what happens when you go against my Universe 7. Beerus's mocking voice came over. Bastard. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9's face looked extremely ugly. Then he shouted loudly. Hurry up and deal with the guys from Universe 7. Throw them down hard. Whoosh. Just as his words fell, another contestant appeared beside him. What? The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 was startled and hurriedly looked over, only to see a rabbit man standing there, which meant eyes had been eliminated. What happened? The god of destruction of Universe 9 looked seriously at the rabbit man. The latter gave an awkward smile. I got eliminated too. At the same time, in the arena, Android 18 glanced in Universe 9's direction, snorted coldly, then turned and left. Obviously, that rabbit man had been defeated by her. 5 people have already been eliminated. This is bad. The god of destruction of Universe 9's face had already become somewhat unsightly. At the same time, in the arena, Luya was confronting a huge figure shaped like a wild boar. Beside that one was a fishman with a human body and a fish head. Hearing Beerus's words, he subconsciously glanced in Goku's direction. At this moment, Goku was being suppressed by the dangerous triangle formation and seemed to be showing signs of defeat. But Luya didn't bother with it too much. He still had confidence in Goku's strength. Compared to that, he himself was a bit unable to get away right now, thinking that. Luya looked at the two across from him and smiled. You two shouldn't be from the same universe, right? And yet you're actually cooperating. Humph. If cooperating can get rid of an opponent like you, then there's nothing wrong with that. That sumo wrestler let out a cold laugh. I am Nap Papa of Universe 10. Now we'll be the ones to deal with you, punk from Universe 7. Luya smiled, then looked at the fishman. No need for you to introduce yourself. Universe 9 should disappear too. The fishman had just opened his mouth to speak when Luya was already in front of him. What? Nap Papa instinctively turned his head.
Bang!
Ugh! In an instant, Luya's fist slammed straight into the fishman's stomach. The latter immediately spat out white foam, blood vessels spreading across his eyes. Impossible. Am I seeing things? That was time skip. At that moment, Kampa suddenly cried out in shock, staring at Luya in disbelief. Because the move Luya had just used was hit as time skip. How is that possible? How did that guy learn time skip? Vados was also full of disbelief. Logically speaking, it was true that Luya had only fought hit before, but how could he have learned hit as time skip from that? Ah? The Supreme Kai of Universe 9's face turned green, because the one Luya had hit was a fighter from their Universe 9. What is wrong? Is this the power of your alliance? Sorry, but now it's time to say goodbye, Luya said mockingly, then glanced at Nap Papa beside him. Cold sweat was already running down Nap Papa's face. He had no idea the guy in front of him was this terrifying. Meeting Luya's eyes now felt like staring straight at a demon. Luya didn't waste words with him. He kicked out at once, sending the fishman flying out of bounds. Universe 9 had another fighter eliminated. After clapping his hands, Luya looked at Nap Papa and said, I heard you're a sumo wrestler? Interesting. How about a match with me? What? You bastard. Nap Papa's body stiffened a little. The other side actually dared to provoke him like this, immediately stirring up his anger again. Luya smiled faintly, then suddenly threw a punch. Nap Papa instinctively threw out a punch as well, and two powerful forces burst out at once. Not bad. Luya grinned. Then his eyes turned cold as he suddenly unleashed a fierce storm of fists and kicks at the other man, moving at extreme speed. Nap Papa was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Vegeta also noticed what was happening on Kakarot's side and immediately snorted. Humph, that idiot Kakarot is actually amusing himself. Hey, where are you looking? Chapel said mockingly at that moment. Vegeta looked at Chapel, and for some reason his expression suddenly became calm. You think that body of yours can take any attack and then counterattack, right? Chapel froze for a moment, then sneered. That's right. That's exactly how it is. What, go ahead and attack. Let us see if you can even hurt me. I see. A bloodthirsty smile suddenly appeared on Vegeta's face. Boom! The next second, Vegeta transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. What? Chapel was instantly shocked. You bastard. What is the difference between you and scrap metal? Vegeta shouted coldly, then drove a punch straight into Chapel's stomach. A dull thud rang out at once. No way. Chapel sensed that something was wrong, but by now he was already unable to move. Ha! Vegeta exerted force, and in an instant, dazzling golden power erupted from his fist. The next moment, a waterfall-like torrent of force blasted Chapel away. The latter screamed miserably as he fell off the arena. The seventh fighter from Universe 9, eliminated. Impossible. That's already 7. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 was nearly breaking down at this point. Now their Universe 9 only had Bergamo and his two brothers left. Universe 7 is actually this strong. The god of destruction of Universe 9 said grimly. He remembered Frieza, whom he had previously sent people to assassinate. That guy had blocked his energy of destruction with nothing but mortal power. He should have realized long ago that they were no match for the other side. Nicely done. At this rate, only those 3 dogs are left. Keep it up. Take them down. Beerus shouted, feeling unbelievably satisfied. He had been targeted earlier and felt extremely stifled, but now things had finally turned around, making him feel refreshed at once. TCH, what are you getting so smug about? Son Goku is still trapped by the danger triangle. Defeat is only a matter of time. Kampa couldn't stand seeing Beerus happy and couldn't help speaking up. Humph, they're just 3 dogs. What difficulty could there be in dealing with trash like them? Beerus sneered, and right at that moment, Vegeta suddenly charged into the danger triangle and stood back-to-back with Goku. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Goku asked in confusion. Humph, if I didn't come, you'd have been pushed all the way to the edge of the ring. Vegeta said arrogantly. I can handle these 3 guys. Goku said firmly. Idiot, they're just a few clowns. Why waste energy on them? End this fast. Vegeta said in dissatisfaction. Alright, Goku could only nod. Then he lowered his ki and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Good, that's it. Throw them all down. Seeing Goku and Vegeta finally working together, Beerus's face lit up with joy and he shouted at once. Damn it! He had long since found the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 annoying. The guy kept yapping non-stop, so no matter what, they had to crush their arrogance. Damn it, Bergamo, everything depends on you now. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 said anxiously. Don't worry, Lord Supreme Kai. We will definitely carry the hope of Universe 9 and defeat our opponents. Bergamo said slowly. Then he looked at Son Goku and the other man and said, Perfect. No need to look for you one by one anymore. Now we'll throw both of you out together. Humph, what an idiot. With a bunch of blockheads like you, I alone can deal with all of you. Vegeta sneered. Our danger triangle isn't something just anyone can escape from so easily. Even if the two of you join forces, you still won't be our match. Basil mocked. Ridiculous. Who told you we were going to join forces? Trash like you. Vegeta wore a mocking expression, then suddenly powered up, instantly pushing his aura to the limit. A dazzling golden radiance spread out, blindingly bright. That's right. To deal with you, we don't need to join forces. Goku smiled faintly, then instantly raised his ki. At once, a powerful force erupted from him, not the slightest bit weaker than Vegeta's. Both of them were extremely prideful people. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no way they would join forces. And against opponents like these, there was no need for teamwork at all. Super Saiyan was more than enough to deal with them. You're asking to die, then get out of the tournament. Bergamo snorted coldly. Then he and his two brothers rushed toward Goku and Vegeta in perfect sync.
Danger triangle.
At that moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted in a low voice, Gallic Gun. Boom! A terrifying energy wave immediately blasted toward Basil. Startled, Basil didn't dare take it head-on and directly blocked Vegeta's Gallic Gun. But because of the tremendous impact, he was forced backward, and the formation of the danger triangle was instantly shattered. With a burst of ki, Vegeta rushed straight at Basil. Basil, Bergamo and Lavenda's expressions changed drastically. Your opponent is me. Don't get distracted. Goku's voice rang out. Right after that, he charged at Bergamo and Lavenda, launching a rapid string of punches and kicks at them. The two of them could only get tied up with Goku. 1 against 2. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku handling two opponents at once was more than easy enough. Fighting both of them, he was not at any disadvantage at all. Elsewhere, boom! With a muffled sound, a figure slid backward across the ground for more than 10 meters. It was Luya. Luya looked at his opponent, a little surprised. Interesting. I didn't expect your strength to really be this extraordinary. The wrestler Napapa looked at Luya with a serious expression. The fact that you can make me use my full strength means you're not bad either. Luya raised a brow. Was that a compliment? Humph. Napapa exhaled a puff of white air, then suddenly fired several energy beams at Luya. Luya's body twisted, dodging those attacks at a bizarre angle. The next second, Luya appeared right in front of Napapa. With a low shout, a white aura burst out around him, and he immediately threw a punch at his opponent. Ha! Napapa naturally wasn't afraid. His arm was much thicker than Luya's, so when it came to brute force, he feared no one. But the moment their fists collided, Napapa went dumbstruck. The enormous force instantly numbed his entire arm, and in the next second, he was blasted backward by a powerful recoil force. A wave of air swept outward, and Luya curled his lips in disdain. Strongman, you're kind of a disappointment. After saying that, he prepared to gather an energy blast in his hand and give the other side the finishing blow. But right at that moment, all of a sudden, an arm directly locked around Luya's neck. What? Luya was startled and quickly tried to break free. But in the next second, another arm reached over, and even his hands were restrained. Hey, got you. A strange voice rang out. It was the contestant who had grabbed Luya. How is this possible? Luya looked at the one restraining him in shock. The guy was tall, had a distinctive hairstyle, pale green skin, and his mouth kept muttering non-stop like an idiot. Luya remembered now. Wasn't he this Nink, the one Goku had eliminated? So you have a day like this too. At this moment, Napapa walked over with a mocking look on his face. Luya tried to struggle, but the other party's strength wasn't small, and he was tightening more and more, as if he wanted to crush Luya's bones to pieces. You've already lost, warrior of Universe 7. Struggle all you want. What I like most is watching my opponents make pointless struggles under my strength. Ha ha ha, Nink said proudly. Well done. Nink, crush his bones for me. Quitella, the god of destruction of Universe 4, let out a sinister laugh, full of smugness. Damn it, Beerus's expression darkened. It seems the contestants from the other universes are giving our Universe 7 special attention, the old Supreme Kai said slowly. This whole thing has made them point the finger at Goku. They mistakenly think Goku incited the Omni King to destroy the universes, so it's only normal that the contestants from the major universes hold a grudge against our Universe 7. the young Supreme Kai said worriedly. TCH. Luya frowned slightly, then circulated his power, preparing to shake this guy off. But right then, a powerful energy attack directly blasted into him.
Boom. Uga.
Luya cried out in pain despite himself. It turned out to be an attack fired by Napapa. You bastards. Really? Piss me off. Luya was getting angry and was just about to explode. You'd better stop struggling. Get down there. Powerful energy condensed in Napapa's hand, and he was preparing to blast Luya off the stage in one move. Of course, he had also thought about increasing the power and taking Nink down together with him. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. At once, Napapa began building up power. What? Hey, what are you doing? How could Quitella fail to see Napapa's intention? He instantly shouted in irritation. This guy actually wanted to blast one of his own universe's contestants off too. Damn it. Nink, let him go. Get out of the way. However, Nink didn't want to give up the chance to eliminate Luya, and his reactions were a little slow and self-absorbed as well. He kept tightening his grip and hugging Luya even harder. If you do this, you'll be eliminated too. This isn't a good choice. Luya said with an ugly expression as he looked at Nink. If I can die together with you, then I've profited. Nink said with a grin. TSK. Luya sneered. Just as he was about to use force and deal with these two, an abrupt change occurred. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling red ray pierced straight through Napapa's body. Napapa's body trembled. His eyes suddenly widened, and then he unwillingly fell forward. What? This sudden change shocked everyone, and they quickly looked toward the person who had made the move. They saw Frieza walking over with a cheerful smile. Ho ho ho. Looks like you need some help. Frieza. Luya looked at him in surprise. Great. Frieza saved Luya. The Supreme Kai said in sudden delight. Now isn't the time to be happy. That guy's thoughts are impossible to predict, and he still has a grudge with Luya. There's no telling what he might do, the old Supreme Kai said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Humph. If that guy dares mess around, I absolutely let him off. Beerus said coldly. At this moment in the arena, Frieza stepped on Napapa with one foot, then glanced at him and laughed. Oh, what's this? A weakling like this actually gave you so much trouble? Are you not up to it? Luya said indifferently. I'm not the same kind of person as you. By the way, you didn't kill him, did you? Oh, don't worry. The rules of the tournament forbid killing, so I wouldn't do that. After all, I haven't had enough fun yet, Frieza said teasingly. As he spoke, he extended a finger toward Luya. Well, want me to give you a hand? Luya sneered. You're trying to knock me off too, aren't you? Frieza raised a brow. Who knows? I appreciate the thought, but... Luya's expression suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, his aura exploded. Instantly, his powerful strength broke him free from Nink's restraint. Then Luya whipped out a roundhouse kick, sending Nink flying and sliding toward the edge of the arena. Luya raised his hand and fired another blast, directly sending Nink off. I declare, contestant Nink of Universe 4 has been eliminated. Along with the Grand Priest's voice, another contestant had fallen from the arena. The Omni King followed by pressing the corresponding portrait, and the two little round faces looked indescribably happy. Dealing with Nink had taken only an instant. Luya clapped his hands and looked at Frieza. Were you trying to knock me off too just now? Frieza smiled slightly, then kicked with his foot, sending Napapa's huge body flying with one kick. It brushed right past Luya's ear before finally falling off the arena. How could that be? You're so strong. No matter what, there's no way I could knock you off, Frieza said with a slight smile. Luya smiled. Really? I thought you were trying to get revenge for me killing you last time. Hearing that, Frieza seemed to recall something unpleasant, and his expression instantly turned a little ugly. Luya couldn't stand that look on his face either. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Frieza and punched him mercilessly in the stomach. Irk! Frieza's eyes bulged, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of white fluid. What's going on? Everyone from Universe 7 was dumbfounded. Hey, what are you two doing? Beerus pointed at them and scolded them angrily. He was quite dissatisfied. They were clearly fighting for the whole of Universe 7. Yet these two guys were actually infighting. What kind of behavior was this? Enduring the pain, Frieza looked at Luya in disbelief. Luya gave a slight smile. Did you think I was still the same person I was before? You bastard. Frieza's face twisted with anger. Luya withdrew his fist and said flatly, You'd better not provoke me. My temper isn't especially good. Understand, Frieza? Frieza's body trembled slightly, but very soon, he straightened up again and let out a ho-ho-ho laugh. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent in such a short time. I'm honestly a little shocked. There are plenty more things that will shock you. Luya dropped that line calmly. Then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Frieza glanced at the spot where Luya had disappeared, and suddenly revealed a hint of a teasing smile. You must be Frieza from Universe 7, right? At that moment, A sinister voice rang out. Frieza froze for a second, then turned to look at the newcomer, instantly showing some surprise. Your appearance is quite unexpected. The one who came was none other than Frost from Universe 6. At this moment, he looked at Frieza with a smile on his face. I think the two of us are pretty fated. Maybe we can work together. What do you say? Oh, work together? Frieza was taken aback, and a strange glint passed through his eyes. But very soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. Sure, it would be my honor.
Ho ho ho.
The two looked at each other and smiled. It was somewhat eerie. Ha, I thought those two guys were going to start fighting. Got excited for nothing. Kampa said somewhat regretfully. Hey, what do you mean by that? Beerus looked at Kampa in annoyance. Kampa sneered. You know exactly what I mean, Beerus. In this tournament of power, there can only be one surviving universe. So I absolutely will not hold back. Is that so? Then try it. Beerus said calmly. He was not worried about Universe 6 at all, because Universe 7 just happened to counter Universe 6 perfectly. Boom! 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 At this moment, somewhere else, an extremely fierce battle was underway. Right after that, Goku and Vegeta both unleashed the Prince of All Saiyans battle style, forcing the three Wolf brothers to the edge of the arena. Under the assault of the two Super Saiyans, they simply could not hold their ground. Damn it! Why have their powers increased so much? Bergamo said with an ugly expression. What do we do now? Basil glanced at the arena behind him. It was pitch black, like hell itself. Once they fell, everything would return to zero. We can't lose. Universe 9 only has the three of us left, so we absolutely cannot lose. Brothers, show them our true power. Bergamo shouted coldly. The next second, an astonishing power suddenly erupted from all three of them. Goku and Vegeta moved together. Time to end this. Kakarot, Vegeta said coldly. I know. Goku's eyes sharpened, and in the next moment, they both powered up at once, instantly raising their strength to Super Saiyan Blue, Kamehameha. Final. The two of them raised their ki with all their strength, unleashing their ultimate moves at the same time, preparing to finish off their opponents. At the same time, the three Wolf brothers also gathered energy. In the next moment, they roared as they fired powerful energy shockwaves, the three streams of power combining and blasting straight toward Goku and Vegeta. Big bang! Flash! Goku and Vegeta roared at the same time, and in the next moment, they launched their ultimate moves together, instantly colliding head-on with the energy shockwaves of the three Wolf brothers. Aha! Both sides desperately poured in more power, trying to turn the tide, but it was obvious that Goku and Vegeta were stronger. In an instant, they suppressed the power of the three Wolf brothers. And no way. Rumble! In an instant, the entire edge of the arena where the three wolves were standing shattered apart. They were immediately blasted away by the two attacks and fell off. Great! Beerus and the Supreme Kai were instantly overjoyed. No! No! The Supreme Kai of Universe 9's face was full of despair. With this, all of Universe 9 had been eliminated. It's over. As the Grand Priest appeared, he smiled slightly and said, Now then, I announce that Lavenda, Basil, and Bergamo of Universe 9 have all been eliminated. At the same time, all 10 fighters of Universe 9 have been eliminated. Universe 9 will be erased. The moment those words came out, the entire place fell silent. Only the playful voices of the two Zeniths remained. Under their excited expressions, the page for Universe 9 on the godpads in their hands instantly went dark. It all went dark. The left Xeno exclaimed. Yeah, it all went dark. This is so fun. The right Xeno said with a grin. Now, Universe 9 has become the first universe to be eliminated. According to the rules, Universe 9 will be destroyed. The Grand Priest's face turned serious as he spoke solemnly. No. Lord Xeno. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 was full of unwillingness, crying and begging for mercy. But Xeno gave him no chance. The two small hands suddenly lifted upward, and white light lit up in their palms. Clench! In the next second, the two Zeniths clenched their hands at the same time. Instantly, everyone from Universe 9 seated in the spectator stands disappeared without a trace. Before vanishing, their faces were filled with loss and despair. They disappeared. At this moment, everyone fell silent, their expressions incomparably grave. It was only now, when a universe had truly been erased, that they understood that losing really meant being erased. The pressure on everyone began to grow heavier. Hey Whis, what's the situation with Universe 9 now? Cold sweat slid down Beerus's face, and after thinking of something, he suddenly asked. Hearing that, Whis activated his staff and used the crystal ball to look at Universe 9. It's completely blank. There isn't any matter at all. What? Hearing that, Beerus's face immediately turned extremely grim. It really got erased. Cold sweat broke out on all the gods as well, and they all looked toward Xeno. The erasure of Universe 9 made them witness Xeno's power once again. This being who stood at the peak of all universes. The one who held the life and death of everyone, including all gods, in his hands. Now things had really become serious. Luya, who had seen this before, was not affected much. He knew that if Universe 7 won in the end, they would also make a wish to revive all the universes. Of course, it had to be Universe 7. Luya would never believe that if the people from another universe won, they wouldn't selfishly make a wish for themselves instead of for the greater good. So the premise was that Universe 7 had to win. In that case, they could only go all out. Whoosh! At this moment, a pink energy attack shot straight toward Luya's back. It was unbelievably fast. Sensing the incoming attack, Luya's expression did not change. He simply raised a hand and gathered power, instantly neutralizing the attack. Who is it? Luya looked toward the attacker. Didn't expect you to notice. At that moment, a short figure walked out. Luya looked at the other party, then smiled. I was wondering who it was. Looking at you like this reminds me of the Yard Rats. The moment he thought of the Yard Rats, Luya thought of instant transmission. Without a doubt, that was where Goku had learned his instant transmission. This guy was from Universe 2. Universe 2. As if thinking of something, Luya swept his gaze around the area. After discovering that no one else was there, he let out a sigh of relief. Good, those women aren't here. Hey, what are you looking at? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After dropping that line, the other party began flashing non-stop around Luya. Luya smiled faintly, then directly used time skip. Crack. In an instant, time around him suddenly froze, and immediately after, the other party's figure appeared right beside Luya. Luya smiled. My time skip is the perfect counter to high-speed movement. As he spoke, he condensed an energy bullet in his hand, and in the next moment, directly sent his opponent away. After eliminating the opponent, Luya glanced at the situation of the others. At this moment, Vegeta was locked in an intense battle against Baramo and Magetta from Universe 6. But with Baramo and Magetta joining forces, even Vegeta after transforming into a Super Saiyan was unable to deal with them. Meanwhile, Krillin and Android 18 were fighting the 4th Universe's Wolfman Shosa and the Scent expert Majora. Goku, meanwhile, was sparring with Caulifla from Universe 6. Everyone had fallen into fierce battle. Luya gave a faint smile. As if thinking of something, his figure suddenly vanished.
Top, 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 top.
On the other side, Vegeta kept launching attacks at Baramo and Magetta, but the two of them had defenses that were simply too strong. Even he couldn't break through them or cause any real damage. Damn it! Vegeta was getting irritated. The enemy had brought out every possible countermeasure against his weaknesses, leaving him with no clear way to start. Heh, no matter how much you curse, Magetta won't hear it. Vegeta, just admit defeat. Baramo said smugly. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Is that so? In that case, I'll play with you a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly erupted with ki, instantly raising his power to the limit. Pointless effort. Baramo sneered, then coordinated with Magetta and charged straight at Vegeta. The three of them fell directly into a stalemate, with none of them able to do anything to the others. On the other side, Krillin had just saved 18. Their opponent Shosa had nearly eliminated 18 by using his fake death trick, but luckily Krillin had stepped in just in time to save her. You okay, 18? Krillin asked with a smile. I'm fine. 18 looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect I'd be that careless. The enemy's really crafty, so we'd better be careful. Krillin looked at Shosa and showed a slight smile. Didn't expect your fake death trick to be that impressive. Even 18 got fooled by you. Hehehe. What a shame. I was just one step away from eliminating her. Shosa said with a cold laugh. You won't get another chance. Next, I'll pay you back tenfold. 18 said coldly. Oh yeah? Then come at me. Shosa said disdainfully. 18. Remember the move we practiced? Krillin suddenly said. I remember. You mean that one? What about it? 18 froze for a moment, then asked in confusion. Let's try it out today. Krillin said with a grin. Okay. 18 didn't refuse. What are you two muttering about over there? Shosa sneered. Here we go. Krillin and 18 moved instantly. The next second, Krillin suddenly condensed an energy blast and fired it straight at Shosa. The latter snorted coldly, then leaped into the air and dodged it directly. But in the very next instant, 18 had already appeared in front of that energy blast and directly sent it back. What? Shosa's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. But Krillin didn't give him any breathing room. The two of them kept batting the energy blast back and forth toward Shosa as if they were volleying it, forcing him to dodge in a miserable scramble. What could be seen, however, was that the energy blast was getting bigger and bigger, faster and faster, until even Shosa was starting to struggle. What? Shosa could no longer keep up with their assault and was hit directly by the massive energy blast. In the next moment, he let out a scream and was sent flying, finally falling off the arena. It worked. Krillin immediately cried out excitedly. Very good. Nicely done, little Baldy. Seeing that Krillin had managed to eliminate an opponent, Beerus immediately felt extremely gratified. Krillin could be said to be the weakest member of their team this time, yet he had still managed to eliminate an opponent. That was the best possible outcome. Heh. Krillin felt a little proud, but right at that moment, a blur suddenly rushed over. Before Krillin could even react, he was sent flying by a kick. Yua! With a bang, Krillin slammed straight to the ground. Krillin. This is bad. Beerus and the others had barely been happy for a few seconds before the sudden twist happened again. Ha 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 ha.
Careless brat.
Get down there for me. At that moment, a wolfman suddenly flew over, aiming straight for Krillin. At the critical moment, 18 stepped in to save him and directly sent the opponent flying with a kick. Krillin, are you okay? 18 worriedly helped Krillin back up. I let my guard down. Krillin looked at the opponent. Hehehe. Didn't expect you'd get ambushed. Huh? The wolfman looked at Krillin and the others with a cold smile. Who are you? Krillin looked at the opponent and asked. My name is Majora. I'm from the 4th universe. Remember my name? Or you won't even know who defeated you. Majora let out a sinister laugh, and in the next second, he charged straight at Krillin. 18, put this on. Krillin suddenly took out a pair of sunglasses and handed them to 18. She immediately understood and put the sunglasses on. Krillin focused his mind on the opponent, then spread his hands and pressed them against his temples. 100-fold solar flare. Flash. In an instant, the arena was flooded with white light, yet Majora, who was charging toward Krillin, was completely unaffected. He rushed straight up to Krillin and kicked him flying. What? Yua! Krillin let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Majora heavily struck 18, who still hadn't reacted, knocking her down as well. How is that possible? He can still attack under such blinding light? How did he do that? Beerus said in disbelief. This is bad. Even the solar flare didn't work. The Supreme Kai said worriedly. Ha 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 ha. I thought you people had some kind of special move. What a joke. Majora looked at Krillin and the others smugly. Krillin was somewhat unable to believe it. How did you do that? Heh, because my eyes went blind a long time ago. Majora said flatly. Blind? Then how are you able to attack so accurately? Krillin was startled and asked in shock. His sense of smell. He's using his sense of smell to determine positions. 18 instantly saw through it. Heh, that's right. Pretty smart. Majora said proudly. Your move is useless against me now. Humph, that's not necessarily true. As long as we understand your trick, then we can definitely win. Krillin suddenly showed a confident smile. 18. Leave him to me. She was startled. But, trust me, I can do this, Krillin said firmly. Hearing that, 18 could only agree. Ha 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 ha. Just you? What are you going to use to fight me? Majora mocked. Hehe, you're very sensitive to smells, right? Then, Krillin gave a strange grin, then suddenly took off his shoe and threw it out. Smack. In an instant, the shoe directly slapped onto Majora's nose. What? What is that smell? It stinks so bad. Majora's expression changed drastically, and he quickly covered his nose. Heh. Krillin grinned smugly, then suddenly vanished and directly appeared in front of Majora, unleashing a rapid combination of punches and kicks on him. You dared attack my 18. You have to pay the price. With one kick, he knocked the opponent back. Then Krillin suddenly gathered ki. Kamehameha. Under that astonishing power, the opponent was blasted away and fell off the arena. The Grand Priest announced that Majora was out, and Beerus and the others all grew excited. Well done. Ha 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 ha. Krillin laughed a little proudly. 18 covered her face. Looks like when we get back, I'd better wash your shoes for you after all. But just as the two of them relaxed, a figure suddenly appeared behind Krillin. Ho, that happy are you? Looks like you got careless. What? Krillin was startled. When he turned around, he saw Frost's sinister face right in front of him. Not good. Beerus and the Supreme Kai's expressions instantly turned ugly. You actually left your back to the enemy. Then goodbye. Frost smirked proudly, then swept his tail and directly knocked Krillin off the arena. Wah! Krillin's scream echoed out, and in the next second, he appeared in the spectator stands. Universe 7's first fighter had been eliminated. Krillin was out. For a moment, all of Universe 7's companions were a little stunned. How could he be so careless? Whoosh! In the next instant, Krillin appeared in the viewing stands. Before Krillin could even come back to his senses, Beerus said darkly from the side. Looks like you got a little full of yourself, Baldy. Lord Beerus. Krillin's whole body trembled, and he instantly felt awkward to the extreme. He really had gotten a little carried away just now. He had defeated 2 opponents with his own strength, and for him that was already a huge achievement. He hadn't expected that a moment of carelessness would make him fail to notice the enemy had already gotten behind him. Sorry. Krillin hurriedly apologized. It's fine. We all know you already did your best, Krillin. Supreme Kai also spoke up. Though his words were comforting, his expression was clearly a little unhappy.
I am sorry.
Krillin said in shame. Forget it. What's done is done. Just cheer properly for the others in the arena now. Old Supreme Kai sighed and said lightly. Yes. Krillin could only force himself to agree. Mwahahaha. Did you see that, Beerus? Your people are getting eliminated by my Universe 6. This proves that our Universe 6 is stronger than your Universe 7. Kampa suddenly burst into proud laughter. You bastard! Beerus was so angry that his fists clenched tight. Although Krillin getting eliminated was within their expectations, wasn't he this a little too fast? Very good. Nicely done, Frost. Throw every last one of them off for me, Kampa said with satisfaction. Ho ho ho. Thank you for your praise, Lord Kampa. Frost smiled smugly, then looked toward Android 18, who was gritting her teeth. You bastard. You actually dared to sneak attack Krillin. Android 18 could be said to be extremely furious right now. Krillin was her husband, yet he had been sneak attacked by this shameless guy. How could she not be angry? Ho ho. This is the kind of unexpected turn that can happen at any moment on the battlefield. You can only say that little bald guy got too carried away. What a pity. Killing ISNT allowed in this tournament. Frost said mockingly. You bastard. I'm definitely going to avenge Krillin. Android 18 shouted angrily and was about to make her move. Humph. I'm not stupid enough to just stand there and fight you. See ya. Frost directly fired off a blast. And in an instant, the entire area was covered in smoke. Damn it. Android 18's expression turned ugly. But the other side had already escaped. Just as she was regretting it inwardly, a scream rang out. Immediately after, a figure flew straight out of the smoke and finally slammed hard into the protruding rock beside Android 18. What happened? Kampa was startled, because the one who had flown out was actually Frost. Android 18 was confused as well. It wasn't he until Luya walked out of the smoke. A sneak attack really is a pretty good battle tactic. Luya! Krillin said in delight. Good. Luya, throw that despicable, shameless bastard down. The moment Beerus saw Luya appear, he immediately became excited. My, was smiled too. Luya looked at Android 18 beside him. Leave him to me? Android 18 shook her head. No need. I want to avenge Krillin myself. Alright then. Luya nodded and prepared to leave. Aha! But in the very next second, Frost suddenly charged over. You bastard! Goody! Damn Saiyan! Just as Frost's punch was about to land on Luya, the latter suddenly raised a hand and effortlessly caught his fist. What? Frost said in shock. Against me? Heh, even Hit couldn't beat me. So what the hell are you? Luya let out a cold laugh, then swiftly kicked out, sweeping a heavy kick straight into Frost's stomach. Ugh! Frost was hit so hard he puked on the spot, his face twisted in agony. But Luya had no intention of letting him off. Another punch followed immediately, driving viciously into Frost's stomach. At the same time, golden light lit up around his fist, and in the next second, Frost was blasted flying and smashed into the ground, twitching non-stop. Luya's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of him, looking down at him coldly. A petty bastard like you is just as disgusting as Frieza. As he spoke, he directly raised a hand and fired a ki blast. In an instant, an explosion rang out. When the smoke cleared, Frost was sprawled on the ground in a miserable state, and even the arena had cracked. How is this possible? Frost found it hard to believe. He had clearly grown so much stronger, so why was he still no match for the other side? He refused to believe it. At once, Frost flew into a rage. A burst of deep purple light shot outward in all directions, and in the next moment, he sprang up and smashed a roaring punch toward Luya. Luya's eyes turned cold. In the next instant, he eerily appeared right in front of Frost and punched him in the stomach. Instantly, a streak of red fist force pierced through Frost's body, and even the small mountain not far behind him exploded apart. Frost's eyes widened. How can this be? You too. He remembered this move extremely clearly. Back when he had fought in the tournament against Universe 7, Hit had used this exact move to knock him out. And now, the same move had been used again. He still couldn't block it. Smack! Frost dropped to his knees miserably, his body trembling non-stop. Luya glanced at him, then looked toward Android 18. Yes, yours. She nodded, then walked over to Frost, her gaze icy. Save me. Frost looked utterly wretched. He wanted to say something, but the pain made him unable to speak. Go down there and reflect on yourself. Android 18 snorted coldly, then directly kicked out, sending Frost flying with one kick straight toward the edge of the arena. No! Someone save him, Kampa said in panic. But just as Frost was about to fall off, time suddenly stopped. Immediately after, Frost's body was suddenly knocked back by an unknown force. What? This scene startled Beerus and the others who had been just about to celebrate. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hit, who had stepped in to help. You came. Hit glanced at Frost at his feet, then looked at Luya. He can't be defeated that easily. Luya grinned. Then you two can keep each other company. Android 18 also took up a fighting stance. She could feel that this opponent was not simple. Hit pulled his hand out of his pocket and assumed a stance as well. Then come. After our last battle I improved a little. I'll use you to test it out. Luya smiled, then suddenly seemed to think of something. He abruptly looked toward the back of a small mountain and said with a smile, "Stop hiding. You want to come at me too?" As soon as the words fell, a figure slowly walked out, tail swaying. Oh ho, how rude of me. I was actually discovered. Frieza. Android 18 froze for a moment, then frowned. Luya glanced at Frost, then looked at Frieza. You should V formed an alliance with that guy, right? That's right. But let me correct you. It was he who wanted to ally with me. Frieza shrugged and said with a smile. Luya said flatly, always playing these flashy little games. Since that's the case, do you want to come together too? Frieza glanced at Android 18, then at Hit and finally shrugged. Forget it. I won't interfere in your battle. Lest people say I'm bullying you. Of course. We are from the same universe, aren't we? Luya let out a cold laugh. The guy really was all flashy tricks and impossible to read. But in the end, he still had to thank him a little for this. If not for that, Luya would V beaten him up too. Frieza tactfully turned and left, calm and unhurried. Luya watched Frieza's figure walk away before turning to Android 18. Leave this to me. Go deal with the other opponents. She hesitated and glanced at Frost, then could only nod. I understand. After saying that, she leaped up and left at once. Hit glanced at Luya and said, Can we begin? Luya looked at him with a smile. How many seconds has your time skip improved to now? Hit froze for a moment, but in the next instant, Luya was already right in front of him. He had used time skip. Hit's eyes sharpened, and he directly blocked Luya's attack. You can use time skip too? Hit was somewhat shocked. Ever since our last battle I learned time skip too, Luya said with a grin. Hit looked at Luya with some wariness. You are more dangerous than Son Goku. Boom boom boom. In the arena, Luya and Hit clashed fiercely, but neither of them used their true strength. At the start, they were only probing each other. Meanwhile, while the two were fighting, Frost had also recovered somewhat. He glanced at the battle, and a subtle look flashed through his eyes, but in the end, he still didn't dare stay behind. In the tournament of power, only the one who remains at the end is the true winner. With that thought, Frost quietly slipped away. On the other side, Vegeta, who was fighting a contestant from another universe, also noticed the battle over on Luya's side. The prince's face immediately sank. That bastard really got to show off. He had actually wanted to fight Hit himself, to avenge that humiliation from back then. At the same time, Goku noticed it too and said somewhat regretfully, what a shame. I wanted to fight Hit too. Hey! Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Goku froze, then turned around to look at the newcomers. Two girls were slowly walking over. The one in front had spiky hair, and her pretty face was full of that arrogant look like she thought everyone else was trash. Behind her was a somewhat shy girl who seemed a little afraid of strangers. When Goku saw them, he became interested too. Yo, if I remember right, you two are Saiyans from Universe 6, right? The ones with Kaba. That's right. My name's Caulifla, and she's Kale, my junior. So you're that old guy Son Goku, right? Caulifla said proudly, then looked at Goku somewhat provocatively. Ah, that's me. What's up? Goku asked, a little puzzled. I've been watching you for a while. That blue-haired thing of yours. How do you transform into it? Hurry up and teach me, Caulifla asked. What? You mean Super Saiyan Blue? Goku said with a smile. Whatever it's called, just teach me how to transform already. Of course, as payment, I'll use that form to beat you, Caulifla said smugly. Big sis, how is that even payment? Kale said awkwardly, unable to watch any longer. Is that so? But if you want to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, it'll still be kind of difficult. Goku thought about it, then decided to tell the truth. What's so difficult about it? Caulifla said unwillingly. Isn't it just about gathering power in your back? Well, that's part of it, but blue isn't that simple. Goku said helplessly. TCH. What kind of crap is that? You dare look down on me? Caulifla said haughtily. Right after that, she exploded with energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Well, pretty strong, right? Caulifla said proudly. Not bad, Goku said, now a little interested. Heh. Then next you'll get a taste of how awesome I am. As soon as she finished speaking, Caulifla rushed straight at Goku. Kale saw this and looked like she wanted to speak, but stopped herself. Ha! Boom! A burst of explosive sound rang out, and immediately after, a powerful force swept through the area. The next second, a figure was sent flying out. Luya's center of gravity dropped, and he landed directly on the ground, sliding more than 10 meters as he scraped across the floor. On the other side, Hit slowly walked forward, expressionless. Take him down, Hit! If you beat this Saiyan, you'll wash away your past humiliation. Go for it. Kampa shouted excitedly. TCH. You're getting smug too early. Beerus smiled faintly. Others might not know, but how could he not? The current Luya was long since no longer in the same state as when he fought in the tournament before. His strength had risen by far, far too much. Neither of them is going all out. While probing each other, they're also conserving stamina, Old Kai said flatly in explanation. If that's the case, then won't there be no winner? The young Supreme Kai asked in confusion. That's why you should study more. You're already a Supreme Kai, yet you still don't have any eye for this, Old Kai said flatly. Supreme Kai. In this kind of chaotic melee, conserving stamina is extremely important. Don't be fooled by the somewhat short time limit. Once high-intensity combat begins, countless changes can happen every minute and every second. While they're fighting, they also have to guard against whether someone might launch a sneak attack from the shadows, Whis explained. Only then did Supreme Kai suddenly understand. But Hit's strength is really powerful. Can Luya really win? Krillin asked worriedly. Trust him, Beerus said flatly. How fun. It's getting more and more exciting, the left Xeno said, waving his hands and dancing with joy. So many strong fighters. It's so fun to watch. The right Xeno also started waving his hands around in the same way. As more and more powerful fighters are eliminated, the ones left are all elites. The matches will only become more and more exciting. So please look forward to it. The Grand Priest smiled faintly. In the arena, Luya patted the dust off his body, then looked at his opponent and bared his teeth in a grin. Looks like you're waiting for me to use my full strength. Hit said flatly, your power is indeed more than just this. Bring it out. Using time skip against me won't work. Fair point. Luya nodded, then began to power up. Right after that, his hair started to float, flashing uncertainly between black and gold. Ha! With a low shout, Luya instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. But he didn't stop there. He powered up again and instantly rose to Super Saiyan 2. Seeing that Luya seemed content with that, Hit froze for a moment. What? Why not keep going? Can't you use Kaioken? Luya tilted his neck. No need to make it that troublesome. Come on, continue. Hit glanced at Luya, then slowly clenched his fist. Right after that, his expression shifted, and he instantly threw a punch through the air. Whoosh! A purple-blue fist wave blasted straight out. This wasn't just a simple punch. Hit had also used time skip in advance, and his time skip duration was even longer than Luya's. Only when that fist wave was about to reach him did Luya manage to break free. Sensing the danger, Luya gritted his teeth and instantly exploded with energy as he threw out a punch. Boom! Under a sonic boom, Luya's body was sent flying backward. But very quickly, time froze once more. In the next instant, Hit's figure was already in front of Luya, and at some unknown moment, a terrifying energy blast had already gathered in his hand. Even though you can use time skip, you're still too green. As he spoke, Hit had already fired the energy blast. But just as the energy blast was about to hit Luya, Luya's figure suddenly disappeared. What? Hit was shocked, not expecting this sudden turn. Then, Luya suddenly appeared behind him and threw a punch straight at him. Scrape! Hit instinctively tilted his head, immediately dodging the attack. But even so, his face was still grazed. Hit's eyes sharpened, and in the next instant, his body rapidly retreated. Luya also flipped backward and landed on the ground. Interesting. You actually used the pressure from my time skip to break through your own limits. Hit said with some admiration, though there was a smile on his face. Luya smiled slightly. Just now, at the very last moment, his time skip had forcibly broken past the 1-second limit. That instantaneous burst was exactly how he had broken Hit's time skip. But are you sure you can still break free from my restraint next? My time skip is far above yours. Hit suddenly revealed a confident smile and said, let's try it. Even Goku could break your time skip, so why can't I? Luya said with a smile. You can say that, but if this is all you've got, then you won't be my opponent. Hit said flatly. At just this level of Super Saiyan, there was no way the other side could deal with his time skip. Of course, if it were Super Saiyan Blue, then that would still be a threat to him. Hearing that, Luya suddenly revealed a smile. If this still isn't enough, then in that case, ha! As he spoke, Luya suddenly dispersed his Super Saiyan form and returned to his normal state, but the next moment he began powering up again, instantly erupting with a powerful force. Right after that, a crimson glow like blazing flames appeared around his body. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Luya directly transformed into Super Saiyan God. This is a form different from the blue one. Hit's gaze sharpened, and he became somewhat more cautious. This form made him unable to sense the other's aura, but at the same time, it also gave him a slight sense of danger. The other side could threaten him. This is the Super Saiyan God form. Although I'm still not a true god, my strength has undergone a heaven and earth change. Luya bared his teeth in a grin. The appearance of Super Saiyan God also drew the attention of the gods. That Saiyan actually transformed into a god. Although he can only be considered a demigod, that kind of power is still quite impressive. Universe 1's Supreme Kai said flatly, I didn't expect that a mortal could actually cultivate himself into godhood. That truly is a remarkable thing. Its god of destruction also said with mixed feelings. No matter what, although Universe 7 ranks at the bottom in mortal level, their strength cannot be underestimated. Every one of their fighters has something extraordinary, especially these Saiyans. So if we want to deal with Universe 7, we must first eliminate these Saiyans. A subtle glint flashed in Universe 11's Supreme Kai's eyes. Leave that to Jiren. No matter how strong they are, no one will be Jiren's opponent. The clown god of destruction said flatly. On this, he had tremendous confidence. At this time, the fighters from the other universes were also clashing fiercely one after another.
Top.
Off to one side, Goku was currently exchanging high-speed blows with Caulifla. Both of them were in the Super Saiyan 2 stage right now. Before this, Goku had guided Caulifla and successfully helped her transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan. So after succeeding, she immediately started sparring with Goku. Of course, Goku was naturally more than happy to spar with such a powerful opponent. The two fought so intensely that neither could pull away from the other. They both cherished their opponent, and neither held back in the slightest. A Saiyant's defining trait was a love for battle, and their power would only grow stronger and stronger as the fight continued. But if one looked carefully, it was obvious that Goku was suppressing Caulifla. The latter still was not skilled enough at controlling her own power. Of course, that was not really a problem. Fortunately, because of Goku's personality, he had not played dirty against Caulifla. On the other side, Kale watched the two fight so intensely that they were almost lost in it, and her eyes held a trace of envy and complexity. Big Sis must be really excited, being able to meet such a powerful opponent. If only she could transform too, then she could help. She was so useless. At that thought, a trace of disappointment and guilt suddenly welled up in Kale's eyes. She could only drag her sister down. Wah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, one fighter was directly thrown off the arena, and the one who made the move was Android 17. Android 17 was expressionless. When facing his opponent, he remained calm and unhurried. In his view, most of the fighters here were a bit too watered down and completely unable to let him enjoy himself. As an android, he possessed infinite stamina and energy, so in battle he could fight without any concerns. As long as he had not reached his limit, his power would continue endlessly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over, directly aiming at 17's back. He noticed it and was just about to react. Swish! Bang! At that moment, another powerful force shot out as well, directly canceling out that attack. 17 was stunned for a moment, then looked at the person who had acted.
Cease.
The one who came was 18. She looked at 17 and revealed a slight curve of a smile. What? You actually got distracted? 17 smiled faintly. Even if it weren't for you, I still would have dodged it just fine. Who knows? 18 smiled faintly. You two actually dare ignore me. An angry voice rang out. The brother and sister looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a wild boar in a suit glaring at them furiously. A talking pig? 18 raised a brow. Idiot! How dare you insult this doctor? The wild boar shouted coldly, his voice full of anger. Honestly, even though I like animals, looking at you makes me feel a little sick, 17 said flatly, but his words were extremely insulting. Bastard! You, the wild boar was about to speak, but suddenly 17 and 18 charged up at the same time. On the other side, Luya and Hit were still confronting each other. They looked at one another, both with calm eyes, yet also incomparably sharp. At that moment Luya moved. He pushed off with his foot, and in the next moment he shot out directly. Then, in an instant, his figure suddenly vanished. Hit let out a cold snort, then threw a punch toward one direction. The same kind of air-piercing punch, powerful and fierce. Swish! Along the path the fist force passed through, Luya's figure flashed into view. But he had perfectly dodged Hit's attack, and at the same time, Luya charged straight toward Hit. Hit was not about to be outdone. His figure moved and he likewise vanished. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out. Their speed had reached the absolute limit, making their trajectories impossible to see.
Top.
Whoosh! 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 Luya and Hit's figures kept flashing in and out, and as their gazes met, a trace of excitement appeared in both their eyes. Luya gathered an energy bullet in his hand, then fired it directly. Hit directly activated time skip. In an instant, his figure flashed past, dodging Luya's attack while simultaneously launching an attack toward Luya. Luya grinned, completely fearless. His power kept surging out as he pushed his time skip to the limit as well. At the same time, he activated his strongest battle talent, and for a moment, that slight gap disappeared at this very instant. Not only was Luya growing stronger and stronger in battle, but when using time skip, he was also learning from the other's time skip. Although the price of splitting his focus like this was taking several direct hits from Hit, he did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became. Hit also noticed the other's aura growing stronger and stronger, faintly showing signs of breaking through its limits. This made his feelings somewhat complicated. But he also did not dare be careless, and his power gradually began to rise as well. Boom! 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 In an instant, a powerful collision rang out. The next second, both Hit and Luya were forced back. At this moment, Luya had some abrasions on his body, but his godly aura was growing stronger and stronger. Your improvement is very obvious. Hit looked at Luya and said flatly. Luya smiled slightly. That's normal. You'll get used to it. Then let us go again. Hit said calmly. Right after that, he suddenly stepped forward. In an instant, his figure split into one afterimage after another, while at the same time, his real body had already appeared in front of Luya and smashed down with a fierce punch. Almost instinctively, Luya crossed his arms in front of himself to block. Bang! In the next second, he was sent flying back directly. As Luya retreated, alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. In the next instant, his body twisted sharply, and he forcefully lunged to the side. Whoosh! A small hole appeared where he had originally been standing. Luya's face darkened. Someone's launching a sneak attack. Who is it? Whoosh! 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 At the same time, several more beams shot over, and their target was Luya. Luya's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, watching his surroundings warily. Hit also frowned slightly as he looked around, a trace of coldness appearing in his eyes. Frieza or Frost? Luya was puzzled. In his impression, only Frieza and Frost had this kind of ability for firing energy beams. This is a battle between us. I'm warning you, do not interfere. Hit suddenly shouted. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. In the next second, a laser shot straight toward Hit. His face instantly turned gloomy. Then his eyes narrowed, and the laser froze in place before dissipating. They're not from our universe. Luya glanced around, confused. A sniper? What? Hit's face turned cold. I can't sense their key. They should be very far away, Luya said helplessly. If the other party had been nearby, he could have dealt with them in minutes. But the attacker was crafty and was actually attacking from long range. Hit also became more alert, and neither of them made another move. And strangely enough, once the two of them stopped fighting, the person hiding in the shadows didn't attack again either. What a crafty bastard. Luya thought for a moment, then looked at Hit. Hey, let us leave our fight for later. Hit looked at Luya, then nodded. I have no objection. Luya nodded and returned to normal. And right at that moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread across the entire arena, accompanied by a beast-like roar. Both Luya and Hit's expressions changed. The power of a Saiyan. Is KL's power. Ugh, hi! As that aura covering the entire arena spread out, everyone was immediately alarmed and turned their eyes toward the source of it. Over there, a burly green-haired monster was roaring, and that terrifying aura spread directly across the whole field. It was astonishing. Not far away, Goku and Caulifla were both staring at the scene in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Hey, Kale, calm down, Caulifla shouted at the monster. But the latter didn't listen at all and kept muttering Son Goku's name. That monster. Vegeta also sensed that power, and his expression immediately turned ugly. That power made even his soul tremble, as if it were some kind of suppression coming from bloodline itself. What extraordinary power. That's Kale. Why did she turn into this again? Kaba also broke out in a cold sweat, clearly recalling something unpleasant. That monsteress a bit troublesome, Toppo said on the other side, his expression grave. Beside him stood Jiren, whose face remained as calm as ever.
Son Goku.
Son Goku.
Son Goku.
Kale roared. It was because of this Saiyan that her sister had been taken away, that her sister had become impatient with her. She was going to kill Son Goku. Hey, Kale, calm down. Don't become a tool for killing. Seeing that things were going bad, Caulifla immediately flew toward Kale. But Kale had already entered a mode where she recognized no one, and in an instant, she threw a direct punch at the approaching Caulifla. Caulifla was startled and could only raise her arms to block. But she had clearly underestimated Kale's strength after transforming. A powerful force instantly blasted her flying away. Boom! A small mountain exploded apart. Ah! Kale suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, and that energy directly turned into ki blasts that shot out in all directions without any blind spots. Boom, 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 the various experts could only flee in a panic, because that kind of power was simply too terrifying. What's going on? What kind of species are Saiyans? How can they possess this kind of power? All the gods watched the scene in shock. Even with everything they had seen, they were still stunned by Kale's violent state. How is that possible? What form is this? Why have we never seen Goku and the others transform like that? Beerus also revealed a look of disbelief. Oh my, This seems to be a unique transformation of the Scions, Whis said with interest. However, transforming into a warrior like this makes it extremely easy to lose one's reason. But the power is destructive beyond measure. You can feel it. That female Scion's power is rising at an astonishing speed. This is bad. It's not just Goku running into a powerful enemy now. I'm afraid the attention of all the universes will be drawn here, Old Kai said worriedly. Hang in there, Goku. Krillin also looked worried. What's going on? Did Kale transform? But why did she turn into a monster? Kampa scratched his head hard and said in confusion. Vados suddenly said, I heard from Kaba that Kale seems to possess some kind of powerful strength. However, awakening that power should originate from the Master's emotions. What Kaba described should be this current state. If that female Scion Caulifla hadn't insisted so strongly, Kale's strength alone would never have qualified her to represent Universe 6. If she ends up drawing the hatred of the other universes because of this, then we'll be in trouble, Kampa said with a rather dark expression. That may not necessarily be the case. Judging from how things look now, there are very few people who can defeat Kale in her current state, Vados said with a slight smile.
Son Goku.
I'm going to kill you. The roaring Kale suddenly charged toward Son Goku. Goku's expression focused, but then a trace of fighting spirit suddenly appeared in his eyes. This power that makes even my soul tremble. Come on, Kale, let me see it for myself. As he said that, he suddenly charged at Kale on his own initiative. Ha! Because Kale was slow, Goku appeared directly in front of her. Then, like raindrops, his fists continuously rained down on her. But even with the power of Super Saiyan 2 striking her body, she seemed completely unaffected. Smack! Suddenly, Kale seemed to get impatient. She directly grabbed Goku by the face, then let out a low roar and viciously slammed him to the ground, dragging him across it in a wild rush. Aha! As his body continuously smashed through one huge rock after another, Goku cried out in pain. Dad! Seeing his father getting brutally beaten, Gohan immediately wanted to rush over and help. Gohan, don't go. That battle isn't something we can interfere in. Even if we go, we won't be able to help. Piccolo stopped Gohan in time. But Dad, Gohan said worriedly. Trust Goku. He can do it, Piccolo said calmly. Hearing that, Gohan could only continue watching. That monster. If we can avoid provoking her, we should avoid it, the fighters all thought with fearful expressions. That female Scion's power was absolutely unmatched in its might. Picking trouble with her right now would be an incredibly stupid thing to do. Ugh! Boom! Goku had no power to resist under Kale's assault and was getting beaten up directly. His attacks were like nothing more than a tickle to her. Damn it! That girl Kale. How do we make her stop? Caulifla said anxiously. At a time like this, don't go up there and ask for trouble. Just watch. Luya appeared beside her and said flatly. Caulifla was startled. Who are you? When did? His sudden appearance had caught her completely off guard, and she secretly became wary. Her current condition wasn't very good, so if he launched a sneak attack, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Luya glanced at Caulifla, but didn't make a move. Instead, he said, you should know why Kale became like this, right? Huh? Caulifla froze. Luya said calmly, if I'm guessing right, the two of you are very close. Or rather, she depends on you a lot. But your eyes were only on strong opponents, so you neglected her. In her eyes, though, those opponents stole you away from her. So in her sadness, she transformed like this. You should understand that yourself. Caulifla looked at him in shock. How do you know that? Just a guess, Luya said lightly. Then he continued, if you want to stop her, it still has to be you. Only then might she recover her reason and avoid giving others a chance to take advantage of her. But with Kale like that, I can't get close to her at all, Caulifla said with a complicated expression. I can help you. Luya gave a mysterious smile. What? Caulifla was startled. Why? Aren't you our opponent? Why would you help me? Luya smiled. Goku is my teammate, and your teammate is beating him up. So I'm helping my own teammate too. That's all. Hearing that, Caulifla hesitated. Agree to it. At that moment, Hit appeared. Hit? Caulifla was stunned. Not understanding. Hit said, get Kale back to normal first. If this keeps going, things might get bad. Caulifla hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right then. I'll be the one to save Kale. Good. We'll help hold her off. Seize the chance. Luya looked at Hit. Interested in working together? Hit said flatly, sure. Luya smiled faintly and said nothing more. Why was he so eager to help them? Of course it wasn't because he had the heart of a saint. It was because System Kuin had issued a side quest. Luya felt depressed. Hadn't this damn system said that if the previous mission wasn't completed, the next mission wouldn't trigger? But the damn thing's explanation was that this mission was a side quest under the spacetime mission. So basically, this grand tournament of power had become a side branch of his spacetime main quest? Still, Luya was pretty conflicted about it. He really didn't want to face this so-called legendary Scion. Her terrifying power was absolutely not something he could match right now. But if it helped him, then there was at least a bit of hope. Of course, whether completing the side quest would give any reward was still unknown. That dam system wouldn't reveal anything. While Kale was rampaging wildly, everyone else was watching from a distance. Her sudden transformation had caught them all off guard. And a monster like this wasn't something they could stop, so all they could do was watch. Of course, Kale's current target was only Son Goku. For the people from the other universes, that was undoubtedly very good news. If a strong enemy like Son Goku could be eliminated by Kale, they would be more than happy. At this moment, Universe 6 and Universe 7 could only watch as well. They had no way to stop that monster either. Yuwa! In the arena, a figure was sent flying back in a miserable state and smashed a protruding rock to pieces. Goku staggered to his feet and looked at Kale with a grave expression. She's really something. I didn't think a Saiyan could have this kind of power. Hey, Kakarot, be careful. That might very well be the most primitive form of a Saiyan. At that moment, Vegeta appeared on higher ground and warned him. Hearing that, Goku looked at Kale in surprise. So this is Son Goku. Go die for me. Roar. Kale let out a furious roar, and in the next instant, she suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. Green streams of aura spread out, and the next second, Kale fired a shock wave straight at Goku. Goku's expression tightened, and his figure flashed as he vanished on the spot. Whoosh! The next instant, Goku appeared in another position, but just as he did, Kale had already rushed over. Bang! Kale slammed down a heavy punch. Goku had no time to dodge and could only take it head-on. Under that immense force, Goku could barely take care of himself as his body was blasted away. But right then, Goku suddenly roared. In the next second, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. A powerful force raged, and blue light burst out. You monster. Looks like I can't hold back against you anymore. Goku stared at Kale seriously. Come on, Kale. Roar. Kale let out a beast-like howl. In an instant, she exploded with powerful energy and charged straight at Son Goku. Kamehameha. Ha! Goku suddenly unleashed his power, gathering energy and firing a Kamehameha. The powerful shock wave washed over Kale's body directly, but shockingly, Kale didn't choose to dodge. Under Goku's ultimate move, she actually chose to ignore it. How Goku found it hard to believe. No way, even Blue can't. What the hell is that monster? Beerus's face had practically turned purple from fright. He had never seen such a monster before. This is going to be a hard battle. If no one steps forward, that monster will probably rampage all over the place, was said slowly. If Goku chose to avoid her for now, he could evade Kale's pursuit. The Supreme Kai said helplessly. That's just Goku's personality. Whenever he sees someone strong, he wants to go clash with them. Nothing can be done about that, old Supreme Kai said flatly, not surprised at all. But if Goku keeps this up, I'm afraid it won't end well, Krillin said worriedly. Aha! Sensing that things were going badly, Goku immediately increased his output. But within the energy wave, a burly figure walked straight through it and quickly arrived in front of him. You've got to be kidding me. Goku's expression changed repeatedly. But before he could say anything else, Kale suddenly grabbed his face and lifted him up with one hand. Under that tremendous force, Goku cried out in pain. The situation was completely obvious. If this kept going, Son Goku was going to be killed. Watching from the shadows, Caulifla instantly grew anxious. If Kale killed someone, the consequences would be severe. She had to be stopped. Where were those two guys?
Son Goku.
Now, I'll use you as a blood sacrifice. Kale grinned viciously at Goku, revealing intense killing intent. Damn it! Goku couldn't break free from her grip now. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly, a laser shot over and exploded on Kale's back. She cried out in pain and turned to look at the attacker. Luya was standing not far away, one hand condensed with a light wave aimed at Kale. Hey, you monster, come here. Roar. After being provoked, Kale's mood instantly dropped to the extreme. Then she violently threw Son Goku aside and roared as she charged toward Luya. Humph! Luya suddenly erupted with power, transforming into Super Saiyan God as he continuously fired ki blasts at her. But Kale was able to ignore Luya's attack and charge straight at him, smashing down with a powerful punch. Luya's eyes sharpened, and he immediately dodged Kale's attack, landing on the other side. Goku stood up. Hey, Luya, what brings you here? Luya gave a faint smile. That monster is going on a rampage. We can't just let her keep doing whatever she wants. Goku smiled too. Kale's power is way stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. Even if the two of us join forces, I'm afraid it still won't be easy to deal with her. Luya shook his head. You're wrong. It's not just the two of us. Huh? Goku froze for a moment, and in the next second, the space around Kale was directly sealed by a mysterious power. Time cage. Time skip. Goku was instantly startled, then immediately understood. It was hit. Now, Luya said in a low voice. Then he suddenly burst out with energy. and in an instant, a dazzling red aura erupted. Super Saiyan God. How is that possible? That Saiyan actually turned red. Kampa cried out in shock at the sight. I didn't expect there to be a form like this. And the divine power contained in this form is even denser than the blue one. Vados was also somewhat surprised. What is going on with that human Saiyan? Why does he possess the power of a god? This kind of divine power definitely isn't something that simple training could produce. After being strengthened by himself, it's become even more aggressive. What kind of beings are the Saiyans of Universe 7? The Supreme Kais of the various universes all spoke with complicated expressions. Faced with these Saiyans who kept transforming again and again, they felt pressure. Who knew just how many forms they actually had? That form is no simple matter. On a high rock in the distance, Topo looked at Luya's form and said gravely. Jiren watched the scene in the arena without saying a word. His expression did not even change in the slightest, as if this level of fighting was nothing more than child's play in his eyes. As Luya unleashed his full power, Goku laughed. Good. Then let's take this guy on together. Ha! With a loud shout, Goku transformed into blue as well, and the power of the two of them soared at that moment. At the same time, both of them drew their hands to their waists. Kamehame. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, faint cracks appeared in the time cage restraining Kale, and Hit's expression changed as he maintained time skip. Not good. Even time can't hold her down. Ugh hi! With a furious roar, Kale suddenly erupted with a powerful green energy in the next second. Instantly, Hit's time skip was broken, and Kale's body regained its freedom of movement. Now, Hit shouted coldly. Here it comes. Goku roared, and in the next second, he and Luya both shouted as they unleashed mighty Kamehamehas at the same time. Two incomparably powerful forces blasted toward Kale in an instant. Faced with such terrifying power, Kale could no longer ignore it like before. But with almost no reason left, she directly raised both hands to block the two ultimate attacks. Boom! 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 At once, under Kale's desperate resistance, she actually managed to barely hold back Luya and Goku's assault. Put more into it. Luya roared angrily. In the next moment, Luya and Goku's power suddenly surged again. Then, on top of the blue and red light around them, another layer of red aura was added. Kaioken. Aya! In an instant, the two of them pushed at the same time, and the power of the shockwave directly reached its peak. Kale's body gradually began to slide backward, and her face twisted with strain. Aya! Even though Kale suddenly forced out another burst of tremendous power, it was useless. She was already at the end of her rope. Pain and panic had already appeared on that savage face. Now, Hit! Luya suddenly shouted in a low voice. Aya! Under the combined force of Luya and Goku, the overwhelming power directly suppressed Kale. At the same time, Hit suddenly appeared above Kale. Kale was startled and looked up, meeting Hit's gaze directly. Hit looked at Kale and said flatly, You've caused enough trouble. That's enough. After saying that, he raised a hand toward Kale and condensed power with extreme speed. Boom! In the next moment, a purple aura wrapped around Hit. Instantly, the power gathering in his hand grew stronger and stronger. It was a strike containing his true strength. Ordinary attacks simply could not deal effective damage to Kale, so he had no choice but to go all out. Hit's eyes suddenly sharpened, and in the next second, he directly fired a reflected energy blast at Kale. Hurting his own teammate was not what Hit wanted either, but if he didn't do this, then Universe 6 would probably fall into a passive position next. With no spare strength left to block Hit's attack, Kale could only take Hit's full power blow head-on. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force swept outward, and a massive explosion erupted. Smoke immediately filled the area. Kale, Caulifla rushed over the moment she saw this. Luya and Goku both withdrew their auras, then looked toward the center of the battlefield. Seriously impressive. It took all three of us working together just to beat her, Goku said with some amazement. Luya said calmly, That was the legendary Super Saiyan, a being with the ancient bloodline of the Saiyans. A monster like that has power that can't be measured. The legendary Super Saiyan? Goku muttered, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. It was his first time seeing something like this, so there was no need to dig too deeply into it right now, especially for someone as simple-minded as him. Soon, the smoke cleared, and the center of the explosion was in complete ruin. They really did it. Everyone sighed in amazement. They had actually joined forces and taken down that monster. It had to be said, those few were truly incredibly powerful. Universe 7 will be our formidable enemy. Topo had also noticed a few details. He had fought Son Goku before, and at the time, he thought Goku was the only one in Universe 7 who could really fight. But now, it seemed that was not the case. Aside from Son Goku, Universe 7 had many more experts. For example, Vegeta. For example, Luya. Saiyans really are no ordinary bunch. Jiren, however, felt nothing in particular. For him, the objective this time was the Super Dragon Balls. Whoever stood in his way would be swept aside together. No matter how big an ant was, it was still just an ant. At that moment, the rubble suddenly shifted. Then Kale's body directly forced apart the pile of stones. Her condition was not good either, and she was breathing heavily in great gulps. Although Hit's move had been beautifully executed, it still had not left any real injuries on her. Of course, for her, the consumption had still been enormous. Her stamina was already close to its limit. Grr. Kale let out a low growl, preparing to gather ki and attack again. This girl is seriously still fine after all that? Doesn't that make her way too ridiculous? Luya said with a pained expression. But our attacks definitely had an effect on her, Goku said, somewhat comforted. Roar. At last, Kale let out an angry roar, and then a powerful force burst out again. She recovered that fast? Goku said in shock. Luya's expression also turned grave. This was exactly what made the legendary green-haired Super Saiyan such a freak. Making an enemy of someone like this was unbelievably unlucky. And Kale charged straight at Luya and Goku, coming at them with fierce momentum, unstoppable. The two of them gathered their strength, ready to fight. Slash. At that moment, Hit made his move. He directly used his time skip to lock down Kale's movements, leaving her unable to move. But very soon, everyone's expressions changed, because Hit's time skip didn't last long before cracks started appearing. Crack, crack, crack. As the surrounding space itself was dyed green at that moment, Kale's furious roar rang out across the arena. Right after that, a terrifying aura directly shattered the temporal prison of time skip. Kale regained her freedom and immediately threw a punch down at Luya. Just as the group was preparing for a hard fight, suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the arena. The very next second, she blocked Kale's punch with her bare hand. Caulifla. Hit was startled. After catching Kale's punch, Caulifla didn't have it easy either. Her body unconsciously slid backward, and at that moment, the shock made her arm almost go numb. Not bad, Kale. Caulifla suddenly laughed. This girl. Goku looked at Caulifla in a bit of a daze. Luya glanced at them, then motioned for Goku to step back. Roar? Kale looked at the tiny ant blocking her in front of her and froze for a moment. But then her expression suddenly turned fierce again. Hit also stayed on guard, ready to provide support at any time. Hey, Kale, you did really well. This kind of power is exactly what I've always been chasing. You've already far surpassed me. As your big sister, I'm really happy. Caulifla continued with a smile. Kale's body stiffened a little, as if some kind of will was making her thoughts struggle. No matter what anyone else says, you're still my little sister. No one can replace you, and no one can take me away. The most important person to me is you, Kale. Caulifla said seriously. Big sister. Kale gradually regained her sanity. Caulifla's words had undoubtedly pulled her back into reality. That's right, her big sister was hers. Only if she became strong enough could she stop holding her sister back. Only then could she fight alongside her sister shoulder to shoulder, instead of turning into this kind of monster. This kind of monster that would even kill her own sister. Kale suddenly clutched her head and cried out in pain, her body trembling nonstop. Kale, change back. Believe in yourself. Caulifla revealed a smile. Don't let me down, big sister. Kale suddenly threw her head back and roared. Right after that, the green light around her suddenly faded away, and she immediately returned to her normal appearance. But the moment she changed back, Kale suddenly went limp. Caulifla hurriedly caught her and smiled in relief. That's great, Kale. You did it, big sister.
I'm sorry.
Kale felt conflicted and guilty. She had nearly killed her own sister. Caulifla didn't seem to mind at all. What a strange kind of relationship. Luya muttered with a strange look. He guessed Kale should be a lesbian, but these two really did have some strong chemistry going on. Thinking that, Luya looked at Caulifla. She looked pretty good, just a little too flat. At that moment, Hit walked over and said to Caulifla, she needs rest. Hurry and take her somewhere to hide. I understand. Caulifla nodded. Hit then looked at Luya and said, so, are we gonna have our battle now? Luya smiled. We've both overexerted ourselves this time, so let's do it next time. When that time comes, we'll be opponents. Hit suddenly smiled. In that case, alright. As he spoke, he looked at Goku and said, be careful, son Goku. A fighting spirit appeared on Goku's face as he smiled. Yeah, Hit. I hope we can spar again. Hit smiled. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. Caulifla carried Kale on her back and looked at Luya. Thanks, even though we're enemies. Luya nodded. It's nothing. Once you've recovered, you're welcome to come fight anytime. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Help Kale return to normal and save the situation. Ding. Reward, 2 billion power level points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Current bloodline purity, 30. Upon reaching 100, you will be able to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form and obtain legendary Super Saiyan skills. Luya was startled, but nothing changed on his face. That's true. You two should still have a lot of room to improve. When that time comes, we can really have a good fight, Goku said with a faint smile as well. Humph, just wait and see. I'll definitely turn blue and surpass you guys. No, and red too. Caulifla looked at Luya, and a trace of burning passion appeared in her eyes. Those two were unbelievably powerful Saiyans. She didn't have a heaven-defying transformation like Kale, so surpassing them would be extremely difficult. But Caulifla believed that as long as she wanted it badly enough, she could surpass everyone. Let's go. Otherwise people will say we're taking advantage of you, Luya said flatly. Caulifla smiled, then prepared to leave. Whoosh! But right at that moment, several red energy ropes suddenly flew over and directly bound the two sisters. What? Caulifla was shocked. Luya and Goku's expressions also turned serious. Humph! Since you ignore justice, then it falls to the Pride Troopers to step in. At that moment, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. The sudden turn of events made Caulifla's expression change, but carrying Kale on her back, she was already unable to move and the two of them were completely restrained. The one who had launched the sneak attack was precisely a Pride Trooper member who had been hiding in the dark. One of Universe 11's fighters. Humph! You monster! For the sake of justice, I absolutely won't allow you to keep existing here. To prevent that savage nature from being unleashed again, I, Bune of the Pride Troopers, will defeat you, the fighter said proudly, not forgetting to strike a pose. Damn it! Caulifla's pretty face turned icy. Then she looked at Luya and Goku with difficulty. Hey, get rid of him for me. Just treat it like you owe me a favor. It wasn't clear whether she was saying it to Luya or to Goku. Goku looked at Bune with some displeasure. Sneak attacking while they're worn out like this. You don't have any martial artist spirit at all. No honor at all. Humph! I advise you not to meddle. In a little while, Universe 11 will defeat all of you from Universe 7. Bune said coldly. You sure talk a lot? Luya said flatly. Then he suddenly fired an energy slash, and in an instant, all those red ropes were cut apart. What? How is that possible? How could you break my restraints so easily? Bune said in disbelief. This move of his was specifically meant to suppress evil. So why could these enemies of his break it so easily? Showing off a petty trick in front of an expert. Luya curled his lips into a smile, then instantly used instant transmission to appear in front of Bune. You! Bune was shocked, but Luya's actions didn't give him the time to stay shocked. In an instant, Luya drove a knee hard into Bune's stomach, and the latter immediately cried out in pain. His body bending like a shrimp, Luya glanced at him and said, Among the Pride Troopers, aside from that one guy, the rest of you are just shrimps and crabs. Arrogant. As far as Luya was concerned, if you were going to act cool, you had to commit to it. At the very least, your aura couldn't lose. As he said that, Luya suddenly condensed an energy blast and directly sent him away with it. Universe 11's Bune has been eliminated. The Grand Priest announced. Bune. The Omni King eagerly searched through the list, then tapped Bune's portrait under Universe 11. That's another one gone. The left Omni King said excitedly. How wonderful. Super Saiyans. The Pride Troopers. It's getting more and more exciting. The right Omni King said, dancing with excitement. Thanks. Caulifla looked at Luya and said, Luashrugjd. I was just eliminating opponents normally. Whether it's Universe 11 or your Universe 6, you're all my opponents. So next time I see you, I won't hold back either. Ah, just come at me then, Caulifla said with a proud look on her face, then carried Kale away with a few leaps. What an interesting Saiyan. Compared to the Saiyans of our Universe 7, the Saiyans of Universe 6 look a bit undernourished, Goku said as he walked forward thoughtfully. Luya smiled a little. That's true, but their strength really is decent. That's right. I hope they become even stronger the next time we meet. Goku laughed. Humph. You evil guys can still laugh at a time like this. At that moment, a gloomy voice interrupted their conversation. On the other side, after Kale's crisis was resolved, the contestants all began their elimination battles one after another. Vegeta was in a fierce fight against Universe 6's Badamo and Magetta. Those two were extremely troublesome. If he hadn't been able to transform into a Super Saiyan, he probably really wouldn't have been able to deal with them. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Can you only hide like a rat too? Vegeta? Riding on Magetta's head, Badamo looked at Vegeta smugly, while he and Magetta continuously reflected energy blasts. TCH. Two mortal trash. Vegeta's face darkened with anger. Good job, Badamo, Magetta. Just throw Vegeta off like that for me. Kampa had finally recovered from what happened with Kale. Noticing the situation on Vegeta's side, he immediately started cheering them on loudly. TCH. Those two idiots again. What a pain, Beerus said unhappily. Heh, saying that makes you look petty, Beerus. After their last defeat, Badamo and Magetta trained their teamwork again. There's no way your Universe 7 can beat them easily. Kampa let out a smug giggling laugh. Is that so? Humph. Just watch carefully. In front of absolute power, any technique is meaningless, Beerus said flatly, completely unaffected by Kampa's taunting. As he spoke, Beerus looked at Vegeta and said unhurriedly, Hey Vegeta, there's no need to make a big fuss over two worthless nobodies. Finish them quickly. Hearing that, Vegeta's expression calmed down. Then he looked at Badamo and suddenly revealed a strange smile. Why did you two have to come looking for trouble with me? Losers. What? Badamo's face sank. The next second, he and Magetta immediately exerted force and fired energy blasts straight at Vegeta. Ha! Vegeta suddenly roared, and right after that, a terrifying power swept out directly. Even their energy blasts were blown apart in that instant. At once, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and leaped forward in an instant. Crap! Magetta! Stop him! Badamo was clearly frightened by Vegeta's ferocious momentum and hurriedly warned Magetta. A fierce look flashed in Magetta's eyes. He immediately vented several bursts of white steam, and his iron arm smashed straight toward Vegeta. Bang! With a single swing of his arm, Vegeta broke through Magetta's block with overwhelming force, and at the same time, he had already charged in front of Badamo. Yuvanadi! Cold sweat slid down Badamo's face as he hurriedly spat out an energy wave from his mouth. But what he didn't expect was that Vegeta flipped his body and directly dodged the energy blast. At the same time, Vegeta had already jumped right in front of Badamo. Trash like you. Get down there. Bang! The moment the words fell, Vegeta smashed a heavy punch straight into Badamo's face. Instantly, Badamo's face nearly deformed, and the huge force knocked him off Magetta's body and slammed him hard onto the ground. And without Badamo's cover, Magetta's ears were left open. Seizing the chance, Vegeta directly cursed at him. You pile of scrap metal. What the hell are you acting so arrogant for? Magetta's face changed in horror at once. He looked as aggrieved as if someone had bullied him. He even forgot to defend, and Vegeta kicked him straight to Badamo's side. You two actually dared to look down on my power, Vegeta's power. Anger appeared on Vegeta's face. This is bad. Badamo, hurry and run. Seeing this scene, Kampa instantly panicked and shouted quickly. But Magetta had already lost his fighting spirit and didn't want to move at all, while Badamo was willing but powerless. At this moment, Vegeta had already gathered his ultimate move. Get down there, you two pieces of trash. Final flash. With an angry roar, Vegeta directly fired the final flash. In an instant, the powerful shockwave swept Badamo and Magetta away. The two wanted to resist, but discovered that with their power, they simply couldn't contend against Vegeta. With two screams, the two fighters fell from the arena and were eliminated. Universe 6's contestant Badamo and contestant Magetta have fallen from the arena and are eliminated. The Grand Minister maintained his smile as he announced, Hey! How could you lose? This is way too disappointing. Kampa immediately shouted angrily at Badamo and Magetta. Please calm down, Lord Kampa. They did their best too. Vados couldn't help but persuade him. Badamo poked his fingers together in shame, while Magetta had shut down again and didn't want to speak. Kampa sighed. Losing two people all at once is really a headache. Heh. So how was that? Weren't you acting pretty arrogant just now? Beerus's voice came over, full of smugness. Beerus, just you wait. Kampa glared at Beerus unhappily, looking like he wanted to scratch up his face. At this moment, Vegeta returned to normal and proudly crossed his arms. Master, next, I'll fight you. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes and smiled. Fine, this time, I'll teach you a new lesson. On the other side, after dealing with Universe 11's Bun, Lua and Goku were about to split up. Wait, suddenly, a voice rang out, and at the same time, several powerful auras directly locked onto Lua and Goku. Lua and Goku both looked over and were instantly stunned. On a high ground in front of them stood 5 warriors in red uniforms. Again with Universe 11.
Son Goku.
You dared to eliminate our companions, and you even dared to help that evil Saiyan. That makes you our enemies. The leading burly man said in a deep voice. One of his eyes was mechanical, though it was unclear what it was for. Who are you guys? Goku asked in confusion. Humph. My name is Kazral. I am a member of the Pride Troopers. The man with the mechanical eye declared loudly, not forgetting to strike a strange pose. I am Tupper. The green-skinned, bearded burly man struck a standard bodybuilding pose. Kettle. This was a warrior with a humanoid body and a monster-like head. Worth mentioning was that his physique was extremely powerful. Zoire. This was a warrior of extremely short stature, with 2 horns growing from his head. Kokot, a female warrior with long pink hair, said elegantly. We are the Pride Troopers. The 5 of them struck poses that were nearly perfect, with a very distinctive entrance. Is this the Ginyu Force or something? Goku and Lua were dumbfounded. The way they looked at them turned a little strange. These guys really were. How should they put it? Like a bunch of idiots. They couldn't help but think of the Jinyu Force. Frieza's subordinates back on planet Namek. Humph. Ignorant brutes. You know nothing of the aesthetic beauty of justice. No wonder you would help that evil monster. Khazrul snorted coldly. If you stand against justice, then you are our enemies. We will protect justice and resolutely wipe you out. Kokot elegantly pointed at Luya and Goku, but her tone was a little arrogant. Luya smiled faintly. That last part is what you really wanted to say, right? Yapping here about some bullshit justice. Don't you find yourselves ridiculous? What? What did you say? Who are you? How dare you profane justice? Casserole instantly flew into a rage. Who am I? Are you blind? Then again, only trash like you, chasing personal gain while keeping justice on your lips, would have bad eyes. Luya sneered. Then his gaze sharpened. Listen up. I'll teach you who we are. Boom. The next moment, Luya directly powered up. In an instant, golden energy erupted out. Goku also grew excited. 2 against 5? Yoshi, I'm in 2. Ha! Boom! At once, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Humph! Big talk from the two of you. With just you two, there's no way you can beat all 5 of us. Casserole sneered. Then he suddenly gathered ki, and right after that he flung both hands out. 2 energy blades condensed in his hands. Somewhat similar to Zamasu's technique. Go! At once, all 5 of them charged straight at Luya and Goku. How many do you want? Luya smiled slightly and looked at Goku. The more, the better. Goku grinned, then rushed up directly. Luya smiled too. Then he looked at Tupper and Zwar, who were charging at him. The next instant he was already in front of them, and the 2 of them had barely even noticed. Time skip. Luya wasn't like Goku holding back at the start to spar with people. If he could end the fight faster, then there was no point wasting time with nonsense. Bang! Bang! With 1 punch and 1 kick, he sent the 2 of them flying, and they crashed straight to the ground. Zwar, Tupper. Casserole's expression changed. He hadn't expected his teammates to be knocked down so quickly. Hey, your opponent is me. Goku suddenly appeared in front of Casserole and threw a punch straight at him. Startled, Casserole crossed his 2 energy blades and directly blocked Goku's fist. At the same time he said to Kokot, go help Tupper and the others. Son Goku is for me and Kettle. Kokot didn't hesitate. She nodded and charged toward Luya. Ha! Kettle rushed straight at Goku, forcing him to give up attacking Casserole and dodge to the side. Seizing that chance, Casserole also pressed in directly and joined forces with Kettle against Son Goku. On the other side, Kokot rushed in front of Luya, then suddenly fired a pink light sphere at him. Kokot's own. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew this technique could create another space. Once it trapped an opponent, that opponent wouldn't be able to get out, but people outside could still beat up the one inside. But if she thought he knew nothing about it, then she was gravely mistaken. Just as the light sphere was about to hit him, Luya leaped up and directly dodged Kokot's sphere, then charged toward her. What? Kokot was startled. Then several energy blasts burst out from inside and shot toward Luya. Luya let out a cold laugh. His figure easily dodged them, and in an instant, he appeared behind her and smashed down with both fists clasped together. Kokot let out a scream as her body dropped, and a massive crater appeared in the ground. Kokot. Seeing that, Tupper immediately shouted in worry. At the same time, he looked at Luya. Damn it! How dare you be so rough with a lady? Luya was so annoyed he laughed. What? Was I supposed to warn her before hitting her? What kind of crap is that? Whoosh! At that moment, a tornado swept straight toward Luya. His power was utterly destructive. Luya frowned and fired several ki blasts directly, but all of them were swept away by the tornado. At the same time, Zwar's smug face appeared within the tornado. Taste my justice, tornado. Luya's figure flashed, directly avoiding the attack. But Zwar seemed locked onto Luya and kept chasing after him. At the same time, Kokot and Tupper also pressed the advantage, constantly launching attacks. In the distance, Topo and Jiren also saw the battle in the arena. As captain, the former was naturally a little worried. Those 2 Saiyans are both very strong. Even though Casserole and the others have the advantage in numbers, I'm afraid it still won't be easy for them to win. Should we help? Jiren glanced at the situation in the arena and finally spoke. The weak should not cower beneath the wings of the strong, conserving their strength. After saying that, his figure flashed and he disappeared directly. Hearing that, Topo let out a sigh. He knew Jiren's pride well. Even though Jiren had joined the Pride Troopers, there was still an enormous gap between them. With another sigh, Topo could only follow in Jiren's footsteps. Why isn't Jiren going to help? If all of them moved out together, eliminating Son Goku and that Saiyan should be easy. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said with some dissatisfaction. Logically speaking, this was an extremely good opportunity. If they could eliminate the powerful enemy Son Goku ahead of time, then Universe 11 would firmly seize first place in advance. But the clown god of destruction said calmly, "You don't understand Jiren. He is extremely proud and would absolutely never acknowledge a weak person. Not only that, asking him to go help would be an insult to him. It would also be a disgrace to the entire Pride Troopers. Jiren has his own dignity, but at a moment like this, when the survival of the universe is on the line, is dignity really useful?" The Supreme Kai sighed. "Trust Jiren. His power is not as simple as you think," the clown god of destruction said calmly. Supreme Kai. On the other side, Caulifla, who had not left long ago, also ran into powerful enemies. 2 robots blocked their path. "Hee, we finally caught 2 stragglers. In your condition, you're no match for them at all," the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 said with a strange smile. Beep beep beep. The robot god of destruction let out a few mechanical sounds. And the angel behind him said, "Lord Moscow says to press the attack in one go and throw the scions off. Humph, you really know how to exploit an opening. Slipping into every crack. That's what petty people do. Kale, you rest first. I'll deal with them," Caulifla sneered. "Sis, I want to fight by your side." Not wanting to drag her sister down, Kale said firmly. Caulifla looked at those determined eyes, then smiled. "Good, then let's fight together. And while we're at it, let's show them how awesome scions are." The tournament of power had already passed nearly 1/3 of its duration. Every universe had suffered eliminations, and some universes had less than half their fighters remaining. But one thing was clear. The universe with the most people left was Universe 7. They had only lost 1 person, while everyone else was still fighting on. Of course, aside from Krillin, none of the other 9 were easy to deal with. At this moment, Goku and Luya were fighting the powerful enemies of Universe 11, and with their numerical advantage, the other side had successfully pinned the 2 of them down. Casserole and Kettle were working together, and the 2 had their own strengths. Kettle specialized in long-range attacks. He could release countless energy bullets and make them float in the air. If touched, they would explode on their own. And not only that, he could also control those energy bullets to attack enemies, making them extremely hard to guard against. Ordinary people simply couldn't dodge those attacks that formed a net covering heaven and earth. Goku was also dodging in haste, while Casserole displayed his considerable close combat ability. Whenever Kettle interfered with Goku, he struck like lightning. Goku was also somewhat restrained, which kept him from fully bringing out his power. Facing Casserole's assault, all he could do for the moment was defend. He wasn't able to launch any effective attacks. Meanwhile, Luya was dodging Kokot's special spheres while also avoiding the invincible wind and fire will formed by Zwar and Tupper's teamwork. "Interesting. I didn't expect your coordination to be this seamless. Compared to the Jinyu Force, your dance is worse, but your strength is a lot better," Luya said calmly, sounding half complimentary, half mocking. But to the Pride Troopers, those words were undoubtedly an insult. He was questioning their strength. "You bastard. If you've got the guts, then stop dodging." Seeing that her attacks still couldn't hit her opponent, Kokot immediately got a little angry. Suddenly, Luya really did stop moving. Then he fired an energy blast at the Kokot sphere flying toward him. In an instant, the 2 energies collided, and the next moment, the Kokot sphere suddenly shattered apart. "How is that possible? How could your ordinary attack break my Kokot sphere?" Kokot was stunned. She simply couldn't understand it. Luya sneered. "What the hell is that supposed to be? In the face of absolute strength. Who the hell do you think you are?" He had been dodging the whole time, but if they thought that meant he was scared, then they were gravely mistaken. "Damn it, you bastard!" Kokot was infuriated. At the same time, she suddenly fired dozens of Kokot spheres, then shouted, "Zwar, got it." Whirlwind Zwar instantly understood. Right after that, he suddenly swept the Kokot spheres into his whirlwind and charged straight at Luya. Luya's face turned cold. Then he suddenly powered up and instantly entered full-power Super Saiyan. Kamehameha. The next moment, Luya directly fired a Kamehameha at the whirlwind. Boom boom boom. For a moment, the whirlwind slammed head-on into the Kamehameha, and then part of the energy was blown away by the massive wind force. But how could Luya's Kamehameha be that simple? Under its overwhelming power, it actually forced Zwar to a complete stop. How is that possible? It actually stopped Zwar. Just how strong is this Saiyan? Kokot cried out in shock. She hadn't expected this opponent to be so powerful. She had seen the might of Zwar's whirlwind before, so how could it be blocked so easily? This made no sense. Yuwa! After resisting for a brief moment, Zwar could no longer hold back Luya's offensive. The Kokot spheres he had been carrying were blown apart and scattered, while he himself could no longer maintain his whirlwind form and was directly taken out by Luya's Kamehameha. Zwar! Seeing this, Tupper's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Under that powerful attack, Zwar had no power to resist at all, and was directly knocked off the arena. Contestant Zwar of Universe 11 has been eliminated, the Grand Minister announced at the proper moment. How could this happen? He got knocked out that easily. Universe 11's Supreme Kai said unhappily. I'm sorry, Zwar said guiltily. After taking care of Zwar, Luya looked at the other two and said, Come on, you're next. Damn it. Cocotte stared at Luya with an ugly expression, as if she wanted to kill him with her eyes. Tupper appeared at her side and also looked at Luya with a solemn expression. Be careful. This opponent isn't simple. Humph. We're going to avenge Zwar. Cocotte snorted coldly. Of course. Tupper nodded firmly. Wrapped in a golden aura, Luya slowly walked toward them. His calm, unhurried manner caused the pressure on Cocotte and Tupper to multiply. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Luya looked at them in disdain. Damn it. Let me handle you. With that, Tupper leaped up and then charged fiercely at Luya. Luya's face turned cold, and he rushed forward at the same time. Da-da-da. A series of collisions rang out. Luya showed no fear at all against Tupper's assault, and he was even gaining the upper hand. Ha! Bang! Bam! With one punch and one kick, Luya directly sent Tupper flying. At the same time, he fired a ki blast straight at Cocotte. Startled, she quickly dodged aside. Bastard! I won't lose to you, Tupper roared. Then he directly unleashed a shockwave, and that powerful force burst forward and shot fiercely at Luya. Luya snorted coldly, condensed an energy blast in one hand, and directly broke through Tupper's shockwave with a single move. How could this be? Tupper was somewhat shocked. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about my power? Luya smiled faintly. Then he vanished in an instant, and in the blink of an eye he was already in front of Tupper, punching him and sending him flying. Tupper let out a miserable scream and was blasted backward. Tupper, watch out, Cocotte called out anxiously. She hadn't expected that this guy, who had just been forced into such a frantic state by them earlier, would be this fierce once he started counterattacking. Luya bared his teeth in a grin. These guys really thought they had him under control just because he'd held back a little? How naive. With that thought, Luya stopped messing around. He instantly flashed in front of Tupper and directly shoved him outward with an energy blast. Boom! The energy blast exploded at the edge of the arena, taking Tupper out with it. How is this possible? Another one eliminated. Universe 11's Supreme Kai was completely thrown off. Were the contestants he had carefully selected really this weak? Whoosh! Suddenly, an energy sphere shot straight at Luya, catching him completely off guard. Luya instinctively raised a hand and threw a punch, but the next moment, his entire body was directly absorbed into that energy sphere. I got careless. Luya frowned slightly. Ha ha ha. I finally got you. You bastard, you eliminated two of my companions. In the name of justice, I will absolutely not let you go. A triumphant expression finally appeared on Cocotte's face. Luya looked at Cocotte without any panic. Is that so? You really think you can trap me? Cocotte sneered. Of course. Inside this Cocotte sphere is another space-time. Once someone gets trapped inside, they're no longer in this space-time. There is absolutely no way you'll escape. Luya shook his head, a bit pitying. With a brain like yours, didn't I already say this just now? In the face of absolute power, all schemes are nothing but floating clouds. Impossible. My ability is enough to trap someone like you. There's no way you can escape. Cocotte clearly didn't believe him. Is that so? Then I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Luya gave a strange smile, and then he suddenly began to power up. Ha! With one full-force roar, Luya's power shot upward in a straight line. Then the golden energy around his body began erupting non-stop. In an instant, a terrifying force filled the entire sphere. What? Cocotte's face changed. She was shocked. Had this guy really not used his full strength this whole time? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, that powerful energy seemed about to burst the entire Cocotte sphere apart. And Luya was still powering up non-stop, his strength continuing to rise. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the Cocotte sphere, and then more and more of them spread across it. Hey, Cocotte, what are you standing there for? Throw him off now while you still can. At that moment, the clown god of destruction suddenly roared. Cocotte also snapped out of her shock. She was just about to attack Luya, but it was already one step too late. Crack. A sudden strange sound rang out. Right after that, an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from within the sphere, filled with golden light. In an instant, the entire sphere exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luya, his whole body flashing with golden light, appeared in the arena. He stared straight at Cocotte, then sneered. Now what do you think? How is this possible? Cocotte's face was full of disbelief. Then, Luya prepared to make his move. Time's about up. Dragging this out with trash like you doesn't do me any good either. Not good. Cocotte was startled. She knew that, with her current power, she was absolutely no match for him, so she suddenly pulled a bizarre move. She directly cast Cocotte's sphere on herself, and instantly, she was wrapped inside a sphere. Phew! Cocotte finally let out a sigh of relief. Now you can't hit me. Ahaha! The corner of Luya's mouth twitched. What kind of IQ is that? As he spoke, he reached toward Cocotte, then fired out an energy wave. Boom! In an instant, that energy wave directly carried Cocotte, along with the sphere, and blasted her off the arena. I got careless. Cocotte appeared in the spectator stands, looking a little dazed. With that IQ, why were you even brought to the Tournament of Power? The clown god of destruction said speechlessly. Damn it, their universe had directly lost 4 people. How were they supposed to keep playing like this? Fortunately, the Tournament of Power isn't an IQ tournament, the Supreme Kai also said flatly. Cocotte. After dealing with 3 opponents, Luya returned to normal. Although that large-scale output had drained some stamina, for him it still wasn't anywhere near his limit. Turning his head, he saw that Goku was still locked in a hard battle. Kettle's attacks were coming down like raindrops, making Goku somewhat busy dodging, and at the same time, he also had to deal with Casserel's attacks, so he was at a bit of a disadvantage. After thinking about it, Luya still chose not to help. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed something. He immediately turned around and looked toward a high place. There, a beautiful figure was watching him. Luya. On the other side, Goku, who was fighting bitterly, also noticed that Luya had won, and immediately sighed, I can't fall behind either. Ha! With a loud shout, Goku directly powered up and actually forced Casserel back on the spot. After being knocked back, Casserel glanced in Luya's direction. Truly amazing. To eliminate 3 members of my Pride Troopers all by yourself. Kettle landed in front of Casserel. What do we do? Tado and the others were eliminated. Casserel said in a deep voice, in that case we can't hold back anymore. We have to use our true power. As he spoke, the 2 key blades in his hands expanded slightly, and their power rose quite a bit. Understood. Kettle nodded seriously. Then he also suddenly burst out with a powerful force. And in an instant, countless energy bullets condensed around his body. You 2 are pretty interesting. Your teamwork is really impressive. But I won't lose to you. Goku grinned, his eyes full of confidence. Humph. Letting evil run rampant is an insult to our justice. Son Goku, we will execute you on the spot. Casserel pointed at Goku and shouted deeply. Is that so? Then come try it. I won't be holding back now either. Goku grinned and said provocatively. Kettle. Casserel suddenly called out. Understood. The latter directly controlled the energy bullets around him, and then, countless energy bullets attacked Goku at once. Their power had risen far more than before. Goku powered up, golden energy flashing, and then his body lunged forward, directly charging into those attacks. In midair, Goku continuously dodged those attacks, his movements flowing like water, and very quickly he closed in on them. Take this! Casserel roared angrily and directly charged at Goku. Meanwhile, Kettle controlled the energy bullets to support him. Those energy bullets could easily avoid Casserel and created space for him to fully unleash his moves. Goku showed not the slightest fear and directly clashed with Casserel. For a moment, the 2 of them engaged in an intense exchange. Although Casserel's keyblades were powerful, Goku was always able to dodge them with ease. Even though the 2 of them had good coordination, Goku still displayed an incredibly perfect defensive.
Top.
Under Goku's increasingly fierce attacks, Casserel could only barely defend himself, and only with Kettle's support could he barely launch the occasional counterattack. Ha! But Goku suddenly exerted force, and in an instant, his fist wrapped in golden light shot out with a punch. Casserel was startled and hurriedly tried to block it, but in the next moment, under a burst of immense force, his key blade was directly shattered by Goku's punch. His whole body was sent flying as well, crashing into a small hill. At the same time, Goku looked up at Kettle, then directly charged toward him. What? Kettle was shocked, then quickly released countless ki blasts, firing them wildly at Goku. Kamehameha. While dodging, Goku gathered power and directly fired a powerful beam. In an instant, he blasted straight at Kettle head-on. The ki blasts Kettle had released were directly crushed by the Kamehameha. Amid a burst of explosions, Kettle let out a scream and was sent flying out of the arena. Swish! The next second, there was one more person in Universe 11 spectator stands. The 6th eliminated. Everyone in Universe 11 looked extremely grim. It felt like Universe 7 was completely controlling them. Kettle. Casserel's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. In the end, he was the only one left. Hey, now it's your turn. Goku looked at him with a smile. Damn you! You actually eliminated all my companions. Casserel was furious. At once, the ki blades in his hands transformed directly into energy spheres. Their power was enormous as he hurled them straight at Goku. Goku's eyes sharpened, and he was about to break the technique. But right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of him, then directly kicked the energy sphere away with one kick. What? Casserel's face turned green. He couldn't believe his energy attack had been kicked away. He immediately glared angrily at the one who had acted. 17? Why did you come? Goku looked at the person in front of him in surprise. The one who came was Android 17. Android 17 smiled slightly. Watching you fight this hard, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I figured I'd step in. What are you talking about? I just wanted to fight a little longer. Goku was dissatisfied with what he said. Whatever. So, do you mind if I take him on? Android 17 said with a smile. No way. He's mine. You should find another opponent. Goku walked past Android 17 and headed toward Casserole. You people actually look down on me this much. Casserole's face looked incomparably ugly. He felt humiliated. Isn't it only right to look down on you? You're pathetically weak. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and right after that, Android 18 suddenly appeared behind Casserole and blasted him away with an energy shot. Casserole was caught completely off guard and was blown flying a long distance. 18. Why did you come too? Goku was a little depressed. Why was everyone running over to his side? Android 18 clapped her hands, then said, I didn't like the look of him, so I hit him. You got a problem with that? These people who shouted about justice while doing such underhanded things themselves made her extremely annoyed. How were you able to appear behind me without a sound? Casserole looked at Android 18 in disbelief. That's not something you get to know. Android 18 snorted coldly. Damn it, these guys are gathered together. I can't stay here, or I won't be a match for them. Casserole judged in his heart. Be careful. He might be trying to run. Android 17 suddenly reminded them. How could we let him get away? Android 18 let out a cold laugh, then gathered power in her hand and aimed at Casserole. Damn it, I'll go all out. Casserole suddenly erupted, and a powerful force burst straight out of his body. In an instant, he condensed energy, roared, and fired it directly at Goku and the others. Here it comes. Goku also gathered power, and at once a powerful aura burst out from him. Android 17 and Android 18 were no less willing to back down, and directly fired energy waves at Casserole. Boom! Under the terrifying beam clash, a powerful explosion swept outward, and smoke instantly filled the arena. Whoosh! Suddenly, after the explosion on the stage, one more person appeared in Universe 11's spectator stands. It was Casserole. Against the combined efforts of Goku and the Android 17-18 siblings, Casserole was no match at all. Too despicable. 3 against 1. Universe 11's Supreme Kai said somewhat unwillingly. Humph, give it a rest. When the 5 of you were ganging up on the 2 of us earlier, why didn't you say anything? If your strength isn't enough, don't rely on your mouth. Beerus suddenly mocked. What? Universe 11's Supreme Kai looked at Beerus in embarrassment and anger. I'd advise you to behave. You're just a Supreme Kai, and you dare talk to me like that? Even Belmod won't be able to protect you. There was already a trace of coldness in Beerus's eyes. Universe 11's Supreme Kai. Hey Beerus, you're getting a little too arrogant. The clown god of destruction looked at Beerus with some displeasure. The latter said indifferently, this is the tournament of power. If this idiot is talking about fairness here, then your Universe 11 is the most hypocritical side of all. You shout slogans of justice while eliminating other opponents. Even I feel embarrassed for you. The clown god of destruction gritted his teeth as he stared at Beerus, just short of rushing up and blasting him on the spot. Alright, everyone. No need to argue. Just watch the match properly. The Grand Priest suddenly spoke. The 2 gods of destruction looked at each other, then each let out a cold snort and stopped paying attention to the other. In the arena, Goku, Android 17, and Android 18 gathered together. By the way, are you okay right now? After fighting for so long, you've probably used up a lot of energy, right? Android 17 looked at Goku and asked curiously. Goku grinned. It's nothing much. When I fight, I usually don't use my full strength, and while fighting, I also try to conserve stamina. That way, the drain isn't too big. I see? Android 17 understood. He had to admit that Son Goku really knew what he was doing when it came to fighting. But I really envy you and 18. As androids, you have endless energy. That means you can keep fighting the whole time. That's really amazing. Goku looked at the 2 of them and smiled. If you're willing, you could become an android too. Then it'd be fine. Android 17 laughed. Forget it. Forget it. It's better like this. Goku waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, bursts of explosions came from not too far away, drawing the attention of all 3. That sounds like Luya's direction. Goku's expression changed as he said, let's go take a look. After speaking, Android 17 rushed out directly. Goku and the other hurriedly followed. On the other side, Luya, in his normal state, was looking in a certain direction with a strange expression on his face. Over there were several people, 3 women and 2 men. But what made Luya awkward was that those women were the most awkward cringe bunch in the Tournament of Power. The fighters from Universe 2. Universe 7. I finally found you. Now let Universe 2 deal with you. Among them, a beautiful young girl smiled elegantly and pointed at Luya. Oh, I've heard of you. Supposedly, you can transform. How about all of you come at me together and nobody transforms? Okay. So I don't end up wanting to take off my shoe and smack someone the moment I see your faces. Oh, I didn't expect you'd heard of us. Interesting. But that's not a reason for us to go easy on you. I, Ribrian, will lead my sisters, carry the will of Universe 2, protect the beauty of the universe, and wipe you out in one fell swoop, Ribrian said proudly.
Iemsu.
Said the purple-haired girl on her left.
I'm Sanka.
Said the brown-haired girl on her right with a smile. The magical maidens of Universe 2. Yeeha, it's here. The time has finally come. Universe 2's old Supreme Kai said excitedly. Let the strongest magical maidens of our Universe 2 bloom into beautiful flowers on the battlefield. Universe 2's god of destruction said gracefully. Beautiful flowers? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Beerus's mouth twitched, feeling embarrassed for them. Seriously, what kind of nonsense is she babbling about? Old Supreme Kai also said speechlessly. Go, Ribrian. Let them witness your beauty. Universe 2's god of destruction felt not the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, she seemed proud of it. Then next, it will be our performance.
Su.
Sanka. Ribrian smiled. Yes. The two girls answered as well. What are they doing? At this moment, Vegeta, Goku, and the others all looked at those women, feeling baffled. Without question, they were all battle maniacs through and had no idea how to appreciate any of this. Luya also watched the scene speechlessly. The awkward part was about to begin. What are they doing? Android 17 asked in confusion. Without even looking at the scene, Android 18 said flatly, who knows what kind of boring nonsense it is. Now then, let us transform. Ribrian smiled. Pose.
Brian, Buri Brian.
Pose.
San.
Kako.
Sankako.
Pose. Shushu.
Suro.
Shushuro.
In an instant, a dazzling mass of light wrapped around them directly, and at the same time, their bodies began undergoing new changes. What is this? Why does this feel so much like a children's song and dance show? Beerus said speechlessly. Shut up. This is a ritual. As expected of a universe with such low standards. You don't understand beauty at all. Universe 2's god of destruction said elegantly. Everyone from Universe 7. Oh, could that be a transformation that increases their power? Goku looked at the scene with some anticipation. TCH. All flash and no substance. Vegeta said with disdain. Just as everyone was waiting for the three of them to finish transforming. Suddenly, two dazzling energy waves shot straight at them. Everyone was shocked. By the time they reacted, the two energy waves had already directly hit the three girls. Boom! With a burst of explosions, the transformation came to an abrupt stop. What happened? Universe 2's god of destruction was instantly enraged, her face full of fury. Goku and the others also looked toward the ones who had launched the attack. Luya? Android 17? What are you two doing? Goku said helplessly. Sorry, I really couldn't hold back. Luya said flatly. I was thinking while they were transforming, their openings were huge. Shouldn't we take the chance to deal with them? Android 17 said as if it were only natural. But cutting off someone else's transformation like that is really impolite. At the very least, we should have seen what they were capable of, right? Goku said with a bitter smile. Fine, do whatever you want. I don't care. Android 17 shrugged, then leaned off to the side by himself. Hey, why did you ruin our transformation? Ribrian's face was twisted with anger as she glared furiously at Luya. Humph, how ridiculous. Get this straight, we're enemies. What kind of brain-dead idiot would wait for you to finish your transformation smoothly? Luya sneered. Goku. You bastard. You're really awful. The two girls from Sanka were also glaring at Luya in fury. Go ahead and transform. If I make a move, I lose, Luya said flatly. How insolent. You have no manners at all. At that moment, Topo slipped out from who knew where and pointed at Luya. This is a perfect ritual. How can I allow someone like you to ruin it? Oh, you want to stand up for them? Luya smiled faintly as he looked at Topo. Another Saiyan from Universe 7? Then let me test your skills. Topo looked at Luya without showing the slightest weakness. Humph, Luya sneered. Damn it, he really couldn't stand this kind of guy acting all showy here. He truly didn't understand how everyone could sit through this cringe-inducing performance. Was there something wrong with their sense of aesthetics? Boom! In an instant, Luya powered up directly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The next moment, he charged straight at Topo. Topo showed no fear at all. Instead, he said to Ribrian and the others, go complete your ritual. I'll stop this lawbreaker. Thank you. The three of them were incredibly grateful. But then Topo struck another flashy pose before charging toward Luya. Very quickly, the two of them clashed in battle. We're really not going to help? Android 17 glanced at the battlefield, then asked. Goku smiled, then called out to Ribrian and the others. Hey, hurry up and transform so I can see it. I've really been looking forward to it. In that case, as you wish. Ribrian immediately revealed a strange smile. With no one stopping them anymore, the three magical warriors immediately began their transformations. It was another set of awkward dance moves, and then a beam of light wrapped around them. It's coming, Goku said excitedly. Whoosh! Luya and Topo also separated. Neither of them had gotten serious. Topo had only wanted to hold Luya back, but Luya had already felt Topo's strength. Without a doubt, if he wanted to defeat him, he would probably have to use Super Saiyan God. As for Topo, he had naturally seen that Luya hadn't used his full strength either, but he wasn't afraid at all. His body drifted backward. My mission is complete. Next time we'll settle this properly. After saying that, Topo flashed away and vanished. Luya glanced in the direction Topo had disappeared, then suddenly thought of something. He abruptly looked toward the transformation in the arena, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This. High above, there was a pink fatso striking an elegant pose, and behind her were a magical girl and a beast-man cat girl. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. This is the power of love from Universe 2. The god of destruction of Universe 2 said excitedly. Everyone from Universe 7. Come on. After waiting this long, let us see what kind of power you've got. Vegeta said coldly as he looked at them. Alright, since that's the case, then we will take this love. Sanka and Su said excitedly. And offer it to everyone. Ribrian spread her arms wide. Immediately afterward, a strange power radiated from all three of them. Then, 3 heart-shaped lights of different colors floated up. Right after that, Ribrian suddenly fused the 3 powers together. And at once, she smiled. Go, light of love's power. Whoosh! In an instant, that giant heart suddenly fired out countless tiny heart-shaped blasts of energy. Everything they touched was blown apart, and at the same time, a cloud of pink mist suddenly spread out. For a moment, a special smell quickly filled the battlefield. What is that smell? Gohan and the others frowned, clearly disgusted by the pink mist. It stinks. Even the noble King Frieza covered his nose in disgust. Goku and the others weren't affected, but they still had to dodge those attacks. Getting blown up by them wouldn't be a good thing. What could be seen, however, was that the fighters from the other universes all flushed slightly the moment they smelled that fragrance. It was obvious they had been affected by the scent. In their senses, those smells were wonderful, but no one let their guard down. They all kept dodging those dense attacks. This is the light of love. Anyone who smells your fragrance will submit and come to understand the charm of beauty. The god of destruction of Universe 2 kept bragging over there. But Beerus and the others weren't affected much. Looking annoyed, Beerus said, What the hell are those people doing? Goku and the others won't be affected, right? The Supreme Kai asked worriedly. Probably not. It looks like Goku and the others all know how to restrain themselves. Even the old master wasn't bewitched. So that should be enough to put us at ease, was said with a faint smile. Sure enough, Master Roshi was not affected by the pink gas. As for Luya, there was even less need to mention him. When he smelled it, he was affected for a split second, but luckily, his willpower was still solid. And the moment he thought of that lump of a fat hag, he felt a little nauseous. He became instantly immune. Ho ho ho. Well, this is the power of the light of love, Ribrian said proudly. That's it? Don't tell me you wasted all that time transforming just for this little bit of power? Vegeta said with a look of disdain. Of course not. Now the real beginning starts. Ribrian smiled faintly, then said to her 2 companions, Su, Sanka, be careful. Yes, you too, the 2 girls said at the same time. Very good. Let us go. Ribrian laughed, then took the lead and charged straight at Vegeta. The other 2 girls, along with the other members of Universe 2, also rushed straight toward the members of Universe 7. Come on. Goku laughed loudly, then charged out as well. Android 17 and Android 18 followed right behind him. The others didn't interfere, because the enemies from the other universes had also come back to their senses and started attacking them. Vegeta's eyes were a little cold. He was extremely irritated by this kind of flashy nonsense, and after what had just happened, he had already been bottling up a stomach full of anger. Just as Vegeta was about to rush out, Luya's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Leave this fatty to me. I've been putting up with her for a long time. After saying that, he charged straight at Ribrian. Vegeta looked displeased. That was my prey. Seeing the 2 of them directly enter a fierce battle, Vegeta wanted to stop it. But at that moment, a tall and burly fat man blocked his path. Universe 7. Now I'll be the one fighting you. Vegeta's expression instantly turned cold. What the hell are you supposed to be? You think you're worthy of blocking my path? Vegeta's path. Get lost. As he spoke, Vegeta suddenly charged at the big man. Boom! 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 An intense battle instantly erupted. Then countless explosions lit up the arena, dazzling beyond compare. Oh, it's super exciting. The 2 Zeniths were both watching in great excitement, delighted beyond measure. The Grand Priest smiled and said, Now it has entered the stage of true experts facing off. Anyone who has managed to remain is an elite among elites. Bang bang bang. Luya and Ribrian fought fiercely. It had to be said, although Ribrian's body had become fat, her speed was astonishing. She was actually able to fight Luya evenly. Boom! For a time, Energy blasts sent flying by the two of them burst around their bodies, then exploded in an instant. The power they released directly wrecked the surrounding area. Not bad. You're actually this strong. Ribrian kept smiling the whole time. Luya frowned. Can you stop smiling? You're disgusting enough already. When you smile, I don't even feel like fighting anymore. How could common mortals like you possibly understand our beauty? Humph. Let me teach you how to respect people. Ribrian instantly condensed countless streams of pink energy, then continuously blasted them toward Luya. Luya's eyes turned cold, and he immediately shouted in anger. The next moment, he let out a low roar, and a powerful aura burst from his body. Right after that, golden power radiated out directly, blowing away the other side's attack. Luya looked at Ribrian. I've got no interest in listening to your bullshit here, you disgusting freak. After saying that, he instantly teleported in front of his opponent and struck fiercely. Ribrian immediately raised her guard. The two of them erupted into another intense clash. Very good. That's it. Keep it up and throw those disgusting things off. Beerus cheered. Humph. Ignorant. How could the beauty of Universe 2 be understood by vulgar people like you? The god of destruction of Universe 2 said flatly. I actually agree. Their transformation is full of ritual and shows the proper respect for beauty. So anyone who maliciously judges them simply fails to understand its deeper meaning. Gods from other universes also voiced their support. Beerus's face darkened. Damn it. Do you people have some kind of misunderstanding about beauty? Ha ha ha. Come on. Come on. Fight me. As Ribrian battled Luya, she grew more and more fired up, and her attacks became increasingly sharp. With one heavy kick, she knocked Luya back, then suddenly spun her body wildly and charged straight at him. She was like a flaming wheel, except that unbearable face of hers kept flashing into view. Luya suddenly felt his stomach turn. He finally understood why Vegeta had shown that kind of expression when fighting Ribrian. Damn it. If it were him, he couldn't stand this either. Damn Thiot. Suddenly, Luya finally exploded. He directly raised his aura again, and then his hair suddenly grew wildly long. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His power instantly exploded. Ha! Luya didn't dodge or evade. He directly threw a punch at Ribrian. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two collided, and a massive shockwave swept out at once. Boom! Amid the huge explosive sound, a figure was sent flying straight out and slammed hard into a giant boulder. Luya watched the scene expressionlessly. The power he had unleashed incomparably overwhelming. So this was the power of Super Saiyan 3. Oh, no way. How could Ribrian be defeated? The god of destruction of Universe 2's expression changed too, and he said worriedly. But at this moment, no fighter could break away to save her, because all of them were being tied down by their own opponents. Right now, it was one-on-one everywhere. Goku was fighting Su. The latter's attack speed was extremely fast, and when she threw punches, she condensed countless energy balls from Ki. Her techniques were somewhat similar to Kettle of Universe 11. At this time, Android 17 and Android 18 were fighting Rosie and the just-arrived Baikel in a 2 vs 2. But 17 alone easily defeated both of them. Universe 2's Kakunsa and Baikel were directly defeated and eliminated. Their battle ended the fastest, and the situation on their side was noticed as well. In an instant, both Ribrian and Su's expressions changed drastically. Kakunsa, she was part of their trio, yet now she had been kicked out of the arena. The blow to them was no small thing. Ribrian, who had just been forced back by Luya, suddenly shot off into the distance. Luya watched this expressionlessly and did not withdraw his Super Saiyan 3 form. For him, Super Saiyan 3 no longer caused massive stamina drain, so maintaining it was the same as an ordinary Super Saiyan. On the other side, Ribrian directly went after 17. You Dark Warrior, you defeated Kakunsa. I'm going to avenge Kakunsa. Is that so? Try it and see if you can, 17 said flatly, easily blocking her attack. At the same time, 17 never showed mercy to his opponents, even if they were women. Of course, that went double for an ugly fat woman like this. The two of them immediately launched into a chaotic brawl. Waves of powerful force raged everywhere, and both of their speeds were pushed to the extreme. Ribrian was wrapped in a pink glow, and her aura was far from weak. Meanwhile, Goku kept dodging non-stop because his opponent's attacks were also very strong, and her speed was extremely fast. He could only keep evading. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Su continuously fired ki blasts, as if her energy were endless. At this moment, Goku suddenly used instant transmission, and right after that, he directly appeared behind Su and fiercely kicked her flying. She immediately let out a scream and crashed into the rocks. I've already seen through your moves. Goku looked at her confidently and said, Damn it, how did this happen? Su stood up in a miserable state, then prepared to make another move. But Goku was even faster. In that moment, he had already appeared around her and was continuously firing energy blasts, directly sealing off all her escape routes. This is bad. Sue's expression changed drastically, but she had no idea how to escape. I'll send you on your way. Goku grinned, then directly rushed in front of Sue and fired a powerful energy blast, instantly detonating the other blasts. Sue let out a scream as her body flew out, finally smashing into the edge of the arena. This is bad. The gods of Universe 2's expressions changed. Come on. Kakunsa and the others all cried out in encouragement. Ugh. Sue struggled to sit up, looking weakly at Son Goku as he approached. Son Goku of Universe 7 really is strong. Hehe, now you can be eliminated, right? Are you going to jump down yourself? Or should I send you off? Goku said with a smile. Damn it. Do I really have to stop here? Sue found it hard to accept. Goku, hurry up and throw her down. Stop dragging it out. Seeing this, Beerus was afraid something unexpected might happen, so he hurriedly shouted. Goku nodded, then looked at Sue and stretched out his hand toward her. Then, goodbye. After saying that, he gathered energy in his hand. But just then, Ribrian suddenly appeared and stood in front of Sue, watching Goku warily. I won't let you hurt my companion. Ribrian. Sue looked at the Ribrian who had come to save her, deeply moved. Sue, are you okay? Ribrian looked at her with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, Ribrian. Sue stood up and said firmly, cut the crap. If you jump down yourselves, we can't be bothered to make a move. 17 said flatly as he walked out from who knew where and looked at the two of them. Damn it, you hateful dark warrior. How dare you be so ruthless to beautiful girls? Ribrian said angrily. In that case, we'll do it ourselves. 17 didn't waste any words and directly began gathering power. What do we do? What do we do? My beautiful girls. The god of destruction of Universe 2 said sorrowfully. Don't worry. Beautiful girls usually have knights protecting them, Old Kai said flatly. The moment those words fell, a figure appeared behind Ribrian and the others. Two princesses. Forgive me for arriving late to rescue you. Let us go. As he spoke, he prepared to take Ribrian and Sue away, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Go? It won't be that easy. Who? That warrior was startled. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared directly in front of him and punched him straight off the arena. Luya. Goku froze for a moment, then said in surprise. Seeing this, Ribrian and the other woman were instantly terrified and hurriedly hid to the side. You bastard. Ribrian glared at Lua in anger. Lua's long golden hair fluttered, his expression cold and stern. I think it's better if I don't let you stay here. He decided to directly deal with Universe 2's people, especially these two women. If they were allowed to gather whatever bullshit power of Love Universe 2 had, that would be troublesome. There were still 6 people left in Universe 2, so he would deal with these two first. Interesting. Just what I wanted. I'm pretty annoyed by them too. Android 17 slowly walked over and stood beside Lua. Goku glanced at them, then smiled. Then I'll leave it to you two. 2 against 2. Just right. No problem. 17 said calmly, but his tone was full of confidence. After saying that, Goku directly went off to deal with the experts from the other universes. Lua looked at the two across from him, then said, which one do you want? 17 looked at that fat woman and was just about to speak when Lua suddenly said, I'll take the fat woman. I'll leave the other one to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Ribrian. 17. With things like this, there was no challenge left for him. Damn it! Don't look down on us! Ribrian shouted angrily, then rushed straight at Lua. I can do this too. Sue's expression also hardened with resolve. Then she looked at 17. Come on, I definitely won't lose. Say that again after you beat me. 17 replied indifferently. Then his figure turned into an afterimage as he charged out. 2 against 2. The 4 of them directly began an intense battle. As the fighting continued, people from the various universes were eliminated one after another. The number of people left in each universe was also getting smaller and smaller. Of course, some universes still had quite a lot of people left. The universe closest to destruction now was Universe 10, because at this moment Universe 10 only had 2 people left. And those 2 fighters were currently fighting Gohan and Piccolo. One of them was named Obni. As he fought Gohan, he actually suppressed Gohan for a time, because his movement technique was extremely strange, so strange that it was like the afterimage technique. He could create 5 clones. And he could also merge his ki into those 5 clones, making it hard for Gohan, who was skilled at sensing ki, to determine which one was the real body for a time. That also caused Gohan to remain in a passive position the whole time. As for the other opponent, his name was Rubalt. Fighting Piccolo, he also didn't fall into a disadvantage. And this battle was extremely significant because if Obni lost, then Universe 10 would be destroyed. Of course, if Gohan lost, Universe 7 would lose one of its trump cards. Meanwhile, Universe 7 had another eliminated fighter. The second to be eliminated was Master Rashi, martial arts master mutant. He had defeated several opponents, and his own consumption had also been enormous. At this point, he was already on the verge of completely running dry. Most importantly, While he was heavily exhausted, he was also ambushed by Frost from Universe 6, making his injuries even worse. In the end, if he hadn't used the evil containment wave to deal with Vegeta, the old man's next situation would probably have been extremely tragic. That killer like a devil would not have easily eliminated the old man. He would definitely have tortured him first. Fortunately, Vegeta had already successfully freed himself in the end and had even forced Frost back. However, the old man's condition truly made it impossible for him to remain on the stage, so he could only voluntarily jump off. But Beerus and the others had no intention of blaming him. In their view, Master Roshi was an old man worthy of respect, and his sacrifice was something that couldn't be helped. Fortunately, before being eliminated, Master Roshi had turned the tide and directly eliminated 3 opponents, reducing Universe 7's pressure a little. Universe 2 fighters, listen up. Go support Ribrian. We can't let her get hurt. At this time, Universe 2's God of Destruction suddenly shouted loudly. At the same time, Universe 2's fighters all rushed toward the battlefield where Ribrian was. At this moment, 17 was firmly suppressing Su. In her current state, she was no match for 17 at all. Her defeat was only a matter of time, and Lua's side was no less overwhelming. Under the powerful strength of Super Saiyan 3, Lua directly forced Ribrian into a constant retreat. How is this possible? Why do Saiyans have this kind of power? This kind of evil power? Ribrian was somewhat unable to believe it, and unable to accept it either. Her opponent's power had surpassed hers. Lua looked at Ribrian, then said indifferently, "What? So this is the power you have after transforming? Is that all? Can't laugh anymore now? Can you? Bastard. I absolutely won't let you off. Just like the other guys from Universe 7. You're all Dark Warriors." Ribrian said angrily. "Dark Warriors? Hey, I don't really mind that. After all, my power is above yours. That alone is enough." Lua paid no attention at all to her wild ranting and said calmly, "I will protect love. I'll use the power of love to defeat evil." Ribrian struck a pose, then suddenly condensed a pink heart-shaped energy blast. The next moment, she fired it straight at Lua. Lua let out a cold laugh, then suddenly erupted with ki and calmly stretched out one hand. In the next second, power gathered in his hand, and he directly blocked that heart-shaped attack. At the same time, Lua exerted force and directly shattered that heart-shaped energy. How can this be? Your power. Ribrian stared with widened eyes, unable to believe it. Lua said mockingly, "You really don't understand the power of science. Well, whatever. With ugly knowledge like yours making a fool of itself in front of me, it's normal that you wouldn't know. TCH, you Science from Universe 7 are Dark Warriors. You love fighting. In my universe, all of you would definitely be rejected by everyone." Ribrian said seriously, "Get this straight. We're not from the same universe, so why the hell should I care what your universe thinks of us?" Lua sneered, then suddenly dropped one level, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. "I've changed my mind. I'm going to let Universe 2 witness true power." A cold sneer suddenly appeared on Lua's face. "Humph. Crude Saiyan. My power of love will absolutely not lose to you." Ribrian snorted coldly. Then pink power suddenly spread across her body. In an instant, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within her. And immediately after that, Ribrian charged straight at Lua. Lua's eyes turned cold. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared behind Ribrian. "This is bad. When did he?" Ribrian was shocked. But before she could dodge, Lua drove a knee directly into her and sent her flying into the sky. The next second, Lua shot upward like a cannonball. In an instant, he leaped above Ribrian and unleashed another heavy blow. Her huge body crashed straight down. The ground was smashed open into a massive crater. Ribrian, Universe 2's God of Destruction's expression changed. But at this moment, no one could go save Ribrian, because Universe 2's other fighters were almost all tied down. "Everyone, deal with Universe 2 first. Throw all of them off," Beerus shouted in a low voice.
Android 18, 17, Goku, Lua, Vegeta,
and Frieza all moved to block Universe 2's fighters. "Ho ho ho, something fun again? Then I'd be happy to oblige." Frieza's eyes were sinister, but they carried a trace of crafty amusement as he calmly faced the opponents in front of him. Under the fierce attacks of Goku and the others, Universe 2's fighters were no match for them at all. Before long, someone was eliminated. As expected, when it comes to being ruthless, it still had to be Prince Vegeta. He directly eliminated an opponent first. On the other side, Luya also noticed what was happening over there. He then looked at Ribrian and said, "You should still have one last trump card, right? But now that your teammates are all tied down, you're nothing more than a lone commander." Ribrian stood up. She looked at Luya and gritted her teeth. "I absolutely won't submit to you. The safety of Universe 2 will be handled by me, and the love of Universe 2 will be protected by me." As she spoke, she erupted once more, directly unleashing a powerful force. In an instant, the spiraling aura around her ran wild, looking extremely terrifying. But in Luya's eyes, it was utterly insignificant. If this is what you look like after transforming, then I won't waste any more time now. I'll mercilessly throw you off, you ugly freak. Boom! In that instant, Luya directly burst out with an immense power. Towering golden light exploded upward, and in terms of aura alone, he completely suppressed Ribrian. The power of Super Saiyan 2 kept swelling. At this moment, Luya was no longer playing around. He brought the power of Super Saiyan 2 to its limit. Even if it was only Super Saiyan 2, his aura was still above Ribrian's. Not to mention, with a tap of his toes, Luya shot straight in front of Ribrian in the next second, attacking frantically. Fists like raindrops kept crashing down toward Ribrian. Of course, Ribrian wasn't willing to just take the beating. The power on her body had already reached its limit. As she exchanged blows with Luya, masses of pink energy kept scattering in all directions. One dazzling explosion after another rang out, and the situation in the arena was incredibly intense. Speaking of which, our Universe 7 is fighting two universes at the same time. Won't that drain us a lot? Krillin asked worriedly. That's not really a problem, because Goku and the others haven't used their true power at all. At most, they're just using them for practice. Unless they run into slightly stronger opponents, they'll all conserve their stamina. They know what they're doing, so we don't need to worry about that, Master Roshi said slowly. Humph, those guys are nothing but a rabble. Goku and the others don't need to keep getting tangled up with them at all. They're really a bunch that makes people worry, Beerus said unhappily. That's not quite the way to see it, Lord Beerus. For Goku and the others, this tournament isn't just about fighting for the survival of their universe. It's also a chance for them to meet experts from other universes. If they can learn many things through this tournament of power, then that would also be very good for them. So we should relax and just watch the match properly, was suddenly said. Humph. Beerus let out a faint snort. What's going on? Universe 6. Get moving already. Kampa was so worked up that he was riding on Magetta while continuously shouting toward the arena. Universe 6 had already lost 2 people, but they still had quite a lot of fighters left, so this was their chance. And under Kampa's orders, the warriors of Universe 6 all began moving one after another. Hit eliminated a contestant from Universe 3 without the slightest effort. The opponent was a robot, but against Hit's overwhelming power, it couldn't stop him at all. At that moment, a red-clad warrior found him. You're Hit from Universe 6, right? I heard you can use time skip, so now I'll be the one to break your time skip technique. The one who came was none other than Dispo from Universe 11. Oh, is that so? Hit's expression remained calm, but he still took up a stance. Since the other side dared to say that he definitely had his own trump card. Dispo revealed a strange smile. The next moment he suddenly charged straight at Hit. Hit's pupils shrank. In the next instant he directly activated time skip, and the time cage instantly froze the space around him. But in the very next second, Dispo suddenly broke through his restraints and slammed a fierce punch into Hit's face. Ha! How is that possible? Time skip actually had no effect. Kampa's face instantly turned dark. Hit stood up from the wreckage and looked at Dispo. How is that possible? Humph! My speed has already surpassed your time skip, Dispo said proudly. Hit of Universe 6 isn't all that impressive. Huh, again. Hit's eyes turned cold, and then he took the initiative to charge forward. On the other side, Caulifla and Kale were also fighting contestants from other universes. But the two sisters were growing stronger and stronger as the battle went on. Kale had already successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan in a desperate situation. And not just an ordinary Super Saiyan at that. Her strength had already caught up to Caulifla's. Rat-tat-tat. Amid a string of explosive sounds, Luya directly suppressed Ribrian. During the exchange of blows, she had trouble keeping up with his speed, and as a result, she kept getting brutally punched several times. Ha! Bang! Luya drove an elbow straight into Ribrian's chin. Her body arched backward, and before she could even react, Luya was already above her, smashing her viciously into the ground. Whoosh! Boom! Boom boom! At the same time, Luya directly used the Prince of All Saiyans battle style, blasting Ribrian into the ground as waves of smoke billowed up. Impossible! Ribrian, the gods of Universe 2 all panicked. Ribrian was the strongest core of their Universe 2. If she lost, then Universe 2 wouldn't be far from destruction. At this moment, those contestants from Universe 2 were all being suppressed by everyone from Universe 7. Compared to Universe 2's contestants, their strength was simply far greater. Boom! Eh! With a miserable scream, one contestant from Universe 2 directly fell off the arena and was declared eliminated. And the one who made the move was Frieza. This guy even wore a look like he still hadn't had enough. At the same time, right after him, another female scream rang out as someone fell off. It was Sue. She was eliminated by Android 17. Android 17 felt no pressure at all dealing with her. Meanwhile, the contestants from Universe 2 were eliminated one after another. In the end, only Ribrian was left. Good. Throw that woman down hard. Luya, go! Seeing this scene, Beerus became excited right away. This way, another universe could be eliminated. Everyone also shifted their attention to the battle between Luya and Ribrian. Looks like Luya's got her completely under control, Krillin said with some delight. At this time, Luya, who had fired countless ki blasts in succession, also stopped and looked downward. The smoke quickly dispersed, revealing Ribrian's figure. She looked somewhat miserable now. Her whole body was covered in blast injuries, and her clothes were damaged. But Luya showed not the slightest bit of pity. He simply looked at her indifferently. Your companions have all been eliminated. Do you have any last words? How did it turn out like this? Why did the power of love lose? Why? Ribrian couldn't believe it, nor could she accept it. On her body, the pink light instantly took on a darker tone. Luya's brows furrowed. In that case, then I can only abandon love and fight you to the end. Ribrian suddenly burst out with a powerful force, and after that, she suddenly began gathering energy. Immediately after, a huge energy sphere suddenly formed, and its power was still continuously increasing. Seeing this, Luya also understood that she was going for a desperate final struggle. He immediately sneered and said, "It's nothing more than a final struggle. Even if you abandon your so-called love, it still won't change anything." After saying that, Luya suddenly powered up, and right after that, he directly unleashed his ultimate move. Kamehameha. Whoosh! A huge, dazzling light spread out. In the next moment, Luya's power condensed and his aura trembled. "Shut up, you dark warrior. If I want to defeat you, then I have to use dark power against you." Ribrian shouted angrily, then suddenly shoved the gigantic heart-shaped energy mass forward. Luya let out a disdainful sneer. "Throwing away your own faith just to win? Someone like you will never improve, no matter what." As soon as he finished speaking, Luya directly fired a Kamehameha. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two forces slammed into each other, and in an instant, everything around them was reduced to ashes. The two energy spheres tangled fiercely, neither willing to give way. "Come on, Ribrian," Universe 2's god of destruction shouted. "Come on, Ribrian. We believe in you." The warriors of Universe 2 also began cheering her on. "Everyone. I'm sorry. I actually abandoned the power of love in this way." Tears actually appeared in Ribrian's eyes. Luya frowned. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Don't tell me there's really going to be some miracle comeback now?" And of course, what he feared happened. At that moment, streak after streak of pink power suddenly gathered toward Ribrian from Universe 2 spectator stands. Right after that, her power actually began rising non-stop. That woman's power is increasing. Vegeta sensed that Ribrian's strength was continuously growing. "Should we go help?" Android 17 looked toward the arena and asked. "No need. Let Luya finish it himself. He can do it," Goku said confidently. "Humph. A Saiyans' pride cannot be trampled on. If he doesn't have the ability, then he deserves to get beaten." Vegeta snorted coldly. He was generally against stepping in to help with this kind of thing, especially when it came to a fellow Saiyan. "Alright then." Android 17 shrugged, then immediately shot off into the distance to look for other opponents. "Is this everyone's expectation of me? Everyone's love for me?" Ribrian also felt a steady stream of power rising inside her body. She was a little stunned, then suddenly came to a realization. That's right. Only with everyone's support can love be amplified to its highest point. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying power erupted. Ribrian then looked at Luya. "Sorry, but I won't lose. My companions won't allow me to lose. I will fill the entire arena with love." Ha! Suddenly, with that massive power added on, Ribrian's strength instantly soared to an astonishing level, and her power gradually began suppressing Luya's Kamehameha. Luya frowned slightly, then suddenly increased his output. In an instant, he forcefully met her attack head-on. But even so, Luya was starting to have trouble resisting her increasingly violent power. "That's it. On behalf of all life in Universe 2, I am sending the power of love to Ribrian. Let this hopeful light of love accompany you as you continue fighting." Universe 2's god of destruction suddenly spread both hands open. She looked almost like she was trying to deliver salvation to all living beings. But the effect was incredibly shocking, because a powerful pink light suddenly burst out from her body. Those pink lights all gathered straight toward Ribrian. "This is the love of all the people in the universe," Universe 2's god of destruction said proudly. "How can this be? That's a foul, isn't it?" Beerus said unhappily. "My apologies, but His Majesty Zeno said this is not a foul. So this can be allowed," the Grand Priest suddenly explained with a smile. "How can this?" Universe 7's Supreme Kai gritted his teeth. Zeno's purpose was to make the Tournament of Power more exciting so he could enjoy watching it more. And as long as he was happy, then some rules that weren't really rules could be considered case by case. And at this moment, Ribrian's power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. It had even directly surpassed Luya. "What kind of power is this?" Vegeta said in shock. "Apparently it's the gathered power of love from Universe 2. The effect should be kind of like a spirit bomb, Goku said thoughtfully. Are we going up to help now? Android 18 crossed her arms and watched the scene. Well, Goku hesitated a little. And right then, Luya suddenly spoke. So this is the power of your entire universe. If that's all, then this is really disappointing. Everyone looked at Luya in confusion. What do you know? A guy like you could never understand the power of everyone's love. Justice will always defeat evil. Ribrian shouted, constantly increasing her power output. That giant heart energy mass kept pushing closer and closer to Luya, forcing back his Kamehameha. Justice? Sorry, but forgive me for laughing at that. Another one of those fools with justice all over their mouth. How ridiculous. In the face of absolute power, everything else is trash. Luya sneered. In the next moment, he suddenly roared. So what if it's the power of an entire universe? Watch me break a universe with my own strength. Hawa! In an instant, Luya's aura suddenly exploded upward, and a powerful force swept out. Immediately, a massive red pillar of light shot straight into the sky. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes this way. This astonishing power. Topo of Universe 11 looked at Luya's figure with a complicated expression. Jiren, on the other hand, did not seem to react much. Of course, at the very beginning, a slight ripple had flashed through his eyes, but it was so faint that no one noticed. What exactly are the scions of Universe 7? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 said in shock. I originally thought only Jiren of Universe 11 had never been properly analyzed, but who would have thought this scion could actually unleash such terrifying power? It's truly unbelievable. Beep beep beep. Universe 3's god of destruction made mechanical sounds. The angel explained, Lord Mosco says the plan will proceed as usual. After powering up, Luya directly transformed into Super Saiyan God. Now, let me show you true power. Luya looked at Ribrian, and in the next moment he suddenly gathered ki. Kamehameha! Ha! With a roar, Luya suddenly unleashed a terrifying energy wave, and the moment it appeared, it directly suppressed Ribrian's power. How can this be? That's impossible. How can his power defeat mine? Ribrian was in disbelief. She had gathered the faith of the entire universe, so how could it be this weak? The power of a universe is indeed strong, but you don't have even the slightest bit of purity. With ambition like yours, how could you possibly control the power of a universe? Luya sneered disdainfully, then abruptly exerted force. Come on, it's time for you to be eliminated. Ribrian let out a miserable scream. Facing Luya's overwhelming power, she had no chance to resist at all. Boom! For a moment, a terrifying shockwave completely swallowed Ribrian. Her fat body was blasted straight away as well. Along with a scream, Ribrian's body fell straight off the arena. It's over. Everyone in Universe 2 turned pale. I hereby announce that Ribrian of Universe 2 has been eliminated. At the same time, all members of Universe 2 have been eliminated. According to the rules, Universe 2 will be erased. The Grand Priest announced. Everyone in Universe 2 was filled with despair. They had never expected to lose just like this. The two Zeniths did not waste any time. They directly raised their hands, then clenched them. Whoosh! All of Universe 2 vanished. Boom! Suddenly, two more figures appeared in the spectator stands. How can this be? Even we. Universe 10's God of Destruction said in disbelief. Their last two fighters were eliminated too, and the ones who eliminated them were Gohan and Piccolo. Contestant Obni of Universe 10 and Contestant Rubalt of Universe 10 have been eliminated. At the same time, all contestants from Universe 10 have been eliminated. Following Universe 2, it will now be erased. The Grand Minister said flatly. That was fast. The left Xeno said with some emotion. Another universe got eliminated already. The right Xeno said excitedly. Universe 10, erased. The two Zeniths directly acted and wiped it out. Universe 10, eliminated. Everyone had complicated expressions, because two universes had actually been destroyed one after another. That kind of power was extremely terrifying. And what made them even more wary was that, so far, the three eliminated universes had all been taken out by Universe 7. That was enough to prove Universe 7's strength. The elimination of Universe 2 and Universe 10 made the atmosphere in the arena grow even tenser. And everyone realized just how wrong it was to provoke Universe 7. Whether it was Universe 9, which had been eliminated early on, or these two universes now, they had all kept making an enemy of Universe 7, only to be killed in reverse by their opponents. That also let the remaining universes understand that Universe 7's strength was far from ordinary. Unbelievable. Universe 7 actually broke through the joint siege of three universes by itself. That kind of strength is very surprising, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 said, pushing up his glasses meaningfully. However, our next objective is to test out the strength of the strongest warrior, Jiren. As for Universe 7, it still isn't worth taking seriously for now. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 revealed a subtle smile. Meanwhile, in the arena, Luya landed on the ground and returned to normal. The battle just now had drained him a little too, but his strength was also growing stronger and stronger through combat. Right now, he still had to rest properly. For the final battle, he had no choice but to recover his condition. The universes left now were Universe 3, Universe 4, Universe 6, Universe 7, and Universe 11. Among these 5 universes, Universe 7 had the most people left, but the strongest one was Universe 11, which had the fewest. Jiren alone could suppress everyone. At this moment, Hit was fighting Dispo, and Hit was currently at a disadvantage. Although he had seen through Dispo's weakness, unfortunately, the other speed was simply too fast, beyond the speed of sound. So for the time being, he was still at a disadvantage. But soon, Goku joined the battle. He directly transformed into Super Saiyan God and teamed up with Hit. Only then did they barely manage to see through Dispo's weakness. On the other side, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others had also run into a strong enemy. An enemy hiding in the dark was the scariest kind. They were currently being attacked by an unseen enemy from the shadows, and they would probably be dragged into a bitter fight too. Vegeta was fighting Cabba of Universe 6. Under Vegeta's guidance, Cabba directly succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan 2. At once, their battle also fell into a stalemate. Luya was resting, but very soon, he was disturbed by an unwelcome guest. Whoosh! A silent liquid suddenly launched an attack. Luya's eyes sharpened, and he immediately fired a key blast at the opponent. Boom! Under the explosion, the liquid was completely unharmed and rushed straight at Luya. It stuck to him like rubber. Ugh! Luya understood. This was Majikeo of Universe 3. He had a superhuman body. Hehehe. I originally wanted to test Jiren's power. But since you've chosen this moment to stand out, don't blame me for not holding back. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 sneered. Ko tightened more and more, as if he wanted to strangle Luya to death. But, you think someone like you can test my power? Too naive. Luya let out a cold laugh, then suddenly roared. Instantly, the arena exploded. As Ko's scream fell, his body was sent flying away. How is that possible? Not only were the people of Universe 3 shocked, even the people of Universe 7 were stunned. Because at this moment, Luya's body had also split into several pieces like rubber. Luya. Did he get dismembered? Krillin said, cold sweat appearing on his face. It's not that simple. Luya seems to have mastered an unbelievable technique. Whis had sharp eyes and naturally knew it wasn't something so one-sided. If you sense it, you'll find that Luya's ki hasn't decreased at all. Master Roshi said slowly. What is this? Beerus frowned. The broken pieces of Luya's body floated in the air. Suddenly, his flesh started wriggling. And then, under everyone's astonished gaze, Luya was directly reborn and turned into several Luya clones.
Régénération technique.
Luya tilted his neck, then said with a complicated expression. Interesting. Even though the pain only lasts for an instant, it really can regenerate infinitely. This was Majin Buu's power. In the GT timeline, he had defeated Majin Buu and obtained the other's regeneration technique. And just now, Luya had suddenly gotten the idea to test its power. He hadn't expected it to truly be almost exactly as he imagined. After regenerating, Luya split into several clones. Then they looked at Ko and bared their teeth in a grin. You're one unlucky bastard. As soon as he said that, the clones vanished directly. In the next instant, they appeared all around Ko and surrounded him. This is bad. Ko himself became terrified. Luya gave the other side no way out at all. He directly raised a hand toward him, then began gathering power. Boom! Without any surprise, Ko was blasted away and fell off the arena. Contestant Ko of Universe 3, eliminated. The Grand Minister announced flatly. How did this happen? You didn't even force out the other side's power before getting eliminated. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 said unhappily. Ko looked ashamed. Great, another one eliminated. Beerus and the others were extremely happy. After so many eliminations, the contestants left in the arena were all elites. From here on, the real contest was beginning. Was chuckled, looking a bit expectant. Luya merged the clones back into himself and became one person again. Then he looked at the crumbling arena and the ever-dwindling number of contestants. A trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. The ones left now were all experts. Thinking that, Luya suddenly turned his gaze toward the distant Jiren, and a trace of gravity appeared in his eyes. If he fought him, he might not be his opponent. But this powerful enemy was one he would have to face himself sooner or later. And at the same time, Jiren also seemed to sense something. He turned and looked at Luya, his eyes calm. The two looked at each other across the air, the smell of gunpowder thick between them. On the other side, Gohan and Piccolo were dealing with a duo. This duo was far from simple. They could use unknown spheres to reflect attacks, then bounce all attacks back out, achieving a carpet bombing effect. It left people with nowhere to stand at all. But Piccolo also led by example, using himself as bait to draw fire, then letting Gohan seize the chance to attack the opponents. That way, they would be able to find an opening in the enemy's defense. Very soon, With Piccolo taking hit after hit, Gohan directly stepped forward and used overwhelming power to defeat the opponents. 2 contestants from Universe 4 were directly eliminated. The contestants of Universe for All had all kinds of strange and bizarre techniques, making them extremely troublesome to deal with. As contestants kept getting eliminated, Quitella of Universe 4 grew unhappy. Their Universe 4 was already close to running out of men. Boom! Under the intense battle, even though the number of people in the arena had dropped sharply, the fighting was still extremely fierce. Goku and Hit had joined forces to deal with Universe 11's Dispo, along with another fighter. That opponent specialized in support, causing Goku and the others quite a bit of trouble as well. On the other side, Gohan was fighting a contestant from Universe 4, but his situation wasn't looking too good right now. After fighting the expert from Universe 10 earlier, he had used up a huge amount of stamina, so now, facing the enemy's high-intensity assault, he was clearly struggling. Bang! Gohan seized an opening and immediately kicked his opponent flying. At once, he finally got a chance to catch his breath. Son Gohan of Universe 7, Son Goku's son. Not bad at all. Right at that moment, a sinister voice rang out. Who's there? Gohan was startled and quickly looked to the side. He saw Frost and Frieza slowly walking over. Frieza, Frost, you two. How did you end up together? Gohan said in disbelief.
Oh, classmates Songon.
Long time no see. I never expected your power to have grown this much compared to back then. Frieza said curiously. He remembered that when he was revived before, Gohan's power hadn't been nearly this strong. Back then, he could have dealt with him easily. But now the other's aura was so powerful that he was like a completely different person from before. What else could it be? Of course we've teamed up. The purpose is to get rid of troublesome pests like you, and then seize the Super Dragon Balls. Frost let out a wicked laugh and spoke smugly. Of course he was smug. Frieza was the same kind of person as him, and their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Though that went against common sense. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, with his own power, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand out in this tournament of power. So for now he could only cooperate with Frieza. And as it happened, the other side was willing as well. You two bastards, Gohan said through gritted teeth. Seeing this, the Universe 4 contestant knew there was no need for him to get involved here and directly slipped away. Ho ho ho, for the sake of the Super Dragon Balls, we may have to eliminate you. What do you think? Frieza looked at Gohan with an evil grin. Then come and try it. Gohan took his stance, ready to face the enemy. Ho ho then. Who should go first? Frieza looked toward Frost. The latter smiled faintly. Since he's from Universe 7, you should go. It also happens to show the sincerity of our cooperation. What do you think? Very well then. Frieza smiled slightly and then walked toward Gohan. No need for that. At this moment, Luya appeared atop a high place at some point, looking down at the situation below. Mr. Luya, Gohan cried out in surprise and delight. Luya? Ho ho, what? Are you joining this party too? Frieza bared a grin, and a flash of red flickered through his eyes. Meanwhile, Frost was staring fixedly at Luya. He still hadn't settled the score from before with this guy. He hadn't expected him to come running over now. Thinking that, Frost glanced at Frieza. Perfect. He could make use of this guy. But Luya gave him no chance at all and mercilessly exposed it. Frieza, you're really quite interested in messing around with clowns. Huh. What? The moment those words came out, everyone was shocked. Oh, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Frieza smiled faintly. Luya said calmly, you teaming up with Frost. Aren't you just playing with him? What's going on? Frieza. Frost was startled and immediately looked at Frieza. With his back to him, Frieza looked at Luya. Ho ho ho, are you sure that's how you see me? Gohan was also a little surprised. In his eyes, Frieza absolutely was capable of doing something like that, but now Luya was saying Frieza had done it on purpose. So what exactly was going on? All I can say is, with trash this low level, there's really no need for all these fancy tricks. Just eliminate him directly. Luya smiled faintly. The next instant, he suddenly appeared in front of Frost. But he didn't attack. Instead, he looked at him with mockery. Frost was startled and hurriedly backed away. Damn it! You actually dare look down on me? Luya sneered. It's not that I'm looking down on you. It's that your power really is too weak. Frost gritted his teeth, then looked at Frieza. Mr. Frieza, join forces with me and deal with these two Saiyans. But this time, Frieza did not respond to him again. Instead, he suddenly started laughing, then turned around and looked at Frost. Actually, he's right. I really was playing with you. What? Frost's expression instantly turned ugly. This is too much. The three of you from Universe 7 are ganging up on the one from Universe 6. Kampa said unwillingly. Humph. This isn't some fair and just competition. If you've got the ability, then have the other contestants from Universe 6 come support him. But the result will be the same anyway. Beerus said smugly. You bastard. Kampa glared at Beerus, almost wanting to rush over and bite his ear off. How did this happen? Am I the only one who got toyed with like a clown? I can't accept this. Frost suddenly let out a roar. Immediately after, he shouted furiously and exploded with an astonishing burst of power. Ho ho ho. It seems that expression of yours really is as delightful as I expected, Frieza said smugly. Seeing others toyed with by him always excited him. Hey, you doing it or me? Luya looked at Frieza and asked. The latter spread his hands. To be honest, I'd still like to conserve my stamina and prepare for the final enemy, so I'll trouble you to make the move. Luya clicked his tongue. He could see through exactly what Frieza was thinking, but he didn't bother arguing with him. Instead, he looked at Frost. Are you going down yourself? Or do you want me to throw you down? You? Frost let out a savage grin, then erupted with powerful energy and crazily fired beams at Luya. But in Luya's eyes, those attacks were far too slow. With time skip activated, the opponent's attacks couldn't touch him at all. Whoosh! In an instant, Luya appeared in front of Frost and smashed a punch straight into his face.
Ugh.
Frost let out a miserable scream as his body shot backward. How is this possible? Frost staggered back to his feet, then pointed his finger toward the sky, abruptly condensing a gigantic energy ball. In that case, I'll wipe all of you out right here together, Frost said viciously. Heh, from the way you're talking, you'd think you were about to destroy the whole arena. How naive. Luya smiled slightly, his tone full of ridicule. Bastard. D. Frost directly hurled the energy ball out. Luya, be careful. Gohan couldn't help warning him. Luya burst out laughing. Be careful of what? A cheap little trick like this? And you dare show off in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, Luya stretched out a hand and directly powered up, instantly blocking the opponent's attack. Damn it! Frost roared and poured in even more power. Humph! Luya gave a cold snort. Then suddenly, a terrifying power condensed in his hand. Right after that, the energy ball was directly shattered by Luya's shockwave. At the same time, Frost was hit by that force head-on and sent flying while coughing up blood. Boom! With a single explosion, Frost's body dropped straight off the arena and landed in Universe 6 spectator stands. No way! Eliminated that fast, Kampa said in disbelief. Great. That annoying bastard is finally out. Beerus and the others meanwhile were extremely excited. After taking care of Frost, Luya looked at Gohan. Recover your stamina first. Otherwise, the battle afterward will be extremely difficult. Thank you, Mr. Luya, Gohan said sincerely. It's nothing. Luya waved his hand, then looked at Frieza. Hey you, since Goku already agreed to your condition, then behave yourself and help Universe 7 win. Otherwise, don't blame us for getting rough. Oh? I didn't expect you to know about the matter between us. Not simple at all. Frieza looked at Luya with some curiosity. By the way, you're a Saiyan, but I've never heard of you. Your background and your strength are both very mysterious. There's no need for you to know where I come from, Luya said proudly. But you only need to know one thing. My power is beyond your imagination. Is that so? Then I really should find some time to meet you in battle. Ho ho. Frieza smiled faintly, then turned and left. That's enough for now. The few of you should take good care of yourselves. But as he turned around, a hidden sharp glint flashed through his eyes. That guy is very dangerous, Gohan said solemnly as he walked to Luya's side. Luya nodded. I know, but don't worry. He won't be able to stir up any real trouble. Gohan nodded. In that case, I'm leaving too. Luya nodded. Take care. Gohan left directly. Luya glanced around, then took a deep breath and walked in one direction. Elsewhere. Yua. Boom. A small mountain shattered apart, and Goku's body was slammed straight into it and buried inside. The one who attacked him was none other than Universe 11's Dispo. The opponent's speed was simply too fast, so fast that even Goku, who could break through Hit's time skip, had been caught off guard. On the other side, Hit was fighting another contestant, but that opponent's strength was far inferior to Hit's. Elimination was only a matter of time. Goku pushed aside the rubble, then looked at Dispo. As expected of the fastest man in Universe 11. Your attacks are actually this impressive. Dispo looked at Goku smugly. You're not bad either. But for me, you simply can't keep up with my speed. Is that so? But unfortunately for you, I've already seen through your trick. A confident smile suddenly appeared on Goku's face. Is that so? A trace of surprise appeared on Dispo's face. He clearly didn't believe it. That's right. Your speed is extremely fast, but you've got an obvious weakness. I only found it after getting beaten up a few times. Otherwise, normal people would have a hard time noticing it. Goku grinned. What exactly are you talking about? How could I possibly have a weakness? Wanna try it? Dispo's expression darkened somewhat. Come on. Goku smiled slightly. Then his body trembled and he directly transformed into Super Saiyan God. Crimson divine radiance blazed dazzlingly. TCH. All show and no substance. In that case, let me show you my power, Dispo style. Dispo snorted coldly, then charged out directly. In the next instant, his figure turned into an afterimage, and in that moment, his speed surpassed time, surpassed the speed of sound. But Goku revealed a smile full of fighting spirit. In the next moment, he directly launched an attack like a cannonball, firing it straight ahead of himself. Boom! To everyone's shock, Goku's attack actually hit the target. Unbelievable! What's going on? The god of destruction Clown and the other gods said in disbelief. That guy actually managed to hit Dispo. That's impossible. Universe 11's Supreme Kai was also deeply shocked. Goku looked at Dispo, who had been forced to reveal himself, and smiled. He was now even more certain of his guess. Dispo had wounds on his body, and his expression was also extremely ugly. How is this possible? How could you possibly hit me? Your attacks are too one-dimensional. In other words, when you use your super high speed, your movement path is still a straight line. So this is your fatal weakness. As long as I can predict your movement trajectory, then I can easily lock onto your position. Goku smiled faintly. Damn it! This guy actually discovered a flaw that even Topo didn't notice. He really is a battle genius. But even I never noticed it myself. This is bad. Dispo's face looked ugly. Come on. From here on, I won't let you hit me again. Goku took up a fighting stance and said, Humph. I'm not afraid of you. Dispo snorted coldly, then once again unleashed a speed beyond supersonic. Ha!
Suddenly, Goku fired countless ki blasts.
These ki blasts spread all around, blocking every possible straight-line route. Boom! 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 Sure enough, before Dispo's figure could even appear, he had already triggered the ki blasts. At once, waves of explosions rang out. There! Goku's eyes sharpened. He suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, instantly appearing in front of Dispo and sending him flying with a single punch. The latter smashed straight through a small mountain and lay in the pile of shattered rocks in a miserable state. You lost. Goku looked at him indifferently. Damn it! Dispo struggled to his feet, unwilling to accept it. On the other side, Hit successfully eliminated Universe 11's contestant, which left Universe 11 with only 3 people now. Hit glanced at the battlefield where Son Goku was, his expression turning somewhat complicated. Son Goku, what a genius! To actually find an opening in his opponent during a battle like this. As he said that, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked in one direction in disbelief. There, a figure was slowly walking toward where Son Goku was. That is, Hit thought for a moment, then still decided to retreat. He knew that the true heavyweight was about to enter the stage. Elsewhere, Liu's footsteps also came to a stop as he looked at the target he wanted to challenge. Am I one step too late? Dispo wanted to stand up, but the place where Super Saiyan Blue Goku had hit him throbbed with pain, making it hard for him to endure. At that moment, a figure suddenly walked to his side. Step down. Leave the rest to me. As soon as that cold voice rang out, Dispo instinctively looked at the newcomer. Jiren. The newcomer was none other than Jiren. When Goku looked at him, his expression also turned grave at this moment. That is Jiren. Is he finally unable to hold back from making a move? Universe 11's Supreme Kai's face immediately lit up with excitement. Humph. Universe 11 only has Jiren and the other 2 left. If they don't make a move now to intimidate the riffraff, then I'm afraid those people will prioritize eliminating our Universe 11. The clown god of destruction said flatly. If Jiren makes a move, it should also have a deterrent effect. The angel smiled slightly. Of course, no one can defeat Jiren. He is the strongest warrior in the entire multiverse. The clown god of destruction said proudly. Come on, Jiren. Let these guys witness your power that surpasses the gods. Boom! Jiren walked toward Goku. No tangible power seemed to be emanating from his body. Yet that overwhelming pressure spread across the entire arena. No, the entire world of void. What's going on? This terrifying aura. The Caulifla sisters, who were hiding behind a giant boulder, were immediately shocked and couldn't help sticking their heads out to take a look.
Son Goku?
And that bald guy? How did those 2 end up facing each other? Caulifla said in surprise. So this is Jiren's aura? We can actually feel it this clearly even all the way from the spectator stands. Cold sweat appeared on Krillin's face, and when he looked at Goku, he couldn't help feeling even more worried. Not just him, even Beerus and the other gods of destruction had faces full of disbelief. How was this possible?
A mere mortal.
And his aura had actually reached this level. It seems the legendary human really does exist, the one who surpasses the gods. Whis also rarely showed a trace of seriousness. Doesn't that mean Goku is in danger? Supreme Kai said worriedly. Everyone fell silent because they couldn't interfere in that battle now. So he's finally making his move? Good. Then I'll use Son Goku's power to see for myself just how strong you are. Jiren of Universe 11. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 pushed up his glasses and said, Dad. Gohan sensed that terrifying aura as well, and his face was full of worry. Oh, looks like we've found quite an incredible person. Frieza stood at a high spot, looking at Son Goku and Jiren not far below, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Humph, so he's finally come out? Vegeta's expression turned grave as he watched the scene. At this moment, nearly all the fighters had stopped battling. Their eyes were all fixed on the battlefield where Son Goku stood, because everyone understood what this fight meant. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about Jiren's power from Universe 11, eager to witness an exciting match. Oh, it's starting. Jiren is so strong. The two Zeniths clapped and cheered, extremely excited. The fighters from all the universes have all stopped as well. They're all standing by and watching the battle between contestant Son Goku and contestant Jiren. One of them is bound to lose, but Jiren, who has never revealed his true strength before, likely has the higher chance of winning. The Grand Minister said with a slight smile. Jiren's aura spread through every corner of the arena. At the same time, Goku, who was closest to him, also began trembling involuntarily. Seeing Jiren so serious, Tispo knew there was no need for him to stay here anymore. He greeted Jiren, then left. Goku withdrew from his Super Saiyan blue state and returned to his normal form. Then a thick fighting spirit appeared on his face as he walked toward Jiren. The two walked toward each other, and at the same time, an extremely powerful aura spread from Goku's body as well. The two forces kept clashing, ravaging the entire arena. Very soon, the two stopped opposite each other. Jiren, I've always wanted to spar with you. Now, I finally have the chance. Goku looked at Jiren with a smile. Boring. One after another, you eliminated members of Universe 11. Son Goku, are you ready? Jiren looked at Son Goku expressionlessly. Bring it on, Goku said confidently. A golden glint suddenly flashed through Jiren's eyes. In the next instant, an extremely terrifying pressure directly erupted toward Goku. Yua. Goku was forced back directly by that pressure, his body sliding backward for over 10 meters. On the other side, Luya was also watching this scene from a high place. His eyes were solemn, and he had long since activated his strongest talent, observing Jiren's fighting style. Goku took a deep breath, then sighed in admiration. You're really strong. Honestly, this is the first time I've met an opponent as strong as you, but I won't admit defeat that easily either. As he spoke, Goku let out a roar. In the next moment, a white energy shot into the sky, and right after that, Goku's aura reached a peak. Kamehameha! Here it comes! Goku gave a low shout, and in the next instant, he fired a Kamehameha straight at Jiren. The powerful force surged forward, but Jiren blocked Goku's attack with nothing but his aura. Seeing this, Goku could only withdraw his power and charge straight at him. Da. Jiren didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he simply let Goku strike him. But even though Goku used every trick he had, he still couldn't force Jiren back even a single millimeter. Ha! Goku's punch landed squarely on Jiren's face, but the latter just looked at him expressionlessly, as if to say that the attack didn't even count as a scratch. But Goku gritted his teeth, then exploded with power on the spot. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and threw out countless punches again. Even though his power had multiplied by who knew how many times after transforming, Jiren still showed no change at all. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. Then they all secretly broke into a cold sweat. How could this guy be this strong? It could be said that no one in the arena could casually ignore Goku's attacks in his Super Saiyan state. But not only had Jiren done so, there wasn't even the slightest sign that he had been pushed back. Surprised already? Jiren's strength is far more than just this. The clown god of destruction was incomparably smug, looking at Jiren with satisfaction. Looks like this battle is undoubtedly establishing Jiren's prestige. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 smiled faintly. Goku could have transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue to fight Jiren. Why is he doing this instead? The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 asked in confusion. The old Supreme Kai said flatly, Goku is testing Jiren's strength. But judging from the current situation, it's looking very bad. Da. Goku kept throwing punches, but it had absolutely no effect. Goku stepped back a few paces, and his expression grew even graver. Then he suddenly erupted, and a powerful red force burst out as Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan God. And when Jiren saw Goku's transformation, a ripple finally appeared in his eyes. Goku smiled slightly. In the next instant, he charged straight at Jiren and threw a punch without holding back in the slightest. But at that moment, Jiren finally moved. He simply raised a hand and caught Goku's fist, while his body sank slightly at the same time. A flash of delight passed through Goku's eyes. Looks like you're not invincible after all. Before this, no matter how he transformed to attack the other side, the opponent hadn't reacted at all. It had made Goku think the other party was truly invincible. A guy like this was even more dangerous than a god of destruction. But now that he finally saw the other side react, he immediately understood that his opponent was not an existence beyond all reach. Now it's my turn. Jiren spoke indifferently. Then he suddenly released a wave of pressure. It was only that pressure, but in an instant, Goku's face changed drastically. In the next moment, his body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, and he was sent flying directly out, smashing through countless mountain ridges. But in the very next second, with a loud roar, Goku's figure flashed to a point not far in front of Jiren. Goku looked at Jiren gravely, then clenched both hands tightly and began gathering power. Ha! Rumble! In the next moment, the red aura directly turned into blue radiance that shot into the sky, and Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Pushing his power to the absolute limit, Goku didn't dare be careless in the slightest. The opponent before him had surpassed all his previous opponents by far, far too much. Come on, Jiren. Let's have a real fight, Goku roared. Right after that, he charged straight at Jiren, moving at incredible speed. Jiren also stopped standing still and moved at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the two clashed, they displayed terrifying speed, dazzling to the eye. But those with enough strength could tell that Jiren was handling Son Goku without any pressure at all. Boom! Ugh! After exchanging dozens of blows with Jiren, Goku had been hit more than a dozen times by his opponent. While he himself hadn't even touched a corner of the other's clothes. He hadn't injured him in the slightest, but he still refused to believe it. He suddenly rushed in front of Jiren and unleashed a non-stop barrage of ultra-high-speed punches. But Jiren was still able to dodge all of them with ease. It looked like Goku was chasing Jiren down and attacking him. But in reality, the initiative was completely in Jiren's hands. Goku could only use fierce attacks to cover up his openings. But once Jiren landed a hit, he would completely lose control of the fight. Whis watched the battle in the arena and analyzed it as he spoke. Damn it! Why is such a powerful human participating in the Tournament of Power? Beerus said unhappily. The 11th universe really is strong, Master Roshi said with a sigh. As Goku's master, he was naturally extremely worried about the situation. But the more he watched, the more obvious it became that Goku's chances of winning were incredibly slim. Da-da-da-da-da. Goku kept attacking, but he didn't land a single hit on his opponent. Instead, he got anxious himself and accidentally exposed an opening, but Jiren caught that opening with sharp precision. In an instant, he threw one punch, then another and sent Goku flying. Goku endured the pain through gritted teeth. The other side's power was terrifying, even stronger than his, so every time he got hit, the pain was especially intense. But he didn't dare cry out. He had to hold it in, or he feared his opening would grow too large and he'd be easily defeated by the other side. Damn it! Goku charged straight at Jiren. Blue energy raging and erupting non-stop. In contrast to Goku's heart-wrenching struggle, Jiren's expression remained calm. He dodged Goku's punch and in the next moment, drove a knee straight up into him, making Goku spit it all out. Right after that, Jiren grabbed Goku by the ankle and smashed him straight into the ground. Goku could only let out pained cries. In Jiren's hands, he was like a child, completely powerless to resist. No way. Even Super Saiyan Blue has no effect on that guy at all. Vegeta stared at the scene in utter disbelief. He had never imagined that a form as powerful as Super Saiyan Blue would look so utterly fragile in front of someone like Jiren. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen Son Goku get beaten this badly. Frieza looked somewhat surprised, but when he looked at Jiren, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. 10 times Kaioken. Goku, who had been grabbed and slammed all over the place by Jiren, suddenly let out a furious roar and directly activated Kaioken. In that instant, he broke free from Jiren's restraint and threw a punch at him at the same time. Jiren's eyes narrowed, and his figure flashed before vanishing instantly. Goku vanished right after him. A series of collisions rang out across the arena, but very soon, a figure was blasted away. It was Goku. Goku was embedded deep in a stone wall, gasping for breath. Jiren appeared in front of him, then grabbed his hair and punched him several times. Goku was beaten until he spat out blood. Just as he was about to power up, Jiren fired a red energy blast that sent him away directly. Yua! Goku was shoved flying by the energy blast, and Jiren suddenly extended a palm toward Goku's direction, then clenched it hard. Boom! A massive explosion rang out at once, shocking everyone. Goku! The people of Universe 7 all cried out in alarm. A complete stomp. He was totally being crushed. Even after using 10 times Kaioken, he was still nowhere near Jiren's level. Ha ha ha! Nicely done, Jiren. Once Son Goku is eliminated, the rest of Universe 7 won't be a problem. The clown god of destruction said excitedly. In that case, this will become the home field of my 11th universe. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 smiled faintly. Son Goku never would have imagined that his arrogance would become the means by which Jiren would intimidate all the weaklings. The clown god of destruction sneered, as if he had everything under control. Dad, is he really out? Gohan said in disbelief. Not necessarily. Up to now, we still haven't seen Goku appear in the spectator seats. Piccolo said flatly. HM? At that moment, as the smoke cleared, everyone's eyes turned to the edge of the arena, where one hand was gripping on tightly, not having fallen off. TCH. Yes, really hard to kill. The clown god of destruction said in dissatisfaction. The people of Universe 7 all let out a sigh of relief. Goku suddenly exerted force, then jumped back up, gasping for breath as he said in disbelief, "Your power far surpasses mine." Jiren looked at Son Goku, then walked toward him. Son Goku, stop struggling. No matter what you do, you are not my opponent. But Goku smiled. That's not for sure. I'm absolutely not giving up. After saying that, he suddenly powered up. In an instant, Kaioken rose to 20 times its power. Boom! Powerful aura burst out directly. In that moment, Goku's power became like Jiren's had been before, and the entire arena was filled with his presence. But Jiren paid it no mind at all. The ending he had decided on had never once been escaped by anyone. Goku brought both hands to his waist, then gathered power. Kamehameha! Ha! Boom! Unlike last time, this time he had stacked the power of 20 times Kaioken and Super Saiyan Blue. How terrifying was that power? Even Jiren was slightly moved, but only slightly. He calmly raised a hand, and at once, a wall of ki appeared in front of him. That wall of ki had also been condensed from his aura. Goku's attack actually failed to break through that wall of ki. How is this possible? Even Goku himself found it hard to believe. He had never expected the other side's power to be this overwhelmingly terrifying. Even his strongest Kamehameha couldn't break the other side's defense. You've got to be kidding. And suddenly, a red glint flashed through Jiren's eyes. Immediately after, a powerful energy blast shot out. In an instant, Goku's Kamehameha was directly shattered, and an even greater force surged straight toward him. Goku was startled and hurriedly dodged. But the moment he leaped up, Jiren appeared right in front of him and punched him down once again. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the arena floor. Goku lay inside it, baring his teeth in pain, his expression twisted with suffering. How could this happen? He already used 20 times Kaioken, but it still didn't do anything at all. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 couldn't believe it. Even a Goku the Strong had been defeated. There's nothing that can be done. That Jiren has already surpassed Goku by far, far too much. A gap in strength like this is destined to make everything the weak do completely meaningless. Whis shook his head and said with some regret, "Whis, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Why boost someone else's morale and crush our own?" Beerus looked at Whis in annoyance. "Oh my, but that is the truth, Lord Beerus," Whis said regretfully. "Ha ha ha, Beerus, your disciple really doesn't have any brains at all. He actually dared challenge Jiren. Kampa couldn't help but kick someone while he was down." "Shut up. That's still better than your Universe 6 not having anyone who dares step up." Beerus shot back. "Humph, say whatever you want. I'll just wait for Son Goku to be eliminated, and then we'll see what you do." Kampa let out a cold snort. "Damn it. Is there really no way to deal with Jiren?" Beerus roared unwillingly. "Heh heh heh. Defeat Jiren? I think you're daydreaming." The clown god of destruction revealed a subtle smile. Jiren was unstoppable. Jiren walked to the edge of the crater and looked at Son Goku. "Is this the limit of your power?" Goku struggled to his feet, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Of course not. I still have my final trump card." After saying that, he leaped into the air and landed on a high place. Then Goku raised both hands. Everyone, give me a little of your energy, please." Those who didn't understand looked confused, but those who did had already realized it. "Goku, is he going to use the spirit bomb?" Krillin couldn't help saying. "Idiot, shut up, just contribute your power properly." Beerus was clearly afraid that Krillin would let it slip, and couldn't help kicking him. Everyone from Universe 7 in the spectator stands raised their hands one after another, and white spirit energy immediately flew toward Goku. Gohan, Piccolo, and the others knew what Goku was about to do, so they all raised their hands at once and gave their spirit energy to him. Luya let out a sigh. Even though he knew it wouldn't do any good, he still raised his hand. He was using the system to scan Jiren's power, but he still hadn't fully seen the opponent's true strength, so the data was incomplete. If he wanted to defeat him, then he had to see him make another move. So for now, he could only make use of Goku a little. Of course, he knew Goku would definitely awaken Ultra Instinct in the end. "Oh, interesting. This move feels strangely familiar." Frieza chuckled, then raised his hand without hesitation. "In that case, I won't be stingy either. Let me contribute a bit of power." The spirit energy from his companions kept gathering toward Goku, and above his head, a massive white sphere of light condensed. "That's..." The fighters from the other universes were all shocked, because they could feel the aura of death coming from inside it. The spirit bomb, the bane of all evil. Son Goku actually still had such a powerful move hidden away. What a terrifying scion, the Universe 11 Supreme Kai said with a grave expression. "Humph, so what if he does? Jiren's power far surpasses Son Goku's, so I believe Jiren will definitely be able to deal with him." The clown god of destruction said calmly, full of confidence in Jiren. But he was a little anxious inside as well, and immediately shouted to Jiren, Jiren, finish Son Goku off quickly. So this is your final trump card? Jiren looked at Goku and said calmly. He had not attacked while Goku was gathering power, giving his opponent enough respect. That's right. This is the spirit bomb, so, Jiren, if you can take this, then I lose. Goku said in a deep voice. Very good. Then I'll take it and show you. Jiren steadied his stance slightly and looked at Goku. Here it comes. Ha! Goku suddenly let out a low roar, and then he violently hurled the spirit bomb down at Jiren. However, the shocked expression everyone expected to see on Jiren's face never appeared. From beginning to end, Jiren remained completely calm. Just as the spirit bomb was about to smash into Jiren, Jiren suddenly glared sharply. At once, a powerful aura directly stopped the spirit bomb. What? At this moment, everyone was utterly shocked. How is that possible? Is he even human? He stopped the spirit bomb with just his aura. Krillin and the others' faces all turned pale green, unable to believe what they were seeing. After all, with something like the spirit bomb, ordinary people usually had no power to resist it at all. As long as the user still had enough stamina, it could hit the target. But now, the other side had blocked it. Wouldn't that mean his own power was far greater than the spirit bomb itself? I understand now. The reason Jiren didn't attack beforehand was because he wanted to crush Son Goku after he used his full power. Only that kind of intimidation would be the most effective. The Universe 11 Supreme Kai suddenly realized. Even so, I believe everyone has already seen just how powerful Jiren is. The clown god of destruction said with a faint smile. Damn it. How is this possible? Goku was also stunned beyond belief. He hadn't expected the other side to block his strongest attack with nothing but a single glare. To him, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Aya! Goku roared, and then he directly powered up. Super Saiyan Blue plus Kaioken burst out at full power. Even though his stamina was low and his injuries were serious, he was still forcing himself to keep it going. But what drove Goku to despair was that Jiren remained completely unmoved. How is that possible? How can there be a warrior this strong? No matter how firm Goku's martial heart was, at this moment he was still shaken to the core. This ends now, Jiren said calmly. Then he stepped forward, and at the same time, a terrifying aura burst outward. Instantly, Goku's spirit bomb was actually pushed back. This is bad. Gohan and the others all felt their hearts race as they watched. They wanted to help, but that terrifying aura told them that this battle was no longer something they could interfere in. Jiren, go on and completely crush Son Goku's pride. Toppo looked at the scene and muttered. Aya! Goku struggled to maintain the spirit bomb, but as Jiren drew closer step by step, he realized he couldn't overpower him at all. Son Goku, you truly are a decent opponent, but in the face of absolute power, you are still utterly insignificant. Jiren stretched out a hand, then gave a low shout. Immediately, the massive spirit bomb suddenly rebounded back toward Goku, and this time, Goku had lost the power to stop it, because Jiren's strength was something he simply could not block. You wawa! Under that terrifying power, the spirit bomb blasted straight toward Goku. This is bad. Beerus's eyes widened, and he shot to his feet. Goku, run! But at this moment, the field around Goku had already been completely locked down. With his strength, there was no way for him to escape. He could only be swallowed by the very spirit bomb he had created. Goku let out a scream. In an instant, a powerful force directly wrapped around him and engulfed him. Boom! A huge explosion erupted. At that very moment, nearly half of the entire arena was destroyed. The entire world of void trembled. It's over. Jiren crossed his arms and slowly closed his eyes. The explosion lasted for a very long time before the arena gradually returned to normal. At this moment, a massive crater appeared in the arena, and beyond that crater, there was nothing at all. Only an aura of destruction lingered. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze, and at the same time, a trace of fear rose uncontrollably in their hearts. Son Goku's ultimate move was so powerful that it made everyone wary. But Jiren had been able to push that overwhelming power right back, and that also proved just how strong Jiren was. I can't sense Goku's aura. Could it be Goku? Krillin and the others carefully checked, and their faces instantly turned pale. How is that possible? Even if he was eliminated, Goku should have been teleported back to the spectator stands. Beerus said in disbelief. I can't feel Goku's power at all. It seems he has disappeared, Whis said with a complicated expression. Disappeared? You mean Goku? He died, Beerus said incredulously.
Impossible.
Krillin and the others were overwhelmed with grief and fury. In the arena, everyone looked at that giant crater, and they all keenly noticed that Son Goku's aura had completely vanished. In the entire world of void, not even the slightest trace of his presence remained. In other words, Son Goku was dead? The group of friends all looked like they couldn't believe it. Goku had basically been their pillar of support, but now he had disappeared. For them, this was an enormous blow. Is this Jiren's power? Who in this arena could possibly deal with him? Even someone as strong as Son Goku had been completely crushed. Doesn't what Jiren did count as killing someone? Beerus looked unwillingly at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest glanced at everyone, then said, Son Goku's death can be said to have been caused by his own attack, so according to the rules, contestant Son Goku died to his own attack. This is not contestant Jiren's responsibility. So regrettably, the reason contestant Son Goku disappeared is due to his own issue. Contestant Jiren did not kill anyone. How can this be? Beerus and the others all turned grim. Now, I announce that contestant Son Goku has been defeated and will be considered eliminated, the Grand Minister said mercilessly. Although he also had a favorable impression of Son Goku, rules were rules. Even he could not break them. The two Zeniths looked at each other. They both regarded Goku as a friend, but now they had to personally erase his qualification. For them, that was a bit hard to do. Is it really over just like this? Everyone from Universe 7 wore sorrowful expressions. Luya stood high above, his face solemn as he looked down below, but he was not worried at all. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had expected. Goku would not lose the match so easily. Now was still not the time for him to enter the stage. Jiren glanced indifferently into that giant crater, then turned and walked away. Whoosh! Suddenly, an afterimage shot toward him terrifyingly fast, but Jiren directly reached back with one hand, and in an instant, he grabbed a bug that looked like a praying mantis. Ah! How could this happen? He found that too. Universe 4's god of destruction, Quitella, was somewhat unable to believe it. That bug fighter was someone from his Universe 4. He had originally planned to wait until Jiren relaxed his guard and had used up more stamina, then launch a sneak attack to eliminate him. He had not expected the other side to be this formidable, to the point of noticing even that. Jiren looked at the bug fighter in his hand, then said, "The struggle of an insect." As he spoke, he violently hurled it into the distance. Instantly, the bug shot out at bullet speed. Bound by that overwhelming force, it could not break free at all and could only watch helplessly as it fell off the arena. Universe 4's Insect Man contestant Damon is out, the Grand Minister announced. The Xeno who had originally intended to press out Goku's icon froze for a moment, then found Damon's icon from Universe 4 and directly pressed it out. Now Universe 4 had two people left, the Invisible Man Gamasalas and Mona. After eliminating the Insect Man, Jiren continued walking. Son Goku, are you really just going to end here like this? Beerus, however, was not paying attention to the changes in the arena. Instead, he had sunk into a pessimistic mood. And at this moment, Xeno suddenly hesitated for a bit, then flipped to Universe 7's screen. Looking at Son Goku's icon, the two Zeniths exchanged glances, and one of them silently reached a hand toward it. Goku! I don't believe you'll stop here. Beerus clenched his fists tightly. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, the entire arena began to tremble. This strange change startled everyone. What happened? The entire arena, no. The entire world of Void was trembling. All the gods and all the contestants revealed expressions of disbelief. All the gods were drawn to it, and even the Zeniths were no exception. That disturbance. Could it be? Master Roshi suddenly thought of something and spoke in disbelief. Ha! Isn't that obvious? Krillin suddenly revealed a smile. Lord Beerus, please share your thoughts calmly, was suddenly said to Beerus in a relaxed tone. After a brief daze, Beerus suddenly curved his lips. It's here. Boom! Suddenly, from within the giant crater, a dazzling white light shot straight into the sky. The entire arena was shaken by this vast, boundless power. It finally came. Luya smiled faintly. Just as expected.
Frieza let out a hoholev.
Humph, Kakarot really knows how to play dead. Vegeta sneered, but his expression relaxed. Jiren. Toppo and Dispo landed beside Jiren, but he ignored them and instead walked back toward the giant crater, his eyes fixed straight into it. Within the white light, a ragged figure could vaguely be seen slowly standing up, his whole body covered in sacred radiance. Son Goku, an interesting person. Jiren looked at him and said calmly. The white light dispersed, revealing Goku's figure. At this moment, Goku slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were no longer the black they had been before. Instead, they had been dyed with a layer of silvery white. At the same time, scorching heat spread outward, and a terrifying heat wave radiated from his entire body. A dying Son Goku still struggling. Dispo, let's go. Toppo suddenly shouted in a low voice. Right after that, he and Dispo jumped straight into the giant crater and charged toward Goku. The two attacked from both sides, each throwing a punch directly at Goku. But something bizarre happened. In that instant, Goku slowly raised both hands. Like the thousand-armed cannon, it looked incredibly slow, yet the speed had reached the absolute limit. Smack! Smack! In an instant, Goku directly caught Toppo and Dispo's attacks. The next moment, Goku suddenly flung them away, and both of them were sent flying backward, smashing fiercely into the wall. This scene truly stunned everyone.
Impossible.
Facing Toppo and Dispo's attacks, a heavily injured Son Goku actually dissolved them perfectly. How is that possible? Universe 11's Supreme Kai said in disbelief. My contestant Son Goku's change is rather interesting. The Grand Minister smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "Oh, that's great. Goku's still alive. He's still alive. And he even looks like he's become really strong." The two Zeniths excitedly waved their arms and danced around. But Goku did not even spare Toppo and the others a direct glance. He walked straight toward Jiren. In other people's eyes, Goku was walking, but in the very next instant, he had already appeared in front of Jiren. The two stared at each other at close range. Jiren looked at Goku, then his eyes sharpened and he instantly attacked. But Goku, as if he had predicted his movement, lightly tilted his head, perfectly dodging Jiren's punch, and at the same instant, he also struck back. Jiren's expression did not change. His figure flashed, and he directly dodged Goku's attack. Their attacks were unbelievably fast. So fast that almost no contestant in the arena could keep up with their movements. What exactly happened to Kakarot? Why can't I keep up with their speed? Vegeta gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. So fast, I can't capture their movements at all. Android 17 also frowned. Not just them, everyone else, including Hit, was staring tightly at this scene. Whis, that is. Seeing Goku like this, Beerus immediately thought of something and suddenly wanted to confirm it. Yes. Whis knew what Beerus was thinking and nodded. I see, so he finally reached it. Beerus revealed a smile. Yes. Whis also revealed a gratified smile. Goku's form is Luya, however, was watching seriously, and at the same time he was also collecting data on their power. Watching Goku and Jiren's battle, his blood was also boiling with excitement. Ultra Instinct! Ultra Instinct! All the gods of destruction were shocked. One after another, they looked at Son Goku's figure in utter disbelief. How is that possible? How could a mere mortal comprehend a god's technique? The clown god of destruction said in disbelief. Son Goku really is a monstrous existence. Even the Supreme Kais were breaking out in cold sweat. Ultra Instinct? What's that? Krillin and the others all looked at Whis in confusion. Whis gave a ho-ho laugh and explained. Ultra Instinct is different from the usual fighting style that relies on sensing ki. It relies on every part of the body moving through reflexive response. It requires not even the slightest thought from the brain, maximizing movement speed and reaction ability to the greatest extent possible. Separating body and consciousness. Letting every part of your body sense the danger around you beyond instinct, no longer needing the brain to think first before acting. This is a skill of the gods. A form of potential eruption after breaking through your own limits. So amazing. Krillin and the others were full of amazement. Of course, even though they couldn't understand it. A long time ago when I guided Goku and Vegeta in training, I had them learn to abandon thought before making a move. But because of the fighting habits they had built up all this time, they were never able to do it. I didn't expect Goku to comprehend it at such a critical moment. I think it was because he suffered the impact of the Spirit Bomb, and the forcing out of his own potential let his power clash against the Spirit Bomb. In the end, that resonance completely unleashed his potential. Whis continued to explain. Amazing. Then in that case, Goku can win now, right? Krillin said excitedly. Not necessarily. Although Goku's form carries a trace of Ultra Instinct, it is still far from what was expected, and the heat coming off his body makes that very clear. If his stamina is exhausted, then he simply won't be able to maintain this form. Whis shook his head and said. At this moment, Goku and Jiren were wildly clashing, and both of their speeds had reached a peak ordinary people could never attain. And Goku was actually causing real damage to Jiren. No one had expected this at all. One had to know that even earlier, when Goku used Super Saiyan Blue with Kaioken, he hadn't even been able to brush a corner of Jiren's clothes. But now, he was already able to leave wounds on his body. Bang bang bang. The battle between Goku and Jiren was especially intense. But it was clear that Goku's offense was extremely aggressive. Even so, the heat coming off his body was also increasing more and more. So much that even the audience stands could feel the heat wave from him. Goku has only just comprehended Ultra Instinct. His degree of control over his own body still hasn't caught up to the change in form, and that may greatly reduce the power of Ultra Instinct. Whis suddenly said. Damn it, even Ultra Instinct couldn't defeat Jiren? What kind of monster is he? Beerus's expression turned ugly. Jiren's strength was so great that even he, a god of destruction, found it hard to believe. For a mortal's power to reach this level was something very worthy of deep thought for him, and for all the gods. Ah! At this moment Goku suddenly erupted. Right after that, he threw a fierce punch downward, and Jiren was actually knocked back directly. Boom! When his body landed, the ground split apart instantly. Jiren expressionlessly raised his head to look at Goku, his eyes somewhat cold. And Goku used the momentum of his mist strike to fall, while gathering power at the same time. Kamehameha! As Goku gathered power, much of the heat around his body suddenly dispersed. Right after that, a bit of clarity suddenly returned to his eyes. Goku gritted his teeth. In his heart, he knew his time was up. With his current form having only just entered Ultra Instinct, there was no way he could maintain it for long. And the injuries on his body were constantly getting worse. Without any hesitation, Goku directly condensed an extremely terrifying power. This power was even stronger than the earlier Spirit Bomb. Jiren, watch out! The clown god of destruction suddenly shouted in worry. Aya! With a beast-like roar, when Goku dropped to a point not far above Jiren, he directly fired the Kamehameha, and the violent force rushed straight toward Jiren. Jiren suddenly raised his hand. Right after that, a red energy blast shot out directly, and then a barrier formed from terrifying power directly blocked Goku's Kamehameha.
Impossible.
Just the aura of his power blocked such a powerful Kamehameha? How is that possible? Krillin said in disbelief. Jiren, from beginning to end, still hasn't used his full power, Master Roshi slowly said, but his expression had turned grave. What astonishing power. It seems this Jiren is the biggest competitor for our Universe 3. The god of destruction of Universe 3 showed a trace of wariness in his wise eyes. Humph, gave me a scare. Jiren's power is something I should trust absolutely. The clown god of destruction suddenly laughed. Just now, he had also been afraid that Son Goku's power might threaten Jiren, but the facts proved he had overthought it. Although Jiren had been a little unaccustomed at first to Son Goku's form, his power was still beyond Son Goku's. So Jiren was the strongest. Goku was pouring out terrifying power, but he could no longer push any further, and the power around his body was also continuously collapsing. He can't keep it up anymore. Noticing that Son Goku's power was disappearing, a sharp gleam flashed through Jiren's eyes. The next moment, a powerful force suddenly burst out from his body. Red light wrapped around him, and then he exerted force directly. Instantly, Goku's Kamehameha collapsed, and a powerful force directly slammed into his body. Rumble! An area in the sky exploded directly, and at the same time Goku's scream rang out. Goku! Beerus shouted worriedly. In the end, he's still too inexperienced. With his power, he simply cannot maintain Ultra Instinct. That heat is continuously draining his stamina, was said regretfully. Still, for this guy to be able to reach this step is already very impressive. Kampa unexpectedly wasn't shouting at this moment, but had turned somewhat serious. Lord Kampa, why are you praising your opponent so much? Vados asked curiously. Hearing that, Kampa froze for a moment, then curled his lips and said, because there are Universe 6 opponents. We can't underestimate them. Whoosh! As the explosion faded, Goku's body dropped straight down and smashed out a huge crater. And at this moment, he had already returned to normal. Having returned to normal, Goku was already at the end of his rope. He had already exhausted everything in that Spirit Bomb explosion, and now that Ultra Instinct had faded, he had gone right back to square one, with not a bit of strength left in his body. Jiren, throw Son Goku, this uncertain factor, off the stage. The clown god of destruction suddenly shouted. Jiren's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he walked towards Son Goku. When he arrived at the edge of the crater, Jiren looked at Son Goku and said, to force me to this point, you are truly remarkable, Son Goku. Your name is worthy of being remembered by me. It's over. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gathered an energy blast. Not good. Beerus instantly turned horrified. Damn it, Goku had just made it back alive. And now he was about to face elimination? Did the heavens really have to mess with him like this? And just as Jiren was about to send Goku away, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll fight you instead. With the appearance of that voice, everyone and all the gods were moved, and all turned their eyes toward the speaker. That is. Krillin and the others all froze for a moment. Seriously, is he going to throw his life away? Beerus said angrily. My, looks like he's got some inexplicable confidence. Was chuckled, somewhat surprised. Jiren turned his head and looked at the speaker. Who are you? Standing up high, Luya tilted his neck and bared a grin. A Saiyan from Universe 7? Luya, what is he doing? Jiren is that strong. Isn't he just going to die? Gohan and the others were also extremely confused. That guy. Vegeta's expression didn't look too good. Why is it that anyone can have their moment in the spotlight? You want to fight me? Jiren looked at Luya and said flatly, seemingly not taking Luya seriously at all. Luya smiled slightly, then glanced at Goku and said, I can't just let you so easily eliminate a companion from Universe 7. Goku struggled to lift his head and grinned at Luya. Son Goku should be the strongest person in your Universe 7, right? If you step in, the result will be no different. Jiren said indifferently, that may not be true. Forgot to tell you one fact. Universe 7's strongest person is me, Luya. Luya burst out laughing, then suddenly let out a furious roar. The next moment, a terrifying power awakened, and in an instant, a powerful light erupted from Luya's body. Rumble. In a flash, Luya's aura surged wildly. At the same time, that white light suddenly transformed into a crimson power. Within the red glow, Luya's figure appeared. The scene looked just like when Goku had comprehended Ultra Instinct. The red light gradually faded. Wrapped in crimson radiance, Luya looked at Jiren and bared his teeth in a grin. This is Super Saiyan Red at full power output. How is that possible? That form's aura is actually even stronger than blue. At this moment, all the gods were shocked after witnessing Luya's power. Although Luya had transformed into Super Saiyan Red before, it had only been a fleeting flashback then. It was nothing like now, when he was fully unleashing all of its power. As gods, they could naturally sense Luya's aura, and they could also tell just how powerful Red was. Seeing this scene, Kampa of Universe 6 was immediately shaken. Why can he transform too? Could it be that during the last battle he didn't bring out his true strength at all? Probably not. Judging from the last battle, he should already have used his real power. But for him to improve to this extent now is truly hard to believe. Not only that, this red form looks a bit stronger than blue, Vados said in surprise. However, all of them had grave looks in their eyes, because Universe 7's strength was even greater than they had imagined. It was completely incomparable to the battles before. Jiren looked at Luya. Even after Luya had displayed his power, his expression did not change in the slightest. That's it. Luya didn't care about the provocation, because he knew the other man's strength was even greater than Red. So from the very beginning, he had no intention of holding back at all. Kaioken. 25 times. Rumble. Instantly, Luya's power surged once again. At once, Luya's aura spread across the entire arena. Is this guy even human? All the gods were shocked. They could hardly believe that Universe 7 had someone even stronger than Son Goku. Power spreading through his whole body. Luya slightly curled his lips. Well, my power has already surpassed Goku. Jiren's eyes shifted slightly, then he shook his head. You have some power, but it's still far below my expectations. Luya let out a cold snort, then activated all of his skills on himself. Bang! Whoosh! The next moment, Luya charged straight at Jiren. A sharp glint suddenly flashed through Jiren's eyes. At the same time, a powerful pressure burst out directly, and in that instant, Luya's body was actually stopped in place. What? Even this still isn't enough. Krillin and the others cried out in shock. Luya's power had already stunned them greatly, but now it seemed Jiren was even stronger. Humph! With tricks like these, how could you possibly defeat Jiren? Jiren is the very essence of power. Any tricks are futile. The clown god of destruction sneered. But to be honest, Luya's strength had also surprised him, because Luya's power was already enough to catch up to some gods of destruction. Jiren looked at Luya, then his aura shook once more. In the next second, Luya's body was blasted backward. Jiren's figure flashed and arrived right in front of Luya. Luya was startled. He immediately erupted with ki and directly engaged Jiren in fierce battle. One thing worth mentioning was that by watching the recorded battle with Goku, Luya had also come to understand Jiren's moves, so for a time, he was actually able to fight evenly with him. Bang! Their fists slammed directly into each other. Jiren and Luya locked eyes, and in the next second, terrifying pressure suddenly burst from both of their gazes. The two forces collided head-on, but Jiren was still stronger by a bit. A series of punches and kicks directly sent Luya flying, smashing through countless rocks. While they were fighting, Goku still had no strength left to make a move. He didn't even have the strength to stand up anymore. And at this moment, Toppo and Dispo appeared in front of him. Son Goku, your power is indeed worthy of recognition, but our justice is absolutely not something you can contend against. Toppo looked at Goku, then extended his palm toward him and gathered power. I can only ask you to leave the stage now. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blast of energy shot over. Toppo and Dispo were both startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. That energy bullet brushed past where they had just been. Vegeta landed and let out a cold snort. The so-called justice you talk about is taking advantage of someone when he's down? Vegeta, humph, by yourself. You can't save Son Goku. Toppo snorted coldly. If he can't, what if you add me? Android 17 appeared beside Vegeta and said calmly. Now it's 2 against 2. Since that's the case, then I won't interfere. Ho ho ho. At this moment, Frieza also appeared beside Son Goku. Frieza, this is a special time. You'd better not get any crooked ideas. Android 17 glanced at Frieza and said flatly. Oh, relax. I have my own plans. Frieza gave an evil smile, then looked at Son Goku. Goku looked back at him too, but he didn't show the slightest bit of guard. He believed Frieza wouldn't make a move on him, but Frieza extended a hand toward him. Everyone was shocked. Hey, Frieza, what are you doing? Beerus roared. almost looking like he wanted to devour Frieza alive. Ho ho ho, Son Goku, so you have a day like this too? Frieza ignored the god of destruction and just looked at this old rival. Goku grinned. I don't even have the strength to lift my hand right now. Are you going to eliminate me? Frieza put away his smile. After a brief silence, he suddenly released a ball of energy. But it wasn't a death ball, just pure energy. After the energy fused into him, Goku's body began to recover some stamina. Although it wasn't enough for him to keep fighting, at least he wouldn't be left helpless at someone else's mercy. What's this? Goku looked at Frieza in confusion. Frieza haughtily turned around and walked away. Think of it as repaying the favor from back then. Back then? After thinking carefully, Goku understood. Back on planet Namek, he had saved Frieza's life once too, although in the end that guy hadn't appreciated it. No one had expected Frieza to save Goku, and they were all caught off guard. Humph, don't even think about saving Son Goku. Toppo prepared to make his move. Then come and try it. Android 17 didn't yield in the slightest. Hey Kakarot, get out of the way. Don't interfere with our battle, Vegeta said bluntly. Goku looked a little helpless. Don't make it sound so harsh. But he still left the area, and while doing so, he glanced at Luya, who was still fighting Jiren. Hey, Toppo, was it? I heard you're evenly matched with Kakarot? Perfect. I'll test that out myself. Vegeta sneered. In the next moment, he erupted with ki and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, then charged straight at Toppo. Boom! Ah! A scream rang out as Luya's body slammed heavily onto the arena, smashing a huge crater into it. Jiren looked at Luya with a blank expression. It could be said that from the start of his fight with Luya until now, his expression had not changed at all. That meant Luya's strength was still far below Goku's Ultra Instinct. Luya bared his teeth and stood back up, breathing a little heavily. Even though the system had analyzed Jiren's data for him with his current strength, he simply couldn't keep up with the other side's speed. And power as well. Even after using 25 times Kaioken, he was still lacking by a lot. Jiren's strength really was no joke. His Super Saiyan God form stood out a bit more than Super Blue. Of course, his own specialty was also progressing in the direction of Ultra Instinct. But he still hadn't reached the requirements for Ultra Instinct, not even halfway, barely, because to act without needing to think at all was extremely difficult. So if even Goku's Ultra Instinct wasn't Jiren's opponent, then there was even less need to mention him. However, making him admit defeat was impossible. Hararg. Luya suddenly exploded with ki, and his power instantly reached its peak. 25 times Kaioken, on top of Super Saiyan God. Looking across the entire arena, there was probably no one who could beat him with that level of strength, but Jiren was one of the very few who could, and the strongest among them. So he had no choice but to go all out. Only absolute power could let him seize the advantage in this battle. Rumble. In an instant, Luya roared. 28 times Kaioken. Boom. In that instant, Luya's power surged once again. That guy, doesn't he have a limit? The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said in disbelief. Jiren, we can't let him keep acting so arrogantly. The clown god of destruction narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a trace of killing intent. Luya's power is rising even further. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said excitedly. It's useless. Beerus said, his tone somewhat complicated. Why? Krillin and the others asked in confusion. Whis explained. If he hasn't reached the realm of Ultra Instinct, then there's no way for him to match Jiren. Luya's power is indeed very strong, but it is only pure power. And when it comes to power, Jiren's power far surpasses Luya's. On top of that, his attacks have no flaws at all. An attack with no blind spots is the most terrifying kind. If Luya can't suppress him with sheer power, then he will still lose. How can that be? Krillin said in disbelief. Goku had lost, and even Luya in such a powerful form still couldn't win? Lord Beerus, what are you thinking now? Whis looked toward Beerus. Beerus fell silent. Originally, he had thought that Universe 7 winning this tournament should at least not be a problem. He had never expected the enemy to have such a heaven-defying existence. Their Universe 7 truly had many powerful fighters. Whether it was Super Blue Goku and Vegeta, Golden Frieza, Super Red Luya, Android 17 or Mystic Gohan, these were all top-tier fighting forces of their universe. Against the other universes they had the advantage. But against Jiren, it was like elementary school kids going up against an adult, and Goku still hadn't recovered his stamina yet. That was extremely unfavorable for them. At this moment, Goku was also watching the battle. He stared fixedly at their fight. The reason he had transformed into Ultra Instinct earlier was due to a stroke of luck. If he had to transform again now, there was no way he could do it. Hehehe, found you at last, Son Goku. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Goku. Goku turned around to look at her. Who are you? The newcomer was a somewhat plump female contestant. She said calmly, my name is Mona. I'm a fighter from Universe 4. Now, I'll be the one to take you out. Mona. Goku gritted his teeth. His current state still hadn't recovered, and the energy Frieza had given him was only enough for him to walk. He couldn't fight at all. At the same time, Goku was suddenly startled. In the next moment, it was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He cried out miserably and was sent flying. At some unknown point, behind where he had been standing, a short little figure had appeared. The skin was blue, and it looked a bit blank and cute. I am Gamisaras of Universe 4. Very good. Well done. Take out Son Goku while you can. Quintella said excitedly. Despicable and shameless. Beerus cursed angrily. But even so, Piccolo and Gohan quickly stood in front of Goku. Father, we'll protect you. Gohan stared fixedly at the opponents. I'm counting on you, Gohan. Piccolo. I still need a bit more time to recover, Goku said with a grin. Although everyone was also shocked by the battle between Luya and Jiren, they did not stop for long. After all, time waited for no one. There were still 5 universes left, and Universe 7 had the most people remaining. So the remaining universes all focused their attention on Universe 7.
Top.
Relying on the boost Kaioken gave him, Luya continuously launched attacks at Jiren. But the other side was able to block his offensive with ease. And he still had strength to spare. Actually, after using his strongest talent, his power was also growing stronger and stronger during the battle. But Jiren's speed was also getting faster and faster, and his counterattacks were becoming more and more intense. Luya's current growth simply couldn't keep up with him, so he was being completely suppressed. Smack! Smack! Luya's 2 fists were firmly caught, and as Jiren looked at him, a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. In the next second, he suddenly grabbed Luya's hands, leaned his body backward, and violently kicked out with both feet, slamming them heavily into Luya's body. Luya felt intense pain and instantly vomited. His body twitched as he endured the pain by force. But Jiren had no intention of stopping. As he let go of Luya, he followed with a sideways kick that sent Luya crashing down. Boom! Arg! Luya roared and shot straight into the sky, attacking Jiren once again, trying to find his weakness. But unfortunately, before he could even exchange more than a few rounds with Jiren, Luya was beaten viciously again, and his body fell straight down. Jiren looked at Luya below as his figure slowly descended. At the same time, he stretched out a hand toward Luya, and red light gathered in his palm. Whoosh! Boom! With a huge explosion, Luya's figure was swallowed by flames. Jiren landed on the ground, feeling a bit bored. Although Luya was stronger than Super Blue plus Kaioken Goku, compared to Ultra Instinct, he was still far behind. To Jiren, he had no challenge at all. Did he lose? Krillin and the others stared tightly at the scene, feeling uneasy. Hehehe, this is Jiren's strength. No one will be his opponent. The clown god of destruction said smugly. But at that moment, a low mutter came from within the smoke. What? The clown god of destruction and the others were shocked, then looked at the arena with unconcealed astonishment. Kamehame! It's Luya's aura! The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 suddenly shouted excitedly. Jiren also looked toward the giant crater. A gust of wind swept through, blowing away the smoke and revealing Luya's figure. Although Luya looked battered, he was holding a fixed stance now, gathering power. His ultimate move. How is that possible? He took Jiren's attack and he's actually fine. The clown god of destruction said with an ugly expression. Who would have thought? He was actually waiting here for Jiren. That level of scheming is truly deep. Come on, Luya. Krillin and the others all started cheering for Luya. Jiren looked at Luya, his face still calm, as if in his eyes, the other side could do nothing at all. The aura inside Luya's body was a little chaotic, but he still forcibly suppressed it. He understood that he had to go all out at full power to have even a sliver of hope. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his attack was, it still wouldn't be able to hurt the opponent. Take this! Luya roared, and right after that, he suddenly fired an extremely terrifying Kamehameha. The power of it was far greater than even Goku's spirit bomb. Jiren's eyes sharpened, and then he raised a hand. At once, he condensed an energy sphere and directly fired it out. Boom! The 2 attacks collided head-on, and immediately afterward, a terrifying force swept outward. In an instant, the entire arena was affected. Gust after gust of violent wind came crashing over it, and everyone fighting nearby gritted their teeth as they resisted the force. Ayahak! Luya let out an endless roar. Saiyan output depended entirely on yelling, and in that instant, his power was rising non-stop. Yet Jiren was able to block Luya's attack with just a single energy sphere. The gap between them was obvious at a glance. This is bad. That kid Luya is no match for Jiren at all. Beerus' expression suddenly changed, and he said with a grim face. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. This scene reminded them of when Goku had used the spirit bomb earlier. If Luya was defeated, could it be that he would awaken Ultra Instinct too? Ultra Instinct isn't something an ordinary person can comprehend. The reason Goku was able to awaken it was only by chance. If Luya also falls, then our Universe 7 will lose one of its top fighting forces. Was suddenly said. Damn it! This Jiren. Who could possibly beat him? Beerus said through gritted teeth. Now we can only hope Goku recovers as soon as possible. If Goku can master Ultra Instinct, then maybe there will still be enough power left for one more battle. Whis said slowly. This is bad. Gohan and the others also turned their eyes toward Jiren's battlefield. That guy called Jiren is not simple at all. Frieza stood at a high place watching the scene, and sighed. This is bad. There's no way Luya can beat Jiren. Goku also knew Jiren's power well. Although Luya's strength had already surpassed his now, he was still far behind when facing a monster like Jiren. Hey,
Son Goku.
looks like your stamina has recovered quite a bit. Let us fight you. At this moment, Caulifla walked over with Kale. Seeing them, Goku frowned. It's you too. Well, let us continue our last battle. Caulifla said excitedly. Goku thought for a moment, then smiled. Alright then. In that case, come at me. This time it LLB 2 against 1. Caulifla patted Kale on the shoulder. No problem. Maybe you two can help me rise to the next level. Goku smiled faintly, not afraid in the slightest. I have to fight too? Kale said, somewhat lacking in confidence. Of course, Kale can already control that power now. The current you has the ability to fight alongside me shoulder to shoulder. Caulifla said with a smile. Yes. Kale instantly became happy. Hey, you people from Universe 6 are way too shameless. You're actually making a move at a time like this. Beerus glared at Kampa. The latter laughed smugly. KH saying that would be wrong. We call this pressing the advantage after victory, not taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. On the arena, the great battle was still going on, and half the time had already passed. The gods of destruction and the Omni-Kings were all watching with great interest. This battle between mortals had shown them power not inferior to that of gods. Inside the giant crater, countless cracks began to appear in the ground beneath Luya's feet, as if it could no longer withstand such overwhelming power. At this moment, Luya had already pushed himself to the limit. Although his potential was still being continuously drawn out, his stamina and ki were steadily declining. At this moment, he understood just how terrifying Jiren's power was. In the face of absolute strength, even if he could see through the opponent's moves, there was nothing he could do. I can't lose. How could I stop here? Luya let out a low growl, and then he roared as he poured out his power like crazy. Saiyan output depended entirely on yelling, and under Luya's persistence, Jiren's attack was unable to crush him in a short time. However, Jiren felt no pressure whatsoever. At this moment, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to possess this kind of power. Power at this level is barely worthy of acknowledgement. But making an enemy of me was your greatest mistake. As he spoke, Jiren's body trembled, and then a powerful force suddenly erupted around him. Red light wrapped around his body, and in that instant, Jiren's power rose by geometric multiples. When he had been fighting Luya earlier, he had not been serious. But even without getting serious, he had still been able to effortlessly block Luya's attacks in this form. Now, however, if he did not use some of his true strength, the other side would be like an unkillable cockroach and would never surrender so easily. So, he brought out the same power he had used in his battle with Son Goku earlier. At once, his energy continuously condensed toward Luya's direction, and the energy sphere before his palm also grew massive at this moment. It's over. After Son Goku, your defeat will be the second proof of my absolute power, Jiren said indifferently, and then he suddenly exerted force. Rumble. In an instant, Luya's Kamehameha was completely suppressed. No way! Luya's face filled with disbelief, and at once, he found himself struggling more and more, but Jiren gave him no chance. His overwhelming attack directly tore through Luya's ki wave and blasted straight toward him. Aya! Along with Luya's scream, a huge explosion suddenly rang out. In an instant, the giant crater expanded once again, and at the same time all the rubble around it turned to dust in that very moment. Everyone retreated one after another, moving away from the explosion. With that kind of power, Luya he can't have already. Krillin covered his eyes, unable to accept it. Killing is forbidden on the arena, so Jiren should know that too, the Supreme Kai said with a grave expression. Everyone and all the gods stared tightly at the scene. They watched the explosion, wanting to see what the result would be. Jiren stood before the giant crater. No shockwave could affect him in the slightest. He was also looking into the pit, saying nothing. Finally, as the smoke began to clear, a figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Seeing that Luya was still alive, and that he had not ended up in the same state as Son Goku, all the gods let out a sigh of relief. Good, this Saiyan hadn't comprehended Ultra Instinct. No wait, look, there is something wrong with Luya's condition. Krillin suddenly noticed something and shouted. Hearing that, everyone quickly looked toward Luya's figure in the crater. They saw him lying on the ground. The enhancement from Kaioken had already dispersed, but the red color still remained. He stared blankly at the glaring lights above. Yet his chest was rising and falling in a strange rhythm, and his heartbeat was growing more and more intense. Beep. Host has triggered the use of the Great Ape transformation skill. What is going on? Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Vegeta, who was currently tangled up with Topo, suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward Liu Yi's side. But in the very next moment, he exposed an opening and was directly sent flying by a punch from Topo. At this moment, everyone stared fixedly at the changes within the giant crater, including Jiren, because right now, Liu Yi's power was making him feel that something was off. Thump, thump, thump. Strong and forceful heartbeats rang out. Liu Yi's gaze was blank, but the power in his body was suddenly surging wildly at this very moment. Right after that, Liu Yi's body slowly began to rise. His tail writhed, and not only that, his body suddenly started swelling at this moment, his shirt getting ripped apart from the strain. Liu Yi's face twisted viciously, and at that same moment, his teeth began to grow wildly. The way Liu Yi looked right now made Piccolo's face turn green with shock the instant he saw it. Having witnessed Gohan transform into a great ape many times, how could he not know what this meant? Liu Yi was actually trying to transform into a great ape. No way. Gohan and the others were also utterly shocked, because they knew the Saiyans' true nature very well. But Liu Yi had been perfectly fine, so why was he able to turn into a great ape? Oh ho ho, how disgusting. Am I really going to have to see this monkey form again? Frieza looked at Liu Yi's expanding body with obvious disgust. Liu Yi's power is increasing without limit, was suddenly said in surprise. Good. Great. This way he won to be eliminated. Beerus didn't care about anything else. For them, Liu Yi's power going berserk was a good thing. That is not it. Once Liu Yi transforms into a great ape, he might lose his reason. If that happens, he could start killing people. Master Roshi said gravely. Jiren, defeat him now. The clown god of destruction shouted in alarm. Hearing that, Jiren looked at the mutating Liu Yi, but after thinking about it, he still didn't make a move. Because there was no need. No matter how strong his opponent became, they would never pose a threat to him. Because he was the strongest. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, Liu Yi's body no longer looked human at all, and it was still crazily expanding. In the blink of an eye, it directly swelled to dozens of meters tall. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. The great ape kept pounding its chest above its head, and an incomparably powerful force began pouring out. For a moment, everyone around sensed this overwhelming power, and all of them changed expression. Does this still not count as a foul? The clown god of destruction said unwillingly. The Grand Minister looked toward the two Zeniths and found the two little guys staring at the scene in the arena with great interest, so he smiled and said, the reason contestant Liu Yi is able to transform is because it is his own skill, so it does not count as cheating. Therefore, just like contestant Kale earlier, this will not be treated as grounds for elimination. Of course, if he kills someone, then he will be eliminated. Damn it, the clown god of destruction said unhappily. Don't get angry. Jiren will be fine. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 couldn't help but advise him. Humph. Jiren, knock him off for me. The clown god of destruction suddenly barked. Jiren looked toward Liu Yi. At this moment, Liu Yi's form changed once again. His originally black fur suddenly turned gold, and then, in just a few seconds, it turned red. A red great ape. What is going on? Vegeta's face was full of disbelief. Even he, Prince Vegeta, had never seen a great ape in this form. So amazing. Liu Yi actually reached this level. His power got so much stronger. Goku said with a sigh of amazement. Hey.
Son Goku.
What are you doing? Don't let other people's fight affect ours. Caulifla couldn't help but snap angrily. That said, she was also secretly glancing at the great ape. Alright, I can't fall behind either. Goku grinned, then suddenly burst with energy. Instantly, he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. With the stamina he currently had, transforming into a Super Saiyan was no problem at all. Roar, roar, roar. The red great ape, Liu Yi, suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a powerful energy wave shot out in all directions. Anything it touched exploded instantly. Destruction. The current Liu Yi had only just transformed and had almost lost all reason. The most primitive savagery in his heart was pouring out wildly. At this moment, it only wanted to destroy. Jiren looked at the great ape, and a trace of coldness entered his eyes. Your power has increased a lot, but you're destroying things recklessly and running wild. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his palm toward the great ape, and in the next moment, he directly fired an energy blast that shot forward. But the great ape was extremely sharp and instantly sensed the danger. It immediately smashed a fist toward that energy blast. Boom! After the explosion, the great ape was actually forced back several steps, but it still hadn't been pushed off the arena. The arena was large enough, so strong. He actually pushed back even that kind of monster. This Jiren. His depth is immeasurable, Piccolo said with a complicated expression. Isn't there any way to make Liu Yi recover? If this keeps going, he might completely lose his mind. Gohan said worriedly. I don't know. He can only rely on himself now. Either he transforms or he gets eliminated. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly. Roar, roar, roar. After being attacked by Jiren, Luya was instantly enraged. He smashed a punch directly down at Jiren. Jiren's body leaped up at once and easily dodged it. The beast let out a roar, then directly fired a terrifying energy wave at Jiren. A trace of chill appeared in Jiren's eyes, and then a powerful aura suddenly formed in front of him. That aura directly blocked the Great Ape's attack. At the same time, Jiren extended his hand toward the Great Ape and condensed an energy sphere. This energy sphere was extremely terrifying, clearly containing an incredibly frightening amount of power. It's over. You monster, Jiren said flatly. The moment his words fell, he directly launched the energy blast, and it struck the Great Ape head-on. Boom! A woo! The Great Ape cried out in pain, then suddenly fell backward toward the sky. Boom! Lost? Everyone was a little doubtful. Beerus and the others secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Jiren looked at his opponent with a blank expression. HM? But in the next second, his pupils shrank. The Great Ape suddenly staggered back to its feet. There was still madness in its eyes, but compared to before, it was much calmer. What was going on? Vegeta and the others all looked at the Great Ape curiously. Why had it stopped moving? Suddenly, right at that moment, the Great Ape began giving off a red glow. Then that red light suddenly wrapped around its body, and right after that, its body started getting smaller and smaller. As Luya's Great Ape body continued to shrink, everyone's eyes tightened, and cold sweat began to break out unconsciously. At this time, the god's perception was even sharper. Luya's power was rising at an astonishing rate, and it was divine aura. Beerus watched the scene, his gaze turning strange. Whis explained. Whis glanced at the arena, then shook his head. Sorry, I don't know why either. But one thing is certain. Luya seems to have transformed. He transformed after becoming a Great Ape? How is that possible? Kampa said in disbelief. There's nothing impossible about it. His power has already reached an extraordinarily remarkable level, Lord Kampa. Vados said with a slight smile, though her eyes were grave. Humph. Kampa snorted coldly and said nothing. What a dense aura. Goku and Vegeta, both of whom could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, had cold sweat running down their faces, because they realized that Luya had actually broken through his limits. How was that possible? That was what the prince was thinking inwardly. He couldn't understand why Luya could reach this level. He had actually gone a step further through the Great Ape transformation. That brat Kakarot had also comprehended Ultra Instinct through fighting Jiren. Should he go up and fight Jiren too? At this moment, Luya's body had already shrunk back down to the size of an ordinary person. However, he was wrapped in a giant red sphere of light, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But Jiren slightly narrowed his eyes at this moment. He had realized there was something unusual about his opponent. Finally, the red light dispersed, and everyone was finally able to see Luya's figure clearly. However, whether it was the people or the gods, all of them frowned, because Luya's appearance had changed in a way that was somewhat shocking. At this moment, his hair was still red, but the rest of his form had changed even more dramatically. His chest was exposed, revealing solid muscles. The clothing on his upper body could no longer really be called clothing, but rather red fur. His tail had also turned red, and his hair was no longer as short as before. Instead, it had become an explosive, spiky mane, with long red hair draping down from both sides of his shoulders. Luya's eyes were closed at this moment, and even his eyelids were red. Who are you? Jiren suddenly asked. Luya slowly opened his eyes, looked at Jiren, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. This form? Easy enough. You can call me Super Saiyan 4, or you can call me Red Super Saiyan 4th generation. In any case, I am Luya, Saiyan Luya. Crack, crack. Twisting his neck, Luya muttered to himself. I never thought I'd end up appearing in this form. What a surprise. Great Ape Transformation. This was a skill he had obtained when he first came to Dragon Ball Super and went to sleep, but he had never had a chance to use it before. He hadn't expected to use it here, actually under Jiren's earlier attack. He had also felt the same despair Goku felt when he was pushed back into the Spirit Bomb. In his panic, he ran through every skill he could use. Unfortunately, the only useful ones were escaping by traversing spacetime and Great Ape Transformation. Traversing spacetime was obviously impossible, so he gritted his teeth and directly transformed into a giant ape. At the very least, that could still increase his power and let him withstand Jiren's ultimate move. Yet, unexpectedly, it had allowed him to comprehend this realm. Of course, when he transformed into a giant ape because his own power was already too great, even the Great Ape Transformation had mutated and turned directly red. Not only that, Jiren's final blow had awakened him and restored a bit of his rationality, so he took that opportunity to quickly compress the giant ape's energy. In the end, he had become Red-Furred Super Saiyan 4. This form contained divine power and the power of Super Saiyan 4. So Luya preferred to call it the 4th stage of Super Saiyan God. Of course, this red Super Saiyan evolving into Super Saiyan God 4th stage had massively increased his power. He could feel that, in his current form, his strength had surpassed the red Super Saiyan state he used before with Kaioken. Not just strength. His speed, body, every aspect had been enhanced to an unprecedented degree, especially his body. And Luya could feel that his perception had sharpened by far more than just double. Perhaps he could try truly mastering Ultra Instinct now. Thinking of this, Luya laughed inwardly. Better get used to his current power first. He looked at Jiren and said, "My form is called Super Saiyan God 4th stage." Jiren looked at Luya, then said calmly, "No matter how much you improve, you will never be my opponent." Luya twisted and stretched his body, doing warm-ups as he bounced lightly in place. "How would you know if you don't try?" Before the words had even fully fallen, Luya's figure had already appeared in front of Jiren. He unleashed a combo of punches, and in an instant, Luya had thrown several hundred punches. But Jiren was no pushover either. He directly struck back with overwhelming force and actually blocked Luya's attack. So fast. In an instant, the two of them were locked in fierce combat, leaving everyone stunned. The gods were also staring at this scene in shock. They had never expected that this unknown Saiyan could actually reach such a powerful level. It was simply unbelievable. If you look carefully, you'll notice that Luya's offense carries a bit of the flavor of Ultra Instinct. His attacks are extremely fast, and he doesn't need to think about what to do next, or what to do when the opponent attacks. His dodging is incredibly precise and he can even counterattack. Was suddenly reminded them. As soon as these words were spoken, both the people and the gods were stunned. Looking carefully, they were all dumbfounded too. What the hell? Another guy had comprehended Ultra Instinct? Had Ultra Instinct become this easy to learn now? No way. Ultra Instinct. How could it possibly be learned so easily? The gods found it hard to accept. Oh, Luya's form originally came from my guidance. I had him improve through thought and bodily coordination, so when he transformed into Red Super Saiyan, he had already gained a new understanding of Ultra Instinct. And not only that, Ultra Instinct isn't fixed to a form like Goku's. Goku did indeed comprehend Ultra Instinct. But Luya, his martial path itself is Ultra Instinct, and every breakthrough he makes is another step closer toward it. So the stronger he becomes, the more he can grasp true Ultra Instinct. Was suddenly understood, and so he explained. In other words, Luya now learned Ultra Instinct just like Goku? Krillin said in shock. That's right, but there is also a difference. Luya's form itself is a kind of Ultra Instinct, and he himself is Ultra Instinct itself. He just hasn't cultivated it to the limit yet. There are still countless possibilities ahead. You could say this is something that permanently exists within him. As for Goku's Ultra Instinct, it's more like a transformation skill, like turning into a Super Saiyan. However, if he wants to maintain it, he'll still need to work hard. Whis nodded. Good kid. He really didn't let us down, Beerus said in delight. Boom. Bang bang bang. On the arena, the two red figures kept colliding back and forth, and the sound waves from their impacts were utterly terrifying. Luya had already entered the next realm. Having broken through his limits, his strength had reached an unprecedented height. Not only that, while fighting Jiren with his talent boosted, he quickly adapted to his own power. He was even drawing out his own potential bit by bit. So dealing with Jiren was becoming much easier for him than before. Luya's appearance had even begun to carry a trace of Ultra Instinct's shadow. His speed was absurdly fast, and with extremely sharp perception, he dodged Jiren's attacks with precision. Whoosh! Bang! Jiren suddenly flashed in front of Luya, then directly smashed a punch down at him. Luya crossed both arms to block. Under the tremendous force, his body was sent crashing downward. Landing safely, Luya straightened up and looked at Jiren. Suddenly, he smiled. I've already seen through your power. What? Jiren's pupils shrank, and he said in disbelief. Luya smiled faintly. You're really amazing. Even I didn't expect to break through to this level. I originally thought it was just 4th stage, but it turned out to be Divine 4th stage instead. The change before and after has really surprised me. Red Super Saiyan was equivalent to Super Saiyan Blue, though somewhat stronger than Super Saiyan Blue, especially standing out in speed and reaction ability. Yet even Red Super Saiyan plus over 20 times Kaioken had failed to force out Jiren's true power. That showed just how terrifyingly strong his opponent was. But Luya had discovered that, after breaking through his limits and reaching Super God 4, his power had risen at an astonishing rate. This increase was even more exaggerated than the boost an ordinary Saiyan got from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without question, it was a qualitative transformation. Super Saiyan 4, this form was far more powerful than his previous Kaioken plus Red state, by way more than just a little. That was why, when facing Jiren's offense, he wasn't as miserable as before. And Luya felt that his current power was even more insane than Goku's when he had just grasped Ultra Instinct. That was why he dared to say that he had already touched the other's level of power. How is that possible? How could something like this happen? The god of destruction Belmod and the other gods all wore shocked expressions. They had never imagined that the science of Universe 7 would be this terrifying. Having one monster like Son Goku should have already been enough, so why did an even more troublesome Luya suddenly appear halfway through? Just where did this guy come from? The science of Universe 7 all seemed to have mastered the power of gods. This difference in quality was simply unbelievable. Luya's form and power are no worse than Son Goku's at all. If he's allowed to keep growing, even Jiren may not be able to do anything to him. The Angel of Universe 11 said gravely. Belmod's face darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. My. It seems that after initially gaining control of this power, Luya has also understood it and become familiar with his own strength, Whis said somewhat comforted. I never thought Luya could actually keep up with Jiren's movements. Aside from Goku with Ultra Instinct, no one else had the strength to keep up with Jiren at all. So amazing. Krillin and the others couldn't help sighing in amazement as well. Luya's power had exceeded their expectations. Not only that, in their hearts, Goku had always been the true number one, but now it seemed Luya had already surpassed Goku. If it weren't for my teaching back then, he never would have developed in this direction, Beerus said arrogantly. Oh, and precisely because of that, Luya can bring hope to our Universe 7, wouldn't you say, Lord Beerus? Whis smiled faintly and said. Beerus was silent for a moment, then said with forced pride, I guess he isn't bad. If he can hold off Jiren, then our Universe 7 will have a very high chance of winning. That may not necessarily be true. Although Luya's power is strong, I can still see his limit. But this Jiren, he's somewhat mysterious. Even I can't quite see through his power, Whis said with a complicated look as he gazed at Jiren in the arena. What? Beerus couldn't laugh anymore. Oh, a new form. Scions are so interesting, the Grand Zeno suddenly said excitedly. The Red Warrior is really amazing. The other Grand Zeno also said excitedly. Contestant Luya erupted with his potential at a moment of crisis, shattered the shackles of his limit, and broke through into the next realm. And this realm is rather similar to the divine technique Ultra Instinct. I have to say, the Scion race truly is extraordinary, the Grand Priest said with great interest. I didn't expect it. Luya actually surpassed us so easily. Goku looked at Luya's figure, and blazing fire burned in his eyes. That was battle intent. Right now, he really wanted to spar with Luya. But right now, he really couldn't get away. Caulifla and Kale were both going all out against him, and he had to admit that when those two girls joined forces, their strength was not weak at all. It had already surpassed the level of his Super Saiyan 3. Goku took a deep breath, then looked at the Caulifla sisters and revealed a smile. In that case, let me open your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly powered up. Right after that, a powerful aura surged explosively, but in the next second, that aura became weaker and weaker, while a red glow appeared around Goku's body. What the heck is that? Caulifla frowned and said in confusion. Be careful, sis. Kale stared at him gravely. Of course, we're going all out too, Kale. Caulifla grinned, then directly powered up and transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 2. Kale also smiled knowingly. Then she suddenly let out a roar like a wild beast. In an instant, terrifying green energy swept out, and Kale's hair turned green, the Berserker Saiyan form. But the current Kale was rational. It was just that the power she had under control wasn't as strong as when she lost her mind. Goku slowly opened his eyes, then said, This is Super Saiyan God. Next, I'll fight you using this form. Come on. Caulifla and Kale charged straight at him. Rumble. In an instant, fierce battle broke out between the three of them once again. The others also temporarily withdrew their gazes from Luya and Jiren, these two top fighters, and continued fighting. There was less and less time left. If too few people remained in the end, they would be automatically eliminated. So the universes at a disadvantage in numbers began launching fierce counterattacks. Especially Universe 4. They only had 2 contestants left now, and neither of them was particularly strong. So once Gohan and the others made their move, they were immediately suppressed. Universe 4 was very likely to be the next universe eliminated. Boom! 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 Amid wave after wave of huge explosions, the entire arena was left incomplete and shattered, a total wreck. Even with fewer than 30 people left, the battle was still this intense. Oh, Saiyan, since I can't fight the ones from my own universe, then I'll start with you people from Universe 6. Frieza laughed madly while firing energy blasts. Under the bombardment of his energy shots, Kaba of Universe 6 could only dodge in panic and had no chance to counterattack at all. On the other side, Hit was fighting the robots from Universe 3. His time skip was still extremely effective. Even though he had hit a wall against Dispo before, he could still reclaim his home field here. Everyone had their own opponent, and all of them were seizing every opportunity without letting a single opening pass by, because they knew only one universe could remain. So everyone was an enemy. Only by defeating their opponents and throwing them off the arena could victory belong to them. Meanwhile, Luya looked at Jiren and said, You're not planning to use your real power? Jiren looked at Luya, then said, your power still isn't worthy of making me fight at full strength. Is that so? I know you're very powerful. If you go all out, maybe even I won't be able to defeat you. But my power isn't the kind that surrenders so easily. This time, the one who defeats you, Jiren, will definitely be me, Luya said confidently. In the next moment, a burst of red energy exploded directly from his body, and his powerful aura swept outward at once. Ah! Luya clenched his fists and roared. In an instant, his power began rising non-stop. As Jiren looked at Luya, his eyes were no longer calm, and a trace of seriousness appeared. Not just anyone was qualified to be his opponent. And aside from Son Goku from before, only Luya standing before him qualified. Thinking of that, Jiren suddenly smiled. It was the joy of encountering a worthy opponent. Luya, is it? Very good. I will prove that your power is utterly insignificant. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiren suddenly let out a low shout. Instantly, terrifying power erupted from his body. Red light wrapped around him. The auras of the two of them directly spread into the surrounding battlefield. Under that pressure, everyone was disturbed. Even Toppo, Vegeta, and the others had cold sweat sliding down their faces. How is that possible? How could that guy make Jiren this serious? Toppo found it hard to believe. He simply couldn't believe Luya had already become so powerful that even Jiren had to erupt like this. Compared to him, Vegeta's expression wasn't looking too good either. He clenched his teeth tightly. Damn it! You're actually showing off your power right in front of me. I refuse to accept this. With his strength, he could already sense that both of them were far above him, and that was exactly what he couldn't accept. Humph, you'd better worry about yourself. I'll personally throw you off, Top said coldly as he looked at Vegeta. TCH, I can't handle that guy Jiren. But do you really think I can't handle you? Vegeta shouted coldly. Then his power suddenly exploded as he directly entered his Super Saiyan Blue full power state. Come on. Top also burst out with a powerful aura and charged straight at Vegeta, tangling with him in battle. Luya finished powering up, but his expression didn't look too good. Why do I feel like there's an even stronger power inside me? But why can't I bring it out? He realized that this Super Saiyan for God wasn't nearly as simple as he had imagined. Maybe this form still had an even stronger power hidden within it. But right at that moment, Luya's expression changed, and he instinctively raised a hand to block. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force directly sent him flying backward. Jiren had appeared in front of him at some unknown point. Luya looked at his arm with some pain, then grinned. Interesting. This kind of power is seriously incredible. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished and charged at Jiren. Boom! The two exchanged a punch directly, and immediately after, a massive sonic boom erupted, terrifyingly powerful. Luya let out a furious shout, then took the initiative to attack. In an instant, countless fist shadows blasted toward Jiren. The latter wasn't afraid in the slightest. Without even using his hands, he directly released wave after wave of impact through his gaze. And at once, the force of their attacks collided together. Da-da-da-da. Luya kept striking at his opponent, while Jiren easily blocked Luya's attacks and counterattacked at the same time, redirecting Luya's strength before launching his own assault. There wasn't the slightest flaw in his movements, and Luya was the same. So if the two wanted to decide a winner, then they could only do it by bringing out their true power. Boom! 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 For a moment, wave after wave of heat swept outward. Although the two were still visible to everyone, the space around them was exploding again and again, producing bursts of thunderous noise like firecrackers going off. Although Jiren's power truly was formidable, Luya was also constantly improving in battle, so his movements were becoming sharper as well, more and more flawless. The fierce battle between the two made even the spectators hold their breath for them. This kind of high-intensity exchange was the peak clash between the two. If either one revealed a flaw even a step too early, then the outcome of this battle would lose all suspense. When experts clash, everything happens in an instant. Opportunities vanish in the blink of an eye. If you can't seize the chance in time to take down your opponent, then the one who loses will be yourself. Luya and Jiren shot straight into the sky. Not only that, but their power was also growing stronger the more they fought. Two crimson lights kept flashing, and then, after another collision, the two appeared behind one another in mirrored positions. Luya didn't let the chance slip by. He turned around and rapidly fired countless ki blasts. A red glint flashed through Jiren's eyes, and those ki blasts instantly exploded. Kamehameha! Luya shouted, directly unleashing a powerful ultimate move. But Jiren's expression didn't change at all. He suddenly stretched a hand forward, and the next moment, an energy sphere shot out and instantly neutralized Luya's attack. You're more interesting than Goku, Jiren said as he looked at Luya. Luya grinned. Then show me your real strength. Otherwise, I'm not going to hold back. After transforming, he really had gotten a little carried away. Right now, he could keep up with even Jiren's attacks, so Luya had started feeling unsatisfied with power. The other side kept hiding things, and that made him a little annoyed. Hearing this, Jiren said to him, "You are overly confident in yourself." Luya curled his lips. "The key is, I don't even know where my own limit is." He had discovered that there was a power hidden inside his body. But no matter what he did, he couldn't use it. That made him extremely curious, so he wanted Jiren to push him a little. "You know nothing about power." Jiren looked at Luya, and a cold glint suddenly flashed through his eyes. Right after that, he directly erupted with an incomparably terrifying power. For a moment, this pressure was like an electromagnetic wave. The entire arena was directly affected, and everyone looked over in shock. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are they not going to let anyone else fight? They keep bursting out, like nobody knows they're strong already, with beast-like low growls. The power of the two had now surpassed everyone else in the arena. That powerful aura rushed straight at everyone, and their expressions all turned incomparably complicated, because no one had expected these two guys to be this strong. Even Goku and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Not even mentioning Jiren, even the power given off by Luya in this form was far stronger than theirs by a huge margin. This tournament of power had already become the home stage of these two. Luya and Jiren looked at each other. Then their gazes sharpened at the same time. The next second, the two of them vanished simultaneously. Rumble. In an instant, waves of explosions rang out, followed by countless shockwaves. Jiren and Luya moved through the explosions, their speed so terrifying that even Hit, with his time skip, found it difficult to catch their movements. Ha! Luya floated in midair and suddenly burst with power, directly forcing back the approaching Jiren. In the next moment, his whole body was wrapped in brilliant crimson light as he flashed straight in front of Jiren. His punch surged forward with unstoppable force, smashing through everything in its path. But Jiren's expression didn't change. He suddenly raised a hand and caught Luya's fist. Boom! A wave of air directly spread out, and space trembled. Jiren tightly gripped Luya's fist and said flatly, "To be able to reach this level, you already have every reason to be proud. But it's still not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiren moved swiftly and directly struck Luya down with a chop. Boom! Ugh! Luya suddenly spat out a mouthful of white foam. Jiren's strike had not been light. Jiren suddenly opened his hand toward Luya, and the next moment, a red energy bullet dropped straight down. Luya's gaze sharpened, and in the next second, he disappeared with instant transmission. Boom! After an explosion, a huge crater appeared. Jiren also suddenly vanished in the very next instant. Boom! 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 On the arena, two figures darted back and forth as they collided again and again, completely ignoring the other people on the stage. Their indiscriminate attacks forced everyone else to dodge in panic. But some still got caught up in it. Just as Gohan and Piccolo were fighting Damon and the others from Universe 4, they suddenly sensed danger as well. "Get out of the way, Gohan." Piccolo's face turned green as he hurriedly pulled Gohan aside and dodged to one side. But Damon wasn't so lucky. With her strength, there was no way she could dodge the collision between Jiren and Luya. Boom! Along with an explosion, a scream rang out, and Damon was directly knocked off the arena. New! Quitella's face went pale the moment he saw this. Universe 4 only had 2 people left now. And just like that, one of them had been eliminated, which meant there was only one left. And it was the weakest one at that. Now, suddenly, Android 17 shouted in a low voice. Android 18 understood immediately, and her figure flashed away at once. At the same time, the last remaining invisible fighter from Universe 4 saw his companion get eliminated, and his mentality started to collapse a little. In the end, he couldn't help revealing his true form, but the very next second, Android 18 appeared right in front of him. Oh! The invisible fighter was instantly terrified, and hurriedly vanished again. Android 18 lunged and missed, looking a little dissatisfied. But just then, a Saiyan energy barrier suddenly appeared, and inside that barrier was the invisible fighter. The one who made the timely move was Android 17. Done. 17 snapped his fingers, then directly kicked the invisible fighter flying out with 1 foot. The last contestant of Universe 4, eliminated. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Universe 4 was finished. No way. I don't believe it. Quitella's face looked extremely ugly. He hadn't expected the fighters on his side to be this worthless. Then again, the fighters from Universe 4 all specialized in tricks and schemes. There really weren't that many among them with overwhelming strength. I announced that all 10 contestants of Universe 4 have been eliminated and are officially out, the Grand Minister declared. Even though Luya and Jiren's battle was intense, their attention still shifted and fell onto Universe 4, their expressions turning somewhat complicated. The two Zeniths didn't hesitate either. Their attention was currently on Luya and Jiren as well. So when Universe 4 was eliminated, they quickly raised their hands and clenched them directly. Swish! In an instant, everyone from Universe 4 vanished as a group, leaving only the Angel behind. Universe 4 had undoubtedly been done the dirtiest. None of them had expected that, in the end, they would be eliminated only because they got caught up in everything. It made them completely unable to accept it. But it was already too late. Universe 4 had already become a sacrifice. Now only 4 universes remained. And judging from the situation, Universe 7 and Universe 11 had very high chances of victory. Even though Universe 11 only had 3 people left, among them was Jiren. One man alone was enough to hold off everyone. Truly unbelievable. I didn't expect an entire universe to be erased so easily. Those 2 seemingly harmless little kids. Who would have thought they'd be so ruthless? In one corner, Frieza looked at the 2 Zeniths, his gaze turning grave as well. But one day, I will stand above all of you gods. Don't be ridiculous. Your power could never possibly reach that level. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out, though it sounded a little weak. Oh? Frieza looked over and then discovered Kaba had stood back up while clutching his injured arm. Ho ho ho. I didn't expect you to be this tenacious, Frieza said mockingly. Humph. How could I lose to an evil existence like you? Kaba said with a firm expression. Very good, very good. Now that you've said that, I want to get rid of you even more. Tormenting Saiyans like you is one of my pleasures. Frieza let out a sinister laugh. Then come on. Kaba snorted coldly, then suddenly exploded with ki. In an instant, a powerful force erupted directly from him. At once, the power of Super Saiyan 2 was revealed, and his strength rose by several levels. Ho ho, if that's the case, then I won't hold back either. Frieza sneered, then suddenly powered up as well. In that instant, Frieza's power reached a critical point, and golden light suddenly surged all around him, and he himself transformed into Golden Frieza. Aya! Kaba showed no fear at all and charged straight toward Frieza. But in Frieza's eyes, injured as he was, Kaba had plenty of openings. The moment Kaba rushed over, Frieza suddenly lowered his body, then followed with an utterly emotionless punch.
Bang! Urka!
With that muffled impact, Kaba was completely stunned. The immense pain directly forced him back into his normal form. Ho ho ho, sorry about that. I really have played enough. Time to send you down. Frieza gave an evil grin, then grabbed Kaba by the hair and threw him straight out. Universe 6 contestant Kaba is officially eliminated. The Grand Minister said with a faint smile. This is bad. Kampa's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed Kaba beside him. Hey, why didn't you run? You clearly had a chance to escape. Kaba. That guy Kaba actually got eliminated, Caulifla said with a slight frown. With Kaba's elimination, Universe 6 was down to only 5 people as well. Hey, warriors of Universe 6, listen to me. Throw every last one of those Universe 7 guys off the stage. Kampa suddenly shouted angrily. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared above Gohan and Piccolo. They were 2 Namekians, and their appearance made Piccolo's expression change immediately. Caulifla looked at Goku and said, Hey, let's finish this quickly too. Goku smiled slightly. Then let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly powered up, and crimson light ignited around him. On the entire arena, only Universe 3, Universe 6, Universe 7, and Universe 11 remained. But the battles between them were still extremely intense. Only 4 universes left. But our Universe 3 will definitely be the one that remains at the end. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 suddenly said confidently. Beep beep beep. The robotic Supreme Kai also made a sound. The angel translated. Lord Mosco says, how is that plan coming along? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 pushed up his glasses, then smiled slightly. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Still, we'll have to rely on Dr. Pepperoni to collect some more data. All the warriors have already displayed their powers. So this way, we'll be able to grasp their weaknesses and defeat them in our strongest state. Universe 3 was currently one of the universes with fewer remaining members, with only 4 still standing, so he had already ordered these contestants to protect themselves no matter what, because they still had a major use. TCH. We can't fall behind either. Listen up. Cut down their numbers for me, Kampa shouted. At this point, Universe 6 was obviously in a disadvantageous situation. If they didn't take some kind of action, then Universe 6 might really be done for too. Believe in Goku and the others. Goku and the others definitely won't lose. Krillin said firmly. Beerus, the Supreme Kai, and the other gods all watched the arena with solemn expressions. To be precise, they were watching Luya and Jiren's battle. I truly didn't expect Universe 11 to still have such a powerful mortal. A guy like that is extremely dangerous, Beerus said flatly. Ho ho ho, among the universes, there have always been legends of mortals stronger than gods. The facts prove that such beings really do exist. Though gods stand higher, that doesn't mean all of their power necessarily surpasses mortals completely. Every now and then, there are a few exceptions. Whis took it quite calmly. But Luya's growth is unbelievable too. I never thought he could reach this level, the Supreme Kai said with some emotion. Beerus fell silent. Truthfully, he hadn't expected that after only one evolution, Luya would be able to reach this kind of level. It had shocked him greatly, but right now, Luya was fighting for Universe 7's chance at survival, so he didn't dwell on it. A form born from Super Saiyan for combined with divine power. Its strength had already surpassed the understanding of all gods.
Bang bang bang.
Boom, boom, boom. On the arena, Jiren and Luya were fighting at high speed. The two were almost evenly matched, but it was clear that Luya was getting stronger and stronger, while Jiren showed not the slightest sign of backing down. His expression hadn't changed at all. Although Luya was getting stronger and stronger during the fight, he knew that the other side's true power was still far from being brought out. He might not even have shown half of his limit yet. But Luya himself had already reached the utmost limit of what he could currently bring out. Of course, he had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, so his control over his own power still hadn't reached its peak. But he was growing while fighting, and he could keep up with Jiren's attacks. It wasn't that Super Saiyan 4 wasn't strong, but that Jiren's power was simply too overwhelming. Luya's movements were somewhat similar to Ultra Instinct, but he still hadn't reached that peak state, the true Ultra Instinct. Right now, he was only half-baked. Trying to truly comprehend Ultra Instinct was probably no simple matter. Bang! The two exchanged a punch, and a powerful force burst out at once. Their eyes met, and both remained expressionless, coldly staring at each other. A red aura suddenly appeared around Jiren. In the next moment, his power surged sharply, instantly sending Luya flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Jiren charged straight out, releasing terrifying energy blasts at Luya as he advanced. The latter directly used instant transmission to evade. But Jiren kept pressing forward step by step, leaving him unable to find any chance to counterattack. In the face of absolute power, every technique was just flashy nonsense. Jiren's strength was already beyond what instant transmission and timeskip could deal with. The other side could easily break through his techniques, so getting in close was a bit difficult. There wasn't the slightest flaw in the offensive he was displaying. Whoosh! An energy blast shot over. Luya stopped, turned around, and fired a ki blast with both hands, instantly canceling it out. Whoosh! But in the very next instant, Jiren appeared in front of him and threw a punch straight at Luya. Luya's reaction was a little too slow, so he could only raise one hand to block. Bang! With a cry of pain, Luya's body was blasted away by a huge force and smashed straight into a giant boulder. Well done, Jiren. The god of destruction Belmod was instantly overjoyed. Seeing that Jiren's power was above Luya's, he immediately got excited. Jiren looked at Luya, then slowly walked toward him. Luya broke free, landed steadily on the ground, and rubbed his aching arm. Not bad. Looks like you're gradually being pushed into using your full power. Jiren stopped and looked at him. You're more troublesome than Son Goku, but it's still not enough. Luya bared his teeth in a grin. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Boom! With a burst of energy, a powerful force erupted from within his body. Right after that, red energy had already spread all around Luya. Kamehameha! After charging it up, Luya suddenly fired a Kamehameha. In an instant, that terrifying power rushed straight toward Jiren. Jiren's eyes suddenly widened. In the next moment, a wall of ki appeared several meters in front of him. Boom! For a moment, it actually blocked Luya's attack. You think I'm Goku? You're wrong. My power keeps getting stronger and stronger. Luya let out a low roar. In the next moment, he bellowed and directly increased his energy output. Instantly, cracks began to appear in Jiren's ki wall. In less than 2 seconds, it was already covered in fractures. Finally, boom! The ki wall shattered, and the terrifying power blasted straight toward Jiren. Jiren's expression suddenly turned serious. He gritted his teeth, red light flaring all around him, then directly threw a punch at the incoming Kamehameha. Boom! In an instant, red light exploded from around Jiren. Terrifying power wrapped around him and gathered into his fist. Aha! For a moment, under the terrifying clash between the two, everything around them was completely destroyed. Luya's power is still increasing. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 suddenly cried out in shock. But Jiren's power isn't weak either, and up until now, we still haven't seen Jiren's limit, Beerus said in a deep voice, to actually force Jiren this far. Not simple at all. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 also stared at Luya's figure with apprehension, his eyes flickering as if thinking about something. Humph! Jiren is absolutely unbeatable. That Luya from Universe 7 has already pushed himself to the limit, while Jiren still hasn't reached his limit. Belmod suddenly snorted coldly. At the same time, in Universe 3, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 suddenly pushed up his glasses, and a glint flashed in his eyes. It's time for our Universe 3 to put on a show. At a certain spot on the arena, for contestants had gathered. Their bodies were all equipped with machinery, half human and half machine, and they gave off no aura at all. The surviving contestants of Universe 3, Koitsukai, Pansea, Borelita, Paparoni. Paparoni was a doctor, and at this moment he was looking into the distance. Truly unbelievable. Even from this far away, I can still feel how powerful those two are, Pepperoni said with some emotion. But everything you've done will only become the wedding dress for our Universe 3's victory. Pepperoni grinned, then looked at his companions. Begin. Let them witness the power of Universe 3. On the other side, Goku, Caulifla, and Kale had also fallen into a bitter battle, but Goku was clearly in the upper hand. Although his stamina had not yet recovered to its peak, his Super Saiyan God form was already enough to suppress the two girls. Now it's time to end this. Goku looked at the two girls across from him, then suddenly erupted with energy, raising his own power to its peak. Kamehameha. Caulifla was heavily injured at this point, and Kale stood in front of her sister as well, gritting her teeth and glaring at Son Goku. Hey, hold it off. You absolutely can't be eliminated. Kampa roared loudly. Sis, hang in there, Kale said worriedly. Didn't expect that we can't even beat an injured Son Goku. Kale, let's use that. Caulifla suddenly gave a light laugh and said. Hearing that, Kale quickly took out one of the earrings they had prepared beforehand. Here it comes. Ha! At that moment, Goku suddenly let out an angry roar, and right after that a powerful force burst out directly. In an instant, he fired a Kamehameha straight at the two sisters. Under that enormous wave of light, the terrifying energy instantly swallowed the two sisters whole. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the arena immediately began to shake. Goku withdrew his attack and stared fixedly at the field. But very soon his gaze tightened. How is that possible? The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, and a figure appeared in the arena completely unharmed. The moment he saw the other's true appearance, Goku was instantly shocked. How is that possible? You two, what? Those are Pot Era earrings. How do they have those? The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said in disbelief. Hey, Kampa, that's against the rules. How can you use something like that? Beerus glared at Kampa with an unhappy expression. The latter laughed smugly. So what? The rules never said they couldn't be used. Beerus gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, then immediately looked at the Grand Priest. Shouldn't that already count as a foul? The Grand Priest smiled faintly. My apologies, but the rules never stated that fusion techniques cannot be used, so it does not count as a violation. Damn it. Beerus's expression instantly turned ugly. Wahahaha, Beerus. Just watch how she throws Son Goku off the stage. Kampa instantly became even more smug. This is bad. Shouldn't we use the earrings too? The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said with a rather grim expression. No, they won't use them, Krillin suddenly said. That's right. While the Pot Era earrings can bring a massive boost in power, if they're countered, then two people get eliminated. So using them isn't suitable, Whis explained as well. And with Goku and the others' pride, they would never agree to use tricks like that. That was what Krillin wanted to say. In the arena, Goku looked at the other side, cold sweat already forming on his face. Interesting. I didn't expect you guys to actually have Pot Era. I'm neither Caulifla nor Kale. My name is Kefla, the female Saiyan grinned. Ah, you really do have the same kind of presence Vegeta and I had back then. Goku smiled slightly, but his gaze turned serious. He knew very clearly that the power of two people fusing was not as simple as 1 + 1. After fusion, their strength would reach an astonishing level. So the opponent in front of him was now stronger than him. Ha ha ha, come on. I can feel my whole body overflowing with power. Son Goku, let me show you. Kefla suddenly leaped up, then jumped to a high spot and let out a low shout as she directly began to power up. Ha! Boom! In an instant, a terrifying power shot straight into the sky. That astonishing strength immediately alarmed all the surrounding fighters. Vegeta, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Toppo, suddenly felt that power. His attention slipped for a moment, and as a result, Toppo smashed him flying with a single punch. Toppo also looked in that direction, his expression instantly turning grave. That kind of power. A Saiyan. After releasing that terrifying power, Kefla suddenly looked toward Goku and laughed. Here I come. Whoosh! The next moment, Kefla's speed surged, and she rushed directly behind Goku. Goku was stunned for an instant, then reacted at once. He quickly turned around and looked at her. You little... Sorry, this power is just too strong. I can't control it for the moment, Kefla said excitedly. TCH. Goku's expression sharpened, and then he charged straight at her, throwing a punch at Kefla. But she dodged it with ease. How was this possible? Even Super Saiyan God couldn't deal with her. Kefla laughed, then suddenly moved. In an instant, she appeared below Goku and drove a punch brutally into his stomach. Ugga! Intense pain struck, and Goku's body was sent flying at once. He slammed hard into a small mountain. This is bad. Everyone from Universe 7 grew worried. Ha ha ha, good. That's it. Throw Son Goku off for me. Kampa danced excitedly with joy. What? Is that all you've got? That's not gonna cut it. Son Goku. Kefla looked at Goku mockingly. Goku struggled to get back up. The intense pain made him feel awful. This little bit is already too much for you? I've still got even greater power. Kefla suddenly bared her teeth in a grin, then erupted again. Amid a burst of roaring, golden light directly wrapped around her. Boom! Whoosh! 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 Wrapped in golden light, Kefla directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her powerful aura shook the surroundings. What incredible ki! Kaba and the others from Universe 6 stared at this scene in shock as well. They hadn't expected fused Kefla's strength to reach this level. Super Saiyan. Goku looked at Kefla's transformation, his expression growing even more solemn. What is it? Don't tell me this is all you're capable of? You should still be holding back, right? Kefla suddenly said with a smile. You're right. I am holding back, because my stamina still hasn't recovered enough to be fully used. I've been conserving it the whole time. Goku smiled slightly and didn't deny it. Hurry up. Bring out your real strength and fight me, Kefla said arrogantly. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Goku suddenly grinned, then began gathering ki. The ground began to tremble. Right after that, Goku's ki started rising continuously at this moment. With a huge explosive roar, Goku's power suddenly turned blue. Super Saiyan Blue. While Goku and Kefla were in the middle of their fierce battle, Luya had also fallen into a stalemate with Jiren. The power of the two seemed endless. Their terrifying clashes tore apart the arena, causing massive destruction. Jiren had been using the power concentrated in his fists to block Luya's Kamehameha, but little by little, he realized that his fists seemed unable to break through the other's power. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him. Right after that, a horrifying energy burst out of his body, and red energy exploded outward. For a moment, Luya's Kamehameha was blasted apart into countless rays of light shooting in every direction. Explosions rang out one after another. Luya's figure paused. Then he leaped up and directly retreated away from the area. Jiren walked toward Luya, the aura around his body blocking any impact for him. Looking at Jiren, Luya could not help but sigh. Still couldn't force out your true power. Of course, the power hidden within his own body hadn't been triggered either. But Luya didn't dare let Jiren beat him up to force out his own power, because if he did that, with Jiren's strength, even the slightest lapse on his part might cost him his life. Jiren looked at Luya and said, You are indeed stronger than Son Goku. Luya chuckled. Again, just as his words fell, suddenly, a crimson wave of light shot into the sky from not far away. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and they all looked over. What's going on? Beerus looked over there in shock. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. Now, let the warriors of my Universe 3 take the stage. The Universe 3 Supreme Kai suddenly burst into loud laughter, incomparably pleased with himself. At that moment, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared in the arena. It was a giant with a huge red crystal on top of its head. Its entire body looked like a messenger from hell. Analaza. This is the final survival strategy of our Universe 3, the ultimate life form with absolute power. The Universe 3 Supreme Kai introduced proudly, then revealed a subtle smile. Come on, cause as much chaos as you want. Analaza. Roar. In an instant, the monster immediately let out a furious roar, and tremendous power poured out. Amazing. This power jumped by leaps and bounds all at once. Gohan looked at the monster gravely. We can't be careless. Piccolo was also extremely serious. Let me test its power. Android 17 was still very interested in androids. With a light laugh, he directly leaped out. Android 18 thought for a moment, then charged out after him as well. Roar. Analaza roared as it pounded its own chest. Just like when Luya had transformed into a great ape earlier. Android 17 and Android 18 took the lead, directly firing terrifying power at it. But in the next second, that monster suddenly waved its hand, and actually knocked away the attacks. What's going on? Both Android 17 and Android 18's expressions changed, and right then, the monster suddenly charged at them, its speed rising at an extreme rate. Be careful, 18. Krillin shouted in worry. This is bad. Android 18's expression changed. They had just wanted to retreat, but the monster was already in front of them. With one punch, it was like a dark cloud covering them. Boom! In an instant, a huge force sent both of them flying. Roar! Analaza pounded its chest excitedly. Right after that, it began wreaking havoc wantonly. Damn it! This monster! Vegeta's face darkened. With a flash, he dodged the attack. Topo also dodged, and he didn't get tangled up with Vegeta either. He retreated directly. Ho ho ho! Now this is getting interesting. If that monster is defeated, then the third universe can be eliminated, right? In the distance, Frieza watched this scene, but he had no intention of making a move. Hit also had no intention of acting. As the strongest fighter of Universe 6, he had to conserve his stamina. We can't let that monster do whatever it wants. Goku, who was fighting Kefla, also noticed what was happening, and his expression changed at once. Hey, you, take this seriously. I'm your opponent. Once I deal with you, I'll deal with all of them too. At that moment, Kefla attacked again. Left with no choice, Goku could only continue fighting her. Elsewhere. No way. That guy shouldn't be showing up yet. Luya looked at that monster, his expression turning grim. He hadn't expected the other side to seize this opening. It was honestly hard for him to believe. He had thought this monster would appear in a later clash, but instead it had come out now to stir up trouble. Before he could react, Toppo suddenly appeared beside Jiren. Let us withdraw for now and preserve our strength. Jiren glanced at the monster, then at Luya, and finally nodded. Very quickly, the two of them vanished. Luya watched this scene without stopping them. He couldn't stop Jiren. With his current power, he still wasn't Jiren's match. Thinking that, Luya flashed forward and charged straight toward the monster. Boom! 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 Under countless attacks of red energy, everyone could only dodge. Suddenly, the two twin Namekians from Universe 6 were targeted and directly took an energy blast head-on. In an instant, they were sent flying back in a miserable state. The very next moment, the monster suddenly appeared in front of Gohan and, before he could react, brought down a heavy punch. Gohan hadn't expected such a huge body to move this fast. For a moment, he was stunned. Move, Gohan. Piccolo's face turned green as he hurriedly shoved Gohan away, pushing him clear. But he himself was terribly unlucky and was struck directly by the punch. Piccolo could no longer hold on. His body flew out like a cannonball, smashing through countless rocks before falling off the arena. Uncle Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo get eliminated while protecting him, Gohan felt like his heart was bleeding. He had thought that as long as he regained Ultimate Gohan's power, he would be able to stand on his own. But in the end, he still had to rely on Uncle Piccolo to protect him. A wave of guilt rose within him. I announced that Universe 7's contestant Piccolo is out, the Grand Minister declared. Another fighter from Universe 7 had been eliminated once again. Well done, Analaza. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 said proudly. After Piccolo was teleported to the spectator stands, he was still somewhat unwilling to accept it, but he still said to Gohan, Gohan, listen to me, don't hold back. If you want to avenge me, then beat the hell out of him. I know, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's expression became firm. Then he looked at the monster and gritted his teeth. You monster. I absolutely won't let you off. Boom. At once, a terrifying power erupted, and then Gohan directly unleashed a big move. That mighty force blasted straight toward the monster. Roar! A huge beam of light surged forward, yet the monster showed no fear at all. In an instant, it threw out a fierce punch and directly shattered Gohan's attack. At the same time, it directly fired a massive red energy wave straight at Gohan. If he were hit by that kind of power, even Gohan probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that moment, Vegeta, 17, and 18 landed beside Gohan. They released powerful energy at the same time, and only then did they neutralize the attack. Uncle Vegeta, Uncle 17, Aunt 18. Thank you, Gohan said gratefully, full of relief. Be careful. This guy isn't simple. Vegeta said in a deep voice, then looked at the monster. Let me see for myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed and fired a terrifying energy blast at the monster. Rumble. In an instant, that powerful force shot out, but the monster suddenly bared its teeth in a grin full of mockery. With just a light wave of its hand, it directly knocked away Vegeta's attack. What? Vegeta's expression changed. Everyone else's faces also sank. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Analaza's power is far above all of you. None of you are its match. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 suddenly said. Whoosh! The monster quickly charged straight at Vegeta and the others and threw a punch. Move! Vegeta shouted in a low voice before dodging at once. The others also hurriedly dodged. Boom! The ground trembled, and in an instant, a massive crater was smashed out. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the monster let out a furious roar. Then it abruptly raised both hands high, and a powerful mass of energy suddenly burst out. Right after that, that mass of energy transformed into countless energy bullets that shot outward, packed with destructive force, exploding non-stop across the arena. Everyone could only keep dodging and fleeing, but some people had no way to avoid it. Because their strength was insufficient, the two Namekians from Universe 6 were also caught in the blast. Under a tremendous bombardment, the part of the arena they stood on was destroyed, and they fell down along with it. Two people were eliminated instantly. Huh! What happened? What the hell are you doing? Couldn't you two run? Kampa said angrily, kicking each of them once. Sorry, the two said shamefully. Lord Kampa, Universe 6 only has Hit and Kefla left, Vado suddenly said. This is bad. Kampa scratched his head and said in alarm. Boom! A blast of energy shot out directly and instantly destroyed one of the energy bullets. The one who acted was Jiren, with Topo and Dispo beside him. That guy. He is not trying to attack us too, is he? Dispo said, somewhat annoyed. Jiren said nothing. He simply looked at the situation in the arena with a blank expression. Boom! Wawa! On the other side, Goku and Kefla, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, were both affected and hurriedly dodged away. So strong. That kind of power actually reached this level all at once. Goku looked solemnly at the monster in the arena. Kefla was a little annoyed. What's going on? It actually dares to attack even me. She wasn't afraid of that monster, because its power hadn't posed a threat to her. Of course, if they didn't fight, there was no way to know who was stronger. However, Son Goku, don't even think about going to help. Get past me first. Kefla still had no interest in paying attention to what was happening over there. Goku looked at Kefla. You really are troublesome, but I'll end this fight as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku suddenly powered up. 20-fold Kaioken. Boom! In an instant, Goku's power surged dramatically. That's more like it. Yes, just like that. Kefla excitedly attacked Goku. This is bad. Goku's stamina. Can he really maintain Kaioken? Krillin said worriedly. Goku's stamina still hasn't recovered. He probably can't maintain it for long, so he has to end this quickly, was said, seeing through it immediately. After the huge explosion, the battlefield was in complete ruin. Ooh, that's amazing. The two Zeniths watched with great interest. The people of Universe 7 had all been scattered, and some of them were even buried under piles of dirt. Crash! A figure suddenly pushed apart a cloud of pink dust and struggled to his feet. It was Gohan. That indiscriminate attack from the other side had almost been too much even for him to block. You okay? Android 17 landed beside Gohan and spoke.
Iem fine.
Gohan looked at the monster with a grave expression. Analaza. Now, throw all of them down. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 suddenly shouted. Roar! The monster charged straight toward Gohan and the others. It's coming. Gohan gritted his teeth and said grimly. Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the monster. The monster, running at top speed, didn't react in time and was kicked to the ground in one blow. Roar! Boom! The monster crashed to the floor. Mr. Luya. When Gohan saw who it was, he couldn't help crying out in delight. Great, we're saved. Krillin and the others were all overjoyed. Who was Luya? He was a super expert who could fight head-on with Jiren. With him here, there was no need to worry anymore. Beerus also visibly let out a sigh of relief, then took a deep breath. Luya, defeat him for me. Humph. So what if he can fight Jiren? Analaza's power isn't something you can look down on. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 let out a cold snort. Luya looked at the monster as it got back up, then said, Interesting. So the reason you dared jump out this quickly is because you already have our intel? Hehehe. The monster looked at Luya without the slightest fear. Though it was a fusion of 4 people and still retained their previous consciousness. And although it knew that the guy in front of it could fight someone as powerful as Jiren, it wasn't afraid at all. Because it was confident that it was even stronger than him. Then let me test you myself. Luya smiled faintly, then suddenly unleashed his aura. In an instant, a powerful force burst straight out of his body. Luya, don't push yourself. You already used up a lot of stamina fighting Jiren. Let us join forces and attack together. Gohan tried to persuade him. He knew Luya's current exhaustion was also severe. After all, after fighting a monster like Jiren for so long, the drain on his stamina was obvious. But Luya waved his hand. Let me test its power. After saying that, he charged straight toward the monster. Whoosh! Suddenly, the monstrous figure vanished all at once. In the next instant, it had already appeared in front of Luya, and its huge body came crashing down over him with overwhelming pressure. What? Gohan and the others' expressions changed drastically. The opponent was actually that fast. But Luya didn't panic in the slightest. He let out a cold laugh, and in the next instant he suddenly activated time skip. Time abruptly froze. Just as the gods thought time skip had successfully restricted Analaza's movements, in the very next moment, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the prison of frozen time. Luya noticed it too, and his eyes immediately sharpened. Although his time skip had increased to 15 seconds along with his rising strength, the opponent's power was no weaker. With enough raw strength, time itself could be torn apart. But Luya didn't hesitate. In an instant, he appeared beneath Analaza's chin, then viciously kicked upward. In that split second, a tremendous shock force sent Analaza flying. Analaza! The Supreme Kai of Universe 3's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe the other side had injured their strongest warrior so easily. Roar! 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 But very quickly, the monster steadied its body. Then it let out a roar and suddenly charged at Luya once more. Luya wasn't afraid at all. He suddenly flared his aura, and powerful red energy poured out as he met it head-on. Roar! The monster was unbelievably fast. Its movements showed no pause at all despite its massive size. In an instant, it threw out punch after punch. But Luya relied on his smaller size to dodge in time, so the opponent's attacks couldn't hit him. At the same time, Luya had already rushed in front of the monster, and his fists came crashing down like raindrops. Amid wave after wave of booming sounds, the monstrous body actually began sliding backward little by little. The two simply weren't on the same level in terms of size. Although both of them were terrifyingly powerful, dealing with the other wasn't simple at all. Analaza was enormous, so while its attacks were also fast, it wasn't too hard for its opponent to dodge them. On the other hand, Luya's power was also immense, but because Analaza's body was so huge, its defense was likewise astonishing. Trying to deal with it through ordinary attacks made it very hard to inflict any real damage. Bang! 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 Luya did not stop striking it, while the latter kept firing energy waves at him non-stop. But because its own body was also moving, it failed to hit its opponent. Roar! 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 In an instant, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from inside Analaza's body. Luya's expression changed, and his figure flashed away as he jumped back. Rumble! For a moment, Analaza's power suddenly rose by another whole level. No way! Its power is even stronger than before, Gohan said in disbelief. This monster seems to have the ability to grow stronger the more it fights, Android 17 said flatly. Ha ha ha, that's right. Exactly like that. You were the ones who forced Analaza to use its true power. Then all of you can go down together. The final victory belongs to Universe 3. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 suddenly burst into loud laughter. TCH, what an annoying guy. Beerus's face turned ugly. I didn't expect even Luya wouldn't be able to deal with it, Krillin said with a worried look. Their powers are extremely close, so their battle won't produce a clear winner anytime soon. Of course, it's also because the gap in their body sizes is too large, making each side's attacks hard to use effectively against the other. You could only say neither of them is fully able to make good use of his advantage. Whis explained. Is there no other way? The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said in a deep voice. Of course there is. Power breaks everything. When Luya's strength surpasses Analaza's, their current deadlock will be broken very easily. Of course, the reverse is also true. It simply depends on which one surpasses the other first. Whis said calmly. Luya landed on a rock and looked at the opponent's increase in power, his expression unchanged. Actually, it was impossible for him to be unable to beat the other side. But the opponent's defense was absurdly tough. If he really wanted to outsmart it, then he needed to find its weakness. Thinking of this, Luya subconsciously looked toward Analaza's head. As far as he knew, the opponent's weak point was that red crystal. In the normal tournament of power, it was Android 17 destroying that red crystal that allowed Universe 7 to defeat this enemy. At that thought, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. He had originally wanted to use this big guy to push his own limits a little, but now it seemed he could only make his move ahead of time. Roar! At that moment, Analaza made the first move and fired a massive energy wave at Luya. Luya dodged with a flash and leaped out of the way. But just as he reached midair, a mass of black shadow suddenly appeared above him and completely engulfed him. Luya was startled and immediately fired an energy blast. Boom! But the opponent blocked Luya's attack, and in the next instant its fist landed squarely on Luya's body. Ugh! Luya's body plummeted, smashing a huge crater into the arena. Roar! 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 Analaza let out an enraged roar. Then its massive body suddenly dropped at high speed toward Luya's crater, clearly trying to crush him with its full weight. But in the very next second, a powerful white light shot into the sky from the pit. In an instant, it slammed into Analaza. The latter let out a wail. Then his body shifted off course and landed not far away. Luya slowly rose out of the crater. He looked at the monster, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With his current stamina, trying to fight the other side head-on would put him at a huge disadvantage. After all, he had already used up a lot of stamina in his battle with Jiren, and right now he could only bring out around 70% of his peak power. Even so, it was impossible for the other side to defeat him. But if he wanted to take down the other side, that would be extremely difficult too. He had to think of a way to crush the other side's weak point. At that thought, Luya suddenly powered up. In an instant, a vivid crimson aura wrapped around him, and his tail coiled around his waist. The next moment, Luya let out another explosive roar, and a terrifying power erupted at once. That's Saiyan. He's forcing out his own limit, Top said gravely. Jiren looked at Luya, battle intent flickering in his eyes. This opponent had sparked his interest. Neither of those two is easy to deal with. If they could both end up badly hurt, that'd be perfect, Dispo said with a complicated expression. Indeed, other than Jiren, probably no one here would dare say they could definitely beat either of those monsters. Roar! 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 As Luya exploded with power, that monster was just as unwilling to back down. In an instant, A powerful force broke through every obstacle and burst out, directly facing Luya's aura. The two pushed their auras to the limit, and in the very next moment, they vanished at the same time. Boom! 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 In less than 2 seconds, a series of explosions suddenly rang out across the sky above the entire arena. Luya and Analaz's battle fell into a deadlock. Luya's objective was simple: Analaz's head. But the other side was extremely sharp, and quickly noticed Luya's intention. Shocked inside, he also became wary. Whoosh! Roar! A blast of ki shot straight toward Analaz's head, but the latter directly smashed that energy apart with a punch. Analaz's weak point. How could that Saiyan possibly know? The third universe's Supreme Kai said in disbelief. Then he roared through gritted teeth. Analaza, let him see your true power. The moment those words fell, Analaza suddenly let out a furious roar. Luya, who had just been about to force through with a finishing move, was startled and immediately retreated backward. For a moment, Analaza's power began rising at an incredible speed. As Analaza's power kept climbing, everyone's expressions turned grave. Even someone as strong as Jiren narrowed his eyes at this moment. Clearly, Analaza's power had brought him a certain level of threat. Watching this scene, Luya's expression grew serious. The other side's power was surging at an unbelievably fast rate, and it was already faintly surpassing his current state. This is bad. Gohan also sensed that things were going wrong, and immediately dashed out, landing beside Luya. 17, 18, and Vegeta also hurried over to their side. What do we do now? 17 asked. That monster has already gone out of control. If we don't think of something, none of us will be able to stop him, Gohan said seriously. I have a way, Luya suddenly said. Hearing that, everyone froze. What way? Luya looked at Analaza. That monster's weak point is the crystal on his head. So if we can break that crystal, we can defeat him. Hearing that, everyone looked toward the monster's head. But we don't even have a chance to get close. How are we supposed to destroy it? Gohan asked in confusion. That's where I need your help, Luya said slowly. At this point, it looks like I'm the only one who has a chance to get close to that monster. The odds aren't high, but this is the only way, Luya continued. Then hurry up and say it. What's the plan? Vegeta didn't want to listen to Luya show off, or in other words, waste time, so he asked directly. Luya said, my current form isn't at its peak yet. I need your help to break through my limit and reach full power Super Saiyan 4 God. What? What did you say? You're saying the power you showed before still wasn't your strongest. Vegeta's eyes widened as he spoke in disbelief. Everyone else also looked conflicted. None of them had expected that Luya had only changed into another form, yet the gap in strength would be this huge. Luya nodded. That's right. I still haven't been able to release my true power. But with your help, it should be possible. How is that possible? You only broke through to the next stage. So why would something like this happen? Vegeta said, his face looking ugly. He refused to accept it. He was unwilling. Why? Other than Kakarot, how could this Luya actually be even more incredible than him? I know what you're thinking, but this isn't the time to mess around. If Universe 7 is gone, then think about Bulma and Trunks. Luya looked at Vegeta and said coldly, TCH. Vegeta snorted and said nothing. What Luya didn't say was that once Goku broke through to true Ultra Instinct, that would be the real deal. Luya, how are we supposed to help you? Gohan asked. Luya thought for a moment, then said, whether my power can erupt depends on you. So you and Vegeta need to lend me your power and help me break through my limit. That way, I'll have a chance to seize that opening and achieve a breakthrough. What about us? Can't we do it? 17 suddenly asked in confusion. Luya shook his head. No, only Saiyans can do it. But you still need to help too. You want us to help hold that monster back for you, right? 18 suddenly said. Luya nodded. That's right. No choice then. We can only go for it, 18 said haughtily. There's no time to waste. Let's start right away. Luya looked at Gohan and Vegeta. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. Ignoring Vegeta's ugly expression, he directly used instant transmission and vanished. Very quickly, they appeared behind a concealed giant boulder. Gohan suddenly said, should we call Dad over? Luya glanced at Gohan, then shook his head. No need. His stamina hasn't recovered yet. Kefla is a powerful opponent, and Goku can use her to break through himself too. Ultra Instinct. Goku still hasn't mastered that state, so he needs time to comprehend it. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and start. Vegeta said irritably. If it weren't for Bulma and Trunks, he wouldn't be standing here wasting time. Yeah, let's begin. Luya nodded. The next second, he directly powered up, and the aura of Super Saiyan 4 God instantly spread out. So strong, Gohan said seriously. Feeling Luya's power from this close, he still found it hard to believe. Vegeta also wore an annoyed expression, though of course he still said nothing. Prince Vegeta would definitely surpass every last one of these guys. Boom! For a moment, Gohan and Vegeta also erupted with their own powerful energy. continuously channeling it into Luya's body at the same time. At that moment, Luya's power also began rising rapidly. On the other side, roar! At this time, Analaza had already successfully mutated, his strength making a leap-like explosive jump. His massive body slowly floated up, and behind him, a pair of wings grew out. That monster! His power actually increased by that much. Beerus said in disbelief. Do you see it now? This is Analaza's true power. This survival evolution isn't just for show. All of you will be crushed by it. The third universe's Supreme Kai said smugly. The two Zeniths were also watching with great interest, cheering nonstop. Right now, we can only wait for Luya's power to rise. Otherwise, if we want to win, it'll be extremely difficult, Krillin said solemnly. But with just 17 and the others, can they really hold back that monster? The Supreme Kai said worriedly. Trust them, Piccolo said calmly. In the arena, the monster had clearly noticed that something was wrong. It immediately sensed Gohan and the others' ki, then charged straight toward them. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly, two blasts slammed directly into it, forcing it to stop. 17 said to 18, how is it? Scared? 18 let out a cold snort. Who would be scared of it? Then let us go, 17 said with a faint smile. The two exchanged a glance, and the next instant, they charged straight at Analaza. Their attacks clearly irritated him, and in an instant, the monster let out a furious roar, preparing to take care of the brother and sister pair as it charged at them. Whoosh! 17 directly unleashed a big move at the monster, but Analaza's power had risen far too much. His attack had no effect at all. It didn't leave the slightest mark on its body, and the monster kept rushing toward them without slowing down. 17. It didn't work. Move! 18 quickly shouted, and the two of them dodged to either side. But in the very next moment, the monster suddenly vanished and appeared right in front of 18. This is bad. 18's pretty face paled. She hadn't expected its speed to be this terrifying. Boom! The monster's punch had already come down. Ugh! 18 was struck head-on and sent flying toward the edge of the arena. I announced that Universe 7's contestant, 18, has been eliminated. As the Grand Minister's voice fell, a smug voice rang out. Wahahaha! See that? This is Analaza's power. Whether it's Universe 7 or Universe 11, both will submit. The third universe's Supreme Kai suddenly burst out laughing. Damn it! How could you be so careless? Beerus complained somewhat resentfully. 18's expression didn't look good. She really had been careless just now, which was why she had been eliminated so easily. It's okay, 18. You already did your best. Krillin comforted her. 18 frowned slightly, then said, my fault. In the arena, 17 was a little dazed. He hadn't expected the other side to eliminate his sister, but very soon, his eyes turned icy cold. Whoosh! 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 Boom! Countless energy blasts bombarded Analaza's body. 17 kept firing energy blasts to vent his anger, but not only did his attacks fail to affect Analaza, they instead drew its attention over. Come on, 17 said coldly. The next instant, the monster was already in front of him, throwing down a punch. 17 didn't choose to run. He spread his hands, and an energy barrier appeared around him, protecting him. At the same time, 17 gathered energy in both hands and directly fired a terrifying energy blast. Boom! Bang! Analaza was hit by the terrifying blast, but he also smashed his fist into 17's barrier. In the next second, the barrier shattered, but the punch didn't hit 17. Instead, the energy blast had disrupted the monster's stance. 17 immediately began using hit-and-run tactics, playing the monster around and keeping its attention locked on himself. But what he didn't know was that the monster's intelligence wasn't low at all. While chasing 17, it deliberately forced him toward Luya's direction to create a disturbance for Luya and the others. Of course 17 knew that too, but he was helpless. This guy's attacks were incredibly powerful. If he took one head-on, even as an android, he wouldn't be able to endure it. So he could only dodge in a hurry. This is bad. If it gets close to Luya and the others, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Krillin quickly said. Hold on for me. Beerus shouted loudly. But the third universe's Supreme Kai didn't hold back at all and said coldly, listen, Analaza. Take care of those Saiyans. In the arena, upon hearing that, Analaza turned his gaze toward Luya and the others. Red light suddenly flared in his eyes, and right after that, a powerful force shot straight toward them. This is bad. 17's face changed, and he hurriedly shouted, watch out. The three who were concentrating on channeling energy also felt a bad premonition rise in their hearts. Luya, who was in the middle, was about to forcibly cut off the energy transfer and make his move. But right at that moment, a powerful force suddenly attacked from another direction, instantly colliding with Analaza's attack and exploding apart. What? The third universe's Supreme Kai's expression changed. Who was that? When Universe 7's people saw who had made the move, they all let out sighs of relief. Ho ho ho, it seems I have no choice but to step in, Lord Frieza said as he stood high up with halos in his eyes, looking at Analaza. Roar! Analaza roared at him, then immediately launched an attack. Lord Frieza moved with nimble agility. With a light leap, he dodged away while continuously firing ki blasts to disrupt the monster's attention. At the same time, 17, who had finally gotten a chance to catch his breath, also caught up. The two attacked from front and back, spinning Analaza around in circles. Roar! 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 Analaza was completely enraged. A terrifying aura suddenly ignited around his body. Right after that, red light blazed from his wings as he shot straight toward Lord Frieza at such insane speed that even Lord Frieza was shocked at that moment. In an instant, the monster appeared before Lord Frieza and smashed him hard into the ground with one punch. Lord Frieza let out a scream. Seeing that the monster was about to come down and stomp on him, he was startled and immediately raised his hand to fire an energy ball. But to Analaza, his attack had no effect at all. Boom! 17 came to help, trying to draw the monster's attention and save Lord Frieza. But the monster paid no mind to 17's attack at all. It directly brought one foot down, aiming straight at Lord Frieza. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Lord Frieza flew into a rage. The next moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot into the sky, and the sudden powerful aura instantly forced the monster back. Golden Frieza had arrived. Lord Frieza spread both hands, then launched into a violent barrage against the monster. Countless energy blasts slammed into the monster without the slightest restraint. But the effect wasn't nearly as good as expected. The monster's power surpassed theirs by far. Far too much. Their power simply couldn't deal with this guy. Rumble. At that moment, the monster suddenly flew into a rage. It directly entered a berserk mode, crazily unleashing countless energy blasts without caring about the cost, bombarding the two ant-like opponents. To it, Frieza and 17 were like ants, wanting to crush them to death, yet finding it somewhat difficult. On the other side, Luya's condition had already recovered to its peak. With Vegeta and Gohan's help, his power was growing stronger and stronger. Gradually, a mysterious aura began to wrap around his body, and the gods also sensed this special aura, and their expressions all changed. No way, could Luya also? The Universe 7 Supreme Kai said with a complicated expression. Ho ho ho, looks like that's the case. If he can bring the full power of this form completely into play, then this difficult battle will reach its true essence, was said with a slight smile. Yoshi! If that's the case, then that monster can be dealt with, Beerus said, his face lighting up with joy. Over on Universe 3's side, the gods could also sense that something was wrong, and some of them were shocked. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3's face looked a little ugly. Analaza, hurry up and finish off these guys. Don't drag out a meaningless fight. The monster that had been entangled with Frieza and 17 suddenly charged straight toward Luya's direction. Stop it. 17 shouted lowly and rushed straight at it. Frieza also snorted coldly and charged out directly. On the other side, Toppo and the others were watching the scene from not far away. Should we sneak attack Luya and the others? If we do that, they won't be able to complete the ritual, Toppo suddenly asked. Jiren glanced at Luya's figure indifferently, his face expressionless. No need. No matter how strong he is, I will defeat him. But that guy can't be underestimated. To fight you to that extent, Jiren. His strength is no weaker than Son Goku's, Dispo said in a deep voice. Jiren said nothing. At this moment, Hit's figure suddenly appeared. I'll play with you guys. Hit from Universe 6. Dispo's eyes focused, and he subconsciously stepped forward. Stand down. Leave him to me. Jiren suddenly spoke. Hearing that, Dispo silently stepped back. Hit looked at Jiren, then said, let me see just how strong your limit really is. There were still 15 minutes left before the tournament of power ended. Wah! Boom! With a scream, a figure slammed viciously into the mountainside. Hey hey! What's wrong, Son Goku? Is this your power? You're way too easy to beat, aren't you? Kefla looked at the mountainside and said proudly. Goku got back to his feet, breathing somewhat heavily. His stamina had not recovered, so he couldn't maintain full power for long. As a result, even his Kaioken was not his opponent's match. I can't keep going like this. I have to end this quickly, Goku thought to himself, then stood up, looked at Kefla and said, let's decide this with one move. Who's afraid of who? Kefla said arrogantly. Right now, she felt overflowing with power and wasn't afraid of him at all. Ha! Goku charged up and exploded with aura. In an instant, he used Kaioken times 20, then brought both hands to his waist and began gathering energy. Come on, then let's decide it in one move, Kefla said excitedly. Right after that, she also suddenly flared her aura. Her powerful pressure shook the surroundings, and in the next moment, she condensed her power. Kamehameha, take this. Goku roared and directly fired a Kamehameha. In the next instant, terrifying power blasted out and shot straight at Kefla. Hawk! Kefla also refused to be outdone and blasted out a terrifying attack. In an instant, her powerful force collided with the Kamehameha. Rumble! The two forces collided, and a powerful shockwave immediately spread out. Goku wants to decide it in one move. Krillin and the others had also noticed Goku's condition. In his current state, his stamina still hasn't fully recovered. If he wants to win like this, then he has to defeat his opponent in a short time. Otherwise, he'll be the one who loses, Master Roshi said slowly. It's a little forced, Piccolo said as he watched the scene calmly, a trace of worry in his eyes. In the arena, Goku kept charging and pouring out power. His strength was being continuously unleashed, and for a moment a huge amount of energy burst forth, actually letting him gain the upper hand. How could I lose? Yuwawa! Kefla roared furiously, then also increased her output. It's over. I won't lose either, Goku shouted in a low voice. Right after that, he directly burst out with power toward her with all his might. Whoosh! What? Suddenly, at the critical moment, Kefla suddenly appeared behind Goku. She had appeared so abruptly that even Goku panicked inside. Bang! With a cry, Goku was directly kicked in the neck. In an instant, his body flew out and fell to the ground, trembling as he dropped out of Super Saiyan Blue and returned to his normal form. What happened? This sudden scene directly stunned everyone. None of them had expected that Goku, who had clearly held the upper hand just a second ago, would lose in the very next second. How was that possible? No way. Goku, get up, Krillin shouted. Kakik, well done. Kefla, I didn't expect you to defeat Son Goku. Kampa looked proudly at Beerus, like he had already won. Beerus's face looked a little ugly. He also hadn't expected Goku to lose so suddenly. This is bad. Goku. Looks like he passed out, Master Roshi said gravely. Everyone's heart sank. Kefla, hurry up and send Son Goku down, Kampa quickly ordered. Hearing that, Kefla glanced at Son Goku, then said, sorry, old man. I really wanted to fight you again, but for now I'll send you down first. After you're out, I'll sweep everyone else. As she spoke, she suddenly condensed 6 energy blasts. No. I absolutely can't lose. A mutter sounded out. Goku's brow twitched, and then he relied on sheer willpower to force himself back to his feet. Oh? I didn't expect that after taking such a heavy hit from me, you'd still be able to stand up. That really surprises me. Kefla suddenly laughed, but she hadn't noticed Goku's abnormal state. Son Goku, it's time for you to go down. After saying that, Kefla suddenly fired 6 energy blasts at him. But a strange scene appeared. In the next second, Goku's body suddenly dodged her attacks on its own, causing all of Kefla's attacks to miss. Rumble. Explosions rang out one after another behind Goku. What? How did that happen? Kefla was startled. She hadn't expected herself to miss. That was impossible. She had clearly aimed at Son Goku, so why had he managed to dodge unharmed? She couldn't even see Goku's movements. What happened? Everyone in the stands looked completely baffled. In an instant, Goku dodged all of Kefla's attacks, was said with a slight smile, explaining. Impossible. How could he dodge them? This has to be an accident, Kampa said, full of disbelief. But Vado said nothing and instead watched the scene with a grave expression. Clearly, she had also noticed that something was wrong, and Kefla was also a bit unconvinced. She refused to believe she had missed, so she directly condensed another 6 energy blasts. I refuse to believe you can still dodge this time. After saying that, she directly fired the energy blasts at Goku again. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But the same scene happened again. Goku slowly walked forward with his eyes closed, and whenever the attacks were about to hit him, he lightly dodged them, as if it were his body's natural reaction. Boom boom boom. Explosions appeared one after another, yet Goku was completely unharmed. Impossible. Kefla rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Goku's footsteps stopped. Then he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes had suddenly turned silver gray. At the same time, a scorching vapor suddenly began to radiate from the surface of his body. No way. Everyone looked at this scene in utter disbelief. I didn't expect we'd get to see this form again. Beerus's originally tense heart suddenly relaxed as he watched the scene with interest. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect Goku to awaken again. Interesting. It looks like what's coming next is going to be very interesting. Whis also smiled faintly. No way. Are you kidding me? Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course he recognized Goku's form. This was Ultra Instinct. Could Kefla still win this time? Oh dear, Lord Kampa. It looks like we're about to be separated. My heart hurts so much. Boo-hoo-hoo. Vados suddenly said sadly. Shut up. Who curses me like that? Kampa said with an annoyed look. In the arena, Goku, who had once again entered Ultra Instinct, felt somewhat fortunate at this moment. At the same time, He had also become much more familiar with this form. Of course, his goal was far from that simple. Goku transformed into Ultra Instinct once again, while Goku and Kefla were locked in fierce battle on the other side. Frieza and Android 17 were entangled in combat with Analyza. The opponent's power had already surpassed theirs, so there was basically no way for them to defeat him. They could only forcefully hold him back. Roar! Analyza had also become extremely irritated by Frieza and the other fighter. In an instant, the crystal on its head suddenly shone brilliantly. Right after that, a powerful force suddenly condensed and instantly launched an attack toward the two of them. Their expressions turned grave, but this time they didn't choose to dodge. Instead, they both powered up and directly unleashed their ultimate attacks against the enemy's blast. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two forces collided, releasing overwhelming pressure. If they dodged, they would undoubtedly fall into a passive position. It was better to meet it head-on. That way, they could hold out a little longer. But even with the two of them joining forces, they were still suppressed by Analyza. Their power was being pushed back continuously. In terms of size and strength, they weren't even on the same level. This is bad. I can't hold on. Android 17 gritted out. The next second, the monster exerted even more force. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy was added to its attack, and right after that, the energy of 17 and Frieza was directly crushed. At once, neither of them hesitated and both jumped away. At the same time, 17 activated his barrier. Boom! A massive storm swept through the arena. Bang! Analyza walked in Rua's direction, completely ignoring Frieza and Android 17. Damn it! That bastard actually dares to ignore me. Veins bulged on Frieza's forehead as anger rose in him. But before he could make a move, in the next instant, a terrifying power suddenly surged into the sky. Right after that, a streak of red light suddenly flashed across the arena. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look toward the source of the red light. Even the gods were staring at this scene in disbelief. Rare shock appeared in their eyes. So he succeeded after all, Whis said somewhat relievedly. What's going on? Frieza and the others also looked over one after another. The next second, the red light faded. Then a figure slowly rose into the air before landing on an elevated spot. He had red hair, and even his eyelids were red. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut. Then he suddenly said, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Hearing that, Vegeta and Gohan below were both moved, because they couldn't sense even the slightest trace of aura from Rua. But they both let out a sigh of relief, because that should mean he had succeeded. Vegeta snorted coldly. Just keep showing off. One day, I'll surpass every last one of you. After saying that, he immediately flashed away. Rua, Gohan. To transfer energy to Rua, both Gohan and Vegeta now needed a recovery period. I'll leave the rest to you, please. Gohan looked at Rua, said that, and also left. Rua slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze changed, and his eyes became crimson red. At the same time, a mysterious power spread out from around his body. This radiance was extremely similar to Goku's Ultra Instinct, but Rua's glow was red. This was full power Super God 4, or it could be said to be the true body of Ultra Instinct, and it was the power hidden deep within Rua's body. Rua could feel that he still wasn't very familiar with this power, but he knew just how strong it was. Could be said that this was the true Ultra Instinct. It was also a critical point on his path toward divinity. He had reached the limit of Ultra Instinct, but Rua knew this power was only temporary, because he had not comprehended it through his own strength. He had only barely awakened it by combining Vegeta and Gohan's power. If he wanted to truly master it himself, then he would need to become even stronger. However, for him right now, this was already enough. With that thought, Rua looked at Analyza in the distance. A strange glint flashed through his eyes, and in the next instant, his figure turned into countless afterimages as he appeared right in front of Analyza. So fast. Everyone only felt that Rua's appearance was unbelievably bizarre. They hadn't reacted to that speed at all. Roar! Analyza sensed danger and was about to dodge, but Rua was even faster. With a calm expression, he threw a punch. Compared to this monster, the fist looked unbelievably small, but in the next second, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. After taking Rua's punch, Analyza's eyes suddenly bulged wide open, and right after that, it couldn't help but vomit. Bleg, ugh, its massive body trembled, enough to show just how terrible the impact had been.
Impossible.
How could this happen? The third universe's Supreme Kai had a face full of disbelief, because even he had never imagined that Rua's transformation before and after would reach this level. The other gods of destruction also stood up one after another, because they realized that Rua's form overlapped with a certain divine technique from their memory. So he finally reached it? Beerus said calmly. That's right, Whis answered. Analyza clutched its stomach, then suddenly let out a furious roar. Its aura exploded once more, and right after that, its power suddenly rose again. Enduring the intense pain, it threw punch after punch at Rua, its speed incredibly fast. But even with a terrifying speed that didn't T-match its size, still couldn't T-hit Rua at all, because Rua's figure was like an illusory shadow, avoiding every single one of the opponent's attacks. Suddenly, Rua flashed and was already beneath the monster's chin. He kicked out and in an instant, the monster let out a pained roar as its body crashed directly to the ground. They weren't on the same level at all. At this moment, the people of Universe 3 began to panic. They realized that Analaza was completely helpless against this Saiyan. I have to admit, this guy is really amazing. Android 17 couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Frieza looked at Rua's figure, his eyes somewhat serious. No one knew what he was thinking. Rua looked at the fallen monster and said flatly, "Give up. Your power can't deal with me at all." Analaza struggled back to its feet. Then it opened its huge mouth toward Rua, and a terrifying energy shockwave shot straight out. But Rua had no intention of dodging at all. He raised a hand and directly fired a red energy blast, instantly disintegrating the opponent's attack. And during that brief moment, Analaza had also stood back up. A terrifying power suddenly rose from the wings behind it. Then, as if energy were gathering together, a powerful force condensed in front of its chest. Rua looked at the opponent expressionlessly, not taking it seriously in the slightest. He hadn't feared the opponent even in his Super God 4 state, let alone now, in full power Super God 4. It could be said that his full power Super God 4 right now was the true Ultra Instinct. Roar, roar, roar. Analaza let out a furious roar. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out, and right after that, a massive energy sphere suddenly condensed in front of it. With this kind of power, was this monster trying to destroy the entire arena? Piccolo and the others were so shocked their faces turned green as they stared at the scene in disbelief. This is bad. Let's go help. As the captain of Universe 7's team, Gohan ultimately wanted to rush over and help. Frieza remained unmoved at the side. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. "Sorry, but you can't go over there. You're Dispo from Universe 11, Gohan said with a grave expression. "That's right. I am Dispo, and now, I'll be the one to deal with you. Justice." Dispo suddenly struck a pose. Frieza looked at him with interest and said nothing. Gohan's face turned a little ugly. "You should know that if that monster is allowed to do whatever it wants, everyone on this arena will suffer." Dispo said calmly, "Impossible. Only those who lack strength will be eliminated. The strong would never think that way. You." Gohan glared at him through gritted teeth. "Enough talk. Come on. Let me see your power." Dispo suddenly made his move, his speed reaching the absolute extreme. Gohan couldn't track his speed at all, and was instantly sent flying before he could react. Dispo stopped, then looked at Frieza. "You come too. Ho ho ho. Is that so? In that case I won't hold back." Frieza let out a teasing laugh, then leaped down and stood in front of Dispo. The two exchanged a glance, then vanished at the same time. A massive energy blast swept over. Luya, who had not moved at all until now, suddenly acted. He let out a furious roar, bursting with a beast-like bellow. Right after that, terrifying heat erupted from his body. In an instant, fearsome energy coiled around him, and the next second, Luya thrust out one hand as a cluster of energy suddenly condensed in his palm. Break! The energy sphere, compressed to the absolute limit, suddenly shot out. In an instant, it collided head-on with that massive energy ball. For a moment, the power of Luya and Analaza clashed directly against each other. But the winner became obvious very quickly. Luya's energy bullet tore through like a bullet hitting tofu, unstoppable as it directly crushed Analaza's power, and its remaining force blasted straight toward Analaza. Analaza had never expected the other side to break its attack so easily. Caught completely off guard, it was hit head-on. Boom! Along with a miserable scream, thick smoke instantly swallowed Analaza's figure.
Impossible.
How could this happen? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 had completely fallen into despair. He had never imagined that Universe 3's survival plan for this tournament would be crushed just like that. He simply could not accept it. Luya glanced into the smoke, then dispersed the power he had just released. To him, the final enemy would not be this monster but Jiren, so he needed to conserve his stamina appropriately as well. On the other side, Jiren and Hit were also locked in fierce battle, but Hit was being completely overwhelmed by Jiren. Even though Hit's timeskip had improved again, he still wasn't Jiren's opponent. No matter which timeline he was in, Jiren could strike him the very next second after he moved and neutralize his attack. The people of Universe 6 were extremely anxious watching this, especially Kampa. He practically wished he could jump into the arena himself and beat up Jiren. Idiot! How can even timeskip be useless? Is Jiren really that strong? Kampa couldn't help cursing out loud. Hit's techniques have been completely seen through by Jiren. Perhaps he doesn't even need to predict Hit's movements. With sheer overwhelming power alone, he can dominate everything. Vados said with some regret. Is my Universe 6 really going to perish? Kampa anxiously grabbed at his scalp. Lord Kampa, I'll miss you. Vados suddenly comforted him. Kampa. At this moment, Universe 6 situation was indeed extremely miserable. Hit was getting crushed by Jiren, Kefla couldn't beat Goku in Ultra Instinct, and Universe 6 only had those two left. If they were eliminated, then Universe 6 would disappear completely. Damn it. Why? Why can you see through my time skip? Hit was somewhat shaken. Earlier, Dispo from Universe 11 had used supersonic attacks to counter his time skip, and that was one thing, but this Jiren could break through it just as easily too. Was he really that weak? Jiren looked at Hit calmly. Do you have any other tricks? If not, it's time for you to go down. Hit gritted his teeth, then directly used time skip on Jiren, sending him into another spacetime. Jiren looked at his own illusory body, a trace of surprise appearing on his face, but there was not the slightest bit of panic. In this other spacetime, I won't give you even the slightest chance. As Hit spoke, he threw a punch through the air straight at Jiren. A fierce wave of fist force blasted toward Jiren with terrifying power. A strange glint flashed through Jiren's eyes. Then he raised both arms in front of himself and took Hit's full power punch head-on. Boom! A heavy sound rang out from the huge collision, and right after that, Jiren was forced back several steps. His body was still illusory, and there was also a mysterious force restraining him. A wisp of white smoke rose from Jiren's arm. Looking at the arm that had been scraped into smoking, Jiren turned to Hit. Not enough power. Hit's face immediately grew grave. That punch just now had been his full strength. Just how strong was this monster? My turn. Jiren suddenly said one sentence, and the next moment, he flashed right in front of Hit. In that instant, Jiren's body had already returned to reality. How is that possible? Hit was horrified. His mind was still trying to understand how this guy had broken through another spacetime and returned to reality. But in the very next instant, intense pain made him forget to think. Jiren's fist had already slammed into his stomach. Urga! Hit gagged from the punch. He had never expected that a single punch from the other side would nearly leave him unable to take care of himself. So this is the attack Son Goku once endured? As Hit thought this, he couldn't help recalling the attacks Gohan had suffered earlier when fighting Jiren. How had that guy managed to hold on after taking hits that strong? Jiren didn't hesitate. He kicked Hit in the face, then sent him flying, smashing him into the mountainside. Ha! Suddenly, Hit let out a loud shout. Then he charged straight at Jiren, dazzling purple aura bursting from his body, as he raised his power to the limit and threw a punch at Jiren. But Jiren directly caught Hit's fist. What? Hit was shocked, and in the next instant, he took another punch from Jiren. Give it up. It's useless, Jiren said calmly. Is that so? Enduring the pain, Hit suddenly revealed a strange smile. What? Jiren was startled, and in the next second he discovered that he could no longer move. What's going on? The sudden change startled the clown god of destruction. Why can't Jiren move anymore? This is bad. We fell for it, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said uneasily. In the arena, Hit was gasping for breath. Jiren's punch had left him in terrible condition. But he looked at Jiren and said, Didn't expect that, did you? Jiren couldn't move anymore. He could only look at Hit. You sacrificed yourself just to stop me from moving? Hit nodded. That's right. This way, I'll have a chance. You're far too dangerous, so I had to make a certain sacrifice to bind you. As he spoke, he suddenly began gathering power toward Jiren, purple energy compressing non-stop. Jiren, I'll use all my power to send you down. Determination showed in Hit's eyes. Jiren's body trembled, and then he suddenly began to move slowly. What? Seeing this, Hit was startled. He quickly used his other hand to reinforce the space and strengthen the binding force. But Jiren still struggled and began to move, as if he were about to break free from Hit's restraint. Hit's expression instantly turned grave. He hadn't expected Jiren to be so powerful that he could break free even under this. This kind of monster was far beyond what he had estimated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, strands of red energy began to rise from Jiren's body. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the range of his movements also increased. I absolutely won't let you have your way, Hit shouted coldly. Gritting his teeth, he kept suppressing and sealing Jiren while hurriedly gathering power at the same time. But because his injuries were too severe, splitting his focus like this left him somewhat powerless. Crack! In the next second, Jiren's body was already able to move. He slowly walked toward Hit. Each step was slow, but he was clearly able to walk forward bit by bit. Seeing this, Hit gave up on trying to restrain him. He immediately roared, and then violently unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Right after that, he began continuously charging the energy in his palm. It seemed he was preparing to give Jiren one final blow. Jiren, I'm one step faster than you. After condensing the energy, Hit suddenly fired it at him. But in the next second, something that shocked him happened. His attack was suddenly caught by one hand, and the owner of that hand was Jiren. I was one step faster, Jiren said flatly. Then he clenched his hand and instantly crushed Hit's power. And no way. Hit couldn't believe that his full power strike had just been crushed like that by the other side. He had underestimated Jiren's strength. This is bad. Suddenly, Jiren appeared in front of him. Then he viciously drove a punch into Hit's stomach. Hit's eyes widened violently, and his face filled with pain. Suddenly, red light burst from his abdomen. Right after that, Jiren gave a sharp shake, and at once, a red energy sphere had already formed on Hit's stomach. Under the pushing force of that energy sphere, Hit was sent flying straight out. Hit let out a powerless scream, and he had already been pushed out of the arena. With a loud boom, an explosion rang out, and then Hit's figure appeared in the spectator stands. Huh! How did this happen? Kampa stared with his eyes wide in disbelief. The strongest warrior of Universe 6 had been eliminated just like that. The others from Universe 6 also began to feel despair. They all had a premonition that they were going to be erased. I declare that Hit of Universe 6 has fallen out of the arena and is eliminated. The Grand Minister suddenly announced. Universe 6, Hit, eliminated. Zeno found Hit's portrait under Universe 6 and directly pressed it down. Now only Kefla was left in Universe 6. Although she was the fusion of Caulifla and Kale, if she was eliminated, that also meant both of them would be eliminated together. Humph. Anyone who dares fight Jiren doesn't need their ending explained, the Universe 11 Supreme Kai said proudly. The god of destruction Belmod also revealed a smile. Next, only Universe 7 and Universe 3 will be left. On the other side, Kefla had also noticed that she was the only one left in Universe 6. And the pressure on her instantly doubled. What's going on? How am I the only one left? Kefla said unhappily. At that moment, Goku suddenly appeared in front of her. Let us decide the winner as quickly as possible too. Kefla looked at Goku with displeasure, then suddenly flared her aura and charged straight at him. But Kefla's attacks couldn't even touch Goku's clothes. The characteristic of Ultra Instinct was that when stimulated by the outside world, it could respond on its own automatically. However, while fighting a powerful opponent like Kefla, Goku's own conscious awareness was also awakening. He wanted to control this power, so little by little even his dodging weakened a lot. Kefla's attack sliced through a few strands of Goku's hair. There's a chance. Kefla was delighted. She immediately raised her power and began launching wide, heavy attacks, bombarding Goku fiercely. Goku's being suppressed? What's going on? Krillin and the others said in confusion when they saw this. Goku wants to try to master the power of Ultra Instinct. But what he doesn't realize is that the most important thing about Ultra Instinct is to forget everything and let the body react automatically. By doing this, Goku can only reduce Ultra Instinct's power, Whis explained. Beerus said nothing. Ever since Hit had been eliminated, he had fallen into silence. Lord Beerus, are you afraid Universe 6 will be eliminated? Whis suddenly asked. Beerus's body stiffened. Then he pretended not to care and said, Humph, what nonsense are you saying? Why would I worry about an opponent? Ho ho, after all, Lord Kampa is Lord Beerus's twin brother, Whis said with a slight smile. Shut up. Either our Universe 7 disappears or Universe 6 disappears. That kind of outcome isn't something we can decide. Beerus's expression became rather ugly. Whis didn't say much more. He knew his master had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Da. Kefla kept attacking Goku, while the latter could only dodge passively. But Goku realized that trying to control that power himself was simply unrealistic. The moment his own consciousness tried to take control, the power instead dropped, so he simply stopped trying to control it actively. After dodging, he took the chance to vanish directly, then appeared on a high spot. The heat around Goku's body became scorching again, and it was only getting more and more intense. Sweat also began sliding down Goku's face. Humph! Stop hiding. I've had enough playing around. Let us decide the winner in one move. Kefla suddenly laughed boldly. Then she abruptly flared her aura, and in an instant, countless attacks condensed and shot toward Goku. Goku's eyes sharpened, and his body kept dodging non-stop. But faced with Goku's dodging, Kefla showed no intention of giving up. She was waiting for Son Goku to reveal an opening. At the same time, Goku also took the initiative and charged straight at Kefla. At the same time, he also began gathering ki. Not good. Kefla also realized what he intended, and panic instantly rose in her heart. She immediately sped up the rate at which she fired her ki blasts. But Goku dodged them with ease. Even when she predicted his next movement, Goku still narrowly avoided the attacks with incredible precision. Perfect timing. Came. You bastard. Aya. Sensing that things were going badly, Kefla saw that his power had already begun to gather. She also felt an overwhelming force. She felt threatened. Thinking of that, Kefla instantly fired several attacks at him, cutting off his retreat while forcing his path exactly into the trajectory she had predicted. In the next moment, she launched her ultimate move, and terrifying power blasted straight toward Goku. Hamiha! But Goku brushed right past her attack and arrived directly in front of Kefla. Her opening was wide open. It was practically like opening the door and inviting him to attack. This is bad. By the time Kefla wanted to regret it, it was already too late. Ha! Goku directly fired a Kamehameha at Kefla, hitting her dead on. Aya! Kefla screamed as the Kamehameha blasted her away. During the process, the overwhelming power directly shattered her pot-era earrings. In the end, the two sisters who had split apart both fell out of the arena. I declare that all contestants of Universe 6 are out. Universe 6 will be erased. The Grand Priest slowly rose into the air and looked toward Universe 6. As Caulifla and Kale fell, everyone from Universe 6 sank into despair. It looked like Universe 6 was done for. No way, we actually lost just like that. Kampa scratched his cheek, unable to believe it. Damn it, we were so close, but I still couldn't beat Goku, Caulifla said unwillingly. Hit slowly closed his eyes. The others all wore gloomy expressions as well. Lord Kampa. Vados hesitated. Kampa had actually taken it fairly well. He grinned and said, "Forget it. Looks like I won't be able to keep being your master anymore, Vados." Vados lowered her head slightly. Hey, Beerus. Kampa suddenly looked at Beerus, as if he wanted to say something, but Beerus kept his head lowered. He didn't look at him and he didn't say a word either. Kampa stared at Beerus for a long while, then grinned. Goodbye, brother. Oh, Zeno suddenly raised his hand, then clenched it. In an instant, everyone from Universe 6 turned transparent. And in the next moment, they vanished completely. Vados gave a slight bow forward, showing her respect to Kampa. Lord Beerus. Even Whis, as an angel, was somewhat moved. Beerus bit down lightly, then said coldly, no matter what, we have to win this tournament of power. Universe 7. It has to be the one left standing at the end. After taking care of Kefla, Goku looked at his hands. Heat kept rising off his body, and even he could barely endure it. Still, he grit his teeth and held on, then looked to the other side. Just as Goku was about to go help, his body suddenly went limp, and he dropped to his knees. Damn it! Goku cursed inwardly, then realized that he could no longer withstand the heat from Ultra Instinct, and his stamina had also been completely drained. At once, Goku reverted to his original form. Meanwhile, under Luya's fierce assault, Analaz's gigantic body had no power to resist at all, no matter how powerful it was. Faced with Luya going all out at full power, it simply couldn't fight back. Luya had also noticed that Goku had dealt with Universe 6. In that case, as long as he took care of the monster in front of him, it would be time for the final showdown with Universe 11. Of course, the reason Goku couldn't maintain Ultra Instinct was because Ultra Instinct wasn't a transformation that truly belonged to him. He had only comprehended it. But Luya was different. He had reached this form, and what it meant to him was much like what Ultra Instinct was. And although his full power form couldn't be maintained forever, at the very least he could transform into Super God 4. The power of Super God 4 was comparable to half-baked Ultra Instinct. Roar! At that moment, Analaza suddenly charged out. Its wings greatly boosted its speed. But Luya was even faster. By the time Analaza reached him, Luya had already appeared behind it. And in that instant, he had thrown who knew how many punches. Roar! 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 Amid heavy muffled booms, Analaza screamed again and again, but it had no way to defend itself, because Luya's speed had completely surpassed it. If its strength hadn't also been great enough, probably would have been instantly killed by Luya already. With a sudden flash, Luya instantly appeared in front of Analaza and drove a knee upward. The tremendous recoil force blasted Analaza's massive body straight down to the ground. It had to be known that before breaking through to full power, even when Luya threw punches at it, he hadn't been able to send it flying. But now his strength was already completely different from before. Even though the other side had improved a lot too, it still wasn't his match. Luya landed on a high point and looked at Analaza with an expressionless face. Around him, red heat rose into the air, making him look very much like Goku in Ultra Instinct. Analaza, don't clash with him head-on. Use your strongest attack right away. Throw this guy off. The third universe Supreme Kai suddenly shouted angrily. Hearing that, Analaza, who had fallen in the arena, slowly stood back up. Then it let out a furious roar. Right after that, a terrifying glow of energy wrapped around it, and its body slowly floated into the air. Then Analaza stretched out both hands, and energy began gathering non-stop. Sensing the opponent's energy, Luya frowned. This move was no simple attack. Clearly, it wanted to blow apart the entire arena in one shot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying power rapidly condensed, and a gigantic energy sphere formed. Then the sphere grew larger and larger. In an instant, a horrifying aura swept across the entire stage. Although Analaza had been completely overwhelmed by Luya, its own power was not weak. So if all of its strength was unleashed, Then aside from Jiren and Luya, probably no one in the arena would be able to block it. That monster. Is it trying to crush the entire arena? Krillin said with cold sweat on his face. If it succeeds, things are going to get troublesome. Piccolo said coldly. Right now, all we can do is trust Luya. The Supreme Kai said gravely. Kamehame. A low murmur suddenly sounded out. Then everyone saw streak after streak of white light suddenly flash around Luya's body. Now's the time. Defeat them all, Analaza. The Third Universe Supreme Kai roared. Roar, roar, roar. At once, Analaza directly fired the energy sphere. Instantly, that terrifying power surged straight toward Luya. Or rather, it covered the entire arena. Ah! With a low shout, Luya took his stance. In the next second, dazzling white light gathered in his palms, and Luya fired straight at that energy sphere. The Kamehameha in his full power state was far stronger than any technique he had used before. Boom! 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 The two attacks collided, and as they remained locked in a stalemate, Luya's Kamehameha suddenly gained the upper hand. At once, Luya let out a roar. Then he suddenly increased his output, releasing a beast-like howl. For a moment, Analaza's energy sphere showed signs of being assimilated. And no way. Hold on, Analaza. The Third Universe Supreme Kai cried out in shock, his face changing drastically. Analaza's own expression also looked terrible at that moment. His power actually wasn't a match for the other side. Amid a massive explosion, together with Analaza's scream, its entire body was swallowed by it. Swish, swish, swish. On Universe 3's spectator seats, 4 figures appeared. All eliminated. It's over. The Third Universe Supreme Kai said dejectedly. I hereby announce that all contestants from Universe 3 have been eliminated. According to the rules, they will be erased by Lord Zeno, the Grand Priest said slowly. The two Zeniths did not hesitate much. After wiping out the members of Universe 3, they directly acted and erased Universe 3. At this moment, the whole venue became somewhat quiet. Now, the Tournament of Power has reached its most crucial moment. The final 2 universes left are Universe 7 and Universe 11. The universe that wins in the end will survive, and there is also the reward of the Super Dragon Balls. There are still 10 minutes left in the match. So do your best. The Grand Priest revealed a slight smile as he spoke. Universe 7 still had 6 people left, while Universe 11 still had 3. With that kind of advantage, it naturally lay with Universe 7. They had twice as many people as their opponents, and their strength was not to be underestimated either. So this battle was naturally one well worth watching. Luya jumped down from above. At the same time, the red glow around him disappeared, because he realized that maintaining Super 4 at full power was also extremely difficult. If he was even slightly careless, there would be backlash. Of course, in the end, the reason Luya had been able to reach full power was because of the strength Gohan and Vegeta had lent him, allowing him to unleash his greatest power. But now, Vegeta and Gohan's power had already been completely used up, leaving only his own. If he kept maintaining it, it would probably do serious harm to his body. Goku suddenly walked over to Luya and looked at his form with a bit of envy. Your power has gotten much stronger. Luya smiled faintly. Breaking through your own limits. This is a talent Saiyan should have. Goku's expression turned a little complicated as he clenched his fists. To be honest, I tried to control that power, but the more I try to control it, the less I can bring out its true strength. Luya nodded. Of course, Ultra Instinct was never meant to be controlled by your body in the first place. If you want to bring out Ultra Instinct's greatest power, then you have to forget everything and enter a state of selflessness, letting your body react on its own. Goku looked puzzled. Then, Luya, were you able to break through that form because of the same thing? He wasn't stupid. Naturally, he could tell that Luya's state looked extremely similar to Ultra Instinct. Luya nodded. More or less. The reason I was able to break through Super Saiyan God Red was because I basically followed the same path. So my traits happened to align with Ultra Instinct. If he hadn't known the trick behind Ultra Instinct, then his form probably would have had to come from a system reward. Looking at it now, he could have comprehended it himself too. The system was getting more and more useless. System. Enough of that. Now only Universe 11 is left. So let's put in some effort and finish off the enemy. Luya suddenly shifted his gaze and landed it on Jiren not far away. The other side was also looking at them. Goku's fighting spirit blazed as well. Jiren, no matter what, I'm going to surpass you. This mountain in front of me. Jiren slowly walked over. Then the two of you can come at me together. Luya and Goku looked at each other, then instantly understood. Both of them powered up at the same time, and their tremendous strength spread out directly. What Luya used was naturally Super God 4, while Goku used Super Saiyan Blue plus Kaioken. But all the gods could tell that Luya's strength was clearly above Goku's. Jiren looked at the two of them, but his gaze lingered on Luya for a few extra seconds. The reason he hadn't made a move after defeating Hit was because he had been observing Luya's fighting style. After all, The other's power had already become a threat to him. Especially in that full power state, even he had felt danger. Together, Luya shouted in a low voice, then moved first. The instant he moved, Goku also shot forward. Jiren did not underestimate them. His figure turned into a red afterimage as he rushed out. On the other side, Vegeta and Android 17 were fighting Toppo. Their not quite joint but still joint effort was gradually suppressing Toppo as well. Elsewhere, Dispo was fighting Frieza and Gohan. His supersonic speed caught the two of them completely off guard. Even Golden Frieza couldn't capture his figure. With the advantage in numbers, our Universe 7 is holding the upper hand, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said slowly. But Jiren is still an uncertain factor. His power truly cannot be underestimated. That makes the final winner rather unclear, Master Roshi said slowly. In Goku's battle with Kefla, although Goku won, it was largely because he transformed into Ultra Instinct. That caused his already insufficient stamina to be consumed even more, to the point that he can now be said to be at the end of his rope. Luya's condition is a little better, but Analaz's power wasn't weak either. After defeating it, Luya also used up quite a lot. In a short time, he may not be able to improve further again. As for Jiren, up to now, he is the one among everyone who has preserved the most stamina, and his true power still hasn't been revealed. So in this final battle it's very hard to say who victory will belong to, Whis explained. Wouldn't it be enough for Luya to transform into that form from earlier again? As long as Goku and his son, plus Vegeta, send him energy again, he should be able to defeat Jiren. Beerus said blandly. It's different. Setting aside whether Gohan and the others can even defeat their opponents right now. Even if they do win, they won't do that. Because in this fight, if they can hold on, then they can win the Tournament of Power through their numerical advantage. But if they give their power to Luya, then they will truly be at the end of their rope and completely unable to withstand a single blow. Whis shook his head slightly, disagreeing with Beerus's opinion. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, even though they had twice the numbers of the other side, they were instead becoming even more worried. Over on Universe 11's side, the clown god of destruction silently watched this scene without saying a word. He had absolute confidence in Jiren. Jiren's power would absolutely not lose to anyone. In the arena, Luya and Goku joined forces against Jiren. Of course, the two of them didn't often fight together, so they couldn't achieve that kind of perfect teamwork. At most, could only be said that they were attacking the opponent together. Still, Jiren was extremely agile. Against Goku's attacks, he could dodge with ease and launch counterattacks against him. But when facing Luya's attacks, he had no choice but to take them seriously. After Luya reached Super God 4, all of his conditions had undergone a real, substantial increase. His strength was comparable to Goku in Ultra Instinct. Ha! Goku charged over and unleashed a rapid flurry punch attack at Jiren. Countless fist shadows blasted toward Jiren, but all of them were easily dodged by the other side. Smack! Suddenly, Jiren grabbed Goku's fist in one hand and held it in an iron grip. What? Goku was shocked. I've already seen through your moves. So this is not your stage, Jiren said flatly. Then he suddenly closed in and appeared right in front of Goku, punching him away with a single blow. Goku let out a scream and smashed through countless mountain masses before finally crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. Goku's body twitched non-stop from the pain, and he instantly reverted to his base form. That showed just how much force Jiren's blow had carried. Jiren looked at Luya. Your turn. Luya looked at Jiren without the slightest fear. On the contrary, he seemed eager to try. The next second, he directly powered up, and his immense force burst out of his body. The closer a Saiyan is pushed to despair, the greater the power that erupts from him, he murmured. Then Luya suddenly charged straight at Jiren. Jiren's eyes sharpened. Instantly, countless waves of pressure blasted toward Luya. Countless key fists condensed from his aura. Luya showed no fear at all. He continuously dodged with timeskip, and his body's instinct made him extremely sensitive to these auras. But Jiren had already experienced Hit's timeskip, so breaking Luya's timeskip was simply too easy for him. Not to mention that with his strength, he could also predict the other's movements with ease. So after Luya had dodged for dozens of exchanges, an even more precise and denser wave of punches had already arrived in front of him. A ferocious glint flashed through Luya's eyes. Then he suddenly erupted with tremendous power, threw a fierce punch, and collided head-on with Jiren's barrage. I've already witnessed your techniques, so your power has long since fallen under my control, Jiren said as he attacked. Luya had no time to pay attention to him. He brought out every technique he could use, and amid the fierce clash, Luya's power was also growing stronger and stronger. That change in him did not escape Jiren's eyes. At once, Jiren felt a little puzzled, but in his heart, he also gained a trace of acknowledgement toward him. Right after that, his power suddenly rose by quite a bit again, and the momentum of his punches became denser and denser. But Luya gradually discovered that there was a slight flaw in his attacks. Instantly, his heart steadied. While dodging the other's attacks, he pressed closer toward him. How is that possible? He can actually get close under Jiren's attacks? What kind of monster is this guy? The Universe 11 Supreme Kai said with an ugly expression. Trust Jiren. No one can defeat him, the clown god of destruction said coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, in that instant, Luya had already rushed in front of Jiren, and his fist fiercely smashed toward him. Bang! Under a shocked gaze, Jiren took that punch head-on. What? The clown god of destruction instantly stood up. It hit. Krillin cried out in delight. Everyone from Universe 7 also let out a sigh of relief. Even Jiren looked at Luya somewhat incredulously. Although the other's punch did not do much damage to him, he had truly felt pain. Don't think you're the only one who saw through my moves. I've seen through yours too, Luya said with a faint smile. Not only did he possess the strongest talent and grow stronger the more he fought, but seeing through an opponent's moves was simply far too easy for him. Of course, that depended on the critical moment. If Jiren's power exceeded his by too much, then even if there were flaws, it would still be hard for him to break through the other's defense. Jiren's gaze suddenly turned cold. Right after that, he directly grabbed Luya's fist and hurled him out. But Luya did not fly very far. He forcibly stopped himself in midair, suddenly flared his aura, and directly fired several energy blasts at Jiren. Jiren looked at those attacks, then casually launched a few blasts with one hand and directly destroyed Luya's attacks. Luya smiled slightly, then his figure flashed, and he vanished directly. Jiren suddenly tilted his head, and in the next instant, a fist shot past his ear. The next moment, Jiren spun and kicked back. Luya, who had suddenly appeared behind Jiren, blocked Jiren's kick with one hand, but his body was directly forced back at high speed. Before he could even stop, Jiren had already closed in right in front of him. Luya was startled, and right after that, several of Jiren's punches were already in front of him. They were incredibly fast. Luya could only block with his arms. Boom! With a cry of pain, Luya's body crashed down directly. A cloud of smoke rose from the ground. This is bad. The faces of everyone in Universe 7 changed. Although Luya really is strong, his stamina can't quite keep up. Whis sighed. Running out of stamina. That was an extremely fatal weakness. In the arena, Jiren looked down from above at the smoke below. Right after that, a powerful energy gathered in his hand, aimed downward. Whoosh! Suddenly, an attack shot straight toward Jiren. Jiren was taken aback. He immediately stopped gathering power and dodged the attack. Jiren looked at the person who attacked, his face sinking slightly.
Son Goku.
Standing on the ground in the distance, Goku grinned. It's not good to ignore me like that. Jiren landed on the ground, then pushed off with the tip of his foot and charged directly toward Goku. Goku gritted his teeth, then forcibly raised his own power. At once, he transformed again into Super Saiyan Blue with Kaioken. In the blink of an eye, Jiren had already rushed in front of him. A punch blasted straight out. Goku could hardly dodge, so he directly crossed both arms and took the punch head-on. Bang! Ugh! Under a burst of tremendous force, Goku's body was sent flying once again. Right after that, a powerful force flew over directly, and with an explosion, Goku's figure was swallowed up. This is bad. He's pushing himself too hard. Goku's stamina simply could not support this kind of battle anymore, nor could he maintain that form, so doing this would only get him suppressed. As the smoke cleared, Goku's figure was lying prone on the ground. He had already reverted to normal, and his injuries were severe. Jiren looked at him, then fell silent. Jiren, throw Son Goku out first. The clown god of destruction suddenly shouted. Son Goku had once grasped Ultra Instinct, and he had even transformed a second time. If he could still transform again, that would be extremely unfavorable for them. This potential factor was very dangerous and had to be eliminated. Hearing that, Jiren's eyes shifted. Right after that, he began walking toward Goku. Goku grinned. He was not in despair, but calm. Being able to fight Jiren to this point, he had already done his best. The other's power had completely surpassed his imagination. If he had not grasped Ultra Instinct, then he would have been eliminated long ago. And his purpose had been to buy time for Luya so he could recover a bit of stamina. That way, he could also raise Luya's chances of victory by even a little. Thinking of this, Goku suddenly struggled to stand up. Right after that, gritting his teeth, the broken stones around him trembled along with the fluctuations of his aura, and then countless fragments of stone rose into the air. Ah! Goku let out a shout. At once, his aura erupted again, and right after that, a powerful force burst out directly. A brilliant golden light wrapped around him. Super Saiyan. At his current state, this was the only form he could maintain. It's useless. Don't struggle in vain anymore, Jiren said, and in the next instant, he had already appeared in front of Goku. Goku instinctively threw a punch, but Jiren dodged it with ease and fiercely drove a punch into Goku's body. Goku's eyes suddenly widened, and his body trembled as he dropped to his knees. Goku! Seeing Goku struck down, everyone looked anxious. Goku absolutely cannot be eliminated. Hang in there. Beerus also said anxiously. But none of them could interfere with what was happening in the arena. They could only watch helplessly, powerless to do anything. It's time to eliminate Son Goku, the Universe 11 Supreme Kai said indifferently. Just as Jiren was about to make his move, his brow suddenly furrowed. He then turned around and looked over. At some point, Luya was already standing there completely unharmed. Luya glanced at the fallen Goku, then looked at Jiren. Let's continue our fight. Just now, Goku had bought him some time to rest, so his stamina had recovered a little as well. His condition was much better now. Jiren looked at Luya, then looked at Son Goku again. Luya's brow furrowed, and he had a bad feeling. In the next instant, he disappeared with instant transmission. At the same time, Jiren lifted his leg and directly kicked at Goku, clearly intending to eliminate him. But at that very instant, the space around him suddenly froze. Time skip. Right after that, Luya appeared in front of Jiren and threw a punch. But unfortunately, Jiren also broke free of the restraint in an instant and directly blocked Luya's fist. Luya's eyes narrowed. In the next second, he drove a knee upward directly. Instantly, Jiren could only block with his forearm. In the next second, Jiren's body slid backward directly. Luya did not pursue him, but looked at Goku. How are you? Goku gritted his teeth, then smiled. I can't move for now. Luya frowned, then thought for a moment and gathered a mass of energy, preparing to transfer it to Goku. But Goku quickly refused. Don't waste your aura on me. Go deal with Jiren. I'm afraid only you can fight him now. Luya fell silent, then nodded. Okay, get some good rest. I'll hold him off. With that thought in mind, Luya looked at Jiren in the distance, then took a few steps forward. Right after that, an immensely powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Jiren looked at him and was a little surprised. Your power is constantly increasing. Luya grinned. You noticed? Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly, then his body suddenly trembled. In the next second, a red glow appeared around him. Clearly, he was finally planning to get serious too. Luya looked at him. You haven't used your real strength yet, have you? Jiren said. Dealing with you doesn't require that much trouble. Luya smiled, but then his expression suddenly turned cold. Then let us try it. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Jiren. Jiren refused to be outdone and directly engaged him in a fierce clash. The collision between the two was absolutely shocking. Traces of their battle were left all across the arena, and bursts of explosive sounds rang out like fireworks. They were evenly matched. Luya and Jiren had already reached a dead-even stalemate. That scene made Belmod and the others frown. On the other side, Toppo was locked in a fierce battle against Vegeta and Android 17. He was already struggling to withstand the attacks from the two of them and was being completely suppressed. Justice Flash. Toppo raised that massive hand of his and fired it at Vegeta and Android 17 like a cannon. The two kept dodging while pressing closer to Toppo at the same time. Android 17 took the lead. His barrier could block the opponent's attacks and withstand Toppo's offense. Then, taking advantage of that opening, Vegeta suddenly rushed right in front of Toppo. Toppo was startled, and immediately fired an energy blast at him. Vegeta snorted coldly, then sharply dodged aside while kicking at Toppo at the same time. Toppo blocked with his giant hand, but the tremendous force still knocked him backward. Vegeta landed, then continuously unleashed the Prince of All Saiyans battle style at Toppo, firing countless energy blasts straight at him. Having lost the initiative, Toppo could only defend passively. At that moment, Android 17 leaped into the air, then directly fired a blast downward from midair. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and Toppo's figure was swallowed up. Android 17 landed beside Vegeta, and both of them stared intently into the smoke. Humph! I thought he was supposed to be that impressive. Turns out he has nothing much, Vegeta said arrogantly. Android 17 did not look down on him and instead said, Don't let your guard down. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Vegeta was unconvinced and was just about to mock him again. But suddenly, a powerful gust of wind came rushing at them. What? Vegeta's expression changed, and he spoke with an ugly look on his face. Android 17's expression also turned grave. The waves of energy scattered, revealing Toppo's figure. At this moment, his upper clothes were already torn apart, and the skin-tight suit that symbolized justice no longer looked the same as before. Toppo's face was gloomy now. Looking at Vegeta and Android 17, he said in a deep voice, Originally, I intended to punish you in the name of justice. I didn't expect your power to be this great. Humph, what? So this is the justice you keep talking about? Sorry, but it really is pathetically weak. Vegeta mocked. The power of justice truly isn't enough to defeat you. So, I've decided to abandon justice and use the power of destruction to crush you, Toppo said coldly. What? Vegeta frowned, confused. Suddenly, Toppo tore off his upper garment. Immediately after, An overwhelmingly powerful force suddenly awakened within his body. This is bad. Both Vegeta and Android 17 felt that something was very wrong. The ground around them began to shake, and then a violent aura burst out from Toppo's body. No way! Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 cried out in shock. I underestimated this guy. Beerus's expression also turned serious at this moment. He had not expected that Universe 11's warriors would be this full of talent. How rare. To think a mere mortal actually possesses the power of a god of destruction. Whis spoke with great interest. Humph. Toppo possesses the power of a god of destruction. And now he can't hide it anymore. But there's no helping it. For Universe 7 to push Toppo to the point of abandoning justice. That's already quite remarkable, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said mockingly. But Belmod could not laugh. Because he knew that while it was true Toppo possessed the power of a god of destruction, he still could not perfectly control that power. If it caused unimaginable consequences, then Universe 11 would not be able to escape responsibility. Ooh, he looks really strong. Seeing Toppo awaken the power of a god of destruction, the two Zeniths immediately became excited. He has the power of a god of destruction. So amazing, the left Xeno said excitedly. That's right. What a surprise. The right Xeno was just as thrilled. Contestant Toppo possesses destructive factors within his body. Being able to comprehend destructive energy means he has decent potential. If he can inherit the position of god of destruction, he would indeed be a good choice. Well then, enough said. The tournament of power has now reached its most intense stage. So who will claim victory this time? The Grand Priest said with a smile. No way. You've got to be kidding. Vegeta looked at Toppo, whose entire body was now wrapped in destructive energy, and found it hard to believe. A god of destruction. At that moment, he thought of the gods of destruction. He had never expected this fat bastard to actually possess the power of one. Forcing me to use this power means you should feel honored. Making me abandon justice. Just for that, your crimes deserve death. So I will not hold back. Toppo looked at the two of them and said coldly. How ridiculous. You keep talking about justice, but it's obviously just a cover for your own guilty conscience. Enough already. Come at us. Android 17 said with a faint smile. With Toppo's destructive energy awakened, the situation was instantly reversed. Both Vegeta and Android 17 fell into a disadvantage. There was no helping it. Toppo's power was simply too great. Even Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue could not take destructive energy head-on, so the two of them could only dodge in a miserable scramble. Forcing Toppo to this extent. Even in defeat, you can still take pride in it, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said indifferently. Against destructive energy, who could stand against it? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, something happened that drew everyone's attention. With a loud explosion from one corner, a figure suddenly appeared in Universe 10's spectator stands. How could this happen, Dispo? How did you get knocked out of bounds? Belmod looked at Dispo in shock. Dispo lowered his head in shame. Sorry, I failed. At the same time, someone also appeared on Universe 7's side.
Son Gohan.
Eliminated. Seeing Gohan get eliminated, the people of Universe 7 quickly began to comfort him. It turned out that Dispo's supersonic speed had made him too difficult to counter. So Gohan found an opening and forcibly restrained Dispo, then had Frieza knock both of them out together. Now both universes had each lost one fighter. Dispo was eliminated. In that case, let me avenge him. Toppo also noticed Dispo's elimination, and it instantly enraged him. With an angry roar, violent destructive energy immediately swept outward. What tremendous power, Android 17 said in shock. Under the pressure of the opponent's overwhelming aura, he was actually having trouble even standing steady. Vegeta looked at Toppo with a cold expression, then said flatly, Humph, it's nothing but bluffing. You have destruction energy, but you're nothing like a god of destruction. Someone like you is far, far beneath one. Even so, dealing with you two is more than enough. The moment Toppo finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed destruction blasts at the two of them. Watch out. Android 17 quickly jumped away, while Vegeta refused to believe it and fired off an energy blast. But the instant the two collided, Vegeta's power was directly destroyed and dispersed. Seeing that, Vegeta could only dodge. When those destruction blasts struck the mountains, everything they touched was completely erased. Toppo suddenly flashed forward and charged straight at Android 17. Here, 17 could be said to be the weakest one, so he would start with him first. Android 17 had clearly noticed that as well. He moved with agile leaps while continuously firing countless energy blasts at Toppo. With that long-range assault, he managed to hinder Toppo's advance. But how could Toppo give up that easily? He stretched out a hand toward the meteor-like barrage of energy blasts in front of him.
Destruction.
Whoosh! In an instant, a destruction blast flew out and shattered 17's attack on the spot. At the same time, Toppo used instant transmission to appear behind Android 17. Before the latter could react, Toppo suddenly grabbed his back, then violently flung him away, sending him crashing through mountain after mountain.
Destruction.
Topo immediately fired another destruction blast. But at that moment, a streak of blue light blasted over. Topo's eyes narrowed, and he immediately crossed his arms in front of himself to block it.
Bang!
With a muffled impact, Topo's body slid backward. Vegeta looked at Topo with a proud, icy expression. I'll be your opponent. Topo glanced at Vegeta, then said, Vegeta, I have to admit your power is indeed somewhat interesting, but compared to mine it's still far too lacking. After a pause, Topo added, of course, if you could possess that power Son Goku has, then you might still have a little hope. Humph, you really think that highly of yourself? You think your power is that great? Vegeta's face twisted fiercely. Let me tell you this, even if Kakarot and the others broke through their limits, so what? I don't care. I'll prove that my power stands above all of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta began to gather his ki. Ha! Rumble. In that instant, Vegeta's aura suddenly reached an extremely high level. His power began to climb, as if some kind of transformation was taking place. Could it be? Vegeta is also about to break through his limits and achieve Ultra Instinct? Everyone in the stands was stunned. Not necessarily. Vegeta's talent is indeed extraordinary, but Ultra Instinct is not something that can be comprehended so easily. Even Goku only grasped it on the edge of life and death. So although his power is rising, it doesn't seem to be developing in the direction of Ultra Instinct. Whis gave a faint smile as he spoke. Topo, don't let him power up. Destroy him now while you still can. The clown god of destruction suddenly stood up and shouted. Hearing that, Topo nodded and began gathering energy toward Vegeta. I won't speak of justice because I've already abandoned justice, so fairness will no longer appear. I can only ask you to leave the stage.
Destruction.
Boom! A destruction blast suddenly shot toward Vegeta, but Vegeta was still trying to break past his own limits at that moment, and he couldn't spare much attention. If he could comprehend it in that instant, it would be an enormous breakthrough for him. And just as that destruction energy was about to hit Vegeta, Android 17 suddenly appeared in front of him. Then 17 gave a low shout. Powerful light wrapped around his body. Green radiance lit up on both hands, and he directly pushed back against the destruction blast. What a nuisance. Your power is futile against me, Topo said coldly. Android 17 grinned. Whether it's a destruction blast or destruction energy, as long as I'm here, I'm not letting you have your way. Oh? Topo suddenly raised both hands toward Android 17. Then I can only go all out and let an ignorant fool like you see what destruction energy really is. After saying that, Topo condensed an even larger mass of destruction energy in both hands, its diameter reaching more than 5 meters.
Destruction.
With a shout, Topo directly pushed the energy forward. This is bad. Android 17's expression changed. In an instant, that massive destruction energy merged into the previous one, and its power became terrifying beyond compare. Android 17 kept retreating, already on the verge of no longer being able to hold back Topo's power. Hold on for me! Vegeta roared. He was only a tiny bit away from touching the power he had been pursuing. Android 17 gritted his teeth. Easy for you to say, as he spoke. He suddenly looked at Topo, and then a trace of resolve appeared in his eyes. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly withdrew one hand and sent energy toward Vegeta. Right after that, a Saiyan energy sphere directly wrapped around Vegeta. Oh? Vegeta was shocked, as if he had realized something. Aya! At that moment, Android 17 let out a furious roar. In an instant, the power inside his body suddenly erupted wildly, and then a powerful energy storm formed around him. What? Topo looked utterly disbelieving. He had clearly not expected that even destruction energy would actually be blocked. Boom boom boom. The next second, a deafening explosion rang out, and then the figures of Android 17 and Vegeta were swallowed up. Under that massive explosion, the violent aura swept across the entire battlefield. The whole arena was shattered into pieces at that moment. Even Topo had retreated to a safe distance by then, watching the scene with a solemn expression. And when the smoke finally dispersed, only Vegeta's figure remained in the arena. At the same time, I declare that Universe 7's Android 17 has been eliminated, the Grand Minister suddenly announced. Then, with a wave of his hand, a beam of light descended toward Universe 7's spectator stands. When the light faded, it revealed Android 17's battered figure. He was unable to move at all. He had taken the massive explosion head-on, so even with his infinite energy, he couldn't endure it. Seriously, why did he have to fight head-on? Wouldn't it have been enough just to keep our numbers higher than theirs? Beerus said irritably. After Android 17 recovered a bit, he said flatly it was useless. If we couldn't break through our opponent, then we'd be the ones who lost. They're too strong. There was no other way. Humph. Beerus was still somewhat displeased. At that moment, on the arena, the barrier protecting Vegeta suddenly shattered. But at the same time, Vegeta suddenly let out a roar, and in the next second, a pillar of blue light shot into the sky. What? Topo's expression immediately turned serious. He could feel that Vegeta's power was undergoing a qualitative transformation. As the blue radiance faded, Vegeta's figure gradually became clear. At this moment, his form had already reached deep blue. This is all of my power. I'll use this power to crush your so-called destruction energy. Vegeta looked proudly at Topo. Humph. Big words. Topo snorted coldly. Then he directly condensed destruction energy toward Vegeta. One mass of destruction energy formed, and then it split into countless smaller masses of destruction energy.
Destruction.
Topo gave a low shout, and countless masses of destruction energy shot straight toward Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and then his figure moved in constant evasive flashes, actually dodging the destruction energy. At the same time, Vegeta charged straight at Topo and roared as he threw a punch. Topo showed no fear at all and threw a punch as well. In an instant, their fists collided. A burst of shockwaves spread out. I have to admit, your power has indeed increased significantly, Topo praised. TCH, it's more than enough to deal with you. After saying that, Vegeta let out a low shout, then suddenly blasted out his other fist. Boom! With a muffled bang, Topo's body was forced straight back. Vegeta gave Topo no chance at all. Pressing the advantage, he chased after him and kept attacking with fists and kicks, suppressing him completely. Although Topo had attained destruction energy, his strength and speed had not decreased in the slightest. In fact, they had increased instead. He immediately clashed with Vegeta head-on. Super Saiyan Blue evolved. So incredible. Vegeta broke through his own limit with his own power. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said with some emotion. Saiyans are a race that only knows how to fight. Their limits aren't something we can imagine, Piccolo said flatly. Everyone else agreed as well. Along the way, they had witnessed too many miracles of Saiyan comebacks. So this no longer surprised them. Only Saiyans kept growing stronger without end.
Top.
Ha! Vegeta's movements became faster and faster, and in an instant, a heavy punch blasted Topo backward. Final flash. Vegeta suddenly unleashed his ultimate move, hitting Topo directly. A massive explosion rang out, and thick smoke blurred everyone's vision. But in the next moment, Vegeta's expression stiffened. What? Topo was still standing where he had been. There were some injuries on his body now, but they were nowhere near serious. No damage through the smoke. Topo looked at Vegeta, then said, "You truly are an opponent worth taking seriously. So next, I won't hide my true strength anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of destruction energy suddenly spread from Topo's body. Right after that,
A terrifying aura swept-tutoire.
Topo's power level was rising non-stop. How is that possible? Vegeta's face was full of disbelief. He had never expected Topo to still be hiding such terrifying power. As Topo's strength increased, his body also began to swell. His muscles expanded, brimming with explosive power. The reason I didn't use my full strength before was because I couldn't fully control destruction energy. But if I want to defeat you, I have no choice. Topo snorted coldly. Indeed, if he fully awakened destruction energy, the effect it would have on him would be enormous, so he had always been extremely cautious. But now, he could no longer do anything to Vegeta, so he could only remove the seal on all of his power. Still, doing so would also have an enormous impact on him. He would suffer a severe backlash. TCH. Cold sweat was already sliding down Vegeta's face. Topo stretched out a hand toward Vegeta. Taste true destruction energy. Whoosh! A massive sphere of destruction energy condensed in an instant. Its formation speed was incredibly fast, and the speed at which it was fired was just as fast. Vegeta's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly dodged. Whoosh! At once, the patch of ground where he had just been vanished completely. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Vegeta. Topo continuously fired energy bullets at Vegeta, while Vegeta kept dodging and searching for chances to get close to Topo. Topo naturally saw through his plan, but he did not care. As long as Vegeta got hit by one of his energy blasts, it would be a completely destructive attack. Ha! Vegeta directly unleashed another ultimate move at Topo. But Topo erased it instantly with a single burst of destruction. It was completely useless. It's useless. You can't possibly be my opponent, Topo said arrogantly. Bastard! Vegeta roared angrily, then charged straight at Topo. His speed rose to the absolute limit. Destruction. Topo shouted coldly as he hurriedly condensed another destruction sphere. But in the very next second, Vegeta's fist had already come smashing over. At the same time, Topo fired out the energy sphere. Boom! In that instant, Vegeta's golden light-wrapped fist actually shattered Topo's energy sphere directly. One punch sent him flying back several meters. What? Topo was shocked. He clearly had not expected Vegeta to possess such power. Since none of my moves work, then you can enjoy some explosive fireworks with me. As he spoke, Vegeta suddenly began powering up. A powerful force erupted from him, and then a golden sphere of light suddenly wrapped around his body. Is Vegeta planning to self-destruct? Piccolo's expression changed. He immediately thought back to when Vegeta fought Majin Buu all those years ago. Vegeta had used the same move to fight Buu to the death, but this was a move of mutual destruction, and if he failed to control it properly, Vegeta might even lose his life. Damn it! What kind of terrifying power is this? Topo was getting flustered, but he still roared, "How could I possibly lose to you? Universe 11 is the true winner." After saying that, he suddenly condensed an incredibly powerful destruction sphere. The gigantic destruction sphere formed in an instant, and its might was enough to destroy countless planets. Aya! But Vegeta completely ignored Topo's power. All of his strength had already gathered into an energy storm, and a huge spherical mass appeared on the battlefield. For a moment, Topo pushed out the destruction sphere, and it collided head-on with Vegeta's power. In an instant, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire arena. The whole stage began to shake violently. Universe 7 contestant Vegeta, Universe 11 contestant Topo. Both are declared eliminated. As the Grand Minister's voice fell, Vegeta and Topo both appeared in their respective spectator stands. Uncle Vegeta, eat a senzu bean. Gohan quickly took out a senzu bean and fed it into Vegeta's mouth. After he swallowed it, he immediately returned to normal. TCH. So this is as far as I go. Vegeta's face looked rather ugly. You already did well enough. Now we'll have to leave it to Luya and the others, Beerus said flatly. To be honest, he had not expected from the start that Vegeta would be able to defeat Topo. But Vegeta's suicidal assault had moved even him. On Universe 11's side, there was only silence. Now only Jiren is left. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said slowly. Trust in Jiren. Even if it's 3 against 1. None of them are his match, the clown god of destruction said flatly. That's right. Jiren's power far surpasses mine. There is absolutely no way they can defeat him, Topo said as he looked at the situation in the arena. On the battlefield, Jiren and Luya's group faced off against each other. Heh. Who would have thought that in the end, only a few of us would be left, Frieza said mockingly. Frieza, now's not the time to play around. Jiren still hasn't shown his true strength, so we can't let our guard down, Goku said with a serious expression. Are you telling me how to do things? Frieza said coolly. Enough. Stop arguing. He's about to get serious, so be careful, Luya suddenly said. Hearing that, both Frieza and Goku were startled, then quickly looked toward Jiren. At this moment, Jiren's condition really did seem off. Red radiance was spreading from his whole body, and the aura around him was growing stronger and stronger. In the end, it still has to be me. Then so be it, Jiren said indifferently. Right after that, a powerful heat wave erupted from his entire body. Crimson energy like blazing flames instantly covered the entire ruined arena. Even the spectator stands were not spared. What overwhelming power. Even from this far away, I can still feel that heart-shaking heat. It's just like when Goku was like that before, Krillin said in amazement. So this is Jiren's true power? Vegeta also wore an expression of disbelief. He realized that no matter how much he broke through his limits, he still wasn't Jiren's match. The gap between him and the other side was simply too huge. Thinking of this, Vegeta looked at Luya and the others with mixed emotions. None of them had reached their peak state yet, which meant they would have to face Jiren's violent onslaught. Damn it! Kakarot, just try losing. I dare you, Vegeta said through gritted teeth. So much power. Goku was sweating coldly too. Humph! No one can stand above me. Frieza snorted coldly. In an instant, his aura exploded as he directly transformed into Golden Frieza. Goku also forced out his ki and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Neither of them had much stamina left. Frieza had already used up a huge amount of energy earlier when dealing with Dispo, and Goku went without saying. After several fierce battles, his body was already on the verge of its limit. Only Luya was still somewhat hanging in there. Of course, Luya had never thought about stupidly trying to solo Jiren by himself. Even doing something that dumb depended on the timing. Jiren was such a monster that with Luya's current condition, beating him was simply impossible, so it was better for everyone to go together. Jiren slowly walked forward, his eyes fixed on Luya and the others. The invisible pressure pushed the atmosphere in the arena to the freezing point. Go! Luya shouted lowly. In the next instant, he was the first to make a move, charging straight toward Jiren. Goku and Frieza followed close behind, their momentum overwhelming. Da-da-da! Luya's terrifying power blasted toward Jiren. Countless rays of light burst out, destroying everything around them. Jiren easily received Luya's attacks and at the same time, he perfectly seized an opening caused by Luya's lack of stamina and directly threw him out. Then Goku and Frieza came right after him. The two of them, rarely enough, started fighting together. Their combined assault brought Jiren a certain amount of trouble, but they simply couldn't injure him. Every single attack was completely blocked by Jiren. A powerful hand directly grabbed Frieza by the head and slammed him down hard. The latter let out a scream as the ground cracked apart. Goku took the chance to attack, but Jiren answered with a back elbow, then followed with a punch, instantly sending Goku flying. Jiren suddenly sensed something and sharply turned around. Up above, Luya had already taken his stance. He immediately roared, "Kamehameha!" Boom! A massive stream of light shot down directly, blasting toward Jiren. Jiren's eyes sharpened. He gathered energy in one hand and directly blocked Luya's Kamehameha. Luya kept panting. He knew that if he didn't finish off his opponent quickly, even he would end up completely drained of stamina. At once, Luya suddenly increased his output, pouring out terrifying ki like his life depended on it. But Jiren didn't take even one step back. On the contrary, his power kept growing stronger and stronger as he directly released energy toward Luya, suppressing the Kamehameha. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded from Jiren's back, making his expression change. He turned his head to look. Not far away, Frieza had one hand stretched toward him, gasping for breath. "You monster! I, Lord Frieza, will deal with you," Frieza said in a ragged voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely fired energy blasts at Jiren. But Jiren's other hand easily blocked them all. And me. On the other side, Goku also forcibly powered up. Right after that, he directly fired a Kamehameha at Jiren. Jiren gritted his teeth, growing somewhat impatient. The next second, he directly exploded with aura, and in that instant, all three of their attacks were instantly crushed. The powerful aura directly blasted Frieza and Goku away. Luya clenched his teeth, then let out a roar and suddenly erupted with a powerful force. His strength now felt even greater than before. The next moment, Luya charged straight at Jiren, ignoring the pressure bearing down on him, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. Jiren's eyes narrowed, and he instantly threw a punch. Luya refused to back down and threw out a punch of his own. Boom! Their fists collided. Instantly, two invisible forces clashed together, tearing apart everything around them. The two looked at each other, and in the next second they launched into fierce combat. They moved so fast that even the others couldn't see them clearly. They shot up and down, colliding again and again, while powerful shockwaves swept outward. Did you all notice? Even though Luya's stamina is failing, his power is actually getting stronger and stronger. And no matter how Jiren attacks, he can block it? Isn't that way too strange? The Supreme Kai suddenly said in shock. Krillin and the others were too weak to see their battle clearly and looked completely confused. But Android 17 and the others could see it. That's true. Luya's power is continuously increasing. It even seems to have no upper limit. Gohan said seriously, as if he had discovered something incredible. It's true indeed. Luya is gradually catching up to Jiren's attacks. Android 17 said in surprise. So amazing. Could it be that Luya can keep breaking through? Like that full power state from before? Krillin started feeling hopeful. It's useless. Suddenly, Whis' voice rang out. Hearing that, everyone froze for a moment, then looked at Whis in confusion. Hey Whis, what do you mean by that? Beerus said with some dissatisfaction. Whis looked at the battle in the arena, then said, Luya's strength has indeed increased, but he has forgotten his own advantage. What advantage? Beerus was taken aback, not understanding. Whis smiled faintly, then said, I've said it before. Luya's form is itself a type of Ultra Instinct. But right now he's blindly using his own power and hasn't properly guided the power of Ultra Instinct. In other words, there are too many things mixed up in his head, so his thinking can't keep up with his movements. As a result, his movements can't produce the reactions they should in time. Hearing this, everyone looked worried. But don't worry, I believe he'll realize this problem, was said quietly. At the same time, Luya's strength was indeed rising non-stop. It wasn't just because of his strongest talent, but also because of his control over Super Saiyan 4 God. At the same time, when facing Jiren, Luya was using techniques like time skip and instant transmission with incredible skill. Even if Jiren could defend against them, they could still pose a certain degree of threat to him. Aya! The power surging through Luya's whole body was incomparably violent. What he was unleashing now was the savage temperament of the great ape. His powerful body caused his energy to keep strengthening as well. He was resisting Jiren's attacks by using his body to tank them head-on. But while Jiren struck him, Luya was also launching effective attacks at Jiren. The two were evenly matched. However, Jiren's power was also growing stronger and stronger. He was gradually releasing himself because his power was simply too immense, and he couldn't be sure how much strength he needed to use to finish off his opponent. But now it seemed that his opponent's strength was making him so excited that he was gradually letting loose. At this moment, Luya had also gone completely crazy, like he had been injected with adrenaline. He was gradually breaking away from the control of divine power and chasing after the Saiyans' primitive strength. Boom boom boom. After a fierce clash with Jiren, Luya suddenly bellowed, 30 times Kaioken. The power that erupted in that instant caught even Jiren off guard. and Luya immediately sent him crashing to the ground with a punch and a kick. Boom! The ground split apart directly. Jiren's eyelids twitched. That was a reaction to feeling pain. Luya dropped down and stood on high ground, looking at Jiren. The power surging through his whole body was incomparably violent, and his eyes were utterly cold. Jiren slowly stood up, then glanced at his clothes. At this moment, the tight suit on his upper body was already damaged. He raised his head to look at Luya, and then Jiren revealed a rare trace of a smile. Very good, Luya, is it? Your name is worth remembering. Luya smiled faintly. Looks like you're finally getting serious. Jiren nodded, then said, in that case, let me show all of you what true power really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiren suddenly let out a furious roar. A terrifying power instantly burst out, turning into a scorching heat wave that spread in all directions. Luya's eyes sharpened. The massive wave of ki swept toward him, and even with Kaioken active, he still found it hard to believe how much power the other side possessed. Watching it through a screen and experiencing it in person really were two completely different feelings. After the powerful red heat wave, Jiren's figure was revealed. But now, Jiren was a full size larger than before. His upper clothes had been torn apart, and that explosive power made him look like a god of war. You're kidding, right? This is Jiren's true power. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. Even the gods were wearing stunned expressions. Beerus stared fixedly at Jiren, but asked Whis, is it really possible for a mortal to reach this level? Whis was also somewhat serious, but he answered truthfully, hasn't Lord Beerus already seen it now? A mortal who has surpassed the gods. What a monster. Even someone as powerful as Beerus couldn't help but sigh in amazement. What an incredible bunch. They actually forced Jiren to use his real power, the god of destruction Belmod said with a complicated expression. But this ends here. Once Jiren goes all out, no one is his opponent. The Universe 11 Supreme Kai said confidently. You must not be careless. The Scions of Universe 7 are no simple bunch, the angel spoke up. Don't worry, Jiren will win. Belmod was also incomparably confident in Jiren. Rumble. Broken stones flew everywhere as Jiren slowly walked in Luya's direction. At once, rubble trembled wherever he passed, and an invisible pressure blanketed the entire arena. Luya's expression turned grave. Then he leaped forward and landed in front of Jiren. The two looked at each other, just about to make their move. Suddenly, boom! A dazzling white light suddenly burst from the distance. Everyone turned to look in shock. At this moment, Goku's figure was shrouded in white light, and steam began to rise from all around his body. No way! The Universe 11 Supreme Kai immediately said with a bad feeling. I truly didn't expect it. Goku actually managed to elevate his power to Ultra Instinct, was suddenly said, sounding somewhat gratified. The light faded, and then Goku's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Steam rose from his whole body, and without showing anger, he radiated overwhelming authority. Jiren, I'll be your opponent. Goku coldly fixed his gaze on Jiren and said. Luya glanced at Goku, then seemed to realize something and fell silent. On the other side, Frieza also broke free. He panted heavily, and when he saw that both Luya and Goku had broken through their limits, he instantly felt displeased. Why couldn't he break through his own limit? Damn it, they got to show off again. Frieza, just watch from the side. Leave Jiren to us. Goku walked toward Jiren as he spoke to Frieza. Very quickly, Goku arrived behind Jiren, forming a pincer with Luya from both sides. Ultra Instinct, and Super God 4 with Kaioken. The two powers directly pressed down on Jiren. But Jiren's power was not the least bit weaker than theirs. The three forces kept colliding endlessly. Luya and Goku took their stances, and in the next second, they charged straight at Jiren. Jiren bared his teeth in a grin. Then his figure strangely vanished from where he stood. But Luya and Goku also disappeared at the same time, and in the very next second, up in the sky, three powerful auras directly covered the entire world of Void. What incredible power! Their power is filling the entire world of Void. The battle between the three instantly shook both the gods and all the spectators. Goku in Ultra Instinct and Luya in Super God 4 joining forces against Jiren were actually evenly matched. Jiren at full power was actually this strong. How astonishing! Their power has already surpassed the domain of gods. The Supreme Kai of Universe 1 said in shock. That's true, it is indeed astonishing. But so what if warriors are strong? The mortal level of their universe is too low. In the end, they can only fall to the point of fighting for a chance to survive, the god of destruction of Universe 1 said indifferently. But it has let us witness a wonderful battle. On Universe 7's side, everyone was also watching this scene in extreme tension. Although Universe 7 currently had the advantage in numbers, Jiren was simply too strong, and there was still a lot of time left. An accident could happen at any second. Even with Father and Luya joining forces, they still can't defeat Jiren? Gohan said with a complicated expression. Luya's stamina isn't what it was before, and Kakarot hasn't fully mastered Ultra Instinct either. These two are both half-baked. They can't beat Jiren at full power, Vegeta said flatly. Vegeta is right. Goku really hasn't mastered true Ultra Instinct, and Luya also can't rely on his own power to maintain his full power form. If either one of them takes one step further, then the outcome will become much clearer. But right now, the greatest possibility is Goku breaking through into true Ultra Instinct. Otherwise, with Jiren's power, the two of them will likely be exhausted first, Whis suddenly said. What a shame. Frieza is already completely unable to interfere in their battle. Otherwise, if the three of them fought together, they might have had a bit more chance of winning. Master Roshi sighed. Frieza has also used up a great deal of stamina. Let's hope he can make good use of the time Goku and Luya are buying for him, Piccolo said calmly. Beerus crossed his arms and watched the battle in the arena. At this moment, he no longer cared so much about death. This battle would be one that stunned all the gods. As for who would laugh last, that was still unknown. With Jiren going all out, facing Luya and Goku's teamwork wasn't especially difficult for him. In fact, he was even suppressing them a little. They unleashed speeds too fast for anyone to follow, clashing fiercely over and over in the air above the arena. Kamehameha. Goku and Luya shot backward at the same time. The two stood shoulder to shoulder and fiercely fired Kamehamehas at Jiren. Jiren suddenly flared with power. At once, brilliant light burst from both his hands, and he threw out two red energy spheres. In an instant, they slammed into the incoming Kamehamehas, and both sides exploded directly. Luya and Goku shouted angrily, and in the next instant they had already appeared in front of Jiren, leaving afterimages trailing through the air. Jiren's eyes narrowed. Instantly, an invisible aura spread out directly from him, and before Luya and Goku could react, both of them were blasted backward. A series of muffled impacts suddenly sounded from their bodies, and they both cried out in pain. Jiren had thrown his punches, but his fists were simply too fast, almost impossible to imagine. Even his pressure alone could inflict real damage on the two of them. Seeing the two being suppressed, everyone held their breath, staring tensely at the scene. Down below, Frieza gritted his teeth as he watched this. Then his trembling hand slowly opened toward the sky. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because his stamina still hadn't recovered, and his injuries were not light either. After holding it in for quite a while, Frieza finally condensed energy in his hand, preparing to sneak attack Jiren. Whoosh! A blast of energy shot straight at Jiren, but Jiren had already sensed it long ago. In an instant, his aura erupted, and Frieza's attack was directly shattered. The next second, a powerful force slammed straight into Frieza. He instantly puked, his face twisting into a mask of pain, like someone had just hammered his stomach with several heavy punches. Frieza's entire body was sent flying into the distance, but taking advantage of that opening, Lua and Goku both let out beast-like roars. One white and one red, two massive auras spread across the sky and directly stopped Jiren's advance. The next second, Lua disappeared first, instantly appearing in front of Jiren as countless punches rained down on him without pause. Jiren raised his hands to block, but after only a few exchanges, he found an opening and kicked Lua back. At the same time, Goku also charged in. His fists flew out like countless shadows, yet every single punch was real. Jiren also showed no hesitation at all. Both hands shot out fiercely, and in an instant he unleashed countless punches as well, canceling all of Goku's attacks. The next moment, Jiren suddenly appeared in front of Goku, left fist to the stomach, right fist to the face, sending Goku flying away on the spot. With a cry of pain, Goku smashed through a mountain and ended up embedded in it. Jiren was about to press the advantage, but right then, a trace of danger suddenly rose in his mind. Jiren tilted his head, and a red streak flew right past his ear. Jiren turned around and looked at the Frieza who had ambushed him, expressionless. "Damn you, monster. Stop making that disgusting face at me," Frieza said with a savage expression. How could he tolerate this arrogant bastard offending Lord Frieza? So what if Jiren was powerful? He could not lose face. Jiren raised his hand and fired an energy bullet at him. Frieza's expression changed drastically, but he had no intention of dodging. He gathered power and burst forth with his aura. In an instant, gold wrapped around his body as Frieza directly transformed into Golden Frieza. Both hands pushed forward to block Jiren's attack. "I'll let you know that they aren't the only ones who can block your attacks," Frieza said stubbornly. "Is that so?" Jiren said flatly. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand toward Frieza, gathered power, and fired another energy blast. Rumble. Ah! Frieza's face twisted. He was clearly unable to withstand Jiren's power. I won't accept this. Ah! Amid the scream, the little bit of strength Frieza had just recovered suddenly dispersed, and his body also reverted out of Golden Frieza form. "This is bad." Everyone from Universe 7 cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. In the next second, massive flames engulfed Frieza. Then, accompanied by a scream, the Great King's figure was swallowed up. With an explosion, an entire chunk of the arena where he had been was blown away, Whoosh! Frieza's entire body, covered in wounds, suddenly appeared out of thin air and dropped into the spectator stands. Contestant Frieza of Universe 7. Eliminated. The Grand Priest suddenly announced. Honestly, couldn't you have just held back for a bit? You just had to provoke a monster like Jiren? Android 17 said with a frown. Shut up. How I do things is none of your business. Frieza stood up miserably and snorted coldly. Humph. Vegeta gave him a cold look and said nothing. Beerus was also a little annoyed. Another one had been eliminated. Frieza had been eliminated. The great evil emperor had been kicked out. That alone was enough to shock everyone. Lua glanced at Frieza and stayed silent. Frieza and Android 17 were both supposed to be the fighters who stayed until the very end of the Tournament of Power, but now it seemed that only he and Son Goku could be relied on. Goku landed not far from Jiren and surrounded him together with Lua. Jiren glanced at the two of them, then drew a faint smile. Come, let me crush you both. Don't speak too soon, Lua said flatly. Then he gathered power and erupted with his aura. In an instant, immense power gushed out, and terrifying pressure crushed down directly toward Jiren. Goku also shouted angrily and unleashed a blazing aura. Jiren's expression tightened. Then he let out a roar, and terrifying flames instantly blocked the power of the two of them. The three forces raged across the battlefield. For a moment, the entire arena began to shake. These three had started fighting with their full strength. Had the final decisive battle finally arrived? Everyone and all the gods watched this scene excitedly. They were all curious which was stronger. Ultra Instinct, the power of Super Saiyan God, or simply Jiren's raw power. Suddenly, Lua and Goku moved. The two of them directly unleashed terrifying power at Jiren and fired energy blasts. In an instant, Jiren's figure dodged like a phantom. The next moment, he stamped the tip of his foot and shot straight toward Lua. With a single punch, even though Lua blocked, he was still forced back again and again by a powerful shock force. Jiren gave him no chance at all. His fists immediately rained down like a storm. As Lua blocked, he also searched for an opening in Jiren's defense. But Jiren's power was many times greater than before, so even defending was becoming difficult. But Goku stepped in at that moment to save him, forcibly separating Jiren and Lua and engaging Jiren in battle once more. Ultra Instinct was indeed very strong, but this was not the complete version of Ultra Instinct, so Goku was no match for Jiren at all. After only a few exchanges, Jiren landed several heavy punches on him, then kicked him away, sending him crashing into a mountain. Jiren had not even relaxed yet when he sensed a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His expression instantly sharpened, and he tilted his head to the side as a fist suddenly shot over. It all happened in an instant. Jiren and Lua locked eyes for a moment, and in the very next instant, the two exchanged countless blows once more. The space around them directly exploded. Lua's body was forced back, but then he let out a furious shout, and berserk power burst out from him as his strength rose by another level. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Lua charged straight in front of Jiren and unleashed the Wolfang Fist, attacking Jiren again and again, but Jiren blocked all of it with ease. The gap between them was simply too great. If this had been complete Ultra Instinct or a full-power Super Saiyan God 4 state, there would still have been a chance to fight. But in their current forms, to Jiren, it was nothing more than a light scratch. Boom! Jiren grabbed Lua's arm. Then, with his other hand, he condensed a powerful mass of energy and slammed it hard into Lua's stomach. Lua's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late for him to dodge. Boom! The next moment, a huge explosion rang out. A screaming figure was blasted away, then crashed through countless mountains before smashing hard into the ground. Lua! Everyone from Universe 7 cried out, their expressions changing. Well done. At this rate, Universe 7 is finished. The clown god of destruction said with a grin sounding smug. Jiren is still Jiren, so powerful that he makes others tremble. The Universe 11 Supreme Kai said with a faint smile. Jiren's eyes were cold. Suddenly, he turned to look. At some point, Goku had already taken his stance. Both hands had gathered an extremely powerful force, a power even stronger than when he defeated Kefla. After building up power for a long time, Kamehameha, Goku directly unleashed a powerful energy wave at Jiren. In an instant, that terrifying power charged straight toward him. Jiren's pupils suddenly contracted. Right after that, he directly raised both hands and blocked the Kamehameha. But in the next second, his body began to slide backward. Goku let out a roar, pouring all his output into that yell as terrifying power gushed forth like a waterfall. But after a brief moment of adjustment, Jiren stopped retreating completely. In the next instant, he let out a low shout, and a flame-like power wrapped around his body. Then, with overwhelming force, he directly pushed Goku's power back. Goku's Ultra Instinct had already brought his power close to its limit, yet he still couldn't defeat Jiren. That left him feeling somewhat helpless. Kamehameha! At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Right after that, a powerful force erupted from another direction, and another wave of power came crashing toward Jiren. Jiren's expression sank, and he immediately stretched out one hand to block that energy wave. Rumble. Jiren blocked the two energy waves with both hands. At once, Goku and Lua seized the chance and roared as they increased their output. Under the full force of the two of them, Jiren did show a trace of strain, but he still didn't let their attacks injure him. Jiren, don't let us down. Crush them. Toppo suddenly stood up and roared. The clown god of destruction's eyes were a little complicated. Come on, Goku. Lua. Krillin and the others also started cheering them on. Has it really reached the end now? Beerus's eyelids twitched slightly as he said. Before the very end. Nothing can be concluded so rashly, was said slowly, and right at that moment, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Immediately after, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire world of void. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They had never witnessed this kind of power before. They saw flame-like light suddenly rise around Jiren's body. Then Jiren's eyes flashed, and with a low shout, he swung both hands upward. Boom! Suddenly, Lua and Goku's attacks were actually sent blasting straight into the sky. Boom! Under a dazzling explosion, the entire arena was illuminated. Lua and Goku were both panting, looking at the scene in shock. Unbelievable. A guy like Jiren was actually this strong. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Jiren suddenly appeared in front of Lua in an instant. Lua hadn't even recovered yet, and his heart jolted in alarm, but it was already too late. In that instant, Jiren's violent attacks directly rained down on him. Amid a scream, Lua was sent flying far away. Jiren followed up by firing an energy blast, but Goku suddenly appeared and forcefully knocked it away. We have to join forces, or we can't beat him, Goku said gravely. Lua fell silent. Join forces. Other than that, trying to defeat Jiren was simply too hard. Lua looked at Goku. He didn't know whether Goku could still comprehend true Ultra Instinct, but from how things looked now, probably not. Because with him around, Goku no longer carried the pressure of being the only hope, so he couldn't force his own limit out. More precisely, if Goku were fighting Jiren alone right now, then his battle talent and limits would be forced out, and in that case Goku might transform into true Ultra Instinct. Lua's existence, along with Lua's strength, had helped him shoulder part of the pressure. Because of that, Goku still held onto a trace of hope. And with that, it was fundamentally impossible for him to break into a further limit. Even if we join forces and attack together, we probably still won't be his match. Goku suddenly said with a solemn look. What do you mean? Lua raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion. Goku suddenly looked at him and asked, Lua, the reason you were able to transform into that form before, was it because Vegeta and Gohan transferred their power to you?
Lua nodded.
That's right. Goku nodded. In that case, I understand. Then the next battle. I'll leave it to you. Huh? Lua was dumbfounded, his face full of confusion. Right after that, a wave of white steam suddenly rose around Goku's body. In an instant, his power had already reached its peak. But strangely enough, Goku's power began gathering into his palm. What is he trying to do? Everyone and all the gods were stunned. Goku is stripping away his own power? How could that be? What exactly is he thinking? Piccolo said with a complicated expression. Dad seems to want to give his power to Lua, Gohan suddenly said in shock. What? Vegeta was startled, and his face instantly turned ugly. No way, why would Goku do that? Krillin looked completely confused. Probably because Goku thinks that even if the two of them join forces, they still can't beat Jiren, so he's choosing to go all in, Android 17 said flatly. How did it come to this? We clearly had such a huge advantage. Yet we've fallen to this point, Beerus said irritably. Whis looked at Goku in the arena, and a trace of regret suddenly flashed through his eyes. What a pity. He clearly could have tried it, but he chose to give up on his own. Something's wrong. Jiren, take them out now. The clown god of destruction suddenly frowned, immediately sensing that something was off, and shouted loudly. Jiren looked at Goku and noticed his change as well. At this moment, he was no longer as calm and arrogant as before. He knew this was the only chance to eliminate these two and then obtain the Super Dragon Balls. At once, Jiren suddenly erupted with a terrifying power. Immediately after, a sea of flames spread around him. At the same time, Jiren stretched out a hand toward Goku and instantly condensed a terrifying compressed energy sphere. Not good. Lua's expression changed. He could sense just how powerful the opponent's attack was. Far beyond expectations. I won't give you any more chances. Now, the two of you will be eliminated together. As Jiren's calm voice fell, in the next second, he directly fired the energy blast at the two of them. Lua charged up and flared his aura, preparing to take Jiren's strike head-on. But right then, Goku suddenly said, The fate of Universe 7. I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he suddenly pressed the energy sphere in his palm into Lua's back. The ball of energy, filled with all the power of Goku's Ultra Instinct, directly sank into Lua's body. What? Lua was startled, and then he suddenly discovered that the power inside his body was skyrocketing. In an instant, all his injuries directly recovered. But Goku became a little weak and directly dropped out of his Ultra Instinct form. At that moment, Jiren's attack had already arrived. Boom! A massive blaze directly engulfed both of them completely, and for a moment, terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. What happened? All the gods stared at the scene in shock. Has the victor already been decided? The people of Universe 7 and all the fighters of Universe 11 were holding their breath as they looked at the arena, feeling tense. Jiren also frowned. As cautious as he was, he sensed that something was wrong. Soon, the smoke slowly dispersed. But when he saw the scene inside the smoke, Jiren's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next second, a wave of gasps rang out. In the smoke, a figure giving off red steam from his entire body stood tall, completely unharmed, while behind him was an exhausted Son Goku, and the aura coming from Lua at this moment left all the gods in shock. Full power Super Saiyan 4. That form again. Did Lua break through his limit? Gohan said in astonishment. Previously, it had taken both him and Vegeta channeling their energy together for Lua to awaken the power inside his body. But now, Goku alone had helped Lua accomplish this feat once again. Damn it! Victory was clearly right in front of us. And yet, the clown god of destruction had an ugly look on his face. Lua looked at Jiren, his gaze exceptionally cold. Actually, he hadn't expected to activate full power Super God 4 again. This form required tremendously powerful strength to control. But Goku's power was already enough, and on top of that, it was the power of Ultra Instinct. To him, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Full power Super God 4. This was the real full power. I didn't expect that even in such a desperate situation, you could still turn things around, Jiren said slowly as he walked forward. Lua gave a faint smile. I'm surprised too. As he said that, he suddenly spoke to Goku, take a rest first. Leave Jiren to me. Goku grinned. I'm counting on you. Lua nodded. In the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Jiren, simply staring at him in silence. Jiren stopped and looked back at Lua. The two exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, countless collision sounds erupted. The pressure and aura of both of them clashed head-on in a massive collision. At the same time, both of their bodies slid backward. Just from the clash of their auras alone, the surrounding arena directly collapsed. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and the scene was intense. Goku forced his eyes open and looked at the two in the arena, his expression somewhat complicated. Suddenly, Lua's body twisted in a serpentine movement, appearing in front of Jiren like a phantom. His movements flowed as smoothly as clouds and water. In other people's eyes, it was as if everything had slowed down. But in reality, he was so fast no one could react. Yet Jiren caught him. The moment Lua made his move, Jiren moved as well. Bang! Their fists collided, and for a time, powerful force ran wild. The two began exchanging blows at extreme speed, evenly matched for the moment. But it was clear that Lua was gradually gaining the upper hand, growing stronger and stronger, while both his movements and speed rapidly increased. The moment Jiren noticed this change, his expression immediately turned serious. Even so, he felt no fear at all. Instead, his fighting spirit only grew stronger and stronger. Their battle continued to escalate, as if both of them were drawing out power they had never possessed before. Unbelievable. These two actually became this strong. Beerus's voice was full of gravity, and sweat occasionally rolled down his face. These two are gradually surpassing the realm of gods.
Impossible.
There can't be such a thing. This guy's form wasn't this strong before. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 said with a drastic change in expression. This is bad. Jiren's condition isn't good. He doesn't have his peak power at all. The clown god of destruction said heavily. This was bad. Toppo watched the battle with a complicated expression. He knew Jiren didn't want to lose. Ha! Boom! With one heavy strike, Jiren's body instantly crashed hard to the ground. Lua landed as well, but in the next instant, the ground in front of him suddenly split open, and a flaming curved blade slashed upward straight at him. Lua's eyes sharpened. In the next second, he shifted position and had already dodged. Jiren suddenly rushed out. He let out a fierce roar, and terrifying heat waves swept outward, burning everything. A red barrier appeared in front of Lua and effortlessly blocked the pressure coming from the other side. Lua looked at Jiren, then glanced at his own body. He discovered that his body had transformed. During the battle just now, Lua had tried to forget all thought and let his body react on instinct, reaching the highest realm of Ultra Instinct. And doing so was indeed extremely effective. His power right now was getting stronger and stronger, almost increasing every moment. Jiren stared at Lua. Then, he suddenly moved, instantly arriving in front of Lua as countless fist shadows blasted toward him. Lua's body swayed, but every single time, he successfully dodged Jiren's punches. In an instant, Lua stepped forward and threw out a light, effortless punch. Boom!
Urga.
Jiren's body suddenly stiffened, and then he directly spat out a mouthful of white foam. Luya said slowly, "It's useless. A Scion's potential is far beyond your imagination." After saying that, Luya blasted Jiren away with a ki blast. Jiren covered his stomach and gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to make a sound. Your condition isn't at its peak, but the result won't change at all. Just like you said, in a situation like this, no one will care about fairness. Because I'm not that kind of person to begin with. Luya took one step forward, and in the next instant he was already in front of Jiren. Jiren was about to speak, but in the next second, a burst of pressure directly blasted him away. Boom! One mountain after another was smashed apart as Jiren's body embedded itself into the mountainside. The entire mountain was covered in cracks. Jiren, the clown, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Jiren already did his best. Good. That's it. Throw Jiren down. Beerus suddenly shouted excitedly. Calm down, Lord Beerus, was said helplessly. Luya walked up to Jiren and said, I'm in a hurry, so I won't fight you while clinging to a martial artist's honor. Universe 7 must stay until the end. As he spoke, he extended a palm toward Jiren, powerful energy gathering in his hand. You bastard really think you've already beaten me? Jiren's face suddenly turned ferocious. How could he possibly lose? He absolutely would not tolerate losing to an opponent. Rumble. A terrifying power exploded in an instant. Luya's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned the energy that had originally been aimed at Jiren into a barrier. His body directly retreated. Jiren's entire body began to swell, and then terrifying energy wildly gathered around him. Luya! It's time to end this! Jiren roared. Luya's expression darkened. Then come on. Let's see who's stronger. Kamehameha. Rumble. Ra! Jiren let out a low shout, and a flame-like energy shockwave directly blasted toward Luya. Come on! Luya shouted, directly firing the Kamehameha. Rumble. The two powers slammed directly into each other. In an instant, the entire arena began to fall apart. Neither of them held back. Normal fighting couldn't defeat the other in a short time, so they would use their greatest power to crush the opponent. The arena kept collapsing. The aftershock of their beam struggle directly affected the spectator stands, and even the gods couldn't ignore it. The angels all opened energy barriers one after another to block the spreading energy. The two zeniths were protected by their guards, so nothing happened to them. The two little guys were incredibly excited. The result was about to come out. Go! Jiren! Toppo and the others couldn't help but cheer for Jiren. This was their final hope. Aha! Jiren let out a low roar. Gradually struggling, he clenched his teeth, and immediately began pouring out energy recklessly. Luya was also outputting power like crazy. He knew Jiren's strength couldn't be underestimated, but he feared nothing. Jiren, your undefeated legend will be broken by me. Luya, remember this. The one defeating you is a Saiyan. Luya let out a low roar, and instantly, an ultimate power suddenly burst out from around him. Terrifying heat waves directly covered a whole section of the world of void. When it came to output, it was all about the roar. Under that thunderous shout, Luya's power surged dramatically. It directly suppressed Jiren's power. Jiren's body kept being pushed backward, and a huge trail appeared beneath his feet. What we carry is the hope of the entire universe, and the trust of our comrades. Goku's voice suddenly rang out. He let out a low roar and exploded with power, transforming straight into a Super Saiyan. Wrapped in golden light, Goku's aura surged. Kamehameha. Goku fired a Kamehameha directly, merging it with Luya's massive Kamehameha and greatly increasing its power. The fusion of the two forces created a gap in quality. Jiren's power collapsed on the spot, and the enormous shockwave swallowed his body whole. Aya! Amid a burst of agonized screams, Jiren turned into a streak of light and shot violently toward the edge of the arena. Was it over? Jiren was somewhat unwilling to accept it. He had thought his power stood above everyone else, yet he had lost to the Scions. Scions. This was a terrifying warrior race. Whoosh! Jiren's figure suddenly appeared in the spectator stands. Jiren, are you all right? Toppo looked at him worriedly. Jiren remained silent, his eyes still filled with loss and disbelief. With contestant Jiren eliminated, I hereby announce that the winner of this tournament of power is Universe 7. The Grand Minister raised both hands and declared the result. Everyone from Universe 7 let out a deep sigh of relief. They finally would not be erased. Then, according to the rules, Universe 11 will be erased. The Grand Minister suddenly said. The two zeniths looked at each other, then raised their little hands at the same time and clenched them directly. Whoosh! Just like that, everyone from Universe 11 was erased. Standing on the broken fragments of the arena, Goku quietly watched this scene without speaking. Luya had already returned to normal at this time. He glanced at Goku, then smiled and said, feeling kind of empty inside? Goku did not deny it and nodded. Yeah. So many strong fighters and even entire universes are gone. It makes me feel a little emotional. Luya smiled faintly. How about this? You can make the wish with the Super Dragon Balls. It doesn't matter what you wish for. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Goku was stunned. Not long after, the Grand Minister summoned Super Shinron. Everyone, including all the gods, stood up, including Zeno. Contestant Son Goku, according to the rules, you may make a wish. Any wish can be granted. The Grand Minister smiled slightly. Goku hesitated. He looked at everyone from Universe 7, and they all looked back at him with smiles on their faces. Then Goku looked toward Luya's figure and saw Luya, with his back to him, wave his hand. At that moment, Goku suddenly brightened up and grinned. My wish is to restore all the universes. End of Volume 1.